Family, who could have imagined? A gigantic fire dragon charged towards a mysterious man in a mask, and it passed right through him, not a hair harmed. This all started with my 4-year-old sister, Naruto Uzumaki, who suddenly dreamed that our parents would die tomorrow, with vivid details. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had no choice but to believe it, and thus a crisis began. Let me tell you, I was dumbfounded at the time. That huge fire dragon just barreled straight towards that masked man. And guess what? Hey, he didn't even dodge the fire dragon whoosh, went right through him. Can you believe it? It was like watching a hologram. Not a single hair burned. That masked man just kept walking as if nothing had happened. It was simply unbelievable. This all needs to be explained from the beginning, all thanks to our little eccentric girl, Naruto. It was the day before the Nine-Tails incident, and my 4-year-old sister, Naruto, suddenly ran over to our dad, Minato, with a pale face. Let me tell you, she looked just like the future Naruto, with golden hair and blue eyes, just with longer hair. She hugged our dad's leg, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, "Daddy, I had a dream that you and Mommy are going to die tomorrow." Wow, my dad was stunned at that moment. Thinking it was just a child's nightmare, he smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Daddy and Mommy are so strong. How could we die? Tomorrow Mommy is going to have a little brother, so Naruto has to be good." But Naruto cried even harder, throwing herself into my dad's arms, sobbing and spilling everything about her dream. There was a bad guy in a mask. He has the same space ninjutsu as you. All attacks can't hit him. And then he summoned the Nine Tails from Mommy's belly. In the end, to seal the Nine Tails, you used that thing Mommy taught me. The Reaper Death Seal. And then you both got killed by the Nine Tails. At this point, my dad's smile froze on his face. A 4-year-old child talking so vividly about space ninjutsu and the Reaper Death Seal. These were not words she should know. He immediately felt something was off and quickly asked, "Naruto, have you had dreams like this before?" Naruto nodded while wiping her tears. "I dreamed that Daddy became the 4th Hokage before, and I told Mommy, but she didn't believe me." Now my dad truly believed her. He immediately became serious and asked Naruto how that masked man captured Mommy. Naruto detailed everything, taking advantage of Mommy's weakness right after giving birth, using her little brother as bait, forcing Daddy to make a choice, and ultimately succeeding in taking Mommy away and extracting the Nine Tails. After hearing all this, my dad's expression turned grave. He told me that in such matters, it's better to believe it than not. He reassured Naruto a few times, telling her that Daddy would never let such a thing happen. But after saying this, she seemed to run out of energy, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Later, I found out that it was like she had a hard drive in her head, suddenly loading her past lives' memories and realizing she was a time traveler. Those so-called dreams were actually remnants of anime plotlines in her mind. Unfortunately, she woke up too late, and now she was trapped in her memory space, anxious and hopping around. Otherwise, she could have given Dad a spoiler about Obito's weakness. After settling Naruto, my dad used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash to the 3rd Hokage's office. That old man, let me tell you, was grinning at a crystal ball, and when he saw Minato, he quickly covered it with a cloth, trying to play it off like there was nothing to hide. Minato didn't have time for his quirks and got straight to the point about Naruto being able to predict the future. After hearing this, the 3rd Hokage dropped his smoking pipe in shock, exclaiming, "What? Extracting the Nine Tails from Kushina and summoning it? How is that possible?" My dad nodded seriously. "Regardless of its reliability, we can't gamble with the lives of the entire village. We must immediately redeploy and strengthen our defenses." The 3rd Hokage recognized the seriousness of the situation and promptly ordered the Umbu to raise the defense level to the highest and to urgently evacuate all villagers to shelters overnight. He specifically told my dad, "Jiraiya can't make it back in time, so he'll send one of my shadows to you. Make sure to be careful of that mysterious man tomorrow." On the other side, the old geezers in Konoha were not idle either. Danzo, that old schemer, thought the unusual movements in the village meant his plans had been discovered. But then he reconsidered, thinking it was impossible, and instructed his subordinates to stick to the original plan, finding a way to stall the 3rd Hokage while keeping a close eye on my parents' 3 backup delivery rooms, making sure to find their exact location. That old man was just waiting for Minato to have an accident, so he could take his place. Meanwhile, the masked man, Obito, had quietly infiltrated Konoha using Kamui. Even more audaciously, Danzo's root ninja had eagerly delivered top-secret information about my mom's delivery location to him. Good grief, these two were a dream team, one wanting to become Hokage, the other wanting to destroy Konoha. It was simply outrageous. Before long, the time came for the next day. My mom, Kushina, was secretly moved to a barrier outside the village under the escort of the 3rd Hokage's wife, Buwako. Outside, Dozens of Umbu were stationed every few steps, maintaining strict vigilance. My dad quickly arrived and saw that my mom was starting to feel labor pains. He immediately sent out a shadow clone to help suppress the restless Ninetales while his main body remained alert to the surroundings. The Ninetales, feeling the seal weaken, was causing quite a ruckus inside, chakra spilling out like it was free, nearly scaring the sensing ninjas outside to death. The shadows sent by the third Hokage and another Umbu captain named DZ were responsible for the outer guard. The shadow, draped in a black cloak, was faceless but felt very reliable. DZ, on the other hand, was less competent, grumbling, TCH, making a big deal out of nothing with so many guards who could break in. As soon as he finished speaking, his face got swollen. The Umbu responsible for reconnaissance shouted at the top of his lungs, "Not good. Enemy situation. A large group of ninjas is charging and it looks like it's from Iwagakure." DZ's face turned green. They had just signed a peace treaty, and now they were causing trouble? Wasn't this nonsense? Before he could figure it out, a wave of shuriken flew over from the opposite side. Konoha's Umbu were no pushovers either, clanging and clattering as they blocked all the attacks, and then charged in a battle. Kakashi was also there. My dad had specifically called him over. Without a second thought, he activated his Chidori and dove into the crowd, taking them down as if slicing vegetables, hitting every target. Seeing Kakashi with the Sharingan, one of the Iwagakure ninjas shouted, "Run!" and they all fled in a hurry. Kakashi, feeling the heat of the moment and remembering Obito's death, had his eyes turn red and charged after them. DZ saw this and panicked. He couldn't let my dad's precious disciple get hurt, so he quickly sent over a dozen people to chase after him, shouting, "Everyone else stay back." Just like that, half of the outer defense force was drawn away. The shadow left behind frowned, feeling uneasy. A diversion? Before he could finish his sentence, a man dressed in a black cloak and wearing an orange whirlpool mask appeared out of thin air in front of him, looking down at him with disdain, mocking, "You found me? But it's unnecessary." The surrounding darkness suddenly enveloped the shadow in the middle, but the shadow remained quite confident and waved his hand. "Everyone, step aside." He stared at the masked man and coldly said, "Space ninjutsu? That must be you, right? You've got some guts to come to Konoha and steal people." The masked man completely ignored him and leisurely walked forward. The shadow was enraged by this dismissive attitude and immediately unleashed a fire release, fire dragon technique. However, what followed was the scene from the beginning. The fire dragon passed right through him without any effect. The shadow was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. The masked man sneered, "Looks like that was useless. Then you can go die." As he spoke, he swung a black iron chain and charged forward. The shadow, experienced in battle, quickly retreated and spat out 3 fireballs. But the masked man was absurdly fast, easily dodging and appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, the shadow decided to charge in instead, wanting to personally experience how this penetration worked. As a result, he really did pass right through the masked man. Does anyone understand? Physics doesn't exist anymore, right? Just as he passed through and hadn't reacted yet, the chain suddenly wrapped around his neck with a clang. The shadow finally realized that the chain was solid. But why didn't the fire just now burn it? His mind was a mess, and in the next moment he felt a chill in his chest as a kunai was already stabbed into him. Substitution jutsu. In a critical moment, the shadow used the substitution technique to escape. He clutched his bleeding chest, gasping for air, eyes filled with disbelief. He was so close to dying. Obito pouted, seemingly displeased that he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill, but he didn't linger and directly headed towards the barrier. All the kunai and ninjutsu passed through him as if striking air. Finally, he twisted his body, and like merging into water, he disappeared from the spot, directly entering the barrier. Seeing this, the shadow felt a chill run down his spine and shouted anxiously, "Not good, he's inside." But he didn't dare to open the barrier, fearing the Ninetales would go berserk and could only fidget anxiously outside. Inside the barrier, my mom Kushina had reached her limit, sweating profusely and hoarse. Bawako was constantly cheering her on from the side. "The head is out, come on Kushina." My dad's shadow clone is also about to collapse, and the seal of the Ninetales is on the verge of breaking. Just at this most tense moment, suddenly, a loud baby cry echoed throughout the delivery room. My cheap little brother, Naruto Uzumaki, was born. Let me tell you, that scene back then was quite warm. My dad, Minato Namikaze, was looking at my mom, Kushina Uzumaki, with tears in his eyes, all excited like a 200-pound child. And the two of them were gazing at each other lovingly. But in the next second, the atmosphere changed completely. Out of nowhere, a mysterious old man with an orange spiral mask suddenly appeared in the barrier we were in. My dad's reaction was incredibly quick. He immediately rushed to stand beside the third Hokage's wife, protecting my newborn brother. But that old man was really creepy. He went straight for my brother. My dad threw specially made kunai. And guess what? It went straight through. Family, who understands? It's like he activated a ghost hack, immune to physical attacks. In that moment of distraction, my newly born little brother was snatched away with a loud wow. My dad was stunned. One of his clones was desperately pressing on my mom's belly, locking the nine tails, while his real self was helplessly watching his son being taken away. It was unbelievable. That old guy held the kunai against my brother's neck and shouted at my dad, "Fourth Hokage, stay away from the Jinchuriki, or your son will meet the first Hokage today." And then let me tell you, the even crazier move came. He threw the newborn baby up into the air like a grenade and jumped after it, ready to deliver the finishing blow. What kind of speed is that? The golden flash isn't just for show. In the blink of an eye, he pulled someone back. But that old man was playing dirty. My brother's swaddling was covered in explosive tags. My dad held my brother and used a flying thunder god technique to instantly teleport to the small grove. Tore off that ragged clothing in a flash and boom. A huge pit exploded behind us. That was close. We almost started at hell difficulty. My dad settled my brother back home, leaving a message that he would be back soon, and then he disappeared again. He thought this was a ruse to draw the tiger away from the mountain, but the old guy's target was actually my mom. The shadow clone my dad left behind formed a spiral sphere and launched it, but it went right through. The other person countered with a knife, and the shadow clone vanished with a loud bang. My mom had just given birth and was extremely weak, but in order to protect me, she pushed through. The diamond was sealed. A bunch of golden chains were thrown out. And guess what happened? That old guy's eyes turned, and with a 3-tomo Sharingan, my mom was instantly caught. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell. The main issue was that she was too weak. Otherwise, how could she have been controlled so easily? Just like that, my dad was lured away, and my mom was taken away. With insufficient information and carrying a baby, this was a complete defeat. Just at that critical moment, a ding sound rang in my head. Family, my cheat code has arrived. The Naruto upgrade system has been activated, and the newbie gift pack is being distributed. Wow, what enters Bloodline, a 1-tomo Sharingan, my dad's super cool space ninjutsu enhanced version, and the Uzumaki clan's divine Kagura Heart Eye, all flooded into my brain. It felt like I had just downloaded several gigabytes of DLC, instantly upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. When my consciousness returned, I found myself in my room. I opened my eyes and thought, hey, why am I a girl? I touched my chin. Wow, I've really become like Aunt Snake. No, I've become my brother's biological sister. I tried out this new space ability, and it was incredible. I didn't even need to throw shurikens. With just a thought, I could teleport around the room, fast enough to leave after images, like watching a special effects blockbuster at 0.25 speed. My perception range was maxed out to a 20-kilometer radius, primarily featuring full map transparency. Just as I was enjoying it, I looked at the time. It was 3 a.m. Oh no, the night of a nine tails. I rushed outside, but at the door, I was stopped by a ninja holding 1,000 books. It was Inuzuka Kiba. "Naruko, you can't go out." Just then, a beastly roar echoed. It's over, all over. I tell you, even though I've crossed over, the bond for these 4 years is real. Tears streamed down my face. "Uncle Kiba, let me through. I want to see my parents one last time." He hesitated, but I couldn't wait. I activated the Kagura Heart. I instantly locked on the direction, and whoosh, I was gone. The 1,000 books in Kiba's mouth fell in shock. He must have been thinking, what? This kid can use Flying Thunder God too? This whole family is a bunch of freaks. I flashed several times and finally arrived. Goodness, my dad was there preparing a big move, with a Death God's Phantom standing behind him, using the Impure World reincarnation technique. The atmosphere was intense. I rushed over and hugged my mom, crying, "Dad, Mom, don't die." My dad and mom looked at me, giving instructions for after their passing while forcing smiles. It was a scene that would make anyone cry. Just when I was crying my heart out, I heard a notification in my head. Task activated. Seal a portion of a Nine-Tails chakra within yourself. Reward. Perfect version of Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation. Family. Doesn't this mean we can bring them back? I have to complete this task. My dad just extracted the Een chakra of the Nine-Tails, and I rushed up. Diamond lock. For big golden chains, swooped down and pulled that half of the chakra over. Give me. Seal. My dad couldn't stop it in time. The Shinigami had already made a move. Half of the Een Nine-Tails entered my dad's body and followed the Shinigami, while the other half was firmly sealed in my belly using the 8-trigram seal and the 4-symbol seal. I, Namikaze Naruko, at the age of 4, gloriously became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, half-in. The system notified me that the task was completed, and the method of Edo Tensei was directly engraved in my mind. I felt reassured, but seeing my mom holding me and crying her heart out made my heart ache. My dad was also about to give out, using his last strength to seal the remaining young Nine-Tails in my brother's body. After that, there was a long, emotional farewell, telling me to eat well, take hot baths, make friends, and be careful of Jiraiya-sensei, that big pervert. My heart shattered hearing all that. After finishing, both of them lost their breath. I held them, crying uncontrollably. But I remembered, I secretly collected their blood for Edo Tensei. I had to prepare for the future. At that moment, the third Hokage arrived with people. I rushed into his arms. Grandpa Third, my parents are gone. Woo-woo. Then everything went dark, and I fainted, mainly because the information was too overwhelming, and I had become a Jinchuriki. My CPU was overheating. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital, and my brother was right next to me. Let me tell you, just because I, the orphan of the fourth Hokage and Jinchuriki sister, was there, the old folks in the village didn't dare to do anything to my brother. He was treated exceptionally well as the son of the hero. No problem at all. Meanwhile, the higher-ups were having a meeting. Advisors like Nara Shikaku, who wanted to push our generation into power, were directly rejected. In the end, the third Hokage stepped up without hesitation, saying in times of crisis, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am willing to take on this heavy responsibility again. Wow. This move made Danzo's face turn green with anger, and he stormed off. The scene shifted, and I was holding my brother in front of my parents' gravestone. Kakashi arrived and looked at me with such heartache. Kakashi and I. As soon as I called him, my tears came down again. Everything is past. From now on, Big Brother will protect you both. I nodded and thought to myself, come on, brother, just get a rest. From now on, it's my job to protect you all. But I still said the same thing out loud. Naruto has grown up, and I will protect Mom and Dad's Konoha well. While I was sweet-talking, let me tell you, in my heart, I had already written Danzo's name at the top of my little notebook. Just at this emotional moment, good grief. The Naruto in my arms, my dear little buddy, suddenly burst into tears, probably because he was hungry. This was simply a godsend opportunity. I quickly told Kakashi and I, Naruto is hungry. I have to go back first. Kakashi looked completely at a loss. He could only nod and say, go ahead if you need anything. Just come find me. I turned around with Naruto in my arms and walked away. One moment, I was a well-behaved little flower, and the next, my gaze was like a knife. Danzo, you better watch out. Sooner or later, I'll pack you and your teacher up and send you off to reunite. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then used the Flying Thunder God technique and zoomed back home, quickly preparing formula and feeding my brother in one go. Looking at my little brother's face, I had only one thought. No one is allowed to touch him. Whoever does will die. Just because I lost my parents doesn't mean I want to use my 3-Tomo Sharingan. It's not just for show. The scene shifted back to the cemetery. As soon as I left, that old Danzo appeared like a ghost. Let me tell you, this old man started his PUA masterclass, bombarding Kakashi with his manipulative talk. He said things like, don't you doubt it? Why did the third come so late? It might just be a conspiracy for him to become Hokage again. Your teacher's death, Rin and Obito's deaths, your father's death. How are they not related to him? Well, this combination attack completely confused Kakashi, who was already in an unstable mental state. Seeing that the time was right, Danzo immediately threw out an olive branch, saying, come to my side. Don't sell your life for your enemies. Without waiting for Kakashi to respond, he turned and left, leaving Kakashi alone, disoriented, with his worldview almost collapsing. Of course, that is all for later. For now, I settled my brother and directly sank my consciousness into the ceiling space. Guess what I saw? A huge drainage space with water dripping, and in the middle was a gigantic fox bound up with a bunch of wooden stakes stuck in it. It was a pitiful sight. This was the Nine-Tails, or rather, the E-Nine-Tails. When it saw me, it actually smiled and said, little brat, I didn't expect you to be able to seal me at such a young age. I walked straight up to it and got to the point. Nine-tailed fox. This left it stunned, its pupils shaking. How do you know my name? I crossed my arms and began to show. I not only know your name is Kai-Bai, but I also know about Shoha and Lu Druo, son Wukong. I know all 9 of you very well. No more nonsense. I'm here to propose a collaboration. You lend me your power, and I'll set you free later. This deal isn't a loss, right? As I spoke, I activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan, radiating an overwhelming aura. The Nine-Tails looked into my eyes, a bit intimidated, but mostly curious. This little brat is not simple, but if you let me out, you'll die too. You don't need to worry about that. I interrupted. Just tell me, are you in or not? If you agree, I'll immediately break all these broken chains and rotten wood off you. The Ninetales seemed to be a bit cornered. It knew that with my Sharingan, it couldn't resist if I wanted to extract its chakra. So it decided to give in, chuckling. Interesting little brat, do I have a choice? So, does that mean you agree? I seized the moment and began outlining the value. Let me tell you, we could become friends. In this world, those who kill and set fires aren't necessarily bad, and those who chant and pray aren't necessarily good. You've been locked up for so many years. I understand the resentment. Who wants to live in a single room every day? Let us collaborate. Once I become powerful, I'll give you your freedom. Focusing on a growth partnership. What do you think? What I said was so sincere that the Ninetales was taken aback. Friends? It murmured, as if recalling the old man of the six paths. Finally, it grinned and said, all right, I agree. I hope you don't let me down. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. I clapped my hands, and, with a series of bangs, the chains and stones binding it instantly exploded. The Ninetales fell into the water with a splash, feeling completely at ease. You really trust me, huh? You've even weakened my seal by a layer, it said, looking at me with a smile. I sincerely replied to it. If we are friends, we must trust each other, right? The Ninetales fell silent, directly lying in the water with its eyes closed. But I knew this was stable. Having resolved the internal conflict, I instantly felt all my chakra flowing smoothly. Awesome. After coming out of the ceiling space, I looked at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, and thought to myself that the Ninetales temperament inside him could be explosive, so he had to handle it himself. However, as an older sister, I had to lend a hand. I directly placed one hand on his stomach and reinforced the 4-symbol seal. This time, it ensured that the Ninetales chakra wouldn't leak out casually and affect his ability to perform jutsu. With everything settled, I began to plan my own training regimen. The system's gift of mastering all ninjutsu was simply a divine skill, but my small frame couldn't handle it yet. I had to practice. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. I immediately created dozens of shadow clones. Family, who understands? With the Uzumaki bloodline and Ninetales chakra, I'm like a chakra power bank. And the shadow clone jutsu is simply my exclusive cheat. I immediately started assigning tasks. You practice body techniques. You walk on water. You climb trees. The rest of you, line up and manage wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The entire Konoha forest instantly became my private training ground. Just as I was going all out, Kakashi wasn't idle either. He was tricked by Danzo and actually went to the third Hokage's house to steal information, only to be caught red-handed. The third Hokage, being a cunning old fox, took advantage of the situation and revealed everything about the research on the first Hokage cells and how wood release can suppress the Ninetales. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's mind suddenly became clear. Danzo clearly had wood release ninjas under him, and during the Ninetales incident, he kept it hidden. Wasn't he deliberately trying to kill my teacher? Well, Kakashi finally realized he was being used as a pawn by Danzo, and he immediately knelt before the third Hokage, confessing everything about leaking the third schedule. The third Hokage didn't blame him. Instead, he turned the situation to his advantage and instructed him to lead a team to impersonate him along the original route, so he could catch the enemy off guard. With this plan, Kakashi's loyalty to the third Hokage skyrocketed. Meanwhile, on my side, I was really getting into the groove with my shuriken practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I hit 7 out of 10 shots, but I wasn't satisfied. I felt my control over power was still too weak. Just then, I suddenly heard a whooshing sound behind me. Clang, clang, clang. 10 kunai collided in midair, changing their trajectories, and in the end, all hit the target. I turned around suddenly. Oh, I saw a little boy who didn't look much older than me standing there, with a cool expression on his face. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Wow, isn't that Itachi? He even spoke with the tone of someone experienced, saying, at such a young age, you're already doing quite well, but haste makes waste. A sound rang in my head, and the system task appeared. Defeat Uchiha Itachi and recruit him as my subordinate. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I liked this task. I looked at the little weasel in front of me, my mouth curving into a wild grin, and decided to give him a little shock first. What? Are you that much bigger? Aren't you just a year older than me? I smirked and said, come on. Let's have a match. I want to defeat you. Itachi looked helpless. He didn't like fighting and said he could teach me if I wanted to learn from him. TCH, just say you're scared. I directly provoked him. If you don't dare to fight, how about we practice together? Itachi thought for a moment and nodded, saying, okay, but just to a point. Then let's get started. As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a kunai from my hand. Itachi easily blocked it, but I immediately followed up with a shadow shuriken technique, sending a flurry of shurikens flying. He used a substitution technique to dodge, but as soon as he appeared, I had already ghosted behind him. Here we go. I kicked him away. Itachi fell to the ground, stunned, completely unable to see my movements. I instantly appeared in front of him, kunai pressed against his neck, and smiled wickedly. Now you know the difference, right? Although you throw kunai more handsomely than I do. In terms of strength, you're really not my match. Itachi, being a straightforward kid, shook his head. I'm not your opponent for now. Well, that's settled then. I put away my kunai, patted his shoulder, and said, from now on, you're my little brother. I'll protect you. With my strength, being your big sister is no problem, right? Itachi looked completely confused, thinking, how can I call a girl younger than me big sister? What a joke. Seeing that he was unwilling, I chuckled and pulled him over. Waving the kunai in front of his eyes, lowering my voice to say, what's wrong? Unwilling? If you are, those nice eyes of yours. If they were to be dug out, would it hurt? To complete the task, I had to scare him a little. Seeing he still wouldn't relent, I rolled my eyes and came up with a plan, pointing my kunai at his lower regions, grinning wickedly. If you don't become my little brother, then this little brother of yours might not need to exist. Huh? A scream echoed through the forest. A few minutes later, at the ramen shop, I patted Itachi's shoulder, which was still pale and questioning life, and comforted him. Don't be sad, it's just, cough, it's just recognizing a big sister. What's the big deal? Come on. Your big sister treats you to ramen. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, turning his head away. Hey, still have an attitude? I wrapped my arm around his neck and said, come on, today ramen is on me. Can I handle you? I used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash him from the forest to the ramen shop's entrance, which likely shocked him again. He was probably thinking, isn't this the fourth Hokage's technique? I shouted inside. Uncle Shouta, give me 2 bowls of ramen. The aroma of the noodles wafted out, and Itachi's stomach betrayed him with a rumble, making his face turn red. I laughed out loud and said, all right, this time it's on me. By the way, since you're my little brother now, you haven't told me your name yet. After a long pause, he quietly said, I'm Uchiha Itachi. Oh, Uchiha Itachi, huh? All right, I've got it. Listen up, I'm Namikaze Minato. From now on, when you see me, you have to call me big sister, got it? I'll tell you, this little brat looked to be about 4 or 5 years old at the time, with a cool expression on his face. But when he heard what I said, his brows furrowed into a knot. I could imagine him thinking, Namikaze? The daughter of the 4th Hokage? Wow, this little brat is actually here, frowning and contemplating life? I wasn't happy about it at the time. After holding it in for a while, he weakly called out, big sister. I raised an eyebrow, and my voice immediately dropped by 8 octaves. What did you say? I shot him a glance, and he immediately felt a chill breeze blowing behind him, his entire small body stiffening. Who understands this feeling of oppression, right? He trembled and finally changed his words. Big sister. Hey, that's more like it. Just as he yielded, a ding sounded in my head, and the task was complete. Suddenly, a big spinning wheel popped up in front of me, filled with all of Itachi's cool and powerful skills from the future, like Tsukuyumi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo, making my mouth water. I was so nervous, praying madly. Please no fire style, please no shadow clone technique. I already know those. Give me the eye technique. An 8-span mirror will be fine too. If I draw the wrong thing, I feel like my world is about to collapse again. The wheel started spinning, and my heart was in my throat. Guess what happened? The first time it actually stopped between the fireball and the shadow clone technique. Luckily, the system glitched, so it didn't T-count. Let us do it again. The wheel spun rapidly, and then with a ding, it stopped. Congratulations, host, you have obtained illusion technique. Crow. Well, fine, crow illusion technique. It's better than a fireball. At least it's a flashy technique often used by Itachi, so it's not a loss. At this moment, the hand-pulled noodle from Ichiraka Ramen was served by the uncle. I didn't care about that little brat. I grabbed the chopsticks and dug in. If you come to Konoha and don't eat at Ichiraku, it's like you never came. Uchiha Itachi was probably hungry too, seeing me eat so well. He also started to dig in. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, I paid and got up to leave. Task completed. There was no need to linger with this future big shot. He was also quite self-aware, saying he was going home to see his brother, and we parted ways. Just as I was walking back to the training grove, I heard a sweet call. Naruto? I turned around and exclaimed, wow, my goddess, Sister Hong from the setting sun. Without saying a word, I pounced in her arms like a hungry tiger. That feeling was simply amazing. I hugged her and didn't want to let go, curiously asking, Sister Hong, how did you grow like this? I don't want to leave your embrace. Sister Hong laughed so hard that she couldn't stop, saying I was still a child and that I would have it in the future. I didn't believe her, so I directly pulled down her collar to take a peek. My face filled with obsession. Sister Hong playfully tapped my forehead and said, "You little pervert." Just then, Asuma came over, urging Sister Hong to go on a mission. I thought to myself, here is my chance. Before she leaves, I have to get a stamp. I quickly kissed Sister Hong on the lips and cutely said, "This is a lucky kiss. You must come back safely, okay?" Sister Hong was taken aback at that moment, feeling something unusual in her body. But when she saw my innocent face, she didn't think much of it and waved goodbye. Hee, got Sister Hong's first kiss. This is the benefit of being a girl. While I was enjoying myself, things were not so calm on the other side. Danzo, that old coot, sent a group of ninjas disguised as wandering warriors to assassinate the third Hokage. The one leading with would release was none other than Yamato. What happened next? Well, it turned out that the third Hokage was actually Kakashi in disguise. Kakashi quickly subdued Yamato, initially furious and wanting to use the Chidori to send him to the afterlife, scolding him for not helping during the Nine Tails incident. But then he thought, wait, this guy can use would release. I'll need him to help train me, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So, he decided to spare his life and let him go. Meanwhile, Danzo was sitting casually in the Hokage's office, dreaming of being Hokage, when Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared behind him like a ghost. Danzo's face turned pale with fright. The old man, being quite the tactician, didn't say it outright, but instead made a show of strength, mentioning how he had avoided disaster by changing routes and that he would definitely take down the murderer. This scared Danzo so much that he broke into a cold sweat, trying to pretend to be calm. Finally, the old man changed his tone, saying that due to their past relationship, he would let him go this time, but there wouldn't be a next time. That was when Danzo hurriedly fled in a panic. I happily returned to the grove and continued practicing my new technique, the micro-spiral shuriken. This thing may be small, but its power is not to be underestimated. I threw it at an empty patch of ground, and with a loud bang, it blew a hole in the ground, revealing a barrier beneath, along with a dark, gaping entrance. In this remote wilderness, there's a secret base? My curiosity was piqued, and I jumped right in. Inside was like a maze, filled with rooms. Just as I was about to push open a door, it opened by itself, and out came. Oh no, Ant Snake. Orochimaru. I was completely dumbfounded, not expecting to blow up the lair of a villain boss. Orochimaru was taken aback when he saw me, a little kid, but he soon sensed the Nine Tails chakra within me and licked his lips with that long tongue of his. At that moment, the system task came again. Become a partner with Orochimaru and obtain Hashirama cells. Task reward. System assistance infusion. Awaken would release. How could I endure this? I had to seize the opportunity. I immediately put on a well-behaved expression, bowed to him, and said, Orochimaru-sama. Then I got straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. He laughed at that moment, thinking it was funny that a 4-year-old child was talking about a deal. I went all in and said, Snake Ant, doesn't your Edo Tensei require living people as sacrifices? I have an upgraded version that doesn't need them. As soon as I said this, Orochimaru's expression changed instantly. Of course, he didn't believe me. So I asked him to casually give me some DNA. He tossed me a vial of cells from the nearby lab, and I immediately formed hand seals to activate the improved Edo Tensei. With a loud bang, a coffin shot up from the ground. When the lid opened, lying inside was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. He knew he had to obtain this technique. Seizing the opportunity, I demanded all his research data, including his work on the impure world reincarnation and cloning technology. Although he was reluctant and mentioned that he hadn't finished his research on the impure world reincarnation, facing my perfect version of Edo Tensei, he obediently spat out a huge scroll for me. I also threw my scroll over. He caught it, quickly flipped through it, and let out a creepy laugh, saying, as expected, it's the perfect version. This technique is perfect. I checked the scroll that Orochimaru gave me, and it was densely packed with his research. Wow, it's all solid content. I didn't waste any time and immediately tossed it into my system space. The system notification chimed, congratulating me on collaborating with Orochimaru, and I got my hands on the Hashirama cells. It even told me that I could fuse them just by chanting silently. It was simply amazing. However, just when I was secretly pleased, something happened outside. As my Kagura heart eye opened, I saw the third Hokage, along with a group of Umbu, all suited up for battle, directly surrounding our old lair. The barrier was buzzing, clearly indicating that someone was launching a strong attack. Orochimaru sensed it too. His expression darkened, and he said, is it Sensei Sarutobi? He knew that this time they were completely exposed. Just at this critical moment, my system chimed again. It issued an emergency mission. help Orochimaru escape, and conveniently throw this big pot on a Danzo. The reward? Even more explosive. A summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave Beast. I laughed at that moment. Saving Orochimaru? A piece of cake. I could even play with a summoning beast. In the future, with a toad in my left hand and a snake in my right, the two great sacred lands would pave the way for me. That scene would be just so cool. At that moment, my mind was racing, and I directly told Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, don't panic. You were definitely sold out by that old schemer Danzo this time. But who understands my family? A crisis is just an opportunity in disguise. He sells you, and we just sell him out even more thoroughly. I can take you away, but before we go, we need to leave some souvenirs for him." As soon as Orochimaru heard this, his snake-like eyes lit up instantly. He understood. He immediately started to take action, quickly writing a bunch of forged experimental reports, dumping all the dirt on Danzo, even revealing the fact that his Kirin arm was embedded with Sharingan. As for me, I wasn't idle either. I took the opportunity to pack up all the remaining Hashirama cells in the lab. These are treasures. Not a drop can be wasted. Once he finished his preparations, I placed my little hand on his clothes. There was no choice. I was too short to reach his shoulder, and with a whoosh, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as we disappeared, the third Hokage burst in with his team, breaking down the door. The Umbus searched around and came back to report. "Report, Lord Third, it's empty. There's nothing here." The third immediately turned dark. How could that be? Then one Umbu found the evidence left by Orochimaru on the table. The third took it and looked at it, and the more he looked, the stranger his expression became. It was filled with records of Danzo's human experiments, dates, locations, projects, all clear, with not a single word mentioning Orochimaru. He believed it immediately, muttering, "Looks like I misjudged Orochimaru." He then ordered, "Take all the data from here and destroy the lab." On the other side, I had already taken Orochimaru to the edge of the Konoha forest. He looked at me with a complex expression, both grateful and curious, licking his lips and saying, "Naruko, you really are an interesting little kid. I might even like you a bit." I tell you, his gaze made me feel uneasy, like I was being targeted by some top predator. I was only 4 years old. I quickly laughed it off and said I had something to do, then used a Flying Thunder God technique to escape. This research maniac was too terrifying. His look at me felt like he was eyeing his next experimental subject. When I got home, the system notified me that the task was complete, and I had the Dragon Cave scroll in hand. I figured since Jiraiya wasn't in the village, I couldn't sign a toad contract, so signing a snake would be fine too. So I took out the scroll, signed my name, made the hand seals, and performed the summoning technique. With a bang, a little green snake over a meter long appeared in front of me, and it gently rubbed its head against my foot. Hey, not bad, not bad. I've just acquired another impressive skill. After getting all this sorted, I was about to go check on my brother Naruto, but on the other side, Danzo was already furious. He had just heard that the third Hokage had been dispatched, and yet Orochimaru hadn't even caught a single hair. He was fuming when someone from the route came to inform him that the third Hokage was looking for him. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, the third old man directly threw that pile of evidence in Danzo's face. Let me tell you, Danzo's old face turned green at that moment. I bet he was thinking 1,000 times over, "Orochimaru, how dare you betray me?" The third Hokage, being a sly old fox, gave him a good scolding, telling him to quickly remove those colored contact from his arms and stop trying to harm the Uchiha clan, and then just let the matter go. As soon as Danzo left, a heavyweight character made his entrance. Jiraiya, my cheat master, jumped in through the window, and as soon as he got back, he ran to reminisce with the third old man. After that, he came knocking on my door. When I opened the door, good grief, he saw me and shouted Naruto. I wasn't going to let him off easy. I immediately replied with something my mom taught me. "Oh, old pervert back?" He was instantly petrified and insisted that I call him grandpa, or at least uncle. Hilarious. There's no way I'm letting him take advantage of me. When he entered the house and saw me holding Naruto, he reminisced for a while, then suddenly asked me with a mysterious expression, "Naruto, do you want to learn ninjutsu? I can teach you." I couldn't help but curl my lips at that moment, thinking it was time to open his eyes. I started counting on my fingers. Sealing technique? I've learned that from my mom. Flying Thunder God? I learned that from my dad too. Rasengan? Sorry, I can do that as well. As soon as I finished speaking, I held my younger brother in my left arm, and with my right hand, I quickly created a huge Rasengan. Jiraiya's jaw probably dropped and bounced 3 times when it hit the ground. He stammered, "Why you? You little pervert. You're even more perverted than your dad." I'm not done yet. I took out a specially made kunai and threw it out. Whoosh. In an instant, I had teleported to the kunai's landing point. This time, Jiraiya was completely convinced laughing excitedly and saying that he had learned all of my dad's skills. But he still wasn't satisfied and said there was a hidden treasure I definitely wouldn't know. Sage techniques and summoning techniques. As soon as I heard this, I was thrilled. I just signed with Lonely Cave, and now Meow Moo Mountain is right at my doorstep. I immediately sweetly called out to Grandpa Jiraiya, and he was so flustered that he happily handed me the summoning scroll from Meow Moo Mountain. Family, I, Naruto Uzumaki, the first dual-sign sage of the ninja world, was born. The system also kicked in, saying that since I signed with Meow Moo Mountain, I was rewarded with a simulation training ground. I could train against myself, or fight against various powerful figure simulation data, like the first Hokage at 30% of his strength. ISNT this like a personal cheat code for me. My battle experience would skyrocket. After sending off Jiraiya, I remembered there was a grand prize I hadn't opened yet. The Hashirama cells. I quickly had the system arrange it for me. Ding! Fusion begins. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. It felt like all my cells were having a party, my vitality skyrocketed, and my chakra doubled. When the system notified me that I successfully awakened would release, I felt like I could shout out, "I shall stand above the heavens." I took a quick shot and controlled my chakra, and a bunch of lively little saplings instantly sprouted on the floor. Oh, what a pity. There's a camera on the ceiling watching. Otherwise, I would have created an Amazon rainforest for you right away. I was admiring my masterpiece when suddenly, a brilliant yet somewhat wicked idea popped into my head. Let me tell you, Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, right? And the first Hokage, Hashirama, is also the reincarnation of Ashura, right? So, rounding it off, R&T, they basically the same person. If I give my brother a shot of Hashirama's cells, can't he awaken would release on the spot too? Wow, this idea is simply amazing. Family, who understands? The Nine Tails and the Great Buddha, just thinking about that image gets me excited. But, after all, he is my own brother. What if something goes wrong? Where'd I find another one? No, I need to be cautious. Luckily, I have the technology and skills from Ant Snake, so I'll first create a clone to test the waters. Safety first. So I got to work. I left a shadow clone at home to take care of the kids, while my main body used a space ninjutsu to flash to a small forest. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of me appeared in a swarm. I put my hands on my hips and waved. Brothers, let us get to work. Dig out an underground base for me. Guess what? While others use shovels to dig, we're diving straight in with Rasengan, prioritizing efficiency. Before long, a massive underground space took shape. I quickly cast a ceiling barrier to completely erase this place from the map. Even gods would have trouble finding it. All right, you few. Go to the village and buy some equipment. You others, go borrow some wires for me to set up an underground power grid. Otherwise, my precious instruments will just be decorations. Watching hundreds of me transform into villagers, marching into the village for a 0 yuan purchase, I felt incredibly pleased. Shadow clones are truly an essential skill for any time traveler. After arranging all of this, I decided to enhance my combat abilities. To be honest, I haven't even had a proper fight yet. I'm just a theoretical king with an empty blue bar. System, take me to the simulation training ground. With a whoosh, I was pulled into a pure white space, facing a giant electronic screen, like playing a game. The screen was filled with the avatars of ninjutsu world big shots. Senju Hashirama, Achamadara, my chi parents. Wow, it's an all-star lineup of the ninja world. The system even quantified it for me, saying I now have shadow level strength. I spent half a day finally locking onto the target, MaskedMan Obito. System, your combat power assessment is a bit abstract, with such a bug-like ability as Kamui. You tell me he's only at the shadow level? Well, just right, I'll take you on. I directly selected my opponent, strength at 100%. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. The scene instantly switched to a vast forest, and the masked Obito in a black robe stood across from me. Seeing him, my anger flared up. Let me tell you, this traitor killed my own father. Without saying a word, I clapped my hands and used would release secret technique. Birth of the world of trees. Countless towering trees shot up from the ground, madly swirling towards him. What happened? He treated it like a stroll in his backyard. All the trees passed right through his body, showcasing the "you hit me, I'll let you hit" approach. Kamui. I know, this phasing has a 5-minute limit, and he must materialize when attacking. But at that moment, I was just a rookie with theoretical knowledge. Even though I knew his weakness, I couldn't react quickly enough when he materialized. He used fire release, and I had to fumble around forming hand seals to use water release to extinguish the fire. It was a complete mess. What a hassle. I got angry and directly threw a special kunai, then used shadow clone technique with shurikens, instantly surrounding him with hundreds of kunai. Of course, they all passed through him as well. But that was just a decoy. The next second, I formed a Rasengan in my right hand, using Flying Thunder God to flash behind him and press down. And it still passed through. While I was stunned, his iron chains suddenly locked around my throat. Now's my chance, I shouted in my heart, and at the moment he thought he had me, I vanished again, appearing behind him. This time he didn't have time to phase. With a loud bang, I kicked him away, and he crashed through a dozen trees like a top. His health bar finally dropped a notch. Once I figured out the routine, it became much easier to fight. I gradually mastered the rhythm, using Flying Thunder God to constantly circle around him, forcing him to phase and waiting for him to materialize. Finally, I seized the moment during one of his attacks. My right hand crackling with lightning, Raikiri. A single attack pierced through his heart. Ding! Uchiha Obito has been defeated, host wins. Phew. After the battle, I was completely exhausted. Even though I knew all his weaknesses, it was still so hard. Combat experience is so important. Next, I crazily farmed instances in the training ground, sparring with various big shots, and my combat experience shot up. In the end, I was still taken down by my cheap old man. His Flying Thunder God was simply unreasonable. After a month of such high-intensity training, my entire demeanor changed, and there was a hint of killing intent in my eyes. It was time to start my cloning plan. For the next year, let me tell you, I was practically glued to the lab. Every day was failure, and more failure. I don't know how many petri dishes exploded. Until that day, I looked at the cultivation tank, where a body identical to Naruto was quietly lying. Finally a success. I was so nervous my hands shook a bit as I carefully injected him with Hashirama's cells. And guess what? Perfect integration. No rejection at all. Truly the chosen one. This is incredible. I decided to observe for a while longer to ensure everything was foolproof. I left a shadow clone to watch and went home. As soon as I entered the door, a little baby, just over a year old, wobbled over and shouted, "Sister, sister, sister." My heart melted on the spot as I picked up my little brother Naruto. He pointed outside, babbling catch, wanting to go out and play. All right, let's go catch some fun. I put a little hat on him and took him out to the street. The villagers on the street had very polarized reactions upon seeing us. Some ran away as if they had seen a ghost, whispering about the nine-tails fox, while another group rushed over to argue with them, saying we were descendants of heroes. It almost turned into a fight right there. I couldn't help but sneer inside, feeling it was unfair for my cheap old dad, but these people only dared to argue. No one really dared to take action, which was much better than the treatment in the original story. I was watching a show while holding Naruto, and when I looked up, there was Itachi holding Sasuke. Little Itachi saw me and tried to escape like a mouse seeing a cat. "Hey, little Itachi, why are you running when you see your big sister?" I smiled and blocked his way. There's an urgent matter at home. He was so nervous. "Is that so?" I leaned in to look at the little one in his arms. "Is this your brother? Come on, let your sister hold him." But the little brat was unwilling, turning his head away and clinging tightly to his brother. Who understands family? Can I tolerate this? I quickly used my finger flicking technique and gave his little cheek a light tap. Wow! Sasuke immediately started crying, and it was a heart-wrenching cry. Meanwhile, my brother Naruto was watching him cry and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the ultimate contrast to me crying and him laughing. Itachi's face turned green, and I could tell he had mentally blocked me 100 times, but he didn't dare to say anything. I was satisfied after teasing Sasuke, and just as I wanted to take Itachi to eat dango, he made an excuse and bolted away, running faster than a rabbit. I was feeling a bit bored when I saw Yamato leading a girl past me, with Kakashi desperately chasing after them. My mind buzzed. I was familiar with this plot. Isn't this the part where Orochimaru betrays them? Why is it happening early? Sure enough, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Mission triggered. Rescue Yukimi and assist Orochimaru in escaping from Konoha. Mission reward. Smoke transformation. Good grief. So you won't issue a mission unless I step outside? Huh? Alright. I quickly sent Naruto home, used a shadow clone to watch the kids, and my main body activated the Sharingan to search the entire area. Found her. In a flash. I arrived at the Konoha forest. As soon as I got there, I saw Kakashi's Chidori almost hitting the girl's face. I immediately changed my position, used Flying Thunder God, and bundled both the girl and Orochimaru together, teleporting them straight to my secret base. You, who are you? The girl named Yukimi looked completely confused. I smiled at her. Don't be afraid. I just saved you. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Going out now is like walking to your death. I handed her over to one of my shadow clones to watch, and then dashed out again. Having saved someone, I still needed to save Orochimaru. Outside, Kakashi was troubled because someone was missing, but he finally managed to persuade Dei to team up with him to rescue Yukimi. As for me, I quickly located Orochimaru using my Kagura Hard Eye. He was in a terrible state, covered in blood, clearly having been ambushed by that old fool Danzo. Another incident? How did it end up so messy? I appeared in front of him. Orochimaru, seeing me, forced a smile. Hee, I've been schemed against by Danzo again. It's no surprise he got caught up in it, being in cahoots with him. I didn't bother to chat, and directly used a healing technique on him. Once his injuries were stabilized, I grabbed his sleeve and used Flying Thunder God to send him outside the Konoha barrier. What a convenient ninjutsu. Orochimaru looked back at Konoha with a complicated expression, then threw a scroll at me as a token of gratitude, saying it contained my research data from over the past year. I won't refuse then. I took the scroll, and now you're a rogue ninja, so be careful. If you need anything, you can come back to find me. I'm becoming more and more interested in Naruko. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, and then turned to disappear into the darkness. I watched his departing figure, still marveling at how powerful the wheels of history are. What is meant to happen will happen. Then, suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Let me tell you, as soon as Jiraiya appears, his aura is off the charts. He stands there like a wall. Orochimaru, don't run away, you can't escape. When Orochimaru turns around and sees it's Jiraiya, his expression, wow. In just 1 second he goes through 800 thoughts. First, there's a bit of surprise. Then he immediately puts on a cold smirk. Oh, Jiraiya, you still understand me? What is up? Did the third Hokage send you to catch me and take me back for a reward? I tell you, Jiraiya was in so much pain at that moment. It was almost written on his face. Why did you do this? Those children were living lives. When Orochimaru heard this, he laughed. And that laugh was colder than winter's ice. Children? There is no fairness in this world. Their sacrifices are to witness the birth of miracles. And I have succeeded. Jiraiya was taken aback. Miracles? Do you mean? Exactly. Orochimaru was so proud that his chin was almost lifted to the sky. I have already obtained the secret to immortality. If I had discovered earlier, die, Minato, none of them would have had to die. Tell me, isn't that a miracle? Jiraiya frowned and shook his head. It's too late. Everything is too late. Come back to the village with me. The old man won't blame you. Back to the village? Orochimaru laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. It's impossible. I know better than you what kind of person Sarutobi-sensei is. If he really wanted to keep me, I wouldn't be standing here now. But lying in Konoha's mortuary. He deliberately letting me go. You understand? Once those words were spoken, Jiraiya was completely at a loss. He knew that Orochimaru was speaking the truth. Since you refuse, then I have no choice but to take action. Jiraiya clapped his hands. Earth style. HZ's marsh. Instantly, the ground beneath Orochimaru turned into a muddy swamp, and he began to sink. And guess what? Orochimaru didn't panic at all. He even laughed. Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya. I know you too well. You can't bring yourself to kill me. You should go back. You won't catch me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke and disappeared, leaving behind a sentence drifting in the wind. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Don't hold back against my subordinates, or else you will die. Ha! Damn it! Jiraiya punched the ground, watching helplessly as his last brother ran away. I tell you, at that moment he really broke down. Tsunade had left, the Minato couple was gone, and now even Orochimaru had defected. He stood there alone, his back so desolate, murmuring, Why? Why is everyone leaving me? Just as Jiraiya was putting on an annual tragic drama, I, on the other hand, heard a ding. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward. Smoke transformation, no side effects, stable effect, not afraid of wind. Ding, body modification successful. I instantly felt a lightness all over. A brand new power surged in. I quickly glanced at the manual. Wow. Smoke transformation not only grants immunity to physical attacks, but also allows me to turn into smoke and enter others' bodies to control them directly. Who understands? This ability is simply tailor-made for experienced drivers. If I could control a handsome guy too. Cough, stop. How can I think so lewdly? However, using my own genes to clone a male body to experience, it seems like it's not impossible, right? Hey. I was happily planning when I looked up and saw Jiraiya walking back slowly like a lost zombie. I thought to myself, Orochimaru just ran that way. This old man must have lost him. I quickly floated in front of him and patted his shoulder. What's wrong, Grandpa? You look so down. This isn't the heroic Jiraiya I know. Jiraiya was startled and looked up to see me. Naruko? Why are you out here? It's dangerous. Hurry back with Grandpa. He tried to hug me, but I floated back to avoid him. What's the rush? I finally got out to get some fresh air. Did you not catch up with Orochimaru? Jiraiya was dumbfounded, his eyes wide. You. How can you fly? Is this the third Tsuchikage technique? I pouted and made up a story. What are you talking about? This is a technique I invented myself. Pretty cool, right? If you make yourself lighter, you can fly. It's so much fun. Jiraiya didn't doubt me. After all, I was a genius. He scooped me into his arms with a bitter smile. You little monster, let's go back. The outside world is very dangerous. On the way back, I started poking at his sore spot. Grandpa Jiraiya, why haven't you married a wife yet? Is it really like my mom says, that you're a big pervert and no one wants you? His face stiffened. Don't listen to your mom's nonsense. Grandpa is devoted. I've liked someone for a long time, but she doesn't like me. I secretly laughed in my heart while pretending to be innocent. Oh, I know. It's that sister Tsunade, right? But Grandpa, you're already 40. Liking a sister, isn't that a bit too much of a gap? Jiraiya almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 40 is the prime of life. Okay. And how do you know so much? My mom told me. I tilted my head, looking serious. She said you're a hero, but a bit of a pervert, and that you're too timid when it comes to chasing girls. If you had half the skills of my dad, you would have already won her over. After hearing this, Jiraiya was first stunned, then he actually laughed, his eyes rekindling with light. Your mom even praised me? That's rare. Don't worry, Grandpa will work hard. One day I will bring her home. I waved my little fist. Then you better work hard. Remember to treat me to a feast. A feast? Ha ha ha, sure. Next time I'll treat you to the wedding banquet. Jiraiya laughed all the way back to the village while holding me. As soon as we entered the village, I jumped out of his arms, waved goodbye, and went home. I needed to quickly plan my clone business. Being a girl is nice, but I still missed the joy of being a man. On the other side, Jiraiya went straight to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was smoking, leisurely asking, "Where's Orochimaru?" Jiraiya looked disappointed. I caught up to him, but he escaped again. "Let him go," Sarutobi Hiruzen said nonchalantly. "I'll send someone to chase him. What about you? Are you staying this time?" "No. I have to go," Jiraiya said firmly. "If I stay in the village, I'll just be a thorn in some people's side, and I don't want to die without knowing why." This statement was just short of directly naming Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen hit a soft spot and had to change the subject. "Naruko is 6 now. I'm planning to let her go to the ninja school. What do you think?" As soon as Naruko was mentioned, Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. "She can go. But listen carefully. Keep that old dog Danzo away from Naruko. If anything happens to them, I'll be the first to kill him." The killing intent he exuded made the temperature in the entire office drop several degrees. Then he dropped a bombshell. Naruko has already learned the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe. She learned the Flying Thunder God at 6? A genius. Truly a genius. Ha ha. Jiraiya, you found a good successor. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was clearly treating me as the next Hokage. Then it's settled. She will start school tomorrow. Jiraiya nodded and coldly added before leaving, "Warn Danzo. If he wants to die, just pretend I didn't say anything." After he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said to the air, "Sigh, everything I'm doing is for Konoha." Then he sent someone to call Danzo over. That night, there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, it was the third Hokage himself. Smiling like a Buddha, "Naruko, Grandpa came to see you. No one visits without a reason, and this old fox's arrival surely meant trouble." I invited him in, and he immediately said, "Naruko, do you want to go to ninja school? Learn ninjutsu and become a real ninja?" As soon as he finished speaking, a system task notification sounded in my head. Detecting special task. Agree to enroll and graduate within a year. Task reward. Special bloodline limit. Magnet release. Magnet release. That's a good thing. I must accept this task. I immediately put on a naive and eager expression. "Really, Grandpa Third? Of course I want to go. I want to be the first female Hokage, just like Dad, to protect the village and protect Naruto." My words expressed loyalty and painted a grand vision, making Sarutobi Hiruzen so happy that he burst into laughter. He even wanted to send someone to take care of Naruto, but I immediately created a shadow clone. No need. "Grandpa, I can handle it myself." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at my shadow clone, shocked again, and praised me a few times before leaving satisfied. Once he was gone, the smile on my face immediately faded. Ninja school? It seems like everyone in my year is just supporting characters, right? That kid Itachi Uchiha has already graduated. It's really annoying that he stole the spotlight. Next time I see him, I must give him a beating. The next day, I sent a shadow clone to take care of the kids at home while I went to report to ninja school. At the opening ceremony, the third Hokage droned on for over an hour, making me feel like I was about to break my electronic wooden fish. Finally, after the class assignments, the first lesson was actually kunai throwing. Seriously? It's 2025. Who still plays this? It's such a waste of my time. I scanned the room out of boredom, and suddenly my eyes lit up. In the crowd, there was a little girl with a purple headband. So cute, and importantly, she had a pair of Byakugan. Hey, is that Hinata's little sister? I can befriend her. It was her turn, and she was called Hinata 1010. The little girl casually threw a kunai, and whoosh, it hit the target perfectly. Not bad, not bad. Soon it was my turn. I pulled out 8 kunai from my ninja tool pouch, spun them in my hands with a smirk. Let me show you a thing or two. With a flick of my wrist, all 8 kunai flew out, clattering against each other in the air, tracing 8 incredible arcs, and finally, bang, bang, bang. All 8 targets were hit right in the center. The entire place fell silent, and the next second, the boys in the class looked like their eyes were about to pop out, hearts practically bursting from their eyes. What a scene! It was like walking dopamine. Just then, the little girl 1010, perhaps awed by my display, curiosity piqued, directly opened her Byakugan on me. The next second, she screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Her face pale, and she plopped down on the ground, shaking like a leaf. My heart sank. Wow, this little girl. She must have directly seen the big orange fox inside me. This little girl has quite the sharp eyes, being able to penetrate my chakra and see the Nine Tails' true form. I remember thinking at that moment, you little brat, you want to sneak a peek at my cards? Scared silly, huh? I dashed over in one swift move, fully embodying the drama queen. Let me tell you, Tiankue, are you okay? I quickly supported her, and my expression was so concerned that even I believed it myself. The supervising teacher was startled and hurried over, looking completely bewildered. This girl, Hinata Tiankue, turned pale, covering her eyes and shaking her head, saying she was fine. Just tired from yesterday's training. Tired? Huh. I don't believe you for a second. I immediately slapped her face with a palm technique. Just for fun, I have to say, this move is actually quite effective for relieving mental fatigue. The girl was stunned for a moment. Her face turned bright red, and she quietly thanked me. I smiled at her and said mysteriously, no need to thank me. But you should be careful in the future. Your eyes are impressive. But not everything is meant to be looked at so casually. Seeing her look of lingering fear, I knew my intimidation had worked. I took the opportunity to guide her to a nearby spot to rest, my mind racing with plans. After all, she's the little beauty of the Hyuga family. If I build a good relationship now, once my body returns to normal, it'll be. Hey. She still wanted to refuse. But how could I let her get away? I directly pushed her to sit down. The girl's face turned even redder. She probably hadn't interacted with outsiders like this before. The opportunity has come, everyone. I smoothly launched into my next move. You can call me Naruko. By the way, Tiankue, why are you wearing a headscarf on such a hot day? Her expression darkened as she stammered something about her forehead being cold. Are you kidding me? Do you think I haven't read the original work? What's hidden beneath, that is definitely the curse of the caged bird from the branch family. I won't break the ice and will directly enter strategy mode. Is that so? That's quite cute too. How about we train together in the future? What do you think about being friends? Friday. Friends? Her eyes widened in surprise. Let me tell you, her expression was as if she had just heard a frog speak. I mean, it's understandable. After all, I'm the daughter of the 4th Hokage, and it's a bit confusing for me to actively seek friendship with a girl from the branch family. But I could clearly see the little touch of emotion in her heart. She immediately agreed, smiling sweetly. Hey, got it. Once we're friends, helping her break that cursed seal will be a piece of cake, right? The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are no joke. After school, we walked side by side, watching other kids being picked up by their parents, while it was just the two of us alone. I casually asked, Tiankue, where are your parents? She looked up at the sky and said, they were gone during the Nine Tails rampage. Wow, my heart sank a little. Isn't that a coincidence? I immediately pulled her into my arms and said, I'm sorry. My family is also gone. From now on, I will be your family. Starting today, I will be your family, focusing on a two-way companionship. The little girl couldn't hold back and cried in my arms. We are both lost souls in the world. After she finished crying, I pulled her to the small grove where I usually train. But as soon as we arrived, I was stunned. Wow, what a dream collaboration. Itachi Uchiha, and next to him, oh my, isn't that Shursui Uchiha? I walked over directly and casually said, yo, little weasel, you're here too? When Uchiha Itachi saw me, his face instantly turned red, and he quietly called out, big sister. Uchiha Shursui, who was next to him, was completely stunned. He definitely knew me, but hearing his brother call me big sister left him with a look of confusion. Like, who am I and where am I? It was just too much. I ignored him and directly greeted Shursui. Hello, Uchiha Shursui. I've heard so much about you. This left Shursui even more shocked. You know me? I gave him a mysterious smile and said in a lowered voice, I not only know you, but I also know many of your secrets. For example, I can see the future. Do you believe it? I dropped that line and directly pulled the awestruck Tion Koei away, leaving the Uchiha brothers in a state of confusion. I even specially arranged to meet Shursui at our usual place in the evening. On the way, Tion Koei kept chattering. Naruko, Uchiha Itachi, is a legend in our school, the boss of the first years. He.S. actually your little brother? I proudly raised my head and said, of course. Even if he becomes the boss, he still has to call me big sister. I casually found a place with Tion Koei, and we practiced for over half an hour. This little girl has a solid foundation, but her practical experience is lacking. I felt like a sparring partner, feeding her techniques and making her work hard. As it got late, and there are many rules of the Hyuga house, I could only take her back to the entrance of her clan. Watching her glance back 3 times, reluctant to part, I felt quite emotional. By the time I got home, that old man from the 3rd generation probably already received a full report from the Umbu. He must be secretly pleased, thinking that by finding me a companion, he could tie me firmly to Konoha with bonds. Old man, just wait and see. After playing with my brother Naruto for a while, I used a body flicker technique and returned to the training ground in the evening. Uchiha Shursui had indeed come. Upon seeing me, he got straight to the point. Go ahead, what do you want to tell me? I looked at him and directly silenced him with a single sentence. I told you, 3 years from now you're going to die. Do you believe it? His pupils suddenly constricted. Why? Because of your eyes. I stared at him and said word by word, if I'm not mistaken, you've already activated your kaleidoscope Sharingan, right? At this moment, Uchiha Shursui completely lost his composure. The shock on his face was impossible to hide. He must be thinking, this is something only heaven and earth know. How does a 6-year-old kid know about it? I didn't give him time to react and continued throwing bombs. The one who wants your eyes is Shimura Danzo. He will take one of your eyes, and the other will be left for Itachi. Then, your Uchiha clan will be completely exterminated. Hey, just then, a system notification sounded in my head. Defeat Uchiha Shursui. Change his fate. Mission reward. Unlimited chakra. Wow, is there really such a good thing? I'm going to take off right here. This must be achieved. After hearing what I said, Jishuei was completely stunned, but what he cared about the most was his family. Really? Is there no other way? I looked at him, my eyes filled with sincerity. There is a way, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. I have a plan. To revive my father, Minato Namikaze. Revive the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Shursui's voice was incredulous. How? How is that possible? There's nothing impossible. I stepped in front of him and extended my hand. I need your power to change all of this. Whether for yourself, for the village, or for Itachi, join me. He looked at me, his eyes full of struggle and disbelief. In the end, it seemed like he made a certain decision and nodded. Our hands, one big and one small, were just holding each other like that. So, what should I do now? He asked. I took out a specially made kunai from my pocket and handed it to him. What you need to do now is to get stronger and stay away from Toby. Take this, the Flying Thunder God kunai. If you're in danger, use your chakra to activate it, and I can instantly be by your side. He took the kunai, his hands trembling, the Flying Thunder God. I actually know how to use it. Before he finished speaking, I had already silently appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. What do you think? What do you think? We have to do something big. I just broke up with that guy Jishuei and slipped back home right away. This is serious. I immediately took out the 1st generation Hokage cells and without a second thought, arranged it for my brother Naruto. 2 shadow clones stood there as bodyguards. And that was that. All right, Jishuei's side exploded too. Just as I left, a bunch of black-clad men popped up. Good grief, they're from Danzo's route. Jishuei only then realized he had already been targeted. On the other side, Danzo is still eyeing his Sharingan, and he's also got his sights set on Kakashi. What a shameless Sharingan collector, and he dares to talk about the evil Uchiha. But these are minor issues. My next plan is going to be explosive. Reviving my parents. The impure world reincarnation technique. Others can't use it, but I can. I've already got my hands on Ant Snake's research materials, and I know exactly where the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are. I directly used a flash and arrived at the dilapidated temple outside the village, where I found the Death God mask. Next, I needed a sacrifice. Who among my family understands? I didn't even have to look for a sacrifice. I could just use one of the 2 root ninjas who had been tracking me and whom I had dealt with earlier. I could easily perform the impure world reincarnation on one of them. Perfect tool. I controlled and put on the death god mask, and wow, that sense of oppression. A huge shadow of the death god stood up directly. I had him grab a knife and slash at his own belly, and in an instant, my dad's soul swooshed out. Done. That mask is a treasure. I directly stored it in the system space to prevent others from picking it up. Then, I took out the cells of my dad and mom that I had prepared earlier, clapped my hands, and performed the impure world reincarnation. With a flash of light, my dad, Minato Namikaze, and my mom, Kushina Uzumaki, stood alive right in front of me. Although it was just their impure bodies, it was enough to make me cry. As soon as my mom Kushina saw me, she rushed over and hugged me tightly. I quickly explained to them, saying not to worry, this is just the first step. I've already found a real way to bring you back to life. When my dad heard this, he frowned and said, Mingzi, using living people as sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation is absolutely not acceptable. My mom also advised me, saying we shouldn't harm others for their sake. I laughed at that moment and said, Dad, Mom, you are outdated. I've improved this technique, focusing on being green, environmentally friendly, and harmless, with no need for sacrifices. As I spoke, I performed the reanimation technique on another root tool user right there, giving them a live demonstration. My dad was shocked at that moment, his mouth wide open, and it took him a long time to finally say, my daughter is truly a genius. Just then, a notification rang in my head. System task incoming. Revive the Wave Wind Watergate couple. Reward. Dragon Cave Immortal Technique. Wow, isn't this a free gift? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I grabbed their hands and said, let's go. I'll show you something more exciting. The next second, the three of us appeared directly in my secret base. My dad was confused again. Is this Flying Thunder God? No, I didn't feel any technique. I proudly put my hands on my hips and said, Dad, this is what I developed after researching your technique, the fourth stage of Flying Thunder God. It directly locks on his spatial coordinates. No shuriken needed. The expressions on my parents' faces were incredibly proud, as if they were about to praise me to the skies. I led them into the laboratory and pointed at the several huge cultivation tanks. I said, look, this is your new body, the clones. Naruto's and my own are also inside. When my dad hears the word research, he gets nervous and asks if I've been doing human experiments. I quickly shift all the blame to Orochimaru, saying I'm just a technician moving the work around, and these clones are just a bunch of cells, not considered people. Then I explained that the reason for making clones for Naruto is to transplant Senju cells into him, to awaken would release and suppress the Nine Tails. Moreover, I have already successfully tested it myself. When my mom heard that I was experimenting on myself, she was so heartbroken that she hugged me tightly and said I was being too reckless. My dad also looked guilty, feeling that they hadn't taken good care of me. I quickly comforted them, saying it was okay, as long as the outcome was good. Just then, my dad suddenly pointed at my clone and frowned, saying, Mingzi, what's that extra thing down there on your clone? Huh, it was discovered. I can only laugh it off, I just wanted to experience what it's like to be a man. Being a girl is too troublesome, with periods and childbirth. I don't want to deal with that. My dad looked helpless, while my mom nearby burst out laughing and said openly, kids have their own ideas, right? Boys and girls are the same. They're all our daughters. My mom really understands me. I handed a scroll that contained the soul transfer technique to my parents and let them practice it first. Once the clone body is cultivated, they can directly transfer their souls and achieve a perfect resurrection. Then, I left a shadow clone to catch them up on the major events of the past few years, such as the return of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's defection, and the Uchiha clan's impending extinction. When my dad heard about the Uchiha being exterminated, he became anxious and said it must be stopped. I told him, Dad, I revived you for this reason. You need to hurry back and reclaim the Hokage position. Then, I dropped an even more explosive bombshell. I asked him, Dad, do you want to know who that mysterious masked man was who lured you away from my mom and released the Nine Tails? They both instantly became serious. I cleared my throat and said, that person you are very familiar with. It is Uchiha Obito. My parents were completely stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. I continued, he is not dead. He was saved by Uchiha Obito. Yes, Obito is also not dead. He is alive and well. Obito opened the Mangeki Sharingan because of Rin's death, which led to that space ninjutsu. This double blow left them both speechless. After I finished telling them everything I knew, I slipped away to let them digest it on their own. When I got home, I saw that my younger brother Naruto had perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells, and he was wobbling over to me, calling out, sister, sister. I hugged him, and hey, being an older sister feels pretty good. 2 months passed like this. I went to school every day and practiced with others after class, rapidly gaining combat experience. Finally, The clone cultivation was complete. In the secret base, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. My dad was the first to go. I looked at him and said, "Dad, are you ready? When I count to 3 and release the impure world reincarnation, you immediately use that technique to transfer your soul." My dad took a deep breath and nodded. "Come on." I clapped my hands. Impure world reincarnation. Release. My father's body instantly began to turn to dust, and at the same time, he shouted, "No corpse reincarnation technique." A soul emerged from his body and accurately rushed into the brand new body in the cultivation tank. The next second, the body of Minato Namikaze in the tank suddenly opened its eyes. A powerful aura erupted. It worked. I was so excited that I jumped up. My mom was also in tears of joy. My dad, feeling the real flesh, shouted excitedly, "Kushina, I have been resurrected. Quick, it's going to be fine." I immediately got a set for my mom as well, and it was equally perfect and successful. My dad tightly embraced my mom and me, and the 3 of us cried together. From now on, our family would never be separated again, my mom said with a choked voice. I nodded heavily, Mom and Dad, we will never be apart again. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a ding in my head. Wow. The system reward was credited directly. Dragon Cave Immortal Technique. Let me tell you, that feeling was amazing. The power of chakra multiplied several times, and I felt like I could punch a cow to death now. But before I could even enjoy that excitement for 3 seconds, a huge reality hit us. I looked at my parents and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, Mom, you're listed as deceased in the village records, right? The grass on your graves is probably a meter high by now. How do we explain this sudden return? We can't just say, 'Hey, everyone, we grew back from the ground.' Right. I actually have a super bold plan in mind. Directly let the stopwater open a portal to a certain heavenly deity, control that old guy Danzo, and make him tell the whole village that the 4th Hokage couple faked their deaths back then. Once this reason comes out, not only can my parents return in a justified manner, but they can also conveniently deal with that tumor Danzo, and my dad's Hokage position would be back, right? It's simply perfect. But I know my dad too well, Minato Namikaze, the golden flash of Konoha, who emphasizes righteousness and justice. He definitely wouldn't go for such shady operations. Sure enough, he frowned and said this matter needs to be considered carefully, can't be too sudden, and suggested contacting Jiraiya-sensei to discuss it first. Fine. You adults always have so many issues. But speaking of Jiraiya, who understand my family? He was the biggest regret from my past life watching Naruto. He was so close to being with Tsunade. He was so close to bringing Orochimaru back. He was so close to seeing Naruto become Hokage. Let me tell you, this time I'm here, no matter what. I can't let these regrets happen again. I must give him a perfect ending. I was there feeling extremely emo when suddenly I felt a heat in my eyes, and a huge, dark power surged in. I quickly lowered my head, and to my surprise, I actually opened my eyes. From 1 hook to 2 hooks, and then I jumped straight to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In those crimson eyes was a bagua pattern, both eerie and cool. I was startled and quickly closed it. Fortunately, my parents were too excited to notice what was happening on my side. As soon as I hid my eyes, my dad looked over with a puzzled expression. "Naruto, why do I feel like this body is a bit different? It seems like I can use would release. And there's a very dark power?" He caught red-handed. I scratched my head and smiled, "Dad, I added some enhancements to this body, merging a bit of Senju cells and Uchiha cells. After all, Madara is too strong. We need to cheat a bit. Now I have would release, and who knows, maybe I can even unlock the Sharingan in the future. Whether you use it or not is up to you. But our combat power has to be maxed out." My dad fell silent for a moment after hearing that, then finally nodded. "It makes sense. Facing someone like Uchiha Madara, an extraordinary existence, it's understandable to feel a bit uneasy without some kind of cheat. He is still young, with would release and Kurama, and if he spends another decade or so, it's not impossible for him to beat the resurrected Madara." Seeing that their mood was getting better, I quickly took the hint and made myself scarce. All right, it's been a long time since you two have seen each other. I won't be a third wheel. There are rooms over there, feel free. My parents were both left in a state of laughter and embarrassment for my teasing. My mom even muttered quietly that I must have been corrupted by those 2 old perverts, Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage. I couldn't care less. Leaving the lab, I immediately took out the clone body I had prepared long ago, a version of myself at 18, clean-shaven and incredibly handsome. In the next moment, I transformed into a cloud of smoke and slipped inside. Wow, what a long-lost feeling. It's so much more comfortable playing as myself. I moved my limbs around, absolutely overjoyed. After changing into new clothes, I vanished in an instant. On the other side, Jiraiya was wandering outside the village, gathering material when suddenly a frog jumped out with a croak, spitting out a scroll. Lord Jiraiya, a letter from Lord Minato. I tell you, Jiraiya was completely petrified at that moment. Minato? Which Minato? My disciple who has been dead for almost 2 years? He opened the scroll with a face full of questions. And after reading a few lines, tears streamed down his face like a 200-pound child, constantly shouting, "Not dead. Minato is not dead." Then he rushed towards Konoha like crazy. As for me, I changed into a new body and originally planned to stroll around the street. Maybe tease Sister Hong or Sister Shi in a bit, but when I used Kagura's heart eye to scan, good grief, not a single beautiful NPC was around. They all went out of the village for missions. What a loss. I dressed up so handsomely for nothing. Just when I was feeling bored, I suddenly saw Kakashi rushing out of the village like his, but was on fire. Oh, the Umbu have a mission again? Since I had nothing better to do, I might as well follow him to see some fun. Hey, as soon as I reached the village entrance, I discovered that 2 root ninjas were sneaking behind us. I couldn't help but laugh. That old fox Danzo is up to no good again? I quietly followed and watched Kakashi winding around before finally jumping into a well. Below was clearly a secret base, probably Orochimaru's lair. Those 2 from Root were even more impressive. They actually bypassed Kakashi and went in to set up an ambush ahead of time. Just as Kakashi reached a large door and was about to break the seal, suddenly, with a swish, the door was covered in explosive tags. Just when it seemed he was about to be blown up, someone suddenly appeared beside him and saved him with a wood pillar wall. As soon as I saw him, I thought, oh, isn't this Yamato, the future captain of the Konoha Green Team? Kakashi recognized him, called him Ka, and asked in surprise how he ended up here. Yamato replied that he was on a mission nearby. Kakashi knew very well that he was definitely sent by Danzo, but he didn't expose him. So what happened? The moment they stepped into a room, 1 second they were teammates, and the next second, Yamato pulled out a kunai and slashed at Kakashi's leg. Kakashi was stunned, with a look on his face that said, "Are you serious?" Yamato didn't waste any words and swung his blade at him. The 2 of them immediately got into a fierce fight. That kid Yamato was also something else. While they were fighting, he specifically brought up Lin to provoke Kakashi, saying, "Why do you have to talk to me when you're the one who killed your own partner?" I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Kakashi exploded on the spot. Rin was his Achilles heel. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a roar, he formed Chidori in his right hand. The lightning crackled, and he looked like a king of thunder, instantly taking down Yamato. Kakashi's Chidori was pressed against Yamato's neck, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he roared. "My Chidori only kills traitors. Are you a traitor of Konoha?" Just then, another root ninja popped up, mocking him. "Ja, I didn't expect you to mess up too." Kakashi saw another one coming, and with his chakra already running low, things got even more troublesome. Before he could make a move, suddenly a huge white snake with hair lunged out from the shadows and swallowed the new root ninja in one bite. What the hell is this thing? Orochimaru's pet? After the white snake swallowed one, it opened its blood-stained mouth again, and countless small snakes flew out, instantly wrapping up Yamato like a rice dumpling. And then it took another bite and swallowed him too. Kakashi was in a panic, wanting to save him, desperately trying to form another Chidori. But after struggling for a long time, it fizzled out with a sound, completely drained of chakra. Just as Yamato was about to be digested, I shook my head from the shadows. Looks like I have to personally step in as outside support. I quickly gathered high-pressure water in my mouth and aimed at the white snake's head. Water style, water severing wave. With a bang, the white snake's head exploded. Kakashi was stunned, but he reacted quickly and jumped down to drag Yamato out from the snake's corpse. However, the snake blood was toxic, and after exploding, it turned into poisonous mist. Kakashi took a breath, ran a couple of steps, and then collapsed to the ground. Surprisingly, Yamato was fine. He helped Kakashi escape from a base, and even injected him with an antidote. Looking at the unconscious Kakashi, Yamato was conflicted. He held a kunai, gesturing at Kakashi's neck for a long time, but in the end, he sighed and couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as he walked away, I appeared behind him like a ghost. Let me tell you, Kakashi was in a terrible state at that time, covered in wounds and still poisoned. I went up and used a healing technique, quickly bringing him back to full health in just a few minutes. After about a minute, Kakashi woke up, opened his eyes, and when he saw me, he looked completely dazed. "Naruko? What are you doing here?" His first reaction was not to thank me, but to grab my hand and try to run, shouting that it was dangerous here. "Calm down, brother, you just woke up. I've already taken care of the situation." I pulled him back and shoved a note from Day into his hand. After reading the note, Kakashi's expression changed again. "Oh no, Jiraiya is in danger. he started to pull me again. Honestly, communicating with him was quite a challenge. I had to hold him back again and said, Kakashi, don't rush. That guy can't get far. I have Flying Thunder God, and I can catch up in no time. When I said this, Kakashi's expression was one of shock, his pupils shaking, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. A 6-year-old child can use Flying Thunder God? Can you believe it? Seeing my serious face, he probably thought I had no reason to lie to him, so he believed me. Once he calmed down, I thought, since I'm here, I might as well drop a big bomb. I cleared my throat, looked in his eyes, and said word by word, Kakashi, actually my dad is not dead. His expression was like he heard me say the earth is flat. He was stunned for a long time, then started to comfort me, saying that once a person is dead, they can't come back to life, and I shouldn't be too sad. I thought to myself, buddy, you're the one who needs help. I had to emphasize again. It's true, my dad is coming back soon, and when he does, the third Hokage and Danzo will definitely make a move. I'm telling you this so you know what's going on. Seeing him still have that dazed look as if I was crazy, I decided to drop the ultimate bomb. Not only can I bring my dad back, but I can also revive Rin. The moment I mentioned Rin, Kakashi froze completely. He sat there blankly, his eyes filled with struggle and longing, and he would rather believe it was true. Trembling, he asked me, Sensei Minato, when will he come back? Rin, can she really be revived? That's more like it. I smiled and said, aren't you trying to save that guy named Jiraiya? First, go save him. After that, I'll take you to meet my dad. They're in Konoha right now, and once you see him, everything will make sense. As soon as Kakashi heard this, he nodded immediately, looking as if he had been energized. I grabbed his hand and, with a whoosh, activated Flying Thunder God, and we directly returned to Konoha. The feeling was just smooth. When Kakashi landed, he was still a bit dizzy and looked at me as if I were a monster, continuously marveling at my genius. All right, enough flattery. I urged him to hurry and report to the third Hokage, or Dave might really be in trouble. He dashed into Sarutobi's house all by himself. I was waiting outside alone, and wow, Kakashi had been inside for quite a while without coming out. I was a bit impatient and directly activated my Kagura Shingon to scan 360 degrees without any blind spots. Hey, guess what? Kakashi was with a dark ninja girl named Yuzuki Yugao, and they were rushing towards the root base in a hurry. I mean, I have to say, Yugao's figure. Wow, cough, cough, I digress. Let's go take a look. By the time I arrived, the root base was already in chaos. Danzo was yelling at Yamato, holding a wooden, fake Sharingan in his hand, his face turning green with anger. He was Pyuing Yamato, saying things like he was just a tool of Root, with no emotions, no past or future. Was he running a pyramid scheme here? But our Yamato was also quite stubborn, directly confronting him. I am not a tool. I have a name. I'm also a ninja of Konoha. Why should we fight among ourselves? Danzo immediately lost his composure, pulled his bandages, and with a glare of his Sharingan, he cast an illusion that knocked Yamato down and ordered people to drag him away to reinforce the seal. Just then, Kakashi arrived. He had originally come with Yugao, but the Root members didn't even give the third Hokage face and directly blocked them outside. Kakashi told Yugao to quickly go back and get reinforcements. He couldn't wait any longer. He pushed up his forehead protector, activated his Sharingan, and took down 2 guards with illusions before charging in. He found Yamato, dispelled the illusion, and the two began to make a run for it. But what kind of place is the Root base? It's the old den. They hadn't run far before being blocked by Danzo, leading a large group of people. When Danzo saw Kakashi, it was a mix of old grudges and new hatred. Without saying a word, he sent a wind release, vacuum sphere their way. Yamato, being loyal, pushed Kakashi aside with a wood release, wood pillar wall, and took the hit himself. What happened? The wooden wall shattered like paper, and Yamato was blasted away. Kakashi caught Yamato, but seeing the dense crowd of Root ninjas around them, he knew they were in trouble. Danzo didn't give them a chance to breathe, opened his mouth, and a bigger vacuum sphere came rushing at them. Kakashi gritted his teeth, using his last bit of chakra to create a earth release, earth wall, and Yamato also stacked a wood release. But it was useless. The 2 layers of defense were torn apart like paper in an instant, and both of them were blown away, covered in blood, on the verge of meeting their end. Just at that critical moment, I, the mysterious masked man, made my grand entrance. I teleported in front of the 2 of them, took on Danzo's attack with my body, and then sarcastically said, I say, Danzo, if you and Konoha don't want these 2 people, why not give them to me? Danzo saw my outfit, his pupils constricted, clearly recognizing me, and was extremely wary of me. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I used a technique of darkness, and in an instant, the entire space was engulfed in pitch blackness, unable to see my own hand in front of my face. Before leaving, I even left a parting remark, "Bye-bye." Then I directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique with Kakashi and Yamato and made my escape. Toby, furious in the darkness, unleashed waves of attacks, but they all missed. By the time the third Hokage and his team arrived, they found only Toby, stomping his feet in anger at the scene. I brought the two of them back to my secret base, and as soon as we landed, Kakashi thrust a Chidori towards my heart, shouting, "It's you who killed the teacher." I was so stunned that I quickly, revealing my 6-year-old cute self. "Brother, it's me. We're on the same side." Kakashi and Yamato looked at me with their eyes nearly popping out. Just then, my dad, Minato Namikaze, sensed Kakashi's chakra and appeared before us with a Flying Thunder God technique. Now, it was Kakashi's turn to be completely petrified. He looked at the living Minato-sensei, trembling all over, unable to speak clearly. "LLL sensei? Why you're really still alive?" My dad is still as sunny as ever, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm alive." Kakashi was so excited that he immediately turned to me, remembering what I said. "Naruto, does Rin also have a chance?" I looked into his expectant eyes, nodded but still decided to give him some intensity. After all, short pain is better than long pain. I said, "You could be revived, but there's something I need to tell you. Actually, Obito is not dead. The last time I transformed into that masked man, it was him. He watched you kill Rin with his own eyes, and now he has completely turned to darkness, wanting to take revenge on the world." I continue, "Your left eye Sharingan is the best proof. You don't have Uchiha blood, so it's impossible for you to awaken it by yourself. It was only after Obito was nearby, witnessing everything and receiving a huge shock, that his right eye awakened a Sharingan, which then synchronized with your left eye. After you fell into a coma, all the mist shinobi around were killed by him." As soon as these words were spoken, Kakashi broke down on the spot. His legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands, crying like a child, repeatedly mumbling, "I'm sorry. Obito, I'm sorry. Rin, I feel heartbroken just looking at it." I sighed and said to my dad, "Dad, please comfort Kakashi a bit. I'm going to talk to Yamato." I left my father, the post-war counselor, in place and took Yamato, who was still in shock, to another room. I'll get straight to the point. "Oh no, Yamato, you've been afflicted by Danzo's tongue curse seal, right? I'll undo it for you right now." Yamato looked incredulous. A 6-year-old child claiming to be able to the highest level curse seal? I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I just said, "Our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are the ancestors of Konoha's. Undoing this is a piece of cake. Stick out your tongue." He hesitantly complied. I extended 2 fingers and gently touched the seal at the base of his tongue. Release technique. In an instant, that black curse seal seemed to come alive as I forcibly pulled it out from his tongue, dissipating into a cloud of chakra in the air. All done. Yamato, feeling an unprecedented sense of freedom in his tongue, was so excited that he nearly knelt down to thank me repeatedly. I waved my hand and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. The reason I'm helping you break the seal is for a purpose. You've seen it. My father, the 4th Hokage, is still alive. I want you to join my father's direct Anbu. From now on, you will have no relationship with the Root. They only see you as an experiment. And you know how many of your comrades they have killed. I hope you can see the truth. Can you do that?" Yamato furrowed his brow like a twisted donut, struggled for a while, and finally spoke up, "As long as I don't have to harm my comrades in the village, I'm in. I told you." As soon as he said that, I knew there was a chance. He knows the situation well. That place down there is just a big pit. Danzo treats them as expendables, and he's already shaken. I immediately reassured him, "Don't worry. Do you have any idea who my dad is? He's the kind of person who would risk his life for the village. How could he let you do that dirty work? But if you're a traitor, then you deserve to be dealt with." I changed the subject and got serious. Think about it. What about all the things Danzo has done? Was the 3rd Hokage blind or deaf? He just watched it all happen. Does someone like that even deserve to sit in that position? My words clearly struck a nerve. He lowered his head and thought for a long time, probably recalling those dark days at the Root and all the times Kakashi let him off the hook. Finally, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze incredibly resolute. "I agree. I will join Lord Fourth's direct Anbu." "Great. It's done." Ding. The system prompt in my mind exploded instantly. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward has been issued. Chakra absorption ability, including Sage Arts, Yin Yang release. All attribute chakra." Oh my. Does anyone understand this? This incredible fortune came out of nowhere. This ability is simply outrageous. I almost laughed out loud. On the other hand, my dad wasn't idle either, giving Kakashi a thorough psychological counseling session. Kakashi's state, Sai, It's just unbelievable, as if he lost his soul. Repeating the same few lines. It's all my fault. Obito ended up like this. My dad supported him and said seriously, Kakashi, pull yourself together. Naruto can revive me. So he can revive Rin. As long as Rin comes back, there's hope on Obito's side. Look at my dad's confidence in me. It's even stronger than my own. When Kakashi heard this, his dead fish eyes instantly lit up, as if he had been electrified. Sensei. Really? Rin can really be revived? Look at me. Am I not the best proof? My dad patted his shoulder. Just then, my mom, Kushina Uzumaki, strolled out from a base and saw Kakashi, which surprised her. Oh? ISNT this Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out, and he tremblingly called out, Kushina. Sister? I'm alive too. My mom walked over and gently ruffled Kakashi's white hair, saying, You've worked hard all these years. As a result, Kakashi's eyes turned red, and he began to blame himself again. No, I didn't do anything. My mom interrupted him directly. It's okay, it's okay. You'll be busy in the future. The Watergate needs to become Hokage again, and you're the main force. My dad also said, Yes, Kakashi. You need to tell us in detail about what happened in the village over the years. As soon as I saw that the atmosphere was about right, I led Yamato over. Dad, Mom, Kakashi, let me introduce you to a new colleague. This is Tenzo, and he'll be your direct subordinate in the Umbu from now on. I've already lifted the seal on him. As soon as Kakashi saw him, he immediately said, Minato-sensei, his name is Tenzo. Tenzo? My dad nodded, all right. From now on his code name will be Tenzo. Come, follow me. Just as my dad was about to take him inside, guess what happened? Yukimi, the little girl I saved before, happened to come out of the laboratory. As soon as she saw Yamato, her eyes lit up. Tenzo, what are you doing here? Yamato also looked surprised. Yukimi? Wow, they know each other. My dad was quite quick-witted and waved his hand. You two catch up first. Kakashi, let's go. Yukimi directly grabbed Tenzo's hand and bounced off to show him around the base. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was already anxious to the point of wanting to tear the roof off. The office was filled with smoke, and he roared at the Umbu. Where are they? Kakashi and a would-release ninja, two living people, just vanished in the village? The Umbu below were almost in tears. Sir, it's like they evaporated from the world. We can't find them. Useless. Expand the search radius. The wood release cannot fall into the hands of another village. The old man was really anxious, probably imagining all the worst-case scenarios in his mind. In our base, Kakashi has already revealed all the village's troubles over the years to my dad, especially those schemes by Danzo. My dad's expression grew darker as he listened. And finally, he made a decision. All right, I understand. Kakashi, you go ahead and contact our former subordinates, but hold off on taking action for now. Jiraiya-sensei will be back soon, and we will act once he arrives. I checked the time and said, Kakashi, Tenzo, you two need to go back. If you don't show up soon, that old fox, Sarutobi, will start to get suspicious. All right, we'll head back now. Wait, I pulled him back. Going back like this definitely won't work. Let me tell you, if you want to fool that old fox, you have to act better than him. I'll take you outside the village, and you two need to pretend to be seriously injured, like you fought your way back with all your might, got it? Kakashi understood immediately and nodded at me. The next second, I had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring the two of them outside Konoha Village. Kakashi, Tenzo, sorry for the trouble. Wow, these two guys sure know how to take it seriously. They exchanged glances, and without saying a word, both slapped their hands on their chests at the same time, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Their faces instantly turned pale. I gave them a thumbs up. Professional. Go quickly. Then I slipped away. The two of them supported each other, limping towards the village entrance. Their acting was so good that even the Oscars owed them a little golden statuette. The guarding ninja was stunned at the sight. Kakashi-senpai? What happened to you? As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them fell to the ground in perfect unison, passing out immediately. Quick, go report to Lord Hokage. Take them to the hospital. The entrance was instantly in chaos. When the news reached the third Hokage, he was taken aback. What? They've been found injured? He immediately rushed to the hospital with his team. Upon arrival in the ward, the doctor said, Lord Hokage, don't worry, they were brought in on time. There's no danger to their lives, but they need to rest for a few days. The third Hokage nodded and walked to the bedside. At that moment, Kakashi weakly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Lord, third, don't move, lie down. The third Hokage was extremely concerned. What happened? Who took you away? I'll tell you, the main event is coming. Kakashi coughed twice and, in a feeble voice, began to act. It's that masked man, the one who summoned the Nine Tails last time. He captured us and said he wanted to cooperate with Danzo to eradicate the Uchiha clan. He said that it was Danzo who leaked the address of Sister Kushina back then. We fought desperately to escape, and he was injured too, which is why he didn't chase us. This whole act was something we had discussed beforehand. The blame must be firmly placed on Danzo's shoulders. After listening, the third Hokage appeared shocked and furious. Danzo, what on earth is he trying to do? But I'll tell you, Kakashi's Sharingan is no decoration. He clearly caught the fleeting murderous intent in the old man's eyes. This old fox is acting better than anyone. I see, the third said with a serious face. I will get to the bottom of this matter. You all take care of your injuries. Kiba, no. Tens will directly join my personal ANBU from now on. Under your command. Yes, Lord Third. The third turned and left. And as soon as he exited the hospital room, his expression darkened, and he whispered to the ANBU beside him. Send someone to monitor Kakashi and Tens 24 hours a day. Also, warn Danzo to behave himself lately. It's ridiculous to place surveillance in front of the elder of the ANBU. Kakashi lay still on the bed, but a cold smile crept onto his lips. As soon as he sensed the extra presences outside, his mind was as clear as a mirror. 7 days later, the two of them returned to the team, and Tens officially joined Kakashi's squad. One day, a frog suddenly appeared in our base. My dad saw it and smiled. Jiraiya-sensei has arrived. With a transformation technique. He instantly vanished. The next second, he appeared next to Jiraiya. Minato, is it really you? Jiraiya looked at my dad after his transformation, unable to believe it. Sensei, it's me. My dad transformed back, revealing his signature sunny smile. Ha ha, it's really you. Jiraiya excitedly gave my dad a bear hug, and then my dad directly used the Flying Thunder God to bring him back to the base. As soon as they entered the base, Jiraiya frowned. What is going on? Why didn't you reveal yourself after being revived? My dad sighed and said, Teacher, Konoha is no longer the Konoha it used to be. If I told you that the Nine-Tails incident was actually planned behind the scenes by the third Hokage, would you believe me? Jiraiya was stunned. What? Minato, you can't say that lightly. You know about Naruto's prophecy. My dad smiled bitterly. I have to believe it. Jiraiya fell silent, his expression becoming extremely serious. After a long while, he finally asked, What do you plan to do? I want to reclaim the position of Hokage, my dad said with determination in his eyes. So I need your help, teacher. I don't want to expose Naruto's abilities, as it would put him in danger. So, we will publicly declare that I was resurrected by the sage of Mount Myaboku. You would be the most suitable to announce this. All right, Jiraiya thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. I'll help you with this matter, teacher. My dad was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. But guess what happened next? This old pervert, after being serious for just 2 minutes, started winking and asked, By the way, Kushina isn't around, right? Let's go out for a stroll and gather some material, shall we? My dad was in such an awkward situation. Just as the words were spoken, my mom, that fiery red pepper, suddenly appeared like a ghost from behind, her hair flying up, her voice sounding as if it came from hell. You old pervert. Where do you want to take Watergate this time? Ah, Kushina. Jiraiya was so scared that he lost his mind and scrambled out of the base, shouting, It's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to take him out for a drink. After narrowly escaping from my mom, Jiraiya's aura fully opened up, and he charged straight to the Hokage's office. He didn't even use the door. He climbed in through the window. The third Hokage was puffing away when he saw Jiraiya, and was quite surprised. Jiraiya, what brought you back? Jiraiya fixed his gaze on him and said, word for word, Watergate has been resurrected. What? What? The third's pipe clattered onto the table, and he was dumbfounded. Watergate has been resurrected? How is that possible? He clearly, no way, how could this be? Let me tell you, this is actually quite possible. At that time, I cleared my throat and argued with him. It's the Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku. He has a secret skill that can only be used once every few decades, and it can bring the dead back to life. So, Watergate and Kushina are about to be fully resurrected and returned to Konoha. Therefore, old man, shouldn't you start cleaning your Hokage seat in advance, ready to return it to them? As soon as I said this, the third Hokage's old face showed an expression that was truly spectacular. He first froze, then unexpectedly burst into laughter, continuing to act. Oh, really? That's wonderful. If Minato can come back, that would be a huge celebration for us in Konoha. My old bones can finally take a break, and I can hand the Hokage position back to Minato. Perfect. Just look at him, speaking with such righteousness, leaving no room for doubt. I almost believed him at that moment. I nodded and said, All right, you prepare and I will bring him back soon. After saying that, I used a body flicker technique and slipped away. As soon as I left, let me tell you, the atmosphere in that office changed dramatically. The third smiling face instantly collapsed, turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. Frog Sage, mind your own business. He slammed his fist on the table, trembling with anger. Reviving Minato? Isn't that just adding to my troubles? He was calculating rapidly in his mind. He knew that I was on the same side as Tsunade now, and our influence was deeply rooted. If he openly opposed, Konoha would certainly fall into internal strife. But asking him to hand over the Hokage power that he had just warmed up to would be more painful than killing him. Assassination? With Minato's flying Thunder God technique, he could come and go without a trace. How could anyone kill him? It was simply ridiculous. The old man was pacing in the office like an ant on a hot pot, growing more and more furious. Suddenly, it seemed he made a firm decision. Muttering to himself, Minato, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for wanting to come back alive. Then, he directly called out, come here. Get Tenzo to me. In no time, Yamato, also known as Tenzo, knelt on one knee in the office. The third put on a friendly smile again and handed over a scroll. Tenzo, there's an exercise coming up, and the details are all in here. Just go and complete it. Yamato didn't ask much and took the scroll and left. As soon as he left, the third's cold laughter echoed again. Isn't it better to die honestly? After that, he ordered into the air, let the shadows retreat and ambush at. On the other side, Yamato found a secluded corner and opened the scroll. He took one look and was dumbfounded. Goodness, this isn't an exercise at all. This content is directly sending someone to the afterlife. He was so scared that he quickly tucked the scroll away and ran to find Kakashi to discuss countermeasures without looking back. A day later, I was ready to return to the village with Minato and Kushina. I patted Minato on the shoulder and said, I've already given the old man a heads up. Let us pack up and go home. Minato and Kushina were extremely excited, especially Kushina, who looked at the gate of Konoha with red eyes. 2 years, finally. Home. As soon as the three of us walked into the main street of the village, it instantly erupted. A villager rubbed his eyes, pointed towards us, and shouted at the top of his lungs, me. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Lord Fourth Hokage? Suddenly, the entire street went wild. What? The Fourth Hokage? Didn't he sacrifice himself? Oh my god, it's real. And Lady Kushina and Jiraiya are here too. I'm not dreaming, am I? Family, who understands? That scene was like a large fan meeting. Minato was still as gentle as ever, smiling and waving at everyone. The crowd went completely crazy. It really is the Fourth Hokage. He's even smiling at us. Fourth Hokage, we miss you so much. Soon, Minato's old subordinates rushed over upon hearing the news. Each one of them moved to tears, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I'm back. With just one sentence from Minato, they instantly found their anchor. Ever since Minato's sacrifice, these people have been reassigned or marginalized, living in a state of frustration. Now it's great. Their anchor is back, and their good days are about to return. But just as the whole village was celebrating, I keenly sensed several hidden Umbu and root presences swiftly disappearing. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage listened to the Umbu report, took a puff of smoke, and the killing intent in his eyes was about to overflow. Oh? They came quite quickly. Prepare over there. Don't let anything slip. His heart was filled with hatred. Minato, you had to come back and compete with me for this position. I gave it to you, and you gave it back to me. How can you just take it back now? At the same time, Danzo also received the news. This old man was already furious because Yamato had been reassigned, and now hearing that Minato had come back to life nearly made him explode. Are you sure? He asked with a grim face. Yes, Lord Danzo. Lady Kushina is also back, together with Lord Jiraiya. Danzo's eyes lit up. The instinct to fear is inherent in humans, especially for someone at the peak of power like him. The secret of resurrection? He must get his hands on it. He immediately ordered, send someone to set up a barrier. Lure Minato, over here. I can kill you once. I can kill you a second time. At the same time, at Naruko's home, she was playing with her brother Naruto. Suddenly, with a bang, the glass shattered, and a shadow rushed in, knocking Naruko unconscious with a chop, grabbing both children and running away. Little Naruto was so scared that he cried loudly. Once the shadow had run far away, the real Naruko came out from a corner. Holding the real Naruto, her expression cold. Just as I expected. That shadow was also an actor, holding the crying Naruto and deliberately running past the route we took back to the Hokage office. Kushina, with her keen ears, heard the crying and became anxious. That's Naruto's voice. Minato, someone has taken the child. I furrowed my brows at the thought of kidnapping the Hokage's children in Konoha village. Wasn't this obviously a setup? Minato's expression instantly turned cold. He knew this was a trap meant to lure him away from his office. It was one thing to target him, but to threaten his children was unacceptable. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he swiftly threw a specially made kunai. And in the next moment, he vanished. We'll follow him. I quickly urged Kushina to chase after him. The kidnapper ran frantically, deliberately leading Minato to a clearing in the forest. As soon as Minato arrived, he stopped, gripping the necks of the two children and threatening ominously, "Fourth Hokage, surrender now, or your children will lose their lives." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple barrier rose from all directions. "Anti-flight barrier, activate." The man in black laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Fourth Hokage, you can't use Flying Thunder God anymore, can you? Without your space-time ninjutsu, you're nothing." He shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, charge!" In an instant, over a dozen elite jonin jumped down from the trees, all exuding a murderous aura. With this lineup, even a shadow-level powerhouse would have a hard time. They were confident that with the main character's core skills band, they could easily handle him. However, Minato looked at these people with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "You seem quite prepared, but are you so sure you can kill me? Stop talking nonsense." The dozen or so ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and colorful ninjutsu came crashing down like it was free. Sighing, Minato seemed to say, "You all really tried hard, but it's useless. If it were the old me, it would indeed be a bit tricky. But now," he clapped his hands forcefully against the ground. "Would release secret technique. Birth of the world of trees." Boom! In the entire barrier, countless trees sprang up from the ground, growing wildly. The elite jonin, who had just been celebrating moments ago, turned pale in an instant. Would release? How is that possible? Why would the fourth Hokage know would release? This wasn't even a fight. It was sheer dominance. Countless branches and vines instantly engulfed them, with several people impaled like meat skewers, dying with their eyes wide open. The few remaining survivors were terrified, frantically shouting that the mission had failed and to retreat. But they couldn't escape at all. In no time, they were all bound up like rice dumplings, their chakra drained, lying on the ground like dead dogs. Minato walked over, pried open one person's mouth, and saw the cursed seal on their tongue. From the root. At that moment, Kushina and I arrived as well. Kushina anxiously asked where the children were. Minato pointed to the two children on the ground, now turned into wooden clones. "Don't worry, Naruko already knew. The real bodies must be hidden away." I looked at the mess around me, and then thought about how only I and the third Hokage knew about the return of Minato. The answer was already apparent. I sighed, feeling completely disappointed in that old man, the third Hokage. Minato sent a shadow clone home to confirm the safety of the children. And then the real body carried the few survivors, leading us directly to the Hokage building. The guards at the entrance saw Minato and were so startled that they couldn't speak properly. "Fourth Hokage? You're not still alive?" Minato smiled and led us straight into the office. Inside, the third Hokage had just received news about the failed assassination and was in a bit of a headache. As soon as we entered, he immediately put on a surprised smile and greeted us with a hearty laugh. "Ah, Minato, you finally returned. Our Konoha is saved. I can finally return this Hokage position to you." Minato coldly looked at him. "Is that so, third Hokage? Why do I feel like you're not very welcoming of my return?" The third Hokage had a thick skin and continued to act. "What are you talking about, Minato? I'm so happy to see you. Look, I've even prepared the documents. You just need to go to the daimyo's residence tomorrow to go through the process. And you can resume your position." "All right," Minato nodded. "Then gather all the clans and jonin for a meeting." Ignoring the third Hokage, he directly called out, "Kakashi." Kakashi appeared in an instant, respectfully kneeling on one knee. He had already learned about the third Hokage's troubles from Yamato and was well aware of the situation. "Gather the old troops. Notify all clans and jonin that I'm holding a meeting," Minato ordered. Kakashi accepted the order and left. Minato then threw the few root captives onto the ground and said to the third Hokage, "Third Hokage, these people are from Root. Please send them back. Also, inform Danzo that he doesn't need to attend this meeting." I was right beside them, and wow. This basically means he's directly telling Danzo, "You've been kicked out of the group chat." The third Hokage was still playing dumb. "Minato, what is this?" Minato shot him a look filled with killing intent. The third Hokage should know very well, right? The third Hokage realized he had been exposed but still maintained his composure. Waving his hand, "This is outrageous. Someone, take these people away. I will personally go to the Root and ask Danzo what is going on." After saying that, he took his people and left in a huff. Only the three of us were left in the office. Minato turned around and solemnly bowed to me. "Jiraiya-sensei, Konoha has rotted to the core. I need your strength to help me reorganize. What else can I say? I have to help. I told him that all the power I left with Tsunade is now in his hands. On the other side, Minato's shadow clone returned home, and Naruko had been waiting for Naruto with open arms. When she saw Minato, she immediately revealed Danzo's secret. Dad, be careful of Danzo. That old guy has implanted an entire Sharingan arm for himself and has a forbidden technique called a Zanaji. Minato was taken aback, and Naruko quickly explained, that thing is like a cheat. It can turn all the damage taken, even death, into a dream. Uchiha Madara tricked the first Hokage with this back in the day. When you fight him, you have to treat him like a boss with multiple lives, and you must cut off his Sharingan arm before he realizes what's happening. After hearing this, Minato furrowed his brows. Wow, being able to turn death into a dream? This Danzo really goes to great lengths for power. He's simply the ultimate schemer. With such a twisted old schemer, I tell you, my shadow clone was sweating cold bullets. I have to quickly relay this information to the main body. What if I really end up fighting Danzo, and I manage to take him out with one strike, only for him to resurrect right there and then backstab me? That would be a huge loss. I quickly told my two little girls at home, daughters, Daddy is going out for a bit. You behave with Mommy at home. Naruto and Minato were cheering me on, which warmed my heart. Then, with a bang, the shadow clone was dismissed. In the next moment, my main body was just about to start a meeting when my mind buzzed and received the complete set of information. Wow, Izanaji, huh? Treating reality like a dream. You're quite the little genius. At that moment, the old man, the third Hokage, dragged in a few captured root members that I had caught, storming into Danzo's lair. As soon as they met, he started yelling, Danzo, what are you doing? Attempting to assassinate the fourth Hokage. Are you crazy? Look at these people. What else do you have to say? And guess what Danzo said? He glanced over, smirked, and said nonchalantly, Oh, these? Traitors, I've already expelled them. They have nothing to do with me. I was just about to send someone to catch them, but unexpectedly you intercepted them. I'm telling you, these two old men are playing me. After listening to the third Hokage, he didn't expose it, but changed the subject and started putting on eye drops. Watergate just informed me that he wants to summon all the Jonin and clan heads for a meeting. Oh, by the way, he specifically mentioned that you're not allowed to attend. He also said that from now on, you don't have to participate in such meetings. Who understands this? The third Hokage is just fanning the flames. He's deliberately exaggerating to provoke Danzo. Sure enough, when Danzo heard this, he exploded on the spot. What? Does Wave Wind Watergate dare? Not letting me attend the meeting? I'm the leader of Root. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his fists were clenched tightly. The third Hokage was secretly smoking nearby, with his mouth almost grinning to his ears. After Danzo finished venting his anger, he began to mutter to himself, Wait a minute, Raza, that kid isn't dead, right? How come both of them are back alive and kicking? This doesn't make sense. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly started to babble. Oh, I heard for Jiraiya that it was the Toad Sage from Mount Mayaboku who saved them, and it took a lot of effort. I don't really understand how he did it. Anyway, this time Jiraiya came back with them, so you'd better not do anything reckless. All right, I have to go to the meeting now. You can play by yourself. After saying that, the old man walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving Danzo standing there, his face alternating between green and white. Toad Sage? Jiraiya? Wave Wind Watergate? Are you all teaming up to exclude me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Not including me in the meeting, isn't that just slapping my face in front of the whole village? If Watergate keeps this up, my position as the leader of Root is in jeopardy. Come here, Danzo shouted angrily, his killing intent almost spilling out, directly summoning all the elite members of Root back. He was ready to flip the table. On the other side, the third Hokage was walking down the road, sneering coldly. He knew Danzo too well. Once this fire was lit, Danzo would definitely go for an assassination. No matter the outcome, the third Hokage could clean his hands of the matter. I'm already in the conference room. Wow, it's packed with people, leaders of various clans, elite Jonin, all gathered here. The way they're looking at me is like they're staring at a prehistoric creature, shocked, curious, and a bit expectant. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to break the silence, bursting into laughter. Haha, Minato, you're actually alive. That's great. As long as you continue to be Hokage, our Uchiha clan won't have to suffer that nonsense anymore. I can tell you, Fugaku is my good buddy, and he means what he says. With me around, the Uchiha's little problems are nothing at all. Narashikaka nodded beside him, probably thinking, finally, we've outlasted that old man Sir Toby, and this village can finally catch a breath. He's very smart. He knows all the rotten issues in the village, just lacking the strength to flip the table. Once most people had arrived, I stood up at the main seat and got straight to the point. All right, brothers, please take a seat. I know you all have a ton of questions, so I'll keep it brief. First, how I survived is a secret of Mount Mayaboku, so don't ask. Asking means you're acknowledging the greatness of the Toad Sage. Second, the reason I called you all here today is to inform you that I, Namikaze Minato, have returned to my original position and will continue as the fourth Hokage. Hinata Hizashi was stunned on the spot. Fourth Lord, you really came back? I nodded and continued to add, that's right. The Toad Sage used a resurrection technique, which came at a great cost. It took 2 years to bring me and Kushina back. Anyway, the blame is all on the Toads. They have no way to verify it. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in applause, praising the 3 great sacred lands and declaring that with the return of the fourth Hokage, Konoha would be saved. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. At that moment, the 2 elder advisors, Kurama, Shikaku, and Mito Gate-Un, arrived. When they saw me, their eyes nearly popped out, but their faces were beaming. Oh, fourth Hokage, you really came back. What a blessing for Konoha. These 2 old foxes were probably scheming something in their hearts. Following that, the third Hokage also entered with a cheerful smile, performing so convincingly. Ha, everyone is here. Minato is back, and this old bone of mine can finally rest. The position of Hokage should return to its rightful owner. Kurama Shikaku looked around and asked, why isn't Danzo here? That's not like him. The third Hokage, without a change in his expression, lied, oh, he has other matters to attend to. Let's start without him. Then he cleared his throat and began the proceedings, mentioning that tomorrow Minato would go to the daimyo's residence for a formality and to receive his appointment again. Today was just to communicate with everyone, and by the way, I directly stood up to interrupt him and took over the conversation. By the way, I have an announcement to make. Recently, the village has not been peaceful, and as the head of the Hokage's direct Umbu, I urgently need to expand my manpower. To all the clan leaders and Janine, if you have talented young people at home, please sign up enthusiastically. I want to form a trump card team that will completely obey my orders. As soon as I finished speaking, the third Hokage suddenly lowered his head, and his face turned dark. He must have realized that I was trying to seize power and no longer wanted to be his puppet. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to stand up, his voice booming. I, the Uchiha clan, recommend Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi to join the Umbu. Wow, isn't this just a blatant declaration of loyalty? He directly sent over the 2 strongest geniuses from a clan. The Hyuga clan saw this and couldn't fall behind, immediately following suit. We, the Hyuga clan, recommend Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi. We, the Oilwoman clan. We, the Inazuka clan. In an instant, the entire venue felt like an auction as various clans rushed to send people to me. The third Hokage's face was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. He was probably cursing under his breath, as his power base had completely shifted to the Namikaze clan overnight. I looked at the results and was extremely satisfied. Very good. Thank you all for your support. That's all for today. Those who were recommended should report to me as soon as possible. Meeting adjourned. Once everyone had left, only the 3rd generation remained, pretending to congratulate me, saying something about getting old and having a bad back, and then they slipped away. I stared at their retreating figure. My mind is clear as a mirror. Just as they left, Kakashi suddenly appeared, looking serious. Teacher, it's not good. There are root members outside, and they have surrounded this place. They come with ill intentions. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. A desperate struggle? Danzo isn't that foolish. He must have been tricked by that old man, the 3rd Hokage. Perfect. That saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. I said coldly, let's see if Danzo has arrived. Be careful. His Izanagi technique can nullify damage, so don't trip over your own feet. Kakashi just replied and hadn't had the chance to go out yet when suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air and a barrier enveloped the entire conference room. A space restriction barrier. The next moment, whoosh, 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 over 100 root ninjas wearing masks appeared around us in an instant. Danzo stepped out from the crowd, squinting his eyes, exuding a murderous aura. Danzo, what do you mean by this? I glared at him coldly. He actually laughed. 4th Hokage? Weren't you supposed to be dead long ago? I suspect you're an imposter. Today, I'm going to take you down and interrogate you severely. I was so angry I laughed. All right, attacking the current Hokage, that charge is enough for me to uproot your entire foundation. It seems you really want to die. Stop talking nonsense. Go, kill this fake. With a command from Danzo, hundreds of elite root members unleashed various wind, lightning, and earth-style jutsu in a combination attack, directly overwhelming the area. The scene was enough to flatten the place. Kakashi's Sharingan widened in shock. "Teacher, be careful." I clapped my hands, not even bothering to dodge. Wood release. Wood barrier technique. Boom. A massive, evil spirit wooden shield rose from the ground, blocking us directly. The hundreds of ninjutsu attacks hit it like scratching an itch, leaving no mark whatsoever. The entire venue fell into an instant silence. Danzo's eyes were about to pop out. Wood release. How could you possibly use wood release? Kakashi was also dumbfounded. Sensei, when did you? I don't give them any time to react, and I clasp my hands again. Wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. I tell you, the main character has to play like this. The ground suddenly came to life, and countless giant wooden hands burst out of the earth, grabbing hold of over 100 root ninjas like claw machines, pinning them down and crazily absorbing their chakra. They screamed in agony, unable to move. On the field, only Danzo remained as a lonely commander. His face turned ashen, realizing he had kicked a hardball today, but there was no way back. He didn't expect that you were from the Senju clan. I surrender, I surrender. As he spoke, he pretended to walk toward me sincerely, but the hand hidden in his sleeve had already begun forming seals. Keep acting, I said, and I walked towards him in cooperation. Just when we were less than 5 meters apart, he suddenly attacked. Die. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Several razor-sharp wind blades shot straight at my face. Boom. I was immediately sliced into several pieces. Not good. It's a wooden clone. Danzo was startled. It was too late to retreat. The piece of wood instantly transformed into vines, binding him tightly, and with a swift cut, severed his entire right arm. Ah! Danzo screamed, but the next second, something strange happened. Izanagi. He suddenly became ethereal and appeared unharmed several meters away, the severed arm restored intact. Everything that just happened turned into a dream. He ripped off the bandages from his arm and eyes, revealing something that made Kakashi gasp. On that arm, densely packed, were a dozen scarlet Sharingan. Izanagi? Let's see how many lives you have. I snorted coldly, activated wood release, and countless tree vines crazily lunged toward him. Danzo frantically blocked with wind-augmented kunai while looking for a chance to counterattack. I successfully ambushed him from behind with a Rasengan, sending him flying, but with a clang, he revived fully again. Another hit, wood release, pierced his heart, and he revived again. Isn't this just pure physical cheating? Kakashi was stunned, watching from the side. After reviving several times, Danzo panicked. He knew that with each Sharingan he used, he would lose one, and if this continued, he would be the one to die. Summoning technique, Dream Baku. Boom! A giant beast with an elephant's trunk appeared out of nowhere, directly breaking through the ceiling of the meeting room. Its massive body was exposed to the entire Hidden Leaf village, and a powerful suction instantly enveloped the area. Now the whole village was watching live. Taking advantage of my distraction from the suction, Danzo instantly teleported behind me and unleashed a wind technique. I didn't want the villagers to see this. Looking at the destroyed barrier, my gaze turned completely cold. Since you're seeking death, I will grant you that. Wood release, wooden man technique. Suppress him. Boom. A wooden giant, dozens of times larger than the Dream Baku, rose from the ground, and I stood steadily atop its head. Danzo's little wind technique hit the wooden giant without even scratching its skin. I directly controlled the wooden giant, extending its enormous hand that blocked out the sun, and grabbed the arrogant Dream Baku in my grasp, squeezing it hard, and the suction instantly vanished. I tell you, that broken thing just went bang and turned into smoke. Rolling back to the spirit world, Danzo's face turned green, his eyes bulging like copper bells. I bet his brain's CPU was fried, and he couldn't figure out how I managed to summon the wooden man. I could see through his little schemes. As soon as he realized he couldn't win, he wanted to slip away. He thought he still had one last Sharingan left on his arm to use Izanagi as a resurrection shield, which was simply naive and laughable. The villagers down below were going crazy. Seeing my giant Buddha, they were all so excited that tears were about to burst out. An old man was crying, "My heavens, it's the first Hokage's wood release. I've lived a fulfilling life. I'm telling you, the people of Konoha's faith in wood release is practically etched in their DNA. Whoever can use wood release is a god." Even the third Hokage, in his office, must have been so scared that his pipe fell to the ground. When Danzo saw the situation was wrong, he turned and ran, and at that speed, he might as well have grown 2 more legs. He was mumbling about Izanagi, thinking he activated an invincible cheat. I stood atop the wooden man's head, watching everything clearly, thinking, still running? Where do you think you're going? I raised my hand directly, and the giant palm of the wooden man came crashing down on him like swatting a fly. He was still charging forward with confidence, completely disregarding my attack. So, guess what happened? With a loud slap, I firmly grabbed him in my palm, leaving him completely stunned, with his face showing, "Who am I? Where am I? Why isn't my cheat working?" I tell you, at this moment, the hand of God has arrived. Kakashi. This kid somehow slipped nearby and gave a slight smile to Danzo. When Danzo saw his expression, his heart sank. He probably felt that something bad was about to happen. Kakashi's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck home as he began his live demonstration. "Lord Danzo, are you feeling particularly puzzled?" He explained slowly that right after he severed Danzo's right hand, and Danzo used his first eyes as an Aji, it wasn't long before he fell under Kakashi's Jinjutsu. You have no idea how long your Izanaji can last, so you keep looking down to check if your eyes are closed, right? It was in that moment when your guard was at its weakest that my Jinjutsu slipped in. Kakashi's words felt like a public execution. In fact, all 11 of your Sharingan have already been used up. I was just in the Jinjutsu telling you, hey, you still have one left, and you actually believed it. Who understands this, folks? This operation is simply a dimensional strike. Danzo was instantly broken, roaring like a madman in the Wooden Man-esque grasp, shouting that he wanted to kill Kakashi, but it was of no use. He couldn't even move his chakra. I let out a cold snort and controlled the wooden puppet to smash through the barrier outside. My direct subordinates all rushed out in a flurry, kneeling neatly on one knee. I told them to stand up and take the root members who were tied up like Zongzi, but I would release down for proper custody. Then I walked in front of Danzo, pressed my right hand against his stomach, and sealed him with a 4-symbol seal, turning him into an ordinary old man. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. After the wooden puppet technique, I returned to the ground, and Kakashi also came over. I patted him on the shoulder and sincerely praised him. "Kakashi, you did a great job this time. If it weren't for you, this old guy would have been trying to escape, which would have been quite troublesome." Kakashi looked at Danzo, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, and asked me how to handle him. I said this old man had committed serious crimes, but killing him directly would easily provoke his die-hard fans to cause trouble. So, I planned to seal him up and let him rot away. Kakashi's mind worked quickly, and he immediately understood. "Teacher, you want to deliberately spread the word to lure his subordinates to come and rescue him, and then catch them all in one go?" I laughed and thought, this disciple really understands me. I asked him to handle the situation and publicly declared that Danzo had been manipulated by bad people and, in a moment of despair, attempted to assassinate me. I had already executed justice and prepared for his permanent imprisonment. Once the news was released, the whole village erupted. Public opinion quickly turned against Danzo, and everyone began to criticize him harshly. On the other hand, Danzo's loyal followers, who had managed to escape, started to frantically search for information, preparing to stage a rescue. But then something strange happened. Just as we were intensively preparing to bait them, the more than 30 escaped root members seemed to have evaporated into thin air. None of them could be found. There were no sightings, no corpses, and all leads were cut off. This situation felt eerie. However, it didn't matter. The fish had escaped, but the bait was still there. Meanwhile, the third Hokage probably also realized the situation and knew he couldn't compete with me. So he willingly handed over his entire direct Umbu force, essentially admitting defeat in hopes of securing a peaceful old age. Of course, accepted it all, but I kept my guard up and had the people from the Yamashiro clan check everyone one by one, just in case there were any traitors among them. After dealing with all this, I had Kakashi retire from the Umbu and gave him a break, preparing to let him become a team leader, so he would have to stay in the shadows all the time. With everything ready, I decided to execute the final plan. I gathered the Umbu and deliberately leaked the information. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, we would secretly escort Danzo to Konoha prison for a separate sealing. In the afternoon, Umbu escorted Danzo swaggeringly towards the prison. It was eerily calm along the way. Not even a ghost could be seen. A few Umbu were puzzled, murmuring, "What's going on? Where are the enemies? If they don't show up, we're going to reach the place soon." As a result, everything went smoothly, and they directly sent Danzo into the deepest cell of the prison. The whole process was so smooth, it was unsettling. After they threw him in, 3 people stayed nearby to ambush, and one named Zian was sent back to report to me, wondering if the enemies were waiting for them to leave before making a move. As soon as Zian returned, he knelt before me and said, "Lord Fourth, we didn't find any enemies. Danzo has been successfully imprisoned." I also found it strange. Could it be that my plan has been seen through? Just as I was about to say for them to continue guarding, the office door was suddenly slammed open, and another Umbu rushed in, rolling and crawling. With a changed tone, "Lord Fourth, it's not good. Danzo is missing." I suddenly stood up. How could a person just disappear? Didn't anyone outside see who went in? The dark department was almost crying. The brothers had been guarding outside, and not even a fly has flown in. But the patrolling person just went to check, and the cell was empty on the ground. There was only a pile of white ashes left. Do you think this is strange? Let me tell you, my dad, the newly appointed Hokage Minato Namikaze, was completely dumbfounded at the time. He investigated for a long time, found no clues, and, in the end, could only treat it as an unsolved case and file it away. How could he have thought that I did it? He couldn't even figure out who would go and kill that old man Danzo. As a result, poor Obito became the #1 scapegoat, while the people of Konoha were in chaos. And what about me? Let me tell you, I took off right on the spot. The system chimed, like popping champagne in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Unlimited chakra has been credited. Boom. At that moment, I felt the amount of chakra in my body directly transform from a power bank to a nuclear power plant. That power was overwhelming. It was simply outrageous. Who understands? Family? Before, my chakra was at most a strengthened version of a Nine Tails. Now, the amount of chakra in my body is comparable to the 10 Tails, and it has fast charging, never runs out. Even the Nine Tails would have to call me the king of chakra in front of me. I was so thrilled at that moment that I laughed out loud. Mom, you no longer have to worry about me running out of chakra with this immense fortune. What could I do? I just floated away. Half a month later, I kicked open the door to the Hokage's office, rushed in, and grabbed my dad's arm. Shaking it, Dad. I want to graduate. What they teach in school is too childish. It's simply wasting my youth. My dad picked me up and, with a gentle expression, joked with me. Mingzi, isn't graduating a bit too early? You're still so young. I rolled my eyes to the sky and immediately started to act spoiled, Dad. I learned everything from the ceiling book you gave me in less than half a month. The forbidden techniques in it are just like that, and the 8 gates technique looks a bit difficult, so I'm too lazy to practice it. Besides, my little brother Itachi Uchiha has already graduated and joined the Umbu, and, as the big sister, I can't lose face. If you don't agree, I'll go tell Mom that you're bullying me. Family, let me tell you, as soon as my dad hears my mom's name, cold sweat instantly drips down his back, and his expression is so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. He chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Of course. How could Dad disagree? Our Naruko is so amazing. Ha ha ha. He quickly arranged for me to participate in the assessment with the graduating class the next day. Once I was settled, I jumped down from his arms, and before leaving, I couldn't help but add a little jab. Oh, and Dad. Mom said she won't be home for dinner today. We're going out to play with Aunt Mikoto, so you'll have to handle dinner yourself. Oh, and remember to feed the little pug named Xiao Huang at home. Don't let it go hungry. After saying that, I used the flying thunder god technique and disappeared. I'll tell you, I didn't go far. I just hid outside the window and watched secretly. I saw my wise and mighty 4th Hokage dad, standing alone and dazed in the office, disheveled in the wind. The look on his face was frozen. It was simply the best portrayal of an empty nester Hokage of the year. I almost fell off the windowsill from laughing. He probably couldn't understand how he ended up in a situation where he had to solve his own dinner and even take care of the dog. After I left, he finally came to his senses and called out to Yamato, asking him to hand a list to Kakashi. Hey, it looks like he is arranging a team leader for me, and it's Kakashi. That is not bad at all. As soon as I got home, my mom Kushina was already holding my younger brother Naruto. Naruto is back. Hurry up, hurry up. Aunt Mikoto is waiting anxiously. I quickly picked up my little brother and held him in my arms. Sister is taking you out to play. Little Naruto saw me and burst into laughter, eagerly burrowing into my embrace. The 3 of us set out like that. When we arrived at the agreed place, Aunt Meichin was already there waiting with Itachi and Heir Juzi. Let me tell you, Heir Juzi's mom is really beautiful, gentle, and elegant, a perfect top-tier mature woman. I couldn't help but whistle in my heart. With the adults gathered together, the topics naturally increased. The 2 moms were chatting excitedly while we walked into the forest, looking for a grassy spot by the lake to set up camp. The adults set up the tent and chatted, while Itachi and I were sent off to play by ourselves. My mom took my little brother Naruto over, put him on a mat, and let him bond with Heir Juzi. What happened next? Goodness, these 2 little kids just don't get along. Heir Juzi coldly turned his head away, while my brother Naruto was quite outgoing and kept crawling over to him. Heir Juzi was really annoyed, waving his little hand and saying, "Don't come over here." But in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally slapped my brother on the head. Wow. My brother started crying right away. Heir Juzi was quite proud, snorting. But the next second, he felt a warmth on him. A rush of warmth came over him. When he turned around, he saw my brother's little firecracker aimed right at him initiating the child's urine technique, and this operation was all about precise strikes. Wow. This time, it was Air Juicy's turn to cry. The two kids immediately started a duet, crying as if the world was ending. And my mom and Aunt Mei-chin, they were beside themselves with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. I didn't pay attention to those two little ones and dragged Itachi into the nearby small forest, ready to bond a little. Itachi, have you been keeping up with your training lately? I heard you joined the Umbu. Are you getting used to it? I patted his shoulder. He still had that cool demeanor, and with a self-deprecating smile, he said, maybe I'm just born to be in the darkness. As soon as I heard that, I was unhappy. What nonsense are you spouting? With me, the big sister, around. The fate of your Uchiha clan has already been changed by me. So what darkness are you talking about? Stop sulking all day. If there's something, big sister will take care of it for you. Come on, enough talk. Let me see if your skills have improved. Upon hearing that we were going to fight, Itachi immediately became serious. He knows I'm strong, so he came at me with all his might from the start. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens flew towards me, which I easily blocked. Then he used a body flicker technique to appear behind me and unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique, surrounding me with countless small fireballs. I didn't move at all, allowing the fireball to hit me. Of course, it only struck a substitute. In the next moment, I'd already appeared behind him. Bang! With one palm, I sent him flying away. This kid reacts quickly. He rolled in midair and counterattacked by stepping on a tree branch. His Sharingan instantly activated. Wow. He opened the two Tomo at just 7 years old. Truly impressive. You are something, Itachi. Shadow, Shuriken Jutsu. The shuriken in his hand instantly multiplied into hundreds of thousands, raining down on me, connected by invisible chakra strings, trying to bind me. Water release, water barrier. I clapped my hands together and spat out a wall of water, blocking all the shuriken. However, he controlled the remaining shuriken to circle around and quickly bound me like a zongzi. Then came fire release, great fire dragon technique. A fire dragon roared and charged at me. Boom! With a loud explosion, the place where I was hit was left with only a charred piece of wood. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. I burrowed up from the ground beneath his feet, tried to drag him down. He instantly transformed into a flock of crows, scattering and appearing a dozen meters away. Not bad reaction, I said with a smile, but you still underestimate me. Before my words finished, I had already appeared behind him, and without much effort, I punched him flying away. His two Tomo Sharingan couldn't keep up with my speed at all. Damn! Itachi was knocked to the ground, trembling with anger. Why? I tried so hard. Why can't I defeat you? His unwillingness and fury directly stimulated his brain. He howled to the sky. The two Tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly, and a third Tomo flickered into view, but seemed to lack a bit of momentum, getting stuck. As soon as I saw it, I understood that the stimulation was not enough. So I'll give you a hand. I instantly put away my smile. My gaze turned icy cold, and I said in the harshest tone, Itachi, I didn't expect you to be such a waste. After all these days, you still haven't improved at all. I haven't even used 1% of my strength, and you can't keep up? With a uselessness like yours, what are you even doing in the Umbu? Go home and take care of your little brother. I'm not a waste. My words were like a knife, stabbing deeply into his heart. The anger from being humiliated completely erupted, and his eyes shone with a terrifying red light. 3 Tomo, activate. He succeeded in activating the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and his entire aura changed, his ocular power surged, and his chakra increased significantly. He felt capable again, gripping his kunai as he charged towards me. Jinjutsu bubble. He widened his eyes, trying to use Jinjutsu to control me. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, playing tricks in front of the eternal kaleidoscope, but I pretended to fall for it and stood there in a daze. He thought he had succeeded and slapped down, but with a bang, he was instead knocked back. He reacted quickly and began to form hand seals midair. Water release. Water Fong bullet. 2 water dragons charged toward me. I used wind release. Great breakthrough to blow his water dragons off course. He followed up with a massive fireball jutsu, hiding countless shuriken-wielding red spider lilies behind it. Water release. Small exploding water colliding wave. I opened my mouth, and the water I spat out instantly turned a 1-kilometer radius into a lake. As water and fire met, steam filled the air. We both engaged in an intense taijutsu battle on the water surface, the sound of kunai clashing echoing continuously. Boom! After an unknown number of exchanges, we both separated, sliding far across the water surface. Itachi, your growth really surprises me. I looked at the blood mark I had drawn on his cheek and sincerely praised him, saying that his current strength could already be considered that of an ordinary genin. However, he frowned, his eyes dimming. But I still can't beat you. I know you haven't used your full strength. You're already very strong. Don't underestimate yourself. I smiled and comforted him, then quietly took out a small glass tube to collect a drop of blood from his kunai. Hee, this is a treasure. He looked at me, determination reigniting in his eyes. Yes, I will definitely work hard. One day I will. Protect the people I need to protect. I looked at him and felt quite pleased. Good job, kid, you got some awareness. I patted him on the shoulder and said, all right, stop being emo here. Hurry up. My mom and the others must be waiting anxiously. As we walked back one after the other. We hadn't reached our destination yet when I heard my mom Kushina and my future mother-in-law, Mikoto Uchiha, chatting animatedly. I perked up my ears to listen, and, to my surprise, they were discussing the pain of childbirth. My mom was venting her frustrations, saying that when she gave birth to my brother Naruto, the nine tails almost burst out, and the pain was so severe that she vowed never to have another child again. I hurried over, smiling and interrupting them, Mom. Aunt Mei-chin, what are you chatting about? That is so fun. As soon as my mom saw me, her eyes lit up, and she immediately took out a lunchbox from her bag. My precious daughter is back. Come on, try the rice balls that I made for you this morning. Let me tell you, the rice balls my mom makes are simply an exquisite delicacy that even a Michelin 3-star rating couldn't capture. My eyes lit up instantly, and I stuffed them into my mouth, so delicious that I wanted to cry. As I ate, I mumbled, no wonder my dad is never picky about food. My mom's cooking is just amazing. My mom was giggling because of me and handed a portion to Itachi, saying, here, Itachi, you try it too. That kid's face turned red in an instant, and shyly he took it and said, thank you, Aunt Kushina. As a result, my mom straightened her face and said, huh? Call me sister. Who understands my mom's twisted sense of humor? Itachi shivered all over, probably remembering my iron fist education, and desperately corrected himself. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Kushina. This finally made my mom happy. I looked at Itachi's little face, red like a monkey's, and almost burst out laughing. Itachi took a bite of the rice ball. His eyes widened in shock, probably stunned by the deliciousness, instantly forgetting his favorite dango. Aunt Mikoto saw us eating so well and also took out her bento. But the appetite of our Uzumaki clan is no joke. In no time, I finished everything, including Aunt Mikoto's 2 portions. After eating my fill, I gave her a loud kiss on the cheek, leaving her both amused and speechless. I'm here enjoying my meal, actually having split off several shadow clones to train secretly, while my main body is here chatting, focusing on a balance between work and rest. As for my dad, he doesn't have it as easy as I do. When he gets home from work, he faces an empty house. After just feeding the family dog, he finds a note left by my mom on the fridge, telling him to heat up his own meal. Just as he's feeling touched, suddenly, a shadowy figure appears and kneels in front of him. Let me tell you, high-end confrontations are often so unadorned. The Umbu reported that the 3rd Hokage was indeed up to no good, sending 10 elite jonin to probe my father's background. But who is my father? The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, plays with nothing but heartbeats. He immediately ordered to recruit all of the 3rd's men on the spot, scattering them and integrating them into his own Umbu. Not only that, but he also sent 4 people to monitor the 3rd Hokage's every move 24 hours a day, writing observation diaries every day. This wave, the people you sent, are now mine. By the time we finished playing at night and returned home, my dad had already finished his meal and cleaned the dishes. As soon as I entered the door and saw my father's handsome face, I directly said, Dad, we're going to bed now. All should rest early. Don't make too much noise. After saying that, I hugged my brother Naruto and slipped away, leaving my dad alone in the living room, his face red like a cooked shrimp, probably contemplating whether his status at home was now inferior to that of the dog. The next day, it was the graduation assessment at the ninja school, a small affair. The teacher said, this time the test is on the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique. I thought, ISNT this just a 3-point question. One by one, the people in front went up and did pretty well. When it was my turn, I figured I shouldn't be too low-key, right? I quickly formed a hand seal and transformed into my dad's handsome appearance as the 4th Hokage, giving the examiner a little shock. Then, the main event came, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire classroom, from the podium to the corners, was completely filled with me. The 2 examiners were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped, mouths open wide enough to fit a raisin can. Let me tell you, that scene, just ask if it was explosive. I snapped my fingers to dismiss the clones and reached out to the petrified teacher. Teacher, the headband. Thank you. The teacher hesitantly handed me the headband, looking at me as if I were a monster. I had just gotten my forehead protector and was about to make a run for it when a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared in front of me, kneeling on one knee. Lord Naruko, please wait. Lord 4th Hokage wants to address the graduates. When I turned around, I saw my dad waving at me from a distance. Great, my real dad is here, so I can't leave now. I used Flying Thunder God technique and in an instant appeared right in front of my dad, leaving that Umbu guy stunned again. My dad picked me up, his face full of pride. Congratulations, my little ninja. I realistically stretched out my hand. Where's the gift? He first pretended to be clueless, but when he saw me pouting, he burst into laughter and pulled out a scroll from his pocket. I opened it and instantly exclaimed, wow. Inside the scroll was sealed the legendary artifact of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Sword of Thunder God. My dad told me that this sword is powerful because its strength completely depends on the user's chakra. The more chakra you have, the more powerful it becomes. Isn't this just the perfect SSR equipment tailored for me? I immediately hugged my dad's face and gave him a big kiss. It feels so good to have a dad. After my dad finished his official speech and got the new Jinin all excited, I couldn't wait to sneak away. I instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the training grove, unrolled the scroll, gripped the hilt of the Thunder God sword, and started pouring my chakra into it like crazy. ZZZZ. With a loud bang, a blue lightning sword dozens of meters long instantly formed. The design, the effects, I tell you, even the Jedi would call me a master. Excitedly holding this 40-meter-long sword, I gently swung it towards the forest in front of me. Whoosh! Dozens of towering trees were instantly sliced in half. The cut surfaces smoother than a mirror, and sparks of electricity were crackling at the broken edges, igniting into flames within seconds. I looked at the devastating power, smiling so widely that my mouth almost reached my ears. This thing is simply incredibly cool. Just then, I heard a chime in my head. The system notification sounded. Congratulations on my graduation, rewarding me with a special bloodline limit magnetic release. Double happiness. I was very satisfied, humming a little tune as I walked home. Just as I exited the forest, I saw a familiar figure. Wow, it's the most handsome guy in Konoha, the watermelon head with thick eyebrows, Mike Guy, doing handstands and running wildly around the village. I was just about to exclaim that this is youth, when suddenly a notification rang in my head, and the system was at it again. Special task detected. Follow Mike Guy for physical training. Duration, 10 years. Task reward, the 8 gates without injury. At that moment, I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the heck? Training with this hot-blooded idiot for 10 years? Am I going to spend my glorious youth at 16 wearing a green spandex suit, shouting burn youth, with him, every day? Who understands, family? This scene is too beautiful. I dare not look. But that reward, the injury-free 8 gates of Duinjia, my pupils shook. If I get my hands on that, wouldn't it mean that after Kai kicks Obito, he won't need to sit in a wheelchair anymore? Absolutely. I must have this. Thinking of this, I dashed straight to Kai and said sincerely, Senior Kai, your taijutsu is amazing. Please take me with you. Let me tell you, Kai's expression at that time was something else. He was so excited that tears were almost streaming down his face. His big white teeth shone so brightly that I almost got blinded. He was shouting something about not expecting to be recognized by Mingzi, saying that this was youth. And then he did a handstand and zoomed out of there. I was completely dumbfounded. Hey, big brother, I haven't finished speaking yet. Then, Hell Mode was activated without any warning, running around Konoha for 800 laps. Who understands? Purely relying on my 2 legs without a shred of chakra. By the time I reached over 30 laps, I felt like my legs were no longer mine and my lungs were about to explode. I was internally complaining. With this amount of exercise, if it were 2025, even Pamela would have to run away overnight, just when I felt like I was about to die. That proud CEO inside me, Kurama, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He kept chattering, saying that if I died, he would also be doomed, so this was self-rescue. My body was quite honest, secretly giving me some chakra. Hey, the feeling, I instantly felt revitalized, leveling up on the spot. I was secretly pleased, and had to tease him, oh, Kurama, do you know how to care for people now? His old face flushed, and he directly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Just then, Kakashi's dead fish eyes suddenly popped up from the side. Seeing me and Guy over there pushing ourselves to the limit, his jaw nearly dropped. As soon as Guy saw him, he looked like he was on adrenaline and wanted a duel, but when he turned back to see me running happily, he forcibly held it back and said he needed to focus on training me. I clearly saw Kakashi's expression, obviously relieved, which made me laugh. After a whole day of devil training with Guy, I returned home and collapsed, feeling like my body had been emptied. The next day, when we went to school for class assignments, the scene was such that as soon as I entered the classroom, Everyone stared at me like I was a national treasure panda. All were in awe. The daughter of the fourth Hokage. She is the Jinchuriki. But no one dared to chatter, their eyes filled with admiration and sympathy. The teacher droned on with a bunch of opening remarks, then started calling the roll. I had one thought at that moment. Please don't give me a few useless teammates. Guess what? Class 6. Namikaze Naruko. Inuzuka Hana. Aburame Shino. I knew Inuzuka Hana. She was Kiba's sister, and she looked quite wild and beautiful. But that Aburame Shino, good grief, he is the one with bugs all over him. I felt a bit of physical discomfort at that moment. Just thinking about being teammates with a walking bug nest gave me goosebumps. Anyway, we were already assigned, and they would be my teammates from now on, so I might as well get along. I waved my hand. Let's go. I'll treat you both to a meal. I dragged them straight to a ramen shop. That Aburame Shino had a face like don't come near me, while Inuzuka Hana was quite shy. Then, it was my personal performance time. Let me tell you, the speed at which the uncle hand-pulling noodles couldn't keep up with how fast I was eating. Another bowl. Another. By the time I stopped, the bowl next to me was stacked higher than me, and, roughly counted, it was over 30 bowls. My two new teammates were wide-eyed, their jaws probably dropped to the ground, and they couldn't find them. I burped contentedly and patted my belly. I'm 80 full. If I eat any more, my little belly is going to pop out. I saw the expression on the oil girl Jishi's face, looking like she had seen a ghost. Probably thinking to herself, what kind of species is this? After finishing my meal, I was about to take a stroll to digest. When out of the corner of my eye, I spotted him. Isn't that sure Sway? I directly abandoned my teammate and used Flying Thunder God to catch up with him. After chatting a bit about the Uchiha clan's issues, I revealed my true intentions and took out a small glass tube, grinning as I handed it over. Sure Sway, come on. Let me take some of your blood. He was completely stunned. Huh? Why do I want my blood? I don't have time to explain so much to him. So I urged him directly. Don't ask, just know it's useful. Hurry up. Although he looked confused, he still did as I said. I got that drop of blood and my heart was filled with joy. Family, we must expand our horizons. Orochimaru's research materials weren't obtained for nothing. If someone like Uchiha Shin can clone a bunch of Sharingan, then with Sure Sway and Itachi cells, isn't that just mass-producing high-level Sharingan? Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. I can arrange it for you in no time. With this, I'm directly at the forefront of ninja world technology. After dealing with Sure Sway, I happily swaggered back to the classroom. But when I looked around, everyone was gone, leaving only the three of us. I checked the time and realized, wow, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Did our supervising teacher go on a world tour? Can he be later than Kakashi? My temper flared up all of a sudden. Fine, if you're late, I'll make you wet. I clapped my hands together and used a wood release technique to set up a water bucket trap at the classroom door, just waiting for that unfortunate soul. Inuzuka Hana, next to me, was so scared she kept waving her hands, while Aburame Shinki remained calm and sent out a bug to keep watch. After a while, the bug flew back, and she succinctly said, "They're coming." The classroom door was suddenly yanked open. Splash. Perfect hit. I was about to put my hands on my hips and laugh heartily when I looked up. I was stunned. Green vest, white hair, dead fish eyes. Huh, Kakashi-sensei? I couldn't hold it in and pointed at him, bursting into laughter. I really didn't mean to. It's not my fault you were so late. I could tell at a glance that this was just a shadow clone, but even if it was a clone, this chilling feeling would definitely sync with the real body. Huh. Thinking of this made me laugh even louder. The next moment, with a bang, the Kakashi in front of me turned into a puff of white smoke. Turns out it really was a clone. All right, now follow me. I heard this voice coming from the classroom door. The real Kakashi, the original, was lazily leaning there with an expression that said, "You little brats really know how to make noise." He complained that he was in a good mood today, but I completely ruined it with my bucket of water. And then he turned around and walked away, so I hurriedly followed him along with my 2 new teammates. To be honest, I felt pretty pleased. Had I known he was leading the team, I would have added some ice cubes to that bucket of water earlier, just to keep it a secret from me. At that moment, the girl next to me, named Inuzuka Hana, suddenly froze and quietly asked me, "Naruko, is he the Sharingan Kakashi?" The other girl, Yamanaka Shiki, who was the cool one wearing sunglasses, chimed in. That's right, the eye covered by his forehead protector should be the Sharingan. I heard from my family that he is the disciple of the 4th Hokage, which makes him your senior, Naruko. My family doesn't understand. Just look at their shocked expressions, as if they had seen some legendary figure. Inuzuka Hana's eyes sparkled, looking like a little fangirl, saying that being the disciple of the 4th Hokage is so impressive, and we're so lucky to have him as our teacher. I couldn't help but lean over and whisper to them, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. Kakashi is just a shadow-level ninja at best. As soon as I said that, Yamanaka Shiki went completely offline. What? Only shadow level? She seemed stunned, probably thinking about how few shadow-level ninjas there are in the entire village. You're using such casual terms. I looked at their naive expressions and felt amused. Soon, we followed Kakashi to the rooftop. He leaned against the railing, exuding a cool demeanor, and said, "All right, let's introduce ourselves. Hobbies, dislikes, dreams, anything goes." Inuzuka Hana was the first to raise her hand, very enthusiastic. "My name is Inuzuka Hana. I love my ninja dog, Gray. I hate people who bully dogs. My dream is to become a powerful female ninja like my mom." A very standard and energetic introduction. Kakashi nodded and then looked at Yamanaka Shiki. The cool girl was true to her style, saying very little. Yamanaka Shiki: "I like insects, I hate pungent smells. My dream is to become a strong person like Teacher Kakashi." "Good, that's an ambitious goal." Kakashi nodded again, and finally, his single eye turned to me. I cleared my throat, gave a grin. "I'm MaskedMan. I like all kinds of beautiful older sisters. I hate it when someone hurts the people I care about. As for my dream, I want to become the first female Hokage in the ninja world and let the glory of Konoha shine throughout the world. Oh, and my interests include chatting, bathing, and getting massages with beautiful older sisters." As soon as I finished speaking, Kakashi obviously froze for a moment, probably not expecting my ambitions to be so grand, almost written on my face. Inuzuka Hana then cheered. "Teacher Kakashi, it's your turn. And guess what?" Kakashi coughed twice and waved his hand. "I'm Hatake Kakashi. I don't want to tell you what I like or dislike. As for my dream, there's nothing much to say. TCH, I knew it would be this routine, unchanged for years." After he pretended to say that, his expression suddenly became serious. "All right, introductions are over. Starting tomorrow, we will be doing missions together. You will get hurt, and you may even die. However, today, you have to complete a test of mine first." As soon as I heard this, I realized what was coming. Classic bell-grabbing scenario. Sure enough, he took us to the third training ground in a flash and pulled out 2 jingling bells from his pocket. The test was simple. He shook the bells in his hand, saying, "I have 2, but you have 3 people. If you can't grab them, just go back to the ninja school and retake the course." Wow. As soon as those words came out, Inuzuka Hana and Yamanaka Shiki's faces turned pale. After working so hard to graduate, now they might get expelled? Who could stand that? Kakashi continued to raise the stakes, his gaze turning cold. "Remember, come at me with the determination to kill me. Otherwise, none of you can pass." "Kill you?" Inuzuka Hana was almost in tears. The 3 of us low-level ninjas against a shadow-level ninja? Isn't that just handing over our lives? I quickly comforted them. "Don't be afraid. He's just trying to scare us. If you don't show your true abilities, you definitely won't grab the bells. You get what I mean? Go all out." At Kakashi's start signal, my 2 teammates instantly hid away. The next second, a swarm of insects rushed towards Kakashi. Yamanaka Shiki was making her move. What happened next? Kakashi opened his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball shot out, instantly turning the insects into a pile of charred remains. Yamanaka Shiki, hiding in the shadows, probably felt heartbroken. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Hana was trembling in the bushes, completely at a loss for what to do. Just then, a strange thought suddenly popped in my head like a challenge. Defeat Kakashi without using the Sharingan, with style, or Flying Thunder God. Interesting. Isn't this forcing me to unleash my ultimate move? I smirked, watching Kakashi dealing with the insects, and could tell at a glance that it was another clone. Using a clone to deal with us? He really underestimated us. I swiftly used body flicker technique and appeared on a branch of a large tree, where the real Kakashi was leisurely watching the show. When he saw me, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he smiled. "Oh, you found me?" I grinned at him. "Kakashi, let us have a one-on-one duel. Find a wider place, and you better use your full power, or else if I defeat you, don't come crying." His eyes narrowed, and he nodded. The next second, we both vanished and appeared in the empty 4th training ground. This time, Kakashi didn't waste any words. He directly lifted the protector covering his left eye, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan in an instant. Finally, he was serious. I pulled out the Thunder God sword my dad gave me, pointing it at him. "Come on, let me see the sword techniques of your Ataki clan." Kakashi also drew a short sword from behind. Upon seeing it, I realized, wow, this is a replica of the knife used by his father, the White Fang of Konoha. "Then let me show you what I've got." As soon as the words left my mouth, we collided. Clang, clang, the sound of blades clashing. After dozens of exchanges, neither of us gained an advantage. To be honest, I only knew the most basic slashes, chops, and thrusts, relying entirely on speed and reflexes to hold my ground. Continuing like this wouldn't work. Wait a minute. Who said I couldn't fight without techniques? I could just create my own. An idea flashed through my mind. And I clapped my hands. Thunder God Sword. Shadow. Clone technique. Boom. In an instant, hundreds of Thunder God swords glowing with lightning appeared behind me. A storm of swords. Go. I unleashed magnet release, controlling the myriad flying swords like a metallic storm, rushing towards Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned. He probably had never seen such a playstyle before. He quickly swung out a massive white sword energy called Moonlight Slash, instantly shattering most of my flying swords. But that wasn't the end. The remaining flying swords, under my control, instantly converged, and a massive bolt of lightning energy detonated in mid-air. Boom! With a huge explosion. The entire fourth training ground was blasted into a massive pit dozens of meters deep. I am very satisfied with this move of mine. The magnetic release training has finally paid off. Kakashi walked out of the smoke with a serious expression. Naruto, you actually created your own sword technique. Impressive. However, if you can withstand my next move, I will admit defeat. Saying this, he gripped his sword with both hands and raised it high above his head. And suddenly the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Konoha's sword technique, Heaven Slash, a white blade of light, dozens of meters long, surged toward me with an earth-shattering momentum. I have to say, this move is like AI painting. It's a blockbuster right from the start. That aura locked onto me directly, leaving no place to hide. There was no choice but to clash head-on. All swords returned to one. I summoned all the Thunder God Sword clones back and forcibly fused them with magnetic release into a gigantic blue lightning sword, dozens of meters long. Slash! I controlled this super giant sword and struck down against that white light. The moment the two forces collided, the entire world fell silent, followed by a deafening explosion. A 1-kilometer radius was flattened. When the dust settled, I looked at the panting Kakashi and instantly understood. His move was powerful, but it drained his chakra almost completely with that one strike. No wonder he rarely used sword techniques afterward. It was all because of that damn Sharingan weighing him down. Kakashi, catching his breath, gave me a thumbs up. Naruto, you won. I grinned. Not at all, but Kakashi, this test didn't mean much for those two. Teaming up with them just held me back. So what is there to talk about unity? Kakashi, however, seriously told me that the reconnaissance ability of teammates is also very important, and teamwork is a must, rambling on about a bunch of principles. All right, you're right. We returned to training ground number 3, and sure enough, Inuzuka Hana and Yamanaka Shiki had been knocked out by Kakashi's clone and were tied to wooden stakes. Looking at their faces filled with despair as they woke up, Kakashi was still pretending to say, "You two are unqualified. Return." I couldn't stand it any longer. Waved my right hand, and a flash of lightning cut the ropes. All right, Kakashi, stop joking around. If they leave, who am I going to do missions with? Kakashi, unable to continue the act, burst into laughter. Just kidding. Congratulations, you all passed. Team 6 will officially start taking missions from tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana, who was just crying, immediately smiled brightly. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Yamanaka Shiki didn't say anything, but her mouth clearly curled up too. Passed. I tell you, the girl Jishi from the Oil Clan was left speechless. She shot a glance at Kakashi, and the meaning was crystal clear. Are you being too laid back? Kakashi just smiled and said nothing, waved his hand to indicate they'd meet at the usual place tomorrow at 9, and then vanished in an instant, keeping his achievements and name hidden. My two teammates were still bowing over there, while I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to go home. As soon as I landed, my mind went ding. Goodness, the system reward has arrived. A book titled Kisame's Sword Technique. I was thrilled at that moment. But when I opened it, I was completely shocked. The technique that Kakashi used to look cool, the Heavenly Slash, you guess what? It was actually the third blade. This thing has a total of 5 blades, each one more powerful than the last, consuming chakra like it was a giant robot. It's practically a world-destroying forbidden technique. No wonder Kakashi couldn't use it. If I combine it with my 8 gates technique, let me tell you, with just one slash, I could part the earth like a middle parting. But guess what happened the next day during the assembly? Kakashi, that sly old man, smiled at us and said, "Our glorious first mission is to clean the sewers." I was in disbelief, like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Me, the daughter of the 4th Hokage, the future pinnacle of the ninja world, and you want me to clean the sewers? I immediately felt like going on strike. Kakashi, can we not go? He, however, with a righteous face, said something about ninjas needing to adapt to any environment. That's the first lesson. Then he shoved rain boots and clips into our hands and disappeared in a flash, maintaining a stable mood while leaving us 3 girls there. Does anyone understand the smell? Folks, it was so strong that even from 800 meters away, it hit the nose. Inuzuka Hana almost threw up her breakfast on the spot, the dog in her arms. Grey Maru was also groaning from the stench. I pinched my nose, feeling like my character was about to collapse. Just then, the system dinged again, saying there was a special reward for cleaning the sewers. I thought, surely they would give something good as consolation, but when I looked, the reward was 10,000 Rio. I was like, 10,000 Rio? What can I even do with that? That's just enough to give to a beggar. The system even retorted, saying this was an additional reward, and having it was good enough. Hey, this AI is getting more and more human-like, huh? Alright, can I really go down and dig? Just kidding. I clapped my hands and used a multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of me jumped down in an instant, and the scene looked like dumplings being dropped. I went crazy on those bottles and jars. Inuzuka Hana on the shore was dumbfounded, her eyes filled with little stars, probably wondering if this amount of chakra was real. Kakashi, who was hiding in a tree and watching, also had a crazy smile on his face, probably thinking how worry-free this was. In just a few minutes, the entire sewer was clean, except for the smell. It was practically like new. After completing the task, I was radiating an indescribable stench, looking at Kakashi with resentment. Hey Kakashi, can't you have a little pity for us 3 girls? Can we do some normal tasks? He just laughed it off, saying that Jinin must start with D-rank missions. It's the rule. TCH, it's a rule, huh? I stormed into the Hokage's office and started venting to my cheap old dad. If you keep giving me these boring tasks, do you believe I'll send 1,000 shadow clones to clear all the D-rank missions in Konoha within a day? My dad, Minato Namikaze, that was really awkward. His assistant, Teacher H10, chimed in, talking about teams, experience, regulations, and a whole bunch of stuff. In the end, my dad couldn't withstand my gaze and compromised, saying that if we completed 100 D-rank tasks within a month, he would give us a special promotion to C-rank. I was about to say that 100 tasks shouldn't take long at all, but Kakashi doused my enthusiasm, saying that a class could only take on a maximum of 5 tasks a day. Good grief, the bureaucracy is really something else. For the next month, let me tell you, it was like living in a split personality. During the day, my shadow clones were either helping Grandma Lu buy groceries or taking care of Grandpa Huewin's kids, running all over the village. As for my main body, I was directly under the tutelage of Guy, burning my youth every day. At first, running 30 laps around the village was tough, but by the end of the month, running hundreds of laps felt like a game. One day after training, Guy suddenly pulled out something mysterious, a neon green, tight-fitting outfit. He handed it to me, grinning widely, and said, "Naruto, this is my specially made sportswear, a gift for you. Family, who understands the visual impact of that? If I wore that thing, I would socially die on the spot." My face turned green, and I awkwardly smiled, saying, "Senior Guy, this color doesn't really suit me." At that moment, the system chimed in my head, special task detected, accept Guy's intention, wear tight pants for training every day, and reduce the training time for the 8 gates technique by 5 years. What the heck? I exploded inside, screaming in my heart. Is the system messing with me? You want me to trade 5 years of my life for a lifetime of embarrassment? No way. Get lost. Seeing my resolute attitude, the system silently canceled the task. No joke, even dogs wouldn't wear that. Although I didn't take the tight pants, my training with Guy didn't stop at all. We were parkouring around the village every day, almost becoming a landmark of Konoha. After a month of hitting our KPIs, I was the first to rush into the Hokage's office, slamming my hand on the desk. "Dad." We agreed on C-rank tasks. My dad was clearly intimidated by me and quickly flipped through the task list, finally finding a C-rank task to fend off bandits in Tianwen village. As soon as I heard it wasn't about finding lost cats or dogs anymore, my 2 teammates' eyes lit up and they were so excited. Inuzuka Hana was bouncing around, holding her little dog, finding everything new and exciting for the first time. The 30-mile journey was over in no time. But as soon as we reached the village entrance, good grief, there was thick smoke, flames shooting up, and cries of despair everywhere. Kakashi's expression darkened. It looks like the bandits got here first. Let's go. The 4 of us rushed into the village. As soon as I entered, I saw a fierce bandit leader choking an old man by the neck, raising his knife to strike. The old man had quite a bit of spirit, laughing wildly and saying that the Konoha ninjas had arrived and they were doomed. The bandit was enraged and shouted as he was about to make his move. I tell you, as soon as he raised his knife, I was right next to his ear like a ghost, lightly saying, "It's a pity, your movements are too slow." The bandit froze in place, terrified, turned his head, and before he could say a word, his head flew off with a splatter of blood. At the same time, my two teammates unleashed their abilities. The bugs from Yun Jishi spread like a swarm, wrapping a group of bandits into black mummies. Inazuka Hana and her gray dog merged into one, transforming into two white tornadoes, rampaging through the crowd, leaving chaos in their wake. Seeing how hard they were working, I couldn't just stand by. I unleashed my technique, Flying Thunder God Slash. The next second, the entire battlefield saw a golden flash darting around erratically. Wherever the golden light went, people fell down in droves like wheat being cut. I tell you, those bandits couldn't even react. One moment they were showing off from dozens of meters away, and the next, my knife had already pierced through the back of his neck. Who can withstand that? They couldn't even touch my shadow, only witnessing their companions falling one after another in bizarre deaths. In no time, this rabble completely collapsed, crying out for their mothers and shouting about ghosts, dropping their weapons and wanting to flee. Flee? Or would they run? I scoffed. The entire battlefield was already filled with the coordinates of my Flying Thunder God. Let me tell you, before I even started showing off, these mountain bandits fell down like a line of dominoes, all at once. The result was that we fought for a minute, but went through the process for an hour. It was ridiculous. An old man from the village was crying so hard, holding onto my hand and refusing to let go, insisting on thanking us. I told him, "Grandpa, please don't. This is just a mission. We just need to get paid." That guy Kakashi zoomed over to the old man and handed him the mission scroll and pen, looking so professional. After signing, we got paid, and our first real C-rank mission was finally over. On the way back, Inazuka Hana was holding her dog, Akamaru, whose tail was almost wagging to the sky, saying, "Oh, a C-rank mission is nothing like this," and it really made her feel proud. But Kakashi immediately poured cold water on her, starting his usual fatherly lecture about how the difficulty of C-rank missions lies in understanding people's hearts, that our chakra is insufficient, and a bunch of other stuff. To be honest, if I weren't here, just the three of them would really struggle against hundreds of mountain bandits. Yamanaka Shiki was quite aware, admitting that his chakra was depleted after using the insect Jade a few times. Only Inazuka Hana was still unconvinced, petting her Akamaru and saying, "We are two people," which made me laugh. I thought I should say a few words to comfort them, telling them not to worry, that they would get stronger in the future. After all, everyone starts as a rookie, right? But what I really thought was, I haven't had such a good time fighting in a while. Although they were just a bunch of weaklings, it was definitely more interesting than hitting data dummies in a virtual training ground. My current goal is to pin down the first Hokage, the god of ninjas, without using the power of the Nine Tails. So, our team has been grinding C-rank missions for half a year, and I was about to puke from it. The roles were clearly defined. Yamanaka Shiki was in charge of reconnaissance. Inazuka Hana learned some medical ninjutsu and became the team's healer and secondary scout. While I was responsible for one thing, strong attacks. Find the target and beat them to a pulp. And that's it. Who understands? My Kagai as Bikugen can sense even an ant dating within a 20-mile radius when it's activated, but I choose not to. I focused on nurturing them as underdogs, letting them take the lead while I handle the cleanup. One day, Kakashi finally had a moment of conscience and announced a 3-day break for us. Inazuka Hana was so happy, she almost threw her gray dog into the air, saying she could finally go home and play with her little brother. As for me, my real body had already slipped away to train at home, and what was left at the scene was just a shadow clone. As soon as the holiday was announced, my shadow clone disappeared with a poof. Let me tell you, Kakashi's expression was one of shock, helplessness, and a hint of relief. He was probably thinking how this little ancestor shadow clone was more real than the real deal, even fooling him. I had just received the memories of the shadow clone when I heard that my dad, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, had an incident in his office. The Umbu reported that a delegation from the Cloud Village had come to sign a peace treaty. My dad was quite pleased to hear this. He said that peace could help develop the economy and allow ninjas to return to missions, increasing the village's income. He specifically instructed the Umbu to strengthen security, protect the delegation well, and not let anything happen to them on the way, so that the Cloud Village wouldn't have a reason to go to war. As soon as I heard about the holiday, I immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in my dad's office, just in time to catch him standing by the window, reminiscing about how nice peace is. I walked up and tapped him on the shoulder. "Dad, can we discuss something?" My dad was startled and turned around to see me, immediately smiling like a sunflower. "Mingzi, have you finished your task? What's going on?" "Of course," I said with my hands on my hips. Kakashi gave us a break. Dad, I don't want to be a Jonin anymore. It's too boring. I want to apply for the Chunin exam. Or just make me a Jonin directly. Look, Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, and I'm already 8. It's not that much of a difference, right? My dad was really worried at that time. He started to advise me earnestly, saying that now is a time of peace. Promotions have to follow the rules, and I shouldn't be arrogant or complacent. Moreover, this year's Chunin exam had already ended. The most critical point was that he said I was too young, and he wouldn't feel at ease unless I waited until I was 10. Damn, I have to wait 2 more years? My face just fell at that moment. I was about to act cute when I heard my dad say, "Be good. Don't run around these days. The delegation from Yuin Village is coming tomorrow. Don't offend them." Wait a minute. The Yuin Village delegation? In the 51st year of Konoha? My DNA instantly reacted, family. Isn't this just like in the original story, where Yuin Village came to steal the Byakugan under the guise of signing a contract? And when they failed to kidnap Hinata, they bit back instead, ultimately forcing Hyuga Hayashi to die for his brother, resulting in Niji losing his father at such a young age? I changed my expression and immediately looked up at my dad, saying word by word, "Dad, this time, the visitors from Yunin Village are not here with good intentions." I directly reported to him that they are not here to talk about peace. Their target is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I tell you, my dad's sunny and handsome face instantly darkened, and the temperature in the office dropped several degrees. That murderous aura suddenly surged out, and there was no trace left of the kind father from just a moment ago. He snorted coldly. "You think we at Konoha will let you steal? You want to threaten us with war? Do you really think we at Konoha are made of mud? Since they want to play, I'll show them just how powerful wood release really is." Seeing my dad's attitude, I felt relieved. This is how the 4th Hokage should be. A tiny village like the Cloud Village dares to stir up trouble on our turf? I gave my dad a thumbs up in satisfaction and then disappeared with a flying thunder god technique. The next day, the delegation from the Cloud Village arrived. They were received by the village's old advisors, Tsunade and Mito. Let me tell you, those guys from the Cloud Village were all muscle-brained, iron-headed kids. The leader, upon entering and seeing that my dad didn't come to greet them personally, exploded right away, pointing at the 2 advisors and spouting off about how they looked down on the Cloud Village. Well, our 2 advisors are like old foxes. They quickly teamed up and, with just a few words, left that Cloud Village leader with a green face, subtly implying, "Who do you think you are? Just a few Jainin. And sending us 2 advisors to meet you is already a huge favor for your Cloud Village." The leader was furious, but someone nearby reminded him that the mission was important, so he forcibly suppressed his anger and threw out a scroll, claiming it contained their peace terms. Advisor Tsunade opened it, and wow, her face turned pale with rage. It stated that Konoha was to compensate 10 billion Ryo. This was not a peace agreement. It was outright extortion. The Cloud Village leader was still acting arrogantly, saying that 10 billion was actually too little, and if they didn't want to pay, they should prepare for war. Old Mito chuckled and said that this matter couldn't be decided by the 2 of us old fellows. We needed to consult the Hokage, and then he sent them off to the inn to rest. Once they left, Advisor Tsunade huffed in anger, saying that those guys from the Cloud Village were indeed up to no good. My dad had already set up a net from the very beginning. As soon as the Union delegation moved into the relay station, it was instantly surrounded by more than a dozen shadow operatives, led by my dad's trusted confidant, Shadow. Reports indicated that among them was an elite Jonin, whose strength was almost at the level of a quasi-Kage, and he was quite well hidden. My dad just let out a cold laugh and ordered, "Keep a close watch and see what tricks they want to play." Just then a notification dinged in my mind, presenting a special mission. Stop the Yunin village from seizing the Byakugan, an advocate for war, personally taking the field to intimidate the ninja world. Guess what the mission reward is? A special summoning beast, see Dragon King. Damn, Dragon Knight Naruko? I'm too familiar with this script. Shouldn't they play the Targaryen family BGM for me? I'm instantly fired up. It looks like there's going to be a good show tonight. Sure enough, late at night, in the Yunin Inn, that quasi-shadow level leader thought he was sneaking out unnoticed, heading straight for the Hyuga family's residence. What he didn't know was that every move he made was under my dad's surveillance, like a popular internet influencer streaming live. The members of the Dark Division saw everything, but the order they received was to remain still. That guy sneaked all the way to Hinata, Hyuga's room door, a cold smile of determination on his face. Just as he was about to make his move, he heard a cold voice from inside the room. That's right, it was me. I had been lurking in Hinata's room all along. TCH, my future sister-in-law, you dare to make a move? As soon as I finished speaking, I made a small move. Let me tell you, that silly guy from the hidden Cloud Village was holding Hinata and was just about to slip away, but suddenly he stumbled and, good grief, I tripped him with a few small vines. He was still in a daze when the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, with his eyes all red, opened his Byakugan and rushed over like a madman. Before I even had the chance to watch the show, out of nowhere, a guy from the Umbu named Shadow appeared and used Earth-style, heart decapitation technique, directly stuffing the hidden cloud leader into the ground, leaving just his head above the surface like a gopher. Hyuga Hizashi didn't care about anything else. He charged up and slapped that head with a duong. And just like that, it was over. He died on the spot. At that time, I just wanted to say, bro, your temper is way too explosive. And your reaction is way too quick. In the end, that Umbu guy really said it like that. He appeared holding the unharmed Hinata, with a face that clearly showed, I've ruined your big plans, and began to wildly PUA Hinata Hayashi, saying, you've killed the leader of the Cloud Village envoy. And now look what you've done. You've personally ignited the fuse for war. The Hyuga clan can expect to take the blame. Well, that directly left Hinata Hayashi stunned. His face turned pale. I was hiding in the shadows, watching everything clearly. This guy named Ing might not be very strong, but he sure knew how to manipulate people. However, this was just what I wanted. Let's get it on. I couldn't wait to show off my skills. The next day, as expected, the remaining ninjas from the Cloud Village were causing a scene under the Hokage building, acting like they were suffering but not saying a word. Let me tell you, my dad, Minato Namikaze, was incredibly imposing. After hearing the report, he didn't even lift his eyelids and simply said 2 words, drive them away. Then he immediately ordered the whole village to prepare for battle. He was so ruthless, saying, you want to spy on our Konoha's Byakugan? 4th Reikage, you really underestimate me. That Umbu guy named Ing was also tough. He stepped out with an impressive aura, filled with killing intent, and said just one word, get lost or die. He scared those Cloud Village Nin so much that they ran away faster than rabbits. The villagers on the street also supported us, hurling insults at them, cursing them out because they still remembered the grudges from the last Great War. Did you think that was the end? My dad can be so ruthless that even he fears himself. Once the people left, he called Ing back and gave him a new mission. Let them die at the border, not leaving a single one behind. Wow, that killing intent. I felt it from a distance. It was chilling. Ing was instantly taken aback, probably thinking that this 4th Hokage was way harsher than the 3rd. Next, my dad began to swiftly arrange troops, mobilizing ninjas, increasing forces at the border, and directly appointed Kakashi as the commander of this battlefield. Goodness. When this news reached Kakashi's ears, he was completely stunned, feeling a bit emo, muttering to himself, you want me to fight the Reikage and the 8 Tails? Can I really do it? I couldn't miss this opportunity. I immediately flashed into my dad's office and got straight to the point. Dad, I want to go to the battlefield too. My dad was about to say something like you're still too young, but I unleashed my aura, releasing a massive amount of chakra, giving him a little daughterly shock. I told him, don't treat me like a child. My wood release is perfect against tailed beasts. Besides, I want to be the next female Hokage. How can I just stay at home? My dad was convinced by my set of arguments. There was no way around it, so he had to agree, but the condition was that I must follow Kakashi's orders. Oh yeah, the plan worked. I happily prepared to go home and report to my mom. Before I left, I kept him in suspense and said, by the way, Dad, I have a super big gift for you. Make sure to check it later. It's definitely a bombshell surprise. I had just left when Hinata Hizashi arrived, looking guilty and wanting to take full responsibility for everything. My dad, who is very responsible, told him directly, this is not your fault. It is the ambition of the Cloud Hidden Village. I am the Hokage, and it is my duty to protect every person in the village, including your Hyuga clan. Now, go to the meeting room for a conference. A few words from him moved Hinata Hizashi to tears. That's the charm of a leader. Once all the Nin finished their pre-battle rally, one by one, they left with passion, leaving only my dad and Kakashi in the office. Kakashi was still mumbling, saying he felt uncertain and was afraid he couldn't handle the Reikage and the 8 Tails. My dad just laughed, patted his shoulder, and said, don't worry, I've arranged a powerful support for you. Saying that, he shouted into the air. The next second, a figure wearing an Umbu mask knelt on the ground. As soon as Kakashi saw that back and heard that voice, he was instantly stunned. Tears streamed down his face, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Finally, he choked out, Father, that's right. The gift I prepared was the resurrected Konoha White Fang. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed over and hugged his dad tightly, crying like a 200-pound child, who understands the family ties that have troubled him for so many years. This lock was completely undone at this moment. I felt that Kakashi's entire aura changed. Years of repression were swept away, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. At this time, let me tell you, the most heartwarming scene came. My dad, Minato Namikaze, was simply the best teacher in the world, with his emotional intelligence off the charts. He smiled and said, in front of Kakashi, I'm not the fourth Hokage. I am just his teacher. He told me to catch up with Tsukumo-sensei and said that in the future, he would follow Kakashi, both to guide and to serve as a bodyguard. After saying that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and left, emphasizing humility and low profile. Kakashi looked at the spot where my dad disappeared, filled with gratitude. Then, he and his father poured out all the words they had held back for over a decade. That scene, I didn't even dare to listen. After their conversation, Kakashi glowed with vitality, bringing his dad home. To avoid causing a stir, Uncle Tsukumo wore an umbu mask, keeping a low profile, truly too low-key. On the other side, in the forest, our Naruto was training with Itachi Uchiha. Let me tell you, Itachi is now completely Naruto's little fanboy. When he heard that Naruto was going to the battlefield, his little face wrinkled up like a bun, continuously advising, Big sister, you must be careful. If you can't win, run. Goodness, it made our Naruto laugh heartily. And she gave Itachi a slap on the back. What are you talking about? Do I need to run? Those small fries, I can chop them down like slicing watermelons. She also casually criticized Itachi for his weak taijutsu, saying a boy who is frail will eventually be a burden, which made Itachi's whole face turn red. I couldn't help but laugh. These two are simply a pair of happy foes. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha village, it was a scene of drums and cheers, with crowds of people. 3,000 genin, 2,000 ch-nin, and 300 j-nin, over 5,000 people gathered. My dad, Minato Namikaze, stood on a high platform, delivering a passionate speech about fighting for Konoha and for family, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. With the atmosphere at its peak, they had to charge forward. With my dad's shout to set off, Kakashi took the lead, leading the large force out vigorously. Behind the crowd, Itachi, wearing an umbu mask, stared intently at Naruto's departing figure, his eyes filled with worry. News travels faster than ninjas. In the cloud-hidden village, the fourth Raikage smashed the table in anger after hearing the report. The people he sent to Konoha were ambushed and killed, their bodies thrown into the rock-hidden village territory, losing all face. This furious guy exploded on the spot, roaring that Konoha must pay the price, and directly ordered the assembly of 6,000 ninjas, even sending out the Two-Tails and Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, as if they were playing for keeps. When there's a stir in the ninja world, other villages act like dogs catching a scent. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, who has more schemes than a beehive, decided to sit back and watch the fight, saying he would wait for us and the cloud to both suffer before stepping in to pick up the pieces. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, from the sand-hidden village, was in a worse situation. His village was so poor it could barely make a sound. So he could only say, you guys fight, we have no money to get involved, adopting a strategy of watching from the sidelines. Back to our side. The large force was sprinting through the forest, but the speed was still too slow. Kakashi made a decisive decision, taking 300 j-nin ahead while leaving the middle and lower-ranked ninjas to Naruto to cover their retreat. Let me tell you, this is when Naruko's real performance begins. As she sees the speed, she chuckles, knowing things are about to get interesting. She shouts, Kyubi, lend me some chakra. In the next second, the golden nine-tailed chakra cloak envelopes her. And then, the most explosive part comes, multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a bang, thousands of Naruko's shadow clones instantly fill the entire forest, each radiating golden light. Then these clones rush into the ninja army, tagging each one. Anyone who understands this knows that the tagged ninjas instantly gain a layer of nine-tailed chakra cloak. Over 5,000 people, collectively powered up, all don the strongest version of the skin. The Chunin and Genin were completely stunned, feeling the continuous surge of power within them, each one acting as if they had been pumped full of adrenaline. Wow, is this the power of the Nine-Tails? They felt like they could take down a Jonin with a single punch. This was no longer just a journey. It was like 5,000 cyber cultivators with physical hacks migrating en masse. This move, I can only say, is way ahead of the game. In the spiritual world, Naruko was bantering with Kyubi, saying she would repay the chakra borrowed, and then she poured her ridiculously massive chakra into the Nine-Tails, leaving Kyubi bewildered, thinking to himself, this girl's chakra amount is dozens of times more than my complete form. What kind of monster is she? With the super amplification of the Nine-Tails chakra, the main force's speed skyrocketed, and it wasn't long before they caught up with the Jonin squad ahead. Kakashi and his father, Minato Namikaze, felt the surge of thousands of chakra coming from behind and thought the enemy had caught up, startling them. But when they turned around, They were taken aback to see Naruko leading a group of golden saints catching up. Naruko cheerfully tagged each of them, instantly giving them the skin. Then she darted between 300 jonin, casually giving a little touch to Kurenai's hand, playfully saying, "Sister Kurenai's hand is still so smooth." This made our beautiful Kurenai blush. With everyone buffed up, Kakashi gave the order, and the main force transformed into a red torrent, reaching the borders of the hidden cloud village in just an hour. As soon as they landed, Kakashi showcased his talents as the commander. After hearing the report from the Umbu, he frowned and immediately began to deploy troops, splitting them into several paths to strike directly into the heart of the hidden cloud village from different directions, bringing the battlefield right to their doorstep. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams, along with Naruko leading a squad of 30 jonin, targeted the logistics supply station of the hidden cloud village. The entire strategic deployment emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness, aiming to cripple, devastate, and instill psychological trauma in the hidden cloud village. With a command from Kakashi, several teams instantly disappeared from their positions. Let me tell you, the situation in Yunin village has exploded. As soon as the intelligence reached the fourth Raikage's desk, his subordinates began discussing it excitedly, saying things like cold-blooded Kakashi. Isn't he just a Sharingan brat? They scoffed at how he became a Jonin at 12 and wondered how strong he could be now. The fourth Raikage himself, with muscles that seemed ready to burst out of his clothes, frowned and also looked down on the situation. However, his assistant, named Inama, was surprisingly clear-headed and directly retorted, "Raikage-sama, don't underestimate the enemy. The fourth Hokage, who fought you to a standstill back in the day, was about the same age, wasn't he?" This statement left the Raikage momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, he thought, hey, that's true. When he fought Minato Namikaze back then, the man's speed was like a ghost, and he never managed to gain the upper hand. He was the only man in the entire ninja world faster than him. Realizing this, the contempt on his face faded, and he quickly asked, "How's the troop assembly coming along?" Inama looked serious and replied that the situation was dire. They had only gathered 3,000 genin and shunin. While the main forces were still on their way back and wouldn't make it in time, they had managed to assemble 250 jonin, and he asked the Raikage if they should send them ahead. Upon hearing this, the Raikage exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? If we wait any longer, it'll be too late." He decisively ordered, "Send them all in. Hold the line for me. Have the wooden man lead the team. And has the one who passed the gate arrived? Tell him to come see me immediately." With a bang, he got so excited that he smashed the newly replaced table into pieces, angrily cursing, "Damn Konoha, they're too quick to act." On the other side, Naruto was rushing forward with 30 jonin. I was anxious. This mission was for something big, not a picnic. We had to quickly disrupt their supply line, so I could show off my skills on the main battlefield. Just thinking about unleashing a few tailed beast bomb raisin shuriken was exhilarating. But when I looked back, my teammates were moving at a snail's pace. I hit the brakes and shouted, "Everyone stop! Hold hands and don't let go." The jonin were confused, wondering what was happening. Did Lord Naruto want to play a game of handkerchief? But then I dropped the bombshell that left their jaws on the ground. "I'll use Flying Thunder God to take you there." What? Taking 30 people with Flying Thunder God? My goodness, how much chakra would that consume? Can Lord Naruto handle it? Let me tell you, their expressions at that moment were like they had seen a ghost. Some even started to explain that Lord Naruto was a descendant of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, with chakra levels comparable to a tailed beast. No wonder he was so extraordinary. I didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. So I let out a furious roar. "Stop talking and do it now. Hold hands." At the same time, I activated my Sharingan, instantly taking in the area within dozens of miles. The 30 elite ninjas didn't dare to be slow and quickly formed a circle. I stood in the middle, found the right direction, and shouted, "Let us go." In the next second, whoosh, more than 30 of us instantly disappeared from our spot. Let me tell you, while others consume chakra using the Flying Thunder God technique, for me, it feels as easy as going home. The entire space is my territory, and bringing 30 people is like carrying 30 little chicks. After several space jumps, within a few seconds, we went from the border of the Fire Country directly to the logistical headquarters of the hidden cloud village, Tianyan Gorge. Once those elite ninjas landed, their legs felt weak, and they looked at me as if I were a deity filled with admiration. I pointed to the huge camp ahead and grinned. "See that? It's right there. I'll throw a big move to force them out, and you guys take the chance to reap the rewards." "Yes, Lord Naruko." The 30 of them replied in unison, their voices booming. I rubbed my hands together and started to think about which technique to use. Celestial magic? No, that's too powerful, a bit of a waste. Then it's decided, I'll go with the tailed beast jade spiral shuriken. I extended my right hand, and a black-purple tailed beast jade instantly condensed, followed by the appearance of white light blades in the shape of shurikens, spinning at high speed, creating a buzzing sound as the fierce wind whipped up an intimidating momentum. The 30 elite ninjas behind me were pushed back several steps by this force, each one shielding their faces with their hands, their eyes barely able to open. What? What is this thing? It's even more terrifying than the Nine-Tails Aura. If it hits someone, will there be any survivors? They have seen their fair share of storms. But at this moment, their worldview is being wildly shattered by me. I looked at the masterpiece in my hand and felt it wasn't enough. So I added some extra ingredients. Let's add a bit of spatial power and let you all experience my exclusive development. In the next second, the tailed beast jade spiral shuriken in my hand became faint and elusive, as if it could disappear into thin air at any moment. Go! I suddenly threw this thing out. The Union camp over there instantly sensed this devastating aura, and alarms blared. All personnel, be on guard. There are 31 powerful auras. This is bad. What is that thing? Run! Some ninjas were so scared they turned and fled, while a few stubborn ones even tried to use jutsu to resist. I looked at them like they were clowns, thinking to myself, naive. Just as their jutsu was about to hit my tailed beast jade spiral shuriken, a bizarre scene occurred. My attack vanished into thin air. The Union guys were first taken aback, then erupted into laughter. What is that? Did it run out of chakra halfway? This is hilarious. So it was just a scare tactic. I curled my lip in disdain. A bunch of ignorant fools. As soon as I finished speaking, with a whoosh, the vanished-tailed beast jade shuriken reappeared right in the center of their camp. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a shockwave instantly consumed everything. When the dust settled, only a giant pit over 1,000 meters in diameter remained. And as for the camp and the ninjas inside, there was nothing left at all. The 30 Konoha Jonin behind me were all frozen in place, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside, completely stunned. Do we really need to take action? I feel like I'm just a filler. This is insane. It's like a walking human disaster. Even I was taken aback for a moment, scratching my head. I didn't expect them to be so weak. I thought I could force them out, but they were all taken down in an instant. I haven't even used my full strength yet. TCH, this is so boring. After hearing my words, those 30 Jonin instantly broke down. The shock they felt was even greater than from the explosion earlier. This isn't even my full strength? My goodness, listen to this. Is this even human talk? I'm so jealous. I smiled at them a little awkwardly and said, I originally wanted to let you practice a bit, but I accidentally cleared the area. Our mission is complete, so you can head back first. As I spoke, I created a wooden clone and said, you all follow my clone. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, they became anxious and said, Lord Naruko, where are you going? It's too dangerous to stay here alone. I put my hands on my hips and glared. Now, I'm the captain. Listen to me. Can't you see? There are still people who can put me in danger. If I can't fight, I can still run, can't I? Taking you with me is what truly calls for danger. Understand? This group of Jonin was left speechless by my retort. Although they were worried, they had no choice but to obey orders. After I had my shadow clone use Flying Thunder God to send them away, I stood alone in place, excitedly clenching my fists. Kimobikure, wait for me. I'm here to take you all on one-on-one. Wahaha. My Byakugan activated again, and in the next second, I disappeared from the spot. When I reappeared, I was already hovering above Kimobikure, standing right on top of the Raikage office building. I looked down at this village established in the midst of towering mountains, smirking wickedly, and suddenly clapped my hands. Would release. Birth of the trees. Crack, crack, crack. The earth split open, and countless trees shot up from the ground, growing wildly and instantly turning the entire Kimobikure upside down, with cries for help echoing everywhere. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall of the Raikage office was smashed open, and the fourth Raikage, surrounded by blue lightning, charged out like an enraged bull, pointing at me in the sky and roaring. Who are you? How dare you invade our Kimogakure? Are you tired of living? I cleared my throat and struck what I thought was the coolest pose. To prevent the destruction of the ninja world and to protect the peace of the ninja world, I am the kind, lovely, and charming heroine who embodies love and truth, Minato Namikaze. Here I come. The fourth Raikage looked completely bewildered and then sneered. The daughter of the fourth Hokage? Perfect. I'll capture you and see what your father will offer for your release. With that, lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging at me in a zigzag pattern, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. Uncle, your speed is worthless in front of me. I chuckled softly, and my figure instantly vanished. The next second, I had already appeared in his path, delivering a precise whip kick to his chin. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the villagers, the proud fourth Raikage, known as the second fastest in the ninja world, was sent soaring like a cannonball by my kick. What? The fourth Raikage was in midair, his mind blank. He hadn't even seen how I moved. Before he could react, I reappeared above him, ready to deliver another kick. This guy had strong battle instincts as he crossed his arms in midair to block my attack, then accelerated downward, crashing towards the ground. As soon as I saw him try to run, I waved my right hand, would release spined. Countless wooden vines surged up from the ground, wrapping around him like pythons. The fourth Raikage was also a tough guy. He forcibly twisted his body in midair, gathering lightning in his hand, spinning like a top, and forcefully cut all the wooden vines apart, then used the momentum to flip and escape. After landing, he looked at me warily, knowing that if we continued to fight in the village, the entire place would be destroyed by me. So he came up with a plan, turn around, and ran wildly toward the outskirts of the village, shouting, "If you have the guts, come out and fight me outside." As soon as I saw it, I couldn't help but laugh. Trying to lure me out? Just what I wanted. With a wave of my right hand, I retracted my wood release technique and quickly followed him at a leisurely pace. Soon, he brought me to a seaside, stopped in his tracks, turned around with a sinister smile on his face. "Here, I won't hold back anymore." "Oh, not holding back." I crossed my arms, looking forward to it. "I'm curious to see how you won't hold back." Lightning release chakra mode, full power. The fourth Raikage roared, and the lightning on his body surged instantly, crackling with sound. Even his hair stood on end. Wow, he's going for a full Super Saiyan transformation. As soon as I saw it, my fighting spirit was instantly ignited. This is getting more and more interesting. Let us give it a try. Whoosh. The fourth Raikage disappeared in an instant. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of me. His fist, as big as a rice cooker, crackling with lightning, was coming at me. "Uncle, your speed is quite impressive," I said, a wider smile forming at the corner of my mouth. "But my speed is even faster." Before my words finished, my figure vanished again just before his fist could hit me. The next second, I had already appeared behind him and reached out to slap his solid shoulder twice. The fourth Raikage froze, completely caught off guard. He never expected that with all his power, he wouldn't even be able to graze the hem of my clothes. The next moment, he went crazy and lunged at me again. This guy was relentless, shouting as he charged in for close combat. Let me tell you, the scene was intense, each punch landing with a thud. We were moving so fast that afterimages trailed behind us, and the stones beneath our feet were crunching like popcorn. He was bewildered, thinking, how could this little brat have strength equal to mine? Of course, I trained my physical skills with Guy, focusing on muscle memory. Moreover, every time he threw a punch, the space would tremble a bit, allowing me to predict where he would strike. It felt like I was cheating. As the fight progressed, I got more and more excited. It had been a long time since I had such a thrilling workout. That older brother also got into it, starting to unleash his special moves, his elbows crackling with electricity, and he threw a move, cold, heavy flow, burst right at my face. Could I let him have his way? I executed a spinning kick, enveloped in Nine-Tails chakra, kicking him back. We both slid out tens of meters, carving 2 trenches in the ground. I couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Raikage uncle, how do you like our Leaf Village's Teacher Chin's martial arts?" He looked puzzled. "Teacher Chin? Who is that?" I have to say, it was quite funny seeing him not get the reference. But even though he claimed not to know, his body was honest, charging at me again. "All right, you don't know, huh? Then let me show you." I took off from the spot, using the Leaf Village Dragon technique. The Nine-Tails chakra exploded instantly, transforming into a huge red divine dragon, just asking if it looks cool. The Raikage was dumbfounded, probably wondering who this Teacher Chan was to teach such a move. He grit his teeth and unleashed a big move to counter me, resulting in a massive explosion of energy. He was left covered in dirt, while with a quick teleport, I landed steadily, my hairstyle not even messed up. Who understands, family? Just as we were having a blast, his brother, the rapper Killer Bee, suddenly popped up from who knows where and opened his mouth to spray the tail beast ball at me. Wow, a 2-for-1 deal? I got excited. Isn't this more fun than a one-on-one? I immediately used Flying Thunder God, flashing behind Killer Bee, my hands forming a ball, ready to give him a back massage. His brother shouted from behind, Be careful." That rapping guy reacted quickly. Not even turning his head, he swung a knife backward to trade blows with me. Wow, this guy is tough. I didn't want to get hit, so I teleported away again. I stood firm and mocked him. Hey, Uncle Killer Bee, are you playing it this big? With this one ball of mine, you'll be out for at least 3 months. He looked at me, suddenly softened his attitude, and said we are all Jinchuriki, and he didn't want to fight me. He even asked if I wanted to learn a rap. Yo, check it out. His brother next to him was so angry his face turned green. Come on, get serious. I didn't have time to listen to his rap. I came here to fight. All right, enough of the fluff, you two. Let's go together. As soon as I finished speaking, 9 tails suddenly sprang out behind me, each tail starting to form a tailed beast ball. 9 of them. So are you scared or not? The 8 tails inside Killer Bee was so scared it almost peed itself, going into a panic. His brother, it was tough, though. He roared, and his fingers turned into drill bits, charging at me again. I smirked and said, here we go. 8-tailed beast balls aimed at Killer Bee and one at his brother. That rakeage was fast, dodging at the last second. But my tailed beast ball directly blew up an island in the distance, evaporating it, you know? Then my 8 balls collided with Killer Bee's 8 in midair. Boom. The explosion made the entire sea level drop by a meter. The shockwave sent his brother flying, while I floated in midair, completely unharmed. I floated in the sky, watching the 2 people below struggling, and thought, is this it? Too boring. I decided to raise the intensity and show them what real power is. Senjutsu would release. True 1,000 hands. I clapped my hands, and the ground instantly shattered as a giant Buddha with 1,000 hands, bigger than a mountain, rose from the earth. But that is not all. I immediately wrapped the Buddha in a layer of golden 9-tailed chakra, with 9 massive energy tails floating behind it. Let me tell you, that scene was simply like Gundam Plus. Such overwhelming power, who wouldn't be dazzled by it? The 2 below had their mouths agape, completely petrified. The 8 tails was having a concert in his head, all screams of terror. Run. Run away. Back in the day, the first Hokage caught me with this thing using just one hand. Karabi was also intimidated, saying, Big brother, how about we just forget it? What is the point of this fight? But his brother, it was really a man, his eyes turning red, saying, no way. The village is right behind us. We have to face this. After saying that, he charged forward again. Karabi had no choice but to force himself into full-tailed beast transformation, turning into a giant octopus bull. But in front of my Gundam, his eyes looked like a figurine. He opened his mouth and shot another tailed beast ball, and I controlled the Buddha to extend a hand, slapping it down. Like catching a marble, I directly caught the tailed beast ball in my hand, then absorbed it right in front of him. Not bad, want some more? Karabi was dumbfounded and frantically spat out several more to buy time for his brother. I laughed. I'll absorb as many as you throw. I caught all of those in my hand and only left one, seeing Raikage charging right at me. I casually threw the tailed beast ball at him. Here, as a gift for you. Karabi reacted quickly, using his tail to pull his brother away, just in time to avoid being smashed into pulp. Looking at their desperate expressions, I lost interest in playing. I directly controlled the Buddha's 2 hands to reach down and, like grabbing chicks, pinched both of them, beast and all, in my palms. The chakra of the 8 tails was instantly drained, and Karabi transformed back into human form. I warned them one last time. Don't mess with us from Konoha in the future, or next time you won't be so lucky. Then I brought my hands together and knocked them out, tossing them aside, job done, keeping the credit hidden. Once I left, the Yunin folks dared to come out, looking at their 2 shadow-level experts lying there like dead dogs, probably having their worldview collapsed. On the other side, let me tell you, Kakashi and the others' battlefield also started. Opposing them was the 2 tails Jinchuri, a rather spicy young lady, who without saying a word, launched a tailed beast ball to kick things off. Kakashi's Sharingan began to spin, getting ready to unleash. But then his father, Konoha's white fang, Hatake Sakumo, held his shoulder and said, watch closely, son, this is the blade of our Hatake clan. After saying that, he charged forward with a sword in hand. The tailed beast ball, carrying a destructive momentum, flew towards him, and with a swift motion, White Fang cut through it in one move, a flash of white light. And with a crack, that massive tailed beast ball was sliced into 4 pieces like a watermelon. The shockwave created a huge pit around them. Let me tell you, the whole place fell silent. The young folks from Konoha had their jaws dropped to the ground. This was way cooler than just rolling up balls. Uncle Sakumo returned to Kakashi's side, radiating an impressive aura. He spoke about what a true swordsman is. That anything can be a blade, and how one strike can sever mountains and rivers. So cool and somewhat cringy. Kakashi stood beside him, stunned, probably reflecting if he had been practicing his sword techniques on a dog all these years. However, spurred on by his father, Kakashi's fighting spirit surged, volunteering to take on that 2 tails lady. They clashed right away. Kakashi using lightning cutter, while the opponent fully transformed into a giant blue fire cat, slapping down towards him. The scene was electrifying. But on Kakashi's side, this was no joke. Let me tell you, he now had the Nine-Tails chakra as a power bank. His blue chakra bar was like infinite, and the ninjutsu he unleashed was getting bigger and bigger. He started with a massive waterfall to the face. And that big cat wasn't holding back either, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. Boom. Good heavens, it turned into a free sauna. The steam so thick you couldn't see anyone. But that lady played dirty. The fireball she spat out was GPS guided, splitting and bypassing Kakashi's earth flow wall straight towards him. At that moment, I thought, it's over, this wave is going to hit. Kakashi was blasted away with a cry. It was a total disaster. The Two-Tails lady stood on her cat's head, mocking, saying, "Cold-blooded Kakashi? Is that it?" Guess what happened next? It exploded into a lightning clone. The real body zipped behind her, activating the Sharingan and casting a Genjutsu. Although that big cat dispelled it instantly. In a high-level battle, a second is all you need. 2 hands, 2 lightning cutters, double lightning shock. With a flick, he directly opened a hole in the blue cat. Half of its body gone. The lady's real body was revealed, a huge gash on her arm, blood gushing out. This made her furious, howling as her wound visibly healed, transforming back into that fiery giant cat, and it looked like she was about to unleash a tailed beast ball. At that moment, I thought, how are we going to fight now? But Kakashi was a true man, going berserk. 8 gates, opened the first gate. Chakra surged all over him. And in the next second, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already leaping onto the big cat's forehead, holding a supersized Rasengan that was even bigger than himself. You want to spit a tailed beast ball? Fine, I'll shove it right in your mouth. With a bang, that tailed beast ball exploded right in her own mouth. Folks, who understands this scene? It's the perfect example of the contemporary youth's mental state, focused on an internal and external explosion. Seizing the moment, Kakashi zipped past, delivering one last lightning cutter, piercing right through. The lady transformed back into human form, collapsing to the ground, saying a few parting words, and Kakashi respected her, recognizing she was a warrior. Just as the atmosphere turned a bit somber, Naruto suddenly popped up, saying, "Hey, you guys are so slow. I've already finished my fight and knocked out the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails." Let me tell you, Kakashi's expression at that moment was priceless, his jaw almost hitting the ground, like he had just heard some cyber myth. Then this lady turned her head, saw the beautiful woman lying on the ground. Her eyes lit up, saying, "Oh, I like this one, I'll take her." Before she finished speaking, she hugged the woman and vanished. Kakashi stood there dumbfounded for a second, then professionally started directing, yelling at the Yunin folks, "Your leader's gone. Surrender, and you won to be killed." Seeing their leader truly gone, they didn't dare to fight anymore, throwing a bunch of explosive tags as smoke bombs and fleeing. Uncle Tsukumo watched from side, a look of satisfaction on his face, feeling his son had grown. On the other side, Naruto built a big villa on site using wood release and laid the Two-Tails lady down on a bed. The subsequent actions were a bit scandalous, as he used healing palm technique to treat her injuries while getting hands-on. He even mumbled how nice her hands felt. I swear, I didn't know where to start with the complaints. At this moment, in the lady's spiritual world, the Two-Tails and the Nine-Tails were already connected. The Two-Tails complained about the bad luck of encountering her, and the Nine-Tails mockingly replied, "You think I wanted to see you? It's just that you're too weak." Like two-tailed beasts arguing like elementary school students, even bringing up old grievances from when the Sage of 6 Paths divided the chakra. After arguing for a long time, the Nine-Tails suddenly said, "Naruto promised to set me free, and in the future, everyone might have a chance." The Two-Tails was stunned to hear this, not expecting the Nine-Tails' bad temper could make friends. Outside, after Naruto finished healing, feeling it wasn't secure enough, he immediately performed a 4-symbol seal, directly severing her chakra and the connection with the Two-Tails. After doing all this, she took off the protective charm and fell asleep with a newly acquired beautiful sister. Sleeping restlessly, the scene shifts to Short Street, where a group of bystanders is eating melon seeds, chatting about the conflict between Konoha and Cloud Village. Just then, Tsunade and Shizune overheard them. Shizune was anxious, but Tsunade remained calm, saying it was fine because the 4th Hokage was there. Everything was stable. Then, in the next moment, this woman rushed into the casino with a box of money, full of momentum. What happened next? In less than 10 minutes, she lost everything, coming out with a long face, not even leaving with her underwear. At this time, a gambler in the casino suddenly transformed into Jiraiya. Wow. It turns out he had been silently protecting her with a transformation technique. Watching Tsunade walk away, he started reminiscing. Back in the day, the three ninjas were still young, gathered around a bonfire talking about their dreams. Tsunade said she wanted to win at all the casinos in the world, and Jiraiya said, "Then my dream is to follow you and protect you as you travel the world." Ah, I tell you, this pure love warrior really makes me cry. As the memories ended, Jiraiya was still gazing affectionately, but Shizen had already noticed him. She told Tsunade, and although Tsunade said it was really troublesome, her expression said otherwise. If you know what I mean. Year after year, Jiraiya followed her, and just as he was watching Tsunade leave, a woman suddenly appeared beside him, asking if that woman was important to him. Jiraiya was taken aback and asked her why she followed him again. The woman smiled and said, "Your ninja techniques open my eyes, and I have my own goals too." I was thinking about what her purpose was, and then her next sentence almost left me speechless. She actually said she wanted to fight me with marriage as the wager. 1 round to determine the winner. If I won, she would marry me. Goodness. My CPU was overheating at that moment. My head was buzzing. Lady, do we even know each other? You're offering me a wife right off the bat. I have someone in my heart already. Tsunade. Can you not make such an international joke? My little heart can't take it. And guess what? She got even more excited. Saying this was a rule from her village, and as a candidate for village chief, she had to challenge strong opponents. If I didn't agree, she would have to resort to force. Does anyone understand? This is outrageous, right? Before I could finish speaking, I felt a murderous intent coming at me. And with a loud bang, she smashed the ground beneath me, creating a big pit. At that moment, I thought, the best strategy is to retreat. This woman is definitely insane. If I win, I have to marry her. This deal is a total loss. My heart only belongs to Tsunade. I have to run. Just as I turned around, that girl, named Jingyan, let out a cold laugh, slammed her hands on the ground, and used earth release. Iron prison. Oh no! The ground within a mile suddenly sank down, and towering earthen walls rose around me, sealing me in tightly. She was already rushing towards me. Her fist covered in brown chakra aimed straight at my face. I really have no choice. Dodging her punch, I thought to myself, this sense of strength, TSK, really has a bit of Tsunade's flavor. Well, let's go, but I can't lose. A tie should be fine, right? What followed was a chaotic exchange of blows. She unleashed wind release, and I countered with fire release, the two ninjutsu clashing in midair, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Then she started throwing shurikens everywhere, as if they were free, and I transformed my white hair into countless steel needles to block them all. We were like 2 Gatling guns, firing away at each other for a long time, the sound of metal clashing echoing all around. I thought it was about time to stop, so I said to her, "Beauty, let's call it a draw, okay? If it's a draw, there won't be any of that messy stuff, right? I'm leaving now." But she was something else. It wasn't over yet. She pulled out a katana from behind her and, with a swoosh, disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind me. And with one strike, she came down. I really can't believe it. I can only use the needle to tie her up. Her white hair instantly grew wildly, directly wrapping her up like a dumpling. A few strands of hair even pierced in her flesh, causing a bit of blood to flow. She let out a gasp. And then guess what she said? She actually looked at me, with shining eyes and a face full of relief, saying, "It's over, you win. From now on, I will be your wife." I was feeling high blood pressure at that moment, so I quickly gathered my hair and pulled her aside. "Sister, let's call it a draw. A draw. I have someone I like now. You saw her just now. It's Tsunade. Even if it's unrequited love. As long as she's happy every day, I'm satisfied." The girl was stunned after hearing this and asked me, "Even someone as impressive as you can have unrequited love?" I replied, "Yes, Tsunade has been through too much and is now very resistant to relationships, but I will always protect her until I die." I tell you, the way she looked at me changed. From wanting to marry me at first, it turned into admiration. She said I was a real man and wished me luck with Tsunade. In the end, she finally relented and said this time it would count as a draw. But in the future, my disciple would have to go to their village to compete with their descendants. Phew, I finally settled this matter. I bid her farewell and turned to leave. On the other side, Tsunade had actually sensed my chakra disappearing. Her expression was TSK, quite disappointed. Ino couldn't stand it anymore and directly commented, "Lady Tsunade, why bother? I can't even count how many times you've mentioned Jiraiya-sama when you're drunk." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face turned bright red, and she cursed, "What does a child know?" Then hurriedly left. See, she has feelings for me, right? Anyway, after that, I returned to my daily routine, looking for inspiration for my novel All Over the World, which basically means looking at beautiful women. Just as I was sketching, a toad suddenly jumped out and spat out a scroll. I opened it, and I was dumbfounded. The message read that Naruko, my precious granddaughter, had single-handedly stormed into the Cloud Village and took down the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki together, and it was a complete victory. I was completely stunned at the time. How could this be possible? What kind of monster did the Watergate produce? 8 years old, and she defeated the Raikage and the Eight Tails? With this combat power, she must have Awakened would release too, right? Goodness, is would release now as common as cabbage. Just like that. But on another note, my granddaughter is really making me proud. After reading the information, I thought it was time to get down to business. I need to investigate that mysterious Akatsuki organization. Alright, Tsunade's gambling luck has probably run out again, so I need to have the Toad send her gambling funds first. Once this news got out, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Just think about it. The 8-year-old daughter of the 4th Hokage from Konoha, single-handedly defeating 2 top-tier masters. It's like a myth. Over at Awagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, that stubborn old man, didn't believe the news at first and thought his subordinates were joking with him. 8 years old? Defeating the Raikage and the Eight Tails together? Are you telling a story here? But when his subordinates mentioned the words would release, let me tell you, that old man's face turned pale instantly and cold sweat started pouring down. Who understands the fear etched in the DNA of his family? It was the fear he experienced when he was dominated by the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, all coming back in an instant. He panicked, completely panicked. The 1st Hokage used would release to bring peace to the chaotic world, and he still has nightmares about that scene. After finally outliving the 1st Hokage, now another monster that can use would release at 8 years old and can take down the Raikage and the Eight Tails has emerged? This is outrageous. If she grows up, the entire ninja world will be rubbed into the ground by Konoha. Anoki immediately ordered that at all costs, they must eliminate Naruko in the cradle. He not only wanted to lead a team to ambush Konoha from behind himself, but also to inform Sunagakure and Kirigakure to unite the forces of the world to carry out an assassination operation against my granddaughter. And what about our protagonist, who caused worldwide panic? She still doesn't know that she has become the #1 assassination target globally and is sleeping soundly in a warm place. Next to her is the Two Tails Jinchuriki, who had just been knocked down by her. The Two Tails Jinchuriki woke up, feeling sore all over, and when she looked down, she found a little girl lying in her arms, a ninja from Konoha. She exploded. Without thinking, she extended her clawed hand and scratched at her. As a result, Naruko didn't even open her eyes, effortlessly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Then she slowly opened her eyes, and those eyes instantly transformed from the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The Two Tails Jinchuriki took one look and was dumbfounded. Her consciousness was directly pulled into an illusion. Naruko's subsequent actions were ruthless. She found the Two Tails troublesome and directly placed a 4-symbol seal on the Two Tails' belly, locking her down tightly. Then, with her Mangeki Sharingan, she directly formatted and rewrote the Two Tails' memories. In the new memories, the Two Tails was an orphan saved by Naruko, filled with gratitude and loyalty towards her. After finishing, Naruko was still not at ease, so she plunged her consciousness into the ceiling space to educate the Two Tails. That big cat was initially quite fierce, roaring at Naruko. But when Naruko's aura opened up and her Mangeki glared, she said, "You either behave, or I'll drain your chakra. Your host is now my person. If you dare to speak recklessly in front of her, you will bear the consequences." The Two Tails immediately cowered, not daring to make a sound. When Naruko's consciousness returned, the Two Tails had just awakened from the illusion. She looked at Naruko, her eyes filled with admiration and affection, and directly knelt on one knee. "Lady Naruko?" Naruko nodded in satisfaction and smiled, asking her, "Yumiko, are you awake? How do you feel?" Yumiko nodded happily. "Yes, Lady Naruko, I feel great." "Lady Naruko, it's time to get up. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Let me tell you, this little girl is just too considerate." In no time, she caught a few freshly caught fat fish and brought them in, grilled to perfection. I patted the edge of the bed and said, "Come, sit down and let's enjoy." She was a bit shy at first, but when I gave her a glare, she immediately sat down obediently. After we were full, this girl even took the initiative to massage my shoulders, being all attentive. I tell you, her technique was really quite comfortable. I've been exhausted like a dog these past few days. It was just right for her to help me loosen up. As she was massaging, I got into the mood and said, "Let's go, just massaging isn't fun enough. Let's go soak in the bath." In our bathroom, there's a giant bathtub that can easily fit 5 or 6 people. That girl, Murun, started acting silly again, saying she was a servant and could only help me wash. I laughed at that and said, "Stop talking nonsense. This is an order. Hurry up, or I might get angry." After saying that, I quickly stripped down and jumped in. Then, I reached out and pulled her in with a splash. And she screamed as the water splashed everywhere. Mingzi, you're so naughty. She had wet hair and her face turned as red as an apple, pouting at me. I burst out laughing and said, it's fine, it's fine. Don't you understand the allure of being wet? We're both girls, why be shy? Come on, let me help you take it off. I'm telling you, with that hand speed, in a flash, she was all smooth. TSK, with that figure, even I, a woman, couldn't help but swallow. She seemed quite pleased, giggling and pushing her chest out. I said, enough, enough, stop showing off. Just now you didn't do it right for me. Now it's my turn to let you experience what true skill is. My unique technique is all about physical and mental pleasure, you understand? She still wanted to refuse, saying something about our different statuses. I directly pressed her down to lie down, saying, stop talking nonsense. I don't see you as beneath me. You are my friend, understand? Just lie down and enjoy, that's it. Now she had no choice but to comply, lying flat, her whole body floating on the water surface. I directly took out a bottle of special edition lubricant from my system space. I had prepared this long ago, and today it just happened to come in handy. She still looked confused and asked me, Whole Body Essential Oil SBA. That name sounds so strange. I smiled proudly and said, of course, I invented it exclusively. Wait a moment, let me heat some oil for you. As I spoke, I performed a fire release technique, creating a small flame to heat the oil in my hand with precise temperature control. Then I pressed my hands down, started from her neck and working my way down. She immediately let out a comfortable hum, saying it felt pleasantly warm and cool, something she had never experienced before. Inside, I felt incredibly proud and said, this is just the beginning. Wait a moment, let me give you a chest treatment. Those two buns of yours still have room for improvement. My skills can enhance your bust. As my movements became faster, she could no longer bear it, her face turning completely red as she splashed around in the water. She even looked at me with admiration and said my technique could be included in medical ninjutsu textbooks. I replied, that won't do. This unique skill cannot be shared. If I let it out, how will I get by? Looking at the splashes of water, I couldn't help but ask her, were you too comfortable just now and accidentally peed? Her face flushed bright red to the roots of her ears as she stammered, no, I just let out a fart. I stifled a laugh and said, all right, I understand. Then I straightened my expression and said, next is the second phase. The unique secret technique, golden hoop finger massage. You might feel a bit, so bear with it. This is also my first time experimenting on a living person, so just hang in there. It will be over soon. Upon hearing that it was an experiment, she looked a bit confused, but still nodded obediently. I said it started. Then I raised two fingers, infused with chakra, and just poked at her sit bone with a puff. Family, who understands? That scream of hers almost blew the roof off. She was in so much pain it felt like electric shocks, shaking all over, and cold sweat started pouring down. I hurriedly used chakra to help her soothe the pain while cheering her on. Hold on, it's like this for the first time. If it flows, it 1T hurt, and if it hurts, it 1T flow. She really could endure it. Her face turned pale from the pain. Yet she gritted her teeth and said, I can hold on. It's my honor to do experiments for Lord Naruko. Goodness, that determination. I said, all right, I'm going to speed up now. If it's not continuous, it 1T work. Then my movements got faster and faster, and she kept screaming, holding onto the edge of the bathtub tightly. Suddenly, there was a crack, and she crushed that wooden bathtub. When I stopped, this girl was already flushed all over, drenched in fragrant sweat floating on the water. If someone didn't know better, they would think we had just done something naughty. But after she recovered, her face was full of relief, saying she felt the chakra flowing all over her body, warm and incredibly comfortable. I looked at a pool of water and suddenly noticed something was off. Why was it red? Oh, I remembered that the blood from when Kakashi stabbed her yesterday hadn't been cleaned up yet. I quickly said, look at you, you've dyed this whole basin of water red. Be more careful next time. If you die, where am I going to find another little girl like you? After she changed the water and cleaned it thoroughly, I took out a black summer swimsuit from the system and tossed it to her. Guess what? Just as I came out of the bathroom, a system notification popped up saying I had received a maid and was rewarded with a set of swimwear. I opened it up and wow, summer swimsuit set. Wearing it doubles chakra, doubles attack damage, and never wears out. What? Are these stats for real? This is practically a divine artifact. If I put it on the wooden girl, her chakra would directly become two-tailed beasts, and her combat power would soar to the peak of the shadow level, right? System, you are my god. After the wooden girl put it on, she was amazed, feeling an endless surge of power within her, and stammered, asking what kind of divine clothing this was. I told her it was something I prepared for myself, but now I was giving it to her. Upon hearing this, she was so touched that she immediately wanted to take it off and return it to me. I hurriedly went up and held her down, personally zipping her up, and casually pinched her a couple of times. I said, "You wear it, just wear it. No need to talk back. Look, it looks great, feels nice. Just has a bit of room for improvement." She blushed and obediently complied. I told her to quickly use her transformation technique to change into a random passerby face. After all, she is now mine and can't be recognized by those fools from Yuin Village. Meanwhile, over in Yuin Village, the fourth Reikage had just woken up and, in his rage, smashed the bed beneath him into pieces with a punch. He had heard that the wooden person was defeated by Kakashi and had gone missing, and that the Konoha army was quickly approaching their village, making him furious. Just as he was about to explode, a subordinate came to report that someone from Awagakure wanted to see him. With his bad temper already flaring, he became even more annoyed upon hearing it was Awagakure, telling them to get to the point quickly. As it turned out, the person from Awagakure was quite talented and got straight to the point. "Lord Reikage, we are here to discuss cooperation. You know that Naruto can use wood release, right? You also know how the first Hokage swept through the ninja world, right? That girl is only 8 years old now, and she can already give you and the Eight Tails a hard time. What will happen when she turns 20? Do our two villages still have a way out?" I tell you, this statement directly hit the Reikage's nerve. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became, and his whole body crackled with lightning. With a loud bang, he smashed the newly replaced desk into pieces. His secretary next to him was almost in tears, having to replace desks day after day. The several jonin from Awagakure turned pale with fear, thinking how could such a fierce man be defeated by an 8-year-old girl? This world is too crazy. The Reikage panted heavily, glaring at them fiercely. "Humph, since that old man Inoki sent you here, you must have some sinister plan. Let's hear it." Goodness, I tell you, the people from Awagakure were practically broadcasting their little schemes on their faces. The leading jonin cleared his throat, his expression as if he was about to make a grand proposal, and started with, "Lord Fourth Reikage, our Tsuchikage's intention is simple and straightforward, just 2 words, assassination." At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Assassination? Are they really going that far? He continued, "This time, our Awagakure is going all in. 500 jonin, plus our third Tsuchikage leading the charge, will launch a surprise attack from behind Konoha. And you, Lord Reikage, will hold down Konoha's main force on the front lines." Wow. The way he said it made it sound like I was just a pawn, specifically to draw their hatred, right? But it didn't stop there. The guy got more and more excited, saying that Sunagakure was also on board. They would send 300 jonin, and the 4th Kazekage would personally take action. Just think about it. The 3 of US combined would have over 1,000 jonin, with you, the Tsuchikage, and the Kazekage all in command. This lineup is specifically prepared for that Naruto Uzumaki. Does anyone understand? Over 1,000 people going after an 8-year-old kid. It sounds utterly unfair when you say it out loud. Their intention was clear. No matter how strong you are, Naruto, or how outrageous your wood release is, do you have infinite chakra? We will overwhelm you with sheer numbers, wearing you down to exhaustion. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. This Daisamoku is truly scared out of his wits by the wood release. I leaned back in my chair and let out a cold laugh. Oh, it seems that old Yemu is really scared. Huh? For the sake of a little girl. He is even willing to risk his own life, and is preparing to come out himself? As soon as I said this, the faces of the few rock shadows on the other side turned green. I'll continue to add some commentary. I've heard that his waist was broken by a kick from Uchiha Madara back in the day, right? When he saw the first Hokages would release, he was so scared that he almost performed a reverse flow of the river on the spot, wasn't he? No wonder, no wonder. Just hearing about wood release made his DNA react. And that 4th Kazekage, is he joined the fun too? Heh, this lineup is indeed luxurious. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. My mouth is like it's been blessed. Every word hits right in the gut. The rock-hidden ninja's face turned ashen, barely holding back his anger as he said, "Lord Fourth Reikage, you can't say that. We are here to help you, and if you disagree, just pretend we're never here. But, without us, your cloud-hidden village might not be far from being flattened by Konoha, right? Hey, are you still daring to threaten me? But I know full well what that old fox Inoki is scheming. Damn it. My father was killed by this old man back in the day." I slammed the table suddenly, pretending to be a hot-tempered guy. "Humph. Fine, I agree to this. Go back and tell Noki to make the plan more detailed, and we'll contact you later." The few Awagakure ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with barely concealed disdain. Probably thinking to themselves, what a brute, he took the bait so easily. They bowed respectfully and quickly left. As soon as they were gone, my most trusted subordinate, Inama became anxious. Lord Raikage, are you really going to ally with them? This is simply inviting a wolf into the house. Who is MaskedMan, the biological daughter of the fourth Hokage? If we kill her on our own turf, do you think Namikaze Minato won't flatten our Kumogakure with a giant robot? By then, Noki would have achieved his goal, packed up and left, maybe even popping champagne to celebrate on the side. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. We absolutely cannot kill MaskedMan. Please think it over. Seeing her anxious expression, I suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Inama, if you can think of it, do you think I can't? Am I the kind of fool who gets sold and still helps count the money? I retracted my smile, and my gaze turned icy. That old man Ohayaki thinks he can use me as a pawn to bear the wrath of Konoha? He's a bit too naive. This time, they want to kill Namikaze Minato. Fine, I'll help them. But this is precisely the best opportunity for us to ease our relationship with Konoha. Inama was left dumbfounded, with a face full of question marks. I stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the thunderclouds outside. I said word by word, I admit, this time we lost, completely and utterly. It's embarrassing to be taken down by an 8-year-old child, but for the sake of the village, what does face matter? Inama, prepare 10 billion Ryo immediately. Secretly send it to Konoha. This is our compensation, requesting Konoha's understanding. Remember, it must be handed directly to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Additionally, include a great gift. A cruel smile crept onto my lips as I planned to send a complete plan for a Wagakure and Sunagakure to jointly hunt down Naruto Uzumaki, including their attack routes, ambush locations, everything in detail. Tell Minato Namikaze that we, Kumogakure, are willing to be this internal traitor and cooperate with him. This time, I will make sure that those self-righteous guys from a Wagakure and Sunagakure never return. Anoki, it's time to settle the score for what my father endured all those years ago. With interest, after hearing my plan, Inama was stunned, going from shock to enlightenment and finally deep admiration. She nodded heavily. Yes, Lord Raikage, I will take care of it right away. After she left, I looked out the window, unable to suppress the killing intent any longer. Anoki, you old fool, you've lived long enough. This time, go down and apologize to my father. Let me tell you, the execution power of the Umbu in our Cloud Village is truly remarkable. Once they receive a mission, they rush straight to Konoha. On the other hand, that old man Inoki is still in the dark. When his subordinates reported back, saying I agreed, he was so happy that his beard perked up. Ha 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 ha. I told you, that reckless guy AI would definitely agree. He sits there, looking like he has everything under control, immediately sending the battle plan to the Cloud and Sand villages, and dispatching people to find the location of Naruto Uzumaki. If they can't find him, they are to attack Konoha's forces to force him to reveal himself. This time, I must see that wood-style brat die without a burial place. Goodness, this old man's obsession with wood-style is even scarier than a black fan. Just when these people were busy making plans, the real puppet master of the ninja world wasn't idle either. Underground, Kagaya appeared like a ghost and started reporting to Obito. Obito, there's been a change. The fourth Hokage has been resurrected, and his daughter has awakened wood-style, taking down the fourth Raikage and the 8 Tails. This could affect our plans. Upon hearing this, Obito was stunned. The teacher has been resurrected? How is that possible? He has probably been too busy cosplaying as Uchiha Madara to notice anything outside. Kagaya said slowly, that's right, and his daughter is ridiculously strong. This will be a big problem for us in capturing the tailed beast later. Guess what Obito said? He snorted coldly, acting all proud. I'm just an 8-year-old kid. How strong can she be? She is probably just relying on space ninjutsu to take shortcuts. Not to be feared. I can't help but laugh when I hear this. Come on, weren't you also lost back then by this seemingly insignificant space ninjutsu? However, he changed his tone. But if we can kill her and throw the situation into chaos, that wouldn't be bad at all. Just in time. Isn't a Wagakure about to take action? Let's go and stir things up, focusing on creating chaos. After saying that, he twisted the space and disappeared. Kurizetsu looked at the spot where he vanished and muttered to himself. This wave of Narukami isn't even the reincarnation of Ashura. How can he use would release? How strange. But it doesn't matter. My pieces are Naruto and Sasuke. Obito, don't let me down. This guy's been playing a big game for 1,000 years. Truly an old master of scheming. The scene shifts back, and the Umbu squad I sent out is desperately running along the border. Suddenly, they saw a flash in front of them, as a figure appeared out of nowhere with another girl. Let me tell you, that girl Naruko, after breaking through the battlefield, didn't rush back at all. Instead, she casually strolled around with the two wooden dummies like they were on a picnic. She sensed the presence of these several Umbu from the hidden cloud village with her Kagura mind's eye. Would release entanglement. Without saying a word, Naruko clapped her hands, and countless vines sprang up from the ground, instantly tying up our poor Umbu like rice dumplings. The Umbu were terrified, and just as they shouted, "Who goes there?" they looked closely and exclaimed, "Whoa, isn't this the one who treated our rakeage and the other as a ball?" Fear was instantly written on everyone's faces. Naruko tilted her head and asked with an annoyed expression, "What are you sneaking around here for? You guys from the Hidden Cloud Village?" The leading Umbu's survival instinct kicked in, and he spilled the beans like a bamboo tube pouring beans. "Don't kill us. We're here to negotiate peace. Our rakeage sent us to Konoha to negotiate a ceasefire and compensation." "Ceasefire?" Naruko curled her lips, saying it nicely. "But isn't that just surrender? Finally admitting defeat? Fine. I was almost dozing off fighting against a bunch of noobs like you. Family, who understands this top-tier Versailles is not very harmful, but extremely insulting." Then Naruko grinned, showing her small white teeth. "In that case, let me escort you." She pulled the two wooden dummies with one hand and grabbed the vines binding the Umbu with the other. Whoosh! The next second, when the Umbu opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing at the gate of Konoha. They were completely stunned. Each one of them had their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. This is Konoha? We were still hundreds of miles away just now. My God, she brought us 5 people and crossed half a country in an instant. Is this chakra a power bank come to life? We lost. We really lost without any grievances. What were we even fighting for? Naruko clapped her hands, released the vines, and said like a tour guide, "All right, stop dawdling. I'll take you to the Hokage's office." As soon as they entered the village, Konoha's Umbu surrounded them, and when they saw it was Naruko, they immediately knelt on one knee. "Lady Naruko, it's fine." Naruko waved her hand, casually explaining a small matter. "I brought back some Umbu from the Hidden Cloud Village who want to surrender. My dad is in the office, right?" The Umbu nodded quickly. Thus, Naruko swaggered down the streets of Konoha, leading a group of enemy village Umbu, completely unimpeded. Meanwhile, Minato was in his office handling documents. An Umbu flashed in to report, "Hokage-sama, Lady Naruko has returned, and she brought back a few Umbu from the Hidden Cloud, saying they are here to negotiate." Upon hearing this, Minato paused his pen, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh, negotiation? Heh, if you guys from the Hidden Cloud don't bleed this time, it would be an insult to how hard my daughter fought outside. This immense fortune has finally come to Konoha. Let them in." Minato chuckled, feeling pleased. Soon, the office door was pushed open. "Dear Dad, I'm back." Naruko waved cheerfully. Minato looked at his precious daughter with pride on his face. "You did well, girl. Now the entire ninja world knows your name. All right, go back and see your mom first. She's worried about you every day. I have some business to attend to." "Okay, Dad." Naruko gave an okay gesture and took the two wooden dummies away. Once she left, the smile on Minato's face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, killing intent, causing the 5 Umbu from the Hidden Cloud to tremble in fear. "All right, what does your rakeage want to say?" The Hidden Cloud Umbu, trembling, handed over the scroll. Minato opened it, and his expression grew darker and angrier with each line he read. When he read that the Rock Village and Sand Village planned to ally with the 3 villages to ambush his daughter, a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Oomph. Rock Village, Sand Village. Minato's hand tightened around the scroll, veins bulging. "Dare to touch my daughter? Let you taste what true fear is." Meanwhile, our protagonist Naruko had already returned home. Before going home, she split off a shadow clone and took the 2 wooden dummies to her secret base. Let me tell you, this girl is now wealthy. She has several secret bases in Konoha, all filled with war orphans she brought back from outside, each turned into her loyal experimental subjects. "Sister, you're finally back." Little Naruto rushed over like a little cannonball when he saw Naruko. Naruko picked him up and smiled, asking, "Naruto, were you good at home?" "I was very good." Naruto hugged her neck, looking expectantly. "Sister, will you teach me ninjutsu? Everyone in the village says you're a super strong ninja. I want to be strong like you. I want to defeat Dad and become the 5th Hokage." This little guy, only 4 years old, has quite the ambition. Naruko patted his head. "Want to learn ninjutsu? How's the taijutsu Dad taught you?" "I practiced it all." Naruto waved his little fists, pouting. "Dad always makes me practice taijutsu. I'm almost tired of it." "Silly brother," Naruko said with a smile. "You need to build a good foundation now to become even stronger in the future." but you're 4 years old now. Alright, today I'll give you a gift. After saying that, she directly took Naruto with a flying thunder god technique to the forest of Konoha. Wow, sister, what gift is it? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since you want to learn ninjutsu, I'll teach you a few. Naruko looked at him with affectionate eyes. Watch carefully, this is called Phoenix Fire Technique. She deliberately slowed her hand seals, took a deep breath, and shouted, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Whoosh! A large number of dense fireballs erupted from her mouth, creating a spectacular scene. Wow, so amazing. Naruto's eyes widened. I learned it. I'll do it too. Then, my silly brother mimicked my hand seals, puffing his cheeks and blowing hard. Puff! A mouthful of smoky barbecue flavor emerged. Ha ha ha! I couldn't stop laughing at that moment. This brother was just too cute. Naruto blushed, feeling unconvinced. I won't accept that. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Puff! This time he made progress, producing a tiny flame that looked like a lighter's flame. Oomph! Again. After trying more than 10 times, Naruto was drenched in sweat, progressing from the initial black smoke to barely being able to spit out 3 or 4 small sparks. He was improving rapidly, but he still wasn't satisfied. Damn it! My throat is almost smoking. Why is it so hard to practice? He stomped his feet in frustration. I looked at his stubborn little eyes, both amused and heartbroken, and quickly advised him, all right, take a break. This can't be rushed. No way. Naruto clenched his little fist, his eyes determined. I can do it. I will succeed. Uzumaki Naruto will definitely succeed. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Whoosh. Although Uzumaki Naruto tried to dissuade him, he had no intention of giving up. He formed the hand seals again, vowing not to stop until he succeeded. In the next moment, countless small flames flew out of Naruto's mouth as if they were free. Did I succeed? This kid isn't too bad, huh? Although he faced many hardships, he finally succeeded. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Naruto in front of him, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes flashing with a hint of gratification. Sister, look, I did it. Ha ha ha. I told you so. I'm going to be the 5th Hokage in the future. How could I not learn such a basic jutsu? Hee hee. Naruto saw the flames he spewed out and was extremely satisfied, beaming with joy, and laughed heartily at Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, our Naruto is amazing. Next, sister will teach you another jutsu. You have an attack. Now, let's give you a defense. Watch closely, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Boom, boom, boom. Uzumaki Naruto slowly formed the hand seals, and after completing them, a large earth wall appeared in front of the two, surprisingly adorned with 4 dog heads. Defensive jutsu? Such a big earth wall? But sister, why are there 4 dog heads on it? Naruto was slightly taken aback when he saw the large earth wall, and after noticing the 4 dog heads on it, he tilted his head and asked Uzumaki Naruto in confusion. Ha! Dog heads for protection, didn't you know? As long as you raise the dog heads, you won't die. Uzumaki Naruto joked, recalling Kakashi's dog head protection, and couldn't help but laugh. Dog heads? Protection? Sister, that sounds kind of weird, but seems really powerful. Let me try it. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Naruto began to form the hand seals, and a small earth wall about 1 meter high and 50 centimeters wide appeared in front of him. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Naruto, you were able to use it the first time? Uzumaki Naruto smiled at the little earth wall and cheered for Naruto. Oomph. I don't believe it. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Boom, boom, boom. After familiarizing himself the first time, Naruto directly increased the chakra supply on the second attempt, and chakra surged wildly from his body. 4 earth flow walls appeared in front of him, surrounding the two on all sides. Huh? This kid upgraded the earth flow wall? It turned into a multi-layered earth flow wall. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly stunned, not expecting her brother to directly use a multi-layered earth flow wall adorned with 16 dog heads, which was quite impressive. Sister, look, am I amazing? Ha ha. I am indeed the future 5th Hokage, ha. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at his masterpiece, admiring himself as he looked at the 4 earth walls, his eyes gleaming with pride. Nowadays, Naruto was training in ninjutsu very quickly without the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra. Unlike before, when he couldn't even use a shadow clone technique. Without the Nine-Tails chakra interference, he was able to control his chakra perfectly. Chapter 120. Let's go. Sister will take you to eat noodles. Well, it's passable. Alright, I'm going to teach you another wind style. Great breakthrough. More powerful jutsu will be taught when you turn 5. For now, using these jutsu is more than enough. As for the substitution technique, you've already learned it, so I won't teach you that. Watch closely. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly at Naruto in front of her. Naruto had now become a genius, not only possessing a vast amount of chakra, but also having received training from the Wave Wind Minato system, greatly increasing his strength. Just in terms of physical techniques, he had already undergone excellent training. The strength of his physical techniques allowed the Uzumaki clan to refine even larger amounts of chakra. It also reduced chakra consumption, enhancing his potential even further. Wow, so powerful. Naruto was astonished to see Uzumaki Naruto use the Great Breakthrough, blowing away hundreds of towering trees in front of him, leaving the ground in chaos. Naruto, the Great Breakthrough is extremely powerful, but it also depends on who you're using it against. In the end, it's just a C-rank jutsu. What I just used was only a fraction of its power, and you can see it's already very strong. At full strength, it's terrifying. So, I hope you can use it well, and not casually increase your chakra too much. The destruction it can cause is beyond your imagination. Uzumaki Naruto smiled at Naruto. After all, Naruto's chakra was immense now, and if he activated too much chakra, it could easily cause significant damage. Using such ninjutsu in the village would likely get him in trouble with Wave Wind Minato. Okay, I got it. Then I'll practice a bit. Naruto nodded, seemingly understanding, and then began to practice the Great Breakthrough seriously. The power of a Rasengan was still too great for him, as he was still small. If he practiced it now, his hands might not be able to bear it. He would wait until next year. Once he grew a bit more, he would teach him the Rasengan. After all, it was still early. There was no need to learn the Rasengan so quickly, although he didn't want Naruto to only be able to create Rasengan forever. Making Rasengan was indeed satisfying. When in doubt, create a Rasengan. When in external matters, create another Rasengan. If it still doesn't work, make a few more Rasengan. The Rasengan was simply the most powerful ninjutsu from start to finish, hands down. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Naruto, who was still practicing Wind Style, with a slight smile. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Wind Style. Then, Naruto continued to practice the Great Breakthrough, seemingly having a special fondness for wind techniques. His speed in practicing Wind Style was much faster than with other techniques, and he quickly mastered the skills. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Whoosh. In an instant, Naruto released a level 10 typhoon, causing dozens of towering trees to crash down, leaving the ground in disarray. Wow, so powerful? Sister, look at me, am I amazing? Ha ha ha. I am indeed the future 5th Hokage. This jutsu is a piece of cake. Hee hee. Seeing his masterpiece, Naruto couldn't help but boast a little. Yes, our Naruto is truly amazing. Uzumaki Naruto reached out to pat Naruto's little head, showing a smile. Hee hee. Naruto felt shy after being praised by his sister and scratched his head. All right, Naruto, that's enough practice for today. Sister is taking you to eat at Ichiraka Ramen. Let's go. Wave Wind Naruko smiled at Naruto and prepared to take him to eat his favorite ramen. Wow. Oh yeah, you're the best, sister. I love ramen. When Naruto heard Naruko say this, his eyes sparkled with joy. Well, let's go. Naruko chuckled lightly, took his hand, and in the next moment, they appeared in front of Ichiraka Ramen. Uncle Tucci, bring us 20 bowls of ramen. Upon arriving at Ichiraku, Naruko waved at Tucci with a smile. Oh, Naruko is here? I haven't seen you for a while. You brought little Naruto along today? Tucci smiled as he squinted at Naruko's voice and glanced at Naruto beside her, his face full of joy. Aren't you fighting lately? I was just out wandering around. Hee. Naruko smiled at Tucci and sat down with Naruto. Naruko, did you go too? SHBU, sitting nearby, looked at Naruko and expressed confusion upon hearing that she had also been on the battlefield. As the daughter of the 4th Hokage, does she really need to go to the battlefield at the age of 8? Well, it's fine now. The fighting over there should be ending soon. Naruko nodded and smiled at SHBU. Really? That's good then. You didn't encounter any danger. SHBU nodded and smiled at Naruko in front of her. Here, I'll serve you 2 bowls first. Eat up. I'll cook the noodles right away. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Tucci directly handed over 2 bowls of ramen, filled with seafood, looking incredibly delicious. The ramen made by Uncle Tucci still smelled amazing as always. Just the smell made my appetite soar. Naruto, let's eat. Today, sister is treating. Eat as much as you want. Naruko's eyes lit up as she saw the large bowl of seafood in front of her, and she immediately picked up her chopsticks to start eating. Hee hee. Uncle Tucci is still so nice. I'm diving in now. Crunch. Naruto happily smiled and quickly picked up his chopsticks, slurping the noodles with a blissful expression, showing just how delicious it was. Huh, Uncle Tucci, is this a new recipe? It's even better than before. After taking a big bite, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he laughed at Tucci. Ha ha ha, as long as little Naruto enjoys it. That's great. This is the latest ramen I've developed. It's best eaten hot. Eat more. Today I'll give you a 50 discount. Tucci was happy to receive Naruto's approval and immediately offered them a discount. Uncle Tucci, you say this every time. If you always give a discount when we come, how do you make money? Naruko shook her head at Tucci in front of her, realizing that every time she or Naruto came to eat, they always got a discount. Haha, money can't be earned endlessly. Chapter 121. The challenge for Naruto, as long as you are happy eating, I'm happy too. Nothing is more important than happiness, right? Tucci smiled at Naruko and Naruto, then continued to cook the noodles. Thank you, Uncle Tucci. Naruko smiled at Tucci. Ha ha ha, just eat more. If you like my noodles, that's the greatest recognition for me. Tucci laughed heartily. As a chef, his greatest joy was seeing others finish all the noodles he made, leaving no broth behind. That's the recognition for them as chefs, which would make them even happier. So you're here? Just then, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke appeared at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing Naruko, Itachi squinted his eyes and smiled. Brother, I don't want ramen. I want rice balls. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Itachi with a pout, looking quite unhappy. Sasuke, I'll take you to buy rice balls later. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead with his hand, revealing a warm smile. You always say that. Uchiha Sasuke's face flushed, pouting as he huffed. Itachi smiled back and led Sasuke into Ichiraku Ramen. Oh, little Itachi, you're here. Want to eat ramen together? Naruko was surprised to see Itachi walk in, having not noticed him earlier. Yeah, I happened to pass by with Sasuke. Big sister, can you treat us to ramen? Itachi nodded at Naruko, smiling with his eyes narrowed. TCH, you're the Uchiha clan's young master, and you still want me to treat you? You should be the one treating. Besides, I'm the big sister. Shouldn't you treat me as your little brother? Naruko pouted, thinking it was ridiculous that an Uchiha young master was so stingy and expected her to pay. Then I'll treat you today. What do you think, big sister? Itachi smiled at Naruko, directly pulling Sasuke to sit down. Brother, I don't want to be here. This woman is scary. I don't like seeing her. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly felt a strange fear when he saw Naruko, as if something had deeply imprinted in his heart. He just felt that this woman in front of him was terrifying, and he wanted to pull Itachi away. Huh, little Sasuke, do you think I'm scary? Naruko smiled at Uchiha Sasuke, showing a strange grin. Seeing Naruko's frightening gaze, Uchiha Sasuke immediately hid behind Itachi, trembling. Naruko couldn't help but laugh at Sasuke's reaction. Little Sasuke, you're so funny. Watching the frightened Uchiha Sasuke, Naruko smiled, then glanced at Naruto, who was eating noodles happily with a big smile on his face, seemingly unaffected. This bad woman. Why am I afraid of her? This woman is strange. Her eyes are weird, like she wants to eat people. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruko with fear, feeling she was scary and not like a woman. In Sasuke's mind, only his mother resembled a woman, gentle and virtuous. Oh, Sasuke, I just noticed you. Today I learned a lot of ninjutsu. How about we have a match? Last time you said, I only knew taijutsu. Let me show you what a genius is today. At this moment, Naruto had already devoured a large bowl of ramen in a flash, looking satisfied. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's voice, he quickly turned his head and issued a challenge. TCH with you? You couldn't even dodge my kunai, and you want to fight me? I'm not interested. Brother, let's go quickly. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disgust, remembering how Naruto had urinated on him, which was the biggest stain in his life. He wished he could pull Itachi away right now. Not want to see the two siblings in front of him at all. Really? Naruto and Sasuke can fight each other, and I also want to see their growth during this time. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto and smiled, then glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, completely unfazed by his intention to leave. Instead, he wanted the two of them to fight together, which directly shocked Uchiha Sasuke. Brother, Uchiha Sasuke saw that Uchiha Itachi had directly agreed to Naruto's challenge on his behalf, and he looked displeased. Sasuke, you are a genius of the Uchiha clan, unafraid of any challenge. Brother also came out of countless challenges. Didn't you say you wanted to be like brother to become a true genius? A genius is not afraid of any challenge, and you naturally cannot back down from this challenge, because brother knows that our Sasuke is the best. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, cheering him on with a smile. Brother? Uchiha Sasuke heard Uchiha Itachi's encouragement, and his eyes shone with endless light. His brother was the man who illuminated his entire world. I accept your challenge, Naruto. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan, unafraid of any challenge. Encouraged by Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke stood up excitedly and said loudly to Naruto in front of him, Haha, that's more like it. I thought you were scared. Let's go outside and fight. Upon hearing that Uchiha Sasuke agreed to his challenge, Naruto looked excited, laughed heartily, wiped his mouth, and prepared to go outside. Bang! Uncle, please pack up all the noodles for me. Just leave it to my shadow clone. These two are still going to duel. I need to go out and take a look. Naruto directly created a shadow clone and said to the noodle chef in front of him, "All right, go ahead." The noodle chef nodded and then continued to make ramen seriously. "Big sister, let's go watch together." Uchiha Itachi smiled at Naruto. Let's go take a look." "Little Itachi, why do I feel like you're acting strange? It seems like you really want to see Naruto and Sasuke's fight?" Naruto nodded, seeming a bit curious, and smiled at Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 122. The Battle of Sasuke and Naruto. It's nothing. It's just that Sasuke's training has been a bit slack lately. It's just right for him to fight Naruto and see if it can help him improve. After all, without experience battling others, it's hard to grow, isn't it? Uchiha Itachi smiled at Naruto in front of him. "Sasuke, I'm sorry. For the happiness of brother, I have to put you through this. Trust brother. This is the last time." Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. "It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with that. Let's go. Take them to fight in the forest. Otherwise, on the street, many things will be destroyed, and we would be in trouble." Naruto nodded and smiled, directly walking out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uchiha Itachi nodded and smiled, and then also walked out. At this time, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had come outside, standing facing each other. "Sasuke, today my sister taught me a very powerful ninjutsu. Later, I'll let you try it. Hee hee. This time, I will definitely make you cry." Naruto couldn't help but laugh when he saw Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. "TCH, just you? Even if you practice for 800 years, you won't be my opponent. Let me test your strength. Strength doesn't come from boasting." Uchiha Sasuke sneered at Naruto. "Is that so? Watch me, wind release." Naruto saw Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he clasped his hands together, ready to release ninjutsu. Wait, at that moment, Naruto's sister came over and directly lifted Naruto's hand. "Sister, what are you doing? I was just about to release ninjutsu." Naruto pouted and looked aggrieved when he saw his battle with Uchiha Sasuke was interrupted. "TCH," Uchiha Sasuke sneered, looking disdainful. "You brat, did you forget what your sister said? You can't release such ninjutsu in the village, or just wait for dad to spank you. Come with me." Naruto's sister reached out and gently patted Naruto on the head. This kid had just forgotten what was said. "Ouch. Sis, don't hit me. I know I was wrong." Naruto quickly surrendered, covering his head with both hands and looking at her pitifully. "Hee hee hee. All right, let's go." Seeing Naruto's expression, his sister couldn't help but laugh. Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he saw Naruto's sister smile. "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go." Seeing Uchiha Itachi in a daze, Naruto's sister directly pulled Naruto and Sasuke, then disappeared from the spot. She really is a scary woman. She brought me to the forest in an instant. Even brother doesn't have such ability. This woman is terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke looked around. He had just been on the street, and the next second, he was suddenly in the forest, showing a look of fear. "It's nothing. Just seeing Sasuke in front of me reminded me of myself back in the day." Uchiha Itachi's face turned slightly red, but it was quickly concealed. "Were you ever this aloof? How come I never noticed?" Naruto's sister was slightly taken aback, looking at the cold-faced Uchiha Sasuke, almost laughing out loud. "Huh." Uchiha Itachi squinted and smiled, his eyes watching Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke on the field, occasionally glancing at Naruto's sister. "Now it's okay. Hee hee. Sasuke, take this. Wind release." Naruto looked around. With no one to disturb them, he clasped his hands together and prepared to release ninjutsu. Whoosh! At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was faster, directly pulling out a shuriken from somewhere and throwing it at Naruto. Not good. Naruto furrowed his brows upon seeing the shuriken coming towards him, quickly putting down his hands and raising the shuriken to deflect it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, Uchiha Sasuke's shuriken flew again at a rapid speed, making it hard to defend against. Such speed, but I'm not made of clay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto furrowed his brows, quickly rolling backward to dodge the shuriken flying towards him, creating distance from Uchiha Sasuke. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wind release and a fire release collided, and a massive wind force and intense heat suddenly erupted nearby. Boom, boom, boom. The wind force from the great breakthrough was immense, but the fire release unleashed by Uchiha Sasuke was also not to be underestimated. The fire was blown apart into countless small fireballs falling aside, and the fire, aided by the wind, directly ignited the nearby trees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Uchiha Sasuke released Fire Style, he threw out countless shuriken, rushing directly through the great fireball to strike Naruto in the face. What a bother, always using shuriken. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Gotta save my life. Wait, why did I say that? My sister always says strange things. Suddenly, a wall of earth appeared right in front of Naruto, with 4 dog heads imprinted on it, and he thought it was a bit odd that he would say such a thing. Bang, bang, bang. The shuriken struck the earth flow wall in front of him, embedding themselves without any reaction. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Then Naruto lightly jumped up onto the earth wall, quickly forming hand signs and unleashing countless flames towards Sasuke. Damn it, how did he learn so many jutsu? Even I just started learning the Phoenix Fire Technique. My brother only taught it to me recently. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, watching the sky full of fireballs flying towards him, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. He couldn't understand how Naruto could unleash such powerful jutsu, leaving him greatly astonished. Since the Uchiha clan did not rebel, Itachi had plenty of time to teach Sasuke, greatly improving his strength. Back then, Sasuke lacked guidance. Itachi was too busy dealing with the village and the clan, and he had no time to instruct Sasuke. Now, it was different. There was no talk of rebellion in the Uchiha clan. Everything had calmed down, and with better tutoring, Sasuke's strength naturally increased. Chapter 123. Naruto's Defeat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken Manipulation Technique. Bang! In the next moment, Sasuke flipped backward, casually releasing numerous shuriken, controlling them with invisible chakra threads, shooting them at Naruto without any blind spots. What the hell? So fierce? Seeing countless shuriken flying towards him, Naruto jumped off the earth wall. Bang, bang, bang. Countless shuriken struck the earth wall, creating a huge noise. Phew, that was close. Hearing the sounds on the earth wall, Naruto hurriedly patted his chest, as if he had just faced something terrifying. This kid. Namikaze Naruto looked at the Naruto in front of him, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Do you think you can dodge? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But Naruto still underestimated Uchiha Sasuke. The shuriken had chakra threads on them, controlled by Sasuke, shooting directly at Naruto below the earth wall. Bang, bang, bang. Don't come over. Help. Ah. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto was pierced by countless shuriken, lying on the ground motionless. Oomph. You think you can fight me? I'm a genius of the Uchiha clan. Bang. What? Hearing Naruto's scream, Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly, looking confident of victory. But in the next second, Naruto actually burrowed out from the dirt, delivering a punch to Sasuke's chin, sending him flying. Ah. Bang. Hit by Naruto, Sasuke was sent flying, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha. How about that? I'm pretty awesome, right? This is my unique tactic. Wahahaha. Naruto couldn't help but laugh heartily, seeing Sasuke flying away after being hit. But, damn it. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Sasuke struggled to stand up, directly unleashing 2 jutsu at incredible speed. He had just started learning the Phoenix Fire Technique, and in his anger, he was able to master it without a teacher. The 2 jutsu were released effortlessly, even surprising Itachi. Sasuke's chakra amount wasn't he enough to release so many jutsu? This time, it was truly an extraordinary performance. Itachi saw that Sasuke had already released 5 jutsu, far exceeding the chakra of any Uchiha in his age group. The Uchiha clan originally had little chakra, and now Sasuke could release so many jutsu at just 4 years old. It was indeed remarkable. Getting fired up? Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Although Naruto learned the Shadow Clone Technique, the massive chakra surged in, transforming it into the multi-shadow clone technique. Before Sasuke, hundreds of Narutos appeared, leaving the Uchiha brothers dumbfounded. Brothers, let us go. Beat him up. Naruto split into hundreds of clones, raising his arms, and the little Narutos charged toward Sasuke. Bang, bang, bang. Countless little Narutos turned into white smoke upon contact with the Great Fireball Technique and the Phoenix Fire Technique, filling the area with smoke. Huh. Bang. At that moment, one Naruto burst out from the smoke, punching towards Sasuke. Get lost. Sasuke's taijutsu was no joke. He kicked the incoming Naruto into white smoke. However, there were simply too many Narutos. 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Eventually, Sasuke exhausted his strength, overwhelmed by a crowd of Naruto clones. Hit him, haha. Seeing Sasuke unable to hold on, Naruto began to pile on, laughing heartily. Idiot. But at some point, Sasuke walked out from behind a tree, looking at the still excited Naruto with a smirk. Really? Are you talking about me? Unbeknownst to him, Naruto was sitting on a tree branch, looking down at Sasuke with a smile. When did he? Sasuke was slightly stunned, suddenly feeling a chill down his back, shock and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Your strength is good. My sister and dad often say to use your brain against enemies. Hee, all the ones I hit you with were shadow clones. That cloud of smoke confused your vision, didn't you notice? It's not your fault. After all, I'm a future 5th Hokage. Such strength is perfectly normal. Ha ha ha. Looking at Sasuke, Naruto's mouth curled up as he jumped down from the branch. Looking excited. Damn. Sasuke looked at Naruto beside him, seething with anger, unable to believe he had actually been defeated, a significant blow to him. Sasuke originally thought of himself as a genius who would definitely surpass his brother. But now being defeated by Naruto filled him with an indescribable anger and humiliation. His fists clenched tightly, his expression dark as he lowered his head. Sasuke, defeat and victory are common in battle. You can't let one failure make you angry and lose your direction. Your brother also faced failures back then. Failure isn't something to be feared. What's terrifying is that you don't even dare to accept the possibility of failure. No one is born invincible. Do you think brother is invincible? Brother still has many people he can't defeat, and those people's strength is greater than mine. But brother won't be discouraged, and neither should you. Brother believes in you. You can definitely become stronger than brother. Uchiha Itachi saw Uchiha Sasuke's displeased expression and appeared in front of him, reaching out to poke his forehead with a smile. Brother? Brother is a genius of the Uchiha clan, and there is no one of the same age who can match brother. Is brother not strong? It's normal for older people to be stronger than brother, but I can't even defeat someone of the same age. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi, a hint of dimness flashing in his eyes, shaking his head, almost crying. Chapter 124 Uchiha Itachi and Naruko. Sasuke, Naruko is stronger than me. I'm still a year older than her. When did brother become the strongest among those of the same age? However, brother will keep working hard to become the strongest. And you should too. Brother believes you can do it. Naruto became stronger through his own efforts. And the fact that you can't defeat him means you're not trying hard enough. Keep it up. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, reached out, and ruffled his hair wildly. I will definitely become stronger and work harder. Next time, I will defeat Naruto. Brother, my hair is a mess. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up as he looked at his brother, clenching his fists, bringing him infinite confidence. Then he saw his messy hair and pouted. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Itachi chuckled, turning to look at Naruto and Naruko. Little Sasuke's strength is quite good. He just lacks some chakra and tends to be too self-righteous. Having confidence in oneself is a good thing, but one must also see the opponent clearly before making decisions. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Be careful next time, regardless of what kind of enemy you face. Just use all your strength. If the enemy is weak, it's an instant kill. If it's a strong opponent, you won't suffer losses either. Naruko came to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, smiled at him, and reached out to pat the happy Naruto's face. Sister, I'm awesome, right? Hee. When Naruto saw Naruko coming over with a happy look, he couldn't help but raise his fist, boasting. Barely okay. Naruko smiled at Naruto. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, lowering his head to start contemplating. All right, today's battle ends here. Both of you should reflect on your shortcomings. You saw Sasuke's words. Your self-confidence is strong, but you have a disdainful attitude towards others. So your failure is inevitable. Your combat skills are quite mature, although there is still room for improvement. But I feel that your most important task at this stage is to adjust your mindset. Naruko looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of her, starting to educate him while secretly feeling pleased. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's proud look when he was younger made her want to give him a beating. Uchiha Sasuke, however, did not appreciate it, snorting coldly, showing no desire to get closer to Naruko. Naruto, although your chakra is vast, you shouldn't use it carelessly. This battle plan was quite good. Using shadow clones to attract Sasuke's attention and then catching him off guard. Make sure to use all your chakra where it's needed, so that every bit of chakra can be effective. No waste. Afterwards, Naruko also criticized Naruto, wanting him to conserve his chakra usage. Having infinite chakra is fine for you, so you can do whatever you want. But Naruto cannot afford to waste chakra. It's better not to waste it. I understand, sister. Hee. Naruto nodded and smiled at Naruko, appearing humble and eager to learn. because he knew that if he showed even a hint of impatience, he would face a fist the size of a sandbag. He was very experienced in such matters. Big sister, during this time, I also want to test my training results. How about we have a match? I want to see how big the gap is between you and me. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruko and made this request, showing a determined expression. A match with me? Are you feeling empty? Or is your skin itching? Naruko was slightly taken aback, looking at Uchiha Itachi with some curiosity. No, I just want to have a match with you since I don't have a good training partner. I want to see my training results during this time. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and walked directly towards Naruko. Not going to find your brother, sure sway? You're here looking for me? Forget it. Seeing you so eager for a beating, I'll agree to you. Hee hee. Naruko was somewhat speechless, clearly. Uchiha Itachi could practice with Uchiha Shursui, yet he wanted to fight with her. Isn't this typical self-torture? However, seeing Uchiha Itachi willingly seeking punishment, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she readily agreed. Everything is for the sake of improving strength. Uchiha Itachi squinted his eyes and smiled, reaching out to scratch his head. All right, then I'll grant your wish. Naruko nodded, and then walked to a somewhat more spacious area. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang. Then Naruko created 2 clones, each standing beside Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto to prevent them from getting hurt due to excessive damage in the upcoming attack. Sasuke, watch carefully. Watching stronger opponents fight is very beneficial for both of you. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, then slowly walked to the open space, standing opposite Naruko. Stronger opponents fighting? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, looking at Naruko and Uchiha Itachi in the arena, deep in thought. It's rare to see my sister fight with someone else. I must watch carefully and learn. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused on the two about to battle. You can make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance, Naruko said arrogantly, looking at Uchiha Itachi in front of her. Then I'll go, big sister. You better be careful. Uchiha Itachi drew a katana, instantly disappearing from his spot. Not bad speed. Your taijutsu has improved. Huh? You're no longer as weak as before. Good. Then let me see your taijutsu. When Naruko saw Uchiha Itachi vanish instantly, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she drew a kunai, standing quietly in place. Whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi attacked from behind Naruko, who quickly turned to counterattack, blocking all the terrifying sword techniques. Good, such fast speed. My eyes can't keep up. Sasuke Uchiha watched Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki fighting in the arena, only hearing sound without being able to see their movements clearly. His eyes flashing with shock. Chapter 125. Itachi Uchiha awakens, mysterious kaleidoscope. Damn, I want to watch properly. Why can't I see anything? Sister, what's going on? Can't you fight a bit slower? How can I see like this? Naruto turned his head to look at his clone, pouting angrily. Slap. Ouch. Naruto was hit on the head by a fist the size of a sandbag from his clone, causing him to grimace in pain. Silly boy, if your sister slows down, she'll get cut. Can't see clearly, huh? Then you should train hard. Taijutsu is also very important. Your speed is so fast that the enemy won't even have time to form hand seals. What enemy can you not defeat? Even if they use ninjutsu without hand signs, your speed is faster than theirs, and before they can release their technique, they'll be killed. That's the power of strong taijutsu. The clone smiled at Naruto. Got it. No need to act like an adult. You're going to mess up my head. Humph. Naruto pouted, looking at the clone with a sulky face. Watch closely and concentrate. The clone chuckled lightly and carefully observed the battle in front of them. Bang! Itachi and Naruto had exchanged blows numerous times, with no clear winner. In the final strike, both of them performed a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. Taijutsu improvement is good. However, it's still not enough to deal with me. The corner of Naruto's clone's mouth slightly curled up, a hint of a smile in her eyes. It's rare to receive praise from the big sister. Itachi smiled at the clone, quickly forming hand signs and rushing towards her. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh. Countless flames shot out from Itachi's mouth, continuously flying towards Naruto's clone. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The ground began to shake as a massive earthen wall appeared in front of Naruto's clone and Itachi, and when the flames hit it, there was an immediate explosion. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shurikens rained down from the sky, directly flying towards Naruto's clone. Shurikens, huh? The clone smiled slightly at the descending shurikens. Whoosh. Rasengan. In the next second, Naruto's clone disappeared from her spot, inexplicably appearing behind Itachi, delivering a Rasengan directly. Flap, flap. When the Rasengan hit Itachi, he transformed into a crow and vanished from the spot. I have to say, your crow technique is quite useful. The clone smiled slightly at the missed attack. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Itachi immediately formed hand signs and unleashed a large fire dragon from a distance, quickly flying towards Naruto's clone. Whoosh! Such an attack can't hit me. The clone disappeared from her spot, directly appearing behind Itachi, swiftly stabbing out with her right hand. Bang! Itachi was directly pierced by Naruto's clone, turning into white smoke. Shadow clone technique? Then where's the real body? The clone didn't activate her Kagaya's eye, and she was just having fun with Itachi, not using her full strength. Shuriken Shadow clone technique. Swish, swish, swish. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, countless shurikens came rushing towards Naruto's clone with no blind spots, shooting from all directions, extremely fierce, and very few could escape Itachi's shurikens. Whoosh! Is this it? Bang! Not yet. The clone appeared behind Itachi again, executing another shadow clone. Illusion technique, demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique. Out of nowhere, Itachi appeared and directly cast an illusion on Naruto's clone. In the next second, the clone froze in place, her entire body covered in rusty, large iron nails in the illusion space. The timing of the illusion was quite good, but this isn't my real body. Using an illusion on me is useless. Bang! The clone transformed into smoke, dissipating in front of Itachi. Itachi frowned, seeing Naruto's clone disappear, exiting the illusion space, and in the next second, he vanished from his spot. Have I been exposed? Looking around, Itachi frowned and quickly fled the scene. Whoosh! Rasengan! Bang! In the next second, Naruto's clone appeared above Itachi, delivering a Rasengan downwards. Yikes! Itachi transformed into a crow again and disappeared from spot. However, this time he used a crow substitution and appeared dozens of meters away. Gasping for breath. The speed of the Flying Thunder God is truly too fast. It's hard to defend against. Feeling Naruto's clone's speed, Itachi felt frustrated. Such speed was difficult to contend with. Damn it, will I never surpass Naruto in my lifetime? As a man, how can I be weaker than someone I like? Damn it, damn it. Endless rage flashed in Itachi's eyes. It was anger at his own incompetence, a deep sense of unwillingness. Found you. Chidori. ZZZZZ. Naruto's clone found the location where Itachi was hiding and, without attacking, unleashed endless lightning, charging towards him. Not good. Yikes. During Itachi's moment of distraction, his position was exposed, and he immediately used the crow substitution to escape. Itachi, are you really that useless? Known as a genius of the Uchiha clan, you can't even surpass someone you like. How will you ever qualify to stand by her side in the future? How can you talk about protecting her? At that moment, Itachi felt a surge of anger filling his mind, an evil power chilling his brain. The already fully developed Mangekyou Sharingan flashed with a strong red light, incredibly eerie. Finally, a drop of blood fell from Itachi's left eye, the red light in his eye socket flickering, transforming into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This time, the eye didn't bear the original three-pronged shuriken symbol, but transformed into a six-pronged shuriken, and this shuriken was irregular, somewhat resembling a bat. The side of the six-pronged shuriken had 3 tomo floating within it, looking extraordinarily cool and sacred. Chapter 126. Intense Battle. What? Mangekyou Sharingan? Itachi felt the surging power within him and the explosive visual prowess brought by the Mangekyou Sharingan, giving him a feeling of invincibility. The Mangekyou Sharingan is the Eye of Protection, manifesting in different shapes and possessing different abilities based on one's inner spirit. The Uchiha Itachi family, which was receiving aid, was preparing for a rebellion, especially after the death of Uchiha Shursui, who was like a brother to him, which ultimately awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. The abilities contained within it are destruction and illusion. However, awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan does not necessarily require killing one's closest person, as long as your anger reaches its limit. Regardless of the reason, be it the pain of losing a loved one or the resentment towards one's own powerlessness, only then can one awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Ultimately, those who can awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan must be the strongest of the Uchiha clan, showing signs of ancestral return, Indra, in their bloodline, which leads to the awakening of this powerful eye. Every member of the Uchiha clan has Indra's bloodline, and intermarriage occurs within the clan, preventing outsiders from entering. Their bloodline is extremely pure, and whether one can awaken it depends entirely on talent. Descendants are not necessarily weaker than their ancestors. Indra possessed the Eternal Eye because he inherited the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Those descendants who can awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan have already perfectly inherited Indra's power, albeit without the Sage of Six Paths strength. Therefore, two brothers must complement each other to achieve the Eternal Eye, ensuring they never go blind. As for what kind of ocular techniques Uchiha Itachi possesses, we do not know. Itachi actually awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan by himself? Such talent? Isn't that too strong? He didn't need to kill his closest person or have his closest person die by his side, and he directly awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? How is that different from Indra? The only thing missing is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. But his eyes? Why are they not the same as in the original work? However, I feel that his Mangekyou Sharingan's power is very close to my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan's power. Could it be that the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan also has levels? Uzumaki Naruko looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, observing his expanding aura. The originally elite Jonin's presence had now reached the level of Kage, which she found unbelievable. The original Itachi awakened his Mangekyou due to Shirsui's death, which is entirely different from the current awakening. This means that the current Itachi's experiences are not the same as in the original work, leading to different reflections of his inner self and thus awakening different Mangekyou Sharingan. However, since he did not witness a loved one's death, does that mean his Mangekyou Sharingan's power is stronger than an ordinary one? Watching the awakened Uchiha Itachi in front of her, Uzumaki Naruko lowered her head and began to ponder. The awakening of the Mangekyou is a mystery. Everyone knows its abilities, and different people have different ocular techniques, but no one knows if there are distinctions. Is every Mangekyou's power really the same? This is clearly impossible. It all depends on the degree of awakening, but no one has made comparisons. However, Uzumaki Naruko herself possesses an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and Itachi's awakened Mangekyou techniques must definitely exceed those of a normal Mangekyou Sharingan, even comparable to a slightly weaker eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The reason for the existence of the eternal Mangekyou is that it provides an immense amount of ocular power, almost continuous. Moreover, it does not cause significant harm to the body. As long as there is sufficient ocular power, one can use the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan without limits. However, the Mangekyou Sharingan will go blind due to insufficient ocular power, and the recovery speed of ocular power cannot keep up. Perhaps Itachi's eyes, after use, can also function like the eternal Mangekyou and not go blind? After all, the immense ocular power is present. Uzumaki Naruko furrowed her brows, clearly feeling the terrifying ocular power emanating from Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou, murmuring to herself, "Big sister, I awakened a special ability. My strength has increased significantly. You need to be careful." Uchiha Itachi sensed the change in his strength, a confident look flashing in his eyes as he smiled at Uzumaki Naruko. The Mangekyou Sharingan is indeed powerful, capable of possessing so many abilities. Perhaps in the future, I can rely on these eyes to protect Naruko. After awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi felt his strength skyrocketing, finally having the power to protect Uzumaki Naruko, and he felt very happy inside. Is that so? Then let me see your strength. Come on. Whoosh. Great Ball Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruko smiled slightly, appearing directly above Uchiha Itachi and launching another Great Ball Rasengan down. Uchiha Itachi smirked slightly, standing still without any movement. Uzumaki Naruko suddenly realized that she had passed right through Uchiha Itachi's body, momentarily stunned. What? Nanny? Kamui? After passing through, Uzumaki Naruko felt something was off. Just as she wanted to leave, her right foot was caught by Uchiha Itachi. Huff, huff, huff. Uchiha Itachi grabbed Uzumaki Naruko's foot with his right hand, kicking her away. Whoosh! The next second, Uzumaki Naruko disappeared from the spot, but her shoe was caught in Uchiha Itachi's hand. Uchiha Itachi looked at the shoe in his right hand, slightly surprised, and instinctively put it away before disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Uzumaki Naruko, holding a katana and slashing at her. What incredible speed! Itachi has awakened a technique similar to Kamui, and his speed is extraordinary. What kind of ability is this? Uzumaki Naruko furrowed her brows, feeling astonished by the suddenly appearing Uchiha Itachi in front of her. Clang, clang, clang. Now it's the real thing. What an opportunity. If I can hit Uchiha Itachi's katana with a kunai, it proves he is indeed real. Uzumaki Naruko disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, quickly thrusting the kunai. She passed through Uchiha Itachi again, leaving Uzumaki Naruko in shock. Smack! Uzumaki Naruko's hand, which had thrust the kunai, was caught by Uchiha Itachi, who then effortlessly flung her away. Chapter 127, Ocular Technique, Phantom Dream Realm. Is the speed of phasing really this fast? Even Obito's Kimui cannot achieve this. My space ninjutsu can't seem to affect him at all. Moreover, I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. What kind of ocular technique is this? Being thrown away, Uzumaki Naruko furrowed her brows, realizing she did not understand Uchiha Itachi's ocular technique, making it difficult to injure him for the time being. Everyone's ocular techniques are unique, and they're all extremely powerful. Uzumaki Naruko cannot activate the Manjiki Sharingan now, so she can only use space ninjutsu and some minor ninjutsu in battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Uzumaki Naruko's clones lifted Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto into the air, hovering high above. Flying? Sister, you can fly? Teach me sometime, I want to fly too. Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon seeing his sister flying. I'll teach you then. Uzumaki Naruko smiled at Naruto. This woman is truly terrifying, but it seems my brother is stronger than her. He was initially being overwhelmed, but has now turned the tide. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruko in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Seeing Uchiha Itachi displaying immense power on the field, Uchiha Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Since that's the case, let me see how long you can maintain the blur. Would release, birth of the trees. Boom, boom, boom. I saw Namikaze Minato clasp his hands together, chakra wildly pouring into the ground, countless saplings breaking through the soil and rapidly growing. In the next moment, they turned into towering trees. The branches and vines of these trees surged violently towards Uchiha Itachi. What? Is this the legendary wood release? I heard my dad can do this too. Can I awaken such a ninjutsu as well? This is so spectacular. Naruto was dumbfounded as he witnessed the wood release erupting in front of him. It was his first time seeing it. Although he had heard that his father could use this ninjutsu, he had never seen it before. Seeing it today, it truly lived up to its reputation. Such a powerful aura. I actually feel an overwhelming sense of invincibility in front of this force. This woman is truly terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke frowned tightly. Minato's successive ninjutsu left him in shock. Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed as he watched the countless vines and branches rushing towards him, quickly navigating through the barrier of the birth of the trees. Countless vines attacked indiscriminately and without any blind spots. And even if Obito came, he wouldn't be able to resist. He would be finished in 5 minutes. 1 minute. 3 minutes? 8 minutes? How is this possible? Is it more enduring than Obito's god of shinobi? Minato stood high up. His indiscriminate attack left Itachi surprisingly unresponsive after 5 minutes, making her feel incredulous. Big sister, there is no time to think too much right now. Boom! Uchiha Itachi had somehow appeared behind Namikaze Minato, his katana thrusting directly towards her. When? Snap! Got you. Sealing technique for symbol seal. Minato pretended not to see Itachi appearing behind her, displaying a shocked expression, but was actually waiting for this moment. After blocking Itachi's katana, she grabbed his right hand and performed the sealing technique. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Itachi's brow tightened as he felt a terrifying sealing chakra, immediately activating his Susanoo in its initial state, separating Minato's grip from his hand. Susanoo, huh? It's not a complete form. It has no effect at all. Super Giant Rasengan. A Super Giant Rasengan appeared in Minato's right hand, crashing into the Susanoo skeleton in front of her. Crack! Boom! Susanoo shattered into pieces, but Uchiha Itachi had already appeared hundreds of meters away. Whoosh! You lost. The next moment, just as Uchiha Itachi was about to enter a special state, a voice entered his ear. Minato had grabbed his right shoulder, a kunai pressed against his neck. Flying Thunder God technique? Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned, looking down to see that when Minato had grabbed him, she had directly placed the Flying Thunder God technique on him. Little Itachi, your Manjiki Sharingan ability is impressive. Being able to ignore so much of my attack damage. Minato released Uchiha Itachi, a slight smile on her lips. Yes, it's a type of ocular technique that allows dreams and reality to merge. As long as I don't appear, I can never be harmed. I cannot be harmed in the dream, but the weapon in my hand can transform between dream and reality, like a soul attacking others with a weapon. Others cannot hurt me, but I can hurt them. This ocular technique is called Phantom Dream True Realm. Uchiha Itachi looked at Namikaze Minato and smiled. A technique that combines reality and dreams? Similar to God of Shinobi, but different from God of Shinobi, which has space. However, Itachi's ocular technique is a blend of dreams and reality, somewhat akin to his Izanagi, but without the need to sacrifice an eye. His Phantom Dream, True Realm? This ocular technique is simply more powerful than the God of Shinobi. Minato looked at Uchiha Itachi, astonished. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to awaken such an ability. Then what about the ocular technique of your other eye? Minato was eager to know what the ocular technique of Uchiha Itachi's other eye was. Big sister, you seem to know a lot, but that's my secret. I can't tell you, haha. Uchiha Itachi teased. Keeping his strongest means a secret from others. The fewer people who know, the better, so he can catch them off guard. TCH, if you want to say, then you want to say, but your strength is already formidable. With such an ocular technique, you can at least move freely in this ninja world. As long as you're not ambushed by others, there shouldn't be any issues. Minato pouted, but since Uchiha Itachi wouldn't say, she wouldn't push it. Let us end today's battle here. Your strength has improved quite a bit, but using the Manjiki Sharingan puts a lot of strain on your body. So you should use it sparingly. In a few days, come find me, and I'll think of a solution for you. Chapter 128. The eye opened just for you. Looking at the sky, Minato decided not to continue the fight. Their battle had almost reached its conclusion, and if they continued, she would have to unleash her special abilities. At that point, one Susanoo and one wooden figure would make others think there was an enemy attacking Konoha. Do you want to grab a meal together? I happen to be accompanying Sasuke to buy rice balls. Today, Mom and Dad are out on missions, so we can only eat out. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Minato, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. No, Naruto and I have already bought a lot of ramen. You two go eat. We need to go back and deal with the ramen. See you next time. Minato shook her head. She had packed a lot of ramen to take back. So she went to go shopping. Waving at Uchiha Itachi, she directly disappeared from the spot. Boom! As Minato's shadow clone let down Uchiha Sasuke, it transformed into smoke and vanished. Another shadow clone then took Naruto and also disappeared into the air. Sigh. Uchiha Itachi looked at the place where Minato had disappeared, deep in thought, and finally sighed. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't you say you would take me to buy rice balls? Uchiha Sasuke ran over, seeing Uchiha Itachi lost in thought, huffed, and turned his head away. Let us go. Brother will take you to buy rice balls. Uchiha Itachi affectionately reached out to ruffle Uchiha Sasuke's hair. He then walked in front of Uchiha Sasuke and squatted down. Come on. After squatting down, Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke and smiled. Okay. Uchiha Sasuke, looking happy, climbed onto Uchiha Itachi's back, hugging his brother's neck tightly, wearing a blissful expression. Brother, that woman is so scary. She created such a large forest out of nowhere. But brother is also so strong, pressing her down and fighting. Hee. As expected, brother is the strongest. By the way, brother, what was that red skull that just appeared? It looked so powerful and felt familiar. Uchiha Sasuke squinted and smiled, feeling particularly happy to see his brother displaying such great power. Naruto's strength goes far beyond this. I still can't match her strength and need to work harder. Sasuke's training can't fall behind either. As for that red skull, I believe Sasuke will definitely possess it too. Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke and smiled. Because it wasn't the Manjiki Sharingan born from enduring pain. Itachi wouldn't think of making Sasuke experience pain. His understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan had changed at a higher level. The Manjiki Sharingan, the eye of love of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, this is the eye open just for you. Uchiha Itachi looked up at the sky, as if there was a wave of Naruto smiling down at him, his face showing a relaxed smile, feeling very happy inside. Really? Then I will definitely awaken it too. But it's a pity that it got shattered by that woman. Uchiha Sasuke smiled slightly upon hearing Itachi's words. That was just the initial state. There are many more forms to come. It can be restored. The more complete the form, the stronger the defense. And it would not be an exaggeration to call it absolute defense. Once the complete form appears, it might be very hard to break. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke and smiled, feeling very confident with the eye techniques in his mind. Even stronger? Wow, brother's amazing. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Sasuke was overjoyed by Itachi's words, dancing with excitement. Uchiha Itachi smiled knowingly and walked with Uchiha Sasuke towards the rice ball vendor. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Naruto had already returned home with Naruto. The shoes are still in Itachi's hands. I forgot to take them back. Forget it. I don't need this pair. I have plenty of shoes. After returning home, Naruto remembered that her shoes were still with Uchiha Itachi. However, she didn't plan to get them back. She had many shoes, and Kushina loved to buy her clothes and shoes, so it didn't matter if she was missing one pair. Creak! At that moment, the door opened, and Kushina walked in from outside. Ah, my Naruto is back. Come here, mommy wants a hug. Seeing Naruto, Kushina hurriedly put down the basket of vegetables and directly hugged her in her arms. Mommy, I'm still here. Why did you only see sister and not me? Naruto pouted, looking unhappy, as he saw Kushina directly hug his sister and ignore him. How could that be? Come here, mommy want a hug. Seeing Naruto's unhappy expression, Kushina covered her mouth with her hand and smiled brightly, also hugging Naruto. The three of them embraced tightly. During this time, Naruto had been on the battlefield, making Kushina very worried. She couldn't think of eating or drinking, and now that Naruto was back, she was extremely happy. Are you hungry? Mommy will cook for you. Naruto, what do you want to eat? Kushina looked at Naruto and Sasuke, her face full of smiles. Mommy, we bought a lot of Ichiraku ramen. You could just cook some for Dad and yourself. Naruto glanced at the table piled with Ichiraku ramen and smiled awkwardly. Is that so? No problem. You guys go eat ramen first. If it's not enough, Mommy will make some more. Go eat ramen quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After hearing this, Kushina looked at the table, slightly stunned, then pulled the two of them directly toward the table. Ramen gets cold and won't taste good. The noodles will clump together. Then I'll dig in. I've been exercising for so long today. I'm starving. Sister, I'm going to eat first. I'm starting now. Naruto suddenly remembered that he still had ramen to deal with, quickly sat at the table, picked up chopsticks, opened the bento box, and started eating. Mommy, I'll help you wash the vegetables. Let Naruto eat first. These noodles probably will only be enough for him. Seeing Naruto enjoying himself, Naruto felt a hint of a smile flash in her eyes, directly picking up the nearby vegetable basket and heading to the kitchen. Chapter 129 Itachi. I like your Naruto is so well-behaved. Aren't you going to eat some? I see there's so many bowls. Are you giving Naruto over 20 bowls to eat? Seeing Naruto's obedient demeanor, Kushina smiled and then looked at the 20-something bowls of ramen on the table. It's fine. Naruto has a big appetite. He just loves eating ramen. Let him eat his fill today. Naruto shook her head at Kushina and went straight into the kitchen. You girl. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Kushina smiled, her eyes showing a hint of pain. The more Naruto behaves well, the more Kushina feels guilty about her daughter. It's all because she and Minato are not around that Naruto has become so well-behaved and sensible. She would rather Naruto be a bit noisy and naughty. Every time she sees Naruto, she feels like she has grown up, but she is just an 8-year-old child. Itachi, you are here too? What have you been doing lately? At that moment, a girl in a purple short-sleeved shirt saw Uchiha Itachi, her face filled with joy, holding a bag of snacks in her hands. Izumi, what are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Izumi in front of him, his eyes slightly evasive. Uchiha Izumi's feelings for him. How could Uchiha Itachi not see? But he already liked someone and didn't want to delay her. He just wanted her to find a good man who would cherish her. Not much, just passing by to buy some dumplings. Itachi, do you have time to walk together? Uchiha Izumi looked at Uchiha Itachi, squinting her eyes and smiling gently. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke behind him, feeling a bit troubled. Bad woman. What do you want? Trying to take my brother away again? My brother said he would train with me. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to dislike any woman trying to get close to his brother, snorting coldly, pouting, and looking unhappy. Sasuke, you can't say that. You go back with your brother's shadow clone first. We can talk after you defeat your brother's shadow clone. Uchiha Itachi saw the dimness in Izumi's eyes and felt helpless, shaking his head at Uchiha Sasuke and saying softly. Then, Uchiha Itachi directly created a shadow clone and took Uchiha Sasuke away. Brother. Uchiha Sasuke felt as if he had been abandoned again, looking at Uchiha Itachi with a resentful expression. Be good, brother will be back soon. Uchiha Itachi reached out and ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair, squinting his eyes and smiling. Then, okay. Sasuke Uchiha had no choice but to follow Itachi Uchiha's clone as they left, not forgetting to give a glare at Izumi Uchiha on the way out. Let's go, Itachi said, shaking his head at Izumi. Izumi smiled with narrowed eyes at Itachi. I'm sorry, Itachi. I interrupted your outing with Sasuke. Izumi and Itachi sat by the lake, turning to look at him affectionately. It's okay, it's been a long time. Itachi shook his head, smiling awkwardly at Izumi. Yes, this should be the first time we've met since you became an Umbu ninja. I'm sorry I didn't prepare a gift for you when you became an Umbu ninja, and I haven't congratulated you yet. I'm really sorry. Izumi looked at Itachi, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment as she lowered her head. Izumi, it's alright. You don't have to keep apologizing. Becoming an Umbu ninja isn't really something to celebrate. Itachi shook his head as he watched Izumi continuously apologize. Becoming an Umbu ninja means that I have become a capable and powerful ninja. That's something worth celebrating. This may not be a proper gift, but it's your favorite dango, so let's eat it together. Izumi opened a snack bag, revealing a lot of beautiful skewers of dango. Back then, the two of them sat here eating dango together. Those days were truly happy. Itachi stared at the dango in front of him, slightly taken aback, remembering the time they sat here eating dango. He used to really like eating this dango and felt a bit shy. He didn't expect Izumi to remember this. Clearly, going to the dango shop wasn't just about buying dango. He often went to buy dango too, whenever he had time or on his days off. He would go almost every day. Thank you, Izumi. He took the three-colored dango from Izumi, looking down at it with a complex expression in his eyes. Itachi, Izumi blushed as she looked at Itachi, wanting to say something but hesitating, unsure of whether to speak. What's wrong? Itachi turned to look at Izumi, slightly startled. Her eyes? After obtaining the Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi's observational skills had increased significantly. He could clearly see the unusual light in Izumi's eyes when she looked at him. He recognized that light all too well. It was the same look he saw in Hinata Hyuga's eyes. And no, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask. Izumi's face turned red, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak, stuttering for a long time. Izumi, I have things to do, and I need to return to the Umbu soon. I have to go now. Itachi sighed inwardly, knowing what she wanted to say. However, he didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he found an excuse to avoid it. He then stood up and turned to leave, looking somewhat helpless. Itachi. Seeing Itachi turn to leave, Izumi quickly shouted for him and stood up, running after him. Itachi paused when he heard Izumi's voice, standing still. A hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Bang! Then Itachi felt himself being hugged tightly, a pair of hands holding onto him, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Itachi, actually, I've liked you for a long time. During the Nine Tails incident, it was you who saved me, and my heart has been with you ever since. In school, I was always paying attention to you. I like you. Chapter 130. I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. Can I be your girlfriend? Izumi finally mustered the courage to confess to Itachi by hugging him. Izumi, we are still young. We are only 10 years old, and your feelings for me are just gratitude for saving you back then. Let's talk about this when we're older. And I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like. He didn't want to say it, but sigh. Itachi looked at Izumi, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had originally wanted to avoid Izumi's feelings for him, but he didn't expect her to be so bold in confessing. It caught him off guard. Although he was a powerful ninja, he was still inexperienced in matters of love and didn't quite know how to handle such a relationship. What? Izumi looked at Itachi, her eyes dimming with endless sadness when she heard he already had someone he liked. Izumi, you're a good girl. You will definitely meet someone who loves you very much. Itachi didn't turn back. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. After saying that, he quickly left. Already have someone I like? Someone I like? After Itachi left, Izumi slumped down onto the ground, her eyes vacant as she lowered her head, mumbling to herself. Sigh. Did I say too much just now? Izumi is a good girl, but Itachi, hiding behind a nearby tree, was worried Izumi might do something foolish. Seeing her sad expression, he felt a bit guilty. He had always treated Izumi like a younger sister, and now that this happened, he didn't know how to handle it. Itachi is right. We are still young. He said my feelings are due to gratitude, but what about his feelings? I can't give up. If I give up, won't that benefit someone else? I have to pursue what I like. No matter whether Itachi ends up with me or not, I will definitely work hard. It's because I haven't worked hard enough that I can't catch up to Itachi, right? He's already become a strong ninja, while I'm still wandering around as a nin. After an unknown amount of time, Izumi seemed to have figured things out, her entire being feeling elevated as the three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes spun continuously. I didn't expect to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan directly because of this. Itachi, wait for me. I will catch up to your pace, even if you don't like me. Izumi stood up, turning to look at the lake, where her three-tomo Sharingan was reflected. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Three-tomo Sharingan? I didn't expect this incident to awaken Izumi's three-tomo Sharingan. Her talent is still quite strong. I just don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse this time. Itachi, seeing Izumi's change, was slightly taken aback, giving a bitter smile before disappearing from spot. Encourage myself, eat some sweets. Izumi looked at her reflection in the lake. giving herself an encouraging smile, then took out the dango and stuffed it into her mouth. The sweet dango gave her courage and confidence, and she stood up and turned to leave. I'm back. After a long day of work, Minato Namikaze opened the door and walked in, feeling exhausted. Dad is back. Naruto heard Minato's voice and immediately put down his chopsticks, running out quickly. Dad! Seeing Minato take off his shoes, Naruto shouted loudly and leaped directly onto Minato's back. Ha ha ha! Naruto, were you good today? Minato hugged Naruto and patted his little head. I was very good today. My sister taught me a lot of amazing ninjutsu, and I learned them all. How about that? Am I awesome? Naruto looked at Minato with a smile, clearly wanting praise. Really? Our Naruto is amazing. Great job. When I was your age, I hadn't learned any ninjutsu. Minato was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily and gave Naruto a thumbs up, praising him. The best encouragement for a child is the praise and admiration from their parents. Hee. Naruto was overjoyed by Minato's compliment, grinning widely. You're back. Wash your hands. It's time to eat. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki also walked out of the kitchen, looking at Minato with a smile that radiated happiness, adding a special charm to the scene. You work hard, Kushina. Minato walked towards Kushina, holding Naruto and showing a sunny smile. Hee. Go wash your hands. There's just one last dish, and we can eat. Kushina smiled with her eyes squinted, then turned to go back into the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Mom, is Dad back? At this time, Naruto Uzumaki was still cooking, making her favorite dish, which was also the most appetizing dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Just this dish was left to finish, and hearing the commotion outside, she stopped her spatula and asked Kushina, Is Dad back? Yes, your dad is back. Is the cooking done? We could get ready to eat. Kushina nodded at Naruto, smiling with her eyes squinted. Hee. Not all. I'm just cooking for myself. Naruto smiled at Kushina. Hee. Come on. Wash your hands and eat. Kushina smiled at Naruto, feeling at ease with such a sensible daughter. Okay. Naruto nodded, served the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, took off her apron, washed her hands, and walked to the dining table with the plate. Dinner is ready. The last dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hee. Holding the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Naruto smiled. Wow, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I love the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that my sister makes, even better than Ichiraku ramen. Naruto smelled the aroma of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and immediately jumped out of Minato's arms, running to the dining table with an eager expression. Chapter 131. A harmonious family. Slow down. No one is going to snatch it from you. Kushina smiled at Naruto's behavior. This kid. Minato also smiled at Naruto and, after washing his hands, sat down at the dining table. Eat slowly. You need a balanced diet. You have to eat vegetables and meat and also fish. Naruto smiled at Naruto, unable to help but chuckle at his anxious appearance. Hee. The dishes my sister makes are so delicious. Naruto smiled back at Naruto and continued to eat eagerly. Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto's adorable expression, Kushina, Minato, and Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Soon, the family happily started eating, occasionally serving each other dishes, enjoying a warm and harmonious meal together. Since the people from the Cloud Village have surrendered, the war should be ending soon, right? After dinner, Naruto looked at Minato while eating fruit and asked, It will end soon. What's wrong? Minato nodded, but didn't reveal the truth. It's nothing. War is quite boring. Those people are too weak. It's not interesting at all. Naruto shook her head. To her, war held no meaning. If it weren't for the mission, she wouldn't want to go to the battlefield at all. Haha, really? Who told our Naruto that she is so talented? Minato smiled. Dad doesn't want to start a war either, but others are too bullying and we can't shrink back. I hope this is the last war. Minato looked deeply out the window, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. I don't like war either. Peace in the world is wonderful. Eating, drinking, playing, and flirting with girls is much more interesting. Hee. Naruto smiled, lying on the sofa, looking relaxed. Flirting with girls? Naruto, where did you learn that? Minato almost burst out laughing upon hearing Naruto's words. This daughter of his really was something, not flirting with boys, but with girls. Haha, I just like girls, hee. Girls are cute. Upon hearing Minato say that, Naruto laughed heartily. Sister, am I not cute? Naruto, who was playing with toys, stood up and pouted. Of course, our Naruto is the cutest. Naruto reached out and patted Naruto's head, smiling. Hee. Naruto grinned widely, satisfied, and turned back to play with his toys. This kid. Minato was both amused and helpless at Naruto's words, but didn't say much. After all, girls have their own thoughts, and he didn't want to interfere. As long as the child was happy, that was enough. He was quite open-minded and wouldn't force Boruto to do anything. Has Boruto not been found yet? The third Tsuchikage frowned, extremely displeased that so many people were sent out to search, yet there was still no sign of Boruto. Reporting to the third Tsuchikage, "We have not found her yet." An Iwagakure ninja hurriedly reported to Inoki. "Damn it, after so much time, you can't even find a little girl? Go search again. If you can't find her today, we will directly attack Konoha's rear with Tsunagakure tomorrow. We must force Boruto out." Inoki was furious. Having searched for so long without even a shadow was infuriating. He ordered the search to continue, and if Boruto's whereabouts were still not found, they would launch an attack on Konoha's rear. Yes, third Tsuchikage. The Iwagakure ninja quickly bowed and disappeared on the spot. Damn it, where on earth has Boruto gone? The third Tsuchikage frowned. Not being able to find someone was frustrating. If they still couldn't find Boruto later and chose to go to war with Konoha, it would officially mark the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War. There are now 2 villages, plus Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, making 4 major ninja villages at war. Moreover, my objective has not been achieved. If I kill Naruto Uzumaki, then the war is on, and I have no concerns. But if Naruto doesn't die, I would release on the battlefield that terrifying wide-range attack is not something just anyone can withstand. Have we found him? At this moment, Obito has also arrived on the battlefield of Kumogakure, looking at Black Zetsu beside him with a furrowed brow. There's still no news. I don't know if Naruto Uzumaki is still on the battlefield. The white Zetsu we sent out hasn't found any trace of her. Black Zetsu shook his head, also wondering if Naruto was still on the battlefield of Kumogakure. No news at all? Or has she already returned to Konoha? The flying thunder god technique of my teacher is not any weaker than my ability. Uchiha Obito frowned, looking at Black Zetsu, deep in thought. It's not impossible. I'll go capture someone and ask. Black Zetsu nodded and directly sank into the ground. Naruto Uzumaki? And why can my teacher come back to life? Can I also use the same method to resurrect Rin? Obito's brow furrowed. In his eyes, nothing was more important than Rin. This time he came out not to truly kill Naruto Uzumaki, but to learn from her the real reason for Minato Namikaze's resurrection. Because in the last battle, he felt he hadn't overcome his teacher's formidable strength. So it was obviously impossible for him to enter Konoha again. Moreover, he wouldn't get any news by going in, but perhaps it would be easier to approach Naruto Uzumaki if he could resurrect Rin using the same method. Then he wouldn't have to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. All he wants is to take Rin far away, to have Rin's presence and companionship in this world. Rin, you must bless me to find a way to resurrect you. Obito held a skeptical attitude towards the Eye of the Moon plan, but now there was no way to resurrect Rin. So he could only choose to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. If he could find a method, he could resurrect Rin and make her forget everything from before, and they could fly away together. At that time, they could live a happy life, finding a hidden paradise to live in. Wouldn't that be good? Chapter 132. The 4th Hokage goes to the front lines of Beto, received news. Naruto Uzumaki took the 2 tails Jinchuriki and then disappeared. It's still unclear where she is. There's no way to determine if she has returned to Konoha. Just then, Black Zetsu returned and brought news. However, the news he received was also very limited. He only knew that the 2 tails Jinchuriki was taken away by Naruto Uzumaki and then vanished without a trace. Is that so? It seems that this time, the objective cannot be achieved. Then let us leave first. You have White Zetsu stay here to see if we can find her whereabouts. Once you find her, notify me. I have to go to Kirigakure to strengthen the illusion. I can't let that Mizukage break free from my control. Uchiha Obito frowned, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes, and he directly used Kemui to disappear from the spot. Uchiha Obito, you still want to resurrect Rin? If you resurrect Rin, how could she still be of use to me? It seems I have to deal with Rin's body properly. Otherwise, it will always be a ticking time bomb. Black Zetsu frowned. He heard all of Obito's mutterings just now and disappeared from the spot, preparing to head to Konoha to deal with Rin's body. Sure enough, Dad, you're hiding something from me? You secretly snuck out. And I caught you, right? Hee hee. Just as Minato Namikaze appeared in the Konoha camp, someone quietly appeared behind him, which was, of course, Naruto Uzumaki. She was originally watching TV when she suddenly felt Minato's chakra disappear, and then sensed his chakra from a great distance away, quickly chasing after him. Then she saw Minato actually arrive on the battlefield of Kumogakure, looking puzzled. Let's go see what Dad is sneaking around here for. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed her brow and followed him. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the Konoha camp. Who is it? It's Lord 4th Hokage. The patrolling Konoha ninja noticed the commotion and hurried over, seeing it was Minato Namikaze, quickly stepping forward to pay his respects. Keep it quiet. Minato Namikaze nodded and walked directly toward Kakashi's camp. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. The patrolling Konoha ninja quickly nodded and disappeared from the spot. Who is it? Kakashi was just about to rest when he suddenly sensed someone outside the tent and frowned. Kakashi, it's me. Minato Namikaze walked in through the door, looking at Kakashi in front of him with a smile. Teacher Minato, why are you here? Kakashi was slightly taken aback when he saw Minato Namikaze come personally and hurried over. Look at this. Minato Namikaze directly handed a scroll to Kakashi, shaking his head. What is this? Iwagakure and Tsunagakure actually joined forces with Kyumogakure to hunt Naruto? This is outrageous. Kakashi looked at the scroll, stunned for a moment, his expression instantly darkening. Teacher Minato, you came for this matter, right? What do you plan to do? After looking at the scroll and putting it away, Kakashi looked at Minato Namikaze, asking with some confusion. Since Iwagakure and Tsunagakure want a medal, then you all should hit them hard. Soon they will send the attack routes of Tsunagakure and Iwagakure. You especially need to pay attention to this matter to prevent Kyumogakure and Iwagakure from colluding. Kyumogakure cannot be completely trusted. Be careful. Once you get the routes, send someone to investigate. Confirm there are no issues before launching an attack on Iwagakure and Tsunagakure. The reinforcements sent are already on the way, but they are not heading to the battlefield of Kyumogakure. This time the attack is on Tsunagakure and Iwagakure. They start on the 1st. So don't blame me for retaliating on the 15th. Minato Namikaze looked at Kakashi in front of him, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki is his most beloved daughter, and they actually want to lay hands on his daughter. It's even more infuriating than assassinating him. Since you want to play, then Minato Namikaze will play along with them. Tsunagakure and Iwagakure have gathered a large number of jonin to Kyumogakure, so the defenses in their own village will be weak. At that time, they can directly invade Tsunagakure and Iwagakure and let them experience what true pain feels like. I understand, Teacher Minato. I will arrange this matter properly. No matter what purpose Kyumogakure has, I will not let them succeed. Teacher Minato, just focus on arranging the work and command on other fronts. Kakashi looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him and nodded. They were facing a terrifying enemy in this battle, but he must also withstand the pressure. Since he had become the commander of this main battlefield, he could not retreat. Very well. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi. You must pay attention to safety. Wolfen Watergate reached out and patted Kakashi's shoulder, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. Now, Wolfen Watergate had begun to pave the way for Kakashi. As his only remaining disciple, he naturally wanted him to inherit his position as Hokage. After all, he would eventually grow old, and among the second generation of ninjas, only Kakashi was qualified to become the next Hokage. As for the previous generation, there was no need to mention them. By that time, he would be retired. And how old would they be? And the next generation, represented by sister.Naruko, was even younger, still just kids. They were not qualified to become the Hokage of the next generation. Yes, Watergate-sensei. I will ensure the mission is completed, Kakashi nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then I'll take my leave. Wolfen Watergate nodded and disappeared from the spot. Now, Wolfen Watergate, fused with a large number of cells from Senju Hashirama, possessed an enormous amount of chakra. Moreover, with the continuous improvement of his space ninjutsu, he had significantly reduced the chakra consumption for Flying Thunder God. For long-distance teleportation, the chakra consumed was only 1/3 of what it used to be, a significant improvement. Watergate-sensei, don't worry. No matter who it is, if they want to harm Naruko, I will eradicate them. Kakashi's eyes flashed with killing intent, fists clenched tightly. By now, Kakashi had long regarded sister.Naruko as his own sister. Anyone who wanted to kill his sister would not be spared. Kulme! Kakashi shouted directly into the void. Whoosh! Lord Kakashi. A ninja appeared beside Kakashi, kneeling on one knee. This was Kakashi's trusted confidant now. Chapter 133. Summoning Beast, see Dragon King as a commander. It was easy to obtain many confidants. Ninjas respected the strong, and as long as you could lead them to victory, they would unconditionally follow you. I see. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure? I don't think I've offended you, have I? You actually want to ally to hunt me down? Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? Also, shouldn't you respect your elders and love the young? I'm still so small, and you want to unite to kill me? Shouldn't I send them a congratulatory gift? It seems quite interesting, doesn't it? No. It should be said that it's getting more and more interesting. Hee hee. sister.Naruko's lips curled into a slight smile as she overheard the conversation between the two. She didn't expect that a Wagakure and Sunagakure would meddle, which made her feel a bit unhappy. How dare they plot against her behind her back? She was also preparing to give them a big surprise. Dad is out. Time to disappear. Whoosh! Bluffing Naruko sensed that Bluffing Watergate had come out and quickly vanished. Bluffing Watergate had just stepped out of the tent and looked at the place where Bluffing Naruko had disappeared, deep in thought. This girl, how did she follow me? Did she hear what I just said? Why can't she just stay at home? She's even learned to track now? This girl. Although Bluffing Naruko had left, her chakra presence was too familiar. Even though it was just a trace, Bluffing Watergate sensed it, shook his head, and felt a bit helpless. But now that Bluffing Naruko had also left, he could no longer sense where her chakra was, so he shook his head and directly disappeared from the spot. That was close. Dad's perception ability is too strong. I almost got discovered. Next, should I go give Inoki a big surprise? Hee. That old man is quite bad. Daring to lay hands on me. Then let me show you what it means to be as red as a flower. Bluffing Naruko's lips curled into a slight smile. A glimmer of amusement in her eyes. By the way, I haven't used my Sea Dragon King yet. I wonder what kind of summoning beast it is. Just right. No one has seen it. Let me sign the contract first. Suddenly remembering that she had another summoning beast that hadn't been contracted after completing a mission last time. She had contracted a Sea Dragon King. Now, it was just the right time to use it. She took out the scroll and signed her name on it. Summoning technique. Boom! After signing the summoning scroll, Bluffing Naruko directly used the summoning technique, and a huge cloud of smoke appeared in front of her. Roar! Suddenly, a colossal creature appeared before Bluffing Naruko, letting out a sound like a cow's moo, but longer and more majestic. Upon hearing this dragon's roar, even Bluffing Naruko felt a tremor in her heart. Is this the Sea Dragon King? Isn't it too big? How many meters is this? Looking at the Sea Dragon King, engulfed in the huge cloud of smoke, Bluffing Naruko's eyes flashed with shock. This has to be at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters long, right? Did I use too much chakra? This is way too long. Bluffing Naruko stared at the gigantic Sea Dragon King, which blocked out the sun, dumbfounded. This was the largest summoning beast she had ever seen. Even her true Senju could only reach about 800 to 1,000 meters in height. However, the length of the Sea Dragon King before her was at least twice that of her true Senju. Roar! The Sea Dragon King roared, the smoke dissipating, revealing its original form, its enormous dragon eyes fixed on Bluffing Naruko before it. The giant dragon was entirely blue, with antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle with 5 claws, its paws resembling tiger paws, and ears like a cow, obscuring the sky and hidden among the clouds, very mysterious. You little girl, is it you who summoned me? A child of 8 or 9 years old can actually summon this king. And you're human? What is your purpose in summoning me? Also, my treasury hasn't been opened. How did you obtain it? The Sea Dragon King frowned, looking at Bluffing Naruko, a hint of shock flashing in its eyes. It didn't expect that someone could sign a summoning agreement with it. Its summoning scroll was clearly stored in its treasury, so how could someone take it away? This dragon seems a bit different. Bluffing Naruko looked at the Sea Dragon King before her, frowning and muttering to herself. Little girl, I'm asking you a question. Where did you get my summoning scroll? The Sea Dragon King frowned, looking at the silent, Bluffing Naruko, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. Is this what you're talking about? I don't know, I just picked it up. What? Do you have an opinion? It's not stolen or robbed. Bluffing Naruko directly pulled out a giant golden scroll and waved it in front of the giant dragon's eyes. What? How do you have a scroll from my dragon clan? You? Who exactly are you? The Sea Dragon King was slightly taken aback, looking at the golden scroll in front of it, which was not its own scroll at all. The dragon clan had countless varieties, and the sea dragon was just one of them. This golden scroll contained numerous dragon clans, far superior to its own summoning scroll. However, the golden scroll had long since disappeared, and among the dragons surviving on Earth, only my lineage remained. The others had already moved away. But why has this golden scroll reappeared? This left the Sea Dragon King utterly shocked. Who am I? Of course, I am your master. Looking at your chakra, it's about the same as the Nine Tails, right? I wonder how strong you are. But if your strength is similar to the Nine Tails, then don't act so arrogant in front of me. Be careful, or I might just beat you up. Wave, Naruko scoffed, looking at the Sea Dragon King with disdain. This amount of chakra is only comparable to the Nine Tails, and the Sea Dragon King really thinks of himself as invincible. Acting so arrogant in front of me, I could take him down in an instant. He really deserves a beating. The contract is a peace treaty. When did you become my master? Even if you signed our Dragon Clan's contract, you cannot become our master. At most, you could be considered a battle partner. You can summon me when you need me. Chapter 134. The Law of Heaven and Earth, the Supreme Empress. But to think you can become my master? You're not qualified for that. A glint of anger flashed in the Sea Dragon King's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Wave Wind Naruko had signed the Dragon Clan's contract, he would have already exploded with rage. But as a summoned beast, he could not violate the summoning contract, so he couldn't directly kill Wave Wind Naruko, or he would suffer the backlash of the contract, significantly weakening his power. Sea Dragon King, you seem quite brave. Do you really think you are invincible? Huh? Wave Wind Naruko frowned. The summoned beast she called forth was not listening to her, which was the most infuriating part. It was also acting high and mighty, making her very displeased. Little girl, don't drink the wine of respect and then eat the punishment wine. Don't think that just because you signed a contract with our Dragon Clan, you are so impressive. With a single sneeze, I could blow you away, believe it? As the king of the Sea Dragon Clan, he had long been revered. Who could make him feel humiliated? This Wave Wind Naruko was actually provoking him repeatedly, making him incredibly angry, his eyes bloodshot, his aura surging toward Wave Wind Naruko. Truly, you are asking for punishment. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Wave Wind Naruko frowned. Her eyes began to spin continuously, eventually transforming into eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Her bloody eyes fixed intently on the Sea Dragon King, exuding a dark aura. This disgusting aura again. I didn't expect you to be that kid's descendant. You despicable bastard. It was that kid who caused my power to drop back then. I finally managed to recover, and now I encounter such a character? Damn it. The Sea Dragon King looked at Wave Wind Naruko's eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, his pupils constricting. Suddenly, he recalled thousands of years ago when a man had activated the Rinnegan, standing directly before him, wanting to obtain his power. In the end, a battle ensued on the sea, and the Sea Dragon King was defeated, losing more than half of his chakra. Fortunately, the sea was his territory, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, he would have been captured by that despicable guy and become someone else's mount. That kid? It seems you are not seeing such eyes for the first time. Is it Uchiha Madara or Indra? Wave Wind Naruko's lips curled up slightly, looking at the Sea Dragon King with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Little brat. Don't think that just because you have these eyes, you can defeat me. If you think you can, feel free to try. Back then, your ancestor Indra was driven away by me. Do you really think you, a descendant, can defeat me? The Sea Dragon King felt a bit nervous, sensing a similar aura to that person from back then, which made him uneasy. However, as the Dragon King of the Sea Dragon Clan, he couldn't lose face. So he looked at Wave Wind Naruko with disdain, while internally he was panicking. Previously, he managed to escape from Indra, but now that they had signed a contract, he couldn't run away. The situation was different. So it really is Indra, but I'm much stronger than Indra. Do you want to give it a try? Wave Wind Naruko's lips slightly curled up, looking at the Sea Dragon King with a playful glint in her eyes. You? The aura on you is not as powerful as Indra's. Aside from your eyes, there's nothing else that can compare to him. The Sea Dragon King felt no powerful aura from Wave Wind Naruko, his eyes flashing with disdain. Is that so? Then how about now? Boom! Wave Wind Naruko's lips curled slightly, no longer suppressing her aura, her massive chakra directly materializing into a giant resembling Susu, towering hundreds of feet tall. This was created by Wave Wind Naruko based on the principle of the law of heaven and earth, directly projecting her chakra outward, forming a gigantic figure. With her infinite chakra, she could afford to expend chakra like this, condensing it outside to form a golden woman, draped in a golden robe and wearing a crown. Lifelike in appearance. What? This? The chakra within? How is that possible? Hiss. Stronger than that kid back then? Moreover, the summoned figure is several times larger than that kid. The Sea Dragon King looked at the enormous golden woman before him, entirely formed of chakra, without a hint of impurity, as if a female emperor had descended, looking down upon all things in the world. The aura emanating from her was many times stronger than his, which made him once again feel the fear from years ago. Do you still think you're strong now? This is my manifestation of the law of heaven and earth, and it's not just for show. Little insect, come here. Wave Wind Naruko's lips curled up slightly as she roared, and the golden empress behind her opened her eyes, revealing a bagua, from which a three-pronged shuriken emerged. Flashing with endless red light, exceptionally eerie. In an instant, the golden empress reached out her golden giant hand toward the Sea Dragon King. Though the Sea Dragon King was 1,000 feet long, his body was only a few dozen feet thick. The Empress's palm could easily grasp him. Damn it! You dare to attack me? Wind come, rain come, lightning come. Twin dragon, thundercloud, roar. Roar! The Sea Dragon King saw Wave Wind Naruko actually attack him and howled to the sky. In an instant, the whole world dimmed, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. Boom! Accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rain, the trees in the surrounding forests were blown askew. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning between heaven and earth transformed into a massive thunder dragon, roaring directly at Wave Wind Naruko's Golden Empress. Meanwhile, all the rainwater turned into a water dragon, and the thunder dragon and water dragon spiraled together, rushing toward the Golden Empress behind Wave Wind Naruko. The chakra amount is quite good. Then I'll take it without hesitation. Hee hee. Wave Wind Naruko was completely unafraid. The next moment, she disappeared from her spot, extending her right hand to meet the thunder dragon and water dragon. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the lightning dragon and water dragon were directly absorbed into Naruto's body, turning into massive chakra and disappearing. Tastes good. It's similar to the nine-tailed beast ball. It seems this dragon of yours is quite impressive, isn't it? Chapter 135. From now on, call me Big Sister. Chakra comparable to the Nine Tails, with release abilities and chakra amounts that can rival the Nine Tails beast ball. Not a bad fellow at all. Naruto looked at the Sea Dragon King in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. He didn't expect this summoned beast sent by the system to be so powerful. Not only was its chakra similar to the Nine Tails, but even the skills it released could rival the tailed beast ball. It was truly a rare good summon. What? It can actually absorb my chakra? Not good, run. The Sea Dragon King stared in shock as he saw his lightning dragon and water dragon being completely absorbed by Naruto. He was instantly terrified and turned to release the summoning technique to return to his dragon palace. Can you run? Suddenly, the Golden Empress had already grabbed the Sea Dragon King's vital points and tail, holding him tightly and sealing all of his chakra. But let go of this king. Let go of this king. Roar. The Sea Dragon King was furious, never imagining that one day he would be toyed with like a snake by someone else. Feeling his chakra completely sealed and unable to move, endless fear flashed in his eyes. What? Now you know fear? I haven't even used my power yet. I haven't even used these eyes. Want to get a try? Naruto looked down at the Sea Dragon King from above, a big smile on his face. If you win, let me go. I admit I'm not your opponent, but our dragon clan has our pride. I can't become your slave, but you can be my boss. The Sea Dragon King snorted coldly, his face turning red, though most people wouldn't notice. Now, the Sea Dragon King realized how terrifying Naruto was. He was completely no match for her. Even Indra back in the day couldn't compare. All right, from now on, call me Big Sister. Naruto looked at the Sea Dragon King, pouted, and didn't say much more, directly withdrawing the Celestial Law manifestation. Yes, Big Sister. The Sea Dragon King's face was flushed, turning away as he mumbled. I'm not submitting. I'm bearing humiliation and carrying a burden. Yes, bearing humiliation and carrying a burden. Internally, the Sea Dragon King felt quite aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was outmatched. All right, do you dragons all come this long? Can you shrink a bit? This long is quite inconvenient. Naruto waved her hand, withdrew the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and looked at the Sea Dragon King with a frown. Big Sister, we can shrink. Our dragon clan has vast powers. We could be big or small, controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning with immense strength. Flying through the skies. We can do anything. The Sea Dragon King immediately got into character, looking at Naruto and lifting his dragon head proudly, chattering nonstop. All right, stop talking. I get it. Now shrink for me. A few dozen meters is enough, not so big. Naruto was a bit speechless as soon as it was about himself. The Sea Dragon King started to brag and quickly stopped him from talking. Oh, okay, Big Sister. The Sea Dragon King was suddenly interrupted while he was getting into it, slightly stunned, and after a while, he reacted and shrank to about 50 meters. That's more like it. Transformation technique. Bang! In the next moment, Naruto transformed into the masked man, Uchiha Obito. I can't casually use the Mangeki outside, but if I become Obito, I can use it freely, right? Hey, old man Inoki. Wait for me. I'm here to settle the score. A smile appeared on Naruto's face, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Then she looked down at the Sea Dragon King, filled with mirth. Let's go, little sea, to Iwagakure. You know the way, right? Then Naruto directly sat on the dragon's head and patted his head. Iwagakure? What place is that? Not too sure. I've never been there. The Sea Dragon King hadn't left home for 1,000 years, so he had no idea what a Wagakure was or how to get there. Then fly forward. Follow my commands. Naruto was speechless. After living for so many years, this dragon didn't even know where a Wagakure was, so she could only give him directions. All right, big sister, hold on tight. The Sea Dragon King nodded and directly soared forward. Although I can fly myself, the Sea Dragon King's speed is quite fast, at least much faster than my flying speed. However, compared to my space-time ninjutsu, it's slow by many times. But it doesn't matter. I'll just consider it a rest and a fun outing. The scenery in the sky is still as beautiful as ever. A slight smile appeared on Naruto's lips as she felt a strong gale rushing towards her, but it had no effect on her. Watching the countless beautiful views pass by quickly, a smile crept onto her face. Turn right up ahead. Turn left. Keep going straight. Almost there, right here. We can stop now. Naruto looked down and saw they were already at Iwagakure. To be honest, Iwagakure was much simpler compared to Konoha, and the outside was all rocks. Bare and lifeless, feeling devoid of any vitality. All right, big sister. The Sea Dragon King directly stopped, hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Because the Sea Dragon King was flying too high, the people below couldn't see or notice them at all. Then I'll give you a big gift. To avoid causing too many casualties, I won't directly attack your village. After all, there are still many civilians. They're not ninjas, and there's no need to sacrifice them. So I'll just blow up your gate and then lure you out. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. She originally wanted to directly release a tailed beast bomb. If the tailed beast bomb exploded in a Wagakure, it would surely result in a sea of corpses. However, there were many civilians inside who had no combat ability, perhaps even no chakra at all. Such people, Naruto did not intend to kill. The ninja world already has a small population. Killing them all would not be good. One can't just exterminate everyone. In the world of ninjas, you can kill anyone who picks up a weapon. But for civilians, almost all ninjas would not strike them down. Tail beast bomb. You. 9 tails appeared behind Naruto, beginning to condense the tailed beast bomb. Chapter 136. Storming Iwagakure. Inoki, taste the gift I prepared for you. Thank you for the assassination action you arranged for me. This tailed beast bomb is a little appetizer for you. Boom. The tailed beast bomb was directly formed and rapidly descended towards Iwagakure below. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beast jade fell with a loud noise, illuminating the entire Iwagakure village, causing everyone outside to look up at the falling tailed beast jade in the sky. What is that? Why do I feel a sense of fear? What is it? A meteor? Such powerful chakra? I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Not good. That meteor is coming towards us. Quickly, notify Lord 3rd Tsuchikage. The other ninjas immediately organized a defense line. Everyone, use Earth Style to protect the village. Yes, everyone hurry, gather all the ninjas. In an instant, all the ninjas of Iwagakure began to move, someone to inform Inoki, while others started organizing the ninjas to release Earth Style. Everyone input chakra and release the earthquake technique. Yes, Earth Style, earthquake technique. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of Iwagakure ninjas collectively used the earthquake technique, and a massive cylindrical mound of earth suddenly appeared within Iwagakure, rising continuously, at least hundreds of meters high. The thing is coming down, quickly. Input all chakra into my body. Hurry. Earth Style, mountain earth technique. Boom, boom, boom. On top of the originally rising gigantic cylinder from the earthquake technique, 2 semicircular mountains appeared, directly wrapping the falling tailed beast jade. What is that aura? Such immense chakra? At this moment, Inoki was just about to rest. He planned to attack the back of Konoha tomorrow and wanted to sleep early today when he felt a massive chakra heading towards Iwagakure, and he immediately stood up and flew outside. Report. Lord 3rd Tsuchikage, it's bad. A mysterious object is heading towards our Iwagakure. A ninja from Iwagakure stood before Inoki, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Mysterious object? Let me go see. Inoki was slightly taken aback and vanished from the spot. What? Isn't that the tailed beast jade? Not good. After coming out, Inoki saw that what was falling from the sky was none other than the tailed beast jade, and shock flashed in his eyes. Lord 3rd Tsuchikage, let me handle it. At that moment, a figure clad in brown-yellow armor, carrying an umbrella on his head and wearing a mask, looked up at the rapidly descending tailed beast jade. Han, I'm counting on you. Inoki furrowed his brow, looking at the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails before him. Yes. Roar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Han directly activated his half-tailed beast state and began to gather the tailed beast jade in his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Han gathered a tailed beast jade and shot it towards the tailed beast jade released by Naruko Uzumaki. Interesting. Is this your tailed beast? Let us see how many you can take. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Others couldn't see Naruko Uzumaki, but she could see them clearly. Seeing Han release the tailed beast jade, a slight smile appeared on her lips, and the 9 tails behind her began to gather tailed beast jades again, directly forming 9 in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beast jades of the 9 tails and 5 tails collided together high up in the sky, creating a tremendous noise. Bang, bang, bang. The massive explosion directly shattered the Earth style created by thousands of ninjas into pieces. Block it. We must block it. Earth style, multiple Earth flow walls. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ninjas saw their Earth style crumble, and they released more Earth style, creating hundreds of Earth walls, trying to block the aftermath of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of Earth walls instantly collapsed, turning into ruins. But because they didn't hit the ground, the damage was significantly less, barely being blocked by their hundreds of walls. That was close. 3 Earth walls left. We almost met our end. The power of this tailed beast jade is truly terrifying. We couldn't tell in the air, but now that it's the tailed beast jade, it's really a horrifying thing. For a moment, the ninjas of Awagakure felt a sense of survival after a calamity and sighed in relief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But before they could relax, 9 tailed beast jades fell from the sky, rushing towards the gates of Awagakure without restraint. Indeed, this is just the gates of Awagakure. Even if they explode, they would only destroy the gates. It wouldn't harm the civilians inside, which is also Naruko Uzumaki's intention. She is not a killer and won't spare anyone who wants to kill her. But she also doesn't want to create too much slaughter. She has no interest in killing these ant-like beings. However, she is very interested in playing. She came here to play, to scare people. As for whether to kill them or not, that is another matter. Not good. 9-tailed beast jades, such fast speed. Lord 3rd Suchikage, we need you to handle this. I can only handle 5. Let everyone retreat. This place will soon become ruins. Han furrowed his brow, looking at the tailed beast jades in the sky, and began to gather tailed beast jades, but he could only gather 5 at a time. He was powerless against the rest. Leave it to me. Everyone retreat. Move out of the gate area. Leave immediately. Hurry. Inoki nodded and shouted to everyone to retreat. The power here is very strong and could potentially injure them. Yes, Lord 3rd Suchikage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the ninjas of Awagakure began to retreat. It was too dangerous here. If they stayed longer, they wouldn't even know how they'd die. Dust style, original realm separation technique. Dust style, original realm separation technique. Dust style, original realm separation technique. Inoki furrowed his brows, looking at so many tailed beast jades in the sky, extending his hands and releasing his special bloodline limit, continuously using it 4 times, charging directly at the tailed beast jades in the sky. Is Inoki coming out? A great opportunity. Naruko Uzumaki saw Inoki appear, a slight smile appearing on her lips, and she directly vanished from spot. Chapter 137. Susanoo, complete form boom. Ouch! Inoki suddenly felt a pain in his waist, having been kicked, and was sent flying, crashing through several walls before finally stopping, spitting out blood, looking somewhat disheveled. But, damn it, who is it? Because Inoki had been focused on countering the falling-tailed beast jades, he didn't paid attention to his surroundings. He didn't expect to be ambushed the next second, something he didn't even realize. Inoki? I didn't expect you to still be here. Ha ha. At that moment, Naruko Uzumaki appeared right in front of Inoki, opening her Sharingan and staring intently at him. You? Who are you? Inoki looked at Naruko Uzumaki, and a scarlet Sharingan appeared in the whirlpool mask, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Back then, he was terrified by these eyes, by the person who possessed such eyes. The person appeared before him once again, causing him to shudder and awakening the fear buried deep within him for many years. Oh, Inoki, I never thought I would see you after all these years. Have you forgotten me over the years? Ha 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 ha. Naruko looked at Inoki, preparing to scare him, secretly laughing to herself. All these years? Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time. Wasn't he killed by Senja Hashirama? No way. You can't be Uchiha Madara. Inoki looked at Naruko, fear evident on his face. Just hearing the name Uchiha Madara made him tremble instinctively. Is that so? Susanoo, complete form. This was Naruko's first time activating the complete form of Susanoo. The fiery red Susanoo appeared before Inoki, wielding two massive katanas at its waist, resembling Sasuke's somewhat, with wings sprouting from its back, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Susanoo? Uchiha Madara? Could he really be Uchiha Madara? Inoki looked at the towering Naruko, fear flashing in his eyes. The aura of this Susanoo was extremely similar to the oppressive feeling he experienced from Uchiha Madara back in the day. His pupils contracted, and he began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, dozens of tailed beast bombs exploded in the air. A violent aura sweeping across the entire Awagakure, destroying large sections of the village's walls, crippling the infrastructure, plunging Awagakure into darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, everyone, give it your all. Quickly block it, we must hold them off. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. Earth-style, 1,000-mile earth flow wall. Boom, boom, boom. Countless tall earth walls rose up to block the shockwaves from the tailed beast bombs. Boom, boom, boom. But in the next second, all the earth walls turned to ash, sending thousands of ninjas flying, crashing into nearby walls, spitting blood. Medical team, hurry, where's the medical team? Damn it, the village is destroyed, we're all going to die. Everyone, put in more effort, we must block the enemy's attack. What is that fiery red thing? Protect the third Tsuchikage. Quickly support the Tsuchikage. In an instant, Iwagakure descended into chaos. Earth-style, rock golem technique. At that moment, a large, burly man charged out, spitting out countless rocks from his mouth, forming a giant rock monster over 10 meters tall, rushing toward the third Tsuchikage. Lord Dust is here. Everyone, give it your all. We can't let this person invade the village. Earth-style, transformation. Lord Loam is here too. In that moment, all the top experts of Awagakure appeared, rapidly attacking Naruko. Countless pieces of land were overturned, forming a mudslide-like force, directly pushing toward Naruko. Mere tricks. Slash. Naruko saw the attacks from several people, curled her lip, and drew a katana, slashing toward the two. Boom, boom, boom. The massive katana carried an unstoppable force directly attacking Loam and Dust. Not good. Such powerful force. Even before the attack landed, it already felt insurmountable. Damn it. Everyone, charge together. Earth-style, earthquake core. Loam looked at the powerful Naruko before him, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and immediately shouted angrily at the ninjas behind him. Yes, Earth-style, earthquake core. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, massive rocks surged from the ground before everyone, rising like pillars reaching for the sky. Earth-style, mountain earth technique. Loam did not stop there. Frowning, he formed hand seals again, creating two massive semicircles that pressed down toward Naruko. Earth-style, super heavy rock technique. Dust furrowed his brow and wrapped the giant rockman beneath him with another layer of heavy rock, directly smashing toward the Susanoo that was over 10 times his size. Finally, this is getting interesting. Ha ha. However, still too weak. Slash. Swish. Naruko drew out another katana, quickly slicing. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, crash. Iwagakure's attempts were fierce, but under Naruko's complete Susanoo, they were easily sliced apart, unable to inflict any harm on her at all. Even a mountain earth technique was cut apart as easily as slicing a watermelon. But damn it, such powerful strength? Who on earth is this person? Loam and Dust were sent flying, looking at Naruko before them, feeling endless fear. Inoki was also stunned when Naruko's Susanoo appeared. He only just reacted now. But, damn it, I can't let you destroy the village anymore. Iwagakure is no longer the Iwagakure of the past. Uchiha Madara. Even if you're Uchiha Madara, I will suppress you here. Dust-style, original world separation technique. Once Inoki regained his senses, he flew high into the sky, gathering Dust-style in his hands, forming an irregular cube that shot directly toward Naruko. Chapter 138. Kneel and bow. Spare you from death. Dust-style, huh? Then I want to see if your Dust-style can break through my Susanoo. Kill. Naruko, feeling playful, didn't want to reveal her identity, so she chose not to use other abilities and simply slashed at him. Die for me. Ah. Inoki went completely mad, pouring all his energy into shooting the Dust-style to wrap around Naruko's Susanoo's arms. Due to the complete form of Susanoo being too large, Inoki couldn't wrap it entirely, even with all his effort. Boom, boom, boom. When the Dust-style exploded, Naruko was stunned. All the IWA ninjas were stunned. Even Inoki himself was stunned. How? How is this possible? Not a single change? The Dust-style of the third Tsuchikage didn't cause massive casualties to that monster? That's right. After releasing his Dust-style, Anoki realized that it didn't inflict any damage on Naruko. The Susanoo remained intact, showing no signs of breaking, as if it was just a firework display. Anoki kid, still as useless as ever? I, Uchimadara, am not someone you can contend with. Kneel down, bow your head to me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, there's no need for a Wagakure to exist. Naruko looked at Anoki, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, directly threatening him. What? Kneel? Kneel down? Anoki looked at Naruko, a hint of shame and anger flashing in his eyes. Did the events of the past have to happen again? Third Suchikage, don't mind us. At worst, we'll fight him. That's right, Third Suchikage. You can't do anything foolish. This is the dignity of a Wagakure. We cannot kneel. 3 generations of Suchikage, no. Our Wagakure only stands to die. We do not kneel to live. Indeed, we swear not to kneel. Because of Naruto Uzumaki's words, the anger of all Wagakure ninjas was ignited, each one burning with fury, staring at the massive Susanoo in front of them, seemingly forgetting death. Is that so? Do you really intend to resist me? Then your fate is already sealed. Naruto Uzumaki's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes as she directly controlled her katana and struck down towards the ground. You can't harm our Wagakure. Tail Beast Bomb. Chi. Boom. Because Naruto Uzumaki did not release another Tail Beast Bomb, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails directly shot a tailed beast bomb at her. Han, as a Jinchuriki, had established significant military achievements for a Wagakure and was extremely powerful. He would never allow anyone to harm a Wagakure, and after firing the tailed beast bomb, he charged directly at Naruto Uzumaki. For tail beast bomb? Is it useful to me? Naruto Uzumaki curled her lips, seeing the tailed beast as merely a chakra extractor. Releasing a tailed beast bomb for her was simply delivering chakra. Dust release, limit removal technique. Meanwhile, Anoki was also gathering a more powerful dust release. The previous dust release had no effect whatsoever, so he had to exert all his strength to use a more powerful dust release. The tailed beast bomb carried a devastating force, and the Wagakure ninjas watched expectantly as it approached, hoping it would have some effect. But Naruto Uzumaki stood still, not moving at all, simply extending her right hand and catching the tailed beast bomb in her grip. Nanny? This monster actually caught the tailed beast bomb? No way. My God, what kind of monster is this? Can we really defeat such a monster? It's too terrifying. Someone like this can no longer be called human. This is simply a god. Thousands of Wagakure ninjas were once again dumbfounded, watching as Naruto Uzumaki's Susanoo reached out and grabbed the tailed beast bomb, each one dropping their jaws in shock. Nutrients. Here it comes again, although it's not much. Naruto Uzumaki directly absorbed the tailed beast bomb into her body, licking her lips with a smile on her face. What? She actually absorbed the tailed beast bomb? Is this really Uchiha Madara? How could he possess such power? Damn it, what to do? What to do? Anoki furrowed his brow, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He didn't understand why Uchiha Madara was still alive or why he had inexplicably attacked the Wagakure. Forget it. No matter who you are, you must die for me. In the end, Anoki gathered the strongest dust release and charged directly at Naruto Uzumaki. Boom, boom, boom. This was not an ordinary dust release, but an upgraded version of the dust release world removal technique. It not only covered a larger area, but also had significantly greater power and a lasting effect of damage. As soon as Anoki made his move, white light illuminated the entire night, crashing directly into Naruto Uzumaki's complete Susanoo. Useless. Your dust release cannot damage my complete Susanoo at all. If it were a lower level Susanoo, you might be able to destroy it, but this complete form is not as trashy as you imagine. Since you refuse to kneel, I can only force you to kneel. Bang, bang, bang. Although explosions surrounded Naruto Uzumaki, she was completely unaffected, stepping forward towards a Wagakure step by step. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo shook the entire earth with each step, instilling endless fear in the hearts of all Wagakure. After the explosion subsided, Naruto Uzumaki, with her complete Susanoo, stood before the 5 tails Jinchuriki, reaching out and grabbing him like a chick. Jinchuriki? In front of Susanoo, you are nothing but trash. Attempting to resist me? Is that even possible? Chakra. I will take it without hesitation. Naruto Uzumaki's lips curled slightly as she absorbed the chakra cloak surrounding Han's body, causing him to fall into unconsciousness. Then Naruto Uzumaki casually tossed the unconscious Han aside. Bang, bang, bang. After Han fainted, he was thrown by Naruto Uzumaki, crashing into countless buildings before finally stopping. Damn it, it had no effect at all? Why is it so strong? Why? Inoki's face twisted in rage, fear flashing his eyes as he looked at Naruto Uzumaki in front of him, internally screaming. Inoki, I will give you one last chance. Kneel and bow your head. Otherwise, Iwagakure will be destroyed. Chapter 139. Kneeling, frantically shifting blame, Naruto Uzumaki looked down from above, gazing at Inoki, threatening once more. You! Inoki trembled all over, unable to control himself. The overwhelming aura and chakra radiating from Naruto Uzumaki filled him with endless fear. 3 generations of Tsuchikage, no? No, 3 generations of Tsuchikage. Even if we die, we must stand to die. Countless Iwagakure ninjas tried to replace the fear reflected in their eyes with anger. Each one was terrified to death, yet their words were very tough. They had never encountered such a terrifying being before. Father. The yellow earth furrowed his brow, looking at Inoki, who was caught in a dilemma, his eyes flashing with helplessness. Iwagakure truly could not contend with such a powerful opponent. Behind them were tens of thousands of Iwagakure villagers and ninjas, and this choice was indeed very difficult. It seemed easy to kneel, but truly doing so was quite hard. Not answering? Then let's all perish together with Iwagakure. Naruto Uzumaki's lips curled slightly, watching whether Inoki would kneel, daring to plot against her. Wanting to join forces with others to set her up? Not killing you, but simply making you kneel was already considered a bargain. Then Naruto Uzumaki once again raised 2 katana, her lips curling slightly as she suddenly slashed towards Iwagakure. What to do? Can't win? Are we really going to let Iwagakure be destroyed? Iwagakure, how much effort have I put into it? Is it really going to end up like this? Why does history repeat itself? I just want to make the village stronger. Why can't I do it? Why? Inoki looked at the katana coming towards him, a glimmer of despair and helplessness flashing in his eyes. No, Iwagakure cannot be destroyed. If kneeling can exchange for Iwagakure's survival, then it's worth it. As long as Iwagakure does not perish, one day, it will become stronger. In the end, Inoki came to a realization, looking at Naruto Uzumaki in front of him with a hint of determination in his eyes. Wait, Uchihamadara, I kneel. As long as you do not continue to harm Iwagakure, I am willing to kneel. Inoki raised his head to look at Naruto Uzumaki, finally uttering the words he least wanted to say, his face contorted and his eyes filled with shame and helplessness. No, 3 generations of Tsuchikage. 3 generations of Tsuchikage. No, we cannot kneel. Why are we so weak? Why? Why can't we help such an existence? Why can't we help the 3 generations of Tsuchikage? 3 generations of Tsuchikage. All the Iwagakure ninjas understood the words of Noki, the 3rd Tsuchikage. He only wanted to ensure the survival of Iwagakure, and to survive, sacrifices had to be made. He rushed forward without hesitation, making all the ninjas present feel immense shame and guilt. Oh, Noki, are you finally going to kneel? Come, give me a bow. Namikaze Minato looked at Noki with a slight smirk. Humph. Noki snorted coldly, trembling all over, and reluctantly bowed his head to Namikaze Minato. As he did so, endless humiliation flashed in his eyes, but for the sake of Iwagakure, he had to make concessions. Such a strong person could not be dealt with by their ninja village alone. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. Noki, remember this. Those who do evil will bring about their own demise. I look forward to our next meeting. By the way, I have now established an Akatsuki organization, and I hope you can find me. Soon, I will rule the ninja world again, and your Iwagakure is just the first target. I won't be polite in taking your 5 tails. I want to let you know, Uchihamadara is back, and everything will be under my control. Namikaze Minato laughed heartily, looking at Noki with a hint of mockery in his eyes, then publicly announced the existence of the Akatsuki organization. He then deactivated his Susanoo and vanished from spot. The next moment, he appeared beside Han and directly took him into the system space. Soon, he had returned to the top of the Sea Dragon King. This girl is too terrifying. She is many times more fearsome than Indra of the past. Sigh. I never expected that I, the Sea Dragon King, would one day become someone else's mount. It's really laughable. The Sea Dragon King saw the scene of Namikaze Minato playing earlier, and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. He knew that Namikaze Minato had not used his full strength, but even the power he displayed was enough to rival his own. Such a person is only 8 years old. This really subverts the Sea Dragon King's understanding. Let's go. Turn around and head to Sunagakure to deliver a congratulatory gift. Namikaze Minato extended his hand and patted the Sea Dragon King's head, finding the most comfortable spot to lie down. All right, big sis. The Sea Dragon King had no choice but to turn around and fly, following Namikaze Minato's directions along the way. The Akatsuki organization? Those despicable guys actually capture Han. What do they want a tailed beast for? Could it be? No, this is bad. They can't be planning to gather all the tailed beasts and use them to dominate the world, can they? No. This matter concerns the entire ninja world. We can't just rely on a Wagakure. We must investigate the purpose of this Akatsuki organization clearly, and then unite the power of the 5 great ninja villages to eliminate Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was originally a rogue ninja from Konoha, so we can pull Konoha in. It seems that dealing with Namikaze Minato will have to be postponed. It would be best if we could have Namikaze Minato deal with Uchiha Madara, and then both could perish together, just like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back in the day. Although I don't know if this is really Uchiha Madara, he possesses the same powerful abilities as the original. Noki furrowed his brows, unable to sense Han's chakra. It was clear that he had been captured by Namikaze Minato. Moreover, the organization he mentioned in the capture of the tailed beasts made Noki immediately think of something terrifying. If a strong person with powers similar to Uchiha Madara combined with the powers of the 9-tailed beasts, who could possibly be a match for the Akatsuki organization? Kulme, start cleaning up the aftermath. Chapter 140. Golden AK-47. Yellow Earth, you take charge. I'm tired. I will rest first. Any issues, we will discuss tomorrow. Also, cancel tomorrow's encirclement of Namikaze Minato and inform Sunagakure and Kumogakure about this. Additionally, send someone to Konoha to say that Uchiha Madara is still alive and preparing to dominate the world. He has also established an organization called Akatsuki. This is not the time for internal conflict. They should best pause their battles for now. We need to clarify the purpose of the Akatsuki organization first. Naka's brows were tightly locked as he descended from the sky and ordered Yellow Earth to take charge. Yes, third Tsuchikage. Then Iwagakure began to repair work. Fortunately, each of them was proficient in Earth release, making it quite simple to handle the uneven ground. Soon, several ninjas from Iwagakure began rushing towards Konoha. Their purpose this time was to go to Konoha, call for a ceasefire, and convey the message about Uchiha Madara to Konoha. The environment in Sunagakure is really terrible to the extreme. No wonder Sunagakure wants to attack. Without expansion, with their financial and material resources, there are very few who can survive. However, the world is this cruel. Everyone must adapt to the environment. If you can't adapt, you will be eliminated. If it were decades later in the ninja world, everyone could coexist peacefully. I would mind helping you plant some trees to improve your living environment. Unfortunately, it's still too early for that. The Sea Dragon King flew quickly, reaching the borders of Sunagakure in half an hour. Namikaze Minato looked at the vast yellow sand and shook his head. Seeing the harsh environment here made him realize it was not suitable for human survival. But Sunagakure has managed to survive in such a harsh environment, which must mean they have some strength. However, in such a harsh environment, even without war, countless people would die. Sunagakure simply wants to obtain more resources and land to reduce the number of deaths caused by the harsh environment. However, there are many resources in this desert, such as gold. Namikaze Minato looked at the desert in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. With a wave of his right hand, his magnetic release ability acted directly on the surface. Soon, the sand gold on the ground was extracted by Namikaze Minato and danced in front of him. Is this sand gold? If I could take this ability back to modern times, it would be quite the treasure, right? The feeling of sleeping in a pile of gold every day would be so damn awesome. Unfortunately, I don't lack money here. It has no meaning at all. Namikaze Minato looked at the vast amount of sand gold in front of him, his lips curling up slightly. By the way, there are still many applications for magnetic release. How about an AK-47 made of gold? He then directly controlled the sand gold, merging all the sand gold together to form a golden AK-47. It looked pretty good, similar to the AK-47 from the shooting games I played before. Hee, I've never fired a real gun. Let us see how powerful it is. Namikaze Minato picked up the golden AK-47 in front of him and aimed it directly at the ground. Rat-tat-tat. A series of bullets were shot out, all made of gold, and due to the magnetic release, their speed and power were greatly enhanced. Come on, magnetic release, electromagnetic cannon. Boom! Wave Wind Naruko directly combined latent and magnetic force. With the golden AK-47 in her hand covered in lightning, firing a shot directly at the desert ground. The originally golden bullet was enveloped in lightning, transforming into a fierce blue tiger that charged towards the ground. Zizzizizi. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic force, the bullet from the golden AK-47 accelerated, reaching a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second, meaning it could travel 1,000 kilometers in just 1 second. What does this mean? It means that in just over 10 minutes, the bullet could circle the entire ninja world and return to its original place. With such speed, who could possibly block it? The moment the bullet was fired, a giant crater several hundred meters in diameter appeared on the desert ground. Oh, such a small AK-47 can unleash such power? Not bad, not bad. Is the power quite strong? In terms of pure speed, it's even faster than the tailed beast bomb, with power similar to that of the spiral shuriken. This isn't even my full strength, just barely. Ha ha ha. Today, let you witness what it means to burst. Wave Wind Naruko laughed heartily, seeing the extent of her attack's power in the desert, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Bang! The next second, Wave Wind Naruko transformed into Uchiha Madara, wearing the Akatsuki outfit. Holding a golden AK-47, her explosive hair flowing in the wind, she looked undeniably cool. I have to say, Uchiha Madara is quite handsome. Off to Sunagakure. I hope you could bring me some fun. Hee hee. Wave Wind Naruko swaggered towards Sunagakure with a golden AK-47. Then she dispelled the summoning technique and walked alone in the desert, quickly heading towards Sunagakure. Target spotted. Aim. Fire. 2-2. When Wave Wind Naruko reached outside Sunagakure, she saw several guarding ninjas in the canyon, lying in the desert, activating her Sharingan to aim at Sunagakure, and fired a shot. Whoosh! Bang! Just as Wave Wind Naruko fired, in less than a second, the Sunagakure ninja she aimed at fell to the ground, a blood hole appearing in their forehead. This assassination ability is quite good. One more. 2-2-2-2. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, Wave Wind Naruko's eyesight surged, and she began to spray bullets with the golden AK-47. Soon, all the gate ninjas guarding the canyon were killed. The entire process took Wave Wind Naruko only 3 seconds. Not bad, not bad. This feeling of gunfight is really great. Ha ha. Wave Wind Naruko stood up, laughing heartily. Who? What happened? Why did they fall? Not good, look at their foreheads. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Hurry and notify the 4th Kazekage. Chapter 141 Golden Barret. Attack on Sunagakure. The several Sunagakure ninjas preparing to take over were slightly stunned when they saw their comrades on the ground. They approached to check and found they had been shot in the head, each feeling incredulous. One Sunagakure ninja immediately ran towards the village. The rest of the Sunagakure ninjas took out their kunai and looked around. But as they glanced around, they found nothing. Hee hee. This camouflage technique is quite nice, very practical, and perfect for assassination missions. You can't see me. Next is you. Aim at that one fleeing. The corners of Wave Wind Naruko's mouth curled slightly, getting addicted to shooting. She transformed the golden AK-47 into a golden Barret. Through the scope, she aimed directly at the Sunagakure ninja who had just prepared to report back. Bang! A shot fired, and Wave Wind Naruko's mouth curled up slightly. Ah! The back of the head of the Sunagakure ninja who had just left was shot, and the person flew forward several meters, falling into a pool of blood, dead. What? Be careful, there's an enemy. Damn, who is it? Never mind, let's leave here first, or we might be the next to die. Go, hurry up. The Sunagakure ninjas, seeing their comrade killed, were instantly terrified and turned to flee. Can you run? Bang. 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 The next second, Wave Wind Naruko fired several more shots, aiming and shooting, the speed astonishing. Ah, duele numera. No. Soon, the several Sunagakure ninjas who had come to take over were also shot dead by Wave Wind Naruko. Not bad shooting skills. No decline in technique. Not bad, not bad. Wave Wind Naruko stood up, dispelled the camouflage technique, and swaggered towards Sunagakure with a golden Barret. Marta, how is the manpower preparation going? Tomorrow is the time to encircle. Raza frowned, looking at Marta. Reporting to the 4th Kazekage, the manpower is ready. Are we really going to deal with Konoha this time? Konoha is still quite strong. If we anger them, it seems there will be no benefit for us in Sunagakure. Marta frowned, looking at Raza, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Do you all really think we're going to kill that so-called would-release ninja? Wave Wind Naruko. She is the daughter of the 4th Hokage. If we kill her, do you think you will let us go? Our current Sunagakure is not strong enough to confront Konoha, let alone the Yellow Flash. His speed is well known, and he is an extremely troublesome guy. This time, our target is not Konoha, but Iwagakure. Last time Iwagakure attacked our Sunagakure, we haven't settled the score properly yet. If it weren't for the fact that I had just taken office and was financially empty, how could we have only repelled them? Raza snorted coldly. In a ninja world, there are no absolute friends, nor absolute enemies. There are only interests. Previously, when a Wagakure attacked Sunagakure, if it weren't for my recent rise to the position of 4th Kazekage, lacking money and resources, how could I have let Inoki go? And this time, since Inoki is so fearful, the alliance with a Wagakure to attack Konoha is nothing but a gimmick. His real goal is to directly attack a Wagakure, attacking the rear of a Wagakure to gain a large amount of resources. Over the years, I have developed my own territory, collecting countless sand gold, barely solving the issue of survival for Sunagakure. But this is not long-lasting. We must quickly obtain good land. We must attack. Only then will Sunagakure have a chance to survive. Hiss, what does the 4th Kazekage want? Understood. The personnel have been arranged. Just waiting for the 4th Kazekage's instructions tomorrow morning. Marta inhaled sharply upon hearing Raza's words, quickly bowing his head. Go back and rest for now. Don't spread it around. We'll set off early tomorrow. Raza nodded, looking at Marta with a slight smile. Yes, 4th Kazekage. Marta nodded, turned, and left. The elite of Sunagakure have all been dispatched. This time, it's a great opportunity for us. Oh, Yagura, do you really think everyone is as foolish as you? After Madara left, Raza stood directly by the window, looking at the gloomy sky, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What is that? Raza, incredibly sensitive to danger, felt a powerful aura locking onto him and immediately vanished from his spot. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the entire wind shadow building exploded, turning into ruins. Who is it? Sneaking around? Show yourself. Raza furrowed his brows, hovering in the air on golden sand, looking towards the direction where Kaze no Kuni's Naruko had attacked. Oh, I didn't expect your strength to be quite good. Huh? You actually managed to dodge my shot. Not bad, not bad. Kaze no Kuni's Naruko hovered in the air, facing Raza from a distance, the golden barret resting on her shoulder, a smile on her face. Sharingan? Are you from the Uchiha clan? What does Konoha want? To assassinate the Wind Shadow in Sunagakure? Do you intend for our 2 ninja villages to go to war? Raza looked at the Naruko before him. Seeing her with her Sharingan activated, his brows furrowed, and he scolded angrily. Konoha? Ha ha ha. Such a familiar name. It's a pity I'm not a Konoha ninja. My name is Uchiha Madara. I believe you've heard of me, right? Konoha also wants to command me? You really underestimate me. Uchiha Madara, don't you? Kaze no Kuni's Naruko, holding the golden barret. A hint of a smile flashed at her eyes. Uchiha Madara? Impossible. He's been dead for decades. Do you think I, the Wind Shadow, can be easily deceived? Raza furrowed his brows, looking at Kaze no Kuni's Naruko. And when he heard her claim to be Uchiha Madara, he simply didn't believe it. How could someone who's been dead for so many years come back to life? Is that so? It seems the world has forgotten about me. Then let you all witness what invincibility truly means. Let you experience what fear really is. Kaze no Kuni's Naruko looked at Raza, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Chapter 142. The Valiant and Invincible Naruko. Is that so? I too want to witness the power of your Uchiha clan. I've heard that aside from being arrogant, you Uchiha are nothing. Today, I can say I've witnessed it. Magnet release, golden sand cubes. Raza furrowed his brows, directly waving his right hand to summon countless golden sands, transforming them into a massive golden cube that smashed towards Kaze no Kuni's Naruko. So you want to crush me, huh? But let's see if you have that ability. Susanoo. Kaze no Kuni's Naruko's mouth curled up slightly, a red skeletal frame enveloping her, a head appearing with only half a body. A long knife appearing in her hand as she directly slashed at the golden sand in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. Countless golden sands were directly reduced to ruins, cleaved apart by Kaze no Kuni's Naruko and scattered back to the ground. Such a powerful attack. Who is this person? Looking at her appearance, she does resemble the legendary Uchiha Madara. But how could such a person have lived for so long? Raza furrowed his brows, looking at Kaze no Kuni's Naruko, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lord 4th Kazekage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Because of the earlier attack, the Sand Shinobi who had originally fallen into a deep sleep all appeared, looking at Kaze no Kuni's Naruko who had activated Susanoo and immediately gathered around Raza. Madara, you take people to protect the village. Don't let anyone get hurt. I'll go meet her first. Raza furrowed his brows, looking at Kaze no Kuni's Naruko, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Yes, Lord 4th Kazekage. Madara furrowed his brows, looking at the terrifying giant made of red skeletal frames. A hint of dread and fear flashing in his eyes. Although Kaze no Kuni's Naruko's Susanoo was not in its complete form, its momentum was immense. Far beyond what an ordinary ninja could resist. Just the sheer aura could intimidate a group of elite jonin, unless one was of the Kage level. They could not ignore the immense pressure emanating from Susanoo. Who is it? Such a powerful aura? Sister, should we go take a look? Ero Sennin furrowed his brows, sensing the strong aura. What are you looking at? Raza is the Kazekage. We two old geezers should just stay here and fish. Chiyo furrowed her brows, looking at the Susanoo high in the sky, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. Sister, it's late at night, and we're still fishing. Shouldn't we take a break? My old back can't take it anymore. Ero Sennin shook his head, looking at Chiyo holding the fishing rod, a bit helpless. Ha. Caught a fish. Just then, Chiyo suddenly yanked back the fishing rod, holding the hook above, smiling. She then stood up and turned to leave. Sister, wait for me. Ero Sennin quickly grabbed the fishing rod and chased after her. Magnet release, golden sand waves. Raza furrowed his brows, directly using magnet release to gather a large amount of golden sand, rushing towards Kaze no Kuni's Naruko like a raging tide. These petty tricks of yours. Don't show off in front of me. Kaze no Kuni's Naruko pouted. She could do it too, but didn't he want to show it off? Directly swinging the sword in her hand horizontally. Bang, bang, bang. The sword, carrying the power to shatter, directly smashed through the golden sand waves in front of her, disrupting Raza's control over the golden sand. What? Such strong power. To sever my control over the golden sand with a single strike. Who is this person? Damn it. I can't unleash my full strength above the village. Is this person doing it on purpose? Raza furrowed his brows, aware that if he used too much power above Sunagakure, the entire village would be in danger. All right, I won't play with you anymore. One strike will end you. Kaze no Kuni's Naruko saw two powerful auras approaching from the distance, closed her eyes, and saw Chiyo and Ero Sennin coming over, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Slash. Kaze no Kuni's Naruko leapt high, swinging the sword down towards Raza. Not good. Magnet release, golden sand. Raza saw Kaze no Kuni's Naruko charging towards him and immediately controlled the golden sand beneath him to escape. He also controlled countless golden sands to transform into hands, reaching out to grab Kaze no Kuni's Naruko. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, with Kaze no Kuni's Naruko's single strike, the golden sand was cleaved apart, crashing down onto the ground, turning the area within 100 meters into ruins. This was still the result of Kaze no Kuni's Naruko holding back. Otherwise, with that last strike, the entire Sunagakure would have been in danger. What a terrifying attack. It seems Lord 4th Kazekage has little ability to resist. Every attack from Lord 4th Kazekage was cleverly shattered by that person. Damn it. Madara furrowed his brows, looking at Kaze no Kuni's Naruko, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Everyone, immediately assist Lord 4th Kazekage. Go. Wind release. Wind blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the motor directly flung countless wind blades from his hand, flying straight towards Namikaze's Minato. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Wind release. In an instant, countless wind techniques blew directly towards Namikaze's Minato. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless kunai, each tied with explosive tags, also flew towards Namikaze's Minato. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The explosive tags detonated in the air, and with the power of the wind release, the flames rapidly expanded, roaring towards Namikaze's Minato. Oomph. Namikaze's Minato let out a cold snort, waved his right hand, and the katana directly split the flames in front of him, while the remaining wind attacks merely tickled Susanoo, causing no significant impact. Magnet release, cylinder. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Faced with Namikaze's Minato's immense power, Raza decided not to hold back any longer. Otherwise, the entire Sunagakure would not be enough for her to create. A gigantic cylinder formed in the air, and then countless sand gold rushed towards Namikaze's Minato. In an instant, the sand gold completely surrounded Namikaze's Minato's Susanoo, attempting to drag it underground. Meanwhile, the massive cylinder descended from the sky, aiming to smash Namikaze's Minato directly into the ground. Susanoo, complete form. The corners of Namikaze's Minato's mouth slightly lifted as Susanoo began to grow larger, its original skeletal frame adorned with layers of armor. equipped with two katana at its waist, exuding majesty. Chapter 143. You are truly trash. Bang, bang, bang. The sand gold exploded, but the power of the explosion was far from enough to break Minato's complete Susanoo. Is your attack finished? Now it's my turn. Minato smiled at the crowd in front of him, drew his twin swords, and slashed directly at Raza. Damn, it actually had no effect. Could this person really be Uchiha Madara? Otherwise, who in this ninja world possesses such strength? Uchiha Madara, who once teamed up with Senja Hashirama to pacify the ninja world. I didn't expect his strength to be this formidable. Raza's brows furrowed tightly as countless golden sands formed walls, blocking the path of the crowd. White's secret technique, puppetry of the 10. Just then, Chiyo appeared on the battlefield, her expression tense as she saw the Susanoo in front of her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She then took out her puppetry of the 10 without holding back. Here it comes. 2 puppet masters, how troublesome. Do a few puppets even matter to me? Minato rolled his eyes, directly disappearing with Susanoo and reappearing behind Chiyo in the next moment. What? Such speed? Chiyo had just drawn her puppets and had yet to use them when the attack arrived. Sister, be careful. Ebizi saw that Chiyo was in danger and rushed over. Get away. Bang. Minato kicked Ebizi, the massive foot of Susanoo being larger than him, sending him flying like a star into the sky, disappearing from sight. He must have been kicked far away. It would take a long time to return. Not good. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. Chiyo immediately took out and began controlling 3 puppets, preparing to attack Minato and block her damage. But before she could make a move, Minato's attack had already arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Minato slashed with one sword, directly shattering the 10 puppets in front of him into pieces. Bang. Chiyo was also sent flying by a kick. Minato, having activated Susanoo, was incredibly powerful. Although he had not reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, he had already matched Uchiha Madara's strength. With such power, not to mention Chiyo, even facing Uchiha Madara head-on would not intimidate him. Not good. Raza saw Chiyo and Ebizi arriving only to be kicked away by Minato, his eyes flashing with shock. Roar! At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared directly within Sunagakure. To his surprise, Shikaku had broken free from Gaara and transformed into its complete form. I'm back. Ha ha ha. After Shikaku emerged, it laughed heartily, its tail swinging wildly. Huh, what is this aura? What the hell? Manjiki Sharingan? Just moments ago, Shikaku had been very excited, but upon seeing the Manjiki Sharingan not far away, shock flashed in its eyes as it turned to flee. Right, it's being held back. Hee hee, let's give it a shot. Wind release, air bullet. Originally intending to escape, Shikaku, seeing Minato entangled, chuckled and directly shot an air bullet at her. Whoosh! Instantly, a massive ball of chakra formed in Shikaku's mouth and flew towards Minato at high speed. What? Failed again? Gaara, you still can't control the power of Shikaku. Raza, seeing Shikaku appear, felt a hint of helplessness, shaking his head. But now was just right. He could push it back. After repelling this strong enemy, he could go seal Shikaku. Raza's right hand stirred as sand gold surged towards Minato. Shikaku? Are you out of your mind? You dare attack me? Minato furrowed his brow, seeing Shikaku attacking him, and wave his right hand, directly slicing apart the air bullet it shot. Then, Minato's right eye, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, glared at Shikaku, freezing it in place. No, that feeling again, so annoying. Shikaku felt its body immobilize, and its pupils turned into a pair of Byakugan eyes, completely losing consciousness. Humph. Minato snorted coldly, directly deactivating Susanoo, lightly leaping and vanishing from sight, reappearing above Shikaku in the next moment. Damn, he can actually control tailed beasts directly? Could this person really be Uchiha Madara? Raza's brows furrowed as he looked at Minato standing atop Shikaku, his eyes flashing with shock. Let you taste your own tailed beast attack. Hee hee. Wind release, air bullet. Whoosh. Minato directly controlled Shikaku, launching an air bullet towards Raza. Damn, useless Gaara, just causing me trouble. Raza furrowed his brows as he watched the air bullet flying towards him, chakra surging wildly, and golden sand formed a golden sand wall. Bang, bang, bang. The air bullet collided with the golden sand wall, exploding instantly. Humph. Raza clenched his right hand, and the sand gold enveloped the explosion range. all detonating within the sand gold. Otherwise, the losses to Sunagakure would be immense. Let's give you guys a tailed beast bomb. Taste this. Ha ha. Namikaze Minato controlled Shikaku to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb rapidly formed at Shikaku's mouth, charging straight towards Raza. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the tailed beast ball passed, it formed huge ravines and charged forward with a devastating momentum. Damn it. Magnet release. Sand gold surfing. Raza frowned tightly and immediately gathered countless sand gold to charge directly towards the tailed beast ball. Bang, bang, bang. After a massive impact, the tailed beast ball deviated from its course and rushed directly to the right side of Sunagakure, avoiding the destruction of the village. All right, I won't play with you anymore. I'll take your tailed beast without hesitation. Thank you for your gift. The Akatsuki organization welcomes your retaliation. Ha ha ha. Remember my name, Uchiha Bito. I'll let you go this time because you're just too pathetic. Whoosh. Naruto looked at Raza in front of him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and disappeared with Shikaku in place. Chapter 144. The Ninja World in Turmoil. The plans of Minato Namikaze, damn it. Come back to me. Raza was furious to see Naruto take the one tail away. What Naruto took was not only his son, but also the only tailed beast in their village. However, no matter how much Raza shouted in rage, Naruto couldn't return Shikaku to them. Lord 4th Kazekage. Lord 4th Kazekage. The ninjas of Sunagakure showed a look of shame, looking at Raza with a hint of helplessness and self-blame in their eyes. It was all because of their lack of strength that ultimately led to Shikaku being captured. Not only was Shikaku taken, but their village also suffered massive destruction, with at least hundreds or thousands dead. This was a significant loss for Sunagakure, yet they were powerless to do anything. Lord 4th Kazekage. Marta looked at the 4th Kazekage in front of him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Not knowing what to do, Marta, cancel tomorrow's plan. Send someone to look for the whereabouts of this Akatsuki organization. Also, inform the other 4 great ninja villages about Uchiha Bito still being alive. This time, it will be difficult for us in Sunagakure. We can only unite. Additionally, mention the purpose of the Akatsuki organization, regardless of whether they want to capture tailed beasts or not. Include that in the message. Raza frowned tightly, a cold glint flashing his eyes as he instructed Marta in front of him. Yes, Lord 4th Kazekage. Marta nodded and quickly turned to arrange things. Uchiha Bito, no matter if you're Uchiha Bito, I want you dead. You must die. Endless anger flashed in Raza's eyes. He never expected to encounter such a situation. The people of one ninja village were not a match for a single person. Such an opponent was simply terrifying. They must find a way to eliminate this person. One person can destroy a country. With only 5 great nations, isn't that an easy task? Now it has reached a point of mutual destruction. Only by uniting can they confront Uchiha Bito. After all, Uchiha Bito is also a rogue ninja from Konoha, and if he is indeed alive, Konoha will naturally join the fight. They have already taken away their one tail and still don't know who they will capture next. Coming to their Sunagakure must have a purpose. But since they only took Shikaku, it indicates that their target might very well be tailed beasts. For a time, both Iwagakure and Sunagakure suffered heavy losses. Kumogakure was no different, having lost the 2 tails with countless casualties. Have you heard? What explosive news do you have this time? I heard that Iwagakure was attacked by a mysterious, powerful being. I saw from far away a huge fire-red giant. That momentum scared me to death, and I quickly ran away. A fire-red giant? What is that? Are you blind? What do you mean I'm blind? I saw it clearly, even from dozens of miles away. I could hear the explosion sounds distinctly. Moreover, after that red giant disappeared, I went to Iwagakure again. Guess what I saw? What did you see? Don't keep us in suspense. Hee. I saw the entrance of Iwagakure was blown to smithereens, with countless casualties. In no time, the major events of Iwagakure were wildly spread by passing merchants, and everyone knew that Iwagakure had been attacked. The entire ninja world began to tremble. After all, Iwagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, and it was actually attacked by someone. Moreover, the attack on Iwagakure was silent. This was not a war between villages. Furthermore, Iwagakure was directly left in ruins, which shocked everyone even more. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze also received the news, which came from Inoki. Uchiha Bito? Minato furrowed his brows tightly upon seeing the letter sent from Iwagakure, because a special person appeared in it, Uchiha Bito. Previously, Naruto had mentioned to him that Uchiha Bito was still alive, and now Iwagakure sent news that Uchiha Obito was still alive. There was also a member of the Akatsuki organization who aimed to dominate the world and had captured the 5 tails from Iwagakure. This made him feel a tightness in his chest. After all, both Naruto and Minato had the 9 tails, and even he himself had the 9 tails within him. This meant that the 3 of them could also become Uchiha Obito's targets, which made him a bit worried. He himself was fine. It was a bit better for Naruto. But if a powerful enemy directly captured Naruto, even he might not be able to react in time. The Akatsuki organization? Jiraiya-sensei had previously sent back news that there was this mysterious organization, said to have gathered many powerful rogue ninjas. However, they had never tracked down their whereabouts. Could it be this organization, Uchiha Obito, and one person activated the Susanoo, and even the entire Iwagakure couldn't match up? It seems that attacking Iwagakure and Sunagakure cannot be rushed. Minato furrowed his brows tightly upon seeing this message, dispelling his thoughts of attacking Iwagakure and Sunagakure. The unknown danger is the greatest danger. Now that Iwagakure has suffered heavy damage, which ninja village will be next? Minato could not determine this. But he had to be cautious. Come here. Minato then shouted into the void. Lord 4th Hokage. Whoosh. Immediately, a member of the Umbu appeared before Minato. Immediately notify everyone that tomorrow's battle plan is cancelled. All ninjas will carry out their tasks, as usual. Minato furrowed his brows, looking at the Umbu and giving orders. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. Whoosh. The Umbu member immediately disappeared from spot. I never expected Uchiha Obito to still be alive. This is truly hard to believe. Could it be that he used special means like Naruto? Regardless, with Uchiha Obito appearing, if he truly intends to dominate the world and destroy Konoha, then I cannot sit idly by. I must protect my village and my family. Anyone who wants to harm my village and my family must die. Konoha and family are the most important things to Minato. Anyone who wants to harm them must step over his dead body. If the Akatsuki organization truly wants to destroy the world, then he wouldn't mind turning the Akatsuki organization to ashes. At this time, Naruto had already brought Shikaku to the edge of the desert. Little kid, who are you? Why are you in front of me? Chapter 145, Space Portal, fatally beating one tail. Wasn't I being? Huh, so strange. Shoha looked at the figure of Naruto Uzumaki in front of her with some confusion, sensing a familiar aura within her. Shoha, long time no see. At that moment, the 9 tails connected with Shoha's consciousness, appearing in her mind. Stinky Fox, so it's you? I never expected to run into you. This is your Jinchuriki, right? Ha. Is your seal really that strong? Not even a hint of your aura leaked out. No wonder I felt a bit familiar. Stinky Fox, now that I'm out, you're still stuck inside, ha. Shoha saw the 9 tails appear in her mind and burst into laughter, starting to mock it. TCH, do you think I'm like you? Trapped by such a pathetic seal? The reason you can't sense my aura is that I haven't leaked any chakra. Just like you, wishing to get out all day long, the 9 tails rolled its eyes, looking at Shoha with a hint of disdain. Huh, Stinky Fox, why do I feel like you've changed? If it were the old you have slapped me by now. Now you've even learned to mock? It seems this little girl has a good relationship with you. Shoha was a bit puzzled, looking at the 9 tails, noticing a significant change in its personality, which left her incredulous. She can give me freedom, and I have no aversion to being inside her. I've even seen things I couldn't see before opening my eyes. Perhaps one day we can both come out, live in this world, and coexist with humans. The 9 tails lay on the ground, looking at Shoha, speaking calmly with a slight smile. Coexist with humans? What are you thinking? Humans only want to use us as weapons. They're the most evil species. They're extremely dark. They treat us like livestock. How could they coexist peacefully with us? Stinky Fox, have you been made foolish by this little girl's innocence? Shoha looked at the 9 tails in front of her, momentarily stunned, with disbelief flashing in her eyes. Originally, the 9 tails was a collective of hatred, and it found it harder to trust humans than other tailed beasts. But now, was it the first to believe in humans? However, Shoha didn't believe it. After being sealed for decades, had anyone ever fulfilled such a wish? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? The 9 tails said without even raising an eyelid. How much smarter are you than me? I haven't seen it. Shoha pouted, her eyes flashing with anger, crossing her arms and pouting. TCH, believe it or not, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Otherwise, you'll suffer. With that, the 9 tails disappeared from Shoha's consciousness. Arrogant? Am I arrogant? What can this little girl do to me? Just right. Weren't you so arrogant? I'll just beat your Jinchuriki flat and see how arrogant you are. Hey. Shoha smirked, then looked at Naruto Uzumaki in front of her like an ant, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Shoha, I saved you. And you talk to me like this? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Shoha in front of her, hovering in front of her, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. Save me? You? Go die. Humans are all evil, and you are no exception. Ha ha ha. Shoha looked at Naruto Uzumaki, her eyes flashing with disdain, and her right hand shot forward to slap her. Ding, detected that Shoha is extremely arrogant. Task initiated. Ding, task content. Beat Shoha up. Then force her to call you big sister. Task reward. Space portal. At that moment, the system's task appeared, unexpectedly requiring Naruto Uzumaki to beat up Shoha. Oh, space portal? I wonder what it is like. I don't know if it's like Kim Yui, but it would be a nice ability. Shoha, I'm sorry. But who told you to be so arrogant? Hearing the system's task, Naruto Uzumaki's mouth slightly curled up, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Huh? Let's show you what fear really is. Would release. Wooden man technique. Seeing Shoha actually attacking her, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes flashed with anger as she clasped her hands together. Bang! Rumble! In an instant, a wooden giant hundreds of feet tall appeared, making Shoha look like a child in front of it. What? Oh my! Isn't this the technique of Hashirama Senju? Run! Upon seeing the enormous wooden man suddenly appear, fear flashed in Shoha's eyes as she turned to escape. Can you escape? Weren't you just very arrogant? Naruto Uzumaki rolled her eyes, directly controlling the wooden man to extend its giant hand, grabbing Shoha like a larger toy. Ah! Damn it, let go of me, let go of me. Stinky fox, why didn't you mention she could use would release? Damn it. I don't want to be sealed. Shoha struggled in the wooden man's hand, but it was futile, and she could only howl angrily at the sky. She even blamed the Nine Tails for not telling her that Naruto Uzumaki could use would release. TCH, I already told you not to be so arrogant. Now you regret it, huh? Blame me? The Nine Tails chakra appeared outside, closely watching Shoha, with a hint of disdain in its eyes. You, couldn't you give me a heads up? We're on the same side. Don't get it mixed up. Stinky fox. Shoha yelled angrily at the Nine Tails chakra appearing in front of her. TCH, boring. Your nonsense is too much. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes, and its chakra surged out, transforming into a giant fox paw that slapped Shoha on the head. Stinky fox, you. Shoha saw the Nine Tails actually kicking her when she was down. An infinite rage flashed in her eyes as she began to curse again. Say one more word, and it won't just be a slap. The Nine Tails' eyes filled with killing intent as it looked at Shoha in front of her. Oomph. Shoha finally quieted down, turning her head away and stopping talking. Chapter 146, Shoha's Big Sister. Kai-bai, do you want me to beat her? Hey. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the Nine Tails and Shoha bickering, a hint of a smile flashing at the corners of her mouth. Do as you wish. The Nine Tails chakra was directly retracted, returning to Naruto Uzumaki's body. Stinky fox, you. Shoha was furious that the Nine Tails actually kicked her when she was down. Shoha, what are you going to do next? Do you want to try what it feels like to be beaten? Hey. Naruto Uzumaki's mouth slightly curled up. For the task, she could only apologize to Shoha. Of course, two people are not friends, so there's nothing to apologize for. You, what do you want to do? Shoha looked at the innocent-looking Naruko in front of him, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Her naive smile sent chills down his spine. What do you want to do? Beat you. A wicked smile crossed Naruko's eyes as her free hand slapped Shoha. Bang, bang, bang. You despicable humans. You really are not good things. To actually hit this lord, it makes me so angry, so angry. Shoha was continuously slapped by Naruko, not even knowing how many slaps he had received. His cheeks were completely swollen and dented, yet he continued to roar in anger. You seem quite unconvinced. Do you want to dance too? Seeing Shoha still look unconvinced, Naruko activated her eternal Mangeki Sharingan, her bloody eyes fixating on Shoha. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan? How is that possible? How could one person possess would release and eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Who exactly are you? Impossible, this can't be. Shoha trembled at the sight of Naruko's eyes. The wood release was already terrifying enough, and now seeing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in front of him made his eyes widen in shock. Shoha, I'll give you a choice from now on. Call me Big Sister, and I will let you go. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will beat you and seal you again. My sealing technique is not as trashy as that of Sunagakure. You must know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, right? Sealing you for tens of thousands of years is not an issue at all. Naruko looked at Shoha, her lips curling slightly. The Uzumaki clan? How could that be? How could there be someone who shares so much bloodline? Wouldn't that make them the sage of six paths? Who exactly is this little girl? And I have to call her big sister? Shoha was momentarily stunned, looking at Naruko in disbelief. A person possessing the bloodlines of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Uzumaki clan at the same time? How is that possible? In Shoha's impression, only the sage of six paths possessed all these bloodlines. Because the bloodlines of these three clans are all from the sage of six paths Shoha, I'll give you one more minute to think. If you don't call me big sister, you will fall into eternal sleep in darkness. For all eternity, you won't be able to come out. Naruko looked at Shoha, her lips curling up, a trace of wickedness flashing in her eyes. You. Shoha looked at Naruko, his heart trembling slightly. Was such a girl, no, such a monster staring at him, did he really have a choice? I don't want to be sealed again, despicable human. How dare you threaten me? But I can't beat her? What to do? Sage of six paths, save me. Shoha felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he faced Naruko. His eyes filled with endless fear. Seeing Naruko was like seeing the sage of six paths from before. The aura was terrifying enough to scare anyone. 30 seconds left. Naruko floated in the air, coming before Shoha, an endless killing intent flashing in her eyes, her aura overwhelming, making it hard for Shoha to breathe. What an enormous chakra! Even larger than that of the Kyuubi? How can this be? How can one person possess all these abilities? Even the sage of six paths doesn't have chakra as large as hers. They're not even on the same level. Why is this? Feeling Naruko's immense chakra, Shoha was filled with endless shock. He knew that the sage of six paths had an extremely vast chakra. But Naruko in front of him had chakra many times larger than that of the sage of six paths, not on the same level at all. What shocked him even more was that in all his years, apart from Hashirama Senju, no one had such powerful chakra. But now, someone with chakra larger than that of the sage of six paths appeared before him, leaving him utterly astonished. 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Naruko's killing intent surged. Looking at Shoha, she waved her right hand, and the giant wooden hand attacked again. I surrender. Big sister. Don't hit me anymore, I surrender. To avoid being sealed again, Shoha could only choose to compromise. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are not just talk. Even the Kyuubi cannot resist their super sealing. Even being sealed for 100 years would be bearable, let alone tens of thousands of years. Who knows what kind of super sealing the Uzumaki clan has that can seal him for tens of thousands of years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward, Space Portal. At that moment, Naruko's task was completed and she gained a special ability. Space Portal could traverse to any space without hand seals. When activating the Space Portal, a black hole will appear in front of you. Just dive into the black hole to reach any desired space. Traverse any space? This ability is quite good. Being able to traverse to any space, combined with my space ninjutsu, is simply a perfect match. Ha ha ha! After receiving the task reward and reading the introduction, Naruko's lips curled up slightly, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes. You are quite sensible. Naruko felt very happy at this moment, looking back at Shoha, her lips curling up. Then she directly released her grip on Shoha and lifted the wood golem technique. Next, the 8 trigram sealing. Chapter 147. Sealing one tail. Master and apprentice conversation. Naruko directly performed the 8 trigram sealing, pressing it onto Shoha's belly. Ah, big sister, you promised not to seal me. Ah. Despicable human, you lied to me. Shoha began to shrink, his entire body shrinking into Gaara's body. Young Gaara then fell from the air. Step. Naruko caught the falling Gaara, her lips curling slightly. Gaara, love your own Shura? He is also a pitiful child. From now on, just accompany Naruto. 2 tragic lives will be changed. Looking at Gaara in her arms, Naruko's lips curled up slightly. Shoha, don't worry. This seal is just to reinforce the sealing, so you won't disturb this child as sleep. If you want to come out, it's not impossible. But not now. Don't worry, it won't be long. Just a few years at most. I hope you can become good friends with Gaara. You two will eventually become good friends. Naruko also didn't forget to say a few words to Shoha inside Gaara, her lips curling up. By the way, put an illusion on Gaara's face so that others can't see his appearance. The sand-hidden village came to cause trouble. Although it couldn't stir up much of a wave, it was still a hassle. Looking at Gaara, Minato Namikaze smiled and directly used his eternal Mangeki Sharingan to cast an illusion on his face. This illusion made it so that others could not see his true face clearly. Without the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it was impossible to discern what he actually looked like. At least in the Hidden Leaf Village, no one could see his true appearance. After doing all this, Minato disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Madara has reemerged. Minato, did you bring me back just for this? At this moment, Jiraiya had already been summoned back by Minato and was staring at the confidential letter from the rock-hidden village with a furrowed brow. Jiraiya-sensei, this matter is of great importance. You know the terror of Uchiha Madara. Only the first Hokage could defeat him. I don't know if my wood release can compare with that of the first Hokage from back in the day. If not, I might not stand a chance against Uchiha Madara either. Moreover, during this time, some information about the Akatsuki members has already circulated. There truly is such an organization, and all of its members are S-rank rogue ninjas or above. Their strength is incredibly powerful. Minato nodded, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. If Uchiha Madara is really in the world and has lived for so many years, how powerful must he be? Although I have obtained wood release, I wonder if it can truly match that of the first Hokage. When the time comes to confront Uchiha Madara, it might be very difficult to deal with him. Yes, I have also investigated this. I've been looking into the Akatsuki organization for some time. However, they operate very secretly, and I haven't found their base until now. I've heard that they're all powerful rogue ninjas, and even Orochimaru is among them. I just want to find their organization and see if I can bring Orochimaru back. Orochimaru has just grown accustomed to death and doesn't want to see more people die. This time, I will definitely be able to bring him back. Thinking of Orochimaru, a hint of sadness flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. The reason for finding the Akatsuki this time was precisely because he was also involved. Orochimaru's departure was a lifelong pain for Jiraiya. Naruto's pursuit of Sasuke ultimately led to his return. However, Jiraiya's attempt to bring back Orochimaru ended with his death, which is a tragedy. Is Orochimaru's sensei also among them? It seems that this organization is indeed quite dangerous. I know Orochimaru's strength as well. Even if I face Orochimaru, I cannot guarantee that I can kill him. Minato furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Orochimaru to have joined the Akatsuki, which made him feel the strength of the Akatsuki even more. Orochimaru was not only powerful, but also had top-notch survival techniques in the entire ninja world. No one could guarantee they could kill him. Indeed, this Akatsuki organization is very dangerous. I have been investigating them for a long time, but they operate very secretly, making it hard to find them. Jiraiya nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Just then, a member of the Leaf's Umbu appeared before Minato and Jiraiya. What's wrong? Minato furrowed his brow, looking at the Umbu member. Reporting to the fourth Hokage, the Umbu member quickly handed over the information in his hand to Minato. Got it. You can leave now. Minato nodded and then opened the note. Uchiha Madara attacked the Sand Village and captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The Sand Village suffered heavy losses. These few short words appeared before Minato. What? Minato looked at the note in front of him, momentarily stunned, and his expression darkened. What happened? Jiraiya furrowed his brow and leaned in to take a look, his pupils constricting. Uchiha Madara again? And he captured the one-tail? This means that the Akatsuki now has both the five tails and the one tail. Furthermore, with this battle against the Cloud-Hidden Village, the two tails seems to be missing. Could it be that the two tails has also been captured by the Akatsuki? Looking at Minato, Jiraiya furrowed his brow and made a bold guess. It's quite possible. If so, then the Akatsuki has already obtained three-tailed beasts. Next, they will go after the three tails, four tails, and even our nine tails in the Hidden Leaf Village, which will become a thorn in their side. Jiraiya-sensei, during this time, I need you to go investigate the location of the Akatsuki organization. If it really is Uchiha Madara, and they are capturing tailed beasts, then this issue is a problem for the entire ninja world. We in the Hidden Leaf cannot stand idly by. Minato nodded. They had not received definitive news about the two tails. Kakashi had not had time to report to him that the two tails was taken by Minato's son. So they were completely unaware, thinking that all three-tailed beasts had already been captured by the Akatsuki. Next, it would be the tailed beasts from other villages, even the nine tails from the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 148. Kurizetsu's plan? Don't worry. Even if Uchiha Madara is alive, we may not necessarily be his opponents. You already have wood release, and my own strength is not to be underestimated. Protecting the Hidden Leaf should not be a problem. During this time, we need to strengthen the protection of Naruto and Minato's children to prevent Uchiha Madara from taking advantage of any opportunities. The barrier of the Hidden Leaf is of no use against a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara. If there is danger in the village, directly notify Lord Shinzaku and use reverse summoning to bring me back. Jiraiya nodded. They needed to gather intelligence quickly. He was not worried about Uchiha Madara attacking the Hidden Leaf. At least with himself and Minato around, He believed that even if Uchiha Madara appeared, he would not have to be afraid. Jiraiya was quite confident in his own strength. After all, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, he had that confidence, especially since he had already mastered Sage Mode. Aside from needing help from Lord Shinzaku, with Minato in front to take the brunt of the attack, he could quickly gather Sage Chakra. When it came to battle, it would be much more convenient. I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. Don't worry. During this time, I will have my clones follow Naruto and the others. If anything happens, I will immediately return to my body. I won't let them encounter danger. Minato's expression was solemn as he nodded. He would naturally protect his son and daughter well. Of course, the focus was on Naruto, as even he might not be able to defeat Minato's son, feeling that he was not entirely sure he could win against him. He couldn't quite put his finger on why he felt this way, but he had that feeling. All right, then I'll take my leave. If something comes up, just contact me directly with the communication frog. Jiraiya nodded and turned to jump out the window. Jiraiya-sensei, can you leave through the front door? Minato awkwardly looked at Jiraiya and smiled, scratching his head. Aha! I'm used to it. I'm off now. Jiraiya nodded, directly climbing out of the window and disappearing from sight. Seeing Jiraiya leave, Minato Namikaze shook his head helplessly. Uchiha Madara, whether you're truly resurrected or not dead at all, if you threaten Konoha, you must die. Minato looked at the note in his hand, his brows furrowed, fists clenched, with an endless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Come here, Minato then shouted into the void. Whoosh! 4th Hokage-sama. An Umbu member immediately knelt before Minato. Issue an order to Kakashi to cease hostilities and quickly withdraw everyone back to Konoha. Also, notify the 4 great ninja villages to be on guard. The Akatsuki members' target is likely all the tail beasts, so they must be vigilant. If there are doubts, a 5 Kage summit can be convened to probe their intentions. Minato immediately instructed the Umbu ninja in front of him that due to the emergence of Uchiha Madara, all previous plans were cancelled. It was no longer a time for civil war in the ninja world. They must conserve their strength and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Yes, 4th Hokage-sama. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Umbu member disappeared from spot. I hope nothing goes wrong. Fighting against someone like Uchiha Madara, even if I can hold my ground, the village will suffer significant losses. With my full power unleashed, Konoha would be destroyed, let alone fighting Uchiha Madara. At that time, Konoha could suffer countless casualties. And even if we win this battle, what would it mean? I still hope Uchiha Madara does not resurrect. Someone like him is too dangerous. After the Umbu member left, Minato lowered his head and murmured to himself. His full power could easily destroy Konoha, let alone battle Uchiha Madara. If fighting him could destroy Konoha, how many lives would be lost? Such a battle, even if victorious, would lead to severe losses for Konoha. How could this happen? Who is impersonating Uchiha Madara? Damn it, how dare they ruin my plans? Who could it be? After receiving the news from outside, Kagaya felt furious. He had done nothing. Yet someone outside started impersonating Uchiha Madara. Moreover, they even captured the 1 tail and 5 tails, which shocked him even more. Who in this world possesses such strength and can also activate Susanoo? This kind of power made Kagaya feel both anger and fear. The development of events was gradually slipping out of his control. As a chess player, he felt like he was being led by the nose by someone else. This feeling made him uneasy and fearful. The problem was that he had no idea who was on the other side, who was playing chess with him. He did not believe anyone knew of his existence. But this mysterious person had captured the 1 tail and 5 tails. How would he fuse the 10 tails now? Without the 10 tails, Kagaya couldn't rescue his mother, and without rescuing her, all his plans would be in vain. He had to find this person and not let them ruin his plans. This damn guy, the one who can activate Susanoo, must be from the Uchiha clan. But why are the Uchiha clan capturing tail beasts? Damn Uchiha clan, it seems they cannot be spared. I need to find an opportunity for Obito to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan, just wait for me. Except for Uchiha Sasuke. All of you should be on your way. Kagaya furrowed his brows, filled with anger at the thought of the Uchiha clan. He now possessed the Rinnegan and no longer needed the other Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha clan could disappear. They were of no use to him. As long as he kept Uchiha Sasuke, it would be enough since he needed some strong forces to counter Uchiha Madara. As the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Uchiha Sasuke became the best choice. Only when Uchiha Madara was distracted could he launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, with Kagaya's abilities, he couldn't possibly ambush someone with the Rinnegan. Naruto naturally did not know that his actions had directly thrown the entire ninja world into chaos. Naruto had now returned to Konoha, letting his clone head home first. Chapter 149. I thought you didn't notice Naruto, then brought the unconscious Gaara back to his laboratory. Lord Naruto, you're back. When Naruto returned to the laboratory, the two wooden figures came out, smiling broadly. Wooden figures. Are you still getting used to it here? Naruto smiled at the two wooden figures. It's okay, just a bit boring. I miss Lord Naruto when I can't see him. The two wooden figures shook their heads, narrowing their eyes with a smile as they looked at Naruto. So, I'm not Lord Naruto anymore? Just then, Naruto's shadow clone came out, pouting. No, it's just. The two wooden figures quickly shook their heads. Though they were all Naruto, it just felt different. Alright, let's not talk about that. I'll leave this child here for now. Watch over him until he wakes up. I'm going to my dad's place to register the identities of the wooden figures and Gaara. Naruto smiled at the two wooden figures and handed over Gaara. Gaara? Got it, Lord Naruto. The two wooden figures nodded, reaching out to take Gaara. Well, I'll be off then. Stay here for now, and once the identity registration is done, you can come out. Naruto nodded and disappeared from the spot. I didn't expect the one tail to be captured too. What does this person want? Adding the one tail and the nine tails, I already have three-tailed beasts. What do they want to do? The two tails inside the two wooden figures sensed Shikaku's chakra, frowning and falling into deep thought. Whoosh! Dad! In the next moment, Naruto appeared in the Hokage office, looking at Minato Namikaze and calling out directly. You're back. You even learned to track your dad now? Where did you go? I couldn't find you when you came back. Minato looked at Naruto, feeling a headache. Having a son with stronger space ninjutsu skills than himself was quite troublesome for him. Naruto remembered that he couldn't find where he had gone, which made it a bit awkward. I didn't expect you to notice, Dad. I thought you didn't find out. Naruto smiled awkwardly, not expecting Minato to have already discovered him. I cannot know your chakra, can I? Even if there's just a trace left, I can sense it instantly. You thought you could go unnoticed? Minato shook his head, looking at Naruto with a wry smile. It's nothing, just took a stroll outside. It was pretty boring, right? There's nothing to do at home. Recently, isn't Kakashi-sensei on the battlefield? Having no tasks to complete, she decided to go for a stroll. Bofeng Mingzi quickly smiled foolishly and scratched her head. This can't happen again next time. It's very dangerous outside now. Don't go out casually. If something happens, what will you make your dad and mom do? Bofeng Mizunoto walked directly in front of Bofeng Mingzi, reaching out to touch her hair, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Very dangerous? Is Dad referring to the battle between us and the Hidden Cloud Village? But hasn't the Hidden Cloud Village already surrendered? What danger is there outside? Bofeng Mingzi was slightly taken aback. Is it really dangerous outside? Or is it dangerous? She can go wherever she wants. What danger is there? Uchiha Madara has appeared. At that time, I thought it was a Beto, but you later said it was a Beto, and now Uchiha Madara has appeared again. Didn't you say last time that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Uchiha Madara is extremely powerful. Even Dad might not be able to defeat him, so you need to be careful when going out in the future. It's best not to go out easily. Bofeng Mizunoto looked seriously at Bofeng Mingzi and said solemnly, Uchiha Madara? I see. It must be news from the Sand Hidden Village and the Rock Hidden Village. I didn't expect Dad to really think Uchiha Madara has returned. I guess many people will think so, right? Bofeng Mingzi looked at Bofeng Mizunoto's serious expression and almost laughed out loud in her heart. I got it, Dad. I will definitely stay obediently in the village and not go out anymore. Bofeng Mingzi nodded at Bofeng Mizunoto, looking very well behaved. Bofeng Mizunoto nodded. By the way, what do you want to find Dad for? Then Bofeng Mizunoto looked at Bofeng Mingzi and asked, It's nothing. Just wanted Dad to help with the registration. Please register the information of these two people. They are two I met on the battlefield. One is named Luo AI and the other is named Yomu. I saved them on the battlefield and brought them back directly. Bofeng Mingzi quickly took out the photos of the two Yomu and Luo AI after they transformed and handed them to Bofeng Mizunoto. People saved on the battlefield? They aren't ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, right? If they're civilians, that's fine. Bofeng Mizunoto took the photos, which contained detailed information about the two. This was also prepared in advance by Bofeng Mingzi. Luo AI is so small, just like Naruto. Does he have the ability to control sand? He is somewhat similar to the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Hidden Village. Since both of them are not ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, there's no problem. However, they still need to be monitored during their time in the village. Once it is confirmed there are no issues, the monitoring will be lifted. Bofeng Mizunoto looked at the information of the two, nodded, and said to Bofeng Mingzi in front of him, Okay, Dad. I'll be going now. Bofeng Mingzi nodded and waved goodbye to Bofeng Mizunoto. Go ahead. Bofeng Mizunoto nodded, accepted the two documents, and would have someone do the registration later. Whoosh. Then Bofeng Mingzi disappeared from the spot and returned to her experimental base. Lord Mingzi. The two Yomu saw Bofeng Mingzi appear and hurriedly welcomed her, their faces filled with joy. At this time, they had already placed Luo AI on a bed, and he was still in a deep sleep. Chapter 150. The highest realm of swordsmanship, such a small child has become a Jinchuriki for Shikaku and hasn't slept for a long time. This time is just right to let him sleep a bit more. Is Luo AI still not awake? Then let him sleep a bit longer. Let's go, Yomu. Let us go take a bath. I've developed a new massage technique recently and want to try it out on you. Bofeng Mingzi looked at Luo AI lying on the bed, nodded, and directly pulled the two Yomu towards a large bathroom. Okay, Lord Mingzi. The two Yomu nodded and allowed Bofeng Mingzi to pull them away, their faces slightly flushed. Whoosh. Lord Kakashi. At this moment, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of Kakashi. What happened? Kakashi frowned. He hadn't received any news from the Hidden Cloud Village regarding the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Sand Village, looking grave. Lord Kakashi, the fourth Hokage, has ordered. You are to immediately withdraw all your people back to Konoha. The Umbu member bowed his head to Kakashi. Back. Isn't it? Did Watergate Sensei say anything? Kakashi was slightly taken aback, frowning, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. To report, Lord Kakashi. It seems that Uchiha Madara has returned. The fourth Hokage chose to cease hostilities. The specifics are unclear. You need to go back and ask the fourth Hokage in person. The Umbu shook his head, only knowing that this matter is related to Uchiha Madara and nothing else. What? Uchiha Madara has returned? How is that possible? Kakashi was shocked to hear the Umbu's news. Frozen in place. I understand. I will immediately inform Watergate Sensei. I will quickly lead the troops to withdraw from the territory of the Hidden Cloud Village. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi nodded and said to the Umbu, Yes, Lord Kakashi. Whoosh. The Umbu ninja immediately disappeared from the spot, leaving Kakashi sitting alone in the tent in a daze. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Just then, Hatake Sakumo walked in and saw Kakashi sitting there dazed, puzzled. Father, Watergate Sensei sent word that Uchiha Madara has resurrected. Or rather, Uchiha Madara is not dead. Moreover, we are to immediately withdraw the main force from the heart of the Hidden Cloud Village and return directly to Konoha. Something big may happen. Kakashi shook his head when he saw Hatake Sakumo enter, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Madara? Hatake Sakumo frowned. Upon hearing these four words, he felt an overwhelming shock. Uchiha Madara is a super strong being who can rival the first Hokage. Back then, only the first Hokage could suppress him, but ultimately, the two fought, resulting in one death and one injury. Although the first Hokage won a tragic victory, he passed away not long after due to his physical condition. The resurrection of such a super strong being left Hatake Sakumo feeling extremely shocked. Don't worry, with your father here, even if he can't defeat Uchiha Madara, your father will fight for your survival. Moreover, after this resurrection, your father's strength has greatly increased. He is no longer the Konoha White Fang of the past. Even against Uchiha Madara, your father is not without the strength to fight. And don't underestimate your own power. You must have confidence in yourself. A strong swordsman must be incredibly confident in themselves. This confidence is not blind. However, it is an invincible belief that no matter how strong the opponent is, one must maintain a sense of invincibility. As my son, you must have this invincible belief. Only then can you become an unbeatable swordsman in the future. Seeing the melancholic Kakashi, Sakumo Hatake slightly raised the corners of his mouth and slowly walked to his side, reaching out to pat his shoulder. An unbeatable swordsman? Invincible belief? Kakashi looked up at Sakumo Hatake, slightly taken aback, then lowered his head and murmured to himself. That's right, the unity of man and sword. Reaching the highest realm of swordsmanship, where man is the sword is man, everything is the sword, and everything is me. This is the highest realm of swordsmanship. Once the sword is drawn, charge forward without hesitation, even if there is a dead end ahead. You must use the sword in your hand to carve out a bloody path. An unbeatable swordsman must never think that his swordsmanship is inadequate. The only thing that is inadequate is yourself. If you're inadequate, then swing your sword with all your might, practice desperately, until your sword can cut through everything in the world. Swordsmanship will naturally reach the highest realm. Sakumo Hatake looked at Kakashi. a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, and handed him his white fang. The highest realm of swordsmanship? The unity of man and sword? Father, can I really achieve that? I've wasted so many years my swordsmanship. Kakashi looked at Tsukumo Hatake in front of him, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. Back then, he thought his father was a coward, so he ultimately gave up the family's renowned swordsmanship. Now that he has wasted so many years, is there really still a chance? What's the big deal? My son graduated from the ninja school at 5, became a CH-nin a year later. At 12, he achieved J-nin, a true genius in the ninja world. Back then, Uchimadara grew up in a harsh environment during the Warring States period, and his strength is not much different from yours. Do you still lack confidence in yourself? The Uchiha clan does indeed have special ocular techniques, possessing the Sharingan, and even higher-level Manjiki Sharingan. But we also have something they don't. They rely too much on the Sharingan. While the Sharingan is indeed powerful, we are not inferior. Your father was able to amaze an era with his swordsmanship, combined with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and our Hatake family swordsmanship. Can't you surpass your predecessors? Tsukumo Hatake looked at Kakashi, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Back then, he too was troubled about improving his strength, and his father encouraged him in this way. Although this encouragement may seem a bit exaggerated, the effect was surprisingly good. Anyone can have an invincible belief. Being weaker than others does not hinder you from having an invincible belief. If you don't even believe in yourself, how can you defeat others? This invincible belief in yourself is not blind confidence, but faith in your sword and your beliefs. Even if you lose, you are still sacrificing for your swordsmanship. Chapter 151. If the sword has a spirit, it is invincible in the world. Hatake, swordsmanship, combined with the Sharingan? But father, the suppression from the Sharingan is too great for me. I can't use any chakra at all. The Sharingan suppresses over 90% of my chakra. I can't use powerful sword techniques. A single sword move could drain my remaining chakra. Kakashi touched his left eye with his left hand, a hint of gloom flashing in his gaze. His entire chakra was suppressed by the Sharingan by more than 90%, allowing him to use only a small amount of chakra. And this chakra could only allow him to perform one move of the Hatake swordsmanship. After that, he would have almost no combat power left. This is all your fault, father, for not teaching you the most important point. The Hatake swordsmanship requires merging your beliefs with the sword. Only by merging with your strong belief can you reduce the chakra consumption when using sword techniques. After merging, you can greatly decrease the amount of chakra used and enhance the power of the Hatake swordsmanship. However, this method of merging is extremely dangerous and can only be attempted after the age of 10. Back then, your father left early and did not teach you this method. Today, I will teach you so that you can successfully inherit the true essence of my Hatake swordsmanship. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Kakashi, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. He had left the world too early and felt very sorry for his wife and son. Now that he has been revived, he naturally wants to teach everything to his son. Merging beliefs with the sword? Kakashi was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a training method. That's right. Focus your energy and calm your mind. Adjust your chakra to the best state. Then perform the soul-splitting technique. Watch closely. These are the hand seals. See. Haiyu, Mao, Su, Zi, Wei Wu Shun. Tsukumo Hatake's lips slightly curved upward as he quickly began forming seals in front of Kakashi. Buzz! At that moment, Tsukumo Hatake's soul instantly exited his body, and the white fang he had given to Kakashi flew out in an instant. After forming the seals, use your newly forged white fang to sever a thread of your own soul. Infuse your invincible belief into it, and finally merge with the white fang. After that, your swordsmanship can be considered to have made a small achievement. To achieve the unity of man and sword, the sword must not leave your side. Every morning and evening, infuse a strand of chakra for fusion. After 49 days, you will reach the initial realm of man and sword unity. After that, you must continuously practice swordsmanship and constantly kill enemies. After killing enemies, you can devour a thread of their soul to strengthen your white fang. You can also increase the resilience of the white fang itself. The spiritual body of Tsukumo Hatake looked at Kakashi in front of him, continuously explaining. Yes, father. See. Haiyu, Mao, Su, Zi, Wei Wu Shun. Soul-splitting technique. Buzz! At that moment, Kakashi's soul also exited his body, and the white fang behind him instantly emerged, appearing in his spiritual body's right hand. Invincible belief? I don't know if this is invincible belief. But anyone who wants to destroy what I care about, no matter who you are, must die. My belief is to protect. Kakashi directly infused his belief into it, and in the end, he struck with his sword, cutting off a small piece of his own soul. Soul cutting causes great harm to oneself. That pain is more terrifying than being eaten by 1,000 ants, causing Kakashi's face to turn pale, his entire body devoid of color. Buzz! The white fan continuously flashed with white light, then directly devoured the thread of soul that Kakashi had cut off. Buzz, buzz, buzz! After devouring the soul, the white fang seemed to become sharper, a flash of crimson appearing on the blade, fleeting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Kakashi's soul returned, he gasped for breath, directly collapsing to the ground, his clothes soaked in sweat, his face deathly pale. It worked. The white fang has successfully transformed. If the sword has a spirit, it is invincible in the world. Tsukumo Hatake looked at the white fang that had devoured Kakashi's soul, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Did it succeed? Kakashi felt the white fang floating in front of him, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes, and his complexion became much rosier. White fang. Father, I feel a sense of intimacy coming from white fang, as if the blade is me, and I am the blade. Looking at the white fang before him, Kakashi directly grasped it in his hand, feeling an unusual familiarity. Yes, your soul power is extremely strong. Originally, it would have taken 79 days to nurture, but now it has directly crossed that time. You are now able to initially achieve the realm of human blade unity. Even if you can only use 1/10 of your chakra, you can still unleash dozens of Konoha blade techniques without any problem. After that, we will find a way to resolve the rejection of the Sharingan towards your bloodline. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as he looked at Kakashi and nodded slightly. Is that so? No wonder I feel that the current white fang is me. I am the blade. The realm of human blade unity is truly powerful. I wonder how strong it is. Kakashi looked at the white fang in front of him, his eyebrows raised in delight, not caring at all about his pale complexion. Let us go. Let's try it out. Hatake Tsukumo reached out and patted Kakashi's shoulder, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. All right. Kakashi was also eager to see what level his swordsmanship had reached. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the father and son left their respective shadow clones behind and quickly headed outside the camp. Right here, this sea area is just right for you to display your skills. Hatake Tsukumo brought Kakashi to the sea, looking at the vast ocean with a slight smile. Kakashi nodded, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Then, Kakashi walked forward, standing on the surface of the sea, gripping white fang tightly and staring intently at the ocean before him. Hatake blade technique, break the void. ZZZZ. Kakashi roared, his chakra surging violently, all of it pouring into white fang, and a sound like thunder erupted around him. Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dull sound rang out as the white fang in Kakashi's hand burst forth with endless white light, directly swinging towards the ocean before him. Chapter 152. The Ultimate Secret of Hatake Blade Technique. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, endless white light transformed into two blade energies, forming a nearly 100-foot-high cross slash, cleaving towards the ocean at an imperceptible speed. Bang, bang, bang. When a 100-foot cross slash flew out, it directly struck the ocean in front of them, causing countless seawater to explode outward. Splash, splash. ZZZZ. A 100-foot-long cross slash appeared in the ocean before them, clearly visible on the sea surface. A huge cross emerged on the surface of the sea, with no moisture within it, as if the ocean had been split apart. This is the legendary technique of drawing the blade to cut the water, when you can directly cut the seawater with a single stroke, leaving it unable to recover for a long time. Then your swordsmanship will be considered fully realized. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Kakashi's slash, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting and a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Drawing to cut water? I suppose this counts as initial success, right? However, the attack is far from over. Kakashi looked at his masterpiece, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in the cross-section of seawater before them, a massive explosion occurred, forming a towering tsunami hundreds of feet high, rushing directly towards Hatake Tsukumo and Kakashi's opposite direction. Now watch carefully. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Kakashi and directly drew his own white fang, pouring chakra into it, and with a casual slash whoosh, Hatake Tsukumo effortlessly swung out a 100-foot beam of white light, directly cutting the tsunami that was hundreds of feet high in front of him in half. Boom, boom, boom. Splash, splash. Under the might of the massive blade technique, the tsunami was not just cut in half, but completely collapsed, turning into raindrops scattered over dozens of miles. What? Kakashi watched his father's casual slash, which turned out to be even more powerful than his own earlier use of the Hatake blade technique, his eyes flashing with shock. The ultimate secret of the Hatake blade technique. No technique surpasses technique. A random slash can achieve the original power of the Hatake blade technique, or even exceed it. The techniques of swordsmanship are indeed important, but in your hands, even a casual strike is peak swordsmanship. This is the ultimate secret of the Hatake blade technique, and also the limit that human blade unity can achieve. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Kakashi, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he sheathed White Fang. I understand now, father. I will practice my swordsmanship diligently from now on and will not give up halfway again. Kakashi looked at White Fang in his hand, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth, a confident light flashing in his eyes, and his entire aura changed, like a sharp and unparalleled treasured sword. Moreover, Kakashi's momentum began to surge, his strength rising again, directly reaching the level of an old-school Kage-level powerhouse. Even if Kakashi were to face the fourth Raikage and other old-school Kage-level opponents directly now, he would not be defeated and might even have the ability to kill them. The increase in strength could not be considered weak. Such a presence had almost reached the peak in the entire ninja world, and apart from some freaks, he no longer needed to worry about anyone. Hee ha ha ha. Good, very good. No wonder you're my son. Let us go. Hatake Tsukumo saw the change in Kakashi, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he reached out to pat his shoulder and turned to leave. All right. Kakashi looked at his father, his eyes filled with endless joy. Kakashi's current strength is such that even if I am not by his side, he can stand on his own. In my day, I might not have been Kakashi's opponent. Now Kakashi's swordsmanship has just begun to take shape, and with the Sharingan, the increase in strength is immense. I truly look forward to Kakashi's future growth. Kakashi has really grown up. Hatake Tsukumo looked up at the sky, a smile flashing in his eyes. Now, Hatake Tsukumo had used the physical body clone from Minato Namikaze, which had incorporated other bloodlines. Among them were the bloodlines of the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan. The reason he did not transplant the bloodline of Hashirama Senju was that he feared the emergence of more would-release powerhouses. In today's world, using this level of power is already sufficient. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan increased Hatake Tsukumo's chakra, multiplying it. Of course, there was another purpose, which was to resist the erosion of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. The Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki clan all possess extremely powerful bloodline powers, and a single type of bloodline can easily harm a body. Therefore, Minato Namikaze had a sudden inspiration to add the bloodlines of the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki clan into Hatake Tsukumo's body. This way, he could have the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan and perhaps even awaken the Sharingan by accident. When that happens with the vast chakra, the observation ability of the Sharingan, and incredibly powerful swordsmanship, he would be a terrifying presence to anyone. My strength has greatly increased, and I can finally help teacher Minato. No longer will I need to activate my Sharingan for battle. My fighting style can change appropriately from now on. In the past, I indeed neglected my swordsmanship, and I didn't expect that it could be practiced in this way. However, my father did not tell me at the time that honing my sword skills could help me master higher realms more quickly. Now, I can only take it slow, but it won't be long before I become the strongest in this world. I will also reach the highest realm of the union of man and sword. Kakashi looked at the sky, a slight smile on his lips, and confidence flashed in his eyes. The return of Tsukumo Hatake had restored his powerful confidence and given him an invincible belief. The new star of Konoha, long buried, had risen to prominence once more. Lord Fourth Raikage, the people of Konoha have withdrawn from our Cloud Village's territory. This battle has finally come to an end. However, we have received news from Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha that Uchiha Madara has re-emerged. We don't know if this is true. Moreover, the 5 tails from Awagakure and the 1 tail from Sunagakure have been captured by Uchiha Madara. The Akatsuki organization they formed has yet to provide any news. It's even possible that our own shinobi have also been captured by the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki may really want to recapture all the tailed beasts and use them to dominate the world. Chapter 153. Reactions from all sides. Lord Fourth Raikage. How should we respond? Inama received the intel that Konoha's army had finally withdrawn from their Cloud Village, which relieved her greatly. However, she later received letters from Iwagakure and 2 other ninja villages stating that Uchiha Madara had re-emerged, which was terrifying. Who is Uchiha Madara? He is an existence that is known alongside Senju Hashirama as the gods of the ninja world. The two of them forced the entire ninja world into submission, ultimately choosing to coexist in peace out of desperation. Although this peace was very short-lived, everyone knew that the two were extremely powerful. As long as one of them was alive, no one in the ninja world would dare to act recklessly. This kind of deterrence instills fear in anyone. Even after decades, this fear still lingers. Uchiha Madara? Impossible. How could he still be alive? If he were alive now, how old would he be? An old man in his 80s or 90s, even if he were alive, how much combat power could he still have? Don't think too much. Uchiha Madara must be someone impersonating him. But this person is quite strong, attacking Iwagakure alone without a scratch and capturing the 5 tails. And he even forced that old man Inoki to kneel. This kind of powerhouse should not be underestimated. Perhaps he possesses strength similar to that of Naruto Uzumaki. This Naruto Uzumaki is indeed tricky, and now there is another person impersonating Uchiha Madara. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. He did not believe that an old man who had lived for nearly 100 years could still survive in this world. Senju Hashirama had already said that he successfully killed Uchiha Madara. How could he, the first Hokage of Konoha, lie? It is clear that this Uchiha Madara must be someone impersonating him. But regardless of whether it is an impersonation, the fact that this person is powerful is undeniable. As he could force Inoki, that old guy, to kneel. The 4th Raikage felt that he could never achieve that, so he was somewhat troubled by this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. The emergence of such a powerhouse is indeed very dangerous for the entire ninja world. By the way, Lord 4th Raikage, the 4th Hokage also said that a Kage summit can be convened. Do you think this is necessary? Inama nodded and then thought of Minato Namikaze's intentions, quickly asking. The Kage summit is necessary. However, we cannot take the lead on this, as it would put us in a very passive position. Let's wait for a while and then decide. You may leave. Raise the village's alert level to the highest to prevent any unforeseen events. The 4th Raikage shook his head. Given the current situation, he could not be the one to stick his neck out, as that would appear very passive. Iwagakure is a good choice. They can directly issue the news of the Kage summit, and the other 4 ninja villages will naturally respond. Since Iwagakure has been frightened and has failed, it is almost impossible for them to gain command at this Kage summit. Yes, Lord 4th Raikage. Inama nodded and then turned to leave the Raikage's office. Uchiha Madara? Even if you really have emerged, I will let you experience the might of my lightning release. After Inama left, the 4th Raikage snorted coldly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to witness Uchiha Madara's combat strength. Lord 3rd Sachikage. Konoha has withdrawn from the Cloud Village and has sent a letter. A ninja from Iwagakure appeared beside Inoki and quickly handed over the letter in his hand. You may leave. Inoki felt a bit mentally exhausted as he took the letter and began to read it carefully. A Kage summit, huh? It seems this is indeed necessary. Although it is embarrassing, it is better than having Iwagakure disappear completely. We must stop the growth of the Akatsuki organization, otherwise, it poses a great danger to the entire ninja world. Inoki looked at the letter, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He sighed and directly burned the letter in his hand. Tsuchi, immediately send people to the 4 great ninja villages and summon them to hold a Kage summit together. This matter cannot be delayed. We must ensure that they all participate. Inoki then directly instructed his aide Tsuchi to send people to the 4 great ninja villages to deliver the news as the initiator of the Kage summit. Yes, Lord 3rd Sachikage. Tsuchi nodded and then disappeared from the spot. Whether he is Uchiha Madara or not is no longer important. What matters is that his strength is very strong. If we cannot defeat him, our entire ninja world will be in danger. The 5 tails and the 1 tail have been captured. We don't even know if the 2 tails has also been captured. Losing 3-tailed beasts all at once, what does the enemy want to achieve? Sigh. Inoki watched Tsuchi leave, sighed deeply, and a hint of gloom flickered in his eyes. The Kage summit is indeed necessary. We must quickly rescue Gaara. Although Gaara is a failed Jinchuriki, he is still a child. Sigh. Kaguro, don't blame me. I always wanted to develop Sunagakure well, but I still ended up in this situation. Gaara, you must not come to harm. Far away in Sunagakure. Raza's eyes flashed with a hint of longing as he began to miss his wife. His wife died after giving birth to Gaara, which made him harbor some resentment towards Gaara. Ultimately, he sealed him as a Jinchuriki, turning him into a half-finished Jinchuriki, which only deepened his disappointment and disgust. But now that Gaara has been captured, a flicker of conscience finally ignited within him, and he began to worry about Gaara's life. Whether it is for the sake of the one tail within him or true feelings, it remains unknown. What is going on? White Zetsu. Why did such a thing happen? Uchiha Obito frowned tightly. It had only been 2 days since he went to the Hidden Mist Village, and such things had already happened. The early exposure of the Akatsuki organization, along with someone impersonating Uchiha Madara, seemed to have instilled a sense of unity throughout the ninja world. This made Obito feel somewhat astonished. If the 5 great ninja villages all united, that kind of power would be extremely terrifying. At least at his current stage. He would not be able to defeat them. His current strength could handle a few Kaga-level ninjas temporarily, but how many Kaga-level powerhouses did the 5 great ninja villages possess? He simply couldn't cope with them. Chapter 154. Terumi Mei and the movements of the Hidden Mist Village. The Akatsuki organization was different from him. In battle, it wasn't certain they could be of help. Facing so many strong opponents, he still felt uncertain. He didn't know yet. He hadn't been able to investigate. However, he had seen that person from a distance, summoning a red Susanoo that could open its full form. Such a strong individual was generally from the Uchiha clan. It was very likely the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, the Uchiha clan should be eliminated this time. The plan to eliminate the Uchiha clan needed to be slowly devised. Their strength was of no use to them. Instead, they were a burden. If one of them possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, it would be detrimental to their plans. They could either be used by them or be directly killed to wipe out their clan. White Zetsu shook his head. His White Zetsu clones were scattered around the world. And from far away outside the sand village, he saw a giant Susanoo. Such an existence could be clearly seen from 10 miles away, and as a scout, White Zetsu naturally could see at the time. The Uchiha clan, a race lacking in ambition, indeed should be destroyed. Uchiha Obito's brows furrowed, and an endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lord Fourth Mizukage, here are letters from the Rock Village, Sand Village, and Konoha. Please take a look. At that moment, a member of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village appeared in front of Kajitsu Yagura and directly handed over the letter in his hand. Understood. You may leave. Kajitsu Yagura nodded, opened the letter, and furrowed his brows tightly. The news of Uchiha Madara's emergence had spread rapidly, and soon the people of the Hidden Mist Village were aware of it. Lord Terumi Mei, do you think that Lord Fourth Mizukage, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, will become a target for the Akatsuki organization? Moreover, lately, Lord Fourth Mizukage has been acting somewhat strangely, feeling quite different from the previous Lord Fourth Mizukage. In a certain place in the Hidden Mist Village, a man wearing a black eye patch over his right eye looked at the stunning girl around 16 years old beside him. His brow furrowed as he voiced his inner doubts. Yes, the actions of the Fourth Mizukage during this time have caused our Hidden Mist Village heavy losses. I have already informed the elders, but they have not yet made a decision. The stunning girl, with large greenish-blue eyes and brown wavy hair, completely covering her right eye, wore a shoulder-bearing blue dress and fishnet stockings on her fair legs. She nodded at the man in front of her. Yes, Lord Terumi Mei. I just don't know how the Fourth Mizukage will decide next. With Uchiha Madara coming out, it really makes one feel fearful. Uchiha Shursui from the Uchiha clan is already extremely terrifying. When my subordinates saw him, they had no fighting power at all. I wonder how strong the strongest Uchiha Madara is. The man nodded, recalling how he had seen Uchiha Shursui last time and had chosen to abandon the mission and leave with his team. His face turning red. A trace of shame flashed in his eyes. It was truly embarrassing to show cowardice before even engaging in battle. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not just a boastful title. Whether in the Warring States period or in the present era, the Sharingan is known as one of the 3 great eye techniques. It is many times stronger than the Byakugan. If you possess the Byakugan, you should know that the greatest strength of the Byakugan is its ability to scout, but it still falls far short compared to the Sharingan. Don't belittle yourself. Your strength is already quite good. It's just that they were born with powerful bloodline limits. Terumi Mei looked at the man with a smile, then raised her head to look at the sky, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Terumi Mei, Ching, come over here. At that moment, an old man approached them, accompanied by the elder group they were part of, coming directly to find Terumi Mei and the others, his expression serious. Elder Yuan, what brings you here? Terumi Mei was slightly taken aback upon seeing the old man in front of her. His power in the Hidden Mist Village was equivalent to that of the Mizukage and was extraordinarily strong. She didn't expect that such an old man would come to find her. Terumi Mei, We have also been observing Kajitsu Yagura during this time. We indeed feel that he's been acting strangely, so we plan to take you two to take a look. Ching possesses the Byakugan. Perhaps he can discern something. Elder Yuan said. During this time, our hidden mist village has already suffered heavy losses, losing countless powerful bloodline limit users. Everyone in the village has been lamenting, and we have to take the final step. Elder Yuan shook his head, then turned to Ching and said lightly, "Is that so? All right, Elder Yuan." Terumi Mei looked at Elder Yuan, her brows tightly knitted, and then chose to agree. "All right, let's set off now. We must not be discovered. Observe quietly, and if any problems arise, we will discuss it." Elder Yuan nodded and then turned to leave. Lord Terumi Mei? Ching glanced at Terumi Mei, slightly taken aback. "This is a different time. Let's go." Terumi Mei shook her head and then directly led Ching to follow. Eventually, the group arrived at a large building near the Mizuki's office building. "Ching, take a look from this side and see if you can find anything." Elder Yuan pointed to the Mizuki's office building across the way and nodded. "Yes, Elder Yuan." Ching nodded and walked forward. Byakugan, activate. At that moment, Ching directly activated his Byakugan and began to observe the Mizuki's office. There is someone next to the fourth Mizuki? Who is this? Sharingan? Not good. The fourth Mizuki's chakra is chaotic. Clearly, he has been controlled by a Jinjutsu. Ching saw the situation in the office across and was shocked. He actually saw a member of the Uchiha clan in the Mizuki's office and noticed the fourth Mizuki's chakra was abnormal. It was evident that the fourth Mizuki was under Jinjutsu, and he quickly deactivated his Byakugan. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brows, sensing that someone was observing him, and he immediately became aware of it. Damn it, how could there be Byakugan in the Hidden Mist Village? It seems this plan cannot be executed. Subsequently, Uchiha Obito directly entered his Kamui space, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 155. Fourth Mizuki controlled? Jinjutsu dispelled. Lord Terumi Mei, Elder Yuan. The fourth Mizuki has been controlled by a member of the Uchiha clan. He is currently in the fourth Mizuki's office. The fourth Mizuki was controlled by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan Jinjutsu. Ao immediately reported this truthfully, looking at the group of elders in front of him, his eyes flashing with shock and urgency. What? Uchiha clan members? How is that possible? Everyone, head to the Mizuki's office immediately. Let's go. A group of elders headed straight for the fourth Mizuki's office, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Ao, is this true? Terumi Mei furrowed her brow, looking at Ao with a shocked expression in her eyes. Yes, Lord Terumi Mei. I wouldn't misidentify it. That was definitely the Sharingan. That person likely sensed my probing and has probably already left. Ao nodded and said to Terumi Mei in front of him, "Let's go." Terumi Mei nodded and vanished from the spot. Yes, Lord Terumi Mei. Whoosh. The next moment, Terumi Mei and Ao also disappeared, and a large group made their way to the Mizuki's office. Creak. Upon arriving at the Mizuki's office, they immediately opened the door and saw Kagaya Yagura still sitting in his chair. "What are you doing, Elder Yuan?" Kagaya Yagura furrowed his brow, looking at the group of elders with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ao, dispel the fourth Mizuki's Jinjutsu. Elder Yuan furrowed his brow and hurriedly urged Ao to take action. Yes, Elder Yuan. Ao nodded and placed his right hand on his chest. Release. Then Ao directly used the hand seal to dispel the Jinjutsu, applying it to Kagaya Yagura. Buzz! The next moment, Kagaya Yagura shuddered and opened his eyes. Elder Yuan, what is going on? Is something wrong? After the Jinjutsu was dispelled, Kagaya Yagura furrowed his brow, looking at the group of elders with some confusion. Lord Fourth Mizuki, just now you were controlled by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. We just dispelled the Jinjutsu on you. You're fine now, Terumi Mei said. Her delicate brows furrowed as she looked at Kagaya Yagura in front of her. I was controlled by the Sharingan? Me? Kagaya Yagura was slightly taken aback, then began to recall the events of the past years, his eyes flashing with shock and anger. I'm sorry. Kagaya Yagura stood up and bowed to the elders and Terumi Mei in front of him. He hadn't expected that he would have done such things over the years. Such events had directly caused the strength of the entire Mist Village to plummet, making him feel anger and shame. Lord Fourth Mizuki, you cannot take all the blame. Since the Jinjutsu has been dispelled now, everything is fine. Afterward, Ao, I will trouble you to stay by the fourth Mizuki's side to prevent the Uchiha clan from reappearing. Elder Yuan shook his head. It was obviously impossible to remove him from the position now. So, they directly let Kagaya Yagura continue as he was. After all, being under the Jinjutsu, although it was unacceptable for Kage, they had no reason to directly remove Kagaya Yagura from the position of fourth Mizuki. Thank you, elders. I will pull the Mist Village back on track. The events that have happened during this time are indeed my fault. Kagaya Yagura quickly cupped his hands toward Elder Yuron and others, at least showing a proper attitude of admitting his mistake. Next, we need to discuss the matter of Uchiha Madara. Perhaps it was Madara who wanted to control the three tails of our Mist Village. So we need to be extra careful. Terumi Mei looked at Elder Yuron and others in front of her and got straight to the point. Yes, it's time to talk. Today is just right. Elder Yuron nodded, and the group began to discuss in Mizuki's office. Uchiha Madara? Kagaya Yagura furrowed his brow. Although he had been controlled, he was aware of the recent events. Just the fact that he had been controlled was already enough for the Mist Village to take action against Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara has committed such an outrage against our Mist Village. I have decided to attend the Five Kage Summit. Elder Yuron, after I leave, the Mist Village will be in your hands. However, we still need to wait for them to notify us when to attend the summit. This time, we must show Uchiha Madara the strength of our Mist Village. Kagaya Yagura was incredibly angry about being controlled by Uchiha Madara. As a dignified Kage, to be controlled by someone else without a sound was an absolute humiliation. I understand. However, this time the Mizuki must still be cautious. You should take Terumi, Mei, and Ao with you. With Terumi, Mei, and the others by your side, we elders can feel a bit more at ease. Elder Yuron nodded, looking at Kagaya Yagura with a serious expression in his eyes. If our Kage is controlled by someone else during the summit, it would be a huge joke. I understand. Kagaya Yagura nodded, looking at Terumi, Mei, and Ao in front of him. He still recognized their strength, as they were rare powerhouses in the Mist Village. Especially Terumi Mei, who, at a young age, already possessed elite Jounin-level strength. If she used her bloodline limit, she could even fight against established Kage-level powerhouses without falling behind, and her future achievements would surely be significant. Then I will trouble you. Kagaya Yagura smiled at Terumi, Mei, and Ao. Lord Fourth Mizuki, you're too kind. This is what we should do. Terumi Mei smiled sweetly at Kagaya Yagura, and she was also very interested in this Five Kage Summit. All right, it's getting late. Let us disperse. Elder Yuron smiled at everyone and turned to leave. Yes, let us disperse. It's good that the fourth Mizuki is fine. Everyone can leave. The other elders also nodded and turned to leave, leaving only Kagaya Yagura, Terumi Mei, and Ao in the room. Ao, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have realized that I had been controlled by Uchiha Madara without me noticing. And you, Mei, you both have done a great service. Kagaya Yagura looked at Terumi Mei and Ao, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes flashing with a hint of joy. Lord Fourth Mizuki, this is what we should do. Chapter 156, Akatsuki Organization Meeting. I didn't do anything special. I just happened to spot Uchiha Madara. Ao's expression was somewhat tense as he respectfully spoke to Kagaya Yagura. Lord Fourth Mizuki, you're joking. We're just doing our duty. How can we claim credit? It's getting late. I'll leave first. Ao, you stay by the Fourth Mizuki side. Terumi Mei said, giving Kagaya Yagura a charming smile and a deep glance at Ao. Yes, Lord Terumi Mei. Ao quickly nodded, and then Terumi Mei turned to leave. As Terumi Mei turned to leave, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. What's going on? Why have we all been summoned? At this moment, the Akatsuki organization held an emergency meeting and summoned everyone. Orochimaru spoke first, his hoarse voice sending chills down everyone's spines. Orochimaru, your voice annoys me. Leader, I request to change partners. The scorpion of the red sand glanced sideways at Orochimaru, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. All right, this is not the time to discuss that. The Akatsuki organization has gained a significant reputation in the underground world thanks to you. However, we are encountering trouble lately. Someone has been impersonating Uchiha Obito and has been using the name of our Akatsuki organization. So, I've gathered you here to advise you to be cautious. There are reports that the 5 great ninja villages may unite, and the 1 tail, 2 tails, and 5 tails have already disappeared without a trace. This has drawn the attention of the 5 great ninja villages, so we must advance our plans. Nagato looked at the people in front of him, his eyes flashing with confusion and anger. The Akatsuki organization is still quite weak, and although I've gathered many S-rank rogue ninjas, we still need a lot of money. War is essentially a contest of finances. Without money, you can't even deploy troops. When others are already preparing for war and you have no funds or supplies, how can you fight? I've heard about this too. It shouldn't be a matter worth worrying about, right? We can declare that there is no Uchiha Obito within our Akatsuki organization. Besides, Uchiha Obito has been dead for so long. How could he still exist? It's clearly a frame-up, and we can completely ignore it. Orochimaru frowned, feeling something was off about the situation regarding Uchiha Obito. He searched throughout Konoha, but couldn't find Uchiha Obito's corpse, so it's quite possible that someone has already gotten to it first. Or perhaps Uchiha Obito really isn't dead. After all, it's not uncommon for a person to live to be 80 or 90, even though it's rare. But back then, Senja Hashirama clearly killed Uchiha Obito. So how could Uchiha Obito come back to life? Orochimaru felt that this matter wasn't simple, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. What the snake said didn't seem wrong. We really don't need to care. If we do, it might just bring us trouble. The scorpion of the red sand rarely agreed with Orochimaru's words. The 5 great ninja villages? Back in the day, I was the one who assassinated the first Hokage. Would I be afraid of them? If they come, let them come back empty-handed. Kakuzu sneered, seemingly looking down on the 5 great ninja villages. Oh, still bragging? You assassinated the first Hokage, but what happened then? I could say I killed Uchiha Obito too. Haiden scoffed, glancing at Kakuzu with a look of defiance. All right, we have limited time now. Let's prepare for the next phase. Those without missions, head to the major ninja villages and capture the tailed beasts within their villages before they form an alliance. Specifically, the 4 tails from Iwagakure, the 3 tails from Kirigakure, and the 8 tails from Kyomogakure. Save the 9 tails for last. Deidara, you will be responsible for finding the 3-tailed beasts that were captured by that fake Uchiha Obito. Nagato looked at everyone, his Rinnegan fixed on them, and commanded directly. Capture the tailed beasts? Are we starting now? Kakuzu frowned, looking at Nagato with some confusion. Yes, we start now. The 5 great ninja villages have intentions to form an alliance, so this matter cannot be delayed. Nagato said calmly while looking at everyone. What do we do after capturing the tailed beasts? Orochimaru frowned, hearing Nagato's plan to capture the tailed beasts for the first time. They will become our ultimate power to conquer the world. Nagato glanced at Orochimaru, his expression calm. Tailed beasts? I think their usefulness isn't that significant. There are better methods. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, a hint of a cold smile flashing in his eyes. The leader's words naturally have their reasoning. We will follow the arrangements. At this moment, Kagaya glanced at Orochimaru and said in a hoarse voice, All right, let us not talk about anything else. It's time to assign tasks. Jinchuriki, you will be responsible for the 3 tails in Kirigakure. Nagato then looked at Kakuzu and instructed. No other tasks? Kirigakure, I don't really want to go. Haiden sneered. Originally coming from Kirigakure, he was reluctant to go back there for a mission. You are familiar with the terrain there. Orochimaru and Scorpion, you two will go to Iwagakure to capture the 4 tails. After saying this, Nagato disappeared from the spot, and everyone vanished in unison. Meanwhile, the 4 great ninja villages also received a letter from Iwagakure, seeking the opinions of each ninja village to hold a 5 Kage summit. Inoki's tone this time was very humble. It's the first time I've seen him humbled, ha ha ha. The 4th Reikage smiled slightly, looking at the letter in his hand, a hint of amusement in his eyes. However, I wonder if the 2 from Konoha have also been captured by that Uchiha Obito. If so, this 5 Kage summit is still necessary. But when I go out, I must hide Killer Bee first. Otherwise, if Uchiha Obito comes, it won't be easy to deal with. The 4th Reikage then set the letter aside, stood up, and walked out. This time, he planned to hide Killer Bee first so that no one could capture the 8 tails. Chapter 157. The early arrival of the 5 Kage summit. First, let us deal with Uchiha Obito. The Akatsuki organization really needs to take action. Where there are people, there will be war. I don't know if sealing the 9 tails within Naruto was the right decision or not. Now Naruto also has the power of the 9 tails, and I still have a quarter of its power within me. I hope it won't cause them trouble in the future. Minato also received the news, looking at the letter in his hand, deep in thought. Ultimately, the 5 Kage summit was scheduled for a week later at the Land of Iron. Oh, Dad, I heard that tomorrow is the day of your 5 Kage summit. Are you going to deal with the Akatsuki organization? Naruto looked at Minato, unsure of what to say. He originally wanted to take revenge on Inoki and Sunagakure, but now with the 5 Kage summit starting early, he wondered if the following plot would be completely disrupted. The Akatsuki organization is very dangerous. Even Orochimaru Sensei is involved. Everyone there is very powerful. This time they've captured 3-tailed beasts. I wonder what they're planning to do. What do you think? Minato asked, glancing at Naruto. Dad, I think the 5 Kage summit is actually unnecessary. At least we in Konoha 1T have any problems. The other ninja villages are all terrible. If they die, then so be it. Besides, even if we form an alliance, the other 4 great ninja villages will only drag us down in battle. In the end, many ninjas will still die. Uniting with them won't help at all. Naruto frowned. Starting the 5 Kage summit now could very likely prompt the Akatsuki organization to begin their tailed beast capture operation early, or even trigger the 4th great ninja war ahead of time. This is not what Namikaze Minato wants to see, so he naturally feels that it makes no sense for him to attend the 5 Kage summit. The strength of Uchiha Madara is unfathomable, and forming an alliance is necessary. If the 4 great ninja villages are destroyed, Konoha will be isolated and helpless. At that time, if they can't withstand Uchiha Madara, it will be dangerous. So this time, Minato will still attend the 5 Kage summit. He looked at his son, Naruto, and smiled, deciding to go to the summit. Since Dad wants to go, then let's go. Naruto nodded and didn't say much more. It wouldn't be appropriate to say anything else at this moment. Ding! Special mission detected. Accompany the 5 Kage summit and defeat Uchiha Obito, rubbing him into the ground. Mission reward: the ultimate power of Yang release. Capable of generating the truth-seeking balls and possessing many powerful abilities. At that moment, a system suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. And this time the reward was quite generous. It was the power of Yang release. As everyone knows, in the later stages, Naruto gains the power of Sage of 6 Paths Yang release, ultimately able to fly and condense truth-seeking balls, even able to bring the dead back to life. Even the dying body of Guy can be revived, and Kakashi can be restored even after losing his eye. Such powerful abilities can only come from Yang release. Yang release? Wow, isn't this just the truth-seeking ball that Naruto gets later? I really don't lack anything right now, but I do need a truth-seeking ball. Having the truth-seeking balls around me seems pretty cool, right? Rubbing Obito into the ground would be a simple task, wouldn't it? Hee hee. After seeing the system's mission, a hint of a smile flashed in Naruto's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Dad, I also want to go with you to the 5 Kage summit. Then, looking at Minato, he showed an expectant expression. You want to go too? Minato was slightly taken aback, then lowered his head and thought for a moment. It's fine to have Naruto by his side. He can leave a wood clone to protect Naruto. Staying by my side will allow me to better protect her. After all, they're the most dangerous right now. In the end, Minato decided that it would be safer to keep Naruto close to him. All right, this time Dad will take you along. But once we get there, you can't run around. You have to stay by Dad's side, got it? Minato looked at Naruto's expectant eyes, smiled gently, and patted her little head. Hee hee, I got it, thank you, Dad. Upon hearing Minato's agreement, Naruto quickly laughed. Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto happy, Minato laughed heartily as well. What are you two laughing about? Naruto, do you have time? Go with your mom to buy groceries? Just then, Kushina Uzumaki came out after mopping the floor, looking at the two with a smile. Okay, Mom. Naruto quickly stood up and walked towards Kushina, actively taking the shopping basket. It's nothing. Tomorrow is the 5 Kage summit, and I'm preparing to take Naruto along, Minato said with a smile. Really? You must protect Naruto when you go out. We need to go buy groceries now. There's still the Hokage who needs to eat at home. Kushina smiled at Minato. She had no worries. Being by her husband's side was the safest for Naruto. She already knew about the Akatsuki organization, so she always stayed close to Naruto. No matter where Naruto was, she would follow him, and sometimes she would send clones to accompany him, fearing that someone might abduct her son. And Naruto was elusive. She had tried to chase him once, but couldn't catch up. He slipped away like smoke, making her feel both happy and worried as a mother. Hee hee, you've worked hard. Kushina. Minato scratched his head with a smile. Well then, we're off. Kushina gave Minato a charming smile, holding Naruto's hand as they went out to buy groceries. This kind of life is really good. I will never allow anyone to disrupt my family. Minato watched the two leave, a strong killing intent flashing his eyes before he lowered his head and began to read. Whoosh! 4th Hokage. Not long after Naruto and the others left, a member of the Umbu appeared before Minato. Itachi, is everything prepared? Chapter 158. Heading to the Land of Iron. Uchiha Itachi smiled. Minato raised his head to look at the Umbu member. 4th Hokage, we have already investigated the dangers on the way to the Land of Iron, and the Umbu has sent people to monitor the necessary routes. There won't be any problems. This person was Uchiha Itachi, who hurriedly reported to Minato. Very good. Itachi, you will accompany me tomorrow. If the Akatsuki organization truly feels a sense of crisis, they will definitely arrange for someone to create trouble. You're responsible for protecting Naruto and also have Shursui accompany you. Minato nodded and instructed Itachi. Yes, 4th Hokage. Itachi was slightly taken aback. not expecting that Naruto would also be going this time. He felt a surge of joy inside, but his expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. You could go now. Minato smiled at Itachi. Yes, fourth Hokage. Whoosh. Itachi immediately disappeared from the spot. I didn't expect Naruto would be going too. I won't let anyone harm her. On a rooftop somewhere, Itachi's lips slightly curled up, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. The next morning, Naruto got up early, wearing a red short-sleeved chipao, and walked towards the Hokage office. Kakashi, while I'm away, the village is in your hands. I'm entrusting the command of the Anbu to you. I hope that when I leave, the village remains the same, and when I return, it is still the same. Minato looked at Kakashi, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Since Kakashi returned, his whole demeanor had changed, appearing like a sharp, extraordinary sword. Even without revealing his presence, his strength could be sensed. I understand, Sensei Minato. Do you really not need me to follow this time? Kakashi looked at Minato, a hint of worry in his eyes. Don't worry. No one in this world can keep a teacher like me. Minato patted Kakashi's shoulder, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Even if Uchiha Madara stood before him, it wouldn't matter. Leaving would be very easy. Yes, Sensei Minato, you can rest assured, I will ensure the mission is completed. When you leave, the village will be as it is, and when you return, it will still be the same. Kakashi nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Very good, then I'll take my leave. It's time to set off. Tobirama Senju nodded and then directly stepped out of the office. Dad, just as he walked out the door, he heard the voice of Naruko Namikaze, smiling. Are we ready to leave? Let's go. Tobirama Senju walked straight ahead. Okay. Naruko nodded and followed him. As the two exited the Hokage office building, Itachi, Uchiha, and Shursui appeared behind them, always guarding their safety. Dad, aren't you tired from walking so fast? We could get there quicker. Naruko pouted, feeling the slow pace was like a turtle crawling and that they might as well just teleport. Ha ha ha. What has to rush? They haven't even arrived yet. No need to hurry. It'll take about an hour. Tobirama smiled at Naruko's impatient expression. I just feel like walking is wasting time. With this time, we could train for an hour. Naruko pouted. She was already used to using space ninjutsu to travel and found this slow pace pointless. It's just ahead. The border of the land of iron. Don't rush. You're a girl. Why be so impatient? It's nice at home. Why come out all restless? Tobirama chuckled, finding it curious that his usually well-behaved daughter was so anxious today. Itachi couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Naruko, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. What are you laughing at? Naruko furrowed her brow and shot him a fierce glare. No, I wasn't laughing. Itachi stifled his laughter, looking at Naruko, his heart already filled with joy. Sigh, the silly kid. Shursui, as Itachi's brother, although not a biological one, understood him better than anyone. He knew Itachi liked Naruko, but didn't mention it, standing aside with a stern expression and saying nothing. All right, we're approaching the land of iron. Since you don't want to linger, let us pick up the pace. Tobirama chuckled, shaking his head at Naruko's demeanor, and quickened his pace. Naruko raised her fist at Itachi, her eyes clearly indicating she wanted to punch him. However, she disappeared in the next second and caught up with Tobirama. Calm down. You need to be calm, got it? When pursuing a girl, you should be a bit aloof. Don't rush in, otherwise she might not like you. Shursui looked at Itachi with disappointment and muttered in his ear before quickly following. Itachi's face turned red at Shursui's words, not expecting his feelings to be noticed. Be aloof? But I can't seem to manage that. What should I do? Itachi lowered his head to look at his hands, paused for a moment, then shook his head and followed. Is this the land of iron? It's my first time here. Naruko looked around the land of iron, not noticing anything particularly special. All right, let us go meet the leader of the three boats. Tobirama looked around and smiled, walking directly into the city of the land of iron. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage also arrived at the city gate of the land of iron with his subordinates. Lord Fourth Kazekage, up ahead is the fourth Hokage, and that little girl is Naruko Namikaze from the intel. Her strength is extraordinary, and there are even rumors that she has surpassed the fourth Hokage at just 8 years old. Chapter 159. The five Kage gather, Water Shadow attacked. Looking at Naruko not far ahead, Mardo whispered in his ear. Naruko? Humph. Raza snorted coldly and stepped forward. We've been waiting for a long time. Lord Fourth Hokage, please come in. This time, a special secret room was prepared to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. This way, Lord Sambwa and Lord Third Tsuchikage have been waiting over there for a long time. as Tobarama and the others entered the land of iron. A warrior in silver armor immediately spoke. "Thank you. You must be the Kai of the land of iron, right? Your strength is impressive." Tobarama smiled slightly at the Kai before him. "Lord 4th Hokage, you flatter me. My meager strength cannot compare to your yellow flash that has shocked the ninja world. This way, please." The Kai smiled, and Tobarama's sunny smile indeed could infect many people, making him unable to help but be polite. Of course, he was also very happy to receive compliments. Soon, Tobarama was led directly to the conference room. Inside the conference room, the third Tsuchikage had already arrived early, as he was the initiator. At this moment, Onoki sat in his chair with a gloomy expression. Seeing the first to enter was Tobarama, he became even more upset, especially when he saw Naruko beside him, which made him feel even angrier. Having even one person with would release made him feel fear, especially after encountering Madara Uchiha. Only would release could counter Susanoo, but he couldn't even defeat Susanoo, let alone the stronger would release. The 4th Hokage has arrived? Please, take a seat. The 4th Kazekage and 4th Raikage should be arriving soon. Samba smiled at Tobarama. Tobarama nodded, directly finding a seat and sitting down without saying a word. This time, there was another purpose. If they wanted to unite the 5 great ninja villages, someone had to be the overall commander of this alliance. And as the strongest ninja village, Konoha naturally had to take the lead in this. Once inside the conference room, Tobarama's smile disappeared, replaced by a hint of coldness. Tisich. Onoki saw Tobarama's arrogant demeanor and curled his lips, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. But he didn't say anything further. Not long after, the 4th Kazekage entered, and a few minutes later, the 4th Raikage also entered and sat down, all appearing very calm. The last to arrive was the 4th Mizukage, accompanied by 3 people, Terumi, Mei, and Ao, looking somewhat disheveled. 4th Mizukage, what happened to you? Coming to a meeting looking all dusty? Onoki secretly laughed, finally not being the only one embarrassed, and looked at Sage Jr., feigning concern while constantly belittling their strength. A dignified Mizukage, and also a Jinchuriki, coming to the 5 Kage summit looking like this was somewhat amusing. Onoki, how can you speak like that? The Mist Village is farther away from us. It's normal to look tired after such a journey. Moreover, I heard that you were kneeling in front of Uchiha Madara. How can you still have the audacity to speak about others? The 4th Raikage's eyes flashed with disdain as he looked at Onoki, feeling irritated and displeased. As his father's killer, it was essential to deliver a rare cold mockery. The atmosphere in the entire conference room dropped to freezing point. On the way, they encountered an attack by members of the Akatsuki organization. 2 strong individuals were dispatched. One was the defector from the Mist Village, Paipa Shirzong, and the other was unknown but seemed to possess an immortal body, having killed him twice without success. It was somewhat bizarre, and to avoid attracting more members of the Akatsuki, they had no choice but to retreat. Hence, you see the situation. After all, I have the 3 tails within me, and if Uchiha Madara comes, it would be easy for him to interfere, making it impossible for me to fight normally. Kirigane Yagura coldly glanced at Onoki, a flicker of anger in his eyes, but he did not explode, instead saying lightly, "Is that so? You actually encountered 2 members of the Akatsuki? It seems their intention to capture tailed beasts is indeed true. Moreover, our village's 1 tail, along with the Wagakure's 5 tails and Kimogakure's 2 tails, are probably already in the hands of the Akatsuki. Therefore, we should unite even more this time to rescue our Jinchuriki. Otherwise, we can hardly predict what the Akatsuki members will do to our major ninja villages afterward." Loza frowned tightly, noticing that even the 4th Mizukage, Kirigane Yagura, had been assassinated, indicating that the Akatsuki was becoming increasingly rampant, and they must act quickly to stop them, stating coldly, "Indeed, the Akatsuki has been incredibly bold this time. Now they even dare to act against the 4th Mizukage. Will they come after us next?" The 3rd Tsuchikage directly ignored the 4th Raikage's words, as he was not here to argue. This time, he sought to deal with Uchiha Madara, who was far too dangerous and instilled fear in him. Indeed, this matter is indeed somewhat dangerous. Each village we represent has its own Jinchuriki, and Sunagakure only has one tail. Now, it has already been captured by the Akatsuki. Moving forward, the Akatsuki will likely set their sights on the other Jinchuriki in our village. Therefore, we need to unite and uproot the Akatsuki so that we can truly live a good life. The 4th Raikage tightened his brows and couldn't help but agree. Killer Bee is my brother. I naturally won't let the Akatsuki capture him. Moreover, The current situation is indeed very dangerous. The emergence of Uchiha Madara has instilled fear throughout the ninja world. I am the ruler of the land of iron, Mifune. Now that everyone is here, I announce that the 5 Kage Summit officially begins. Mifune saw everyone arguing and didn't pay attention, casually saying a sentence, then quietly watching them perform. The current Akatsuki is indeed very dangerous, and we must take this seriously. Until we find the Akatsuki's base, the Jinchuriki from each village needs to be well protected. Chapter 160, The Argumentative Meeting. The specific method of cooperation, this time, still needs further discussion. Kirigane Yagura slowly sat down, looking at them and saying faintly. Meanwhile, Meitarumi and Ao sat down behind the curtain. Oh, Meitarumi? Wow, a beautiful woman has appeared. This figure, this attire, it's really wow. When Namikaze Minako suddenly saw Meitarumi appear, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Whoosh! The next second, Namikaze Minako directly vanished from her seat and inexplicably appeared beside Meitarumi, then reached out her fair little hands to grab the extremely ample presents in front of her. Huh? Uchiha Itachi looked somewhat puzzled when he saw Namikaze Minako disappear, but sensing her chakra still nearby, in the direction of the Mist Village camp across from him, he didn't pay it any further mind, only feeling curious about why she would seek out someone from the Mist Village. Huh? Meitarumi was surprised when Namikaze Minako reached out to her, not shouting or screaming, but frowning, shocked to see a little girl in front of her. She hadn't even noticed how Namikaze Minako appeared before her, not even knowing when she had come into her presence. This little girl? Is she the legendary Namikaze Minako? It said she awakened, would release, and single-handedly defeated the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails combined? That terrifying speed earlier had already amazed her. She didn't expect her to be so young. Meitarumi carefully observed Namikaze Minako in front of her, completely unaware that her ample chest was being subjected to a kind of torment. Sister, how come your 2 melons are so big? Why are mine so small? Namikaze Minako innocently looked at Meitarumi, pointing at her chest with a puzzled expression. Meitarumi was momentarily speechless at what Namikaze Minako said, stunned. Then she felt the tingling sensation from where Minako was grabbing her, and her face turned red. Ao saw that Meitarumi was still being grabbed by Namikaze Minako, and, feeling awkward, pretended not to see anything. You're still small. Let go of me. When you grow up, you'll be like your sister. For the first time, Meitarumi felt such a sensation, as if a handsome boy was making her feel that way. Now seeing in front of her only an 8-year-old little girl made her blush, and she quickly reached out to try to swat Namikaze Minako's hand away. Sister, you're so fierce. Namikaze Minako's eyes brimmed with tears, looking pitifully at Meitarumi. Don't cry. There are so many people here. Meitarumi had never encountered such a spoiled little girl before, her face burning as she momentarily didn't know how to handle the situation. This was the place for the 5 Kage Summit, and she couldn't shout, or it would be disrespectful. Can I come and ask you questions after the 5 Kage Summit is over? Namikaze Minako looked at Meitarumi with innocent eyes, raising her head, a hint of longing in her gaze. We'll talk about it later. Meitarumi didn't want to continue entangling with Namikaze Minako, saying lightly, as if reluctantly agreeing. She just wanted Namikaze Minako to leave sooner. With so many people around, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to be grabbed by a little girl. Meitarumi, who was still inexperienced, and also a girl, was encountering such a situation for the first time. Okay, then I'll come find you to play later. Namikaze Minako's lips curled up slightly, directly setting up a flying thunder god seal on Meitarumi's chest. Then the seal climbed up her spine, difficult to detect, and she giggled. Goodbye, pretty sister. See you next time. Whoosh! Namikaze Minako waved at Meitarumi and, in the next second, vanished from spot, directly returning to her seat. What a strange child. Meitarumi lowered her head to look at her chest, the tingling sensation still lingering, shook her head, and then continued to watch the 5 Kage Summit. I know that some people present have also used the Akatsuki organization. Now it can be considered that they are reaping what they sow, right? The 4th Raikage glanced at Inoki, his eyes flashing with disdain and distrust. I wonder what good suggestions the 4th Hokage has. Kuratsuchi looked coldly at the few people present. This meeting of the 5 Kage was simply a mess. Then he turned to the silent Minato Namikaze and asked, After hearing Kuratsuchi's words, everyone present turned their gaze to Minato Namikaze. You are all aware of the terror of Uchiha Madara. At this point, the 3rd Tsuchikage should understand better than us. After all, the 3rd Tsuchikage is someone who survived in that era. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization is made up of rogue ninjas from various villages, and their strength is extremely formidable. However, You are all here making noise, which is simply not a way to confront the Akatsuki organization. I think if you cannot sit down calmly to discuss, then there is no need for this meeting of the five Kage to continue. What do you think? Minato Namikaze looked at the people before him and said coldly. Having held power for a long time and seen the wickedness of human hearts, Minato's tone was naturally different. He had grown a lot. Every word he said could hit their hearts, causing the four Kage present to feel a sense of dread. Especially Inoki, who felt immense fear at the thought of Uchiha Madara. Fourth Hokage, what do you think we should do now? Kuratsuchi nodded and looked at Minato. Despite being the youngest present, no one dared to underestimate his powerful presence. Fourth Hokage, do you have any good ideas? Don't hold back, let us see. The fourth Raikage nodded, acknowledging Minato's strength. After all, he was able to stand against both himself and Killer Bee back in the day. And his current strength must be even greater. Fourth Hokage, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to always mock me. Inoki said coldly, a surge of anger rising in his heart as he glared at Minato. That's right, fourth Hokage, just say whatever you have to say. Rashi nodded, looking at Minato and speaking calmly. Chapter 161. Our Konoha takes the lead. What do you all think? This time, I believe everyone has seen the strength of the Akatsuki organization. It's not that our 5 great ninja villages can dominate alone. If we continue to squabble among ourselves, the ultimate victory will belong to the Akatsuki. Our Konoha can protect itself, but I cannot guarantee the safety of your other villages. Therefore, I hope we can discuss the matter of an alliance properly here. I propose that the 5 great ninja villages unite to form an allied army. After forming the alliance, we can jointly confront the Akatsuki organization. This way, we can have unified command and avoid a more chaotic situation, which is still very beneficial for us. Minato Namikaze calmly looked around, observing the expressions on the faces of the 4 Kage. Forming an unprecedented alliance of the 5 great ninja villages? This 4th Hokage is quite interesting, similar to my suggestion box. Mitsuki looked deeply at Minato Namikaze, a slight smile appearing on his lips. As long as the 5 great ninja villages unite and trust each other, it will create bonds among all ninjas. Perhaps at that time, the entire ninja world will have such bonds. When that time comes, maybe there will be no more war in the ninja world. A slight smile appeared on Minato's lips. An allied army? The 4th Raikage lowered his head, his brows furrowed, starting to think about whether such a thing was feasible. An allied army? This idea is indeed good. It is a critical time, and we need to work together more than ever. I, from the Mist Village, agree. Kuratsuchi's lips curled slightly. Due to being controlled recently, she had caused a lot of damage to the Mist Village, leaving it unable to recover quickly. Now, forming an alliance would minimize their losses. So the question arises, since we are going to form an allied army, to whom should we entrust the command? Inoki furrowed his brows, looking at the 4 people present. Our Konoha takes the lead. What do you all think? Minato's lips curled slightly, and his imposing aura pressed directly towards the 4 people present. Now that the ninja world is in danger, he would not stand by idly, but he did not trust others with their strength. It was still more appropriate to entrust command to himself. Such a strong aura? How could it be? The 4th Hokage actually possesses such an aura, surpassing even Uchiha Madara before? How could this be? Are the strong ones in the ninja world coming out one after another? Fear flashed in Inoki's eyes as he looked at Minato, disbelief evident in his gaze. Such a terrifying aura, comparable to that of the former Naruto, even slightly stronger? Is Konoha filled with freaks? Each one stronger than the last? The 4th Hokage was not this strong back then. Now I can hardly bear his aura. Damn it. The 4th Raikage's brows furrowed tightly, a trace of fear flashing in his heart. Seeing that both father and daughter were monsters, he was shocked while also feeling very angry. Other strength has grown stronger, but he himself has not improved, leaving him dissatisfied with his own power. The 4th Hokage is indeed powerful. Just his aura is not something I can compare to. Could it be that Konoha could remain strong and even suppress our 4 great ninja villages? The 4th Mizukage frowned, looking at Minato, shock flashing deep in his eyes. Although Rashi did not want to admit Konoha's strength, the current situation was stronger than him. He didn't speak, only letting out a cold snort. Everyone, do you have any other opinions? If not, then let the Hokage serve as the overall commander this time. I believe everyone has no objections, right? Mitsuki sensed Minato's powerful aura and looked at the reactions of the 4 sitting before him, speaking calmly. Inoki and the 4th Raikage snorted coldly, remaining silent, indicating their acquiescence. I have no objections. The fourth Mizukage nodded, ultimately agreeing. The fourth Kazekage also said nothing and chose to remain silent. Very well. Then now, the fourth Hokage will be the overall commander of the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages. Mitsuki nodded and then looked at Minato Namikaze and said, Hey, hey, hey. You all seem to be too happy too soon. Huh? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a small sapling appeared in the middle of the 5 Kage seeds, eventually blossoming into a green flower. The flower opened, and white Zetsu emerged from inside, smiling at the people present. Who is this? He is from the Akatsuki organization. I didn't expect someone from the Akatsuki to come directly here. Swish, swish, swish. Upon seeing white Zetsu appear, the 5 Kage were slightly stunned, and even Minato Namikaze did not notice how this person appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, the other guards appeared beside their respective Kage to protect them. The 5 Kage meeting, haha, Uchihamadara is right here. Can you guess where he is? White Zetsu swayed his body, looking at everyone present, laughing. What are you talking about? The fourth Raikage looked at the white Zetsu in front of him, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. He glanced around, but found nothing. Uchihamadara? How could that guy appear here? How do we not notice at all? Rashi furrowed his brow tightly, looking around and lightly waving his right hand, sending countless grains of sand scattering like insects. But he sensed no presence, which made him feel alarmed. Uchihamadara? Damn it. The fourth Mizukage frowned, recalling how he was controlled by the Sharingan, and an endless fury welled up inside him. Let's all search for Uchihamadara. White Zetsu let out a long howl, smiling. Tell me, where's Uchihamadara? If you don't, I'll kill you right now. The fourth Raikage had appeared beside White Zetsu without him noticing, directly grabbing White Zetsu by the neck, his heart ablaze with anger. This guy. Such speed, I didn't even react. White Zetsu thought to himself as he looked at the fourth Raikage. I have to say, the fourth Raikage speed is indeed legendary. If you don't answer, then die. The fourth Raikage saw White Zetsu remain unfazed and directly broke his neck, his eyes flashing with endless rage. Konji Rikai. Immediately order an investigation into Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Enter combat mode 2. Mifune frowned tightly and quickly commanded. Yes. Konji and Rikai nodded and bowed, then disappeared from the spot. Chapter 162. The Shock of Uchiha Obito Crack. The fourth Raikage used his right hand with force, killing White Zetsu without any intention of letting him speak. Fourth Raikage, you really didn't need to kill him directly, did you? Maybe we could interrogate him for some information about the Akatsuki. The fourth Mizukage frowned, looking at the fourth Raikage with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. No need. Since they are here, they must be nearby. And are you sure he won't give us false information? I heard your Mist Village is the birthplace of the Akatsuki. Did you really mean to say that, Mizukage? The fourth Raikage shot a glance at the fourth Mizukage, his eyes filled with distrust. You. The fourth Mizukage's brows furrowed, a hint of anger flashing between them. All right, enough of this. Since they come knocking, let's greet them. Itachi, protect Naruto. Sure, Sway. Check if the Akatsuki has arrived here. Be careful. After all, they're all S-rank rogue ninjas. Minato frowned tightly, feeling angered by how bold these people were to attack during the 5 Kage summit. Haha. You guys want to deal with me? At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the gathered Kage, looking at them with a faint smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Madara? He is the one attacking our village, Uchiha Madara. The third Tsuchikage frowned tightly, seeing Uchiha Obito in front of him, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The fear brought by Naruto was too strong. And now that Obito had taken on his appearance, Anoki felt that Obito was Uchiha Madara. Seeing Uchiha Obito appear, Anoki was taken aback and immediately soared into the air. Dust and dirt appeared in front of Anoki, staring tightly at Uchiha Obito, his brow furrowed. Uchiha Madara? You are Uchiha Madara? Playing tricks and wearing a mask? I see you were just a fraud. D. The fourth Raikage frowned, looking at Uchiha Obito who had appeared, his eyes filled with disdain, his body crackling with lightning. And he directly disappeared from the spot. In an instant, the fourth Raikage appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, throwing a punch at him. Obito? Minato frowned tightly. Seeing Uchiha Obito appear, his brows knitted together, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Not that strong, right? No way. How is this possible? Did I pass through? The fourth Raikage had been feeling pleased with himself for hitting Uchiha Madara so easily, but in the next second, his pupils contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw himself pass straight through Uchiha Obito's body. What? Pass through? What kind of ability is this? How can he make his body turn into nothingness? How could this happen? Aside from a few informed individuals, everyone else displayed shock on their faces. You ants, how could you possibly know the terror of Uchiha Madara? I now give you a chance. Disperse immediately, or you'll all die. Uchiha Obito looked disdainfully at the fourth Raikage, a faint smile on his lips, and spoke coldly. What? Damn it. The fourth Raikage's brows furrowed tightly, a mix of frustration and anger flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, glaring with violent killing intent at Uchiha Obito behind him. Hee. Obito has come out? It's time to complete the mission. Obito, sorry, but I'll beat you up first. Naruto saw Uchiha Obito appear, a faint smile on his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. Space portal. Then Naruto directly opened a space portal and dove in. Naruto? Itachi hadn't reacted yet when Naruto disappeared from the spot, his eyes filled with surprise. In the next second, Naruto had already appeared in the Kamui space. Brother Obito, long time no see. Naruto arrived in the Kamui space, looking at Uchiha Obito in front of him, a faint smile on his lips. Huh? How is this possible? How did you get in here? Uchiha Obito was slightly stunned upon hearing Naruto's words, his body stiffly turning around to look at her. I want to come in. So I did. What's wrong? It seems Brother Obito, isn't very welcoming to me? Naruto looked at Uchiha Obito with a playful smile. You? Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with shock. He never expected his identity would be exposed. This was even more terrifying than Naruto being able to enter his Kamui space. Brother Obito, you seem scared? Don't worry, I'm still the Naruto who used to run around with you and Kakashi. Seeing the shock in Uchiha Obito's eyes, Naruto smiled playfully and instantly disappeared from the spot. Bang! Suddenly, when Naruto disappeared, before Uchiha Obito could react, she grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. What? Such speed? How can an 8-year-old child have such speed? Uchiha Obito felt a heavy blow to his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his right eye's Sharingan spinning wildly as he attempted to cast a Genjutsu on Naruto. Brother Obito, your Sharingan is of no use to me at all. To the perfect Jinchuriki, the Sharingan is just a joke. Bang bang bang. Naruko's mouth slightly curled up as chakra formed into a hand blade in her right hand, directly cutting Uchiha Obito's right half of his body. This was White Zetsu's body, which could be easily reattached and wouldn't cause him much harm. It was just that the right half of his body couldn't move. Uchiha Obito didn't expect that his Genjutsu would have no effect on Naruko at all. What he didn't know was that Naruko also possessed a Mangekyou Sharingan, and it was the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. With his single Mangekyou Sharingan, it was impossible for him to trap her in an illusion. Bang bang bang. Chapter 163. You're just a chess piece. Then Naruko directly grabbed Uchiha Obito's body and continuously slammed it against the ground, rubbing it against the surface as if it were effortless. Phew. This was the first time Uchiha Obito had suffered such a heavy blow, his eyes flashing with shock and anger. Chakra sealing technique. Naruko's mouth slightly curved up as she slapped a sealing technique on Uchiha Obito's stomach, completely sealing his chakra. No. I haven't saved Rin yet. I can't die. I can't die. Uchiha Obito was unable to use chakra, and a glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, defeating Uchiha Obito and rubbing him against the ground. Task reward. The power of Yang released to the extreme, capable of generating the truth-seeking balls and possessing many powerful abilities. Just as Uchiha Obito was being rubbed against the ground by Naruko, the system's voice came through, indicating that the task was completed. Boom boom boom. Naruko felt a powerful and mysterious force surging within her body, with 9 truth-seeking balls appearing behind her, her combat power skyrocketing. Is this the power of Yang release to the extreme? Even my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan has been sublimated. Although it seems like there is no feeling, I can clearly sense that my ocular power is continuously increasing and the upper limit has been enhanced by several times. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths was able to open the Rinnegan. The power of Yang release to the extreme is enough to bring the dead back to life, let alone the Rinnegan, which can directly resurrect the dead. As long as I possess the power of Yin release to the extreme, I can open the Rinnegan. Naruko's mouth slightly curled up, feeling the surge of power within her body, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. The bloodlines of the Uchiha and Senju clans are not enough to directly awaken the Rinnegan. It requires the combination of powerful Yin and Yang release powers. Uchiha Madara also awakened the Rinnegan just as he was about to die, indicating that death brought him infinite fear or anger directly stimulating him to awaken the Rinnegan. The opening of the Rinnegan also requires boundless anger. The Sage of Six Paths awakened it under similar circumstances, killing his own brother, who was manipulated by his mother. Such anger stimulated him to directly awaken the Rinnegan. However, this does not apply to me. Even if my parents die, I can resurrect them. I no longer feel particularly great anger in my heart. Perhaps I can only awaken the Rinnegan with the power of Een released to the extreme. Naruko furrowed her brows, recalling past cases of awakening the Rinnegan, deep in thought. At least for now, it is indeed very difficult to awaken the Rinnegan. Specific conditions must be met. Obito, what do you think? Did you really think you could rely on the Eye of the Moon plan to resurrect Rin? You can't even defeat me. How could you possibly activate the Eye of the Moon then? Looking at the Uchiha Obito, whose chakra she had sealed on the ground, Naruko squatted down and smiled at him. Did you ever think you would fall into my hands? Naruko, you truly live up to being Minato-sensei's daughter. Hee. It seems I've failed miserably. Not only could I not protect Rin, but I also couldn't make this world pay the price. Uchiha Obito looked at Naruko in front of him, a self-deprecating smile on his face as he thought of Rin, his heart heavy with pain. In fact, even if you executed the Eye of the Moon plan, you could not resurrect Rin. Moreover, Rin was deliberately killed by Uchiha Madara. He wanted you to see it just to stimulate you to awaken your Mangekyou Sharingan, to make you fulfill his subsequent plan and resurrect him. Naruko looked at Uchiha Obito in front of her and directly began her persuasion mode. You? I am really curious. Naruko, how did you know I am Obito? And how did you know about Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito was not someone who could be easily fooled with just a few words. He looked at Naruko, curiosity flashing in his eyes. How did I know? Because I have a pair of prophetic eyes. Naruko activated her eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the 8 trigrams appearing, followed by the 3 tomos spinning like boomerangs imprinted within, the crimson eternal Mangekyou Sharingan staring intently at Uchiha Obito in front of her. What? Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? How is that possible? You? How do you possess the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Obito looked at Naruko in shock. A pair of crimson eternal Mangekyou Sharingan appeared before him, leaving him completely stunned. Because I have returned to my ancestry. The Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Take-Torai, and Uzumaki clans are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Each of us carries the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. Not only have I awakened the wood release of my ancestor Ashura, but I have also awakened the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. Now I possess this pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruko's mouth slightly curled up as she looked at Uchiha Obito's astonished expression, chuckling softly. Return to ancestry? The bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Obito was slightly taken aback, looking at Naruko with some confusion. That's right, our clans are all of the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. You also know that the Mangekyou Sharingan possesses many ocular techniques, and each person's ocular technique is different. What I have awakened is the prophetic technique. Otherwise, how could I know you are Uchiha Obito? After you died back then, you were saved by Uchiha Madara, who then fused with White Zetsu to form your current new body. Finally, Uchiha Madara designed for the Mist Village to capture Rin Noera, originally intending for them to kill her. However, later on, Kakashi pursued them, and due to the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, Kakashi was outnumbered. Rin chose to die at Kakashi's hands so as not to endanger her village. Uchiha Madara had White Zetsu inform you, and you rushed over madly, only to see the scene of Rin being killed. In the end, you awakened your Mangekyou Sharingan. Am I right? If I didn't have these prophetic eyes, do you think I could know all this in such detail? Naruko looked at Uchiha Obito in front of her, starting her persuasion, chuckling softly as she sat down on the ground. Uchiha Madara? It was Uchiha Madara who designed to kill Rin? Chapter 164. Turning Uchiha Obito was stunned, his eyes a bit vacant, and then he began to mumble to himself. I'll let you see for yourself. Everything I saw in my eye of prophecy. The corners of Namikaze Minato's mouth slightly curled up, knowing that Obito had taken a bait. He immediately cast Jinjutsu on him, and everything in the Jinjutsu was created from his own experiences and observations, not real prophetic images. However, all of this was extremely familiar to Uchiha Obito. From when he was saved, even the conversations were identical. Then, he gathered the 9-tailed beasts and became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, ultimately controlling and resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Then Madara was stabbed in the heart by Black Zetsu, leading to the final battle. Everything unfolded before Uchiha Obito's eyes, making him completely believe that it was all real. It's undeniable that knowing the plot truly allows one to act as one wishes. A single genjutsu could recreate scenes. It was incredibly convenient. Hee ha ha ha. After watching everything, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter tinged with bitterness and despair. I never expected to become the tool that killed Rin in the end. It was my fault that Rin died. It turns out I'm the sinner. Ha ha. As Uchiha Obito laughed, he began to cry. His eyes suddenly filled with tears, sobbing like a child. Ding. Special mission detected. Persuade Uchiha Obito to abandon his plan for the Eye of the Moon and continue with it. Mission reward. The ultimate power of Een release. With an additional fusion once. Meanwhile, the system inexplicably issued another mission, requiring Namikaze Minato to persuade Uchiha Obito to continue with the Eye of the Moon plan. Should I continue with the Eye of the Moon plan? What is the system's purpose? Without the Eye of the Moon plan, I could still unify the entire ninja world, right? However, this ultimate power of Een release is indeed a good thing. Fusion? Is it to awaken my Rinnegan? I'm quite looking forward to it. Hee. The corners of Namikaze Minato's mouth slightly lifted. Although she didn't know the system's purpose, as long as it was beneficial to her, it didn't matter. Furthermore, she was very much looking forward to whether the ultimate Yin-Yang power could allow her to awaken her Rinnegan. Obito, actually, I can revive Rin. It just depends on whether you are willing. She looked at the heartbroken Uchiha Obito and shook her head. I know you hate this world and might think that reviving Rin would mean she has to live in this ugly world. But where there are people, there will be war. This is unavoidable. You still need to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Obito, upon hearing Minato's words, was slightly taken aback, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Although Uchiha Obito hated this world, he hadn't seen Rin for a long time. He really missed her. If he could revive Rin, that would be wonderful. Continue with the Eye of the Moon plan? Isn't that a scam? Why continue? Uchiha Obito then reacted, looking at Namikaze Minato with some confusion. Although it was a scam, it could make the entire ninja world tense. At that time, a united army could be formed to deal with you. This way, the people in each village would develop bonds with one another, facing a powerful enemy together, thus creating an even stronger enemy. Then the ninja world would be in a relatively peaceful state. At least it wouldn't easily plunge into war again. Only by understanding and tolerating each other can true peace be achieved in the end. Namikaze Minato smiled at Uchiha Obito in front of her, stating her purpose. Of course, she had one more sentence that she didn't say. There is no absolute peace. Peace also has an expiration date. Just like in the past with Senju Hashirama. That expiration date is when they feel the enemy has disappeared or a powerful enemy has not reappeared. Then each village will still have selfish motives and begin endless battles. Even if the entire ninja world were unified, true eternal peace would still be unattainable. Where there are people, there will be war. Where there is war, there will be intrigue and endless competition. Is that so? Uchiha Obito thought. Perhaps what you said is right. Making the world feel pain, then having their own bonds. Then the world will be at peace, and Rin can live in such a beautiful world. No matter how long such a world can last. As long as it lasts until we die of old age, that would be enough. A hint of determination flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes as he looked at Namikaze Minato, smiling. Thank you, Minato. Please take care of Rin. I don't want to know how you will revive Rin, but please, you must revive her. Thank you very much. Finally, Uchiha Obito looked at Namikaze Minato, struggling to stand up, and bowed to her. Don't worry, I will revive Rin. You continue with the Eye of the Moon plan, and I will inform Rin about everything, letting her know that you are a true hero. Namikaze Minato nodded, looking at Uchiha Obito, her mouth slightly curling up. A hint of a smile flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Release. Namikaze Minato placed her right hand directly on Uchiha Obito's abdomen, directly undoing the sealing technique. Alright, I'm leaving now. Next, you should hurry back to heal. Don't show yourself again. Just secretly gather strength and develop. With that, Namikaze Minato waved her right hand and left the Kamui space. What a terrifying child. At such a young age, she already possesses such schemes and means. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the arrangement of the next plan. Since these people can't be trusted, I have to be more careful in the future. And I can't show any weaknesses. Rin, wait for me. The image of Rin smiling at him appeared in Uchiha Obito's mind, and he vanished from the spot. Where did the person go? It's unclear. Maybe they had some business to attend to? First, I'll go out and check if any other Akatsuki members are coming. Meanwhile, the people at the Five Kage Summit were suddenly surprised to see Uchiha Obito vanish without a trace. Even Namikaze Minato looked puzzled. Uchiha Obito mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 165. Nagato appears. Rinnegan comes to the world. Fourth Hokage, Minato. Minato has left, and we don't know where she went. Uchiha Itachi felt a bit anxious, not knowing where Minato had gone. He hadn't kept up with her, and she hadn't appeared until now. What's going on? Namikaze Minato furrowed his brows, looking at Uchiha Itachi, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Minato just dove into a black hole and then disappeared. It should be something like a space ninjutsu teleportation. Uchiha Itachi frowned tightly and said softly, "That girl, I told her not to leave. Why doesn't she ever listen?" It's really... Namikaze Minato felt helpless. This child was truly worrisome, and he didn't know where she had gone. Forget it. Let her be. Itachi, check the surroundings to see if any Akatsuki members have appeared. I have a bad feeling. Then, Namikaze Minato turned to look at Uchiha Itachi in front of him and shook his head, instructing, "Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage." Whoosh. Uchiha Itachi immediately disappeared from the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward. Power of Een released to the extreme. And a fusion opportunity included. Ding, does the host wish to fuse? The system's voice entered Namikaze Naruto's mind. Completed? Hee. Fusion. At this moment, Namikaze Naruto had already arrived in a forest 20 miles outside the Land of Iron, directly reciting in his heart. Ding! Fusion initiated. Fusing. The system's voice came through, and then Namikaze Naruto felt the power within him surge wildly, a cool sensation washing over his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion, successfully awakening the sixth Tomo Rinne Sharingan. Boom! The next moment, a white hue began to appear in Namikaze Naruto's eyes, with ripples forming, and six Tomo appeared within his eye sockets. Is this really the Rinnegan? Ha ha ha! Such powerful ocular power. It truly is the Rinnegan. Compared to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan's ocular power, I can't imagine how many times stronger it is. It's just too strong. Namikaze Naruto felt the immense ocular power within him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Rinnegan technique in my left eye is actually time-space jumping. I can enter the river of time and choose a time period to jump into the future or the past. This ability is just too heaven-defying, right? Doesn't that mean I can time jump and then go back to the past to alter the outcome? Or jump to the future and witness worlds I have never seen before? I have to say, it's truly extraordinary. Moreover, I can jump to the next second or the previous second, creating two of myself in the world to attack enemies. Truly impressive. The technique in my right eye is time manipulation, allowing me to freely control the world's fast-forward or rewind within a set range. Both techniques are nearly about controlling time. It's really amazing. Coupled with the abilities of my eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it's simply too powerful. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Namikaze Naruto's mouth, a glint of joy in his eyes. I should head back first. Otherwise, Dad will worry. Whoosh! The next second, Namikaze Naruto directly closed his Rinnegan and disappeared from the spot. This time, you seem a bit embarrassed? Kagaya Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito, who was left with only half a body, and said coldly, I didn't expect this Namikaze Naruto to be so fast. I couldn't keep up with her speed. Just like back then with Namikaze Minato, I fell for it. Uchiha Obito glanced at Black Zetsu, his face filled with anger. Really? It seems this Namikaze Naruto is quite powerful. A hint of killing intent flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes as he said, I need to rest for a while. The Akatsuki organization better not expose too much. The Five Kage Summit is ultimately just a pretense. Once they can't find us, things will return to normal after a while. Inform Nagato about this. We need to prevent that foolish kid from making any terrifying moves. Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu, frowning. We are not ready yet. We do need to wait for a while. Let's wait until the storm calms down and see if they can afford to wait. Black Zetsu nodded. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Namikaze Naruto? What a troublesome character. Black Zetsu frowned, lacking strength, and could only take it one step at a time. Whoosh! Dad! At this moment, Namikaze Naruto had returned to the Five Kage office, walking up to Namikaze Minato's side. You girl, didn't you say you would stay by my side? Why did you go out again? Namikaze Minato sighed in relief upon seeing Namikaze Naruto return. Isn't it a human necessity? I went to the bathroom. Namikaze Naruto smiled at Namikaze Minato. You girl. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. Whoosh! Feel despair. Summoning jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, A voice reached everyone's ears, and several large summoning beasts appeared at the 5 Kage meeting place in the Land of Iron. As soon as the summoning beasts appeared, they caused immense destruction. Bang, bang, bang. The 3-headed hellhound and other giant summoning beasts appeared, causing the entire venue to shake violently. Hurry, this place is not suitable for staying long. Namikaze Minato's brow furrowed as he looked at the falling rocks above, directly pulling Namikaze Naruto and disappearing. We should leave quickly. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then a group of people quickly vanished. Bang, bang, bang. Just as everyone left, the entire venue collapsed. Feel the wrath of the gods. Azura's attack. Crack, crack, crack. A mechanical arm sprouted from the shoulder of the Azura path, transforming into a cannon and firing a laser beam at the 5 Kage. Zing, zing, zing. Bang, bang, bang. The laser cannon surged toward the 5 Kage with overwhelming power. Sage Art. Super large Rasen Shuriken. Namikaze Minato's brow furrowed as he quickly activated Sage Art, disappearing from the spot, and an enormous Rasen Shuriken with a diameter of several tens of meters instantly appeared, pressing down on the laser cannon in front of him. Chapter 166. Uchiha Itachi's complete body, Susanoo. Bang, bang, bang. The laser cannon and Rasen Shuriken collided, creating a massive explosion, sending shockwaves that made many unable to open their eyes. Such powerful strength, what is this? Inoki frowned, feeling the aftermath of the battle, which startled him. Unclear, this amount of chakra is simply astonishing. 2. Terrifying. The 4th Mizuki's brow furrowed, looking at the powerful enemy before him. A hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Super large Rasen Shuriken. The next second, Namikaze Minato had vanished from the spot, appearing directly behind the Azura path, delivering a super large Rasen Shuriken. Humph! Nagato snorted coldly, and the hungry ghost path's little fat boy appeared beside the Azura path, directly absorbing the super large Rasen Shuriken from Namikaze Minato's hands. Absorbing chakra? Such quick reaction speed? Namikaze Minato frowned at the swiftly reacting hungry ghost path and immediately disappeared from spot. He was unaware that the 6 path's vision was shared, allowing them to see his appearance and react in time. Nagato is quite interesting, being able to use Uchiha Madara's eyes with his own body. Our Uzumaki clan's physique is indeed powerful. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Namikaze Naruto's mouth, choosing not to intervene and quietly standing by. Shinra Tensei. Ten suddenly appeared in front of Namikaze Minato and directly unleashed Shinra Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. The massive repulsive force acted directly on Minato. Would release. Would pillar wall. Bang, bang, bang. The repulsive force struck the wood pillar wall summoned by Minato, producing a violent sound. What? Another would release? How is this possible? Noki saw Minato use would release, his eyes flashing with disbelief, his expression dazed, lost in thought. Would release? As expected. The son of a tiger is not a dog. Daughters are all abnormal, let alone a father. The 4th Reikage frowned tightly, feeling that Minato's use of would release was not surprising, especially since his daughter had awakened her abilities. It seemed natural for the father to awaken as well. Is this the legendary would release? The 4th Mizukage and 4th Kazekage furrowed their brows, looking at Minato, who was fighting in front of them, their eyes revealing a hint of wariness. Nagato frowned, not expecting Minato to have would release, and was surprised that even the ultimate Shinra Tensei could not destroy a mere wood pillar wall. Since that's the case, Chibaku Tensei. Tend consumed chakra and directly created a black sphere, which rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack, crack. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the entire earth cracked, and massive rocks began to be attracted by the sky, flying rapidly upwards. What kind of ability is this? Is this a god? Such terrifying power. How can this be? How can there be such a powerful ability? The 4th Reikage and others frowned, feeling the immense pressure. The meteors in the sky obscured the sun, already enveloping the entire Land of Iron. If the meteors fell, the whole Land of Iron would be destroyed. Susanoo, complete form. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Itachi appeared on the battlefield, directly activating the Crimson Susanoo, towering over 100 feet, with wings sprouting from its back, holding a shield in its left hand and a massive sword emitting flames in its right hand, with a red gourd hanging at its waist. Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flying high into the sky, Uchiha Itachi swung his sword, causing the entire Chibaku Tensei to collapse. Such strong power. Susanoo? Another Susanoo? What does Konoha want to do? Why are there so many geniuses appearing in Konoha? Noki trembled, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Susanoo, filling him with endless fear. Konoha produces so many talents, but what about us? Huh. The fourth Mizukage laughed self-deprecatingly. Konoha's strength was truly eye-opening, leaving him with only a bitter smile. Damn Konoha, has it really become this powerful? The fourth Kazekage furrowed his brow, looking at Susanoo, which brought him endless pressure, shaking his head. Mere tricks. The fourth Raikage curled his lips, not taking it seriously. Although he was shocked, he was not worried, believing he was not inferior. Huh, complete Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi? Reaching such a level at such a young age. You're quite impressive, but I want to leave. No one can stop me. Nagato frowned, realizing that plans could not keep up with changes. Faced with such powerful Kage and Uchiha Itachi in front of him, he lost the desire to continue fighting. Summoning technique. The next moment, Nagato's 6 paths of pain disappeared from his spot. Huh? Leaving? Uchiha Itachi frowned, watching Nagato leave, his brows tightly knitted. Forget it, don't chase. He's already gone. Minato looked nervously at the place where Nagato had vanished, his eyes flashing with a hint of wariness. This Chibaku Tensei is indeed a massive area of effect attack. If it erupts in Konoha, the entire village would be destroyed. This is the only thing he is worried about. He is not afraid of direct combat. But if there are massive casualties among the villagers, it would be too much of a loss. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Uchiha Itachi nodded, feeling relieved when he saw Namikaze Naruto return. Kage, you have also seen the strength of the Akatsuki organization and that pair of eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the legendary Rinnegan. Namikaze Minato looked at the gathered Kage, his brows furrowed, and said lightly, such powerful strength indeed necessitates our alliance. We have seen Konoha's strength. We unanimously decide to appoint the fourth Hokage as the supreme commander of this alliance. Indeed, we cannot sit idly by in the face of the Akatsuki's power. We must unite to fight against them. Ultimately, all Kage agreed to make the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the supreme commander of the newly formed alliance of the 5 great ninja villages. Good. This time we need to gradually form an alliance and gather all the ninjas from the villages together. This will help us allocate tasks and protect the remaining Jinchuriki. Chapter 167. The disappearance of the Akatsuki organization, 1 year later. Their strength is formidable, and just one person has such combat power. It is inevitable that the other Jinchuriki will be harmed. Minato then began discussing with everyone to combine the forces of all villages and launch a full-scale attack on the Akatsuki organization. Good. I have no objections. All Kage unanimously approved, and everyone began discussing the final battle location, command center, and other details that needed to be clarified. In this way, the 5 great ninja villages rarely united, and all the elites of the 5 villages gathered together. A week later, the most important thing now is to find the Akatsuki's gathering place. Only by finding the Akatsuki's hideout can we proceed with the next step of our plan. Time is somewhat pressing. Namikaze Minato sat in the command center, his brows furrowed. So far, they still had not found the Akatsuki's hiding place. And time was indeed getting tight. After all, the 5 great ninja villages had united, and it was uncertain when things might boil over. By then, they might start fighting among themselves before even attacking the enemy. During this time, everyone should be careful when going out and use transformation techniques to change their appearance. Now that the 5 great ninja villages have united, the situation is very unfavorable for us. However, as long as we don't go out, they won't be able to find us. Eventually, they will disperse naturally. During this time, you should find the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. Capture all that can be captured. Nagato also ordered all Akatsuki members to be cautious. TCH, what a hassle. Why not just charge in? Kakuzu scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The 5 great ninja villages are not weak, and according to intelligence, they already know that Konoha has 2 powerful wood release users. One is Namikaze Naruto, and the other is Namikaze Minato. Additionally, there is a strong user of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi. These few people might not be your opponents. You all know how troublesome wood release is. Although we are strong, wood release is still very bothersome. During this time, it's best to avoid contact with them. Over time, they will naturally disperse. Nagato coldly glanced at Kakuzu, his eyes flashing with a warning. Wood release? Upon hearing wood release, Kakuzu instantly deflated, pouting and saying nothing further. Hee, leader, I have a good idea that can help you obtain the 9-tailed beasts. Orochimaru smirked slightly, licking his lips as he looked at Nagato, and said, Oh, what method? Nagato furrowed his brows and asked Orochimaru with suspicion. I have a technique that can summon the dead. As long as I find the DNA of all the deceased Jinchuriki, I can extract the chakra of the nine-tailed beast from the dead. Then the leader will be able to acquire the nine tails, right? Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Summoning the dead? I didn't expect you to have such an ability, Orochimaru. This could work. Kagaya, I'll leave this matter to you. Find the DNA of those deceased Jinchuriki. Nagato nodded and then looked at Kagaya. Yes. Kagaya nodded and then sank into the ground. Hee. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Isn't it great to have someone look for DNA for you? Plus, you can get so many Jinchuriki for free through Edo Tensei. 3 months later. Why is there not a single piece of news? It's as if they vanished without a trace. This is really troublesome. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brows, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. They have searched the ninja world for a full 3 months. Not a single clue has been found, which he found hard to believe. The fourth Hokage has been missing for 3 months. We should return to the village. If we find the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization later, we can gather again. Inoki frowned. 3 months without returning to the village. If there was danger in the village, they would be unable to defend it. Moreover, 3 months had passed, and if they did not return soon, the ninjas under them would start to riot. That's right. It has been too long. With no news, we need to plan carefully. Wasting time here is exhausting for both the people and resources. The fourth Mizukage nodded, as he had suffered heavy losses when he was controlled, and he hadn't returned for 3 months, so it was about time to go back. Minato Namikaze frowned, looking at the 4 Kage in front of him. They all indicated they wanted to return first, waiting to gather again upon discovering the Akatsuki members. They couldn't hold out any longer. The ninjas under them had already begun to show resentment, and some had even started fighting. After all, there must be enemies among the 5 great ninja villages, and when enemies meet, they fight directly. Sigh, it can't be helped. However, the reconnaissance team should not be withdrawn. Once the location of the Akatsuki is found, I will send out notifications immediately. Minato Namikaze sighed deeply, looking at the Kage who were no longer eager to leave, and said calmly, Naturally, then I'll take my leave. Inoki cupped his hands towards Minato Namikaze and then turned to leave. Fourth Hokage, then we will take our leave as well. The other 3 Kage chose to leave without lingering. The Akatsuki organization is too dangerous and poses a significant threat to the village. They must be found as soon as possible. After the 4 Kage left, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brows, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Time passed quickly, and it is now November of the 52nd year of Konoha. A year has quietly gone by. Strangely, during this year, there has been no trace of the Akatsuki organization, as if everyone had evaporated. Sister, I finally learned the ninjutsu you taught me today. Little Naruto is now 5 years old, excitedly showing off in front of Kushina. Oh, you learned it? Show me. Kushina smiled at the little Naruto in front of her. Watch closely, Rasengan. Naruto furrowed his brows, then concentrated on his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, small whirlwinds began to spin, and a small blue Rasengan appeared in Naruto's hand. He kept channeling chakra, and the Rasengan gradually grew larger until it reached a normal size. Chapter 168. Sister, run. It's going to explode. Sister, look, I'm amazing, right? Hee. Naruto looked at Kushina with a beaming smile, raising his little hand, very happy. Our Naruto is great. Kushina was also a bit stunned. She didn't expect Naruto's talent to be so high. At just 5 years old, he could already learn the Rasengan. She had only demonstrated it 2 or 3 times in front of him, not teaching him using Jiraiya's method. Instead, she had directly shown him how to gather it slowly on-site, without using a balloon as a teaching tool. But Naruto learned it directly, and it only took a week. This is simply genius. The original work suggested that Naruto was affected by the nine-tail chakra, so not only did he initially need to use shadow clones to control it, but he also had some difficulty controlling the chakra itself. Learning the Rasengan isn't difficult. As long as one has enough chakra and chakra controllability, it can be done easily. Over the years, I have taught Naruto to climb trees and walk on water, run and jump, making his chakra control increasingly powerful. The wood release power within him has also begun to awaken. He should awaken his wood release soon, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Kushina smiled slightly as she looked at Naruto, who had a face full of I'm a genius. Hee, this is actually quite simple. Hee. Naruto was very happy, blushing from Kushina's praise, feeling a bit shy, as he rarely received such compliment from his sister. Who? While Naruto was happy, he did not release the Rasengan in his hand. The Rasengan lost control of the chakra and instantly began to rampage. Ah, sister, run, it's going to explode. Kushina felt the violent energy coming from Naruto's right hand and shouted. Kushina saw the rampaging Rasengan in Naruto's hand, extended her right hand, and directly controlled the Rasengan to grow larger, continuously expanding until it turned into a giant Rasengan. Naruto, now sister will teach you. This is the upgraded version of the Rasengan, the big ball Rasengan. Believe in yourself and release the Rasengan forward. Kushina smiled at Naruto, encouraging him to release the big ball Rasengan. Ah, big ball Rasengan? Okay, that's amazing. Minato Namikaze saw the enormous Rasengan in his hand, his eyes shining. Then he pushed off with his right foot, soaring into the air, flipping over, and controlling the big ball Rasengan towards the lake ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a massive whirlpool appeared in the river, shooting up into the sky. Splash, splash, splash. Soon, more than half of the lake's water was splashed away by the enormous Rasengan, and the fish and shrimp in the river were washed ashore, flopping and jumping on the ground. Wow, sister, that's amazing. This Rasengan is really impressive. Naruto Uzumaki stared in awe at the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape, as the water level of the lake dropped by half and took a long time to slowly replenish. As long as you practice hard, you'll be able to develop many applications for the Rasengan by yourself in the future. The Rasengan is a ninjutsu without an attribute. You can directly add various elemental chakra to it, and then it can manifest different types of ninjutsu. So you need to work hard. I believe it won't be long before you become a capable ninja. Uzumaki Naruko looked at Naruto in front of her, reached out to pat his little head, and smiled slightly. Yes, I will definitely become a ninja as powerful as you and Dad. I also want to take Dad's place and become the 5th Hokage. Then protect you, Dad, Mom, and everyone in the village. Ha ha ha. Naruto was very confident in himself. He was certain he would become such a strong ninja and also become Hokage to protect his family and the people in the village. That was his ninja way. Well, you need to keep it up. Naruko smiled slightly and encouraged Naruto. Yes, I will definitely do my best. Naruto nodded with a smile, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable brightness. All right, today's training ends here. I have to go out for a bit. You train here by yourself. Keep an eye on the time and come back when it's about time, okay? Naruko smiled at Naruto and prepared to leave, letting him practice on his own without accompanying him. Sister, where are you going? Can I go with you? Seeing Naruko about to leave, Naruto felt a bit reluctant and wanted to follow her. He was very clingy now and loved being with his sister the most. Even Kushina couldn't compare, after all. Naruko had raised him since he was a baby, so their bond was naturally special. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was like a mother to him. Sister is going to the women's bathhouse. Do you want to go? Naruko looked at Naruto and smiled slightly. Huh? The women's bathhouse? No, I can't go. I'm a boy. How can I enter the women's bathhouse? You go ahead, you go. When Naruto heard Naruko say she was going to the women's bathhouse, he quickly frowned. This was a place he couldn't follow her into, and his face turned red. Then you practice well. Hee. Naruko waved goodbye to Naruto, and then disappeared from the spot. As for Naruto's safety, there was no need to worry at all. Members of the Umbu would follow him at all times to protect him and ensure he wouldn't be in danger. Moreover, this was Konoha, and basically, no one would harm Naruto. So Naruko felt reassured and left boldly. Sigh. Sister is gone again. How boring. There are so many fish. I'll roast some fish to eat first. Just when I was hungry. Gulp. After seeing Naruko disappear, Naruto sighed deeply. Then looked at the roasted fish on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Over the years, Naruko often took Naruto to hunt for game, roasting fish, chicken, bears, etc. Anything found in the Forest of Death was often caught for them to eat. So Naruto also developed a skill in barbecuing. After all, he was the one doing the hard work. Naruko called it. This is to train your practical skills, and it also counts as a kind of training. Sister is responsible for defeating monsters, and you are responsible for barbecuing. This is teamwork. Chapter 169. Hero saves the beauty, the prince arrives. Everyone get out of the way. Naruto was indeed an experienced barbecue master, quickly handling the fish and skewering them with sticks, then lighting a fire to start roasting the fish. Roar! Just then, Naruto suddenly heard the roar of a wild bear and felt a bit confused but didn't pay it much mind. Ah! Help, help! Suddenly, a cry for help entered Naruto's ears. It sounded like a girl. Huh? Someone is calling for help. Is someone in danger? Naruto furrowed his brows upon hearing someone calling for help, and without caring about the fish he was roasting, he ran directly toward the direction of the sound. Roar! Not far from where Naruto was roasting fish, a huge black bear was chasing a girl dressed in black training clothes, with short lavender hair and a pair of Byakugan eyes. The girl was desperately trying to escape, lacking the courage to fight the black bear, feeling only fear inside. Thud! Before long, the girl tripped over a rock and fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The black bear saw the girl fall, and its eyes flashed with excitement, quickening its pace. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the black bear's heavy footsteps was like thunder, making a loud noise. No, please don't eat me, don't eat me. The girl looked terrified, tears streaming down her face. Not good. Hinata-sama is in danger. A man with Byakugan, who had been protecting the girl, immediately wanted to rush in to save her when he saw she was in danger. Naruto was also very fast, jumping from branch to branch, quickly finding the source of the cry for help and seeing the girl who was running away. What a cute girl. You black bear. How dare you hurt her? Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto frowned as he saw the black bear about to reach Hinata. Without thinking much, he summoned a Rasengan in his right hand and jumped down from the branch, crashing down toward the black bear's head. Instantly, the black bear was slammed to the ground by the enormous force of the Rasengan. Its hard skull shattered, and it died spewing blood. Boom! When the black bear fell, the girl stared blankly at Naruto, who was facing away from her, her eyes seeming to shine with an inexplicable light. Huh, this kid? Is he the son of the fourth Hokage? I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would know the fourth Hokage's signature technique. Rasengan? Truly worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage. Like father, like son, then I won't need to intervene. Originally, Hinata was just letting her enter the forest of death to build her courage. Hyuga Hisashi felt that her courage was too small and too weak. As the eldest daughter of the clan and the princess of the clan, she naturally couldn't continue like this. So he arranged this trial for her to enter the forest of death alone, to experience fear and despair, which would stimulate her will to survive. Of course, fearing she might be in danger, there was always someone protecting her, and they wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Naruto make his move, so he didn't act directly. The next second, the black bear was taken down, and he was also very shocked. Hee hee. Today's sister gets to eat roasted bear paws again. Sister's favorite is bear paws. What cute girl. You black bear. How dare you hurt her? Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto saw the black bear under his feet and couldn't help but smile slightly. His favorite dish was bear paws. And seeing this black bear made him chuckle. Who is he? Why is he around my age, but so powerful? Hinata looked at Naruto's back in front of her, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. How did a little girl like you end up in the forest? It's very dangerous here. Remember not to run in here again, okay? Naruto quickly turned around to look at Hinata, showing her a sunny smile. Huh? When Hinata saw Naruto turn around, the sunlight shone on him as if illuminating him, presenting a very sacred side of him before her. Coupled with Naruto's little beard, he looked even cuter, warming Hinata's heart. Did you hear that? And what are your parents thinking, letting you run out here alone? I can tell by your eyes that you must be from the Hyuga clan, right? Let me take you home. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone. Naruto noticed Hinata staring at him intently without saying a word, which felt a bit strange. He then waved his hand in front of her. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. My name is Hinata. What's your name? Hinata, coming back to her senses, felt very shy and her face turned red. But she was still capable of normal conversation with Naruto without feeling any romantic affection yet. If it were later, when Hinata had already developed feelings for Naruto, she would have turned into a blushing mess just by seeing him. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata? That's a nice name. Give me your hand, and I'll take you out. Hearing Hinata speak, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out his right hand, ready to take her out. Take me out? Hinata looked at Naruto's sunny smile, which seemed to open a beam of light in her heart, enriching her inner world. Okay, let us go. I need to roast bear paws for my sister later. Naruto nodded and quickly stepped forward, picking Hinata up in one swift motion. It was Hinata's first time being held by a boy, and her face turned crimson with shyness. She didn't know what to say and let out a strange sound before curling up in Naruto's arms, too nervous to move. Let us go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto didn't care about anything else. He was eager to roast bear paws and dashed out of the forest, holding Hinata tightly. The Hyuga family's servant saw Naruto carrying Hinata and quickly followed him, not opposing Naruto's actions, as Naruto was the most esteemed child in Konoha. In the eyes of Minato's trusted aides, Naruto was like a prince, and his formidable power was well known. If this were the original story, Hinata would have been taken away long ago. Chapter 170. Carrying Hinata home, he is so nice to me. Naruto Uzumaki? It's my first time meeting a boy who treats me so well. Hinata, being held by Naruto, stared into his big eyes, her face flush, her heart racing as she leaned against Naruto's chest, feeling extremely shy. Okay, we're here. Remember not to run around carelessly next time. You might not be so lucky to run into me again. Goodbye. I need to go roast bear paws now. After what felt like a moment to Hinata, they arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga mansion. Naruto set Hinata down and gave her a reminder before disappearing from the spot without waiting for her response, looking anxious. Thank you, Naruto. By the time Hinata came to her senses, Naruto had already run far away. Her face was flushed as she stared at Naruto's departing figure, murmuring to herself, Lady Hinata. The servant responsible for protecting Hinata appeared before her and bowed respectfully. Hinata nodded, and after seeing Naruto completely disappear, she turned around and went back into the Hyuga mansion. Lady Naruko, you're here for a hot spring again? Please come in. Inside the Konoha hot spring, a regular customer, Naruko, was greeted with a smile by the owner. Naruko nodded and habitually walked into the women's bath. Surrounded by steam, the entire women's hot spring had an ethereal feel, and several beautiful women were already soaking inside. Naruko, why are you so late? Come on in. We've been waiting for you. Just as Naruko entered the women's bath, a cheerful voice called out, Sister Akamichi, I just got held up by Naruto. Naruko took off her clothes, wrapped in a towel, and walked toward the hot spring, her heart racing at the sight of the beautiful figures. Even though she had seen them countless times, each time it stirred her heart. So amazing. Naruko was happy inside, but showed no expression outside. Ha ha. Every time I get held up by Naruto. Come on. Akamichi rushed over and gave Naruko a big hug, pulling her inside. The women would regularly meet up every week to soak in the hot springs and shop for snacks. Sometimes they would even sleep in the same bed, drinking late into the night. Naruko was no exception, secretly drinking with them, enjoying life like a celestial being. Naruko, come help me with a massage later. My shoulders have been sore lately, and I don't know why. At that moment, Waihai Kurenai waved to Naruko. The women often massaged each other, especially Naruko teaching them some special techniques that made them feel very relaxed. Okay, Sister Kurenai. Naruko nodded, breaking free from Akamichi's hold, and walked over to Kurenai. Looking at her perfect figure made Naruko's fingers tingle. Then Naruko began to massage Kurenai's shoulders. Kurenai was now 20 years old, with a perfect figure, and her skin was smooth and fair. Naruko's massage technique was top-notch, on par with professional masseurs. Each time, it would amuse the women greatly, and they enjoyed Naruko's massages to the point of feeling ethereal. Naruko, help me with a massage too later. My back has been aching. Yuya came over, unable to suppress her own desire after seeing Naruko's fluid massage technique. Sister Yuya, you'll have to wait a bit. One at a time. No rush. Naruko smiled at Yuya and continued to work hard on Kurenai's full-body massage. Naruko, apply more pressure and go faster. This area has been hurting lately. I might have strained it while practicing ninjutsu. When Namikaze Minato pressed on a spot on the back, Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but tremble slightly, indicating that she had indeed injured her meridians during training. All right, Minato nodded, then increased the pressure of his hands a little. Kurenai was soaking in the hot spring, lying flat on the surface, enjoying Minato's massage, feeling mentally refreshed, and all her fatigue completely disappeared, involuntarily letting out a groan. Luckily, I'm a woman now. Otherwise, I really couldn't handle such sounds. Minato felt both pain and pleasure. He couldn't do anything, but he was very happy. The few beautiful women from Konoha in front of him had all matured, and their charm was not just talk. All right, half an hour later, Kurenai had completed the full-body SA, and the comfortable sounds were quite loud. If it weren't for the barriers set by Minato in the bathroom, people outside would have heard something strange and thought something was happening inside. Much more comfortable now. Thank you, Minato. Kurenai's whole body was flushed, her face showed joy, and there was still a sense of wanting more. Only someone extremely exhausted could feel such comfort. Sister Kurenai is joking. There's no need to thank me for this. Sister Yin, let me help you with a massage. Lie down. Minato smiled sweetly at Kurenai and then walked over to Yin. All right. Yin directly lay on the water's surface, closed her eyes, and enjoyed Minato's massage. This little girl is quite cute. Just too shy. Her little face is all flushed. As Minato walked, he thought of Hinata Hyuga and smiled slightly. Huh, Sasuke? Why do you have time to come out today? Come on, let's have a match. How about it? Just then, Minato saw Uchiha Sasuke walking not far ahead, wearing a blue shirt and short sleeves, with the Uchiha clan symbol on his back, hands in his pockets, and a cold expression quickly running up to him. Chapter 171. Minato's Provocation? Not interested. When Sasuke saw Minato, he didn't seem very interested and walked past him coldly. TCH, are you afraid of getting beaten by me? I knew it. You must be scared. How does it feel to be beaten by me before? Seeing Sasuke walk past him, Minato was slightly taken aback, the corner of his mouth curling up as he sneered. What did you say? I would get beaten by you? I don't know who would beat whom. Sasuke was provoked by Minato's words, turning around, looking at him with a fierce expression, clearly very angry. Isn't it so? You definitely don't want to get beaten by me. Last time I got a black eye, huh? Also, you can't beat me anyway. Instead of fighting you, I'd rather train myself. You can't beat me anyway. I'm leaving. A trace of amusement flashed in Minato's eyes as he waved his hand at Sasuke and quickly walked away. Damn, I can't beat you? Minato, don't be so full of yourself. Sasuke was infuriated by Minato's words, his face flushed with anger, pointing at Minato and yelling. Then you don't dare to fight me. To put it bluntly, it's because you can't beat me. TCH, boring. Minato looked at Sasuke, pouting, then quickly left. Damn, Minato. I want to duel with you. Sasuke shouted angrily at Minato, taking out a kunai from his pocket and throwing it at him. He hooked. Hearing the sound of something cutting through the air behind him, Minato's mouth curled up slightly, and a glint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he quickly bent down. Dodging the kunai. Since you've made a move, I'll generously teach you a lesson. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, Minato created dozens of clones, rushing towards Sasuke from different angles. A trivial skill. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It wasn't the first time Sasuke had seen Minato use the multiple shadow clone technique. He directly threw the shuriken in his hand, transforming into countless shurikens, shooting towards Minato's clones. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous Minato clones turned into smoke, raising a cloud of white mist. Ha ha! Rasengan. Minato charged out of the smoke, his right hand forming a Rasengan and heading straight for Sasuke. Whoosh. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly performed a backflip, rapidly forming hand seals, and spat out a huge fireball towards Minato. Bang! With a loud bang, the great fireball was directly blown away by Minato's Rasengan, continuing to charge towards him. What? Sasuke frowned tightly. Seeing that his most dreaded great fireball technique was actually broken through, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. This is my newly learned technique, Rasengan. It's an A-rank ninjutsu. You can't beat me, haha. Minato looked at Sasuke, a smile flashing in his eyes, unable to help but show off. Damn, A-rank ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan is really annoying, with such massive chakra. Even I can't use A-rank ninjutsu right now. After hearing Minato's words, Sasuke's eyes flashed with anger. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied that he didn't even have the chakra to perform an A-rank ninjutsu, while Minato could use chakra at will. Yo, what you two doing? Minato, you can't use such a powerful attack right now. Just then, a lazy voice reached their ears. Clap. In the next second, someone's hand grabbed Minato's right hand. Huh, Brother Kakashi, why are you here? Minato smiled widely as Kakashi grabbed his right hand, dispersing the Rasengan. Just passing by. Minato, the destructive power of the Rasengan is too great. You can't use it carelessly. Understand? Kakashi smiled at Minato, then let go of his hand. TCH. Sasuke landed on the ground with a gloomy expression, pouting, but a trace of anger flashed in his heart as he turned to leave. Hey Sasuke, we haven't finished yet. Minato quickly shouted as he saw Sasuke leaving. Alright, Minato, let's go. Today I'm taking you to eat ramen. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, frowning, then smiled at Minato. Great. Let's go, let's go. As soon as Minato heard about ramen, he immediately grabbed Kakashi's hand and ran towards Ichiraku ramen. Slow down. Kakashi smiled, narrowing his eyes as he saw Minato's excited expression. Damn, why is there such a huge gap between me and Minato? Why? Sasuke ran alone to the edge of a pond, looking at the pond in front of him and roaring. Other strength is not only about talent. It also depends on the level of effort. Sasuke, don't underestimate yourself. With your talent, you definitely won't be lacking in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi had appeared beside Sasuke, reaching out to pat his head and smiling with his eyes narrowed. Brother? Brother! Did you come back so early today? Don't you need to go on a mission? Sasuke heard Itachi's voice, and his face lit up with joy as he rushed into his embrace. I came back a bit early today. What's wrong? Did you face another setback? Itachi looked at Sasuke and smiled, pulling him to sit by the pond. I just had a match with Naruto, and he can already use A-rank ninjutsu. I've only just mastered B rank. Sasuke gazed into the pond, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Is that so? But you shouldn't feel discouraged. When I was your age, I couldn't beat Naruto either. But soon, you'll grow stronger. I believe in you. Itachi looked at Sasuke with a gentle smile. Brother, why are those two siblings so abnormal? Aren't we the strongest clan in Konoha? Why do they always seem to have the upper hand over me? Sasuke turned to Itachi, feeling a mix of confusion and defiance. Because their abilities are strong. There's no strongest clan in the world, only the strongest individuals. Whether it's the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, or the Uzumaki clan, they're all formidable existences. It's not that they aren't strong. Our strength also comes from the relentless efforts of our ancestors. Chapter 172, The Nine-Tailed Beasts and Their Jinchuriki. Sasuke will definitely grow stronger in the future, right? Itachi smiled at Sasuke, recalling the time he couldn't even last a move against Naruto. Thinking back, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Really? Can I become as strong as you, brother? Sasuke looked at Itachi, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course. In the future, Sasuke will definitely surpass me and become one of the strongest in the Uchiha clan or even the entire ninja world. Itachi smiled, looking at his brother with confidence. Really? Sasuke was thrilled to receive his brother's affirmation. Of course, and the rank of ninjutsu doesn't necessarily represent its power. In your hands, a C-rank ninjutsu can still unleash S-rank power. So don't think that C and B-rank ninjutsu are weak. It mainly depends on your control over chakra. Of course, under the same control, a rank ninjutsu is much stronger, as the chakra consumption is not proportional. Come on, brother will take you to train. Today, I'll teach you a few more ninjutsu. Let's go. Itachi smiled at Sasuke and directly pulled him away. C-rank can also unleash S-rank power? I understand now, brother. I will definitely work hard. After hearing his brother's words, a determined look flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he clenched his fists. Let's go. Itachi quickly led Sasuke to their exclusive training ground, continually cheering him on along the way. Nowadays, although Itachi was in the Umbu, the missions were not many. There weren't many tedious matters, and he spent more and more time training with Sasuke. As a result, Sasuke's strength grew increasingly powerful, far surpassing his original strength in the story. After all, only the strong of the Uchiha clan truly understood how to train the children of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's training with Sasuke was only basic and did not have the depth that Itachi understood. Itachi could devise a series of training methods tailored for Sasuke, saving time and more effectively helping him enhance his strength. Just like when Orochimaru trained Sasuke, it was more effective than Kakashi's training, and during that period, Sasuke's strength growth was extremely rapid. Of course, Orochimaru, as an experienced, super strong individual, had a thorough understanding of the Uchiha clan, so the entire training method was more effective. Lord 4th Hokage. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui appeared in the Hokage office, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. It's Shursui? What is the matter? Minato Namikaze smiled upon seeing Uchiha Shursui. Lord 4th Hokage, something has happened. It seems that Lord Mito's grave has been tampered with. Uchiha Shursui reported urgently to Minato. What? Lord Mito's grave? This is bad. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Minato suddenly thought of a terrifying idea. Let's go take a look. Bring Hinata Hisashi with you. Minato then disappeared from the spot, heading towards the grave of Uzumaki Mito. A quarter of an hour later, Minato arrived at Uzumaki Mito's grave with Hinata Hisashi and Uchiha Shursui. Hisashi, check if Lord Mito's corpse is still there. Are there any signs of tampering? Minato looked at Hisashi, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. Byakugan, activate. Hisashi immediately activated his Byakugan and looked into the grave. This, Lord 4th Hokage. The seal on Lord Mito's grave has been tampered with, and the seal has been broken. After activating Byakugan, Hisashi saw everything in the grave. The original seal had been broken, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Damn it. Immediately call the sealing squad to reinforce the seal. Damn it. Is it the Akatsuki organization again? What do they want? A hint of anger flashed in Minato's eyes. From the moment Shursui mentioned the grave being tampered with, he knew it must be the Akatsuki organization planning something. Plus, from Naruto, he learned that Orochimaru could also use the impure world reincarnation technique, which indicated that the Akatsuki organization might have some moves. They were hiding, conducting a larger conspiracy. Sure, Sway. Have people watch closely. This time, the Akatsuki organization is likely to be plotting an even bigger scheme. Minato's expression darkened as he turned to leave, an endless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Uchiha Sure Sway quickly nodded in agreement. Orochimaru, I have prepared all the DNA of the 9-tailed beast for you. These are the 9 individuals you need. Let's get started. At this moment, Black Zetsu had gathered the cells of all 9-tailed beasts and directly handed them to Nagato. All right, leader. Orochimaru took the DNA of the 9-tailed beasts in his hand, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes as he licked his tongue. Impure World Reincarnation. Then Orochimaru directly used the Impure World Reincarnation technique, using the 9 individuals in front of him as sacrifices to perform the technique. In fact, Orochimaru didn't need to use sacrifices to perform Impure World Reincarnation. However, he didn't want the Akatsuki organization to obtain the truly powerful 9-tailed beasts. If he used the technique taught to him by Minato, the strength would reach 80% or even more of its original power. This would naturally make the Akatsuki organization much stronger, but if he used his earlier immature version of the technique, the strength would be less than half, which would naturally reduce the chakra they obtained from the 9-tailed beasts. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 9 coffins appeared directly in front of Nagato. Bang, bang, bang. After the coffin lids were opened, 9 original Jinchuriki appeared before Nagato. Boss, let's get started. Orochimaru looked at the 9 Jinchuriki in front of him, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Everyone get ready. We will start sealing from the one tail. This old monk. Nagato nodded, and then a group of people stood on the outer path's golem. Is this the original one-tail Jinchuriki? Just an old monk. At this moment, Haiden had just joined the Akatsuki organization, and seeing the old monk in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. Let's begin. Orochimaru slightly raised the corners of his mouth, directly controlling the chakra of the one tail to manifest on the surface of its body. Chapter 173. Naruto enters school home. Did you go for a bath again today? You look even prettier. Asuma Tsurutobi, holding a bouquet of flowers behind him, walked up to the entrance of Yuhi Kurenai's house and asked with a smile when he saw her coming back. Asuma? What brings you here? Just came back from bath. Do you need something? Kurenai looked at Asuma with a puzzled expression. No, I just wanted to ask. Would you be my girlfriend? Asuma took out a rose from behind and handed it to Kurenai, showing a sincere expression. Girlfriend? Kurenai looked at Asuma in surprise, not expecting him to confess to her, momentarily stunned. That's right. Will you be my girlfriend? I've liked you for a long time. Asuma smiled at Kurenai, completely losing his previous calm demeanor. I'm sorry, Asuma. Thank you for your affection, but I already have someone I like. I'm sorry. Kurenai ultimately shook her head and decisively rejected Asuma, looking at him. Really? Is that so? Then congratulations. Asuma looked at Kurenai, his original smile abruptly stopping, his face turning pale, awkwardly laughing as he retracted the rose. Go back. You'll definitely find a girl who loves you. I'm sorry. Kurenai nodded, quickly ran into her house, and ignored Asuma. Sigh. Asuma watched Kurenai enter her home, sighed deeply, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes, and turned to leave. Asuma, you're a good man, but I don't like men, I like women. Kurenai shook her head as she watched Asuma's departing figure. At this point, Kurenai had already been swayed by Naruto and no longer liked men, but rather liked women. That's why she and her group of women would hang out together, whether it was going for baths, shopping, or dining. They often slept together at night, playing some little games, which was quite common. They no longer needed men, since the Akatsuki organization had not made an appearance. The 5 great ninja villages all knew they were hiding. Therefore, the ninja world was unusually quiet during this period, with no wars or any special events occurring. The biggest event was that some people's graves were desecrated, which made the 5 great ninja villages very angry, but they were helpless. Time passed quickly, and now it was March of the 53rd year. Naruto was 6 years old and started school, entering the Ninja Academy. Naruto had also successfully become a Jonin of Konoha, but even though he became a Jonin, he didn't like doing those boring tasks. He preferred to hang out with a group of women, enjoying himself. Alright, now let the teacher see your abilities. Use this to introduce yourselves. Let us see what basic ninjutsu you all know. Irika smiled as he looked at the students around him. What's up with this? So troublesome. A group of kids displayed helpless expressions, showing no interest at all. Okay, Let us first see your basic ninjutsu. Who asks first? It's you, Uchiha Sasuke. You lead the way and give it a try. Irika smiled at the children in front of him. Wow, Uchiha? Is that the Uchiha clan? I heard they're very wealthy. I wish I could marry him when I grow up. That's right. The Uchiha clan is the elite among elites, an absolute super family in Konoha. Wow, Sasuke. It's Sasuke. Sasuke, go for it. Sasuke, I like you. Sasuke is so handsome. I really like you, Sasuke. After hearing Irika's words, a group of infatuated girls immediately started waving their arms and legs, looking at the cool Sasuke, very excited, with hearts in their eyes, shouting loudly. TCH, is it that exaggerated? Is Sasuke more handsome than me? Is he? That big ice block, his cold demeanor, makes me want to go up and beat him up. Naruto looked at the cool Sasuke, pouting, feeling very displeased, seeing that a group of girls only liked him and didn't even glance at him, this super handsome guy. TCH. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was visibly frustrated and smirked slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Over the years, he had fought with Naruto and had never won against him, but at least he won in terms of popularity with girls. What does this mean? It means he is better looking than Naruto, which everyone recognized, making him feel much better inside. Damn, Sasuke. Are you asking for a beating again? Just showing off in front of women. That's all you know. Seeing Sasuke's mocking expression, Naruto became somewhat angry, raising his fist in a threatening manner. No choice. Who told you to not be as handsome as me? Sasuke, next to Naruto, patted him on the shoulder, mocking. Damn, that annoying Sasuke. Just wait. Next time I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Seeing Sasuke's arrogant demeanor, Naruto was furious, nearly spitting fire. Meanwhile, Sasuke's shadow clone walked toward the crowd, having clearly already used the shadow clone technique without anyone noticing. Very good. Sasuke, you did well. Irika nodded at Sasuke's performance and directly gave him a score. Wow, Sasuke is so handsome, so amazing. I didn't even notice when he released the shadow clone technique. That's really impressive. That's right. Sasuke is not only handsome, but he is also so capable. I really like him. Sasuke, I want to have your babies. I have to say, how can this little girl be so precocious? Seeing Uchiha Sasuke use a shadow clone technique, she was completely mesmerized. Such a trashy ninjutsu, I disdain to use it. I could casually summon hundreds or thousands of them. Naruto pouted, looking at Sasuke in front of him, full of dissatisfaction. Why is he so amazing, but not as popular as Sasuke? Alright, next, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika smiled as he looked at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Is he the son of the 4th Hokage? I heard that the 4th Hokage's daughter, Uzumaki Naruko, is the strongest female ninja in the village. I wonder how strong he is. However, Naruto-kun is also very handsome. Naruto-kun, I love you too. Chapter 174, Entrance Exam. Naruto got into a fight again. Don't you like Sasuke? Why are you suddenly trying to steal my Naruto-kun? I like both of them. Is that not allowed? Naruto-kun, I love you, and I want to have your babies. Upon hearing Naruto's name, everyone finally realized that he was the son of the 4th Hokage. They all waved at him, their eyes filled with hearts. Now, you know how amazing I am, right? Watch this shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing a group of female classmates cheering continuously, Naruto smiled and walked up, using the shadow clone jutsu. What's happening? Wow, Naruto-kun? Hello, Naruto-kun. So amazing? So many Naruto-kuns? This is incredible. Naruto-kun is so cool. So cool. I love you, Naruto-kun. In an instant, thousands of Narutos appeared in the arena, filling it to the brim. Even the tree branches were completely occupied. Everyone present was shocked. Wow, truly worthy of being the son of the 4th Hokage. This is just too strong. Irika looked at the dense crowd of shadow clones, swallowed hard. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Ahem ahem. All right, very perfect. Next. Irika then lightly coughed a few times to score Naruto. TCH, seeing Naruto's shadow clone jutsu, Sasuke pouted, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. But he said nothing more. Ha ha ha. Sasuke, how about it? Aren't I cool? Naruto couldn't help but show off to Sasuke, excitement flickering in his eyes. Sasuke said nothing more. And Naruto-kun, so cool. Hinata stood by, watching Naruto with a flushed face, her index fingers touching together, looking shy as she lowered her head. Then Irika had everyone demonstrate their clone techniques. Alright, next is the battle segment. To fully understand your combat abilities, I need to see your fights. First up, Akimichi Choji and Nara Shikamaru. Irika looked at everyone, a slight smile on his lips. School is really troublesome. TCH, Shikamaru pouted and walked over. Teacher, I'm no match for Shikamaru. But he can't beat me. Choji looked at Iruka, not wanting to fight Shikamaru, and pulled out a bag of chips to stuff into his mouth, grinning stupidly. It's fine, one battle is enough. The teacher just wants to see your strength. Go. Iruka smiled at Choji, not stopping him from eating. He knew that the Akimichi clan needed to replenish their energy constantly, and since they weren't in the classroom, it was understandable to eat a little before the fight. Okay. Akimichi Choji nodded and walked to the center of the arena with Shikamaru. Shikamaru, go easy on me. I'm afraid of pain. Choji said quietly, looking at Shikamaru. Got it. So annoying. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru pouted and immediately used the shadow imitation jutsu to control Choji. Teacher, I can't move, I concede. Seeing himself controlled by Shikamaru, Choji quickly froze, offering no resistance. Iruka looked at the two and was somewhat speechless, shaking his head. Next group, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka then called out again. Sasuke, look, it's your turn to get beaten up. You were so arrogant just now, and now I'll make you lose face. Seeing Sasuke's indifferent expression, Naruto felt very displeased, pouting and thinking to himself. Tap tap tap. Sasuke didn't refuse. He knew he might not be Naruto's opponent, but didn't feel discouraged. Itachi Uchiha taught him that no matter the situation, one must not give up and must persevere to achieve desired results. One cannot be defeated by failure. One must find reasons from failures to grow stronger. Over the years, fighting against Naruto more frequently had allowed his strength to increase rapidly, continuously discovering reasons from his failures, ultimately reaching the impressive level of a 6-year-old elite chunin. Sasuke, go for it. Beat Naruto, you're the best. Who says? Our Naruto-kun is the strongest. Go Naruto-kun, I love you. Sasuke, you can do it. We will always support you. Naruto-kun, we will also always support you. When it was time for Uchiha Sasuke to battle Naruto, everyone felt excited, and the girls split into two groups, cheering for Naruto and Sasuke respectively. Sasuke, are you ready? Naruto looked at Sasuke, smiling slightly. Sasuke snorted coldly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Whoosh. A special kunai appeared in Naruto's right hand, which could transform into a chakra blade, a small weapon prepared for him by Minato Namikaze. He immediately charged towards Sasuke at high speed. Whoosh! Tap tap tap. Naruto and Sasuke instantly engaged in combat, their speeds so fast that even Iruka could barely see. These two little freaks are just too strong. Even I might not be their match. Iruka was momentarily stunned watching their battle, truly shocked. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke and Naruto quickly separated, immediately forming a hollow fist with his right hand, placing it by his mouth, and exhaling a massive fireball about 5 meters in diameter, rushing forward with intense heat, leaving devastation on the ground, creating a trench. Wind style great breakthrough. Naruto furrowed his brows and directly used the great breakthrough, creating a powerful whirlwind that surged toward the fireball. Bang bang bang. The huge wind force blocked the great fireball's attack, exploding in place and leaving a crater about 5 meters in diameter on the ground. Wow, so amazing? How can they be this strong? Both of them can use such advanced ninjutsu, truly worthy of being from the Uchiha clan and the son of the 4th Hokage. So incredible. Naruto, I love you, wow. Sasuke, go for it. Beat Naruto, you can do it. Naruto will win. Naruto will definitely win. Sasuke will win. It must be Sasuke who wins. Chapter 175. Chain Tasks Emerge. Naruto wins. Sasuke wins. While Naruto and Sasuke were still battling, a group of girls began to argue over the two. The representatives were Sakura and Ino. At this moment, Ino had developed a crush on Naruto and no longer liked Sasuke, while Sakura still liked Sasuke. The two, once friends, began to argue. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang bang bang. Naruto unleashed his signature technique, creating 6 shadow clones that quickly charged at Sasuke, each clone wielding a Rasengan. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Manipulate Shuriken Technique. Sasuke was already familiar with Naruto's fighting style, immediately launching countless shurikens, then using chakra strings to control them as they flew towards him. Bang bang bang. The shurikens shot out by Sasuke were extremely fast and could change direction, quickly breaking through Naruto's shadow clones. Let us fly. Naruto quickly charged towards Sasuke with a smile, moving at incredible speed. Grand Fire Dragon Technique. Sasuke formed hand seals directly, 5 seals in 1 second. And suddenly, 2 massive fire dragons appeared in front of him. Roar! The fire dragons roared and quickly charged toward Naruto. What the? Has he mastered a new ninjutsu and released 2 fire dragons? This power is impressive. Earth style, earth flow wall, life-saving dog head. It was Naruto's first time seeing Sasuke use the grand fire dragon technique, and it seemed like he was quite skilled, already able to summon 2 fire dragons. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto surprisingly formed hand seals with one hand, and a massive earth wall appeared in front of him, with 4 dog heads emerging from the wall. Bang, bang, bang. One fire dragon crashed directly into the earth wall, while the other fire dragon was controlled by Sasuke to fly into the sky, charging towards Naruto again. Truly relentless. Scatter. Seeing the fire dragon diving towards him from the sky, Naruto pressed the Rasengan in his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 attacks collided, creating a violent explosion. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the explosion's recoil, Naruto quickly retreated, his expression serious. Sasuke, your strength has increased again. Naruto steadied himself, looking at the battered earth wall in front of Sasuke, calmly saying, putting away his underestimation. Only realizing it now? It's too late. Let me show you the Kusanagi sword my brother gave me. Whoosh! Sasuke's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of a smile in his eyes, as he flipped out a scroll, opening it to reveal a Kusanagi sword in his hand. This was a Kusanagi sword forged by Uchiha Itachi, imitating the original, because Naruto liked swords and intended to give it to her. But later Sasuke saw it and liked it very much, so he took it for himself. And Sasuke thought it was specially made for him by his brother. A Kusanagi sword? It's even cooler than the kunai in my hand? Naruto was slightly taken aback when he saw the sword in Sasuke's hand, then glanced at the kunai in his own hand, curling his lips. Look at the sword. Let us duel. Sasuke gripped the sword in his right hand, drawing it, and quickly charged towards Naruto. Who's afraid of whom? Look at my chakra sword. ZZZZ. Naruto directly infused chakra into it, turning it into a chakra sword over a meter long, and charged towards Sasuke. 2 little freaks. Are they really just 6-year-old kids? Their strength is at least that of elite ninjas, if not more. Truly, Lord 4th Hokage knows how to raise strong ones. Iruka was completely terrified by Naruto and Sasuke. Their battle could only be described as spectacular. Clang, clang, clang. Both Sasuke and Naruto wielded their swords with extreme ferocity. Sasuke's teacher, Uchiha Itachi, was a master of taijutsu, so the swordsmanship he taught was naturally formidable. As for Naruto's swordsmanship, where did he learn it? Naturally from Kakashi. Bluffing Naruto found it troublesome and directly handed Naruto over to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the master of the sword path. Now, Kakashi's swordsmanship had reached great heights, able to contend with his father solely based on sword skills. Of course, in terms of defeating his father, he would have to fully utilize the Sharingan. Over the years, Naruto had also been working with Kakashi to fuse his body with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, allowing him to open and close the Sharingan normally. Finally, the research was successful last year by performing a special operation and replacing 2/3 of his blood with that of Uchiha Itachi and Senju Hashirama. He achieved a balance that would not cause any reactions in his body, nor would it make him appear like Hashirama. Now he could freely activate the Sharingan and even awakened another Sharingan, transforming it into the 3-Tomo pattern, making Kakashi the true Sharingan Kakashi. 1 Manjiki and 1 3-Tomo Sharingan, both with formidable power. I didn't expect the power of Itachi's bloodline to be so strong. It is already infinitely close to the power of regression. Not weaker than Uchiha Madara at all. Uchiha Madara's bloodline power is already very close to Indra. After all, he is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. But it still cannot compare to the true bloodline of Indra. Indra did not need his brother's Manjiki Sharingan to awaken the Eternal Eye. However, Itachi's bloodline power is also infinitely close to Indra. Moreover, he did not experience the death of Uchiha Shursui, and his eyes were not awakened from witnessing the death of a loved one. The power of these eyes is stronger than the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan that requires killing a loved one or witnessing their death to awaken. The power level is simply not the same. As long as Itachi does not frequently use the complete body Susanoo, he does not need to worry about the risk of blindness. Bluffing Naruko stayed in her laboratory, looking at the experimental results before her, a glimmer of a smile flashing in her eyes. Ding! Special mission detected. Mission 1 activated. Please assist Uchiha Shursui in awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Mission reward. Special bloodline limit. Otsutsuki clan original Byakugan. Ding! Special mission detected. Mission 2 activated. Please assist Uchiha Itachi in awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Mission reward. Special bloodline limit. Ketsu. Ding. Special mission detected. Mission 3 activated. Please assist Uchiha Itachi in awakening the Rinnegan. Mission reward. 1 small 10 tails with self-awareness. Chapter 176. Uchiha Shursue's Eternal Manjiki. However, I've already cloned the Manjiki Sharingan of both individuals. It's time to replace them. After replacing their eyes, they will awaken the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Especially Itachi, I am looking forward to your changes. Looking at the 2 bodies in the experimental subjects before her, Bluffing Naruko's eyes flashed with a smile. After all these years, she finally cloned Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi's clones, and successfully awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Now it was time for them to play their roles. Immediately, Bluffing Naruko stepped forward, directly removing the eyeballs from both bodies and placing them in a specially made glass tube, disappearing from the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were training, engaged in combat, utilizing all forms of fighting, whether it be sword techniques, taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu. They were in an all-out battle. Aside from not using the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, they had used almost everything they could. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Uchiha Itachi was panting heavily, looking at Uchiha Shursui in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Itachi, I didn't expect you to have made such great progress over the years. You're almost surpassing me, your brother. Truly impressive. Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, his eyes flashing with shock. Unknowingly, his little brother had grown to such an extent that even he, as the older brother, felt a bit ashamed. Itachi, your strength is very strong. In a full power confrontation, I may not be your match. I didn't expect there to still be a gap between us. Although it's small, I understand that my experience is still lacking. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shursui, panting, took out a towel to wipe the sweat off his body, and shook his head. Ha ha ha, I just have a bit more combat experience than you. In terms of true strength, you're not far off from me. I have been hailed as the strongest man of the Uchiha clan, and now I should add you to that list. Uchiha Shursui laughed heartily and directly took out a canteen, drinking from it before tossing it to him. Uchiha Itachi nodded, took a sip from the canteen, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! What is making you so happy? Tell me about it. At that moment, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the 2, unable to help but ask upon seeing their smiles. Big sister. Big sister. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were slightly taken aback when they saw Namikaze Minato. It's nothing, we just had a battle, and Itachi's strength is already on par with mine. Uchiha Shursui smiled at Namikaze Minato. Is that so? I have always recognized Itachi's strength, and he will only grow stronger in the future. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Itachi and nodded with a smile. Hee. Uchiha Itachi looked at Namikaze Minato looking at him, his face rarely flushed, and he smiled foolishly, shedding his previous cold demeanor. By the way, I came to find you both for something. Look at this. Namikaze Minato smiled at the 2 and took out 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki Sharingan? Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock. That's right, I cloned these using your blood. Once you switch to them, you won't suffer from blindness or insufficient ocular power when using the Sharingan. They will eventually become Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Now who wants to go first? Namikaze Minato smiled at the 2. Eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui frowned, looking at the Manjiki Sharingan in front of him. During his mission, he often used the Manjiki Sharingan, and over time, his vision had gradually deteriorated. Although it wasn't a drastic change, he knew that his eyesight had indeed undergone some changes. Now, with Namikaze Minato saying that simply switching to these eyes would grant him Eternal Manjiki Sharingan and prevent him from going blind forever, he became curious and directly reached out to take the Manjiki Sharingan in front of him. Uchiha Shursui directly reached out, removed his own pair of eyes, and then replaced them with the other pair of Manjiki Sharingan. He put his original Manjiki Sharingan back and handed it to Namikaze Minato. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Uchiha Shursui replaced the Manjiki Sharingan, his nerves quickly connected, and once the connection was complete, his ocular power multiplied several times. And the Manjiki Sharingan began to change, spinning wildly. First, it entered the original Shuriken Manjiki Sharingan, and after spinning, changes began to appear around it, with a 6-pointed star appearing in the pupil, integrating the original Shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. As Uchiha Shursui activated the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the level of Uchiha Madara, getting infinitely close to the Six Paths realm. Is this the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Wow, such powerful strength. I feel like the old me could not last 10 moves against these eyes. Such terrifying power. Uchiha Shursui looked at his hands, feeling the inexhaustible ocular power in his mind, and he fell into shock. I didn't expect your aura to expand so much. Shursui, you truly are the strongest of the Uchiha clan. This strength is not much different from the Uchiha Madara of the past. Looking at Uchiha Shursui, Namikaze Minato smiled. Originally, Uchiha Shursui had already surpassed the strength of a Kage, and after obtaining the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, his combat power was nearing the level of the Six Paths. Although he hadn't reached the Six Paths level, he was already close to being invincible beneath it. Unless he encountered someone like Senju Hashirama, the strongest beneath the Six Paths, he would not be at a disadvantage against Uchiha Madara in his prime. Shursui has become so strong. Is this the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Such terrifying power. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by Uchiha Shursui's transformation. He didn't expect Uchiha Shursui to become so powerful, just looking at his aura. It was clear he was several times stronger than before. Itachi, it's your turn now. Come on. Namikaze Minato smiled at Uchiha Itachi and directly handed over the other pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi smiled gently at Namikaze Minato and took the glass tube. Chapter 177. Itachi awakens the Rinnegan Ja. Then Uchiha Itachi also reached out, removed his own eyes, took out the Mangekyou Sharingan, and directly embedded it into his eye socket, placing his original Mangekyou Sharingan into the glass tube. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, Uchiha Itachi's eyes burst forth with endless bloodlight. The pattern on his eyes didn't change, but 3 small tomo surrounding them formed 3 lines, connecting the 3 tomo together. Boom, boom, boom. After Uchiha Itachi activated his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, his aura continued to surge, reaching the level of Uchiha Shursui, but it did not stop. It kept expanding. Not bad. Your aura is not much different from Shursui's, and it's even expanding. Let me give you an extra boost. The power of extreme Yin and extreme Yang surged from Namikaze Minato's hands, and he pressed it onto Uchiha Itachi's temples, directly injecting the 2 powers into Uchiha Itachi's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi let out a scream as the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan received a tremendous stimulus. Its spinning stopped, and 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Hud, hud, hud. Then the 3 heard Uchiha Itachi's heart beating violently, and his aura surged again. Crack! They heard a sound like glass shattering, and Uchiha Itachi's aura reached its peak, as if breaking through some barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's eyes spun again, and the speed of rotation grew faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Uchiha Itachi's eyes changed, revealing layer upon layer of patterns, and a pair of white Rinnegan manifested in his eye sockets. Uchiha Itachi let out a furious roar as an overwhelming aura spread out in all directions. Phew, Rinnegan? Uchiha Shursui felt a powerful aura approaching, and he was directly knocked away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, it worked. However, Namikaze Minato felt nothing, merely being knocked back without any harm, and couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's transformation. This? Uchiha Itachi sensed the infinite power in his pupils, witnessing his own changes and the emergence of new abilities in his mind, leaving him in disbelief. Rinnegan? Is this Rinnegan? What a terrifying ability. Such powerful strength. Even if there were 100 of me, they wouldn't stand a chance against the current me. This kind of power has surpassed my understanding. Calling it divine wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? Uchiha Itachi felt the power surging within him, lost in endless shock, murmuring to himself. Now, Uchiha Itachi had officially stepped into the 6 Paths level, becoming the 6th being at this level in the ninja world. Feeling his strength, he had an invincible sensation. Good. Finally, my efforts were not in vain. Itachi, your talent is truly beyond my imagination. I transferred my 6 Paths power to you, and unexpectedly, it only took a little to directly trigger the mutation in your eyes. You have finally become the Rinnegan. In the future, almost no one will be able to defeat you. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Itachi, admiration flickering in her eyes. Originally, Namikaze Minato thought she would need to expend a massive amount of 6 Paths power but now she only used a tiny bit to successfully activate his awakened Rinnegan. This was something she hadn't anticipated, successfully becoming the next 6 paths after herself. Minako. Uchiha Itachi gazed affectionately at Namikaze Minako, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Everything he had was given to him by the person he loved. He never expected to become such an existence one day, which made it hard for him to believe. What kind of look is that? It's creepy. It's giving me goosebumps. Namikaze Minako felt her skin crawl when she saw the look Uchiha Itachi was giving her. Hee. Uchiha Itachi quickly squinted and smiled. What are you two doing? There's still an injured person here. Itachi, your strength has actually reached this level. I truly didn't expect it. Rinnegan. The last time I saw that Akatsuki member using Rinnegan, I felt it was a godlike power. I never expected you to awaken it now. Does that mean after our eternal Manjiki Sharingan, we will turn into Rinnegan? What a powerful pair of eyes. Uchiha Shursui slowly walked over from distance. Seeing the situation of Namikaze Minako and Uchiha Itachi, unable to help but shake his head, softly saying, These eyes give me extremely powerful strength. I truly believe in the existence of gods in this world now. Such strength, aside from gods, no one else can possess. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Uchiha Shursui, feeling the surging power within him, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Ding! Detected that the host has completed Task 1, successfully assisting Uchiha Shursui in awakening Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Task Reward, Special Bloodline Limit, Tsutsuki Clan's Original Byakugan. Ding! Detected that the host has completed Task 2, successfully assisting Uchiha Itachi in awakening Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Task Reward, Special Bloodline Limit, Shared Killing Bone. Ding! Detected that the host has completed Task 3, successfully assisting Uchiha Itachi in awakening Rinnegan. Task Reward, 1 small 10 tails with self-awareness. At this moment, a system notification appeared in Namikaze Minako's mind, making her feel her strength had increased significantly. If the 6 paths were divided into levels, roughly categorized as early 6 paths, mid 6 paths, and peak 6 paths, then the original Namikaze Minako was at the mid 6 paths level. After obtaining the original Byakugan and shared killing bone, her strength reached the peak 6 paths level, already able to wrestle with the 6 paths sage who became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The 6 paths sage, without becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, would only have strength between early to mid 6 paths, but after sealing the 10 tails, he reached peak 6 path strength. Chapter 178. Minako's special 6 paths clone. Of course, strength does not represent everything. Just like Kagaya Otsutsuki, whose strength was clearly greater than the 6 path sage, it was just a weak fighter with immense power, resulting in her being sealed away. Because Namikaze Minako possessed infinite chakra, she didn't need to seal the 10 tails within herself to have invincible potential. However, the bloodline power couldn't compare, but now with the most original Byakugan, the purest Byakugan, her bloodline power finally caught up. Alright, you two brothers have a reunion. I'll take my leave now. Hee. Namikaze Minako smiled at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, then directly vanished from the spot. Minako. Uchiha Itachi called out as he saw her about to leave, but it was already too late. She had disappeared. Stop calling, she's gone. Just let it be. Don't worry, you're still young. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future, right? Uchiha Shursui saw Uchiha Itachi looking a bit dejected and quickly patted his shoulder with a slight smile. Uchiha Itachi nodded, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes as he closed his Rinnegan. Come on, let us test our strength again. This time, let us not stay in the village. Let us go to the seaside and see your current strength. I want to verify my own strength too. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's dejected look, Uchiha Shursui directly pulled him away, vanishing from the spot. Uchiha Itachi had no interest in fighting at all now, but he was already pulled away by Uchiha Shursui, the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan. This Byakugan is surprisingly powerful. Not only can it release 360-degree surveillance, with a detection range of 50 kilometers, it is even more terrifying than my Kagura hard eyes. Additionally, it can cast illusions, exert pressure, traverse space, control gravity and repulsion, and has a wide range of applications. Even Kagaya's Byakugan level might not match the purity of my Byakugan. Ordinary Byakugan is simply incomparable, as it can only serve a scouting purpose. No wonder when I watched the anime, I could see Kagaya emitting endless momentum just by activating her Byakugan. That kind of pressure is extremely formidable. Most importantly, the shared killing bone is a great treasure. Jumaro's bone technique is somewhat similar to this shared killing bone. However, it lacks the characteristics of a shared killing bone. As long as one is touched by the shared killing bone, they will turn to ash and be annihilated. Such an ability, combined with my space ninjutsu, is simply a killing weapon. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Namikaze Minako had returned to her laboratory, feeling the bloodline limit within her. A hint of joy flashing in her eyes, extremely satisfied. Now, she was just waiting for the Akatsuki organization's actions. The current peace in the ninja world is all thanks to the emergence of the Akatsuki organization and my appearance as a fake Uchiha Madara. The upcoming Moon Eye Plan is the ultimate plan. Only by implementing the Moon Eye Plan can we achieve peace throughout the ninja world. I admit, I, MaskedMan, am not a good person. Human lives mean nothing to me. However, I dislike war, as it affects my ability to flirt. Hehehe. A hint of a smile flashed in Naruko's eyes. She was determined to carry out the Moon Eye Plan to bring peace to the world. Of course, she could use her own strength to unify the entire ninja world, but she found that too troublesome. She didn't want to do that just yet. She wanted to have more fun and didn't want to hinder Naruto's growth. Ever since becoming Naruto's sister, she had to play both mother and father, and it was only after much effort that she managed to revive Minato and Kushina. However, Naruko still had deep feelings for Naruto. She felt she shouldn't interfere too much in his future life. Naruto's life had already changed and his strength had increased, so his growth would naturally accelerate. As an older sister, Naruko only needed to silently support him from behind. Now, Naruko was more like a mother, treating Naruto as her most important child. Moreover, Naruko was increasingly accepting her identity as a girl. If it weren't for her still liking women, she might almost forget that she used to be a man. As for Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, she would save it for now. When the time comes, she would give it directly to Sasuke, allowing him to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. For Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, what to do? I'll just use my 7th physical body. My 6 pads are all alive, hee. Naruko's lips curled up slightly as she walked toward her laboratory. As she walked, she passed large glass tanks filled with many human bodies, all soaked in special containers, almost identical to Orochimaru's equipment. Inside were not only the physical bodies of Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Naruto, Shursui, Itachi, Rin, Obito, and Sasuke, but these were all backups, ready to be used quickly in case of their deaths. Obito's body was just cultivated after she had pressed him down last time and taken some blood. She brought it back. These were all preparations made by Naruko in advance, and the number of clone bodies was not limited to these. Many mature bodies had already been stored in her system space. When Naruko stood in front of her physical bodies, looking at the dozen or so glass tanks, her lips curled up slightly. Gurgle, gurgle. Splash. Naruko walked to the equipment and pressed a button, draining all the nutrient solution, exposing her 6 bodies to the air. Now was the time to separate her own soul. My 6 paths are different from Nagato's 6 paths. I will directly separate my soul power. I am them, but they are not me. This will help me strip away the previous female memories before I awaken my memories. This way, I can become a perfect woman. After all, before I awaken my memories, I always thought I was a girl. This memory will be directly stripped away. Now comes the soul division. However, I need to use yin-yang release to transmit the soul. A black iron rod appeared in Naruko's right hand, and she directly inserted it into the first physical body in front of her. Chapter 179, A True Woman, a Pure Soul. Next is the soul division. Let you inherit the power of the heavenly path. Out. Then Naruko directly tore off a part of her soul and stripped away all memories before the age of 4. While copying the memories of these years, only eliminating the memory of being a man and altering it to reflect that she originally crossed over as a girl. In other words, the heavenly path Naruko in front of her had truly become a real woman, and a woman without any pollution. Soon, Naruko transmitted a part of her soul into the heavenly path Naruko's body, and she slowly opened her eyes. Meeting the original, the heavenly path Naruko smiled sweetly at Naruko. Let's get familiar with my body first. Naruko nodded at the heavenly path Naruko, then proceeded to the second, the Azura path. The method was the same, and soon the Azura path awakened as well. Then the animal path, the hungry ghost path, the human path, and the hell path all opened their eyes. Meeting the original, the remaining 5-6 paths clones quickly smiled at Naruko as they stepped out of the glass tanks. Now you have truly come alive. Although you possess my soul, you are also individuals with your own consciousness. However, the control of your bodies is not as strong as mine. My commands are above all. Your strengths are also comparable to mine, but you cannot fully utilize the power of the Rinnegan. Next, you'll go to various places in the ninja world to collect some orphans and train them. There are no other tasks to do now, so just consider it a pastime. Naruko looked at the six paths clones in front of her, her lips slightly curling up. They were all very strong, each possessing six-path strength, but they could only exert one type of six-path ability that she granted them. However, that doesn't mean they are weak. They still possess the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and their strength is definitely formidable. Yes, original. The six sisters smiled, and they were somewhat eager to go out and see the world. By the way, when you go out, also scout the Akatsuki's base. But don't disturb them. Let them develop naturally. There is nothing else to do, just eat, drink, and sleep. Naruko suddenly remembered the Akatsuki organization and quickly said to her six sisters, "Okay, original. Then we'll go first. Bye-bye, original. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The six little beauties used transformation jutsu and left the research base, disappearing from the spot. The Rinnegan is truly powerful. No wonder it's called the Eye of God. Naruko watched the six paths clones leave, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes as she murmured to herself. Next is the last one. The outer path still has some use. On my clone body, it can greatly reduce the usage time of the outer path. If it's stored in a crow's eye like Itachi's, its usefulness wouldn't be as great. Then Naruko directly opened the seventh physical body, embedding Uchiha Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan within, and took out the original eternal Manjiki Sharingan, putting it away. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Naruko's physical body, and Uchiha Shursue's eyes began to change, with a trigram formation appearing outside, directly transforming into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. I didn't expect my physical body could accommodate all Sharingan. There wasn't the slightest sense of rejection, and it automatically transformed into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. It seems that my bloodline now possesses a strong compatibility. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. Namikaze Naruko felt very happy inside, as she didn't expect her physical compatibility to be this strong. She was able to forcibly upgrade Uchiha Shursue's eyes directly to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Adding my own soul into the mix would make it perfect. After this period, I need to go into seclusion for a while. I've lost too much soul power and need to recuperate. Namikaze Naruko executed the same method, directly slicing off a part of her soul and integrating it. Her complexion paled slightly, but it was fleeting. The main body. Finally, the seventh clone appeared and bowed to Namikaze Naruko. Arrange the next itinerary yourself. I'm going into seclusion. Namikaze Naruko shook her head at the seventh clone before turning to leave. All right, main body. Whoosh. The seventh clone then disappeared. Meanwhile, Namikaze Naruko split off a shadow clone to deal with things at home while she entered deep seclusion to begin repairing the excessive loss of soul power. The loss of soul power was quite significant. It seems necessary to capture some villains to devour their souls and strengthen my own. Whoosh! Namikaze Naruko vanished from her spot, disappearing without a trace. The timeline shifts back to the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. The fight had escalated into a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Their swordsmanship and physical skills were nearly equal. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh! Naruto and Sasuke clashed swords, pushing back and leaving two long marks on the ground. Sasuke, I didn't expect your swordsmanship to improve so quickly. Looking at Sasuke, Naruto's mouth curved slightly in a smile. You're not bad either. Sasuke was breathing heavily, glancing at Naruto, feeling that his stamina was starting to lag. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Such physical prowess made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Next, I want to. Naruto looked at Sasuke, wanting to continue the assault. All right, stop. Naruto and Sasuke, you both are strong, evenly matched. I don't know how much longer this will go on. There are many classmates who still need to fight. You should take a break. At that moment, Iruka approached, as the two had already been fighting for nearly an hour. The arena had become shattered and broken, and neither had held back at all. Iruka couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly stepped in to stop them. Oh, okay, Iruka-sensei. Hey. Upon hearing Iruka's words, Naruto nodded quickly, putting away his specially made kunai and smiling at him. Chapter 180. Using Jinjutsu on Sasuke to force open the Sharingan. TCH. Sasuke looked at Iruka, smirking slightly, but said nothing more, directly putting away the Kusanagi sword and turning to leave. Wow, Sasuke is so cool and powerful. I love you. Naruto-kun is the coolest. He's the one overpowering Sasuke. Sasuke is amazing. Naruto is amazing. For a moment, the women on both sides began to argue again. It must be said, wherever there are women, there is war. Hee hee. Sasuke, don't go. Come on, I'll treat you to ramen. Ha ha. Seeing Sasuke leave, Naruto hurriedly ran up, shamelessly acting as if nothing had happened after their fierce battle. Teach. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but did not refuse. They had developed the habit of going for ramen together after fighting frequently. Hee hee. Now that the Uchiha clan won't face extermination, it's going to be difficult for Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan through hatred. Just right, today I'll let him enter a Jinjutsu to experience what despair feels like. This will directly stimulate him to awaken his eyes. At this moment, the Deva Path Namikaze Naruko appeared in the Uchiha clan. The Deva Path Namikaze Naruko was completely a girl. She had her own consciousness, and the first thought that came to her mind was Sasuke. Since Sasuke wouldn't experience the tragedy of clan extermination, the awakening of his eyes might be quite far off. To avoid changing the plot too much, she appeared directly in the Uchiha clan, intending to cast Jinjutsu on Uchiha Sasuke. This way, she could stimulate him to awaken his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Deva Path Namikaze Naruko opened her Kagaya Heart's eye and found Sasuke's room, where he was still fast asleep. Jinjutsu, dream space. Approaching Sasuke's bedside, the Deva Path Namikaze Naruko stretched out her hands, lifted Sasuke's eyelids, and directly cast a Jinjutsu. In the illusion, a blood moon hung high in the sky. I'm back. Huh? Brother? Dad? Mom? Where did you go? How strange. Why is no one at home? Where are the family members? Why is everyone missing? Sasuke returned home from school, and as he walked into the clan, he couldn't see anyone, which puzzled him. No, Itachi, you traitor. Poof. Bang, bang, bang. When Sasuke had searched through the clan and found no one, he was about to return to his room when he heard screams and hurried over. No, brother? Why? Brother, they're all clan members, right? Why kill them? Sasuke ran to the training ground and saw the ground covered with the corpses of clan members. Whether male or female, even children were not spared, blood flowing like rivers. Just moments ago, it had been silent, and now there were cries of slaughter everywhere, and the culprit was actually his own brother? Hee hee. Sasuke, you're back? Uchiha Itachi, with his Manjiki Sharingan activated, stared at Sasuke, his body filled with killing intent, wielding a bloodied katana, slowly approaching him. Bang! It was the first time Sasuke saw his brother radiating such killing intent, feeling the endless malice, causing him to collapse to the ground, letting out a scream, filled with fear. Brother, what happened to you? I am Sasuke. Seeing his brother's transformation, Sasuke felt extreme terror. His pupils constricted and his heart raced. Sasuke, I have always played the role of the ideal older brother in your mind, just to measure your capacity. You have become my opponent in measuring myself, which includes this possibility. So please, hate me, despise me. You have always wanted to surpass me, so I can let you live. For my own future, and for me to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Understand, this is my Manjiki Sharingan, and you, like me, have the qualification to awaken it. But there is one condition, endless hatred or endless love, just like me. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke, pointed at his crimson eyes, and a smirk crossed his lips, mocking. No, it won't be like that. Brother, it won't be. You are lying to me. You're lying to me. It won't be like this. No, sobi. Sasuke saw his brother's fierce expression, full of killing intent, with endless fear and disbelief in his eyes, and he burst into tears. Impossible? Look carefully. Mom and Dad are here too. Itachi Uchiha looked at Sasuke and let out a hearty laugh. With a wave of his right hand, two figures appear beside Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Itachi, what do you want to do? Let go of me and your mother. What do you want to do? Uchiha Fugaku shouted loudly at Uchiha Itachi, his face flushed and filled with anger. Itachi, what do you want to do? Let's go. Let go of your brother. This is your brother. Stop it. Uchiha Mikoto was also nearby and immediately called out to Uchiha Itachi, Dad, Mom, why has big brother become like this? Woo-woo. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto beside him, crying, why? To become stronger for me. Clang. Uchiha Itachi shook his right hand, producing a sound of a blade, and suddenly thrust forward. Stab. Uchiha Mikoto lowered her head to glance at the katana stabbed into her body, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. No, Mom. Uchiha Sasuke saw his mother die right in front of him and shouted, What else? Ja. Uchiha Itachi laughed maniacally, drew his katana, and directly beheaded Uchiha Fugaku. Splash. Blood gushed out, spraying onto Sasuke's face. Blood. No, this isn't real. This isn't real. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke roared, his anger instantly activated in his mind. A clarity washed over him, and his pupils burst forth with dazzling crimson light. His left eye transformed into a single Tomo, while his right eye directly became a double Tomo Sharingan. Now, Uchiha Sasuke's strength was much greater than before, but he still held on to fantasies about his brother, who had killed their entire clan and their parents. Chapter 181, Big Sister. What are you doing here? Ultimately, he could only unlock one single Tomo and one double Tomo, because in his eyes, even the entire clan and his parents were not as important as Uchiha Itachi. In Sasuke's heart, his brother was the most important person in the world, the one who loved him the most. Even his parents could not compare in his heart, so he could not unleash all his hatred to the fullest. Sasuke, you're weak. Why are you so weak? Is it because your hatred is not enough? The death of your entire clan, the death of your parents. And yet it only allowed you to awaken one single Mangekyou Sharingan and one double Mangekyou Sharingan? You are too weak. You don't have a family that can kill me for now. My foolish brother, do you want to kill me? If you want to kill me, then hate me. Only hate me, despise me. Then live on like a rat, surviving in a miserable way. Always escape. Always think about how to survive. When you possess eyes like mine, that will be the time when I take out your eyeballs and turn them into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is the meaning of your existence from then on. Ha. Uchiha Itachi continued to provoke, looking at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, his eyes flashing with endless mockery. I will kill you. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke gathered his courage, and the Kusanagi sword appeared in his right hand. He charged directly at Uchiha Itachi and suddenly thrust the sword forward. Goo. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished from the spot. My foolish brother, live on in humility. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi disappeared from the spot, leaving Uchiha Sasuke, who was in tears. Why? Ah! Uchiha Sasuke let out a long howl, shouting madly as his left eye began to spin, transforming into the double Tomo Sharingan before he fainted. In the real world. Done. I didn't expect he would finally achieve the double Tomo Sharingan. It seems that Itachi's teachings over the years have been quite helpful to Sasuke. His strength was already much greater than before, and now he directly awakened the double Tomo Sharingan at the end. This meets my expectations. At least he didn't end up with just a single Tomo, like in the original story. The Heavenly Path, Nagato, watched Uchiha Sasuke, who had fallen into a coma, with a slight smirk. First, let's treat him, and this mission will be complete. Hee. Then, Tendo Pain directly used medical ninjutsu to treat Sasuke a bit and disappeared from the spot without a trace. Who is it? Uchiha Itachi suddenly sensed a trace of presence and quickly followed the direction of the aura. It's you? You actually discovered me? It seems that Itachi's perception ability has greatly improved after obtaining the Rinnegan, hasn't it? My breath was completely retracted, and surprisingly, it was detected. Naruko furrowed her brows tightly, sensing Uchiha Itachi chasing behind her, deep in thought. Who is it? Why did you invade the Uchiha clan's territory? The voice of Uchiha Itachi came from distance. Itachi, it's me. Naruko stopped immediately, and Uchiha Itachi also appeared right away, slightly surprised as he looked at Naruko in front of him. Big sister, what are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi looked at Nagato with a hint of confusion in his eyes. It's nothing. Tomorrow you can take a look at Sasuke's Sharingan, and you'll know. Ha. I just want to come and have some fun. Tian Daoming Z turned around and smiled sweetly at Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke? Sharingan? Sasuke has opened his eyes? Big sister, what is this? Could it be a Jinjutsu? Uchiha Itachi was slightly taken aback, looking at the figure of Nagato in front of him, and thought of a possibility. Itachi remained as intelligent as ever. Indeed, if Sasuke didn't open his eyes soon, his training progress would not catch up to Naruto's. At that time, his inner dissatisfaction would lead him down the wrong path. It was about time for him to awaken his Sharingan. After graduation, with the bonds they would have with each other, they would be able to smoothly unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. This would require you to put in a lot of effort, and try not to let Sasuke awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan out of hatred. The Mangekyou Sharingan awakened through hatred is not as powerful as the one that naturally awakens. Nagato looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled. Yes, is that so? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows, lowered his head in thought, and nodded slightly. Uchiha Sasuke's inner drive is extremely strong. If he falls too far behind Naruto, he could easily go into a rampage. It is indeed very likely that he will turn to darkness. now that he has activated the Sharingan. It might bring him unexpected benefits. Your Manjiki Sharingan is prepared for Sasuke. However, most of its ocular power has already been absorbed by you. So for Sasuke to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he must possess a much greater amount of ocular power. Otherwise, the remaining ocular power from the Manjiki Sharingan you previously exchanged is simply insufficient for Sasuke to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Naruko looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled. I see, big sister. But big sister, why do I feel like you're a bit different today? Uchiha Itachi nodded, feeling that Naruko in front of him seemed somewhat different. Different? In what way? Naruko was slightly taken aback, lowered her head to look at herself, and touched her face with some confusion. You seem to smile more than before. And today you seem to have more femininity. Never mind. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Naruko, feeling that she was not quite the same as usual. Smile more? Did I not smile before? Are you saying I don't look good today? Naruko looked at Uchiha Itachi, slightly surprised. Under the moonlight, his Rinnegan flashed with blue light, looking strangely captivating. No. Big sister is the most beautiful. How could you not look good? Uchiha Itachi quickly shook his head bobbing like a rattle drum. Just joking with you. All right, I'm leaving now. You should continue to rest. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's reaction, Naruko found it amusing and smiled, waving her hand at him. All right, so beautiful. It was rare to see Naruko show such an innocent smile, which made Uchiha Itachi feel like his heart was melting. What beautiful? Itachi? What are you talking about? Naruko noticed Uchiha Itachi staring blankly at her and, puzzled, waved her hand in front of him. Chapter 182. You look really good when you smile, big sister. Good night, go back to sleep. I'm a bit sleepy, goodbye. Whoosh. Uchiha Itachi snapped back to reality. Seeing Naruko in front of him, his face flushed, and he disappeared from the spot. What the heck? So strange? Naruko frowned, confused, watching Uchiha Itachi flee in embarrassment, feeling a bit dazed. Forget it, I won't care about him. Then Naruko also disappeared from the spot, vanishing without a trace. Hoo. That feeling again, my heart is racing. Today's Naruko has changed so much. I rarely saw her smile like this before. She looks really good when she smiles. Ha. When Uchiha Itachi returned to his room, his face was flushed, his heart racing, but a smile crossed his lips. Let's go see Sasuke. It must not be easy to open his eyes in a genjutsu, right? After his heart rate returned to normal, Uchiha Itachi stood up and walked towards Uchiha Sasuke's room. Open his eyes, double tomo. Not bad. As expected of Sasuke. He's truly a little genius. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still sound asleep, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Looks like Naruko has helped Sasuke with his treatment. Sasuke, tell me, if you had a sister-in-law like this, would you like her? Touching Uchiha Sasuke's face, Uchiha Itachi smiled. I'll transmit some of my ocular power to you. This ocular technique of mine will be stored in your eyes. Perhaps one day, it will protect your life. Uchiha Itachi gently looked at Uchiha Sasuke, directly opening his eyes and transmitting his ocular power to him, sealing his dream reality ocular technique within Sasuke's eyes. As long as Uchiha Sasuke encounters danger, it will trigger automatically. Sleep well. Tomorrow everything will be fine. Uchiha Itachi gently covered the blanket that Uchiha Sasuke had kicked off, turned and left. Ouch, that hurts. Dad, Mom. After waking up, Uchiha Sasuke felt a soreness all over his body. Once he regained some consciousness, he jumped out of bed and ran outside. Mom. Woo. When Uchiha Sasuke saw Uchiha Mikoto making breakfast for him, he ran over and tightly hugged her, bursting into tears. Sasuke, you woke up so early? What's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened? Uchiha Mikoto, hearing her precious son's cries, quickly put down what she was doing and turned to hug Sasuke, asking with concern. Last night, I had a nightmare. Woo. I dreamed that my brother killed Dad and Mom. It scared me to death. Sasuke recounted his dream to Uchiha Mikoto while crying. Silly child, that was just a dream. It's not real. Don't cry. Dad and Mom are here and fine. How could Itachi kill Dad and Mom? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Mikoto laughed out loud, reaching out to pat his back to comfort him. It scared me to death. Holding on to Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke felt relieved when he saw that his mother was okay. What's going on? Just then, Uchiha Fugaku heard the commotion and walked in, looking puzzled. Dad! Uchiha Sasuke quickly released Uchiha Mikoto and jumped into Uchiha Fugaku's arms. What happened? Uchiha Fugaku looked confused, staring at Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had a scary dream last night. It's nothing. Uchiha Makoto smiled sweetly at Uchiha Fugaku. Silly child, it was all fake, just a dream. It's fine now. Uchiha Fugaku reached out to pat Uchiha Sasuke's head, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. The dream last night was too real. It scared me to death. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, feeling that the dream was incredibly realistic, so much so that he sensed endless terror. Ha ha! It was just a dream, don't be afraid. Dad and Mom are here. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at Uchiha Sasuke. Breakfast is ready, Sasuke. Go wake your brother up to eat. Uchiha Makoto smiled at Uchiha Sasuke, asking him to go call Uchiha Itachi for breakfast. Oh, okay, Mom. Uchiha Sasuke was very happy knowing it was just a dream. How can my brother harm me? It was just a dream, all fake. Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself, then stood up and happily ran towards Uchiha Itachi's room. Brother, wake up for breakfast. When Uchiha Sasuke entered Uchiha Itachi's room, he shouted loudly, Huh, where's brother? After entering the room, Uchiha Sasuke looked around but did not see Uchiha Itachi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several shurikens flew directly towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and instantly disappeared from the spot. Tap, tap, tap. As Uchiha Sasuke dodged, he found 4 shurikens stuck in the ground. Who is it? Come out. How dare you intrude into our Uchiha clan? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Uchiha Sasuke frowned tightly and immediately threw the shuriken in his hand towards the position where the shuriken had just been shot, flying quickly. Tap, tap, tap. In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke saw that there was no one at the place just now. Where's the person? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, looking around, unable to see anyone. A bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, countless shurikens flew towards Uchiha Sasuke at high speed. Such speed? Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, quickly dodging the incoming shurikens, cursing inwardly. Faced with so many shurikens, Uchiha Sasuke could only evade, having no ability to resist at all. This is my brother's room. I can't burn it down. Who the hell is this guy? Why can't I see him? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, dodging while constantly searching for the person attacking him. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find the person launching the attack. Chapter 183. Finding someone you truly love. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But the shurikens still didn't stop. Instead, their speed increased. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, bloodstains began to appear on Uchiha Sasuke's body, clearly indicating that his speed and eyesight couldn't keep up. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke cursed under his breath. A flash of anger in his eyes, and suddenly, his double Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eye sockets. What is that? My eyes? The Sharingan? I've awakened it. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Sasuke initially thought it was a dream and didn't pay attention to the fact that he had awakened his eyes, but now, suddenly opening the Sharingan filled him with shock and joy. A trivial skill. After awakening his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke clearly saw the trajectory of all the shurikens in front of him, his body becoming extremely light as he continuously dodged the shurikens aimed at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not only could he dodge, but Uchiha Sasuke could also counterattack, sending shurikens flying in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Countless shurikens collided, producing a crisp sound. Whoosh. In the next moment, a shadow appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke. Bang. Uchiha Sasuke sensed the presence behind him and jumped into the air, delivering a backward kick. Whoosh. The figure in black was directly kicked away, sliding on the ground. Bang! The sliding figure quickly stabilized himself with a powerful push of his right foot. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke frowned and shouted angrily at the figure in black. Whoosh! The figure in black ignored him and charged again. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. The two immediately engaged in battle, exchanging blows as if they were evenly matched. Damn, who is this person? His punches are so fast and powerful. My hands are starting to ache. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, looking at the figure in black, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Just as Uchiha Sasuke was distracted, the man in black charged again, throwing a punch straight at his face. Not good. Uchiha Sasuke snapped back to reality, the fist the size of a sandbag already in front of him. But it was too late to dodge, and a few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The fist stopped just a millimeter away from Uchiha Sasuke. Gulp! Uchiha Sasuke swallowed, looking at the figure in black. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Brother? You bullied me? Uchiha Sasuke saw that the one who had just attacked him was actually Uchiha Itachi, pouting and placing his hands on his hips, turning his face away. Ha ha! Good reflexes, and you've opened your double Tomo Sharingan. Our Sasuke is truly a genius. Uchiha Itachi reached out and ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair, laughing heartily. Yet, you still got defeated by your brother. When will I surpass you, brother? Uchiha Sasuke pouted, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. If it hadn't been for my brother just now, I would have been dead if it were someone else. Sasuke is already very strong. Back then, even you, Itachi, might not have been as strong. At 6 years old, it's rare for someone to awaken the double Tomo Sharingan. It doesn't matter if you can't beat your brother now. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to defeat him. Uchiha Itachi reached out and rubbed Uchiha Sasuke's hair, squinting his eyes and smiling. Yes, I will definitely defeat my brother in the future and become the strongest man in the ninja world. I will not give up. Uchiha Sasuke smiled at Uchiha Itachi, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Okay, let's go. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Uchiha Sasuke, and then the illusion before them shattered, and the two appeared in Itachi's room, where there was no sign of a fight. What? Brother, what was that just now? Was that an illusion? Why didn't I notice anything with my Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned, looking at the shattered illusion with a look of shock in his eyes. Yes, this is my brother's ability. In the future, Sasuke will also gain his own abilities. You must work hard. When you truly want to protect someone, you will awaken the same power as your brother. Do you understand? Uchiha Itachi smiled at Uchiha Sasuke, directly carrying him on his back as he walked towards Uchiha Fugaku and the others. Someone I truly want to protect. I just want to protect my brother, and protect Dad and Mom. And brother, what does it mean to awaken power? What kind of power will I awaken? Uchiha Sasuke was curious, wanting to protect his brother and parents, but deep down, the person he truly wanted to protect was only his brother. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were far less important to Uchiha Sasuke than Uchiha Itachi in his heart. It's this pair of eyes. With this pair of eyes, you can have the same power as your brother, even surpass your brother's power. But you must find someone you truly need to protect, whether it's a lover or your best friend. When your love for them reaches a higher level, you will awaken your own Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi directly opened his Mangekyou Sharingan, a pair of eerie eyes appearing in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly recalled the eyes he had seen in his dream, his pupils constricting, a look of shock and a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. A lover? A best friend? The person I truly need to protect? Brother, then who is your lover? Don't you want to protect me? Uchiha Sasuke then lowered his head, frowning and casually asking, My lover? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, slightly stunned, and then a scene appeared in his mind, smiling gently. The one I want to protect the most is, of course, Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha smiled at Sasuke Uchiha, turned his head, and prepared to go have breakfast. He thought I will protect my brother well in the future. I will definitely become stronger, even stronger than my brother. Look at Naruto, still being arrogant with me. Now that I've awakened my Sharingan, I can definitely give him a thunderous blow and defeat him decisively. Last time we tied in sword fighting. This time I will definitely defeat him. Only by fighting him can I improve my strength. Chapter 184. Itachi Uchiha's killing intent. Sasuke Uchiha smiled, thinking of Naruto. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and clenched his fists, eager to have another sword fight with him. Sasuke, you need to work hard. Itachi Uchiha didn't want to discourage Sasuke and smiled at him. Itachi's here? Come on, sit down for breakfast. Today, you don't have to go to the Umbu. It's rare for our family to sit together for breakfast. Mikoto Uchiha saw Itachi carrying Sasuke walk in and smiled gently. Okay, Mom. Itachi smiled at Mikoto, set Sasuke down, and the family sat together, enjoying a warm breakfast. Father, I heard there are opposing voices in the clan again. After breakfast, Itachi sat with Fugaku Uchiha and said coldly, Yes, I don't know who provoked them. For now, I haven't found the source. These people's thoughts are very dangerous. They could easily lead us back to the situation we were in 4 years ago. You know about this matter too, right? Fugaku nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Father, any opposing voices against the village must be eradicated. Peace is hard-won. We cannot let a single rotten apple spoil the whole barrel. A glint of killing intent flashed in Itachi's eyes as he looked at Fugaku. Itachi's killing intent is so powerful, and this aura, it seems to vaguely surpass mine. Could Itachi have awakened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Fugaku's brow furrowed as he felt Itachi's killing intent and aura, his heart shaken. I will handle this matter properly, Father. After all, they are clansmen, and now a fifth of our clan has been stirred up. Killing them all would be a significant loss to our Uchiha clan strength. However, as the clan leader. It pains me to execute a fifth of our clansmen. Do you really think this will make them change their minds? Once the seed of hatred is planted, it will only expand infinitely. I will not allow anyone in this world to harm the village, even if they are clansmen. If they dare to make any move, they will be killed without mercy. Itachi directly activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, staring at Fugaku, delivering a final warning to his father, hoping he wouldn't be impulsive and misled. What? Eternal Mangeki Sharingan? How is that possible? Itachi? Your eyes? How could this be? Fugaku looked at Itachi, seeing him awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. His expression filled with shock. He awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, so he naturally knew about the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. But the stone tablet clearly states that only the eyes of close relatives can awaken the eternal eye. Why could Itachi awaken his own eternal eye? This left him feeling incredulous. Father, this is just my advice to you. I can sense the Mangeki Sharingan within you. However, in the face of my eternal eye, everything is trivial. My mind and body will always stand on the side of the village. I hope Father can resolve the opposing voices in the clan quickly. I give you 7 days. If those clansmen with opposing voices do not repent in that time, I will personally take action and eliminate them all. Itachi looked at Fugaku with his crimson eternal Mangeki Sharingan, immense killing intent pouring out recklessly. Father understands. Father will do his best. If it has no effect at all, then it is their fate. Fugaku nodded. He didn't want to oppose, but he didn't want to lose these clansmen. A fifth of their clansmen represented a fifth of their combat power. After losing them, the strength of the Uchiha clan would be greatly diminished. Dad, brother, what are you two talking about? At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha appeared in front of them, calling out to the two. Nothing. Sasuke, take the day off. I'll take you out to train. Itachi, seeing Sasuke appear, withdrew his killing intent, put away his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and smiled at him. Great. Brother, let us go train. Sasuke was very happy to hear that Itachi would accompany him to train and immediately followed. Itachi's strength was unfathomable. He might have already reached the level of Madara Uchiha back then. However, now Minato, also possessed, would release, just like the first Hokage back in the day. Madara Uchiha was defeated by the first Hokage, and Minato's strength was similarly becoming more unfathomable. These fools are still thinking about rebellion? What rebellion? If it weren't for their combat power, would I have kept you? Truly a group of ignorant people. They are bound to destroy the current peace. Humph. Fugaku watched Itachi's departing figure, his brow furrowed, cursing inwardly before turning to leave. Kurama, why do I feel like my strength is increasing so slowly? I feel like Sasuke is catching up to me. Clearly, my power keeps rising. So why can Sasuke catch up? Naruto lay on the thick fur of the Nine Tails, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's not that you're not working hard enough. Your strength is still awakening. The power within you is vast. Your sister has tampered with your body. Kurama lay on the ground, not even raising its eyelids, and said faintly, My sister tampered with my body? What did she do? I didn't know anything about it. Is there still power within me that hasn't awakened? Why didn't I notice? I do know that Sasuke's family is from the Uchiha clan. They can awaken the Sharingan, which is said to be very powerful, able to make anyone pregnant with just a stare. No, I mean, anyone who stares will fall. Naruto looked at Kurama with some confusion, not understanding what it meant. However, he knew that the Uchiha clan was indeed very powerful, possessing something called a Sharingan, which could release illusions, making it hard for people to defend against. The Uchiha clan? Humph. Kurama snorted coldly, internally despising the Uchiha clan the most. Chapter 185. The 10 Tails for Naruto, don't underestimate yourself. Once the power within you awakens, you will definitely surpass that kid. But don't underestimate his power either. The evil power hidden within him is not inferior to Madara Uchiha. Kurama raised its head and looked at Naruto, a complex expression flashing in its eyes. Madara Uchiha? I've heard that name. He's said to be very powerful. Is it true that he has been sought after from last year to this year? Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect such a powerful force to be hidden within Sasuke, right? I can't slack off here. Kurama, I'm going out to train. I'll come to see you next time. Naruto was slightly taken aback, then recalled that in recent years, he had been investigating the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, who seemed to be a very formidable opponent. But Naruto never expected that Sasuke would possess strength that rivaled his own, which left him in disbelief. And he quickly jumped down from Kurama's back. Get lost. Who wants to see you? Kurama laid down his head, closed his eyes, and cursed angrily. See you. Naruto waved at Kurama and vanished from the spot. This kid's future achievements are really something to look forward to. After Naruto left, Kurama's mouth slightly curled up, his eyes opened, and a mysterious smile flashed in his gaze. Alright, now it's time to make a big push. Shadow, clone jutsu. Bang bang bang. Brothers, let's work hard and start training. Ha ha ha. After Naruto came out, he went straight into the forest and unleashed the Shadow clone jutsu, filling the area with white smoke. Alright, let's go. Hundreds of Narutos shouted in unison, raising their fists loudly. Tap tap tap. Then hundreds of Narutos scattered, each starting to practice ninjutsu and nature transformations. Whoosh! Naruto. At that moment, Naruko appeared beside Naruto, smiling and calling out to him. Sister? Sister? What are you doing here? Are you here to give me a powerful ninjutsu? Seeing Naruko appear, Naruto looked surprised and was filled with anticipation. Ninjutsu? I don't have any ninjutsu. You just need to make your own. When the time comes, I'll let Jiraiya teach you sage jutsu. I came to find you to extract Kurama from your body and then place it inside this. Naruko smiled at Naruto, then directly took out a Ten Tails from her system space. The Ten Tails was quite small, about the size of a plush toy. This Ten Tails is different from the one in the Naruto world. It looks somewhat like a husky puppy, except it had a huge blood-red Rinnegan on its forehead and 10 dog tails swaying in the wind, looking adorably awkward. A dog? Sister, why do you want to extract Kurama? If you do that when I die. And what is this dog? Why does it have 10 tails? But it's kind of cute. Naruto was slightly taken aback, looking at the 10 tails in Naruko's hand, feeling confused as to why his sister wanted to extract Kurama from him. Isn't it supposed to be fatal for a Jinchuriki to lose their tail beast? 10 tails? How? How is that possible? Where did this monster come from? Why does the 10 tails still exist in this world? Didn't the 10 tails already split into us? Kurama, upon hearing Naruko's intention to extract him, was slightly startled, then sensed a terrifying aura accompanied by a strong sense of pressure. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a 10 tails, which scared him quite a bit. This is something my sister unexpectedly obtained. It's the 10 tails. Don't be fooled by its size. Its chakra is dozens of times larger than Kurama's. If you seal it within you, you will gain special power. A power even stronger than Kurama's. How about it? This is a gift from your sister. Do you like it? Naruko looked at Naruto with a big smile. Stronger than Kurama? But sister, I just became friends with Kurama. If you take him away, won't I lose a friend? I don't think I want this 10 tails. It doesn't seem useful to me. Naruto shook his head, looking at Naruko with some reluctance. After all, Naruto had been with Kurama for 6 years, and they had developed some bond over time. He was determined not to abandon Kurama. Although he didn't know what his sister wanted to do by extracting Kurama, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm him, not even his sister. Don't like it? Naruko frowned, looking at Naruto deep in thought. This kid, although he is young, I am willing to be friends with him. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama's mouth slightly curled up, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. It's not that I don't like it. I definitely like what my sister gives me. But I would prefer to stay with Kurama and grow together. We have finally become friends, and I would feel reluctant if my sister took him away. Naruto shook his head, afraid of making his sister sad, and quickly said, well, Naruto is also a good child. Responsible. All right then, since Naruto doesn't like it, I'll put it away. However, Kurama's chakra is still too little. Naruko smiled at Naruto and reached out to rub his head. Then, she directly entered Naruto's ceiling space, bringing him to meet Kurama. What are you two doing here? Kurama, seeing Naruto, was naturally pleased, but seeing Naruko made him a bit displeased. It's this little girl who split me into 3. It really made me feel terrible, so I wouldn't give her a good face. Kurama, don't be so fierce. This is my sister. We are friends, aren't we? Naruto smiled as he walked up to Kurama and patted the corner of his mouth. Kurama did not dodge, indicating that the relationship between the two was indeed quite good. Kurama, I'm here to deliver chakra to you. Catch! Naruko saw that Naruto and Kurama had a good relationship, nodded, and walked up, smiling at him. She could read the joy in Kurama's eyes. Clearly, he was sincere towards Naruto. Chapter 186. How lonely it is to be invincible. Deliver chakra to me. I, the Nine Tails, am known for having infinite chakra. Do I need you to deliver it? Though your chakra is immense, I'm not lacking either. Upon hearing Naruko's words, Kurama curled his lips in disdain, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Saying deliver is just delivering. Why so much nonsense? Catch! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Naruko's mouth slightly lifted, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes as she directly appeared in front of Kurama, levitating in the air, her right hand resting on Kurama's head, pouring her endless chakra directly into Kurama's body. What? How is this possible? What kind of chakra amount is this? I sense her chakra is immense, but I didn't expect it to be this overwhelming. It's like a bottomless pit, countless times larger than mine. When sister.Naruko touched Kurama, he felt an endless stream of chakra surging towards him, vastly greater than his own, and a look of shock flashed in his pupils. Talking to myself seems a bit strange. Kurama. At that moment, Kyuubi's chakra flowed out, taking on a chakra form, and smiled at the shocked young Kyuubi in front of him. I didn't expect your chakra to be so vast now. It's several times stronger than our combined complete form. It seems you've also gained such benefits, huh? But to be honest, talking to oneself is indeed quite strange. Young Kyuubi looked at Kyuubi, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. The scale of Kyuubi's chakra was even greater than when they were originally combined. Boom, boom, boom. The original Kyuubi's body rapidly expanded. After being separated, young Kyuubi's body had shrunk by more than half. But now it had returned to its peak state and was still growing. Good? So big? Kyuubi has expanded a lot? Got fat? Naruto looked at the ever-growing Kyuubi, momentarily stunned, and instinctively said, Naruto, I'm getting stronger, not getting fat. Am I fat? Roaring. The greatly expanded head of Kyuubi looked at Naruto, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Ha ha, you've gotten a lot fatter than before. Naruto didn't find Kyuubi's gaze particularly frightening and smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. TCH. Kyuubi rolled his eyes and then looked at Kyuubi and Naruto Uzumaki, seemingly lost in thought. You're stronger now than before. You're still a bit weaker than the Ten Tails, but you're much more agile than it. Its intelligence is about that of a child. Speaking of which, your overall strength has surpassed the Ten Tails. Staying in Naruto's body is beneficial for you. Naruto Uzumaki smiled at young Kyuubi, noting that the current Kyuubi was not much weaker than the Ten Tails. Originally, Kyuubi was the majority of the Ten Tails, and even all the other tailed beasts combined might not have chakra as vast as Kyuubi. Now, after the chakra infused by Naruto Uzumaki, the chakra within was several times larger than before, indicating how rich it was. I never planned to go out. Young Kyuubi looked at Naruto Uzumaki coldly. Young, your expression has already given you away. I really don't know that we are now one entity, different individuals. Kyuubi smiled at young Kyuubi, his smile carrying a hint of softness. We're naturally considered one. You are me, and I am you. It's just that we're separated for now. Sooner or later, we will merge again. Young Kyuubi rolled his eyes at Kyuubi and said lightly, Ha ha ha. Then Kyuubi and young Kyuubi exchanged smiles. Let's go. Naruto Uzumaki patted Naruto's head and then took him out of the ceiling space. Naruto, you should train well and communicate with Kyuubi often. It has many forms that can enhance your strength. You can borrow its power. Naruto Uzumaki smiled at Naruto. I understand. Sister, where are you going? Naruto nodded and then saw that Naruto Uzumaki seemed to want to leave again, feeling a bit hopeful that his sister would stay to accompany him in training. I still have things to do. I'll leave a clone to accompany you in training. Training needs to be gradual, and you can't rush it. Bang! Naruto Uzumaki patted Naruto's little head and then directly created a shadow clone, while she herself disappeared from the spot. I understand, sister. Naruto felt a bit disappointed, looking at the place where his sister had left, lost in thought. Naruto, let's start training. The clone of Naruto Uzumaki smiled at Naruto and directly pulled him to train. Naruto smiled at the clone of Naruto Uzumaki, thinking at least his sister's clone was still here. Although it wasn't her real self, it was better than nothing. Since Naruto doesn't want the Ten Tails, I'll just keep it for myself. I possess infinite chakra within me, so I don't need the Ten Tails at all. However, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki does have some benefits. The Ten Tails is the god tree and possesses many different powers. Let's cultivate it for now. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the Ten Tails in her hand, shook her head, and ultimately did not absorb it into her body. After all, Naruto Uzumaki already had infinite chakra and didn't need the Ten Tails' assistance. The damage to her soul had been somewhat compensated, but she was still very weak. During this time, she planned to go out and devour more souls of people. Those who commit evil deeds are a waste of air while alive and a waste of land when dead. They should contribute to me. After splitting her soul into 7 parts, Naruto Uzumaki's soul was in an extremely weak state. During this time, she devoured some mountain bandit souls and recovered some strength. However, The mountain bandits were too weak, and the strength of their souls was insufficient. Naruto Uzumaki also planned to go out and hunt down more wicked people, devouring their souls to strengthen herself. Whoosh! Then Naruto Uzumaki disappeared from the spot, leaving the village to search for bad people. Sigh. It's really boring. I suddenly feel that being invincible is so lonely. Being too strong is also a kind of sin. Tendo Naruto sat in the forest, not knowing what to do, thinking and thinking, but finding no place to play, lying on the ground in boredom, gazing at the azure sky. Chapter 187. Devouring the 10 Tails. Six Paths Nagato appears. What is my purpose for coming to this world? Sigh. She felt very confused, unable to understand why she came to this world. This was something Tendo Naruto could not figure out. This is also the downside of Naruto's Six Paths clones. Once they have thoughts, they start to overthink. Finally, all the tailed beasts have been sealed. For the next period, you all should rest well. Without my permission, no one should appear in front of any ninja village casually. After an unknown amount of time, the Akatsuki organization finally infused the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into the outer path statue. 9 eyes opened simultaneously, then slowly closed. Nagato looked at everyone present and commanded, then disappeared from the spot. TCH. Boring. Do we Akatsuki just huddle here every day? If you all are Akatsuki, it's really pointless. Haiden carried the large scythe on his shoulder, rolling his eyes. If you don't want to die, shut up. Don't think that just because you have an immortal body, the leader can't kill you. The leader is best at extracting souls. No matter how strong your body is, if your soul is gone, you will still die. Kurizetsu snorted coldly and then directly burrowed into the ground. TCH, what's so great about that? Haiden rolled his eyes. Although he said that, he still felt some fear inside. He had felt Nagato's aura, which was simply on a different level from theirs. Okay, disperse. I also need to go down and conduct research. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, and he turned to leave. Stinky snake, playing with snakes, really disgusting. The snakes are useless under my puppetry. Sasori rolled his eyes and dragged his heavy body, directly disappearing from the spot. Summoning technique. Bam! At this moment, Pain of the Six Paths arrived above the ocean and directly performed the summoning technique, summoning none other than his true body. The summoning technique. Bang! Pain, emaciated, sat down on a recliner. All the tubes inserted in his body had been removed, and he used the summoning technique again. Roar! Suddenly, a 10 tails nearly 1,000 meters tall appeared above the endless ocean, instantly causing the sea to surge and the world change color. As a massive aura swept across the entire ninja world. Noisy. Come to me. Pain looked at the 10 tails in front of him, snorted coldly, and directly opened his Rinnegan, exerting a tremendous pulling force on the 10 tails. Roar! The 10 tails roared, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being absorbed into Pain's body. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Pain's originally emaciated body began to rebound. He had been on the verge of death, but now appeared normal, his physique starting to return to normal, and all the black rods within him were forced out. But strangely, the Six Paths clones did not dissipate and could still be controlled by him, while Pain's short red hair began to change, eventually turning white. The Akatsuki outfit also transformed into a white robe wrapped around him, restoring his former beauty, no longer emaciated. Immediately, unknown double horns grew from his forehead. 6 Magatama appeared on his chest, 9 truth-seeking balls appeared on his back, and a pitch-black rod appeared in his right hand, which ultimately transformed into the creation god Sword of the Sage of 6 Paths, Tian Zhuang Yao. With Pain's furious roar, an immense aura surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, the sea surface exploded, turning into towering waves that spread in all directions. Is this the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Ha 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 ha. After devouring the 10 tails, Pain's strength was elevated, directly reaching the level of the original Sage Obito. Do not underestimate Pain. His strength is incredibly formidable, possessing an enormous chakra, and controlling the 6 Paths clones could annihilate the entire Konoha village. This was still the result of him being severely injured and not using his full power to preserve his strength. The true strength of Pain is far beyond this. Even Obito did not dare to act recklessly when Pain was around, because Obito knew he was no match for Pain. Obito could easily seize Pain's Rinnegan and become the later Sage Obito, but he lacked the strength and could only wait for Pain's demise. Even when Pain's body was extremely weak, Obito was not confident in dealing with him, showing just how strong Pain's real strength is. Now, I can truly be called the god of the ninja world. Umph. Uchiha Madara, do you think I am really foolish? The corner of Pain's mouth slightly raised, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. It's time for the plan to begin. Pain of the Six Paths directly disappeared from the spot, sending the Deva Path to summon everyone. The time has come. Everyone immediately left the base to seize wealth. The more, the better. Directly head to the treasuries of the 5 great nations to loot. Additionally, recall all Akatsuki members. Everyone must mobilize. This time, an unprecedented war is about to begin. The 4 formed a small team to capture the Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu, hand over all the collected DNA to Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately used the Edo Tensei to fully resurrect these people. Begin the assault on the entire ninja world. Pain of the Deva Path summoned everyone back and immediately issued orders. After gaining power, he decided to wage war against the entire ninja world, no longer having the slightest hesitation. Yes, leader. Black Zetsu looked at the Deva Path Pain, deep in thought. Over the years, he had always wanted to find a location of Pain's true body, but ultimately failed. Conan had hidden Pain well, giving him not the slightest opportunity. To this day, he still had not found Pain's location. Now that the Deva Path Pain was acting so unusually, he must have already become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Black Zetsu could determine this, and his heart was filled with some anticipation. Mom, soon, you should be able to be resurrected, right? Hihi. A hint of a smile flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes as he threw a scroll to Orochimaru. Yes, leader. Orochimaru received the scroll, a smile flashing in his eyes, extending his tongue to lick his lips. The contents of these scrolls were all good things. Finally going out. Huh, I waited too long for this day. Ha ha. This time, I must kill a few more to send to the Shinigami. My scythe has long been itching for action. Haiden, hearing that they were going to battle, could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. Chapter 188, Edo Tensei. First and second Hokage. Is the battle about to begin? Hihi. Kisame Hashigaki smiled coldly, sneering. I'm only interested in money. Leave the treasuries of the 5 great nations to me. Hihi. A greedy look flashed in the eyes of Jago. The only thing that attracted him was money. Nothing else mattered. Depart. A month later, regardless of whether they captured the Jinchuriki, return to the base immediately, then together, launch a full-scale assault. Pain of the Deva Path said coldly. Yes, leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Pain of the Deva Path's command, all Akatsuki members disappeared from the spot. Black Zetsu, the white Zetsu army you promised back then, can also be deployed. After everyone left, Pain of the Deva Path glanced at Black Zetsu, his eyes icy. Hee. All right, leader. A smile flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes as he directly burrowed into the ground, disappearing. Pain of the Deva Path looked at the place where Black Zetsu had left, snorting coldly. Has Pain really reached this point? Can we truly contend with the 5 great ninja villages? The last time, that red giant was incredibly strong. I had no ability to resist in front of him. I still don't know how many such existences Konoha possesses. If we engage in battle now, we might encounter danger. Conan frowned, looking at Pain of the Deva Path. A hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, I'm no longer what I used to be. They're nothing more than ants in front of me. Only by making them feel the same pain and pay the same price can we understand each other. Only by experiencing pain can one cherish peace. Now, I possess godlike strength. No matter how strong they are, they're merely mortals, having no effect on me whatsoever. This time, I will make the entire ninja world bear pain, letting them know what it means to cherish and what it means to love. Pain of the Deva Path said coldly to Conan, his Rinnegan filled with killing intent. Pain? Conan looked at Pain of the Deva Path, feeling as if he had become a completely different person, making her somewhat unable to grasp. Let's go. This battle has already begun. We have no way to retreat. Pain of the Deva Path glanced at Conan, then turned and left. Conan had no choice but to nod, then transformed into a paper and disappeared from the spot. Hey, so much DNA, it's truly wonderful. With this DNA, my power will be the strongest. Uchiha Itachi, hee. These eyes are not bad. They were able to easily cut through the leader's techniques. Moreover, they possessed the Susanoo recorded in the texts. Such eyes are the most suitable for my body. The Uchiha clan, hee. Orochimaru looked at the hundreds or thousands of DNA in front of him, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Edo Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. Then Orochimaru continuously used Edo Tensei, reviving one after another of the ninjas who had long been dead. They were all elite from various countries' previous generations, including the second Mizukage, second Suchikage, second Hokage, third Reikage, third Kazekage, various Jinchuriki, some special Jonin with bloodline limits, and many more elite warriors revived by Orochimaru. The good show is about to begin. Hee. Orochimaru's heart was cheering as he watched strong figures appear one after another, a smile flickering in his eyes. Everyone awaken. It's time to move. Ha ha ha. As Orochimaru clasped his hands together, hundreds or thousands of coffins opened, and the people inside simultaneously opened their eyes. Go. Head to the battlefield. This world will be overturned under my hand. Go and capture Uchiha Itachi for me. I want to turn around. Ha ha. Orochimaru then controlled the crowd, and they immediately rushed towards Konoha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone acted according to Orochimaru's orders without resistance, although they had their own consciousness. They could not stop their bodies from being controlled. Edo Tensei? Who summoned me? How dare you desecrate the souls of the dead? The second Hokage frowned, looking at Orochimaru with a hint of shock and anger in his eyes. Isn't it you who researched such a ninjutsu? Who would have thought it would be used on us in the end? The first Hokage frowned, reached out to pat his forehead, and glanced reproachfully at Senju Tobirama. Brother, this is not the time for such talk. Trying to control me with a technique I created? I don't know who you are, but you're quite arrogant, huh? The aura of the second Hokage pressed directly towards Orochimaru, who stepped forward. Such terrifying chakra. This aura is truly frightening. However, this is the perfect version of Edo Tensei, which you cannot change. Over the years, Orochimaru has not stopped researching the new Edo Tensei, and the research has greatly improved, making it easier and requiring less chakra to control the deceased. Can't move? This kid is not bad, huh? At this moment, Senju Tobirama felt his body unable to move, shock flashing in his eyes. He never expected that his own technique would control him, and he could not break free. Hee. Second Hokage, don't waste your effort. This is my further research. You cannot break free. I should call you Shirgan Master now. Orochimaru looked at Senju Tobirama with a smug smile and coldly laughed. Shirgan? So you are a disciple of the little monkey? What do you want to do by summoning us? And you just said to capture Uchiha Itachi? Has the Uchiha clan betrayed us? Heading to Konoha? Is it an attack on Konoha? Senju Tobirama frowned, looking at Orochimaru with a thoughtful expression. That's right. I am a disciple of Hisashi Sensei. My name is Orochimaru. However, I am now a rogue ninja. I seek immortality, which my teacher does not understand. I can only leave. Orochimaru licked his chin with his tongue, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Chapter 189, God of Ninjas, terrifying as such. Immortality? Another forbidden technique? Orochimaru, what is the current situation in Konoha? Do you really want to destroy Konoha by gathering so many powerful people? A dense killing intent flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes as he coldly spoke to Orochimaru. Destroy Konoha? No, I don't want to. I just want to take a body. However, there are people who want to destroy Konoha. No, they want to destroy the entire ninja world. Orochimaru coldly laughed at Senju Hashirama. He had no intention of destroying Konoha, but many wished to do so. What? Someone wants to destroy Konoha, and even the entire ninja world? It seems this world still lacks peace. Endless anger flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes. His aura was not directed at anyone, yet it made Orochimaru feel endless fear. Just now, feeling that the second Hokage was already very strong, but the first Hokage's aura not being directed at him made him feel boundless terror. How can it be so strong? Far stronger than the second Hokage, not to mention the god of ninjas. Orochimaru frowned, thinking in disbelief about the vast difference between the two brothers. How dare you? All who harm Konoha deserve to die. Boom, boom, boom. Senju Hashirama's greatest concern is Konoha. Now he can exert 80% of his strength, and his aura erupted, directly breaking the control of Edo Tensei. How is this possible? How could this happen? No previous Hokage could break it. Why can't the first Hokage be controlled? Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no system and could not control someone like Senju Hashirama, who was infinitely close to the Sage of Six Paths, with his pupils shrinking and endless fear flashing in his eyes. Tobirama, let us go. Then Senju Hashirama ignored Orochimaru. They still needed his Edo Tensei. If they killed him, the Edo Tensei would naturally be released. They would not be able to help the village then. Senju Hashirama directly approached Senju Tobirama and patted him on the shoulder. Damn, how could he so easily break my control? The god of ninjas is terrifying. Orochimaru did not expect that Senju Hashirama, with 80% of his strength, could easily break his control and also help Senju Tobirama break free. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama disappeared from the spot and rushed quickly towards Konoha. Hee. I didn't expect Hashirama to be revived as well. Interesting, more and more interesting. However, it seems different from my previous expectations. I was supposed to be directly revived, but now it turned out like this. Just then, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Orochimaru, a slight smile on his lips and a hint of amusement in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, an existence on par with Senju Hashirama. It's better not to provoke him, as it could likely directly break my control of Edo Tensei. Wait, his eyes? Rinnegan? How is that possible? After seeing Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with shock. Orochimaru, right? You're not bad. However, don't think you can control me. Your strength is too weak. Uchiha Madara looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lord Madara. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and smiled at Uchiha Madara. What's the situation now? Why wasn't I resurrected, but instead brought back with Edo Tensei? Black Zetsu. What's going on? Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu with a furrowed brow, asking, Lord Madara, there's been an unexpected situation. For some reason, Konoha has produced a Hokage capable of wood release, and their strength is extremely formidable. Moreover, there is also an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan user whose power is enough to rival yours from back in the day. Their strength is truly terrifying. As for being brought back with Edo Tensei, it was a helpless choice. I can't control Nagato now, but soon, Lord Madara, you will be resurrected. Nagato has kept a low profile, but now that the Great War is beginning, he will definitely show himself. Once he does, Black Zetsu quickly explained everything that had happened recently to Uchiha Madara with a smile. Oh, fine, let me just stretch my legs for now. This kid can stay here. After all, those brought back with Edo Tensei are all working for me. After that, Uchiha Madara disappeared from the spot. Orochimaru, do your job well, or your end will be quite miserable. Black Zetsu smiled at Orochimaru, then disappeared without a trace. Damn it, do they really think I made of clay? But what do they mean by resurrection? Nagato, can he really use the Rinnegan to resurrect? Hiss, if Uchiha Madara is resurrected, how strong will he be? Why does he have the Rinnegan? It's really strange. How could this happen? Orochimaru was utterly perplexed as to why Uchiha Madara possessed the Rinnegan and what kind of plans they had. Forget it, I'll just have to wait and see. My main priority now is to obtain Uchiha Itachi's body. Once I have Uchiha Itachi's body, what does it matter to me what Uchiha Madara does? After that, Orochimaru snorted coldly and disappeared from the spot. Report. To the 4th Hokage, we have received many distress signals from various locations. The Akatsuki organization has already mobilized. Moreover, the number of people dispatched is very large, at least nearly 1,000. At that moment in Konoha, Minato Namikaze learned of the news that the Akatsuki organization had mobilized. What? Immediately investigate their movements. Additionally, send someone to notify the 5 great nations to assemble the ninja army. The Great War is about to begin. Minato Namikaze stood up in shock and immediately ordered, Yes, 4th Hokage. Whoosh. Then, the Umbu ninja disappeared from the spot. Come, immediately gather all clan heads and jonin for a meeting. Recall all ninjas currently on missions outside. Gather all the chunin and genin in Konoha. The Great War is about to start. Minato Namikaze once again ordered, gathering everyone in the village to prepare for battle. Chapter 190. The Resolute Jiraiya. Yes, 4th Hokage. Whoosh. A voice appeared and then vanished. In the end, it has appeared, hasn't it? Inevitable, I suppose. Sigh. Minato Namikaze shook his head helplessly. Over the past year, he had sent countless people to search for the Akatsuki organization, but had never found them. An invisible enemy is the most terrifying. Now that the Akatsuki organization has appeared, silently and without warning, he sighed and turned to look out the window. Lady Tsunade, look, there's a battle over there. Shizen pointed at the clouds of dust not far away while holding a pig in her arms, slightly stunned. Tsunade looked into the distance, her brow furrowed. Unsure of what she was thinking. Tsunade, come back to the village with me. It's not safe outside anymore. Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Tsunade's ears, causing her body to tremble, but she quickly regained her composure. What's wrong? You suddenly come looking for me? Tsunade had long known that Jiraiya had been following her, and she secretly liked this feeling. However, she still had a hurdle to overcome before accepting him. The Akatsuki organization has appeared and has begun to kill indiscriminately. The ninja world is in turmoil, and it's no longer safe outside. Come back with me. Jiraiya stepped in front of Tsunade, placing his hands on her shoulders, worry flashing in his eyes. Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya's serious expression, slightly taken aback. With my strength, who can hold me back? If I have to go back, I will go back myself. That place is no longer that important to me. Tsunade turned her head away, trying to suppress the urge to leave with Jiraiya, and said coldly, the members of the Akatsuki organization are all S-rank rogue ninjas. Orochimaru is among them. You have a hard time dealing with Orochimaru, let alone their other strong members. Come back with me. Jiraiya's tone was extremely firm this time. He couldn't allow anything to happen to the only person he loved. The members of the Akatsuki organization are incredibly strong and very mysterious, so he had to be cautious and must bring Tsunade back. Orochimaru is among them, but Jiraiya, do you think I'm not a match for Orochimaru? If they come, then let them come. What's the worst that could happen? Just death, what's the big deal? Tsunade's eyes flashed with a hint of anger at Jiraiya's words, and she tried to break free from his hands and turned to leave. You won't go back. Then you must go back. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and directly grabbed Tsunade with his right hand while pulling Shizun with the other, using reverse summoning to head to Mount Myaboku. Bang! You? Jiraiya, what do you want? Tsunade exclaimed. Where I go and what I do is none of your business. Why do you care? Who do you think you are to control me? Tsunade's brow furrowed as she looked around, realizing she had been brought to Mount Myaboku by Jiraiya. Anger flashed in her eyes as she swung her right hand to strike him. I just want you to be safe. I just want to protect you. I'm not anyone to you, but you are the woman I love most in my life. I will not allow anything to happen to you, even if I die. I will not let anything happen to you. You can hit me, curse me, but you absolutely cannot come to harm. Jiraiya stood tall, unflinching in the face of Tsunade's fist, and shouted at her loudly. You? Tsunade's fist stopped just a millimeter away from Jiraiya, and for some reason, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. However, her expression remained cold as she dropped her fist and turned to leave with Shizun. Little Jiraiya, what are you doing? You can argue with Tsunade? Let me tell you, couples argue, but they make up in the end. It's not a big deal. Go and comfort her. At that moment, Fukasaku Sage smiled at Jiraiya, striking a mysterious pose. Lord Fukasaku, it's okay, as long as Tsunade is safe. Next, I'm heading to Konoha. This time, it's about the safety of the entire ninja world, and I won't let anything happen to Konoha. Tsunade, for now, just stay here. When you want to leave and return to Konoha, have your contact frog notify me. Jiraiya watched Tsunade's departing figure, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes, and he forced a smile at Sage Fukasaku. All right, I understand. Be careful. If you can't handle something, remember to summon us old guys. We still have some use. Sage Fukasaku smiled and nodded at Jiraiya. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded and then left Mount Myaboku. Woo-woo. Tsunade, pulling Shizun to a secluded corner, sat down on the ground, covering her head with her hands and crying. Lady Tsunade, why can't you accept Lord Jiraiya? You know his love for you. And you obviously love Lord Jiraiya too, so why won't you admit it? Bearing it alone is really painful. Shizun looked at Tsunade in such pain, a hint of sympathy in her eyes, and crouched down to speak softly. Who said I like him? He likes so many women. He's lecherous, loves to drink, and is careless in his actions, not reliable at all. How could I like him? Tsunade explained to Shizun, yet tears kept flowing down her face. Lady Tsunade, don't deceive yourself. You should ask yourself about all this. Do you really not like Lord Jiraiya? He is powerful and gentle towards you. He has been protecting you all these years and even sent you money. He has never opposed what you want to do, only quietly supported you. You say Lord Jiraiya likes women, but have you seen him engage in any romantic affairs with anyone? Lady Tsunade, you understand Lord Jiraiya better than I do. You just can't get out of your uncle's shadow. Your uncle wouldn't want you to live in pain. If he has a spirit in heaven, he must hope you can be happy. Shizun shook her head, continuing to speak to Tsunade. Having followed Tsunade for so many years, she felt like a mother to her. Having raised her since childhood, seeing her in such pain every day, Shizun couldn't bear it. You don't understand. You're still young. You don't understand. Tsunade shook her head, holding her head and muttering to herself. Sigh. Shizun shook her head, rarely seeing Tsunade like this. It was her first time witnessing it. Jiraiya, I'm sorry. Tsunade felt an overwhelming guilt, sitting on the ground with her whole body buried in her chest, unable to stop the tears from flowing down. Teacher Jiraiya, you're back. Just in time. We're about to have a meeting. It's even better that you're here. Minato Namikaze was about to head to the meeting when he saw Jiraiya climbing in through the window, looking delighted. Minato, is it time for the meeting? Let's go take a look. Jiraiya said with a somewhat unhappy mood, forcing a smile at Minato. Yeah, Minato seemed to sense Jiraiya's bad mood and didn't say much. The two then headed straight to the conference hall. At this moment, the conference hall was filled with elite jonin from Konoha, as well as the heads of various clans. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had come to the scene. The fourth Hokage is here. The fourth Hokage is here. Look, Lord Jiraiya is also here. As soon as Minato and Jiraiya appeared, everyone started to whisper. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Minato smiled at the crowd as he walked to the main seat. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Everyone respectfully nodded and then sat down. Next is the most severe test for our ninja world. Whether it's Uchiha Madara or that mysterious powerful figure with the Rinnegan, their strength is formidable. Moreover, all their strong ones are rogue ninjas. Their abilities and strengths cannot be underestimated. This time, we will mobilize everyone. Konoha has around 30,000 ninjas, and combined with the ninjas from other villages, we will form an allied army. I hope everyone returns alive. Minato nodded at the crowd, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He felt heartache for every person sacrificed in the village. He didn't know how many ninjas would be sacrificed this time. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. The crowd, however, felt no hint of pessimism, looking eager, as if they had been holding back for a long time, gathering their strength. I believe the ninjas from other villages will gather soon. This time, it concerns the safety of the entire ninja world. I entrust everyone with this. Minato stood up, bowed to the crowd, and his eyes showed determination. For Konoha, for the ninja world, we vow to fight to the death. All the remaining jonin, including the third Hokage and the two advisors, immediately stood up and shouted, Minato, let this old guy join the battlefield too. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. At this moment, the third Hokage, smoking a pipe, smiled at Minato. Third Hokage? Minato frowned, looking at the third Hokage's sincere gaze, and eventually nodded. Now I will assign tasks. With an army of 30,000, we need to choose a commander. At that time, we will gather 100,000 troops. I plan to divide them into 5 armies. Each village will send a commander, and our village's commander will be Kakashi Hatake. Everyone else will follow the commander's orders. Kajaku, you are responsible for being the military advisor for this operation, coordinating this battle. Make use of the command center we built earlier. Minato immediately issued orders, ensuring everything was in place. And now they just waited for the 5 great ninja villages to gather all their forces here. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Everyone immediately bowed to Minato. All the shadow-level experts should be properly allocated. The shadow-level experts from each clan should not hide, but be dispatched. Minato nodded, instructing the clan heads present. Bang! The next second, 2 figures suddenly burst into the conference hall. Oh, are you all in a meeting? Am I not coming at the right time? At this moment, the voice of Hashirama Senju echoed in everyone's minds. Hashirama? The first Hokage? The second Hokage? How? Why did they all come back? My God, what is going on? Look, the first Hokage and the second Hokage are not right. It's not their real bodies. That's right. What is going on? Everyone present, including the third Hokage and others, felt shocked. How could Hashirama and Tobirama suddenly appear? First Hokage, second Hokage, you. Naruto Uzumaki saw the 2 figures of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju slightly stunned, then stood up and disappeared from the spot, ready for battle at any moment. Huh? Who are you? Hashirama Senju asked, slightly surprised to see Naruto standing in front of him. I am the 4th Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki turned around and pointed to the large characters behind him. Oh, so you're the 4th Hokage. It seems the village has been doing quite well. Hashirama smiled at Naruto. Master, 1st Hokage, how did you come back to life? Could it be? At this moment, the 3rd Hokage also walked over, bowed to Hashirama and Tobirama, and thought of something. Has a little monkey grown so old? That's right. It was your disciple who used the Edo Tensei technique I created to summon us here. However, his strength was insufficient and was dispelled by my brother. To think he could control me to such an extent, your disciple is quite strong. But why did he betray Konoha? Tobirama crossed his arms, looking at Naruto with a frown. Orochimaru, I'm sorry, master. The 3rd Hokage was slightly taken aback and bowed again to Tobirama. All right, Tobirama. This isn't the time to discuss that. Orochimaru has summoned many powerful beings with Edo Tensei, and I sense many strong presences, likely of those who have already died. The outside is in chaos. What do you plan to do? Hashirama asked Naruto. We are planning to gather all the ninjas from the 5 great shinobi countries to unite against the Akatsuki organization. In fact, They have been hiding for a year. Previously, our entire ninja world united, but we ultimately couldn't find their hiding place. Chapter 192. Those who harm Konoha shall die. It could only end up unresolved. This time they're starting a war, and it seems they are fully prepared. This battle will affect the entire ninja world, and all the ninja villages must take action. Naruto shook his head at Hashirama. Is it really possible to see the 5 great shinobi countries unite? That's good. I can also help you deal with some people. This body allows me to exert 80% of my combat power, which is quite good. Let me handle those strong opponents. Hashirama smiled at Naruto. Then let's discuss our strategies below. Naruto nodded, then sat back down, preparing 2 more stools for Hashirama and Tobirama. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was lying on the bedboard, laughing as if he was not in a hurry at all. I didn't expect the Ninja World War to come early. Is it because I intervened too much? The savior Naruto hasn't even grown up yet. What a hassle. Naruto looked at the ceiling, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure appeared beside Naruto Uzumaki. Master, the 10 Tails has appeared. Moreover, it has been devoured by Nagato. The aura after being devoured is similar to mine. The visitor is not friendly. The hungry ghost path Naruto appeared beside Naruto and said to him, Nagato devoured the 10 Tails? What's going on? Did Nagato become the sage of 6 paths? Interesting, really interesting. Ha ha ha. That kid Nagato, the early big boss, has now become the ultimate boss? Although history has changed, it seems to be getting more and more interesting. I wonder how it will evolve in the end. I am really looking forward to it. Hearing the words of hungry ghost path Naruto, Naruto immediately sat up with a hint of joy in his eyes. Well, the strength of Sage of 6 Paths Nagato is not weak. It differs somewhat from what we expected. What should we do now? Should we directly eliminate the Akatsuki organization? Hungry ghost path Naruto asked Naruto. No need, we are not saints. Why should we care about their lives or deaths? Our own people can be revived. What does it have to do with us? If they die, they die. It's not a big deal. Because of our existence, many ninjas have survived. Let these people be cannon fodder. Orochimaru has turned into Orochimaru, and Uchiha Obito has become Nagato. We can just watch the show, hee hee. Naruto smiled at hungry ghost path Naruto. All right, master. Then I'll go watch the show first. You stay here. Hungry ghost path Naruto nodded, smiled at Naruto, and then disappeared from a spot. Hey, is this hungry ghost path asking for a beating? How dare he talk to me like that? TSK. What you see, I can't see. It's just a matter of whether I want to see or not. It's really boring. Naruto pouted, looking at the place where hungry ghost path Naruto disappeared, muttering to himself. Father, the great war is imminent. 7 days have passed. Have you resolved it? Itachi Uchiha walked up to Fugaku Uchiha and said coldly, now the entire ninja world is in chaos, and Konoha cannot fall into disorder. If any dissenting voices within the clan are not eliminated, it will be an unprecedented disaster for Konoha. Give me a little more time. The war is imminent, and it's crucial to use people now. Even if I use them as cannon fodder, it's more prudent than directly killing them. Fugaku frowned, shaking his head at Itachi. In his heart, he still found it difficult to take action against his clan members. In this unprecedented battle, he still needed his clan members to achieve merit for him. If so many strong members were lost at once, the combat power of the Uchiha clan would greatly diminish. At that time, if other families gained the upper hand, they would feel that the Uchiha clan had fallen and was no longer as powerful as before. So you haven't resolved it, father? Itachi directly activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, looking at Fugaku coldly. Itachi, what do you want to do? I am your father. Fugaku also activated his Manjiki Sharingan, glaring at Itachi angrily. Father? It's precisely because you are my father that I'm wasting my breath with you here. Otherwise, they would have died 7 days ago. Since you can't resolve it, then let your son handle it personally. Itachi coldly looked at Fugaku, then turned to leave. Whoosh! Itachi, I cannot allow you to do this. Fugaku appeared in front of Itachi coldly. Father, you can't stop me. Itachi passed through Fugaku's body. Passed through? Is this the ability of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan? The eternal Manjiki Sharingan is much stronger than my Manjiki Sharingan. Can it really not stop Itachi? Fugaku frowned, watching Itachi walk further away, shaking his head. Sigh. No, I don't want to protect you. Everything is your own doing. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku did not chase after them. He knew that even if he caught up, he could not stop Uchiha Itachi from killing. He sighed deeply, turned around, and walked towards his room. Ah, Uchiha Itachi, you actually slaughtered our clansmen? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Ah. Afterwards, Uchiha Itachi went alone to eliminate all voices of opposition against Konoha. He killed one person after another on the list, ultimately sparing even the clan's 3 elders and 5 elders. The Uchiha clan's territory was filled with the smell of blood, and the other members of the Uchiha clan did not come to stop it. They were now very fond of Konoha village. They were not oppressed in Konoha, and their lives were happy, so there were no voices of rebellion. Anyone who harmed Konoha must die, Uchiha Itachi said coldly as he watched the last person die. Then, Uchiha Itachi dug out all the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, ensuring they would not fall into the hands of others. Clan leader. The young clan leader has eliminated all voices of rebellion and is heading to the Hokage's office. A Uchiha clan ninja appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 193. The 4th Mizukage is captured. Kiri's casualties are heavy. Understood. Uchiha Fugaku nodded without turning around. Sigh. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku did not say another word. After the ninja left, he sighed deeply, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Lord 4th Hokage, I have eliminated all opposition from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi appeared before Minato Namikaze, kneeling on one knee. Thank you for your hard work, Itachi. Now, during the Ninja World War, no opposition is allowed in the village. What we need is unity. Any opposing voices must be eliminated. During this time, you will also be sent to the battlefield. Naruko will probably go too. I can't control her, so please take care of her. Minato Namikaze nodded at Uchiha Itachi, appreciating that he had raised the issue of the Uchiha clan himself. The more he looked at Uchiha Itachi, the more he liked him. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. Uchiha Itachi replied expressionlessly and bowed to Minato Namikaze. 5 days later, ninjas from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure had all arrived. But the ninjas from Kirigakure still had not shown up. The 4th Mizukage probably dares not come, right? It still hasn't arrived. TCH. The 4th Raikage scoffed, annoyed that only the people from Kirigakure had not arrived when everyone else had. You should say less. They might be fighting members of the Akatsuki organization. We encountered quite a few obstacles on the way, not to mention they had to come from the sea. The 3rd Tsuchikage rarely defended the 4th Mizukage, looking at the 4th Raikage with a frown. This battle is unprecedented. It's the first time participating in such a large-scale battle. It's very possible that Kirigakure has already been attacked, and we should quickly counterattack and see if we can go to support them. Loza said, frowning as he looked at the others. Yes, what the 4th Kazekage said makes sense. It's very likely that Kirigakure is stretched thin right now. We should quickly unite, allocate tasks, and then head to Kirigakure for support and fight against the Akatsuki organization. All the daimyos from various countries should gather to protect them and ensure they do not suffer any harm. After all, we still need their support in supplies and finances. Minato Namikaze nodded, preparing to gather the forces of the 4 great shinobi villages to directly confront the Akatsuki organization and support Kirigakure. Whoosh! Lord 4th Hokage. The team from Kirigakure has suffered a fierce attack from the Akatsuki organization at the seaside, and the 4th Mizukage has been captured. Just then, Uchiha Shursui appeared beside Minato Namikaze, delivering bad news. What? The 4th Mizukage has been captured? What about the other forces from Kirigakure? Minato Namikaze frowned, not expecting to encounter members of the Akatsuki organization, and that the 4th Mizukage had actually been captured. Kirigakure has suffered heavy casualties, with nearly 4,000 out of 20,000 dead or injured. The remaining members have already been escorted to Konoha under Itachi's protection. Uchiha Shursui reported to Minato Namikaze. Damn it, over 4,000 ninjas died in one battle. Damn it, Minato Namikaze frowned. These 4,000 were all part of the allied forces. And now that so many were killed by the Akatsuki organization, it made him feel quite angry. Lord 4th Hokage, it seems that Kirigakure has suffered heavy losses. Over 4,000 people, and we only have about 100,000 combined. 4,000 is already 1/20th of our forces. The 4th Raikage was also frowning, not expecting Kirigakure to suffer such heavy losses this time. Shursui immediately arranged for all the ninjas from Kirigakure to be brought back. We cannot allow any more to be harmed. Also, have Kirigakure quickly elect a 5th Mizukage to replace them in this battle. A village cannot be without a leader. Minato Namikaze nodded, instructing Shursui to notify Kirigakure to select a 5th Mizukage immediately. Yes, Lord 4th Hokage. Whoosh! Uchiha Shursui then disappeared from his spot. Next, let's arrange our deployment. Our total forces have now exceeded 85,000, and with Kirigakure's 16,000, we have broken the 100,000 mark. Each village will send one ninja to serve as a commander. I plan to divide into teams of 20,000, with each team assigned sealing, combat, logistics, medical assault, intelligence classes, etc. More detailed divisions will also facilitate our commander's coordination. I will send Kakashi Hitaki from my side. You all decide who to send from yours. Minato Namikaze said, looking at the three leaders in front of him. I will send my son, Tsuchikage, who is very strong in earth release techniques. The third, Tsuchikage, frowned, directly making his son the commander. I will go myself. The fourth Kazekage frowned. He currently had nothing and felt quite constrained. But this was also his own fault. Previously, there was a Yakura who could be used, but they had to go and kill him themselves. You say that such a Suna village could survive. It's already a miracle, right? The reserve of strong individuals is simply too low. Because of this, when the fourth Kazekage was killed, they couldn't even select a fifth Kazekage. In such a shinobi village, it would be incredibly easy to perish. Even the current commander of the allied forces had to personally take the field. Just like the original Suna village, it was originally Gaara who went out personally because there were no high-level strong individuals. Otherwise, he would need to go out as a fifth Kazekage. I will send Daryuin from Kumogakure. The fourth Reikage frowned and directly sent out Daryuin, who should have died in battle, but strangely did not. Now, Darui is still young and does not have matching strength, so they can only send his father. Very well. Let's arrange our deployment next. Minato Namikaze nodded, and then the four began to sit together to discuss the deployment, considering where would be the most suitable place to lure the enemy into battle. An hour later, the hidden fog village finally arrived, escorted safely to Konoha by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. The fourth Hokage, fourth Reikage, third Tsuchikage, and fourth Kazekage. Terumi Mei led the way and, upon seeing the four Kages before her, hurriedly called out, "You little brat, do you have no sense at all?" The fourth Reikage frowned tightly, noticing that Terumi Mei didn't address him with the respectful title of adult, truly believing that a little brat could stand on equal footing with him. Chapter 194. Fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Lord Fourth Reikage, let me introduce you, she said. This is our fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Ching frowned immediately and looked at the fourth Reikage, calling out, "Oh, fifth Mizukage? You are indeed young." "Humph." The fourth Reikage scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "All right, fifth Mizukage, it's great that you've arrived safely. Come inside. We've made some preliminary arrangements. You can decide which of your members will be the team captain." Konoha's Minato shook his head and looked at Terumi Mei, asking, "Team captain? We'll send Ching." Terumi Mei replied, her brow furrowing. She had just taken office and didn't have any strong members to use. Ching was not only powerful, but also wise, more than capable of being a team captain. Soon, the 5 great ninja villages gathered together and directly summoned a coalition of 100,000 ninjas. The 3 ships also brought their samurai to join the ranks, totaling 110,000 ninjas and samurai in the coalition. Minato took on the role of overall commander and also the responsibility of team commander, sending out would clone avatars to the headquarters for operational command. His true self then joined the 5 great teams in battle, with each team dispatching one of their would clone avatars as a precaution. Any would clone of Minato possessed strength surpassing that of the other 4 Kages, so there was no need to worry about encountering formidable enemies on the way. If there were powerful enemies, Minato would also be able to sense it immediately and head over to provide support. Lady Tsunade, the communication toad, has brought news. The battle has already started outside, and everyone is fighting. Moreover, the first Hokage has appeared. It seems that Lord Orochimaru has used the impure world reincarnation technique to summon him. The second Hokage has also been summoned, but he and the first Hokage are not under control and have released their control, now helping the ninja coalition fight. Do we really not need to go to the battlefield? Ino looked at Tsunade and directly reported what she had learned. What? Grandpa and great-grandpa have been summoned? Orochimaru, how dare he desecrate their souls? Ino, we should go. Tsunade paused slightly, feeling a surge of powerful anger, her fists clenched, and a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She never expected that her grandfather and great-grandfather would be summoned, and she felt she couldn't stand idly by. All right, Ino nodded, and then Tsunade and Ino left Mount Myaboku. School is canceled today. What do you think happened? Naruto, unaware and not having been informed, looked at his companions with some confusion. I know. It seems there has been a war. My dad and Shikamaru's dad have already gone to the battlefield. Even Lord Fourth Hokage has personally gone into battle. Crunch, crunch, Chuji said, munching on his chips, smiling. What? There's a battle, and they let us participate? I want to go too. Hearing about the battle piqued Naruto's interest, and he looked eager to try. We're still kids. Going to the battlefield is like asking for death. You're not even a genin. There's no way they let you go to the battlefield. Shikamaru, lazily lying on the ground with a straw in his mouth, said lightly while basking in the sun. That's right, Naruto-kun, it's very dangerous outside. We can't go out. It's easy to get killed by the enemy. Ino said while helping Naruto with his back. TCH, if you go out, you're just gonna die. Sasuke looked at Naruto, scoffing. He knew his brother was on the battlefield and wanted to go too. But his brother told him that it was dangerous outside and made him stay in the village. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize him as his brother. To avoid worrying his brother, Sasuke could only stay in the village. But he felt a bit bored and a little depressed, so he stayed with his friends. Now, Sasuke was not as cold and unapproachable as in the original story. His temper had softened a lot, and he naturally had more friends. Although not as strong a bond as Naruto, but still significant. That's right, Naruto, Sasuke-kun is right. If we go out, we'll just be cannon fodder. It's better not to go out. Sasuke-kun is amazing. He woke me up from my dreams. Sakura saw Ino helping Naruto with a massage. So she also went to help Sasuke, but Sasuke was a bit shy, his face turning red as he directly avoided her. However, Sakura was undeterred. And seeing Sasuke not reprimanding her, she kept pushing closer. In the end, Sasuke had no choice but to lie there and enjoy it. This was truly enviable. Others were sitting there, and only the two of them had someone exclusively massaging them. You two, could you stop showing off your affection in front of us? There are still many single dogs here. Right, Akamaru? Kiba looked at the two of them being pampered and rolled his eyes, his gaze flashing with envy as he looked at Akamaru in his arms. Woof woof. Akamaru immediately wagged his tail and barked a few times. Naruto-kun. Hinata saw Ino going to massage Naruto and really wanted to go over, but being shy, she didn't dare, her fingers nervously rubbing against each other. Who said that? My sister said that with my current strength, beating Jounin is a piece of cake. How could I be going to my death? Is my Rasengan made of tofu? Do you think I'm you, stinky Sasuke? A defeated foe. Hearing Sasuke say that going would mean his death, Naruto, feeling indignant, sat up and glared at him. Want to give a try? I recently unlocked the 2-Tomo Sharingan, and I haven't found someone to practice with yet. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke frowned tightly, disliking when Naruto called him a defeated foe and immediately activated his scarlet 2-Tomo Sharingan, staring intently at Naruto. Sharingan? Naruto frowned. He had heard that the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan was extremely powerful, and during battles, one should not look into the opponent's Sharingan, as it was easy to fall into a Jinjutsu. In that case, let us have a battle? Let us see who is stronger. Naruto, feeling interested, jumped up and looked at Sasuke, eager to try. Chapter 195. Sasuke and Naruto's first kiss. Who is afraid of who? Come on. Sasuke shouted at Naruto, standing up and preparing to charge at him. Sasuke-kun, don't fight. Naruto-kun, don't fight. Just as Sasuke and Naruto were about to start fighting, both of them were hugged from behind by a woman, preventing them from fighting. Under the tugging, Naruto and Sasuke bumped their heads together, competing with their foreheads. Ouch! Ouch! Then Hinata and Sakura suddenly felt weak, and they both let go at the same time. Pop! In the next moment, Naruto and Sasuke directly kissed each other, their eyes locking in shock. The other kids present were also left speechless. Sasuke-kun's first kiss? No, it's gone. This was meant to be my first kiss. Naruto-kun's first kiss? No, it's gone. This was meant to be my first kiss. Today. These thoughts suddenly appeared in Hinata and Sakura's minds, and both of them showed a flicker of anger in their eyes. Why is it always bad luck when I'm with you? Sasuke, burning with rage, pulled away from Naruto and shouted. That's what I was going to say. Ugh. As Naruto watched Sasuke yell, he felt a churn in his stomach and felt like vomiting, so he turned away. Ugh. Sasuke felt the same and turned away, mimicking a vomiting gesture. Pop. Pop. But in the next second, the two completely forgot that there was a woman behind them. Naruto and Hinata unexpectedly kissed each other, while Sasuke and Sakura also kissed, creating a scene that was simply shocking. Those two, Inuzuka Kiba, stared wide-eyed. First two guys kissed and now two girls? Is there no hope for single dogs anymore? And Naruto-kun? Kissing? Kissing me? Hinata was now blank in her mind, her face flushed, looking at Naruto in front of her with a gaze full of affection and happiness. Sasuke-kun? Kissing? Kissing me? So gentle. Sasuke-kun took my first kiss? Sakura looked at Sasuke in front of her, her face blushing and her heart racing. Sasuke-kun actually kissed me. Huh. As expected. Sasuke-kun's favorite person is me. Ha ha. Sakura was overjoyed internally. Naruto-kun? Hinata saw herself kissing Naruto today. Her pupils contracted, a pain in her heart. Unconsciously opened her Byakugan, lowered her head, and said nothing. Ah, Tui. Sasuke and Naruto immediately retreated, their backs colliding, collapsing to the ground. Their faces crimson, unsure of what to say. Naruto-kun, you have to be responsible for me. This was my first kiss. Hinata's face was flushed as she walked in front of Naruto, squinting and smiling at him. Sasuke, this was also my first kiss. You have to be responsible for me. Sakura said the same, blushing as she walked in front of Sasuke. Gulp, gulp. Naruto and Sasuke swallowed hard. Not knowing what to do, their faces flushed, completely flustered. They had never experienced love before. But the feeling of kissing a girl just now didn't seem so disgusting. Instead, there was a hint of desire in their hearts, surprising both of them. Which? I didn't mean to, we'll talk about it later. Bye whoosh. Naruto, a bit flustered, looked at Hinata in front of him and ran away. Damn it, Naruto, you actually ran away? You didn't take me with you? Whoosh. Sasuke, feeling Naruto disappear behind him, cursed under his breath. Looking at Sakura with longing in his eyes, didn't say a word and vanished from the spot. Huh? Why did you leave? Sasuke-kun, you haven't said you'll be responsible for me yet? Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted loudly as she saw Sasuke disappear. Hinata wore a beaming smile, saying nothing more, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. Outside Konoha, the 5 allied forces had gathered, totaling 110,000 people. A giant tree suddenly appeared beneath Minato's feet, soaring high. Is this the wood release of the 4th Hokage? So powerful, even from this far away. I can feel the immense aura of the 4th Hokage. You 4th Hokage are indeed strong. As a sensory ninja, I can feel his chakra is dozens of times larger than our Tsuchikage. That's right. Only such a strong person can lead us. This time we must achieve victory. Otherwise, the entire ninja world will perish. Is it that easy to unite? Look around you. They're all enemies, whether they killed your brothers, friends, or even family. What do you want to say? Didn't your Cloud Village try to start a war for our Konoha's Byakugan, causing the deaths of so many of our brothers? The war was started by your Konoha. What does it have to do with us? Kid, what do you want to do? The Cloud Village is so shameless. Trying to steal our Byakugan and then blaming Konoha for starting a war after being beaten. Your Iwagakure is the despicable one. Have you forgotten how you ambushed our troops back then? You killed our 3rd Raikage. In an instant, the entire allied forces began to argue, making it extremely difficult to trust their backs to ninjas from other villages. What did you say? Seeking death. Come on, who is afraid of you? Go die. In an instant, countless people in the ranks started fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the earth began to shake, and countless trees burst forth from the ground, binding all the ninjas who were still fighting. I know what you're thinking. Ninjas spare no effort to kill their enemies, only to meet their own massacre in the end. Ultimately, mutual slaughter, when will the vendettas end? You keep hating, keep hurting each other, and in the end, what do you gain? With war, some begin to yearn for powerful strength, and thus the Jinchuriki are born. Once, every village had Jinchuriki, representing hatred and power. You have never regarded them as brothers, sisters, or even friends. They hate this world and humanity. Whenever war comes, it is their moment to vent their slaughter. Eventually, the Akatsuki organization was born, capturing all Jinchuriki, attempting to control the powerful tailed beasts, bringing disaster to the entire ninja world. Chapter 196, The Passionate Ninja Alliance Today. Our ninja world is in crisis. If you still cannot unite, in the end, whether it's you, your family, brothers, or friends, they will all die in this battle. Therefore, we must unite. Only united strength can eliminate the ambitions of the Akatsuki organization. Understanding each other's pain is something we must achieve. On the battlefield, the person next to you is your companion. If you only want to kill your companions, it will only strengthen the Akatsuki's power. What awaits us is the most terrifying time. Our families, children, friends, etc. will all be shrouded in endless darkness. Minato knew that it was very difficult to make everyone unite and abandon past hatreds. He could only make everyone remember that there was only one enemy. And that was the Akatsuki organization. If the Akatsuki organization is not destroyed, their children and families will have no future. As expected of Master Minato, everyone's expressions began to change. It seems they are starting to accept their current identities. Kakashi stood beside Minato Namikaze, watching the ninjas in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. Truly the fourth Hokage, his ability to set the atmosphere is impressive. I feel a bit fired up just hearing him speak. On the side, a woman from the Cloud Village with golden hair also smiled slightly at Minato. With the fourth Mizukage from the Mist Village captured, the two tails from the Cloud Village taken, and the son of the fourth Kazekage from the Sand Village arrested, as well as the recent destruction of homes in the Rock Village by the Akatsuki, our Leaf Village has also suffered from the Nine Tails incident. We have experienced so much pain, all brought by the Akatsuki. We are now comrades, and the Akatsuki is our enemy. The entire ninja world is their target. This is no longer a time for personal honor or disgrace, but for the greater good of the ninja world. I, Minato Namikaze, once again implore everyone present to prioritize the safety of a ninja world for the sake of the children, the elderly at home, and your friends and family. This battle is unavoidable. If you continue to fight amongst yourselves, the entire world will be doomed. We must protect our families, friends, and loved ones, and jointly safeguard this world. My strength alone is not enough to protect the entire world, so I need your power, your unity. In the end, I sincerely ask everyone to lend me a helping hand. Let us together guard our world. Minato continued his speech. Pre-battle mobilization is very important. Right now, everyone harbors grievances, and all misunderstandings between the ninja villages must be eliminated to fully follow commands. Otherwise, on the battlefield, if everyone fights for themselves or even ambushes each other, this coalition would be meaningless. If it weren't for the desire to eliminate the grievances in everyone's hearts, Minato wouldn't be so verbose here. Of course, long live the fourth Hokage. Long live the fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. We support you. With Minato's pre-battle mobilization, everyone was shaken. At that moment, they realized that if no one puts in effort, then everyone will die. If everyone does not unite, the world will be destroyed. Sorry, that was my fault earlier. It's nothing. I was also wrong earlier, wasn't I? From now on, let's put aside past grievances and fight together. Okay, from now on we are friends, and we'll fight together. I'm sorry, that was my fault. In an instant, the ninjas who had just fought began to apologize to those they had insulted, and everyone expressed understanding, turning enemies into friends, stopping the fighting and shaking hands, ultimately uniting. Many ninjas who had not worn the unified forehead protectors took out their own protectors and wore them on their foreheads. Everyone now had one forehead protector, with no others, all marked with the character for shinobi. Truly, the fourth Hokage has remarkable mobilization skills. The third Tsuchikage furrowed his brow but smiled slightly, looking at Minato above with would release, his eyes flashing with admiration. Perhaps this sunny man is the savior who will resolve this war. Tsunade glanced at Minato, her eyes reflecting newfound respect. TCH, I have to admit, Minato is indeed strong. Not just in charm, but also in strength. Tsunade, can't compare. The fourth Raikage rarely admires others, but Minato is one of them. A hint of a smile, crossing his expression. Now we are comrades. I hope everything from the past can disappear in this battle. Peace in the ninja world may really be important. The fourth Kazekage looked at Minato, his frown easing, a slight smile appearing. Gaara, are you okay? Father was wrong. If you were still alive, I would like to personally say I'm sorry. The fourth Kazekage then looked up at the sky, thinking of his youngest son, worried about what Gaara's situation might be. Minato's words seemed to have led everyone with dark thoughts to evolve and transform. It was as if what Minato said was like a Buddha's light shining down, igniting a desire for life and peace within everyone. The more passionate the ninja, the more powerful they would become after uniting. Kakashi, the next world belongs to you. Dad believes in you. You will definitely become an unparalleled strong warrior with your own strength. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Kakashi, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Kakashi felt his father's gaze and turned to see him smiling at him. Returning the smile, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Truly, the fourth Hokage is so cool. Why couldn't I have been born in that era? I also want to marry the fourth Hokage. I really like the fourth Hokage. A group of female ninjas couldn't help but fangirl over Minato's handsome appearance. Chapter 197. I didn't expect Tsunade would cry for me. Old man really attracts so many little sisters. I definitely want to tell mom when I get back. But these little sisters are really cute. Hee. Naruto floated high in the sky, looking down and seeing his dad showing off, unable to help but chuckle. Naruto, where are you planning to go? Itachi Uchiha floated in the air, asking Naruto beside him. Itachi, can you stop following me? I'll go wherever I want. You go kill the enemies. Why are you following me? Naruto was slightly taken aback, turning to look at Itachi angrily. The fourth Hokage asked me to follow you and protect you. I'm just following orders. Itachi's face turned red as he scratched his head. Do I really need your protection? Oomph. If you don't go down, I'll be angry. Naruto frowned, looking at Itachi and snorting coldly. Naruto, don't make it hard for me. I have to follow the fourth Hokage's orders. Itachi shook his head, looking at Naruto. You. Naruto pointed at Itachi, frowning, unsure what to say. Then you could just follow me. I'm going to the women's restroom. You won't follow me in there. Right? Oomph. After that, Naruto snorted coldly and disappeared from the spot. Itachi quickly followed. Watching Naruto enter the restroom, Itachi waited beside it. Summoning technique. Bang! Naruto directly summoned Tendo Naruto. You called for me? Is there something you need? sister.Naruko was slightly taken aback, looking at the person in front of her, sister.Naruko, and asked in confusion. No, go deal with Itachi for me. Following me all day is driving me crazy. sister.Naruko shook her head and said to sister.Naruko, Oh, why are you so bothered? It's obvious he likes you. Can't you see that? If he likes you, of course, he'll stick to you. The 6 paths of sister.Naruko all had direct thoughts, like an observer. Even things that sister.Naruko couldn't see clearly, sister.Naruko could see clearly. Like me? Don't joke around, I don't like men. Hey, sister.Dao, do you like Itachi? I can give him to you, how about that? sister.Naruko was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. She didn't like men, only women. Then she looked at sister.Naruko, who was her only normal female 6-path clone. If sister.Naruko followed Uchiha Itachi, wouldn't that be great? Me? sister.Naruko was slightly taken aback, and then her face turned red. Who likes him? Please don't say nonsense, my true self. Even though I like men, I'm not someone who would casually like someone. How could I like that big ice block Uchiha Itachi? sister.Naruko shook her head repeatedly, denying it. Big ice block? No way. Itachi is cheerful in front of me. He won't be cold and indifferent to others. After all, he's my little brother. It's the same for you. He doesn't know you're not me. Hurry up and distract him. Don't let him bother me anymore. I still need to go to the battlefield to pick up girls. No. Wait, it's to protect the female ninjas. That's my assigned noble mission. Go on, go. sister.Naruko quickly pushed sister.Naruko out. True self? sister.Naruko wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by sister.Naruko. You just go, that's an order. Bye. sister.Naruko said coldly, then smiled at sister.Naruko and waved her hand, disappearing from the spot. She ran away? sister.Naruko was slightly taken aback, then saw sister.Naruko leave, shaking her head helplessly as she walked out. Jiraiya. At that moment, Tsunade had unknowingly walked up behind Jiraiya. Tsunade? What are you doing here? Jiraiya was slightly taken aback upon seeing Tsunade. The Ninja World War has already started. As a part of the Ninja World and the Princess of Konoha, shouldn't I be here? Tsunade's face turned red, quickly fading. As she looked at Minato in the distance, a trace of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Ha ha ha, it's great that you came. I wish you would stay by my side. I wish you would join the battle. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. Jiraiya laughed heartily upon seeing Tsunade, almost letting something slip. Really? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, a trace of an inscrutable smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then let's make a bet. Tsunade smiled at Jiraiya, her gambling addiction resurfacing. A bet? What are we betting on? Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, looking at Tsunade with some confusion. Betting on whether we can survive this time. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Then what do you choose? Jiraiya smiled at Tsunade. I bet that this time we will sacrifice together. Tsunade smiled at Jiraiya, jokingly saying, That's true, Tsunade. You always lose when you gamble. It's better to bet the opposite. Ha ha. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Tsunade's words. Then I'll choose. This time I bet you will live. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in front of him and smiled. Jiraiya, I was talking about the two of us. Why are you saying I will live? What about you? Tsunade was slightly taken aback, looking at Jiraiya in front of her, her heart trembling as she lightly punched his chest. This was also the first time Tsunade had lightly hit Jiraiya's chest. Ha ha, because you bet we would all die, but I will never let you get hurt. Even if I die, I will absolutely not let you be harmed. That is my ninja way. Jiraiya laughed heartily, looking at the blue sky, a trace of a smile flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya, you fool. 8 elegant deer. Bang! Tsunade angrily punched Jiraiya, sending him flying. Bang! Jiraiya was directly blasted into a nearby hill by Tsunade's powerful punch embedded within it. I just want both of us to be okay. Tears streamed down Tsunade's eyes as she murmured. I didn't expect Tsunade would cry for me. Having long been used to being beaten by Tsunade, Jiraiya, with his strong physical quality, quickly broke free and appeared in front of her. Noticing the 2 wet spots on the ground, clearly where she had just cried, which made him smile self-deprecatingly. Chapter 198. The 4th Great Ninja War begins next. I will have Shizune in charge of medical team. I've already assigned that task. What team are you preparing to go to? Tsunade turned around, wiped her tears, and asked, Me? I'm one of the sensory team. Having learned Sage Mode, my sensory ability is very strong. I can also protect the ninjas of the sensory team. You should also go to the medical team. After all, your medical ninjutsu is much stronger than Shizune's. Plus, with your phobia, you're not suitable for the battlefield right now. Jiraiya shrugged, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, very confident in his sensory ability. He was somewhat worried about Tsunade. After all, Tsunade had a fear of blood, and if it acted up during battle and he wasn't around, no one could protect her. Then I'll also join the sensory team. The sensory team is one of the most important teams. I'll be more suited to assist in treatment and help our team advance. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. I kind of miss it. Tsunade smiled at Jiraiya, knowing he was worried about her, but she was also very worried about him. On the way back, she heard there were powerful ninjas on the other side, and some had the Rinnegan, worrying that Jiraiya might encounter them alone and be unable to handle it. So this time she chose to fight alongside Jiraiya. After all, they were originally comrades who fought side by side. Is that so? Then that's fine. Jiraiya didn't oppose it. Being able to protect Tsunade closely made him happy. Adding another Tsunade in other places made him uneasy. But next to him, at least he could protect her. Big brother, I sense Tsunade's presence. Senju Tobirama stood on a high ground, feeling Tsunade's aura, and said to Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, why is she here? Where is she? Senju Hashirama was slightly taken aback, wondering why his granddaughter was here. Can't you sense it yourself? Senju Tobirama frowned and pouted. Oh, ha ha ha, I almost forgot. I can sense too, right? Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, scratching his head, making it hard to imagine that he was the man known as the god of shinobi. TCH. Senju Tobirama pouted. We are already dead, so let's not disturb Tsunade. If we meet, just forget it. Senju Hashirama looked at Tsunade, who was chatting with Jiraiya, a slight smile on her lips. Whatever you say. Senju Tobirama shrugged, crossing his arms, too lazy to speak. Now I announce that the Great War has officially begun. Everyone, follow me. Finally, Minato Namikaze roared and led the charge towards the battlefield. Long live the 4th Hokage. Immediately, the army of 110,000 rushed out behind Minato, forming into neat ranks without any sign of panic. Many white birds appeared in the sky, products of the Super Beast imitation technique, with ninjas riding on them, flying forward together. These were the Air Force teams that Minato had trained over the years, unexpectedly utilized in such a battle. Meanwhile, the sensing ninjas at headquarters immediately activated to connect with the battlefield, orchestrating complete command over the entire battlefield. The victory of the 4th Great Ninja War must belong to us. The 4th Raikage watched the retreating troops, gritting his teeth, filled with anger at the Akatsuki members. It was only natural. With the combined power of the entire ninja world, they would surely eliminate all the Akatsuki members. The 3rd Tsuchikage nodded, frowning, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He only had this one son, who had already gone to the battlefield, and as a father, he was naturally very concerned. Don't worry. This time, we will definitely win. The 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with determination as she looked at the vast army. Following that, all the daimyos and non-combatant citizens began to migrate towards Konoha. The ninja world can exist without ninjas, but it cannot exist without the common people. They are everything. The battlefield will cover the entire ninja world, and only Konoha is the safest. The north is about to become a battlefield, including the villages of the Mist, Stone, and Cloud, which may all become new battlegrounds. Everyone must be evacuated to avoid the battles of the ninja army. This time, I want to earn my teacher's recognition and show them what true art is. At an unknown time, a small child riding a white bird flew towards the battlefield. No more than 8 years old, recklessly rushing out. Grandpa, Deidara Big Brother is missing. Deidara Big Brother is missing. Little Kuratsuchi ran up to the 3rd Tsuchikage, speaking in a panic. What? That brat Deidara, where did he run off to? The 3rd Tsuchikage was slightly taken aback, Where did his little disciple go? He was supposed to be the groom prepared for Kuratsuchi. How did he suddenly disappear? Third Tsuchikage, are you referring to this child? At that moment, Uchiha Shursui appeared in front of the third Tsuchikage and others, holding an 8-year-old boy in his right hand. Uchiha Shursui. The third Tsuchikage furrowed his brow tightly, feeling shocked that Uchiha Shursui had silently appeared beside him. Let go of me, let me go. If you have the ability, let me go, and we can battle for 300 rounds. Let me go. Deidara struggled in Uchiha Shursui's grip, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Thank you, Uchiha Shursui. This little brat just knows how to run around. Deidara, this battle is very dangerous. You need to stay in the back and not run around. The third Tsuchikage snapped back to his senses, smiled at Uchiha Shursui, and then gave Deidara a reproachful look. Old man, I want to go to the battlefield too. Let me go to the battlefield. I'm really strong. Deidara looked at the third Tsuchikage and immediately yelled, as he had long wanted to go to the battlefield, but had no opportunity. If you're so strong, how did you get caught? If it were an enemy, you would have died long ago. Be quiet. The third Tsuchikage shouted at Deidara, his brow furrowed. Humph. Deidara snorted, his face reddening, and he fell silent. Deidara, big brother, are you okay? Does it hurt? Little Kuratsuchi, only 5 years old, who had only Deidara as a playmate since childhood, hurriedly asked with concern. Chapter 199, Master and Apprentice Duel. Kuratsuchi, I'm fine. It's just that this guy is a bit strong. I will definitely defeat him in the future. Humph. Deidara smiled at Kuratsuchi, then glared at Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui was responsible for guarding the Konoha headquarters, as it was also very important. If the headquarters were attacked, and there were no strong fighters present, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, someone had to stay at headquarters to protect it. And that person was Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui possessed power comparable to that of Uchiha Madara, and with the strongest Jinjutsu, he was enough to guard the headquarters alone. Of course, Uchiha Shursui's shadow clone had already gone to the battlefield and could still dominate there. If the headquarters were in danger, he would immediately dispel the shadow clone he sent out, ensuring he could always maintain the strongest power. As long as you're okay, let's go. Let's go play. I saw several other kids. Let's go play with them. Little Kuratsuchi smiled at Deidara and quickly pulled him towards Konoha. All right. Deidara still regarded Kuratsuchi as his little sister. Since he couldn't go out, he could only stay back, being dragged by Kuratsuchi into the village. These two kids. The third Tsuchikage shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui had already vanished from the spot. Uchiha Shursui's strength is quite formidable. It seems to even surpass mine. The fourth Reikage frowned tightly as he sensed a strong and terrifying aura from Uchiha Shursui, leaving him in shock. This man is indeed powerful. Konoha truly is a place where heroes emerge. Madarumi nodded, feeling the same way. I'm getting old and don't have as much energy as you all. Once this battle is over, I think this old bone of mine should retire. The third Tsuchikage shook his head, having faced setbacks recently, leading him to consider retreating from the front lines, shaking his head and turning to leave. First squad, disperse. Second squad, disperse. Third squad. After leaving Konoha, the 5 armies immediately split up, each led by Kakashi Hitaki, the 4th Kazekage, Ao, Kuratsuchi, and Darui respectively. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze's Real body followed Ao's 3rd squad, while his would-release clones accompanied the other 4 squads in a battle. Long time no see, Anko. Just then, Orochimaru suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby, a smirk appearing on his lips. This time, Anko was responsible for the reconnaissance assault team and had already infiltrated deep into enemy territory, leading her to find Orochimaru's location for summoning and controlling the impure world reincarnation. Not good. Orochimaru. Anko suddenly heard Orochimaru's voice, a chill running down her back, and she immediately leaped away. Bang! Sure enough, just a second after Anko left, Orochimaru's attack arrived, his neck elongating as he lunged towards her, but he missed. Orochimaru, I didn't expect to run into you here. You are now a super wanted criminal threatening the ninja world. This time, I will definitely kill you here. Thank you for teaching me so much knowledge and abilities over the years. I will defeat you here with the abilities you taught me. 4 shurikens appeared in the right hand of Hondo and shot towards Orochimaru. Hondo, such a young age, and you dare to claim you will defeat me? How naive you are. As the shurikens flew towards him, Orochimaru easily dodged and then extended his long tongue, which was hundreds of meters long, directly towards Hondo. Not good. Seeing Orochimaru's attack, Hondo immediately used the body flicker technique to escape, frowning with a hint of panic in her eyes. Bang! In the end, Hondo was still caught by Orochimaru's tongue, which quickly pulled her toward him. Damn it! Shadow Snake Hand. Hondo furrowed her brow, and her left hand transformed into a snake shape, launching 4 black poisonous snakes from her sleeve, rushing fiercely towards Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 giant snakes, each several dozen meters long, charged at Orochimaru and bit into him. Come to me, Hondo roared, suddenly pulling Orochimaru back. Then, she revealed a kunai in her left hand and thrust it fiercely at Orochimaru. Little Hondo, you making some progress. Orochimaru chuckled, but the next second, his figure appeared behind Hondo. The Orochimaru he had caught turned into a puddle of mud. When did this happen? Bang! Hondo felt Orochimaru's voice behind her, a chill running down her spine, and the next moment, she was blasted away by a tremendous force. The kunai she had been holding fell at Orochimaru's feet. Ah! Hondo screamed as she was thrown away, crashing hard onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Little Hondo, you're still far from being able to deal with me. Orochimaru licked his long tongue, looking even more handsome in his Akatsuki outfit. Is that so, Orochimaru? I want to take you down with me. Bang! The next moment, Hondo's voice surprisingly appeared right in front of Orochimaru, the kunai beneath him turning into smoke and revealing Hondo, who grabbed Orochimaru and pinned him to the ground. Stab! After pinning Orochimaru down, Hondo pulled out a kunai and stabbed it into her own left hand, pinning herself and Orochimaru to the ground. I'll borrow your left hand. After pinning Orochimaru down, Hondo grabbed him, her expression flashing with a hint of a death-seeking demeanor as she began to form hand seals with her left hand. Ninjutsu, double snake kill technique. Hondo endured the intense pain in her body, preparing to use a technique that would take them both down. Ha ha ha. Little Hondo, are you preparing to commit suicide? Can't you see that's a substitution? Orochimaru sneered as he appeared behind her again. What? When did you? Hondo's pupils dilated, shock and fear flashing in her eyes as she mechanically turned around to see Orochimaru smiling at her. Chapter 200, Orochimaru's Perfect Body. Immediately, the Orochimaru in front of Hondo turned into a puddle of mud, with only her arms still pinned by her own kunai. Why? Why is this happening? I clearly tried very hard. Hondo lowered her head, trembling all over, despair flashing in her eyes. Little Hondo, you're a ninja of Konoha. Using my techniques as a rogue ninja to teach you ninjutsu all day long can't be good, right? Orochimaru looked at Hondo with a hint of gentle amusement in his eyes. For Hondo, Orochimaru had a different kind of feeling. She was not only a child he raised, but also his only successful half-finished experiment. Orochimaru's heart was not made of iron. He had emotions, but every time he spoke, it was the most insincere words. Whoosh! After calming herself for a moment, Hondo pulled out the kunai embedded in her hand, enduring the pain, and threw it at Orochimaru. Bang! But the kunai was weak and easily caught by Orochimaru. It's been a while since we last met. Do you really want to kill your teacher? Orochimaru smiled at Hondo, stepping closer. You are now my enemy, so of course I must kill you. Why betray the village? Why start a war? Konoha is our home, filled with our former comrades. Why? Hondo screamed, kicking towards Orochimaru. Bang! Orochimaru easily caught her foot, holding it firmly. Because I need a perfect body, a perfect one. You don't understand. Everyone's life is fixed. They will die sooner or later. Isn't it worth it to sacrifice for my immortality? Orochimaru licked his tongue, looking at Hondo with a smile. You still love to go wild. Is immortality really that important? Is it worth sacrificing family, friendship, and friends for? Hondo, unable to move under Orochimaru's grip, shouted in anger. Friends? Friends will eventually die. Family, do I still have family? No one can stop my quest for immortality. Orochimaru chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling Tsunade and Jiraiya, a fleeting look of nostalgia passing through his eyes. Then I must kill you. Otherwise, more people will be killed by you. Shadow Snake Hand. Hondo released 4 poisonous snakes towards Orochimaru. Using my techniques against me is of no effect. A hint of amusement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he casually waved his hand, and the 4 snakes were immediately decapitated. All right, Orochimaru, have you had enough fun? Put down my woman. Just then, the voice of Naruko appeared in the ears of both Orochimaru and Hondo. Naruko? Hondo's face brightened at the sound of Naruko's voice. Naruko? So it's you, little one? Orochimaru smirked as he saw Naruko step forward, licking his tongue. Whoosh! Sister Hondo, take a nap. Naruko appeared beside Hondo, picked her up, and directly cast an illusion technique on her. Hondo felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, finally closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Little one, your strength seems to be improving rapidly? Orochimaru chuckled. What brings you to me this time? Orochimaru had never intended to kill Hondo, and seeing Naruko appear, he smiled with interest. The body you wanted, I've already prepared it for you. Do you want it? Naruko smiled at Orochimaru. The body I wanted, you prepared it? Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru frowned tightly, looking at the young Naruko in front of him, a hint of desire flashing in his eyes. What Uchiha Itachi? It's your own body. But I added the bloodlines of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan into it. What do you think? Do you like it? Naruko smiled slightly at Orochimaru, finding this scientific madwoman amusing. My body? You added the Uchiha clan's bloodline? Orochimaru frowned, looking at Naruko with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Clone technology, have you forgotten? Ant Snake, have you forgotten your own cloning technology? When you were searching for a body outside, why didn't you think of cloning your own body and merging it with the bloodlines of others to also possess the Uchiha clan's bloodline? This way, you wouldn't harm your own soul with reincarnation, right? Always thinking about acquiring someone else's body will cause you to have rejection issues, preventing you from unleashing your full power. Isn't that right? Naruko looked at Orochimaru, the corners of her mouth slightly curling as she spoke lightly. A clone body? You successfully developed it? Orochimaru frowned, looking at the petite Naruko in front of him, feeling a bit puzzled. Yes, I successfully developed it. Look, do you like this body? Naruko directly took out a body and appeared in front of Orochimaru. Before him stood a body identical to Orochimaru's. Such massive chakra. I never expected you could clone such a perfect body. What do you want in exchange for this body? Orochimaru looked at the body in front of him, opened his own eyelids, and saw the long-desired Mangekyo Sharingan, making his heart race. But Orochimaru knew that there is no gain without a cost. What exactly does this Naruko want? Nothing much, just need you to turn against your allies in the final battle. The immortality technique you wanted, I've already researched it. The cloning technology is nearly perfect as well. You don't need to wander outside anymore. Come back to Konoha to continue your scientific research. I guarantee no one will disturb you. Just don't conduct human experiments. You can use clones for that. I think that's what Grandpa Jiraiya and Tsunade would want to see, right? What do you think? Naruko smiled at Orochimaru. She quite liked this ant snake character. Such talent in Konoha helping her research and doing the hard work. Why not? Back to Konoha? Me? Can I go back? Are you sure you're not joking? Orochimaru gave a self-deprecating smile, looking at Naruko in front of him. I would never deceive you. Keep this body safe. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Naruko wasn't worried about Orochimaru disagreeing, directly hugging Akane and disappearing from the spot. Chapter 201. The Bloodline Reincarnation User, Kakashi, arrives Naruko? Interesting. Orochimaru watched the spot where Naruko disappeared, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, and directly put away his clone body, vanishing from the spot. When Akane woke up, she was already lying in a wooden house. All her injuries healed by Naruko. Sister Akane, you're awake? Naruko smiled at Akane in front of her. Naruko. Akane saw Naruko and immediately leaped into her arms, thinking she would never see her again. It's okay. Sister Akane, the crisis has been resolved. Don't do that next time. Orochimaru is not someone you can handle. It's okay. Naruko held Akane, patting her back to comfort her. MHM. Akane hugged Naruko, feeling much more at ease. Sister Akane, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage to relieve the tension from earlier. Naruko patted Akane's shoulder, comforting her. Now, here? Akane looked around, her face turning red. It's very safe here. Come on, lie down obediently. Naruko nodded. Well, okay then. Akane nodded and laid down directly, her face turning red. Damn, everyone is underground? Fourth Hokage, we have detected countless special energy bodies rushing towards our 5 major allied forces from below. These people are moving extremely fast and can move freely in the earth. Fourth Hokage, this time the enemy is not here for a good reason. Moreover, nearly 100 powerful auras are about to encounter the 5 major allied forces. Their chakra is immense, with at least dozens of shadow-level strong beings. Headquarters has sensed the presence of white Zetsu. 100,000 white Zetsu are rushing underground towards the 5 major allied forces, making it difficult to defend against. The sensing ninja in front hasn't noticed at all, which is concerning. Oh, underground? I understand. Immediately relay the message to all ninjas. Let them pay attention to their safety. The clone of Minato frowned tightly and immediately instructed them to relay the message to all ninjas. It seems we've all been controlled, huh? Who are you? Leaf Warehouse from Sunagakure? The explosive release ninja, Sho, looked at the nearby leaf warehouse, the corners of his mouth slightly curling. In many places on the battlefield, countless resurrected strong beings have awakened, but they cannot control their bodies at all. Only their consciousness is clear. All their actions will follow the deepest battle methods in their brains, requiring no control from them. Moreover, this fighting style has significantly enhanced their combat power compared to their previous abilities. I never expected someone would know me. We are all under control now. We don't know what we are meant to do, but I think it shouldn't be anything good. Leaf Warehouse glanced at the ninjas around him, whom he did not recognize, frowning as his body uncontrollably jumped forward. Are there ninjas ahead? So many ninjas? What is the purpose of summoning us? A sensing ninja wearing glasses frowned, sensing a large number of ninjas ahead, the numbers being immense. Captain, several ninjas are quickly approaching us ahead with considerable chakra. They should all be shadow-level combatants. They are about 1,500 meters away and almost there. A sensing ninja beside Kakashi sensed the presence of Leaf Warehouse and the others, frowning tightly. Several shadow-level strong beings? This is indeed troublesome. Huh? Kakashi frowned, leading his team to continue rushing forward. Captain, the assault team has already spotted them. Over there, smoke signals. Kakashi then led his team towards the direction of the smoke signals. Explosive release, landmine fist. The explosive release ninja, Sho, hundreds of meters away, directly condensed his chakra and punched towards a ninja alliance, a massive red laser-like fist smashing towards the crowd. Oomph. Kakashi casually drew a sword and shattered the landmine fist in front of him effortlessly. Kakashi today is no longer the Kakashi of the past. After undergoing a transformation, he not only gained the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, but also awakened another Sharingan. Over the course of a year, his swordsmanship has surpassed that of his father. Bang! With a single slash, Kakashi shattered the landmine punch of the enemy, producing a violent explosion. The enemy was sent flying hundreds of meters away, resulting in instant death. Is Captain Kakashi really that strong? With one slash, he obliterated the opponent's attack, and the recoil killed them? My goodness, is he still human? Captain Kakashi is incredibly powerful. In an instant, everyone felt a shock. Kakashi's decisive strike inspired admiration and boosted morale significantly. Cough, cough, cough. Kakashi? Could there really be someone this powerful? However, it seems my body won't die. Even if I die, I can still come back to life. The enemy stood up, having been dead moments ago, and looked at Kakashi with confusion. Kakashi? That sword? Are you from the Hatake clan? Yetsong furrowed her brows, observing Kakashi's white fang, which was a nightmare for Sunagakure in the past. She was aware of this. That's right, I am Hatake Kakashi. This time, you have been brought back to life by the Edo Tensei. They intend to use you to dominate the entire shinobi world. So you can go die now. Kakashi coldly regarded the ninjas before him, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. Oh, you little brat, so arrogant? Even though I'm already dead, being looked down upon by a junior doesn't sit well with me. Let us see who dies first then. Magnet release, shuriken. Troya smirked, throwing two giant square shurikens at Kakashi. Whoosh! Yetsong charged in with a kick. Humph! Kakashi snorted. He had long since discarded any formal techniques. A casual slash from him was the ultimate essence of the Hatake swordsmanship. Whoosh! Kakashi swung his sword, unleashing a blade of light that surged toward the group. Boom, boom, boom. Troya's square shurikens exploded upon contact with the blade of light, turning into a pile of rubble. Chapter 202. The 5 Great Kaga-level Powerhouses. Countless sheets of paper flew, and the square shurikens reformed in Troya's hands. What incredible power! Troya furrowed his brows. In a real battle, he would have already lost. His weapon was destroyed, and his combat ability dropped significantly, let alone defeating Kakashi. Bang! Yetsong's foot was enveloped in white smoke as she saw Kakashi's blade of light coming, immediately performing a backflip to evade the attack. The enemy was far enough away to escape the range of the attack quickly. Whoosh! In the next second, Kakashi appeared behind Yetsong and cast an illusion on her. He then vanished from the spot, directly throwing her to the ground. Sealing team. Kakashi threw Yetsong to the ground and immediately took control, calling for the sealing team. Here, the sealing team rushed in and began sealing Yetsong. Such speed, such powerful attacks. Is this Hatake clan member really that terrifying? Troya's brows furrowed as he looked at Kakashi, a hint of shock in his eyes. Now is not the time for you to be distracted. Kakashi had somehow vanished, appearing behind Troya. Not good. Such speed. Bang! Troya heard Kakashi's voice and quickly turned around, raising his huge square shuriken to block Kakashi's attack. Whoosh! Kakashi instantly vanished, lightning appearing in his right hand. Raikiri. Puchi. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through the heart of the enemy. A feint? Damn you. However, you just got hit by my magnet release. Ha ha ha. Go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing the enemy's heart pierced, Troya smirked and threw the square shuriken in his hand. Such speed. Kakashi furrowed his brows, noticing the square shuriken rushing toward him, and immediately vanished from spot. Along with him, the enemy's body was taken away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the square shurikens seemed to have eyes of their own as they quickly turned and charged at Kakashi. Magnetism? Kakashi sensed something was off, and his violent chakra surged outward, blocking the magnetism. Bang! In the next moment, losing the magnetic support, the square shurikens shot forward, crashing into a pile of dirt. Sealed. The enemy was still recovering from the wound, and Kakashi immediately threw him to the ground. The sealing team rushed forward to seal him, their speed incredibly fast, completing the task in one go. You can actually isolate my magnet release's magnetism? Hitaki Kakashi. You are a strong one. Troya furrowed his brows, looking at Kakashi with a hint of respect in his eyes. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. The next moment, a bespectacled ninja used the summoning technique. Bang bang bang. Several coffins appeared before everyone, and out came the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Would release. Binding. Just then, Minato Namikaze clasped his hands together, immediately binding the newly emerged people with wood release. 8 trigrams sealing. He quickly sealed the 8 trigrams on the newcomers. Teacher Watergate, your technique is truly convenient. Kakashi felt somewhat helpless. This big shot had acted directly, and his speed was indeed impressive. We can't delay here too long. I'll let you try a few slashes. The power is not bad. Ha ha ha. Minato's clone looked at Kakashi and couldn't help but laugh heartily. As expected of the 4th Hokage, a single wood release technique controlled and sealed the enemies. With the 4th Hokage here, what is there to worry about? So strong. Wood release is incredible. If it were the first Hokage's wood release, I can't imagine how powerful it would be. No wonder he is called the God of Ninjas. Long live the 4th Hokage. The coalition members saw Minato's action, their eyes flashing with shock as they raised their hands and shouted loudly. Everyone, continue to charge forward. Follow me. Kakashi nodded and called everyone to advance at full speed. 4th Hokage, 5 kilometers away, a powerful person has appeared. His strength is terrifying, even stronger than the 3rd Tsuchikage. Moreover, he can actually turn invisible. If I didn't have Byakugan, I wouldn't be able to see him at all. The captain of the 3rd Division is AO, but Minato Namikaze was right beside him, quickly reporting. Has he arrived? Able to turn invisible and possess his chakra more terrifying than the 3rd Tsuchikage. It seems to be the 2nd Tsuchikage. Minato Namikaze's brows furrowed, and everyone in the coalition waited for his orders. Discovered? As expected of Minato? Naruto Uzumaki only mentioned turning against him behind his back, without saying anything about not allowing me to have some fun here. In return for the body you gave me, I'll add some fuel to your father's side. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru controls the entire situation. His control over the impure world reincarnation is dozens of times stronger than that of Orochimaru's subordinate. The coalition controlling the impure world reincarnation under Orochimaru still needs to absorb Orochimaru's chakra to master it more perfectly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru can control the coalition of the impure world reincarnation with ease. Just now, Orochimaru completed the impure world reincarnation technique and obtained the powerful body he has long desired. Not only does he possess a pair of Sharingan, but he also has a chakra larger than his original self. This makes Orochimaru feel ecstatic. In this body, he feels his power has surged dozens of times, making him extremely excited. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. Soon, 4 figures appeared in front of Minato Namikaze. The 2nd Tsuchikage, the 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Kazekage, the 2nd Mizukage, and the 1st Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Kushina Uzumaki. Minato. Your teacher has prepared a great gift for you. Orochimaru usually teaches Minato, so Minato almost always refers to Orochimaru as Teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru recognizes Minato's strength, and this time he brought him 5 shadow-level powerhouses directly. Lord Kushina? Damn it, they previously destroyed the seal and took away Lord Kushina's DNA. Minato furrowed his brows tightly. Seeing the figure of Kushina Uzumaki in front of him, an endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. The good show has begun. Orochimaru looked at the chessboard in front of him. The the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Chapter 203. The Peculiar Second Tsuchikage and Second Mizukage. Where's this place? The third Raikage opened his eyes, looking at the scene before him with confusion, his brows furrowed. It's really funny. We enemies actually met again in such a scene? This must be the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation, right? I wonder what era it is now. The second Mizukage shrugged and smiled. He was aware of the impure world reincarnation researched by Senju Tobarama. As former enemies, they unexpectedly gathered together now. The second Mizukage, the third Raikage, and the second Tsuchikage. The third Kazekage frowned, looking at the three people in front of him, shaking his head. Huh, aren't you that old man's disciple? I didn't expect you to show up too. Where's that old man? What was your name again? The second Mizukage looked at the third Kazekage and smiled. Please show some respect, second Mizukage. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend you experience the power of my magnet release. The third Kazekage frowned and angrily scolded the second Mizukage. Yo, such a young age, yet your tone is not small. Even your teacher wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Who do you think you are? Magnet release? So you developed magnet release? Even your teacher can't do that. No wonder you're so arrogant. Ha ha ha. The second Mizukage, unafraid of anything, mocked the third Kazekage in front of him. You, damn it, can't move my body? Damn it, trying to control me. How despicable. The third Kazekage frowned, wanting to attack the second Mizukage, but his body couldn't move at all, filling him with anger. Don't waste your energy. We're being controlled. That damn second Hokage, it's all his research that has now summoned even us. Seeing him, I must beat him up. Oof. The third Raikage frowned and snorted coldly. Such a young age, yet your tone is not small. Second Hokage, I wouldn't dare say I could beat him, let alone you. You Yunin village brutes really are lacking in brains. Besides Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who dares to say they can defeat Senju Tobarama in a one-on-one fight? You might as well save your energy. TCH. The second Mizukage turned into a sarcastic player, not pleased with these former opponents. This is the despicable ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. It summons the souls of the dead to be used for oneself. You were all forcibly summoned here. I suffered a lot back then. Oof. The second Tsuchikage snorted coldly, seemingly looking down on Senju Tobarama. He can invent, but you can't. Who do you blame? You were burned all over by me. That truly accompanies you for a lifetime. Huh? Even after death, you're still wrapped in bandages. Ha ha ha. The second Mizukage couldn't help but mock, laughing loudly at this old opponent in front of him. Have you forgotten? The one who killed you was me. What? Is it not okay for me to say one sentence? The second Tsuchikage frowned and angrily rebuked the second Mizukage. Oh, that's right. No, wait. Hey you, didn't you also get killed by me back then? You call that killing me? That was a mutual demise, you idiot. The second Mizukage pointed at the second Tsuchikage, angrily rebuking him as if he had easily defeated him. But in the end, it was still a mutual demise. Oomph, I can't be bothered to deal with you. All right, let's find that brat Senju Tobarama and see what he wants to do by resurrecting us. I don't know where he is now. I can only feel a huge chakra presence about 5 kilometers away. There's also a special aura that seems somewhat familiar. It even instilled a trace of fear in my heart. The second Tsuchikage snorted coldly, then carefully sensed, discovering countless chakra presences 5 kilometers away, all rushing toward them. There is also an aura that made him feel fear. Is it Minato Namikaze's aura? Kushina Uzumaki furrowed her brows tightly, sensing Minato's aura, murmuring to herself. Minato Namikaze? Huh, isn't that the wife of Senju Hashirama? Kushina Uzumaki? That brat Senju Tobarama even dares to summon his own sister-in-law? Wow, this kid is quite bold, huh? The second Mizukage suddenly heard Kushina's voice, slightly stunned, turned his head to look. Everyone is familiar with Senju Kushina as the woman of the god of ninjas. She is known by all. The one who summoned us is not the second Hokage. He was already dead in my time. The third Kazekage shook his head. Then who is it? Who could summon us? What is their purpose? Could it be? The second Tsuchikage and others furrowed their brows, feeling puzzled. Being in the future really feels a bit strange. It feels weird. The second Mizukage shrugged, suddenly appearing in the future world, really not adapting. Let me clarify one thing. We are not in the future. We are just the dead from the past, suddenly resurrected and summoned by someone. In the end, we are still dead. The second Tsuchikage looked at the second Mizukage in front of him, pointing at him, looking at him like an idiot. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. I hate it when someone interrupts me. Be careful, or I'll kill you. The second Tsuchikage frowned, looking at the second Mizukage, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Are you stupid? I'm already dead. Killed by you. How else do you want to kill me? And you were killed by me too? You idiot. Want to kill me? Come on, welcome to try. The second-generation Water Shadow immediately got into a scuffle with the second-generation Earth Shadow. These two really are quite interesting. Immediately send a message to headquarters. Just say that the third-generation Raikage, the second-generation Earth Shadow, the second-generation Water Shadow, Lord Uzumaki Mido, and the third-generation Wind Shadow have been resurrected. The fourth-generation Hokage immediately spoke to Ching. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Ching nodded and immediately had someone inform headquarters. Ching's third team sent a communication, discovering 4 enemies. They are the second-generation Earth Shadow, the second-generation Water Shadow, Lord Uzumaki Mido, the third-generation Wind Shadow, and the third-generation Raikage. Headquarters immediately received the message and reported its contents. Bang. What? Even my dad? Damn it, Akatsuki, I will definitely tear you to pieces. The fourth-generation Raikage was filled with fury, his fists clenched, and an endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2, 4 familiar faces emerging. 5 people? Didn't Tiwi sense 4? Terumi May frowned and said in confusion. The fifth-generation Water Shadow. One of them is the second-generation Earth Shadow. He has the dustless mist technique, allowing him to become invisible and block the perception of other ninjas. The third-generation Earth Shadow frowned, not expecting his teacher to be summoned as well. I see. That makes sense. Terumi May nodded, her brow still furrowed. However, doesn't team matter, with the true body of the fourth-generation Hokage over there. No matter how many strong opponents there are, it's futile. Isn't it? Then Terumi May glanced at the clone of Namikaze Minato, a slight smile appearing on her lips. I hope so. The third-generation Earth Shadow curled his lips, not saying much. Not good. Lord Fourth Hokage, Lord Third Earth Shadow. The fifth team, Esteruin, encountered many powerful enemies, all of whom were well-known strong opponents. The 2 squads had already met. Suddenly, a Hyuga clan censor ninja exclaimed, Daruin, you better hold on. Don't embarrass me. The fourth-generation Raikage frowned, murmuring to himself. Fifth team. The newcomers do not seem friendly. So many right from the start. Daruin frowned, watching the white Zetsu rushing up from the sea, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. Everyone prepare immediately. The enemy is coming soon. Prepare the explosive tags and shurikens. Then Daruin immediately ordered everyone to get ready for an attack. Yes. All the ninjas were in a state of readiness, prepared to strike at any moment. There are too many of them. Akimichi Chza frowned, looking at the continuously emerging white Zetsu. Not only are there many, but their strength is also very powerful. Many strong chakras are hidden among them. Hyuga Hayashi frowned, activating his Byakugan to explore constantly. Hayashi-sama, 10 o'clock direction, strong opponents detected. A member of the Hyuga clan immediately shouted to Hayashi. What is that? Father? Hayashi was shocked to see his father, Hyuga Tenmatsu, at the 10 o'clock direction, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? Even Lord Kinji and Lord Jinji have appeared? An older ninja, seeing Kinji and Jinji appear, had a look of shock in his eyes. Lord Fourth Hokage, on the battlefield of the fifth team, sensed 2 powerful individuals with nine-tailed chakra, their chakras extremely immense. And Lord Dans, a ninja from the Hyuga clan, immediately shouted. It seems to be our Kumogakure-s brothers Kinji and Jinji. The fourth-generation Raikage's pupils contracted. These 2 old guys have come out. Dans? Even Kato Dans has come out? Namikaze Minato frowned, somewhat worried about Tsunade and Jiraiya on the battlefield. He had already received news that Tsunade and Jiraiya were also heading to the battlefield. His father had the fourth Hokage with him, so it should be somewhat better. However, the fifth team facing Kinji and Jinji would be quite difficult. Given this situation, it seems I have to personally step in. The fourth-generation Raikage frowned, worry flashing in his eyes. After all, the fifth team consists of his own people. If they were defeated, it would be truly embarrassing. He knew the strength of the brothers Kinji and Jinji, and they were definitely not something Daruin could defeat. Please wait a moment. Lord Fourth Raikage, you are now one of the highest commanders at headquarters. You cannot lose your composure. We must wait until the final battle arrives before we can act. This is your responsibility to your subordinates. Shikako frowned and quickly stepped forward to stop the fourth-generation Raikage. The fourth-generation Raikage frowned, looking at Shikaku with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Let us first see the combat status of each team. Team Kakashi has already annihilated the 7 ninja swordsman S team and has pushed deep into enemy territory. Our surprise attack team and Akatsuki's surprise attack team have also already engaged in battle, but the situation is becoming clearer. Now, let us look at our. Then Shikaku directly pointed out a series of issues on the map, explaining them to all the Kages present. No wonder it has always been difficult to conquer Konoha. Fourth Hokage, you really have a clever strategist. The fourth generation Raikage listened attentively, looking at Namikaze's Minato-esque clone, and said, Shikaku is right. Let's do it this way. Fourth Raikage, you should sit down for now. No need to say more praises. Namikaze Minato smiled at the fourth generation Raikage. Then let us proceed as such. The fourth generation Raikage nodded, very much agreeing with Shikaku's words. I have no objections. The third generation Earth Shadow and Terumi may also nodded. Hayashi, did you hear that? Shikaku immediately shouted to Yamanaka, Hayashi. Okay, I've conveyed this message to each team. The fourth wind shadow has also already headed over there. Tsunade's disciple has also already evenly distributed the medical team and started treating the wounded. Yamanaka Hayashi immediately replied. Shikaku nodded, a smile crossing his lips. A battle is inevitable, and it is getting closer. However, with Shikaku directing the troops, his mind is sharp, and he can quickly come up with strategies to turn danger into safety. This time, we should be able to turn danger into safety. Akimichi Chza frowned, holding the ancestral iron rod in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. This time we must defend the coastal area and wait for rescue. Who knows how many enemies are in the sea? This is truly a fierce battle. Hyuga Hayashi frowned, watching the approaching Akatsuki army, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. After all, his father is among them, which made Hayashi feel somewhat uneasy. For the sake of our comrades, we must hold on. I believe in Shikaku and Hayashi. With those two at the command center, we will definitely win. We have so many comrades behind us. They are our strong support. Akimichi Dingzhou furrowed his brows, glancing at the army behind him, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. They're coming. Everyone be careful. All units, prepare the explosive tags. Lightning release, dual dragon lightning strike. Daruin frowned, watching the approaching white Zetsu, and immediately issued an order. He began forming hand seals, lightning crackling all over his body, soaring into the sky and directly charging at the white Zetsu hundreds of meters away. Chapter 205, The Birth of Goldhorn and Silverhorn ZZZZ. With Daruin's strike, hundreds of white Zetsu were instantly killed by the lightning release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle commenced, countless ninjas threw shurikens tied with explosive tags, resulting in violent explosions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of white Zetsu was countless. Even after many were eliminated, there were still countless more soaring into the sky, rushing towards the shore to attack. Do not let the enemy get close. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In an instant, countless ninjutsu, explosive tags, shurikens, 1,000 armed weapons, and kunai filled the air. Thud, thud. Countless white Zetsu fell from the sky into the sea, all dead, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Countless white Zetsu stepped over the corpses of their fallen comrades, madly rushing toward the shore. We must not let them break through the barricade. Everyone, charge. For the ninja world, for our homeland, for the future of our children, kill. Charge, kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ninjas threw all their kunai at the white Zetsu and directly began close combat. Clang, clang, clang. 8 trigrams palm, return heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hyuga Tenjutsu arrived at the shore and immediately used return heaven, deflecting countless shurikens back. Leave this to me. Hyuga Nichiji frowned and shouted angrily as he charged directly at Hyuga Tenjutsu. Nichiji? You grown up, huh? I never expected to meet you like this. Hyuga Tenjutsu looked at Hyuga Nichiji, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Father, I am sorry. You shouldn't be here. Let's have a fight. All these years, I have never lost to my brother, yet I lost to fate. All of this is thanks to you, father. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Nichiji's brows were tightly knitted. Because his brother was his brother and he was a younger one, he felt trapped like a caged bird. Seeing his father, he was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. I'm sorry, Nichiji. Your father also wants to protect you, but this is the fate of our Hyuga clan. Nichiji, as long as you can live, that's enough. Hyuga Tenjutsu smiled at Hyuga Nichiji and immediately used return heaven to defend. I no longer care about the main family or branch family. Now, we only have comrades. Only mutual protection. Father, I will prove to you that distinguishing between main and branch families is a wrong choice. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Nichiji gathered chakra in his hands and struck out towards Hyuga Tenjutsu. 8 trigrams palm, great return heaven. Hyuga Tenjutsu unleashed a larger return heaven, directly blocking Hyuga Nichiji's 8 trigrams air palm. That's great. Actually, I don't like it either. Hyuga Tenjutsu smiled at Hyuga Nichiji. Super expansion technique. Take this, you little brats. Huh. Akimichi Ding Zhao activated the super expansion technique, transforming into a giant over 10 meters tall, and his ancestral iron staff also grew larger. With a casual swing, he killed dozens of white Zetsu. How embarrassing to be hit by a technique from the second Hokage that we defeated, right? Goldhorn smirked. Silverhorn rolled his eyes, having been revived by a technique created by Senju Tobarama, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. Though it's disrespectful to the old predecessors, I must make you feel ashamed again. Daruin frowned, watching Goldhorn and Silverhorn before him, a hint of wariness flashing his eyes. Silverhorn, this kid seems quite arrogant. Should I go beat him up? This junior should also be from our hidden cloud village, right? Goldhorn looked at Daruin with a slight smile. He should be. I've never seen him before. He must be an unknown brat, to be so arrogant towards us. Let's show him our strength. Hee hee. Silverhorn smirked and suddenly disappeared from his spot, reappearing behind Daruin, aiming to strike him. Captain, be careful. Samui frowned, seeing Daruin in danger, and rushed over to block Silverhorn's attack. Bang! Another 2 coming to die. Silverhorn frowned, looking at Samui with disdain. But when his attack was blocked, he lightly jumped back to Goldhorn's side. Samui, Azui, what are you doing? Step back. These aren't opponents for you to deal with. Move aside. Daruin frowned. The 2 in front of him were too young and not much help to him. Uncle Daruin, don't underestimate me. I'm a special jonin, after all. Hee hee. Azui smiled, his eyes flashing with determination. Be careful. If they are really Goldhorn and Silverhorn from the historical records, their strength must not be underestimated. And they possess the legendary 6 paths ninja tools, so we must remain vigilant. Samui frowned, eyeing Goldhorn and Silverhorn, wary of the 6 paths ninja tools in their hands. Oh, 6 paths ninja tools? What are those? They sound interesting. Sister, I'm going. Azui smiled slightly, looking at Goldhorn and Silverhorn, a hint of mischief in his eyes. You little brats seem quite arrogant. Not putting my brother and me in your eyes at all? Then let me show you what real strength is. Subsequently, Goldhorn and Silverhorn took out the 6 paths ninja tools, looking at the 3 little ones with disdain in their eyes. The 6 paths ninja tools include the 7-star sword, the red gourd, the flashing gold rope, the banana palm fan, and the amber purifying vase in the hidden cloud village. Is this the 6 paths ninja tools? Daruin frowned, looking at the 6 paths ninja tools before him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. It's about to begin. Goldhorn. Okay, Silverhorn. The 2 brothers, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, smiled at the 3 before them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the white Zetsu around the 3 immediately appeared and charged towards them. Sister, leave this to me. You all go deal with Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Cloud flow, fire flame slash. Azui frowned, seeing the white Zetsu appear, and leaped high, drawing the samurai sword from his back, flames erupting from the blade as he immediately killed several white Zetsu. Chapter 206. Being so rude to my little beauty. You really don't know how to die. I want to see what abilities you have. Ha ha. Seeing by Ju easily dealt with. A sea floated over and rushed straight towards Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. A sea, what are you doing? Don't run around. You're no match for them alone. Sam saw a sea rushing towards Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, a look of concern flashing in his eyes, and immediately rushed over. Jin Jiao. If everyone could be as chatty as him, wouldn't we be invincible? Ha ha ha. Yin Jiao saw a sea charging at them with a scolding expression and smiled. Well, let me handle these idiots. Those 2 are for me. This fool is for you. Wah! Jin Jiao charged straight at Daruin. I understand, Jin Jiao. Then this fool is mine. Yin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and rushed toward the sea. Ding, ding, ding. Then Yin Jiao and a sea clashed with a sword, and a kick sent a sea flying. A sea was one-sidedly beaten, spitting out blood. A sea. Seeing his younger brother being beaten, Sam immediately rushed over. Your opponent is me. Hee hee. Bang. Jin Jiao appeared in front of Sam throwing a right punch. Damn it. Sam quickly raised his hand to block, accidentally getting touched by the Huanjin rope, then performed a backflip to escape the battlefield. Damn it. Do they really treat me like air? Daruin frowned, drew his katana, and charged at Jin Jiao. Ding ding ding. Facing Jin Jiao's strength, Druin could only barely resist, and the next second he was hit by the Huan Jin rope, but neither of them realized it. Jin Jiao, got it, switch positions. Hee. Alright, Jin Jiao. After Jin Jiao succeeded, he immediately switched positions with Jin Jiao. Drain and absorb. Huan Jin rope. Jin Jiao smiled slightly as he raised the Huan Jin rope in his right hand, directly activating its special ability. What? Bruin and Sam immediately felt a discomfort in their stomachs and spat out a special chakra from their mouths. Sister? Uncle Daruin? What? What is that? Asi was slightly stunned. Seeing what his sister and uncle were spitting out, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. The Huan Jin rope in my hand can absorb the spiritual words of those it touches. They are doomed. The corner of Jin Jiao's mouth slightly lifted, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Curse it. 7-star sword. Jin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and charged forward, severing the spiritual words of the two. Cold? Sir? The words cold appeared on the 7-star sword. Recorded. Redgord. With a loud shout from Jin Jiao, he directly absorbed the spiritual words of the two into the red gourd. I'll finish over here. Jin Jiao. After Jin Jiao absorbed the two's spiritual words, he smiled at Jin Jiao. Got caught? Sam frowned, looking at Jin Jiao in front of him, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. What is that thing? Sam, you seem to know more than I do. Daruin frowned and asked Sam beside him. Lord Daruin, it's best for us to talk less now. As long as we say the most frequently spoken sentence since birth, we will be directly absorbed and sealed. Sam frowned and said to Daruin, Yo, you seem to know quite a bit. It seems that even though we have been dead for so long, someone has thoroughly researched our treasures. Jin Jiao smiled at Sam then threw the 7-star knife towards Jin Jiao, just to prevent them from seeing the words on the 7-star knife. Damn it. Sister, I'm coming to save you. Asi frowned, wanting to save his sister. Otherwise, they would be sealed, and he rushed over. Your current opponent is me. Banana fan, fire scroll. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jin Jiao raised the corner of his mouth and directly fanned the banana fan towards Asi. So hot, damn it. Asi felt a wave of heat coming towards him and immediately jumped high to avoid it. Whoosh. The next second, Jin Jiao disappeared and appeared behind Asi, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Asi. Sam frowned, watching his brother being kicked away, feeling helpless. Useless, TSK. Jin Jiao saw Asi being kicked away and ignored him, rushing towards Sam and Druin, the two brothers teaming up against them. Whoosh. Ding ding ding. Jin Jiao attacked Druin, while Jin Jiao charged at Sam Whoosh. The next second, Jin Jiao appeared directly behind Sam grabbing her by the neck, covering her mouth with one hand, rendering her unable to move or speak. Once cursed, speaking a frequently used phrase will get absorbed, but staying silent for a while can also lead to absorption. This is the terrifying aspect of the Red Gourd. It's easy to imagine that when the second Hokage faced Jin Jiao and Jin Jiao, he probably suffered quite a bit due to not understanding the special nature of these 6 ninja tools. You can fight all you want, but don't hurt my beauty, okay? Just then, an unpleasant voice rang in their ears. Sam was slightly taken aback, seeing the sudden appearance of Naruto Uzumaki, feeling somewhat incredulous. She had read the information about Naruto, but had never seen him in person. Yo, Jin Jiao, another one coming to die. Jin Jiao was somewhat surprised to see the suddenly appearing Naruto, smiling at Jin Jiao. Another little kid. Why are all the fighters little kids this time? What do you think, Jin Jiao? Jin Jiao smiled at Jin Jiao, not taking Naruto seriously at all. But why does he have a familiar scent? Jin Jiao, did you notice? Jin Jiao looked at Naruto, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Who cares what it is? Jin Jiao, let's go. Jin Jiao laughed and immediately knocked Sam unconscious, then charged towards Naruto. Being so rude to my little beauty, you really don't know how to die. Naruto saw Sam knocked out and thrown onto the sea, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Chapter 207. Naruto takes action the next second. Naruto disappeared from his spot and appeared beside Sam Wow, she's really big, but I like it. Naruto smiled at Sam and directly created a shadow clone, holding her in his arms. Such fast speed. Jin Jiao was slightly taken aback, seeing Naruto disappear from his spot, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. You seem very arrogant. Naruto's voice reached Jin Jiao's ears. What? So fast? Jin Jiao, save me. Jin Jiao was slightly stunned. Hearing Naruto's voice made him feel a chill run down his back. Super large Rasengan. Bang! On the right hand of Namikaze Naruto, a supersized Rasengan with a diameter of over 40 meters directly appeared, pressing down on Injiao. Injiao was directly annihilated within the Rasengan, and the red gourd in his hand was immediately grabbed by Namikaze Naruto. 6 Paths ninja tools? This old man of the 6 Paths must have been spying on our journey to the west, right? Namikaze Naruto looked at the red gourd in his hand, curled his lips, and then put it away. How dare you kill my Injiao? When Jinjiao saw Injiao killed, not knowing he would be revived, he was filled with rage, and nine-tailed chakra surged all over his body, directly transforming into a half-tailed beast. Roar! A massive half-tailed beast version of the nine-tailed appeared on the surface of the sea, and in an instant, the calm sea became turbulent, with countless waves rushing towards the shore. What kind of monster is this? Quickly disperse, the water is coming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ninjas saw the water coming and jumped to higher ground, witnessing Jinjiao transforming into a half-tailed beast, their eyes flashing with shock. How is this possible? Why does it feel like a nine-tailed Jinchuriki? This evil chakra seems to belong to a nine-tailed Jinchuriki? How can this be? Why is this happening? Countless ninjas were shocked, wondering why Jinjiao and Injiao had nine-tailed chakra. How could Jinjiao and Injiao possibly have obtained nine-tailed chakra? At that time, they were at most 7 or 8 years old, and the nine-tailed had already been sealed inside Mito's stomach. Did the author forget this? In order to force a conclusion for Senju Tobarama, they might as well set the age to 50 or 60. He died at only 44, and Konoha had been established for at least over 30 years. Did Jinjiao and Injiao participate in hunting the nine-tailed at 7 or 8 years old? Namikaze Naruto curled his lips, watching Jinjiao explode, unable to help but think. I revived again. Jinjiao, how did you transform so quickly? After Injiao was killed, it wasn't long before he revived, and, seeing Jinjiao half-tailed, couldn't help but shout. You're okay? All right. The stuff that the second Hokage developed seems to indeed allow for revival. You scared me. Ha ha ha. Jinjiao remembered that Injiao had revived, recalling that the second Hokage's Edo Tensei indeed couldn't kill. Since that's the case, I won't hide it anymore. Ha ha ha. Injiao laughed heartily, his body covered in nine-tailed chakra, directly half-tailed. Two nine-tailed Jinchuriki? What is going on? The nine-tailed Jinchuriki isn't from our Konoha, is it? Who exactly are these two? Why are they becoming nine-tailed? Such terrifying chakra, it's too astonishing. Since we formed an alliance, I'll tell you, before Uchihamadara captured the nine-tailed, we from a Cloud Village had already prepared to capture it. These two are the brothers Jinjiao and Injiao, who were swallowed by the nine-tailed at that time. But they survived and obtained nine-tailed chakra. What? Are you saying they escaped from the belly of the nine-tailed? Did they escape from its backside? Don't say such foolish things. Quickly notify the headquarters and ask for a response. The ninjas on the shore saw the 2 nine-tailed transformations appear, their eyes flashing with a hint of fear. That massive chakra is simply unimaginable. Don't worry, Lord Naruto is here, and Lord Naruto's would release specifically restrains the nine-tailed. That's right. Lord Naruto will definitely be able to defeat the 2 nine-tailed Jinjiao and Injiao. Go, Lord Naruto. Later, some saw Namikaze Naruto standing before Jinjiao and Injiao, showing no signs of worry. The nine-tailed is nothing but trash in front of Namikaze Naruto's would release. The nine-tailed appeared. The 5th squad has 2 half-tailed beasts, but Namikaze Naruto is also over there. Yamashiro, I received the news and immediately reported. Naruto? This girl. Namikaze Minato reached out and patted his head, shaking it, feeling very helpless about his daughter. Then there's no need to worry. The second Sachikage nodded, saying that Jinjiao and Injiao had only absorbed some nine-tailed chakra, and as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki would release, Jinjiao and Injiao could not possibly be her opponents. Jinjiao's nine-tailed cloak is indeed powerful, but it's not that easy to deal with. The 4th Raikage curled his lips, saying lightly, Kurama, were you this useless back then? You can't even handle 2 trash? And they even absorbed chakra from you? What a disgrace. Namikaze Naruto appeared before the nine-tailed, curling his lips. They possess the 6 Paths bloodline. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand my chakra. I never thought of killing them. After all, they're the bloodline of the old man. The nine-tailed curled its lips, thinking of the old man, and a hint of nostalgia flashed in its eyes. Is that so? Then let us consider it that way. The sage of the 6 Paths is at least half your father. Namikaze Naruto curled his lips, looking at the nine-tailed and smiling. Umph. The nine-tailed closed its eyes, lying on the ground, and said nothing more. Then I'll take back your chakra. Hee hee. Namikaze Naruto looked at the nine-tailed and smiled, his consciousness appearing in the outside world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two half-tailed beasts, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, immediately extended their tails and charged towards the shore. Here they come. Be careful. Quickly defend. Quickly defend. Be careful. Everyone, quickly disperse. It's dangerous. All the ninjas saw the tails attacking them and immediately dodged. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several giant trees suddenly rose from the shore, blocking the attacks of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Chapter 208. Devouring Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's nine-tailed chakra. It was Lord Naruto who made his move. Lord Naruto is too powerful, truly worthy of being Lord Naruto. All the ninjas felt fortunate seeing the wood release appear before them. You two are too noisy. The nine-tailed chakra that belongs to me. You should return it to me. Namikaze Naruto walked step by step towards Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Little girl, you're quite arrogant. Huh? Yin Jiao, go, kill her for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jin Jiao saw Namikaze Naruto being so arrogant, and the tail behind him immediately flew out, charging towards her. Understood, Jin Jiao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yin Jiao nodded and also extended his tail, charging towards Namikaze Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. But the next second, they found that the tails they had attacked with were actually blocked by an invisible force. Jin Jiao, what is going on? Why can't we hit her? Yin Jiao was slightly stunned, looking at Namikaze Naruto unharmed, somewhat surprised. I don't know either. Continue the attack. Fiercely attack. Smash her, turtle shell. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Jin Jiao was also puzzled, wondering what was going on. Not believing in evil, his nine-tailed chakra tail kept attacking Namikaze Naruto, making a loud noise. Good. And Yin Jiao was unwilling to be outdone, directly attacking as well. Noisy. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed her brow as nine tails appeared behind her, each adorned with countless chakra arms. What? No wonder it felt so familiar. She is the nine tails Jinchuriki. This is bad. In Q, we need to run. Jin Q sensed the immense chakra of the nine tails, which was many times greater than theirs, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he roared. Jin Q, I don't want to be sealed. Let us hurry. In Q also felt the fear. He didn't want to be sealed, and the two immediately turned to flee. Can you escape? Come back here. Naruto Uzumaki smirked, and the tails behind her moved even faster, directly binding Jin Q and In Q in front of her. Damn it. Jin Q felt a suffocating sensation and cursed angrily. Jin Q, I feel my chakra is disappearing. In the next second, In Q felt his chakra being crazily drained away, all absorbed by Naruto Uzumaki. Sealing team. Naruto Uzumaki shouted loudly behind her. Sealing team, hurry up and go to Lady Naruto's side to seal these two. Quick, sealing team. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sealing team members immediately appeared and completely sealed Jin Q and In Q. Actually, Naruto Uzumaki could have directly released the two from their Edo Tensei, but she didn't do that. This was also a training opportunity. If she hadn't seen Samui being captured, she wouldn't have wanted to intervene. Cough, cough, cough. This amount of chakra is really too low. TCH. Naruto Uzumaki absorbed all of Jin Q and In Q's chakra and smirked, somewhat disdainful. This little beauty, I'll take her away. Hee hee. Then Naruto Uzumaki disappeared from the spot while holding Samui. All the squads dispersed to support other teams. 8 squad, 10 squad, follow me. Akimichi Choji shouted and headed to support other teams. The battle here was over, but fighting continued in other places. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3rd squad, 5th squad, follow me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, as the victorious side, the morale of the ninja allied forces surged, holding the coastline and immediately heading to support other troops. I didn't expect Naruto Uzumaki to resolve Jin Q and In Q so quickly. Truly impressive. However, although Shikaku's strategy was perfect, it still lacked the most crucial element. It seems this time, I need to take action myself. Onoki frowned. He thought for a long time and ultimately decided to take action personally. Lord 3rd Tsuchikage, what do you mean by that? Shikaku frowned, looking at the 3rd Tsuchikage in front of him. The 2nd Tsuchikage is not a simple character. I need to deal with him personally. He is my teacher. He taught me dust release. I never expected to have the chance to fight my teacher after living so long. Truly, I deserve to have lived this long. Onoki frowned and jumped down from his seat, looking at Shikaku and speaking. Are you worried that our fourth Hokage is unable to deal with 5 Kage-level strong opponents? Shikamaru was slightly taken aback. He hadn't thought of this connection. Indeed, I admit that your fourth Hokage is very strong. But I know my teacher best. His strength is extremely formidable. Not to mention the second Mizukage, who perished together with him back then. And the strength of your Konoha's first 9 tails Jinchuriki. Plus the father of the third Raikage and the third Kazekage, who is hailed as the strongest wind user. Each of them is extremely powerful. My going this time can also help your fourth Hokage withstand some of them. The third Tsuchikage frowned, feeling somewhat worried, glancing at the clone of Minato Namikaze and speaking lightly. 5 Kage-level strong opponents against 1 Kage-level strong opponent. He felt the odds were mostly against them. Minato Namikaze's clone didn't say much. Saying more would seem to discourage the third Tsuchikage, so he just smiled. Onoki, you should save your worries. The speed of the fourth Hokage, even I cannot match. My father cannot match it either. The fourth Hokage also has sealing techniques, making it easy to deal with the 9 tails Jinchuriki. As for your master and the wind and water shadows, in the face of absolute speed, the probability of losing would be much higher. The third Raikage shook his head, feeling that Onoki going would be of no use. He was well aware of Minato Namikaze's strength. After so many years, he must have become even stronger. Lord Third Tsuchikage, your worries are indeed somewhat unnecessary. If it weren't for our fourth Hokage taking action, the issues you pointed out might have been something I overlooked. However, with our fourth Hokage present, everything will be fine. Any strong opponent is powerless in front of our fourth Hokage's would release. Shikaku glanced at Minato Namikaze and then smiled at the third Tsuchikage. Chapter 209 Jiraiya versus Hanzo what? Would release? Wasn't he that your subordinate? Yamato's would release? The third Tsuchikage was slightly taken aback. Looking at Shikaku and the fourth Hokage, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. After arriving in Konoha, they realized that Konoha actually had 2 would-release users. One was Naruto Uzumaki, and the other was Yamato. They knew Yamato's strength. His would-release was not powerful, but they knew Naruto Uzumaki's strength was extremely formidable. However, they never expected that Minato Namikaze would also have would-release. During his previous speech, he indeed displayed would-release beneath his feet. But they thought it was Yamato using it. Now it seemed it was indeed Minato Namikaze himself. Lord Third Tsuchikage, I appreciate your good intentions. But don't worry, I'm confident I can handle those few. Minato Namikaze's clone smiled at Onoki. In that case, I'll be waiting and watching. Onoki nodded, then sat back down, the shock in his heart lingering. Tsunade, be careful. I sense several extremely strong chakras ahead. Jiraiya frowned, sensing that several extremely strong chakras seemed to be coming from ahead. I feel it too. There seem to be 2 familiar presences. They should be our old friends. Sundara frowned, sensing 2 familiar chakras, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Jiraiya nodded, taking every step while keeping Tsunade closely protected, leaving no openings. They're just ahead. So it's you 2 little guys? Konoha's Tsunade and Jiraiya. I didn't expect to meet you here now. Just then, an old man in a diving suit appeared not far away, looking at Tsunade and Jiraiya, chuckling lightly. It's you, Hanzo. Jiraiya frowned, seeing Hanzo in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Hee. I didn't expect my old lady could still see you. Lady Tsunade, you can't play dead this time. Suddenly, an old lady sprang out from behind Hanzo. It was Chiyo. Chiyo, why are you also dead? Tsunade frowned as she looked at Chiyo in front of her, somewhat surprised. Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? How did she suddenly die? And was summoned out? Ha. You didn't expect this, did you? I was actually kicked to death by Uchiha Bido. Ha. Chiyo looked at Tsunade with a smile. Uchiha Bido? Tsunade frowned, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes upon hearing the name. It turned out that last time when Naruto attacked Tsunagakure, he accidentally killed both Chiyo and Chiyo's elder brother, and after flying into the air, they both died up there. It really felt like flying. Puppet old lady. Stop the nonsense. Summoning technique. Bang! Hans wasted no time and directly performed the summoning technique, summoning his summoning beast, the salamander. Salamander attack. After summoning the salamander, Hans shouted. The salamander opened its huge mouth and spewed out countless poisonous mist. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Jiraiya frowned and directly unleashed a powerful wind, sweeping away the poisonous mist in front of him. Jiraiya, worthy of my recognition. Has he already gained such powerful strength? A C-rank wind release can be used by you with A-rank power so easily. Hans, seeing his poisonous mist blown away effortlessly, frowned, and a small scythe appeared in his right hand. There's still many surprises for you. Jiraiya frowned tightly, staring intently at Hans. I'm not playing dead. Don't forget about me. Chiyo immediately summoned her 10 shinobi, smiling at Tsunade. Old lady, let me take care of you. Tsunade snorted coldly. Having fought Chiyo countless times before, she had almost always emerged victorious, and this time would be no different. Tsunade then charged forward with her right fist clenched. Tsunade, be careful. Jiraiya frowned. The Edo Tensei won't die, and even if you could defeat the opponent, it doesn't mean you can kill them. You should worry about yourself. Swish, swish, swish. Han sneered, waving his right hand and throwing the scythe toward Jiraiya. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya dodged directly, interlocking his fingers, and his hair behind him instantly grew longer, sweeping toward Hans. Swish, swish, swish. Jiraiya first bound Hans's scythe, then quickly swept toward Hans along the chain of the scythe. Such a strong pulling force, much more terrifying than before. Hans frowned. Realizing that pulling back his scythe was unrealistic, he retreated instead. Can you escape? Bang! Jiraiya roared, and countless white hairs shot up from the ground, wrapping around Hans. What? How could it be so fast? Hans looked at Jiraiya in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that his strength had become so vastly different from before. Big ball Rasengan. Jiraiya suddenly retracted his hair, pulling Hans toward him, and a big ball Rasengan appeared in his right hand, pressing down on Hans's abdomen. No, my poison pouch. Hans felt his poison pouch rupture, and a toxic gas escaped, shock flashing in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Jiraiya then forcefully pressed down, unleashing the full power of the big ball Rasengan, the immense force shattering Hans's breathing apparatus. Hans screamed as he flew backward. How is this possible? How is this possible? I have always wanted to pursue peace, to establish a village to unify the shinobi world. Why can't I even defeat a brat who once lost to me in a handshake? Why? Hans got up from the ground, shock in his eyes as he looked at Jiraiya. Then he sensed the toxic gas from his pouch, and his whole body began to feel weak. Chapter 210, Jiraiya's Strength. Easily defeating Hans because you have long lost that belief. Your belief has ended. Your belief was to bring peace to this world, but now you've been revived by someone else, intending to destroy this world. Your belief has collapsed, resulting in your strength being nowhere near what it once was. Therefore, you have lost. Jiraiya stood up and slowly walked toward Hans. This you cannot judge from appearance. Hans, have never changed. Hans frowned, struggling to stand up. Boom. Have you broken free from my control? Truly worthy of Hans. Orochimaru frowned, sensing Hans breaking free from his control, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. For symbol seal, Jiraiya frowned and took out a sealing scroll, tightly wrapping Hans, finally setting up the 4 symbol seal on it. Hans, you have not brought harm to the shinobi world. You are a hero. Looking at Hans in front of him, Jiraiya shook his head, then directly charged towards Chiyo. Frog oil bomb. Jiraiya rushed towards Chiyo while spraying countless frog oil from his mouth, directly coating Chiyo's 10 shinobi. Jiraiya? Chiyo frowned. Seeing Jiraiya coming towards her, her body involuntarily moved. Fire release. Fireball. Jiraiya spat out a huge flame, igniting the frog oil in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted from the 10 shinobi. Super strength fist. Tsunade then leaped into the air and smashed her fist down on a puppet, smashing it to pieces. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Chiyo was about to act, Jiraiya's white hair surged out from behind, cutting off Chiyo's chakra strings. Cut off? Just when she wanted to control the puppet. Her chakra strings were unexpectedly severed, leaving Chiyo momentarily stunned. Lion's main technique. Swish, swish, swish. During Chiyo's moment of distraction, Jiraiya's white hair rushed over, directly binding Chiyo. Seal. Then the sealing scroll in Jiraiya's hand flew out, sealing Chiyo directly. After all these years, your strength has indeed surged quite a bit. After Chiyo's last words, she was completely wrapped up by the sealing scroll. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Stealing my thunder? Are you asking for a beating? Tsunade frowned, looking at Jiraiya in front of her, raising her fist. Ha. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I can handle it myself. No need for so many people to intervene. That's overestimating them. Let's go. The upcoming battle must continue. Jiraiya smiled at Tsunade. Tsunade smirked, snorted coldly, and quickly ran ahead. Hey, wait for me. Jiraiya hurriedly chased after. Meanwhile, on the side of Minato Namikaze. He said, Ching, you immediately take half of the troops and head to the coast. They need your help there. The rest I will handle. Minato's brows were tightly knitted as he looked at the approaching 5 Kage. Lord 4th Hokage, are you really asking me to take half the troops? They are very dangerous. What about you? Ching asked, frowning at Minato. Daru inside is even more dangerous. That's where the main force is. The enemy has too many troops. You need to go over immediately. Everyone, advance 3 kilometers and stop. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minato's brow remained furrowed as he ordered the army to advance 3 kilometers again. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 20,000 ninjas immediately followed Minato forward. People have appeared? Is that the 4th Hokage? The 3rd Raikage frowned, seeing Minato bringing ninjas towards them, somewhat puzzled. 4th Hokage? How do you know he is the 4th Hokage? Do you know him? The 3rd Kazekage frowned at the 3rd Raikage. Are you blind? Can't you see the big letters on his back? TCH. The 3rd Raikage pouted and pointed to the Hokage inscription behind Minato. 1 Kage shows up, and you think you can deal with us? Too naive. The 2nd Tsuchikage snorted, seemingly looking down on Minato. No wonder people say those without eyebrows. Their leadership qualities are already showing. And I seem to have no eyebrows too. The 2nd Mizukage smiled and scratched his hair. What about your little mustache? Shouldn't you explain that? The 2nd Tsuchikage frowned and turned to yell at the 2nd Mizukage. Hey, you all should attack first, directly going for that guy wrapped in bandages. I've long wanted to see him. If you beat him up, I'd even applaud you. The 2nd Mizukage smiled at Minato and pointed at the 2nd Tsuchikage. His aura is very strong. Don't underestimate him. Underestimating him will get you killed quickly. The 3rd Raikage frowned, sensing the vast and terrifying chakra within Minato. For someone who can use dust release, a sea of troops tactic is useless against me. Although I don't know who summoned us. It seems all the ninjas from our villages have united. Unfortunately, Noki is not here. No one can stop me. The 2nd Tsuchikage glanced at the ninja coalition before him, frowned, and shook his head. Don't be too confident. I can't wait to see you get beaten. Ha ha ha. The 2nd Mizukage laughed heartily. Looking forward to the moment the 2nd Tsuchikage gets beaten. Chapter 211. 4th Hokage tramples the 5 Kage. Damn, my body moved involuntarily. Dust release, destruction of limits. The 2nd Tsuchikage snorted coldly. Then his body involuntarily moved, launching a dust release attack at Minato. Who says otherwise? I'm also quite passive. Water release, water sphere technique. Water bubbles appeared around the 2nd Mizukage. Roar. Vortex Naruto then partially transformed into a tailed beast, howling at the sky as the massive 9 tails chakra surged. Magnet release, sand iron technique. Hell spike, 4 books piercing hand. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 4 Kage and Vortex Naruto launched their attacks. What terrifying power. Can the 4th Hokage succeed? The 4th Hokage is the strongest in the ninja world. He will definitely defeat them. There are 4 Kage, plus Lord Naruto, too terrifying. With such a lineup, besides the 1st Hokage and that Uchiha Madara, who else can withstand it? Trust in the 4th Hokage. He will surely defeat the enemies across from him. We can't just sit back. Shunti, we also provide some help to the 4th Hokage. Don't go over. This kind of battle is beyond what we can handle. If we go, we will only be a burden to the 4th Hokage. The ninja coalition looked at the 4 Kage and Vortex Naruto with fear in their eyes. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Minato frowned, seeing Vortex Naruto partially transformed into a tailed beast and directly summoned the wood golem technique, standing atop the golem and charging towards Vortex Naruto. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the other 4 Kage were being attacked by endless vines, unable to free their hands. Their attacks struggled to inflict damage on a massive wood release area within 10 miles. Even if they did cause damage, countless new trees would immediately sprout. Roar. 9 tails rose skyward from Vortex Naruto's back, sweeping towards the wood golem. Roar. The wood dragon immediately transformed into 9 dragons, each biting Vortex Naruto's tails. Roar. The partially transformed Vortex Naruto had its consciousness erased by Orochimaru, leaving only the instincts of a beast. It roared and clawed at the wood golem in front of it. Humph. Minato snorted coldly, and the wood golem at his feet clenched its fist, smashing it towards the small, partially transformed Vortex Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. Vortex Naruto was immediately sent flying, only to be ensnared by the vines on the ground and pulled back again. Minato's brow furrowed as a character appeared on his right hand and the enormous wood golem's right hand also manifested the character, pressing down on Vortex Naruto. Roar! Vortex Naruto roared. Its nine-tails chakra began to retract, revealing its true form. Sorry, Naruto, Minato murmured as countless vines emerged, binding Vortex Naruto into his onzi. A trigram seal. Then Minato set a seal on Vortex Naruto. Next is you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After capturing Vortex Naruto, Minato directed the wood golem towards the four Kage. Such powerful strength. I still vividly remember the abilities of the first Hokage. My teacher was defeated by such power. Back then, Uchiha and Senju Hashirama were known as the dual gods, regarded as divine beings. How can we mere mortals contend with gods? It's good this way. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would suffer from our persecution. The second Tsuchikage's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, but it soon turned into a smile. The 5 great ninja villages have united, and there are people from my own village among them. I cannot harm them. I never expected to encounter someone who can use wood release. Unfortunately, I did not witness the legendary ninja god in person. The current 4th Hokage is also quite powerful. Lightning released chakra mode, fully unleashed. Huh, let me witness your strongest combat power. Hell stab one book in hand. The third Raikage instantly vanished from his spot, leaping high and charging directly at Minato Namikaze. Whoosh! I forgot to tell you. In terms of speed, Minato Namikaze, never lose to anyone. Just then, a crisp sound rang in the third Raikage's ears. What? When? The third Raikage was stunned. He never expected there would be someone faster than himself in this ninja world. The current Minato Namikaze no longer needs to rely on the Flying Thunder God technique. He can move freely within his line of sight, quickly traversing space. Would release Spiral Shuriken first form. When he saw the third Raikage, he suddenly appeared behind him, and the Spiral Shuriken first form in his right hand manifested, smashing hard into the third Raikage's body. Ah, how? How is this possible? Boom, boom, boom. The third Raikage was momentarily stunned, feeling a powerful force surge into his body, as if countless shurikens were stabbing him from the inside. He let out a scream and then flew backward. It's time to end this. Minato Namikaze smirked, and wooden vines bound the third Raikage, sealing him. Would release, Flower Tree World descends. After sealing the third Raikage, Minato Namikaze joined his hands together, and countless vines shot up into the sky, wrapping around the remaining third Kazekage, second Tsuchikage, and second Mizukage. What is this? What is this? Such terrifying power. The third Kazekage's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as iron wings appeared behind him, and he quickly dodged the countless wooden vines rushing toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless enormous vines relentlessly whipped at the three, pinning them to the ground. Then a gigantic red flower bloomed, and countless pollen spread, enveloping the three. Is it toxic? There's a feeling of weakness. This pollen is poisonous. The three felt their bodies weaken upon inhaling the pollen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, the vines beneath their feet emerged, binding and sealing all three of them. Wow, so powerful. Is this the strength of the 4th Hokage? For incredibly powerful Kage, plus the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, 5 Kage-level powerhouses, reduced to mere pigs and dogs in front of the 4th Hokage? Chapter 212, Sarutobi Hiruzen versus Sarutobi Sasuke. Almost instantly, they were sealed by the 4th Hokage. What are we doing here? I feel like we're just here to watch a show. What harsh truth. It's quite damaging to my pride, you know? The Ninja Coalition seemed to be watching the show from behind, witnessing everything before them being annihilated by their 4th Hokage. 5 Kage-level powerhouses sealed within 3 minutes, which was hard for them to imagine. On a certain battlefield, the 3rd Hokage, clad in armor and wielding a massive Vajrarui staff, was bravely fighting against countless white Zetsu, tirelessly swinging his staff. Little monkey, have you grown so old? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard a familiar voice and trembled. Father? Father? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and saw Sarutobi Sasuke standing before him, making him feel incredulous. Little monkey, what's going on? Why am I here? Is this the technique of Tobirama? Is Tobirama still alive? Sarutobi Sasuke furrowed his brow, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Father, someone is trying to summon you and attack the entire ninja world, attempting to annihilate it. The ninja world has formed a coalition to resist these ambitious individuals. I never expected you to be summoned as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sarutobi Sasuke. a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He knew his father well. His strength was unfathomable, and he was one of the top super powerhouses during the Warring States period. Now, with his body aging, he was unsure if he could defeat his father. Ninja Coalition? It seems the ninja world has been living quite peacefully over the years. Now, there's even a ninja coalition. Has true peace been achieved in the ninja world? Sarutobi Sasuke smiled, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. A brief peace. But perhaps the world can really return to peace after this turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, looking at Sarutobi Sasuke, gripping the Vajra Rui staff tightly. Is that so? That's great. Peace is something everyone looks forward to. It wasn't realized in Hashirama's hands, but perhaps it could be achieved in yours. How wonderful. Sarutobi Sasuke smiled, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with satisfaction. Next, I will seal my father. Excuse me. Shadow Clone Technique. Boom, boom, boom. 5 releases, great bullet technique. Facing his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hold back at all, knowing his father's power, and directly used a 5-release combination technique. Little monkey, not bad. You've grown a lot. You know your father's weaknesses, so there's no need to hold back. Sarutobi Sasuke's body instinctively moved, immediately releasing an earth wall to block in front of him, while he disappeared from the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out, and the entire battlefield felt a violent force. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. After Sarutobi Sasuke disappeared from the spot, he appeared several dozen meters away, quickly forming hand seals and releasing an Earth Dragon towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and immediately released an Earth Wall to block the Earth Dragon. Earth release, Earth Flow Great River. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen released a mudslide, charging towards Sarutobi Sasuke. Earth release, Earthquake Core. Sarutobi Sasuke placed both hands on the ground, and the earth in front of him immediately rose. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Then he formed hand seals again, and a water dragon appeared above Sarutobi Sasuke, pouncing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little monkey, now's the time. Sarutobi Sasuke stood still, taking control of his body. Vajra Rui staff, extend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, crash. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as the Vajra Rui staff immediately extended, shattering the water dragon in front of him. Vajra Prison Wall. The suddenly growing Vajra Rui staff transformed into dozens of Vajra Rui staffs, nailing Sarutobi Sasuke in place and forming a huge cage to trap him inside. Monkey Demon S-Hand. The Monkey King furrowed his brows tightly, directly reaching out to grab Sarutobi Sasuke, who was in front of him. Sealing team, seal him immediately. Sarutobi Hizashi's brow was also furrowed as he gasped heavily, looking at his father in front of him, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sealing team quickly stepped forward, and the sealing scroll in their hands flew out, directly sealing Sarutobi Sasuke. The third Hokage? Little monkey, you've grown. You've actually become Hokage. Your father's proud of you. Sarutobi Sasuke revealed a smile before being sealed. Thanks to Sarutobi Sasuke controlling his body with his own consciousness. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hizashi would not have been able to defeat him so easily. Father, I'm sorry for disappointing you. When I was Hokage, I was already blinded by power. However, I have gradually come to terms with the power of this position. I want to be like that anymore. A hint of guilt flashed in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes, whether it was toward his father or the ninjas he had harmed in the past. Kihi. Finally, I can have a big fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kisame Hashigaki looked at the ninja army in front of him, a slight smile on his lips as he threw the Samahata into the air. Bang! Water release, exploding water shockwave. With his hands together, Kisame instantly spat out endless seawater, covering a radius of several miles, completely transforming the battlefield. What incredible chakra! Is this still a human? To my knowledge, only the second Hokage could achieve this. The person in front of me can actually use water release to transform the entire battlefield. What terrifying chakra! This battle is very dangerous, but we can't show weakness. That's right, brothers, let us go. Earth release, Earthquake Core. In an instant, the Earth release ninjas united to unleash the Earthquake Core, lifting the ground beneath them and avoiding the impact of the seawater. Everyone, youth is endless. Let me go first. Might Guy grinned, revealing his bright white teeth, and quickly charged towards Kisame. Chapter 213, Guy vs. Kisame. Boom, boom, boom. As Might Guy charged towards Kisame, a massive wave surged from the water, rushing towards him. Huh, My guy furrowed his brow tightly, lightly leaping to dodge, then charged again. Hee. The real show has just begun. Kisame sank into the water, disappearing from sight. Huh, where is he? Guy frowned, unable to find any trace of him. A hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Hee. Bang, bang, bang. A laugh echoed as a massive wave erupted beneath my guy. Not good. Guy immediately dodged. Hee. Bang. Kisame burst out of the water, quickly gliding across the surface, swinging the Samahata at him. Whoosh. Leaf whirlwind. Guy easily dodged, and then kicked Kisame. Puff. Splash. Not good, a water clone. After shattering the Kisame in front of him, it turned out to be a water clone, and Guy quickly dodged. Kiki. Not bad with the taijutsu, but you still have to die. Kisame appeared behind Guy, swinging the Samahata down. Try hard, and it will never betray you. Open the first gate. Boom, boom, boom. Guy instantly opened the first gate and turned around to kick. Bang. What? Kisame was momentarily stunned, sent flying by the kick, and the Samahata flew out of his hand. Clap. Without your weapon, can you still be arrogant? Guy smirked, catching the Samahata in midair and looking at the Kisame he had just kicked away with a smile. Is that so? Kisame's lips curled up, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Hiss. Guy suddenly felt a pain in his hand, the Samahata extending countless barbs that pierced his hand, causing him to drop it. As expected, you can't just use other people's weapons. Guy frowned, pulling out his nunchaku from his ninja pouch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After taking out the nunchaku, Guy swung it around and then thrust both hands forward, creating a gust that swept across the water surface, forming a giant wave that charged towards Kisame. I see. This seems to be getting more interesting. Then let us begin. Kisame smiled, charging towards Guy with a returning Samahata. Bang! Guy kicked off with his right foot, charging towards Kisame at high speed. Having opened the first gate. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, evenly matched. Due to the uniqueness of the Samahata, it allowed Kisame to fight autonomously, making it somewhat difficult for Guy to attack. Every time Guy tried to kick Kisame, the Samahata would appear covered in iron spikes, preventing him from landing a hit. What a troublesome guy. Guy frowned, looking at Kisame, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Hee. Water release. Water, shark bullet technique. Kisame quickly formed hand seals, and a water-shaped whirlwind shot up, from which a shark burst forth, rushing towards Guy to bite him. Guy scoffed, immediately smashing the nunchaku forward, shattering the shark into water. Ha ha ha! Kisame charged towards Guy, swinging the Samahata fiercely. Clang! Bang, bang, bang! What a terrifying monster, damn it. Guy used the nunchaku to block, the immense force bending him over, leaving him in disbelief. A person not only possesses vast chakra, but also endless brute strength, shocking him deeply. Get down! Guy was smashed into the water by Kisame and sank to the seabed. Water release, 5 shark technique. Kisame joined his hands together and slammed them onto the water surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Massive chakra surged from Kisame's hands into the water, transforming into sharks. 1 shark, 2 sharks. Soon, 5 sharks rapidly charged towards Guy. Bang, bang, bang. Although Guy was underwater, he was still agile enough to dodge and attack the 5 sharks. However, even if he smashed the 5 sharks, they could quickly regenerate. Damn it, this isn't working. Guy realized this problem, his brow furrowing, now forced to stay underwater. Ha. I will make sure the 5 sharks eat you until there's nothing left of your bones. Kisame smirked, watching Guy being tormented in the water. Filled with delight. It seems Guy can't hold on much longer. Let me take over. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma Sarutobi furrowed his brow when he saw that Guy seemed to be in trouble. He immediately rushed forward, forming hand seals and spitting out countless high-temperature dust. Another one? This is really troublesome. Kakuzu, are you just going to watch? Kisame Hashigaki frowned, feeling annoyed that someone was disrupting his fun. Hif. Aren't you quite capable? Now you realize you're not? Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Kakuzu sneered, rushing out directly, with flames flying towards Asuma Sarutobi. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 fire styles collided immediately, and after a few seconds of settling, Asuma Sarutobi's fire style exploded, sending flames flying everywhere. Your fire style is quite interesting. Huh? Your halt. Hiv. I want it. Kakuzu saw Asuma Sarutobi in front of him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Heart. Asuma Sarutobi frowned, looking at Kakuzu, feeling that this person was strange. Asuma, be careful. Just then, Kurenai Yuhi appeared beside Asuma Sarutobi, frowning as she looked at Kakuzu. Kurenai? Asuma Sarutobi's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile upon seeing Kurenai appear. It seems Kurenai still likes me a bit. She showed up next to me when she sensed I was in danger. Asuma Sarutobi thought to himself. Another one? Hit. Doton, Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Kakuzu smirked, and a fire-style mask and a wind-style mask appeared on his shoulders. Chapter 214, The Seventh Gate. The Shock Gate, open. And me. Wood-style Great Force Technique. Yamato also joined the fray, appearing directly beside Kurenai, his right hand transforming into countless wooden sticks that charged towards Kakuzu. Wood-style? Yahaha. Is that wood-style? Or just wood? Fire-style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Wind-style, Pressure Damage. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yamato use wood-style, and then almost laughed to death upon seeing the wooden sticks, immediately releasing 2 ninjutsu. Following that, countless black threads surged out from Kakuzu's body, rushing towards the 3 in front of him. 8 gates. Second gate, the Rest Gate, open. Third gate, the Life Gate, open. Fourth gate, the Wound Gate, open. Fifth gate, the Closing Gate, open. 8 gates. Sixth gate, the View Gate, open. Guy radiated a strange green light all over, with countless seawater rising into the sky, and the surrounding seawater was pushed away by his powerful aura, leaving no trace of water within a 10-meter radius. Guy roared in immense pain. What? Such terrifying power? Such terrifying momentum? Such colossal chakra? Kisame was slightly stunned, then quickly leaped up, standing on a pillar of water, his brow furrowed. Guy roared, charging into the sky, and suddenly kicked Kakuzu fiercely, his foot engulfed in flames. Bang! What? So fast? Kisame was directly kicked away, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, my guy seemed to be running in midair, quickly appearing in front of Kisame. Peacock! Bang, bang, bang! Guy's fists swung continuously, and countless fiery fists smashed down on Kisame. Kisame felt a surge of intense pain, his entire body overwhelmed with agony. After Guy finished his attack, Kisame's whole body was engulfed in flames, falling onto the water surface. Hiss. The fire met the water, creating a cloud of white smoke. Cough. You almost killed me. Truly, it is rare to see such a powerful ninja like you. A beast of a person, Kisame frowned, looking at the shocking wound on his abdomen, shock flashing in his eyes. Shark skin, human fusion. Shark skin swam over, and Kisame frowned, directly using human fusion to merge shark skin into his own flesh. Boom! Suddenly, shark skin and Kisame fused, transforming into a half-human, half-fish creature. Hoo. Guy gasped for breath, looking at Kisame, who surprisingly was still alive, shock flashing in his eyes. Seventh gate, the Shock Gate. Open. With Guy's roar, his eyes turned red, and his momentum surged again, radiating blue energy all over. The next technique is an incredibly powerful taijutsu that cannot be easily matched. A one-hit kill punch. This is not something you see every day. Guy bet his life to take down this powerful ninja in front of him. Blue energy? Even more terrifying chakra than before. Water style, Great Shark Bomb Technique. Kisame frowned, clasping his hands together, as a gigantic shark several dozen meters long charged towards Guy. Daytime Tiger. Roar. With Guy's roar, a massive gray-white tiger howled to the sky, swiftly charging towards Kisame. This move of mine is not the ordinary Great Shark Bomb technique I used before. This is a technique that can absorb and devour chakra, constantly growing stronger. The stronger your chakra, the stronger it becomes. Ha. Kisame smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes and a hint of disdain. How is that possible? That white tiger is clearly getting smaller. Why hasn't my Great Shark Bomb gotten bigger? It should have absorbed chakra by now, right? Is this not a chakra bomb? But in the next second, Kisame froze, watching his Great Shark Bomb not grow larger, but the white tiger kept shrinking, sensing a hint of danger. Roar, youth, roar. As Guy roared, the white tiger unleashed all its power, directly breaking through the Great Shark Bomb in front of it and enveloping Kisame. Boom, boom, boom. Kisame felt the overwhelming power cover him, then collapsed to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The daytime tiger generated a powerful and terrifying shockwave, causing the allied ninja forces behind them to feel the terror, almost blown away, all gripping the ground tightly with their chakra. Guy looked down at Kisame and punched down hard. Ah! Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground as the seawater quickly retreated. Sealing squad, seal his chakra. Guy shouted loudly. Yes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sealing squad immediately moved, completely sealing Kisame's chakra. The mountain clan's intelligence gathering. Guy said, then joined the battlefield against Kaku. Ha ha ha. Kakuzu split into 4 monsters, each attacking the 3, and after killing one heart, he immediately replaced it with the heart of another rushing ninja from the allied forces. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. The wind, fire, and thunder 3-headed monster, after accumulating chakra, suddenly fired a terrifying chakra cannon at the 3 individuals. Whoosh! In the next second, Guy, still in the 7th gate state, appeared right in front of Kakuzu and directly smashed 3 of Kakuzu's hearts with 3 punches. What? Such speed? That useless Kisame was actually defeated? Kakuzu roared angrily, finding himself completely helpless against Guy's speed. He realized that Kisame had already been defeated. Guy, be careful. After he is killed, if he absorbs a person's heart, he can resurrect. He should have 5 hearts, Asuma said, frowning as he looked at Guy. Okay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Towards the peacock. Bang, bang, bang. Guy roared and directly vanished from his spot, crushing another monster's heart. Chapter 215, Foreshadows Battle, Uchiha Madara. Then he charged towards Kakuzu's main body, unleashing countless fiery punches that destroyed Kakuzu's last heart. Kakuzu never expected to be instantaneously killed by an unknown ninja. He couldn't even see Guy's speed. In the face of such rapidity, he couldn't control his fate and was directly killed by Guy. Bang! Ultimately, all 5 of Kakuzu's lives were instantaneously taken by Guy. Hoo. After finishing everything, Guy released the 7th gate state and knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Guy, are you alright? Medical ninjas, hurry, treat Guy. Asuma and Yamato rushed over, their eyes filled with concern. No, I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I just need a rest. Guy shook his head, explaining that he had just managed to withstand the damage from the 7th gate, and the prolonged battle had left him somewhat drained. Senior Guy is truly powerful. I never expected a taijutsu ninja could become this strong. Too strong. He could be considered the strongest in taijutsu in the ninja world. But this battle, we finally won. That's right, we finally won. The Ninja Alliance was deeply shocked by Guy's strength. Who would dare claim invincibility in the face of such a powerful taijutsu ninja? Oh, another would release user has appeared? Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect there to be someone else who can use would release besides Hashirama in this world. At that moment, a voice echoed in the ears of all the ninjas present. Who is that? Such terrifying chakra. Who is this person? This is Uchiha Madara, the one who attacked our village last time. He is Uchiha Madara. What? You Uchiha Madara? He is Uchiha Madara? All the ninjas present looked at Uchiha Madara with frowning brows, their eyes flashing with shock. Uchiha Madara? Such terrifying chakra, such a powerful aura. Minato Namikaze frowned, looking at Uchiha Madara not far away, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. What? Uchiha Madara has appeared on the battlefield? The 4th Raikage was slightly stunned, and upon hearing the news, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. It seems it's our turn to act. The final battle has come. The 3rd Tsuchikage frowned, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. In that case, let's set off. This time's battle. We wager our lives as shadows to win. Meitarumi frowned. Although she didn't know much about Uchiha Madara, she knew he was a super strong being on par with the 1st Hokage. Such a powerful super being, they might not be his match. But they had no choice but to go. 4th Hokage, can you take us there? The 3rd Tsuchikage looked at Minato Namikaze's clone with a frown. Yes, I can. In facing Uchiha Madara, I will also go all out. This time, I will release all shadow clones. You assist me from the side. Uchiha Madara's strength, I may very well not be able to handle. Minato Namikaze had never fought Uchiha Madara before. Even if he could defeat him, he felt uncertain in his heart. Having the 3 shadows by his side would at least greatly increase his chances of victory. All right, then let's go. Meitarumi nodded and stepped forward. Hand in hand, I will take you there. Shikaku, you will be the highest commander, responsible for coordinating the entire battlefield. Minato Namikaze nodded, and then turned to instruct Nara Shikaku. Yes, 4th Hokage-sama. Rest assured. Shikaku quickly nodded at Minato Namikaze. Let's go. Whoosh. Minato Namikaze's clone took the 3 shadows and disappeared from his spot, reappearing on the battlefield of Minato Namikaze. The 3rd Tsuchikage has arrived. Also, the fourth Reikage has come. The fifth Mizukage has also arrived. For shadows have mobilized to face Uchiha Madara. It's too strong. Can Uchiha Madara really be defeated? The ninja team felt much more at ease seeing the three shadows appear. However, many were still worried, fearing they wouldn't be able to defeat Uchiha Madara. Is everyone here? Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Madara smirked, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes, and directly expelled endless flames that engulfed the entire battlefield. Such a terrifying range. Quickly use water release. Water release. Water barrier. Whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of water release ninjas unleashed endless water towards Uchiha Madara, colliding with his great fire extinguishing, continuously canceling each other out, finally blocking his attack, with steam filling the air and engulfing the entire battlefield. Fire release. Multiple great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara lightly leapt, and hundreds of giant fireballs appeared behind him, directly raining down on the battlefield. Not good, he's coming. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with flames, and the entire battlefield erupted. We can't let him attack any further. Earth release. Earthquake core. The third Tsuchikage frowned, slamming his right hand on the ground, causing the land beneath Uchiha Madara's feet to suddenly rise. Whoosh. Sage art. Super giant Rasengan. Minato Namikaze instantly activated sage techniques over the years. He had mastered them more proficiently, and their numbers had grown immensely. Even Hashirama Senju wouldn't dare claim he could surpass Minato Namikaze. Combining various high-quality genes, Minato's current strength had long since surpassed the past. Uchiha Madara felt the presence of Minato's shadow behind him as a super giant Rasengan suddenly struck him. Bang, bang, bang. The massive super giant Rasengan slammed into Uchiha Madara, creating a huge explosion, with endless shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield, sending countless ninjas flying. Roar. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara frowned tightly and directly activated Susanoo, a gigantic Susanoo appearing on the battlefield. What? Susanoo? Minato Namikaze was immediately sent flying, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Chapter 216. Minato Namikaze goes all out, true thousand hands. Wood release. Wooden human technique. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Sage Fox mode. Activate. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Uchiha Madara directly use Susanoo, Minato Namikaze immediately unleashed the wooden human technique and entered Sage Fox mode. Boom, boom, boom. A massive wooden figure appeared right in front of Susanoo and threw a punch. Huh. Susanoo, complete form. Uchiha Madara frowned tightly, feeling the terrifying power emanating from the wooden figure, and immediately activated the complete form of Susanoo, swinging his fist. Boom, boom, boom. The two immense powers swept across the entire battlefield, turning the area within several miles into ruins. Everyone run. Earth release. Earthquake core. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Boom, boom, boom. Countless earth release ninjas immediately used their techniques, attempting to withstand the attacks of the two. Boom, boom, boom. Not good. Their power is too strong. Let's go. Activate earth release defense and leave immediately. Hurry. The third Tsuchikage frowned tightly, immediately flying into the sky and ordering everyone to unleash earth release. Wood release secret technique. Tree world birth. Minato Namikaze frowned tightly and immediately released wood release, safely isolating everyone. You dare to distract yourself while fighting me? Oomph. Uchiha Madara smirked, immediately drawing his katana and striking out fiercely. Not good. Boom. Minato Namikaze's wooden figure was sent flying dozens of meters and crashed into a rock. Dissolution release. Dissolution monster technique. Madarumi frowned tightly and immediately spat out a warm stream. A massive, lava-like acidic liquid adhered directly to Uchiha Madara Susanoo. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The third Tsuchikage frowned tightly and unleashed dust release, rushing towards Uchiha Madara. Fifth Mizukage. You use water release, and I'll use lightning release. The fourth Reikage frowned tightly, looking at Uchiha Madara with a hint of caution in his eyes. Good. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Madarumi frowned tightly, nodded, and quickly formed hand seals, rapidly unleashing a giant water dragon. Lightning release. Lightning water dragon bullet technique. The fourth Reikage frowned tightly, stepped forward, and released lightning release, directly infusing lightning power into the water dragon bullet, transforming it into a lightning water dragon bullet that flew out rapidly. Roar! The massive lightning water dragon lunged towards Susanoo. Humph! A mere hourglass is not even close to me. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Madara shrugged, and the Susanoo on his right hand swung down, easily severing several ninjutsu and producing a violent explosion. Not good. Ah! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The third Tsuchikage, fourth Reikage, and fifth Mizukage were all immediately sent flying. Humph! Tail Beast Ball Rasengan. While controlling the wooden figure to stand up and charge at Uchiha Madara, Minato Namikaze formed a massive Rasengan in his right hand, the Rasengan transforming into a tailed beast ball with a formidable aura. Uchiha Madara frowned tightly, seeing the powerful aura of the tailed beast ball Rasengan in Minato's hand and noticing the wooden figure charging at him. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. Would release, flower tree world descend. Minato Namikaze kicked off the ground, and countless vines shot up into the sky, charging straight at Uchiha Madara. You think you're the only one who can use Would release? Would release, flower tree world descend. Uchiha Madara smirked, clasped his hands together, and countless vines entangled with Minato's flower tree world descend. What? Uchiha Madara can also use Would release? How is that possible? How could he possibly use Would release? The third Tsuchikage's eyes flashed with shock, confused about why Uchiha Madara could use Would release, trembling uncontrollably. How could this happen? Has Would release become so worthless? The fourth Reikage's eyes also flashed with shock, finding it unbelievable that Uchiha Madara could use Would release. It seems Uchiha Madara's power exceeds our imagination. Madarumi frowned tightly, looking at Uchiha Madara with a hint of coldness in her gaze. Minato Namikaze frowned tightly, disappearing from his spot and appearing inside the space of Susanoo. Spatial abilities, truly troublesome abilities. However, such ninjutsu is of no use to me at all. Uchiha Madara frowned tightly, seeing Minato appear behind him, and ripples appeared in his eyes as the Rinnegan suddenly manifested. What? Rinnegan? How is that possible? After Minato Namikaze pressed the tailed beast ball Rasengan against him, he felt a tremendous pull emanating from it, causing the tailed beast ball Rasengan in his hand to start shrinking. Damn it! Sage Art, tailed beast ball Rasengan. Die for me. Minato Namikaze frowned tightly, feeling the power of his Rasengan being continuously absorbed, and immediately infused Sage Art into it, causing the tailed beast ball Rasengan in front of him to grow larger and more powerful. Whoosh! In the next second, Minato Namikaze disappeared from his spot. He couldn't withstand such an explosion with his physique. Can't absorb it? Damn it. Uchiha Madara felt that he couldn't absorb the Sage Art tailed beast ball Rasengan, frowned tightly, and cursed angrily. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Crack! Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo shattered. It can actually break my complete Susanoo, feeling the power of Hashirama once again. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, I feel very excited. Uchiha Madara floated in the air, looking down at Minato Namikaze on the ground with a smirk, a hint of amusement in his eyes, holding the Uchiha fan in his right hand and laughing wildly. The real show is yet to come. Sage Art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Huh. Minato Namikaze frowned tightly, looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, an endless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the ground shook and the entire battlefield could clearly see a gigantic thousand-handed Buddha statue towering 1,000 feet high. Chapter 217. Heavenly Obstruction Tremor Star. Heaven? Is this the power of the fourth Hokage? Such powerful strength. Can the fourth Hokage win? He definitely can. Fourth Hokage, go for it. Fourth Hokage, you must give it your all. In such a battle, we people can't even intervene. Damn it. Letting the fourth Hokage face a strong opponent like Uchiha Madara alone. And we could do nothing. We also need to contribute to the fourth Hokage. We can't just stand by and watch. This is war, and even if we die, we will take Uchiha Madara down with us. Seeing the massive statue of the thousand-handed Buddha in front of them, everyone present felt an overwhelming shock. The towering statue, 1,000 feet high, brought an endless sense of oppression to everyone. Is this the fourth Hokage? Truly the true Thousand Hands. This is the overwhelming power of the first Hokage from back in the day. During the battle at the Valley of the End, the commotion was immense. Just a glance from afar made my whole body tremble with fear. I never expected such power to appear again. It is truly terrifying. Back then, we were still thinking about attacking Konoha. How laughable. Onoki hovered in the air, watching the enormous true thousand-handed Buddha before him. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. Remembering that he once wanted to kill Naruto Uzumaki, if he had really done so, I'm afraid the Hidden Stone Village would truly cease to exist. The fourth Hokage had defeated me back then, though I I was unconvinced. Seeing him today, I realize I'm indeed no match for him. However, we cannot just stand by. Uchiha Madara in front of us is our greatest enemy. The fourth Raikage frowned, looking at Uchiha Madara and Minato Namikaze, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. It is difficult for us to even break through Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. This battle is truly perilous. Only the fourth Hokage can match him. Kurumi Mei shook her head, looking at the fourth Hokage, admiration flashing in her eyes. If it weren't for this body being able to exert only about 80% of its power, you little ants wouldn't dare to challenge me. Uchiha Madara frowned, watching the true thousand-handed Buddha appear before him, anger flashing in his eyes. Although this nearly perfect Edo Tensei still limits Uchiha Madara's power, not only can his Rinnegan not unleash its full strength, but his abilities are also suppressed. However, do you think that with just this, you can defeat me? Ha ha ha, you are too naive. Let me show you what the power of the Rinnegan truly is. Uchiha Madara let out a hearty laugh as the complete Susanoo reappeared, then began to form hand seals. And the Susanoo also started to form seals rapidly. Heavenly Obstruction Meteor. Boom! A gigantic meteor with a diameter of 1 kilometer appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun and covering the entire battlefield. What? How is this possible? Damn it. Is this really the power of a human? Is this for real? What is this monstrous thing? This gap in power, is truly a chasm. Is this the power of a god? Can we really escape from this? A meteor? How is this even possible? Is this also a ninjutsu? All the ninjas on the battlefield looked up at the sky, despair flashing in their eyes. Can something like this really be created by a human? They couldn't imagine it, nor could they believe it. Tail Beast Cloak. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow as the immense chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth from within him, covering the entire true thousand-handed Buddha, turning the statue into a golden, lifelike figure, as if it were a golden Buddha. Block it for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Following Minato Namikaze's golden statue, countless giant hands of Nine Tails chakra shot up into the sky, directly holding it back, causing the ground beneath them to shatter. As expected of someone who possesses would release in Nine Tails chakra to block my Heavenly Obstruction Meteor so easily, then what will you do about the second one, fourth Hokage? Hee. Uchiha Madara smirked, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, another gigantic meteor with a diameter of 1 kilometer appeared in the sky, crashing down once again. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. The second massive meteor crashed onto the first one, causing the first meteor to crack and begin to fall again. Damn it. While I can shatter it, if this meteor falls, it will cause massive casualties. Right now, fighting Uchiha Madara, I could still move the meteor, but it would require an enormous amount of chakra. Thus, it would be difficult for me to maintain the true thousand hands. How could I defeat Uchiha Madara? Minato Namikaze is not in the Edo Tensei state right now. Although his chakra is immense, moving such two large meteors would consume an enormous amount of chakra. He may have this ability, but after moving them, it would be hard for him to defeat Uchiha Madara, and he might not even be able to maintain the true thousand hands. After all, the chakra consumed by the true thousand hands is measured in tons. Dozens of chakra wouldn't be enough to use a single true thousand hands technique. Right now, Minato Namikaze is in a difficult position. If he consumes too much chakra, what will he do when Uchiha Madara uses such meteors again? In the Edo Tensei state, he could use almost infinite chakra without worrying about consumption or death. If he moves one, and Madara uses one, what kind of battle is that? What? What is that? Oh my god, what is that thing? Something so enormous from such a distance. What on earth is it? A meteor? Why are meteors appearing? And two at once? Is this truly the power that a human can wield? On other battlefields, everyone saw the two gigantic meteors appear. They were visible even from dozens to hundreds of miles away. Just how enormous must these meteors be? Yet, two such massive meteors appeared in succession. Boom, boom, boom. When the two meteors appeared, the entire world began to shake, and at the command center, Daki and others felt a violent tremor. What is going on? Why is there such a shaking? Daki turned his head and shouted angrily. It's from the direction of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Madara can summon meteors. The meteors are blocking out the sun, and the fourth Hokage and others are fighting desperately. The shaking here is due to the impact over there. The sensing personnel were sweating profusely, fear evident on their faces. Chapter 218. The third Heavenly Obstruction Meteor. Is this Uchiha Madara's technique? I hope the fourth Hokage and the others can hold on. Daki felt a bit worried, murmuring to himself. What is that over there? Jiraiya, look. Those two meteors over there? Tsunade also felt the violent tremors, looking up to see the massive meteors 100 miles away, her pupils contracting, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Meteors? It seems this should be the technique of the Rinnegan. Is it Nagato and the others? Jiraiya frowned, looking at the meteors not far away, shock flashing in his eyes. We can't stay here any longer, Tsunade. Let's go take a look. The battle over there must be extremely dangerous. He turned his head, giving Tsunade a light smile, but a serious look flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Tsunade nodded, quickly rushing toward Uchiha Madara's direction. The rest of you, do not go. Head to the seaside to meet the enemy. The battle over there is not something you can handle. Shikamaru, you immediately take people to the seaside. Do not follow us. Jiraiya nodded and turned to Moonlight Breeze, instructing him to immediately head to the seaside for support, as they couldn't be of any help in the battle there. But Lord Jiraiya, cough cough cough. Is it really okay for you and Lady Tsunade to go alone? Moonlight Breeze looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade with concern in his eyes. Follow the orders. This is the battlefield. You just need to obey. With a furrowed brow, Jiraiya commanded, then quickly caught up with Tsunade, disappearing from sight. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Everyone, follow me. Moonlight Breeze, with worry flashing in his eyes, turned around and led the remaining troops towards the seaside. It is still too early to give up. Even if we have to die, we cannot do nothing. We cannot give up on ourselves. At least we must try our best, and even if we die, we will have no regrets. The third Tsuchikige's eyes flashed with seriousness as he shouted to those around him, seeing countless ninjas displaying fear. He soared into the sky. Lord Tsuchikige, everyone, get as far away from here as possible. Run. Run away. Countless ninjas turned and fled. Faced with such a jutsu, which exceeded their understanding, they simply couldn't resist. Earth Release. Ultra Light Heavy Rock Technique. The third Tsuchikige threw himself into the fray, using Earth Release to try to slow the falling speed of the meteorite so more people could escape, even attempting to lift it to prevent it from falling further. Finally not too late. Damn it. How does Uchiha Madara have such power? Magnet Release. Sand Gold Super Large 4 Pillars. Hold it up. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, arrived on the scene. Seeing the impending meteorite, chakra surged wildly within him, and he used countless sands to create 4 massive pillars that directly supported the enormous meteorite. The fourth Kazekage is here. Are we saved? Let's run. We can't hold back the Kages. The others saw the fourth Kazekage appear, and immediately, for huge, sturdy iron pillars appeared to hold the meteorite, reducing its falling force. Just a little more to stop it. Hold it up. With the fourth Kazekage's assistance, alongside the power of the 9 tails from Minato Namikaze, the third Tsuchikage endured the immense force, pouring all his chakra into the meteorite and exerting all his strength. Boom! At that moment, 2 massive meteorites were halted, suspended in mid-air. This little brat, you really are annoying. Damn it. However, after so many years, it seems you've grown quite a bit, huh? You're not the little brat who would wet his pants at the sight of me anymore, are you? Uchiha Madara looked at the scene before him, a smirk on his lips, his eyes flashing with disdain and shock. Shocked that Oanoki could achieve such a feat, blocking his heavenly obstruction star. Disdainful that they blocked these two. What's the use? Did we succeed? Did we really stop it? Wow, so strong? Did we finally stop it? You scared me. A group of ninjas still fleeing saw that the meteorites above them had not fallen, and each of them breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, don't stop. The third Tsuchikage, the fourth Hokage, and the fourth Kazekage are buying us time. Those 2 meteorites will eventually fall, so run and don't linger. Some ninjas could see through it. Indeed, the meteorites would still fall eventually. They were merely being held up for now. But they could not stay here, otherwise they would all be killed sooner or later. A few Kage-level powerhouses might escape, but they might not be so lucky. They had to leave before the meteorites fell. Yes, run. Everyone, hurry and leave. Go. With a reminder, those who had just sighed in relief immediately shouted loudly and ran off quickly. Then what about the third one? Oanoki, fourth Hokage? Hith hith. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly, without a hint of concern, as a third massive meteorite appeared in the sky. As expected? Damn it, this isn't good. If this continues, the third Tsuchikage will be directly killed by the shockwave. Swish! Minato Namikaze knew it was no longer time to conserve chakra. He directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the 3 massive meteorites into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 enormous meteorites were moved into the sea by Minato Namikaze. instantly stirring up towering waves along the shore, and countless seawater and invisible shockwaves surged globally, rushing towards the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, what the hell is that? Look, the meteorites in the sky are gone. It's the fourth Hokage who moved them to the seaside. So strong. Such terrifying power. It was moved away just like that. Chapter 219. Minato Namikaze. Top transformation into Buddha. Long live the fourth Hokage. The crowd, seeing the meteorites disappear, were all very excited, smiling, and finally relieved. Cough, cough, cough. The third Tsuchikage felt a sense of relief, coughing violently. He had used too much chakra earlier and hadn't caught his breath, yet, as he slowly descended to the ground and sat down heavily. Swish! Third Tsuchikage. Are you okay? The fourth Raikage came to the third Tsuchikage side, looking worried. I'm not dead yet. I want to regain my confidence. Uchiha Madara is the perfect opponent for that. Owanoki shook his head, struggling to stand up, breathing heavily as he looked at Uchiha Madara. Third Tsuchikage, you're being reckless. You're all battered and still trying to show off? The fourth Raikage, seeing Owanoki still trying to be tough, couldn't help but remind him. I really didn't expect the fourth Hokage would have space ninjutsu to move my heavenly obstruction star directly to the seaside. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have been your match. I acknowledge your strength. Even compared to Hashirama back in the day, you have a slight edge. Though it's not much, it still excites me. And you, Owanoki, you've experienced the gap between us before. I didn't expect you to still be able to stand up after being so battered. Uchiha Madara looked at Owanoki with a smirk, lightly chuckling. However, he held great admiration for Minato Namikaze. Had they been born in the same era, the former him would not have been Minato's opponent. Without awakening the Rinnegan, it would be quite difficult to defeat Minato Namikaze. Not just because of wood release and the Nine Tails, but also due to that elusive space ninjutsu, which he had mastered deeply. It's astonishing that he can move his 3 heavenly obstruction stars to such a distant place. Even with such mastery of space ninjutsu, he is still inferior to Senju Tobarama. Ninjas devote themselves wholeheartedly to battle, simply for the benefit of their village and country. In the past, we fought incessantly, plundering others, seizing people and land, only to be plundered in return. This cycle never considered other countries and villages. Hatred continued to swell, ultimately leading to the 3 great ninja wars. But now it's different. All ninjas have united. We are here to protect the ninja world, to safeguard our home. Even if it means death, I will stand at the forefront, because I'm the third Tsuchikage. Inoki stood up, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Madara, his eyes flashing with endless anger as he shouted at him. Humph, this is the meaning of a ninja's existence. You've lived for so long, yet you seem to have regressed. The past pain, it seems you have not grasped it at all. Uchiha Madara looked at the small Inoki before him and chuckled lightly. I've lived longer than you, and what I've comprehended is naturally superior to you. It's precisely because I understand such pain that the past has awakened us, leading us to ultimately decide which path is the right one to take. This battle is different. This time all ninjas have united, fighting not for something, but for the entire ninja world. Everyone is united, unlike in the past when they fought for themselves and competed against each other. The mistakes of the past were not in vain. They have taught us what is truly precious. After enduring pain, the entire ninja world has truly grown and begun to awaken. This power is beyond your imagination. Inoki looked at Uchiha Madara, understanding that now the entire ninja world longs for peace. As long as we eliminate Uchiha Madara, the world can return to peace. At that time, everyone can live in the peace they desire, and all villages will begin to bond and understand each other. There will no longer be the chaotic battles of the past. The world no longer needs tyrants like Uchiha Madara. I see no need for this world to grow any further. Just let me sleep in my infinite Tsukuyumi. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with anger as he looked at the small Inoki before him, feeling quite displeased that he dared to rebut him. In the past, you forced me to give up myself. Now I will defeat you and regain my confidence. The one who should sleep is you, a person who has long since died. Inoki shouted loudly at Uchiha Madara. That's right, third Tsuchikage. This time, I fully agree with your words. Uchiha Madara, the one who deserves to die is you. The one who should be buried underground is you, a person who has long since died. The fourth Raikage smirked, looking at Uchiha Madara with disdain. Then let us send him to the depths of the earth together. Kuratsuchi raised her eyebrows and chuckled lightly. In that case, count me in. I was once a failed father who placed all the blame on my own son. I once wanted to see his potential, but all I saw was disappointment. At that time, I never considered that the biggest failure was actually me as a father. If Gaara were still alive, I would have to create a beautiful, peaceful future for him. This is the last thing I can do for him as a father. The fourth Kazekage floated in the air, countless grains of gold sand accumulating beneath him, lifting him up as he looked at Uchiha Madara with endless killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, Raza also realized that he had been too harsh on Gaara, placing all the mistakes and failures on him. But he was just a child who understood nothing, and, as a father, I had never given him a shred of care or love. This made Raza feel a sense of guilt as he thought about Gaara, who was still missing, and his heart was heavy with pain. Then let us, the 5 Kage, defeat Uchiha Madara and restore this world to its rightful state. Everyone come to me. Top transformation. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement, knowing he had many things to protect. His wife, daughter, son. Everything awaited his victorious battle. He absolutely could not lose. The 4th Kazekage directly brought the 3rd Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, the 4th Reikage, and Inoki to stand atop the true Senju's head. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless golden giant hands with unmatched power surged towards Uchiha Madara. Chapter 220. The appearance of the sage of the 6 paths. My tongue is dry. Would release. Flower tree world descend. Uchiha Madara, filled with rage, clasped his hands together, and countless vines surged wildly, rushing towards Minato Namikaze. Hud, hud, hud. Uchiha Madara himself controlled the complete Susanoo to charge at Minato. Bang, bang, bang. Countless vines before the top transformation were crushed in an instant, and countless Buddha hands slammed down onto Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara was pressed down and rubbed against the ground by Minato's top transformation. Damn it, Uchiha Madara was extremely furious. He couldn't believe he was being pressed down again, and he had had enough of this feeling. Super God, Luo Tianzheng. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Madara roared, releasing a powerful repulsive force around him, gaining a moment to breathe, then vanished from his spot. Bang, bang, bang. The top transformation slammed into the ground, creating a massive pit several miles wide. He run away. Minato's brows furrowed as he looked at the now vanished Uchiha Madara, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. I really hate that feeling just now. You, 4th Hokage, have completely infuriated me. Uchiha Madara glared at Minato, his eyes filled with endless anger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finally caught up? Madara. Just then, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama arrived on the scene, looking at Uchiha Madara with wary eyes. Hashirama? I didn't expect to see an old friend again in this way. Uchiha Madara smirked, his eyes flashing with amusement. Uchiha Madara, what do you intend to do? Senju Tobirama shouted angrily at Uchiha Madara. What do I intend to do? I want you all to enjoy a happy time in my infinite Tsukuyami, to have a perfect world. Uchiha Madara smiled at Senju Tobirama. What a madman. Evil Uchiha. Senju Tobirama coldly snorted at Uchiha Madara. Is the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage here? This time, we should be able to defeat Uchiha Madara, right? We definitely can. The 1st Hokage was able to defeat Uchiha Madara back then, and now it's still the same. That's right, this battle, we will definitely win. All the Hokage have come out. The ninja coalition, seeing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama from afar, felt an incredible excitement on their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Grandpa? Grandpa? 2nd Grandpa? Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived at the scene, looking at the 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage in front of them, slightly taken aback. Ah, little Tsunade, you're here too? Aha! This can't be your boyfriend, right? No, you're all grown up now. It should be your husband, right? Our little Tsunade doesn't he understand you what's your name. Please take care of her from now on. Aha! When Senju Hashirama saw Tsunade appear, he smiled. Then he saw Jiraiya and thought the two had gotten married. After all, Tsunade had become a super-aged, unmarried woman by now. He thought it was about time she got married, right? Aha! Lord 1st Hokage, no, Grandpa, I will definitely take good care of Tsunade. Jiraiya flushed at Hashirama's words and hurriedly laughed, feeling overjoyed inside. Bang! Jiraiya? What nonsense are you talking about? Tsunade blushed and directly raised her fist to smash down on Jiraiya's head. This action surprised everyone present, including Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, and others, who then awkwardly chuckled. Lady Tsunade really resembles Kushina a bit. Ha ha! Minato scratched his head, looking at Tsunade and recalling the fiery Kushina at home, smiling slightly. All right, now is not the time to talk about this. The Uchiha Madara in front of us is the #1 enemy. Moreover, his eyes seem to have changed. I wonder what he has done all these years. Senju Tobarama shook his head, looking at Uchiha Madara, his eyes flashing with wariness. Madara, you better not get in the way here. Let's end this war quickly and go back to rest together. We have long since passed away, so there is no need to cause trouble for others out here. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, his brows furrowed, and shouted loudly. It seems quite lively here. At the same time, an out-of-place voice came from above, and 7 figures descended from the sky. Who are you? Nagato? Jiraiya looked at the figures descending from the sky, his eyes filled with shock. Nagato had changed so much that it was truly stunning, especially the power within him, an astonishing power that felt terrifying. Teacher Jiraiya, we meet again. 6 Paths. Nagato looked at Jiraiya in front of him, smiling lightly, but anger flashed in his eyes. Nagato, turn back. Turn back. Jiraiya shouted at Nagato. Turn back? There's no turning back anymore. Teacher Jiraiya, why couldn't you appear before us back, then like you are now, standing in front of the ninja allied forces? You have no idea what happened to us after you left. I just wanted to protect those 2, but you left us and he died, and he died. I want everyone to feel pain, to know that this world is ultimately wrong. Nagato hovered in the air, looking down at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with reproach. It was because Jiraiya left that in the end, Yahiko died. His most important elder brother had died. Now, only he and Konan remained, relying on each other. He wanted everyone in the world to endure such pain, even 10-fold, 100-fold more. He wanted them to know that what they did before was wrong, and only then could peace be achieved. This was Nagato's inner thought. He didn't want to let this world continue fighting. He had now become a god, and he wanted to create a beautiful world, a world without war or persecution. Chapter 221. Uchiha Itachi's 6 Paths Clones. It seems there are indeed many problem children. But his chakra actually surpasses that of my elder brother. It really surprises me. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brows, looking at Jiraiya and Nagato. He didn't expect that this person who surpassed his elder brother was actually a disciple of this younger generation, which truly caught him off guard. So you secretly became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails? Nagato, I underestimated you. You didn't resurrect me, yet you directly became the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Damn it. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed as he looked at Nagato, who had become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails but hadn't revived him, feeling extremely angry. Leave Uchiha Madara to me. This guy with the Rinnegan will be handed over to you. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows, thinking he would deal with Uchiha Madara, while the 6 Paths Nagato could only be left to others. His current strength made it somewhat difficult to confront Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara had an extra pair of Rinnegan, giving him an extremely strange feeling. Although time is running out. However, the conclusion that must be made still needs to be made. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama, snorted coldly, and directly manifested a second stage Susanoo, charging towards Senju Hashirama. Would release, would dragon technique. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows, watching Uchiha Madara charge at him, and a wood dragon directly appeared beneath him, rushing toward him and biting his incoming fist, its tail sweeping horizontally. Bang! Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was tripped by the tail and fell to the ground. Full body Susanoo. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, stood up, and the Susanoo expanded again, the full body Susanoo manifesting in the arena. Would release, would golem technique. Boom boom boom. Senju Hashirama summoned a wood golem to stand against Uchiha Madara. Before long, you will be mine. Uchiha Madara smirked, a smile flashing his eyes as he looked at Senju Hashirama. Swish! Uchiha Madara drew the sword from his waist and swung it at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama directly controlled the wood golem to lower its head, bending its body to dodge the strike. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Madara's massive attack directly destroyed the land within miles, creating violent explosions. Bang! Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama controlled the wood golem to grab Uchiha Madara and push him back. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Madara was pushed back repeatedly. Damn it! Uchiha Madara roared, raising both hands to smash the sword down onto the golem's head. Bang! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Then Uchiha Madara kicked the wood golem in the stomach, sending it flying back and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Madara slowly lifted the foot of his Susanoo, stepping towards Senju Hashirama, raising the katana in his hands, and slashed down at him. Senju Hashirama raised the wood golem's arms, catching the blade barehanded, directly pinching the katana. Bang bang bang. Although the katana was caught, the astonishing air wave swept across a 10-mile radius, whipping up a tremendous gale. So amazing. Is this the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage? Our combat ability, compared to our predecessors, is simply not on the same level. If we go up, we can only cause trouble. A group of ninjas watching from outside the battlefield flashed with fear in their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wood dragon flew out directly and crashed into Uchiha Madara's Susanu's chest. Uchiha Madara swung out a punch with his other hand. The wood dragon's head lunged at him a bite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the wood dragon knocked the sword out of Uchiha Madara's hand. What? Uchiha Madara was slightly stunned, surprised that even with his enhanced strength, he still encountered this result. Now's the time. Senja Hashirama quickly threw a punch, and the massive wooden fist smashed down on Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Madara was directly blasted away by the punch and staggered back several dozen steps before finally stopping. The great battle has begun over there. Itachi, shouldn't you get to work? Following me all day seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Pain, Nagato, floating in the air, saw the attack not far away and then glanced at Uchiha Itachi with a light laugh. There's a powerful force over there, even more terrifying than me. No, I should say his chakra is more terrifying than mine. However, his strength is about the same as mine. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows, feeling the power of Nagato in the Sage of Six Paths form, and was somewhat shocked. Nagato absorbed the power of the 10 Tails and has now become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. However, he is not using his own Rinnegan, so his strength does not seem that strong. Even if he has absorbed the 10 Tails, he can only reach the initial strength of the 6 Paths. Comparable to your strength, but with your father and the others around, it will be a bit troublesome. Their combat power is still somewhat lacking compared to the 6 Paths. Pain, Nagato, chuckled lightly and said to Uchiha Itachi, Itachi, I should head to the battlefield now. This 6 Paths Nagato can only be dealt with by me. I will never allow anyone to disrupt this ninja world. Uchiha Itachi nodded. This time, he really needed to make an appearance. Originally, without this 6 Paths Nagato, he wouldn't need to appear at all, as everything could be resolved. But with 6 Paths Nagato appearing, he could not stand aside and had to fulfill his responsibilities and obligations. Go ahead. Be careful, but I have prepared a gift for you. Hee. Take a look. Pain, Nagato smiled as he waved his right hand, and 6 bodies appeared in front of him. These are my own selves? Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned to see 6 bodies in front of him, all of which were himself. Tailored for you. It would be a bit difficult for you to handle 7 by yourself. I've found you 6 helpers. How about that? Pain, Nagato smiled and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 222. Jiraiya's perfect Sage Chakra Mode. Thank you, Nagato. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly, and black rods appeared at the tips of his right fingers, directly granting the 6 Paths powers to his 6 bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 6 bodies opened their eyes, and small black rods began to absorb Uchiha Itachi's strength. They were originally Uchiha Itachi's own bodies, making them easier to use, and they possessed all of his powers. Now, with the 6 Paths power assigned to them, they all had the strength of the Rinnegan, and their power skyrocketed. All right, you go. Shine your light. Pain, Nagato smiled, looking at Uchiha Itachi with a bright smile. Uchiha Itachi looked at Pain, Nagato's smile, his heart skipped a beat, and he was momentarily stunned. What are you dazed for? Pain, Nagato saw Uchiha Itachi staring blankly and suddenly waved his hand in front of him. Oh, thinking about something. Then I'll be off. Itachi, you should head back to the village and not wander around. It's dangerous outside. Uchiha Itachi nodded, his face slightly flushed, turned around, and flew off with the 6 bodies, not forgetting to remind him. Got it. Pain, Nagato nodded and chuckled lightly. How boring if I go to the battlefield. Wouldn't the battle end in an instant? Dull, uninteresting. I'll find a place to take a nap. I have no interest in such battles. Oh, after Uchiha Itachi left, Pain, Nagato yawned and disappeared from the spot. Is the final battle about to begin? Hee. Naruto Uzumaki smiled as he looked at Samui lying on the bed, chuckling lightly before disappearing from the spot. Although Naruto Uzumaki had no thoughts about this battle and found it very boring, there was Konan on the battlefield, and he couldn't let her get in any trouble. This was her personal property. He couldn't let her be in danger easily, so he decisively chose to head to the battlefield. Transformation technique. However, to be safe, Naruto Uzumaki used the transformation technique to disguise himself as a ninja to avoid being discovered by his father. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. 6 Paths Animal Path Nagato directly used the summoning technique, and in an instant, dozens of summoned beasts appeared, all of them extremely large. Among them are not only the three-headed hellhound, but also flying birds, gigantic rhinos, huge crabs, and so on. Summoning technique? Is this one of the abilities of the six paths? To summon so many enormous summoned beasts? But are these summoned beasts really useful? Jiraiya frowned, looking at the dozens of summoned beasts in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. This six paths who can summon, I will deal with. The fourth Kazekage frowned, waved his hands, and countless sand and gold headed towards the summoned beasts in front of him. Ignorant humans. Six paths, Nagato scoffed, curling his lip. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of summoned beasts charged towards the fourth Kazekage. What? So fast? After becoming a six paths level existence, Nagato's summoned beasts had their strength greatly enhanced. Their speed was extremely fast, and the fourth Kazekage's sand gold could not block them at all, and he couldn't even catch up. After all, the weight of the sand gold is still quite heavy. Using it against a six paths level existence is still too slow. For Kazekage, I will lend you a hand. Earth Release, super lightweight rock technique. Inoki frowned and directly used Earth Release to help lighten the weight of the fourth Kazekage sand gold. I never expected the sand gold could be lightened to such an extent. Thank you, third Tsuchikage. The fourth Kazekage smiled slightly. Feeling that the weight of his sand gold had decreased countless times, his speed increased, and he immediately wrapped up several summoned beasts in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The summoned beasts were crushed into a cloud of smoke by the immense pressure and disappeared. Summoning technique. Six paths, animal path, Nagato snorted coldly, as if he could summon countless summoned beasts without cost. Since that's the case, then, fifth Mizukage, let's find an opponent for ourselves too. It seems that dealing with such a guy is quite a challenge for a person. As for the others, let's leave them to the fourth Hokage and the rest. The fourth Raikage frowned, his gaze fixed on Nagato, the six paths of pain, as he charged forward. All right, let's both take on one. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Tsunade was the first to attack, testing the waters, as she unleashed a torrent of water that formed a water dragon, rushing towards Nagato. Almighty push. Bang, bang, bang. The water dragon was directly blocked by Nagato. The water was pushed away. Well then, it's our turn now. Jiraiya, I'll take one, you take one. Tap, tap, tap. Tsunade dashed straight toward the hungry ghost path. Hey, Tsunade, be careful. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Jiraiya frowned. Seeing Tsunade rushing toward the hungry ghost path, he immediately performed the Shadow Clone Technique. I need to gather Sage Chakra. I can only let the Shadow Clones go first. Jiraiya placed his hands together and began to gather Sage Chakra. Does gathering Sage Chakra really take that much effort? Jiraiya, you really? I'll give you a hand. Naruto shook his head, using the transformation technique to turn into a mist village ninja, patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, and in the next moment, disappeared without a trace, not even leaving a shadow behind. Who patted me? This Sage Chakra? What's going on? I just gathered it. And it's already successful? At hand just now? Jiraiya was slightly stunned, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. He had actually accelerated the speed of gathering Sage Chakra, instantly achieving it. In fact, it was Naruto who directly transferred the gathered Sage Chakra to Jiraiya, allowing him to use it immediately. Moreover, this sudden increase in Sage Chakra would also expand his body's meridians, making them sturdier. Afterward, Jiraiya's speed of gathering Sage Chakra would be even faster, almost like he had opened up the run and do meridians. Sage Art. Cough, cough. I can actually use Sage techniques in an instant now. It really surprises me. Jiraiya's eyes turned to yellow, and even his Kabuki makeup disappeared. With Naruto's help, he transformed into the perfect Sage mode. Chapter 223. Nagato versus Minato. It's really unexpected to open Sage mode in an instant. This aura even surpasses my peak period. Tobirama Senju looked at Jiraiya and nodded slightly. His aura suddenly expanded, even shocking himself. He did not expect that after Jiraiya entered Sage mode, he actually surpassed his own peak period, which truly left him astonished. I'll take on one of them. Coming back to his senses, Tobirama found Hell Path Nagato and charged forward. Then leave this to me. Meanwhile, Jiraiya rushed toward Outer Path Nagato. In an instant, 5 of the 6 paths of pain were diverted, leaving only Human Path Nagato and the true body of the 6 paths. With such strength, do you really think you could defeat me, Teacher Jiraiya? The 6 paths of pain smirked, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Underestimate me. At that moment, the third Hokage also arrived on the scene and directly found Human Path Nagato to charge at him. It's the third Hokage. Why didn't he expect the third Hokage to come as well? We can also do our best to deal with those summoned beasts. That's right. We'll take on those summoned beasts. Brothers, charge. Kill. Seeing the third Hokage appear on the battlefield, with summoned beast after summoned beast emerging, the ninjas on the scene charged toward the battlefield. Their power, though weak, still allowed them to exert some residual heat. They could deal with some summoned beasts. Even if it was only a few, as long as they could kill these summoned beasts, it would alleviate the pressure on these shadow-level powerhouses. Then I'll deal with you, Nagato. Minato Namikaze frowned, looking at Nagato in front of him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Is he stronger than Uchiha Madara? Nagato's strength is formidable. I'm not confident I can defeat him. However, even if I die, I must defeat you. I will never allow someone like you, a threat to the ninja world, to exist in this world. This time, I bet my life as the fourth Hokage. Minato had already made up his mind. Even if he died, he would take Nagato down with him. If absolutely necessary, he would still use that technique from back then. Back then, it was for the village's sacrifice. This time, he was willing to sacrifice for the entire ninja world. Ha! Minato Namikaze, after all, we are still fellow disciples. Your strength is strong, but compared to me now, you are no match. Next, let me see your true strength. The six paths of pain smirked, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Then let us give a try. I'm also very curious about what kind of power the true Rinnegan possesses. Minato Namikaze frowned, looking at Nagato in front of him, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. Just by the aura, he could feel Nagato's power, not to mention that eerie Rinnegan. Ha ha ha, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The six paths of pain laughed heartily, as the chasing god orb flew rapidly toward Minato. What? So fast? Suddenly, a black sphere shot over, and Minato was somewhat surprised, disappearing from his spot. Super Otama Rasengan. In the next moment, Minato appeared behind the six paths of pain, directly slamming a Super Otama Rasengan down. Give me some nutrients, then. I want to be polite about it. The six paths of pain didn't even dodge, directly absorbing the Super Otama Rasengan in Minato's hand into his body. Is it true? Just like Uchiha Madara, able to absorb chakra. Whoosh! Minato furrowed his brow and disappeared from his spot. At that time, Uchiha Madara was unable to absorb chakra with sage power. I wonder if it will work. Let us give it a try. In the next second, Minato appeared hundreds of meters away, looking at Nagato in front of him, thinking to himself, is this all you've got? With this level, you don't even qualify to make me move. The six paths of pain looked at Minato, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Then let us see this. Sage Art, Spiral Flash, Super Rasen Dance Roar, third style. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Minato said coldly, throwing out six specially made shuriken. Want to rely on your space ninjutsu? I've seen through it long ago. Almighty push. Bang. The six specially made shuriken shot by Minato were directly pushed away by the powerful repulsion released by the six paths of pain. An invisible aura? Let us see how long it can last. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing the repulsive force released by Nagato, Minato Namikaze wanted to understand more, to gather as much information as possible. He threw a kunai with his right hand, and then directly used the Shadow Clone Technique to turn the kunai in front of him into countless kunai. In an instant, a sky full of kunai flew directly towards Nagato. Humph! Nagato snorted coldly, letting the kunai shoot towards him while standing still, unmoved. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds? Minato observed the changes in Nagato carefully. His mouth felt dry. Boom, boom, boom. At the 5th second, Nagato waved his right hand, and the Rinnegan behind him transformed into a shield, directly blocking all the kunai in front of him. In a flash, a Rinnegan shot out and reached Minato in an instant. Not good. Whoosh! Minato sensed a dangerous aura and immediately disappeared from his spot. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the place where Minato had just been exploded, turning the area within thousands of meters into scorched earth. What terrifying power! If he'd been hit, he would probably be dead or severely injured. Minato furrowed his brow, thankful that he possessed space ninjutsu. Otherwise, that last attack would have been enough to finish him off. Is running the only thing I can do? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nagato sneered, standing still while the Rinnegan behind him flew out continuously, not needing him to do anything himself. Damn it, this thing is really fast. Minato frowned, constantly moving his body, but the Rinnegan behind him always seemed to catch up, leaving him feeling incredulous. Although he didn't need to use the Flying Thunder God kunai, the limitations of directly traversing space were too great, and the distance was too short. Chapter 224. Uchiha Itachi appears, shocking the entire scene. This black sphere can quickly find where I'm about to appear. It's too fast. If I don't hurry to the next location, I could easily be hit, and my attacks can be blocked by him. If I rashly appear behind him, I could easily be killed. Minato looked at Nagato, a serious expression flashing in his eyes, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. The game is over. The cat-and-mouse game ends here. Next, let me show you what true power looks like. Nagato looked at Minato, chased by his Rinnegan, and chuckled lightly. As long as Minato appeared near him, he could instantly kill him. So he wasn't worried about Minato suddenly attacking. Crack, crack, crack. Then Nagato placed both hands on the ground, and a towering tree sprouted in front of him. In this world, there's no longer a need for existence. Originally, I wanted to create war weapons to make you countries slaughter each other. At that time, you would understand everyone's pain, allowing the world to grow and enabling you to coexist peacefully. But now, you all have united. There is no need for it to appear. However, next, please enjoy the feast I have prepared for you. I will first let you experience despair, then create a world for you. In this world, you will live happily and harmoniously. Ha ha ha! Nagato laughed heartily, and his whole person soared into the air. The giant tree above bloomed with 6 flowers, beginning to condense tailed beast balls, which are the tailed beast balls of the 10 tails. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Barrier, 6 yang flame, red formation. Boom, boom, boom. Then Nagato directly released a barrier, enveloping the entire battlefield, trapping all the ninjas present inside. What? Tailed beast balls? Such a terrifying aura, countless times larger than the 9 tails tailed beast ball? Damn. Minato was shocked as he saw the 6 tailed beast balls. Next, let the audience present see what true despair is. The reason I grew back then is that I witnessed despair. Today it's your turn. Disappear along with this world. A smile appeared at the corner of Nagato's mouth, and a mad glint flickered in his eyes. 4th Hokage, Little Monkey, used the 4 red suns formation. The 2nd Hokage frowned. Their only option now was to wrap the tree in front of them with the 4 red suns formation, enclosing the tailed beast balls within the formation, which might save everyone present. You have no chance. No formation can stop my 6 10 tails tailed beast balls. Next, we shall see. The corners of Nagato's mouth curled up. He didn't believe any formation could block his 6 tailed beast balls. This barrier was merely to prevent them from escaping. Shadow clone technique. Boom! Minato nodded, directly creating 2 shadow clones, using them to cast the barrier while his real body was on guard. If the barrier couldn't block the 6 10 tails tailed beast balls, he would at least have a chance to create a way for more people to survive. Is Nagato really that powerful? If he blows up, tens of thousands of people here will vanish into thin air. Minato looked at the 6 10 tails tailed beast balls, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. All right, teacher. The little monkey, that is Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded and directly appeared at the 4 corners of the giant tree. Positioned were the 3rd Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and 2 of Minato's shadow clones. The other shadows were still fighting. They had just drawn back. 4 red suns formation. As the 3 of them poured their chakra into the ground, a barrier formed, wrapping the entire giant tree. Hee, is it useful? The other 6 Nagato shadow clones chuckled lightly and disappeared from their spots. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Soon, the 6 10 tails tailed beast balls began to successfully condense. About to launch. This is the power of the 10 tails? At that moment, a clear voice echoed in the ears of everyone present, including Nagato. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi? Nagato frowned, sensing a crisis from Uchiha Itachi, his brows furrowing. Itachi? Get out quickly. It's dangerous inside. Minato saw Uchiha Itachi suddenly descending from the sky, landing inside the barrier, his pupils constricting as he hurriedly shouted. 4th Hokage-sama, don't worry. Leave it to me. Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly at Minato and directly landed at the base of the giant tree. Just you? Can you block this 10 tails tailed beast ball? Nagato clearly did not believe it. Even Uchiha Madara would probably find it a bit challenging, let alone Uchiha Itachi. In his view, it was impossible. So he didn't stop him. Is that so? The corners of Uchiha Itachi's mouth rose, and the Sharingan in his eyes transformed into Rinnegan, the white Rinnegan appearing, upon which 6 Tomo emerged, ultimately becoming the purple 6 Tomo Rinnegan Sharingan. What? How is this possible? How could you also have Rinnegan? Moreover, your eyes? Impossible. How could your Rinnegan be stronger than mine? Who exactly are you? Who exactly are you? The 6 paths, Nagato saw Uchiha Itachi in front of him. his eyes flashing with shock. He didn't expect that in this world, besides himself, there was someone else who possessed the Rinnegan. He didn't know how Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan came to be, but Uchiha Madara was a dead man. What was going on with Uchiha Itachi in front of him? Why did Uchiha Itachi also awaken the Rinnegan? Moreover, it had 6 Tomo. What was the situation? The 6 Paths Nagato had no idea why Uchiha Itachi appeared with the Rinnegan, and its level seemed to be even higher than his, making him feel extremely shocked. What? The Rinnegan? How could Uchiha Itachi possibly awaken the Rinnegan? Unclear. The Rinnegan was actually awakened by Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Itachi? Could it be that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan ultimately evolves into the Rinnegan? This possibility wasn't out of the question. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan have 2 pairs of Rinnegan? Chapter 225. The appearance of 6 Paths Itachi. Nagato's anger, that's right. Itachi actually possesses the Rinnegan. In this round, we should be able to win, right? We should be able to. I didn't expect the strength of the Uchiha clan to be so formidable. The group of ninjas was initially very worried. Facing those 6 terrifying powers, they felt tremors and fear. But when Uchiha Itachi appeared with a pair of Rinnegan, it meant that their side also had someone who could rival the 6 Paths Nagato. This eased everyone's minds considerably. Itachi? Your eyes? Minato Namikaze also felt it was incredible, staring at Uchiha Itachi in slight astonishment. 4th Hokage. All of this was given to me by Naruto. Naruto helped me awaken the Rinnegan. The upcoming battle will be against Nagato. I'll handle it. As for Uchiha Madara, you all work together to seal him. Leave this to me. Uchiha Itachi chuckled lightly, nodding at Minato Namikaze. I didn't expect there to be a non-evil person in the Uchiha clan. I had misunderstood the Uchiha clan before. This kid is filled with the scent of love and seems to care deeply for the village. Unlike Uchiha Madara's eyes, his gaze carried affection and a love for this land. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Itachi inside the barrier and nodded, for the first time feeling that there were good people in the Uchiha clan. Yes, Itachi has a kind heart, and everything he does prioritizes the village. Previously, there were rebels in the Uchiha clan, but he personally killed them all. Everything Itachi did was witnessed by us. Not all Uchiha clan members are evil. Even Obito was driven to his actions because of the death of his beloved at the hands of his brother. The situation at that time was quite complex, Minato Namikaze nodded, recalling Uchiha Obito, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. If he had been there, such things wouldn't have happened. He couldn't even protect his own subordinates, nor his own disciples. Yes, this kid is good. Moreover, the Rinnegan he awakened is stronger than my elder brother's. Senju Tobirama nodded, looking at Uchiha Itachi with a light chuckle. I'll gladly accept the power of the 10 tails. Uchiha Itachi's mouth curled up, his right hand resting on the giant tree in front of him, a crazy suction force acting upon it. Boom, boom, boom. As Uchiha Itachi's suction power fully activated, the 6-tailed beast balls that had originally coalesced began to shrink continuously. Eventually, all the chakra of the 10 tails was absorbed into Uchiha Itachi's body, causing his power to surge. Burp. The power of the 10 tails is quite nice. The combined strength of these 6-tailed beast balls has already surpassed that of the 9 tails. Is there any more? I'm not full yet. Uchiha Itachi's mouth curled up, his aura surging, and he floated in the air, locking eyes with the 6 Paths Nagato. Damn it. You actually absorbed my 10 tails power? Even though you possess the Rinnegan. You don't have the 10 tails. You have no idea how strong it is to have the 10 tails. Next, I will deal with you first. If I can't make the world feel pain, then this world will never know peace. Next, the damned one is you. Now I am God. I have become an existence like the sage of 6 paths. You don't have the 10 tails, so you can only die. Swish, swish, swish. Anger flashed in the eyes of the 6 Paths Nagato. He was now the sage of 6 paths, the ruler of this world. He wanted everyone to experience pain, to understand his pain, and to awaken. He wanted the entire world to fall into slumber, within dreams, where they would never be unhappy. He wanted everyone in the world to feel happiness and joy. Suddenly, 6 Paths clones appeared directly behind Uchiha Itachi, surrounding him completely. Then let us wait and see. 6 Paths mode, activate. Boom, boom, boom. Only with his own Rinnegan, and possessing an immense amount of Yin-Yang ultimate power, could this special mode be activated. Even Uchiha Madara could not activate it. He could only rely on the power of the 10 tails to activate 6 Paths mode. Because Uchiha Madara only obtained a portion of Senju Hashirama's Yang chakra, but later absorbed Hashirama's chakra, the ultimate Yang chakra was all distributed in his physical body. Thus, even though Uchiha Madara absorbed Hashirama's power, he couldn't possess the extremely vast ultimate Yang chakra. Ultimately, he still needed to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to activate it. Just like Naruto, who received the ultimate Yang power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths and ultimately activated Six Paths mode. Currently, Uchiha Itachi already possessed an extremely vast amount of Yin ultimate power, and with the gift of Yang ultimate power from Six Paths Naruto, he successfully awakened the Rinnegan. The powerful Yin-Yang power radiating from his body allowed him to activate the extremely powerful Six Paths mode using his own strength. You can also use Six Paths mode? How is that possible? The Six Paths Nagato looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. No, it was Six Paths Itachi, and shock flashed in his eyes. He saw Six Paths Itachi's entire body undergoing changes. His skin began to turn white, resembling the color of the Otsutsuki clan, and a single horn began to grow on his head, encircling his head. Finally, a horn protruded on the right side, and a line of tomo appeared on his chest. His robe began to change, turning entirely white, with one tomo after another appearing in a chain on his clothing. The same happened on his back. But these tomo were not black, but red, extremely strange. 8 orbs appeared behind him, but ultimately the orbs fused directly into his body. What? The Six Paths Nagato looked at the transformation of Six Paths Itachi, shock flashing in his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Since you want to play with Six Paths clones, then my clones will accompany you for a good time. Six Paths Itachi chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers, and 6 identical Six Paths clones appeared beside him, opposing the Six Paths clones of Nagato. Damn it. How can there be such powerful strength? It's already vaguely surpassing my power? The Six Paths Sage of the Six Paths felt it was incredible. Why? After devouring the 10 tails, did he still feel that the Six Paths Itachi in front of him was slightly stronger than himself? Chapter 226. Reinforcements of Senju Hashirama. This puzzled him greatly. Could it be that his Rinnegan was of a much lower level than others? What the Six Paths Sage did not know was that this pair of eyes did not belong to him, so he could not unleash the full power of the Rinnegan. He couldn't even use the special abilities of the Rinnegan, such as Uchiha Madara's Rinne Rebirth. But the Six Paths Sage remained unaware of this and still believed that these were his eyes. Uchiha Itachi? He actually awakened the Rinnegan? How is that possible? Back then, I had to tear off a piece of flesh from Hashirama to finally evolve into the Rinnegan. Moreover, it took decades for the Rinnegan to awaken upon my death. But how could this Uchiha Itachi awaken the Rinnegan at such a young age? Furthermore, his Rinnegan seems different from mine, with 6 additional tomo. What purpose do these 6 tomo serve? Could they be stronger than my Rinnegan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My Rinnegan is the most powerful. There cannot be a Rinnegan stronger than mine. This is absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara was still battling Senju Hashirama, but upon seeing the appearance of Six Paths Itachi, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Madara, turn back while you still can. You have no advantage now. So stop. This is the village we created, the peace we created. Now all the ninjas are starting to integrate, to trust each other, to recognize their enemies. They have let go of hatred and have become friends, forming bonds. There will be no more war. Is this not our long-held wish? Senju Hashirama felt it was incredible to see Six Paths Itachi, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, Hashirama couldn't help but advise. After all, Uchiha Madara was his friend, and he did not want to fight him. The battle with Uchiha Madara back then was merely out of necessity. He was actually very reluctant deep down. Hashirama, there's no going back. You are too naive. This world can never return to how it was. I had hoped to catch up with you, but now it is no longer necessary. Uchiha Madara shook his head, looking at Senju Hashirama with a fierce gaze. Come on, let's fight one last time, as a farewell gift to send you back. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama, the corners of his mouth curling up, and charged forward. Madara, Hashirama. Huh. Subsequently, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara engaged in battle once more, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. It seems we have turned into spectators. I didn't expect Konoha to hide such a powerful expert. This really took me by surprise. The 4th Kazekage shook his head while looking at Six Paths Itachi, then turned to the 4th Hokage and said, in this battle, we should be able to win, right? No, we must win. Inoki also did not expect that Uchiha Itachi possessed the Rinnegan, and it seemed that his strength was not much different from that of the Six Paths Sage, which left him deeply shocked. There's still one over there. Since we can't deal with this Nagato, let's go help the 1st Hokage. He is still fighting Uchiha Madara. If we can seal Uchiha Madara, then the great battle will basically be over. Tsunade pointed at Senju Hashirama, who was still battling Uchiha Madara. suggesting that it was more appropriate for them to deal with him. Yes, that's true. Let's go help my brother first. Senju Tobirama nodded and headed straight towards Uchiha Madara. All right, everyone hold hands. I'll take you out. Namikaze Minato glanced at Six Paths Itachi, nodded at him, and then disappeared from the spot, preparing to assist Senju Hashirama. But first, he needed to take everyone in front of him away. Okay. Soon, all the ninjas immediately held hands and were brought out of the barrier by Namikaze Minato. Hoo. After several battles, Namikaze Minato's chakra was becoming a bit strained. He had just transported tens of thousands of people out, consuming a large amount of chakra and breathing heavily. Summoning technique. Bang! Tsunade directly used the summoning technique. Lady Tsunade, a giant slug was summoned, and upon seeing Tsunade, it quickly shouted, immediately disperse, and help everyone recover their strength. The upcoming battle may take a while. Tsunade looked at the slug and smiled lightly, instructing it to split up and heal everyone present, restoring their stamina. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The slug nodded, immediately breaking apart into thousands of smaller slugs, crawling onto each person to help them recover from injuries or regain strength. Meanwhile, Tsunade walked directly to Namikaze Minato's side and began treating him to restore his energy. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Namikaze Minato smiled at Tsunade, feeling his strength quickly recovering under her medical ninjutsu. In that case, let's go help the first Hokage. Tsunade, you stay here and take care of Minato. Summoning technique. Bang. Jiraiya formed hand seals and summoned a gigantic toad, the great toad, Fukusaku. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? Huh, you've actually reached perfect sage mode? Jiraiya, your abilities have improved a lot. Wow, so big. The great toad, Fukusaku, was summoned, holding a large pipe, took a puff, and exhaled, asking. After that, he saw the complete Susanoo and the wooden statue battling Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Fukusaku, thank you for your hard work. That is Uchiha Madara. He is our target. His strength is formidable, so please take us over. Jiraiya smiled, looking down at the great toad, Fukusaku. I'm glad I wasn't busy when you called me. Just finished up. Uchiha Madara. I wanted to meet him for a long time. You all better hold on tight. I really hate having so many people on my head. The great toad Fukusaku looked at the several Kage standing on his head, pouted, then leaped powerfully, quickly heading towards the battlefield of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Chapter 227. Obito, the one I truly love is you. I can also lend a hand. The third Hokage nodded, standing on the head of the great toad Fukusa, gripping his Rui staff tightly, looking at Uchiha Madara with a wary expression. This Uchiha Madara deserves to die. It is an honor for him to face so many Kage. The fourth Raikage curled his lip, seeing Uchiha Madara not far away, a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Madara is not easy to deal with, but with the first Hokage here along with us, it should be enough. This time, we must seal Uchiha Madara. Onoki furrowed his brows. He no longer feared strong enemies. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, he felt no fear like before. However, he was worried about whether he and his companions could match up to him, but with so many Kage-level powerhouses around, such worries should be set aside. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to have gained the Rinnegan. I wonder if my Kaleidoscope Sharingan can evolve into a Rinnegan. It seems the Uchiha clan can indeed awaken the Rinnegan. If I could obtain Itachi's bloodline for experimentation, and if I could truly awaken the Rinnegan, then this body of mine would be perfect. When Uchiha Itachi battles Nagato, I should take the opportunity to collect some blood. No longer hiding in some ravine, Orochimaru looked at the chessboard in front of him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Now, he was also very interested in the Rinnegan. If he could further awaken the Rinnegan, it would be something he desired. Moreover, it's nearly impossible to obtain the bodies of those who are exceptionally powerful. Therefore, Orochimaru wasn't foolish enough to think of acquiring Uchiha Itachi's body, as that could very likely lead to his soul being erased. However, he knew that the Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan, and, at least from the known conditions, he came to this conclusion. Given that, it seems there is no need to participate in the battlefield, right? Besides, that new Madara doesn't seem to be making any moves. Has he lost interest in fighting? Or is there another reason? Orochimaru noticed that Uchiha Obito seemed to have vanished after the battle began, which surprised and intrigued him. Never mind that for now. Since the fight is almost resolved, the time for the spirit formation to turn is also approaching. This is getting more interesting. The method for immortality has been solved. So let's just play with you guys. Tsunade and Jiraiya have also arrived. It's the long-awaited trio, Soon, I will meet with you all. Ha ha. Orochimaru laughed heartily and continued to gaze at the chessboard. The final battle is about to begin. Rin, wait for me here. I'm going out to fight. At this moment, Uchiha Obito had long been with Noera Rin. Namikaze Minato had already returned Rin to Obito, which is why Obito had disappeared from the ninja world during this time. Moreover, the Leaf had cultivated a new body for Obito, with neither white Zetsu nor black Zetsu present, and there were no seals in his heart. They also infused his body with Senju Hashirama cells to make it easier for him to use Kimui without going blind. Obito, is it dangerous? I know Kakashi is fighting outside, right? Take me with you? I'm already someone who has died once, and I also want to atone for you. You've killed many innocent ninjas over the years. If I contribute a little, it would be helping them, right? Noera Rin looked at Obito, her eyes flashing with tenderness. Rin, just stay here. It's very safe here. Apart from me and Kakashi, no one can come in. Once I go out, I'll remind Kakashi not to let anyone else in carelessly. You need to be careful. Don't come out. Stay inside honestly. The battle outside is not something you can participate in. If you get involved, you might be captured and used to threaten me. So this time, I plan to take the field myself, even if it's just to contribute a little bit. In the past, I appeared as Uchiha Madara, and very few knew that I was the masked man. Now my body is the same size as Rin S, and no one will know my identity. Do you trust me? Uchiha Obito would naturally not let Noera Rin go out. After all, he had seen Rin die once, and he wanted to eliminate all unstable factors. He also hoped that after this time, he could truly achieve peace so that he could live with Rin forever. Obito, bang! Noera Rin stepped forward and hugged Uchiha Obito, tears streaming down her face. Rin? Obito felt Rin's embrace, his whole body trembling. How long had he yearned for this embrace? This time he actually got it? Obito, the person I love is actually you. At that moment when Noera Rin hugged Uchiha Obito, she finally expressed everything in her heart. Love? You love me? Rin, didn't you like Kakashi? Uchiha Obito's body shook, his eyes misting over as he turned to look at Noera Rin, shock and excitement flashing in his gaze. Obito, did you see that I often go to find Kakashi alone? Why did I not go to your house to look for you? Just like before. I dragged you to the competition, thinking you would definitely win. But then Kakashi showed up, used Earth Release, Earth Wave, and became first place. Looking back at the past, we have so many memories. Although I died young, my memories with you are the most. I know you are competitive, but most of it is for me. You graduated because I helped you graduate. Do you remember? You silly, always late for graduation, late for school, late for everything. But I can't be the one to say I like you, right? Every time I showed affection for Kakashi, I could see your excited mood, and that made me happy. But you never confessed to me, which made me very angry. Humph. Noera Rin hugged Obito's waist, reminiscing about their youthful days, expressing all her feelings. Chapter 228. Obito's Moment of Happiness, the battle scene by the Sage of Six Paths. If Noera Rin hadn't died back then, she would have buried everything in her heart. But after learning that Obito had died, Rin realized she was truly afraid of losing Uchiha Obito. But he had already left her forever. At that time, Rin blamed herself for not confessing her love sooner, but it was already too late. This time, Rin didn't want to miss this opportunity. She wanted to loudly tell Uchiha Obito that she loved him, with a love that was very deep. It was no less than Uchiha Obito's love for her. In this battle, she learned from Obito that they would face many enemies, and these enemies could potentially destroy the entire ninja world. If she didn't say it now, it would be too late. She didn't want to miss out again. She didn't want to keep her feelings bottled up, and she didn't want Obito to die without understanding. Rin, I love you too. The first time I saw you smile at me, I carved your image deep into my heart. I was too cowardly to confess. Every time I wanted to say it, I ultimately held it back. From now on, I won't let you suffer any harm. I want to become Hokage, to protect the village, and to protect you. Now, I also want to protect the entire ninja world. I was wrong before, but I will correct it. Even if I can't become Hokage, I will stay with you. Forever and ever. Obito Uchiha directly wrapped his arms around Rin Noera, tears welling up in his eyes. This was the most touching, the most exciting, and the most thrilling thing he had heard in all these years. Just holding Rin Noera, inhaling her familiar scent. Obito is the best. You will definitely become Hokage. I'm waiting for you. I know I can't be of help, but you can't leave me behind. I want to fight alongside you. Naruko has modified my body. My strength is not weak. Moreover, I have the chakra of the three tails inside me, so I won't be as weak as you think. Besides, I'm a medical ninja. I can assist other medical ninjas and help you heal. Take me with you, okay? I want to fight alongside you. Even if it means death, I'm willing. Rin Noera hugged Obito, smiled at him, and reached out to caress his face, her eyes flashing with intense love. It is only when a person is about to die that they realize who they have truly loved their whole life. But by then, it is already too late for regret. All right, Rin is the best. Let us go. Let us fight together and bring peace to the ninja world. Obito Uchiha was momentarily taken aback, then put on a smile. Just then, Rin Noera gave him a sweet kiss. Obito Uchiha was stunned, then hugged Rin Noera tightly. Not long after, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera separated their lips, both blushing. Rin, let us go. I will protect you with my life. Obito Uchiha smiled lightly at Rin Noera. I will too. Hee. Rin Noera giggled, linking her arms with Obito Uchiha's. Let us go. Obito Uchiha chuckled softly and used Kamui, making both of them disappear into the Kamui space. Damn it, I need to strike first. This Itachi Uchiha is very powerful. I can only summon the Ten Tails first. Use the Ten Tails to sweep away the other ninjas while I hold Itachi Uchiha back. Then I'll use Infinite Tsukuyomi, and at that time, the battlefield will only have Itachi Uchiha in front of me. It should be no problem to deal with him. Boom. Nagato, in his six-paths form, frowned as he looked at Itachi Uchiha, his hands pressed together. Roar! With a furious roar, a Ten Tails burst forth from Nagato's body and appeared on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack, crack. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the entire earth began to tremble, countless massive vines flying through the air, capturing a group of nearby ninjas and immediately draining their chakra, turning them into lifeless corpses. Itachi Uchiha furrowed his brow, disappearing from his spot in the next second, wanting to absorb the Ten Tails into his body. Your opponent is me, Itachi Uchiha. Don't think about escaping. Nagato chuckled lightly, directly blocking Itachi Uchiha's path. Get out of the way. Itachi Uchiha frowned, a black rod appearing in his right hand, suddenly thrusting it toward Nagato. I won't let you have the chance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nagato chuckled lightly, waving his right hand, and countless black rods shot toward Itachi Uchiha. Clang, clang, clang. Itachi Uchiha did not hesitate, wielding the black rod in his hand to knock down the black rods in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Then Nagato's animal path directly summoned countless flying beast summoning animals. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Itachi Uchiha's animal path frowned and also summoned countless flying beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Both sides controlled their birds to attack each other. Massive birds flapping their wings, creating endless gusts of wind. The summoned beasts immediately began an aerial battle. True, planetary devastation. Meanwhile, the Deva Path Nagato pressed his hands together, roaring, and immediately released planetary devastation, condensing a highly concentrated black chakra sphere above, which possessed a terrifying suction force, pulling in all the shattered stones above. Super, Shinra Tensei. Itachi Uchiha frowned, snorting coldly, directly soaring into the air, using Shinra Tensei against the terrifying suction force, blasting away the surrounding stones, and reaching into the black sphere with his right hand to extinguish it. Damn it. Universal pull. Super, Shinra Tensei. Nagato cursed quietly, soaring into the air and engaging Itachi Uchiha in battle. Azura Path. Azura Nagato chuckled lightly. A mechanical arm grew from his shoulder, transforming into a cannon, gathering chakra to create a powerful chakra laser cannon. Azura Itachi snorted coldly, attacking directly, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, releasing laser cannons at each other, the dazzling lasers flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the Hungry Ghost Path, Hell Path, and Human Path Nagato also fought with Itachi Uchiha using taijutsu and other methods, both of their ninjutsu being the same. Chapter 229, Eye Technique, Hand of Heaven. They directly targeted the soul and chakra with almost no other abilities, all relying on taijutsu. For a moment, Itachi Uchiha was entangled by Nagato, unable to go to rescue other ninjas. Not good, Run. Don't get caught by those trees, or you'll be drained of chakra and turned into a husk. Run. Don't get caught, or it's all over. Hurry, damn it. What the hell is this thing? Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, some ninjas still didn't believe in evil, directly releasing fire style to try to burn the wooden vines, while others attempted to block, but it was all in vain. instantly extinguished, sweeping away the ninjas who released ninjutsu. Help me. No, don't. Ah. Thousands of ninjas were captured in an instant, their faces filled with terror, dying in fear. Ha ha ha. This is the power of the Ten Tails. Itachi Uchiha, do you see it? Everyone will die for this. Everyone will experience fear, knowing the pain of others. Only by sharing the same pain can they understand the preciousness of peace. Nagato's lips curled up, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You are wrong. Experiencing pain does indeed allow them to empathize. But many people are also innocently caught up in this battle. What you should do is guide them towards goodness in the right way. Just like now, everyone is giving to each other, forming bonds. Ultimately, uniting to fight against your Akatsuki organization. Have you ever thought about this? Your plan has been very successfully allowing everyone in the ninja world to form bonds. But wanting to destroy that is wrong. And what you call infinite Tsukuyami is nothing but a falsehood, an illusion. Putting everyone to sleep, trapped in dreams, is a false world. Deceiving and manipulating will only lead to everyone's demise in the end. Six Paths, Itachi looked at Six Paths Nagato in front of him, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. Is that so? To me, this world is an illusion, unworthy of existence. If that's the case, then let's choose destruction. As a god, I have the right to reboot this world. As long as they perish, the new world will not have wars, nor will it have so many displaced children. This is my dream, and also the ideal and duty of a god. Ha ha! Six Paths Nagato continuously battled Six Paths Itachi, both exchanging blows, their strengths not differing significantly. Although Six Paths Nagato lacked the enhancement of ocular techniques, he possessed the vast chakra of the Ten Tails. Even after extracting the Ten Tails, a large amount of its chakra remained in his body. Six Paths Nagato's strength was originally similar to Six Paths Itachi's, and it was not something that could be decided quickly. Damn it! Six Paths Itachi frowned tightly, looking at Six Paths Nagato, who was tightly entangled with him, cursing inwardly. Do I still have to step in? All high-end combat forces are being held back, and this Ten Tails is a problem. Forget it. Since that's the case, let me handle it. Wave Wind Naruko frowned, watching countless ninjas die in front of her. In an instant, thousands of ninjas had perished, and she had to take action. Unruly thing, come to me. Wave Wind Naruko stepped away from her original position and suddenly appeared above the Ten Tails' head. Roar! Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Ten Tails sensed the threat and immediately raised its head to start gathering the Ten Tails-tailed beast ball toward Wave Wind Naruko. You still want to attack me? You're still too inexperienced. Wave Wind Naruko snorted coldly, her right hand directly touching the Ten Tails-tailed beast ball in front of her, visibly absorbing the chakra. Roar! The Ten Tails seemed to feel provoked and roared, its Ten Tails suddenly stabbing toward Wave Wind Naruko. Look, what is that? Is that Lady Naruko? Lady Naruko is above the Ten Tails. What does Lady Naruko want to do? Lady Naruko, it's dangerous, run. All the ninjas who saw Wave Wind Naruko felt a sense of worry. After all, she contained the Nine Tails within her, and if captured and had her chakra absorbed, the Ten Tails' power would become even greater. Of course, many were genuinely concerned about what might happen with the Ten Tails, yelling loudly. Another one coming to die? Six Paths Nagato snorted coldly, seeing Wave Wind Naruko recklessly approaching the Ten Tails, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Not good, Naruko, it's dangerous. Although Six Paths Itachi knew Wave Wind Naruko was strong, out of concern and love for her, he felt deeply worried and shouted loudly at her. Good opportunity. There's a flaw. Six Paths Nagato's mouth curled up, directly shooting countless black rods at Six Paths Itachi. A flicker of anger passed through Six Paths Itachi's eyes as his Rinnegan transformed into an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and then he became somewhat illusory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What? How is this possible? Did it pass through? What is this ability? Mangeki Sharingan? Damn it, the Uchiha clan is really troublesome. Seeing the black rods pass straight through Six Paths Itachi, a serious look flashed in Six Paths Nagato's eyes. My technique. Virtual Dream, True Realm. Six Paths Itachi became blurry, his body appearing as both ethereal and solid. What kind of ocular technique is this? I've never seen it before. The truth-seeking orbs behind Six Paths Nagato immediately flew out, heading straight for Six Paths Itachi. Passed through again? This damn ocular technique. How can it be like this? Seeing his truth-seeking orbs once again pass through Six Paths Itachi, a flicker of anger flashed in Six Paths Nagato's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then the truth-seeking orbs behind Six Paths, Itachi, flew toward Six Paths Nagato. Damn it! The more Six Paths Nagato fought, the more strenuous it became. The truth-seeking orbs behind him also flew out, and more than a dozen truth-seeking orbs collided in the air. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the entire world, revealing the terror of their attack. Die for me. Six Paths, Itachi activated his Sharingan and kept his Rinnegan active, transforming into a form resembling the second pillar. But his eyes were reversed, with the Rinnegan on the left and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan on the right. Eye technique, hand of heaven. The Rinnegan in Six Paths Itachi's right eye emitted a faint purple light. Chapter 230, another Rinnegan, shocking Naruko. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire world changed color, and Six Paths Itachi and Six Paths Nagato disappeared from their original spot, appearing in a mysterious space, where an extremely large hand, at least 10,000 feet long, appeared in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gigantic hand rose and slammed down towards Six Paths Nagato, like an enlarged version of the Buddha's palm. Huh, why does his Rinnegan's ocular technique outnumber mine? Damn it, I can't move? It's as if the entire space has been frozen. No, I will not fail, I will not fail. Six Paths Shinra Tensei, kill for me. Ah. Six Paths Nagato looked up at the massive hand in the sky. His eyes filled with endless shock, and his body felt as if it was fixed in place. Unable to move, he let out a furious roar, releasing an immense repulsive force from within. Boom, boom, boom. The repulsion collided with the enormous hand, producing a violent explosion that echoed through the heavens and earth, with a shockwave sweeping across the entire special space. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the entire alternate space was shattered by the two, appearing in outer space beyond the ninja world. Block it for me, block it. Ah. Six Paths Nagato's truth-seeking orbs immediately flew back, forming a turtle shell that enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Although the gigantic hand was blocked momentarily by Six Paths Shinra Tensei, it ultimately could not be stopped. The defense of Shinra Tensei was breached, and it slammed toward Nagato. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Six Paths Nagato had already protected himself with the truth-seeking orbs, but in the end, he was still struck by the residual force, spitting out blood, his eyes filled with shock. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect you to have such means. I'm curious. Why are your eyes more powerful than my Rinnegan? I'm not willing to accept this. Six Paths Nagato looked at Six Paths Itachi, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Because of the power of love, I poured all my love into my eyes. The awakened eye of love is not something your eyes, awakened by separation and fear, can compare with. You have already lost the meaning of these eyes. After you awaken these eyes, you had long since lost love. And what you don't know is that love is the greatest and most unimaginable power in this world. Six Paths Itachi looked at Six Paths Nagato coldly and said, after which he disappeared from the spot. He needed to go back to save Wave Wind Naruko. Damn it, don't think about saving anyone. What a load of rubbish about love. Everything I loved has been taken away. How can you expect me to love? You have turned me into this. And I must make you experience the pain of losing family, friends, and loved ones. Six Paths' pain immediately followed. He did not want to be saved by Six Paths Itachi. I must make Uchiha Itachi feel the pain of losing a loved one. 10 Tails, you better not move. Just let me watch this performance. Naruto chuckled softly, activated his Rinnegan, and directly controlled the 10 Tails, taking the initiative in the battle into his own hands, standing atop the 10 Tails' head. Roar! The 10 Tails was still roaring, but the next moment, feeling itself being controlled, a powerful eye power suppressed it, and it gradually quieted down. How is this possible? Another Rinnegan? Damn, what's going on? Why are Rinnegan appearing one after another? Damn it! When did Rinnegan become so common? I went through so much hardship to obtain mine. Uchiha Madara frowned tightly. He had already started to feel anxious when he saw the 10 Tails appear. Now seeing Naruto directly control the 10 Tails and activate the Rinnegan completely shocked him, making him unable to imagine this was real. After all the effort he put into biting off a piece of flesh from Senju Hashirama to finally awaken his Rinnegan, now two had casually appeared, leaving the usually arrogant Uchiha Madara feeling humiliated. Naruto also awakened the Rinnegan. What's going on? How many surprises does my daughter still have for me? Huh. Fourth Hokage Minato also saw it, seeing Naruto activate the Rinnegan. An expression of endless shock flashed in his eyes. Look, the 10 Tails ISN team moving anymore. How is that possible? Lord Naruto, S.I.'s? Rinnegan? Another pair of Rinnegan appeared? How could this be? My God, why is the Rinnegan flooding like this? It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. We never expected that Konoha actually has 2 Rinnegan. No, strictly speaking, 3, because Uchiha was also from Konoha. Why do Rinnegan only appear in Konoha? It's too terrifying. This time, we should be able to win, right? The remaining ninjas who were still alive saw Naruto activate the Rinnegan, and endless shock flashed in their eyes. They never thought that a Rinnegan would appear in this era, as if it were free. After all, the appearance of a Rinnegan was already shocking enough. Then another Uchiha Itachi appeared, and now he is also transformed into Six Paths mode, becoming Six Paths Itachi. But just now, they witnessed another historical moment, with yet another Rinnegan appearing, and it was Naruto, which was simply unimaginable. How could this girl Naruto be so abnormal? I originally thought Minato was invincible. This girl Naruto turned out to be even more abnormal. I already knew Uchiha Itachi was a bit of a freak, possessing such power at a young age. Now that he has the Rinnegan, I can barely accept it. But when did Naruto awaken her Rinnegan? Could it be that the person who would change the world? As the sage of the Six Paths said, is this girl Naruto? This is truly unexpected. Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto standing atop the 10 tails, a smile flashing in his eyes. This Naruto is indeed impressive. Her strength is formidable. It seems that the ninjas in the village have all surpassed us now. The legendary 3 of Konoha should step aside and let the younger generation take over. Tsunade chuckled softly, looking at Naruto in the distance. Chapter 231. Nagato is gut-punched. Infinite Tsukuyami, ha ha ha. After all, she is my disciple's granddaughter, ah ha ha ha. Jiraiya smiled smugly. The 4th Hokage's daughter? Her strength is truly terrifying. Her chakra exceeds that of my elder brother by countless times. At such a young age to possess such strength is truly astonishing. The 2nd Hokage looked at Naruto and nodded with a smile. Hehe, Naruto has been a genius since childhood. I originally planned to train her to become the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage chuckled softly, looking at Naruto. Kill. At this moment, battles in other locations had also ended, and tens of thousands of ninjas rushed over here. Charge. Huh, why does this battle feel so strange? Look, what is that monster? Everyone don't worry. The 10 Tails has already been controlled by Lord Naruto. The 10 Tails? I didn't expect that besides the 9 Tails, there's also the 10 Tails. This is too terrifying. This aura is far more frightening than when the 9 Tails appeared in the village back then. All the ninjas who had just arrived on the battlefield looked at the 10 Tails with fear in their eyes, never having encountered such a terrifying aura before. This time, it was simply soul-shattering. If it weren't for Naruto controlling the 10 Tails, these people would probably find it hard to walk just from the first time feeling the 10 Tails aura. No matter how great the difficulties ahead are, we must strive to overcome them. Even if it costs us our lives, at least we will leave behind proof that we lived as men. We can't let them fight alone. We have to join in. Ha! 8 gates of the Lotus. All 7 gates open. Ah! My guy felt the terrifying roar of the 10 Tails and directly activated the 7 gates in a rage. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful airflow emerged from around my guy, blowing the surrounding ninjas back, forcing them to shield themselves with their hands. Guy was right. We must unleash our potential. Susanoo. Kakashi now possessed a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. The Kamui that originally belonged to Obito had been returned to him. Naruto had transplanted a newly cultivated Manjiki Sharingan for him. Although the power was slightly weaker, the eye that was taken had some of Obito's original eye power, and when they combined, it became a normal Manjiki Sharingan. Boom, boom, boom. A massive, deep blue Susanoo appeared before everyone. A complete Susanoo with giant wings growing from its back, soaring into the sky. Let us go together. Charge. Kill. All the ninjas charged toward the 10 Tails, regardless of whether it was controlled or not. Being able to eliminate and kill, it was naturally the best outcome. Naruto also has the Rinnegan? Well, after all, it was Naruto who helped me awaken my Rinnegan. So that's how it is. My worries were always unnecessary. But no matter how strong Naruto is compared to me, I will always be by your side to protect you. When Six Paths Itachi returned to the ninja world and saw Naruto activate the Rinnegan, he was also somewhat shocked, but after the shock, he nodded in understanding. After all, his Rinnegan was also awakened with Naruto's help, so it wasn't unexpected for her to activate the Rinnegan. However, it was the first time Six Paths Itachi saw Naruto activate the Rinnegan, so he was somewhat surprised. What? Another pair of Rinnegan? How is this possible? How can this be? No, this is impossible. I am the savior of this world. I am the god of this world. I am the one who will ultimately bring happiness and peace to everyone. Anyone who stands in my way must die. When the six paths pain appeared. Upon seeing Nagato's eyes transform into the Rinnegan, a look of seriousness and fear flashed across his face. One Rinnegan is already difficult to deal with. And now there's another one. How to handle it? The six paths pain's gaze became somewhat vacant, realizing that this time he would fail in battle. He could not rely solely on his own power to make the entire ninja world submit at his feet. But in the end, the six paths pain went mad and roared at six paths Itachi. You are wrong, Nagato. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind the six paths pain, directly executing a backhand strike, ripping out Nagato's kidney. The six paths pain's eyes flashed with shock as he looked down at the black hand that pierced through him, disbelief flickering in his gaze. You cannot be the god of this world, nor can you bring peace to it. Everything is not over. This is just the beginning. You are merely my pawns. For the great god, you must die. Black Zetsu's lips curled up, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Are you unable to move now? How could this happen? The six paths pain looked back, wanting to turn around, but found that he could not move at all, shock flashing in his eyes. Hey. Boom. Then Black Zetsu directly merged into Nagato's body, taking control of him. Summoning technique. After Black Zetsu took control of Nagato's body, he immediately used the summoning technique to summon the Ten Tails right beneath him. Roar. The distance between the Ten Tails and Nagato was somewhat far, and with Black Zetsu's control, he directly seized control of the Ten Tails. Infinite Tsukuyami, activate. Then the Ten Tails began to expand wildly. A towering tree immediately sprouting, the moon in the sky turning into a blood moon, ultimately transforming into the Rinnegan, shining down its light. What? No, this is bad. I have no strength left? How could this happen? I want to sleep so badly. Crack, crack, crack. Countless vines surged, and vines sprouted under everyone's feet, followed by bandages appearing one after another, binding everyone and hanging them on the god tree. This is bad. This light seems unable to penetrate my Susanoo. Guy, Minato-sensei, bring everyone to my side. Kakashi saw so many people being illuminated by the light and immediately rushed to Guy's side, protecting him within his Susanoo, then quickly heading towards Jiraiya and the others. All right, Minato nodded, immediately taking hold of everyone in front of him, disappearing from the spot and reappearing next to Kakashi. Chapter 232, Outer Path, Reincarnation Birth Technique, Uchiha Madara's Crisis. If I had waited just a little longer, I would have truly been controlled by the god tree and entered a dream. Black Zetsu? Aren't you going to revive me? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, disappearing from the spot and appearing next to Black Zetsu, roaring, Yes, Lord Madara. Outer Path, Reincarnation Birth Technique. Black Zetsu chuckled softly, directly unleashing the Reincarnation Birth Technique, reviving the original Uchiha Madara in front of him, and then digging out a pair of Rinnegan, handing them to Uchiha Madara. This is the power I'm talking about. This is my true power. Uchiha Madara was directly revived by Black Zetsu, and after putting on a pair of Rinnegan, he ultimately devoured the Ten Tails. Boom, boom, boom. When Uchiha Madara devoured the Ten Tails, he immediately transformed into Six Paths Madara, his form changing, the truth-seeking orbs appearing one after another behind him, his hair turning gray, transforming into the form of the Otsutsuki clan. TCH, if it weren't for Kagaya, would I let you become Six Paths Madara? Nagato scoffed, seeing the laughing Uchiha Madara, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. This power seems a bit stronger than Six Paths Pain, but not by much. It seems his eye level limits his strength, but he is still not easy to deal with. Six Paths Itachi furrowed his brow, looking at Six Paths Madara in front of him, a look of caution flashing in his eyes. He felt that the Six Paths Madara in front of him seemed much stronger than the Six Paths Pain. Just as Six Paths Madara was still reveling in his triumph, he unexpectedly found his kidney being ripped out by Black Zetsu again. What? Black Zetsu? You are my will. I created you, and thus you exist. How could you kill me? Six Paths Madara's pupils contracted, shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Hey. Madara, I'm not your will. You think I am your will, but at that moment, you were already under my control. You always believed you could calculate everything in the world, planning all paths for the future. But unexpectedly, you were just one of my pawns. You thought you were different from others, high above, and unique. Did you think you were too noble, too arrogant? Madara, you are the one living in a dream. And this dream is one that I specifically designed for you. Don't you think it's sad? You, like Obito and Nagato, are merely my pawns. Black Zetsu's lips curled up. the terrifying black wrapping around Nagato's entire body, making a hoarse and terrifying sound. You want to rebel? Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with disbelief, still finding it somewhat unbelievable. Ha ha ha, I was never your will. I am the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, my mother. Hood. Black Zetsu sneered, directly using Madara's body to madly absorb the chakra from the god tree. Six paths Madara howled to the sky, a hideous expression on his face, and his entire body shattered, transforming into several massive streams of chakra that surged into his body. How is this possible? Where did such immense chakra come from? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Madara in front of her, shock flashing in her eyes. Madara ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. This chakra was transmitted from this god tree. All the chakra should come from the ninja and people of the entire ninja world. Hashirama shook his head helplessly, looking at Uchiha Madara, who had been stabbed in the kidney, feeling somewhat pity. I always said the Uchiha clan is evil. The evil Uchiha clan, but that Itachi Uchiha is indeed an exception. Very few from the Uchiha clan can do this. Tobirama snorted coldly, looking at Hashirama in front of him. No, Tobirama, you can't say that. Look at that Susanoo over there. Senju Hashirama chuckled lightly and turned to look at a gigantic complete Susanoo not far away, with a massive golden red body, surrounded by thousands of people who were protected from the infinite Tsukuyami. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brows and turned to see a middle-aged man. Perhaps. Finally, Senju Tobirama shook his head and said, that is the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. He is my friend. Minato Namikaze chuckled lightly and looked at Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. The Uchiha clan is a clan with great love. As long as the world is peaceful and the ninja world is peaceful, they will not do anything reckless. So we must trust them. After the peace in the ninja world in the future, there will be no more need for war. The Uchiha clan will definitely become better and better. Senju Hashirama nodded and chuckled lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, whirlpools appeared, and then two figures walked out from the whirlpool. Obito? Rin? Minato was slightly taken aback when he saw the childhood versions of Obito and Rin, surprise flashing in his eyes. Obito, Rin. Kakashi released his Susanoo, smiling as he walked towards the two. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. Hee. Rin Noera pulled Uchiha Obito's hand and walked in front of Kakashi, laughing. After so many years, naturally I've grown older. Kakashi looked at Rin Noera and Uchiha Obito, feeling very happy inside. So Uchiha Madara really was pierced by Black Zetsu? It really looks like what Naruto showed me. Thanks to Naruto, otherwise, it would have been me instead of Nagato. After Uchiha Obito appeared, he kept staring at Uchiha Madara, shock flashing his eyes as he murmured, is there anything we can help with now? Rin Noera smiled at Kakashi. It's still unclear for now. Let us wait and see. Kakashi shook his head, not knowing what would happen next. Seeing Uchiha Madara's expression, he didn't dare to act rashly. Let us wait and see. Rin, stay back a bit. Since the smaller battle is over, you can just watch this fight from the side. If anyone gets injured, you can treat us. Chapter 233. Jiraiya's deep confession. Uchiha Obito's expression was serious as he looked at the soaring chakra, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. I know, Obito. Don't worry. Rin Noera knew that Uchiha Obito was concerned about her, smiling sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on his back, holding his hand, feeling particularly at ease. It seems quite lively here. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Orochimaru laughed softly, appearing before everyone at some point. Orochimaru, your eyes? Jiraiya was slightly taken aback when he saw Orochimaru, because Orochimaru's eyes were a pair of Sharingan. My eyes? These are perfect eyes. I feel my power has increased several times. Hey. You all seem to have had a rough time just now. Orochimaru smirked, his lips curling up. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tsunade furrowed her brows. Stepping forward to look at Orochimaru, her fists clenched tightly. I'm here, naturally, to turn over a new leaf. Hee. What? Not welcome? Orochimaru chuckled softly, looking at Tsunade and Jiraiya, reminiscing about the past events of the three ninjas, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, furrowed his brows, looking at Orochimaru with a hint of regret in his eyes. This kid is also from the Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama was somewhat surprised. Why are there so many people from the Uchiha clan? No, Lord First, he is my disciple. Orochimaru, I don't know why he has the Sharingan, but it seems he must have obtained it himself and replaced his own. The third Hokage shook his head, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Little monkey, you have quite a few disciples, huh? Plus, he looks like a restless one. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brows, sensing the ominous energy from Orochimaru, and curled his lips. He has already betrayed the village. I don't know why he is here now. The previous Edo Tensei was used by him. The third Hokage shook his head, letting out a bitter smile. Orochimaru, have you decided to come back? Jiraiya was happier than anyone when he saw Orochimaru say he wanted to return, running forward. Jiraiya, don't go over there. Have you forgotten? He has already betrayed the village, betrayed us. Tsunade directly grabbed Jiraiya's hand, shaking her head, looking at Orochimaru with some apprehension. I have always believed that Orochimaru would definitely come back. Tsunade, how about trusting Orochimaru one more time? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, a hint of a sunny smile flashing in his eyes. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru's body trembled slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, hidden deep in his heart. In the end, it's only Jiraiya who cares about me. Huh? He knows that Jiraiya has always cared about him, treating him like family and brother. And isn't that the same for him? But he has his own ideals and dreams, which he has now fulfilled. He can achieve immortality and help others do the same. What he needs most now is the trust and care of family and friends. Hearing Jiraiya's words thawed the cold heart of Orochimaru, which had been sealed for more than 10 years. How is that possible? He has changed. He is no longer the Orochimaru of the past. Don't you remember the great battle back then? We were trapped in the cave and almost couldn't hold on. Orochimaru even wanted to kill you directly to let me leave with him. You never doubted him, but did he ever trust you? If it hadn't been for the reinforcements that arrived later, do you really think he wouldn't kill you? Orochimaru has always been unscrupulous in pursuing his goals. How can you still trust him so much? Why? Tsunade's eyes were glistening with tears. Back then, she was still treating Jiraiya's wounds. Because the situation was urgent, Orochimaru was prepared to kill Jiraiya so that the two could leave safely. Jiraiya was seriously injured. Instead of thinking about taking Jiraiya with him, he wanted to kill him to escape alone. Is such a person really worthy of trust? Of course. The reason Orochimaru has become like this is due to the environment he has been in. I know that Orochimaru is actually lonelier than anyone else. I was his best friend. If I don't trust him, who else can? My blind trust in him is like my blind love for you. Even if you don't like me, I'm still willing to love you and protect you. Orochimaru is the same. No matter how ruthless he acts, I can see the loneliness in his eyes, the helplessness, the reluctance. This is Orochimaru. I will never give up on bringing him back to the village. This is my ninja way, just as I swear to protect you with my life. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and chuckled, expressing all the words he had buried in his heart for many years. Tsunade felt a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing Jiraiya's unusual confession, her eyes glistening with tears. How do you know I don't like you? How do you know I don't realize you've been following me every day, gambling with me at the casino every day, winning my money and then urging me to keep gambling? How do you know I don't think about you every day? How do you know I don't love you? But what about you? All you do is drink and look at beautiful women all day. Are your thoughts about me really just to marry me? Tsunade opened her arms and tightly embraced Jiraiya, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed loudly, "What a guy. This is a battlefield. How did it turn into a place for romance?" But I guess it makes up for Jiraiya's regrets, huh? At this age, have you finally embraced the beauty? Ha ha ha. But Tsunade's, is really big, isn't it? I almost forgot I'm a man. But it's okay. I'll just use my cells and her cells to cultivate a child together. Wouldn't he that be our child? We will raise him together, and he can still be my own child. Hee. Naruto watched Tsunade and Jiraiya with a smile, unable to help but think. Jiraiya felt a slight tremor in his body, a look of joy appearing on his face. Tsunade, is it true? Do you really want to marry me? He turned to look at Tsunade, feeling a surge of excitement. Marry you? Let's talk about that when you're off the battlefield. Wanting to marry me can't just be based on words. Without a romantic proposal, I want to marry you. Tsunade's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head away. Chapter 234. The adult Sasuke and Naruto arrive? Ha ha ha. Little Tsunade has grown up. I thought she was already married. It turns out she has a crush. Hashirama couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight of the two. Yes, grown up. Tobarama chuckled softly and nodded. Ha ha. All right, I got it. Ha ha ha. Today is Jiraiya's happiest day. Not only has Orochimaru returned, but he also embraced the beauty, spinning around with Tsunade in his arms. Let me down. So many people are watching. After holding back for so many years, today Tsunade also revealed her feelings, because she was uncertain whether she could survive this battle. She sensed an extremely powerful force awakening, one even stronger than Uchiha Madara, and she didn't want to leave any regrets. With a slightly flushed face, Tsunade looked particularly charming. Jiraiya, if I can survive this time, I will definitely marry you. Looking at Jiraiya, Tsunade couldn't help but think her previous arrogance and tendency to hit people had vanished. She knew that maybe this was the last time she could see Jiraiya, perhaps their last moments together. It was uncertain whether everyone would survive. She decided to reveal all her inner thoughts. All right. Hey, got a bit too happy there. Jiraiya gently set Tsunade down, smiling as he scratched his head. Hey. Jiraiya, congratulations on embracing the beauty. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and smiled. Thank you, Orochimaru. I appreciate your blessing. I always believed you would come back. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable joy. I returned, but only because of Naruto. She made me switch sides at the last moment. Orochimaru scoffed, looking at Jiraiya, but a rare, genuine smile flashed in his eyes. Ha. No matter what, the fact that you can come back makes me happy. Jiraiya chuckled softly, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, saying nothing more. You treat others as pawns. And in the end, you are just my pawn. Next, let all of you witness the chakra progenitor. Otsutsuki Kagaya descend. Ha! Black Zetsu shouted, slowly merging his body into Uchiha Madara's. Madara's body began to swell, and after the swelling, only his head remained. What? Otsutsuki Kagaya? Black Zetsu, what are you talking about? Uchiha Madara felt disbelief and some surprise, watching the changes in his body with no way to resist. Use your body to summon the chakra progenitor to descend. This is also your fortune, Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu chuckled softly, looking at Madara with a smile. Boom. Hashirama, did I really make a mistake? Why is this happening? Why? This was Uchiha Madara's last words. After he spoke, he was completely engulfed and disappeared. Boom. Uchiha Madara's body gradually grew larger, continuously expanding. Still growing? No, it's shrinking. Six Paths Itachi furrowed his brow. This chakra was even more immense than the original Ten Tails, leaving him shocked. Boom! Then Nagato's figure directly fell from the sky. Nagato? At that moment, an angel with wings appeared in the sky, which was Konan. Upon discovering the battle here, Konan immediately rushed over, abandoning the so-called other fights. Just after arriving, she had not seen Nagato's figure and now realized he had fallen heavily on Otsutsuki Kagaya. Konan quickly flapped her paper wings and flew towards Nagato, wrapping him in her arms and leaving the attack range. Konan? She is quite cute. Naruto chuckled, looking at Konan not far away, the corners of his mouth lifting. Whoosh. Then the massive Uchiha Madara sphere began to shrink rapidly, ultimately transforming into Otsutsuki Kagaya's form. Not bad, a top-tier beauty. I'll accept her without hesitation. Hey. Upon seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance, Naruto couldn't help but nod, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Deciding to take her in. Sasuke, look, is this the Otsutsuki Kagaya that sister and brother-in-law were talking about? At that moment, two figures flew in from a distance. One in Six Paths mode, and the other with a single Rinnegan and a single eternal Manjiki Sharingan, heading this way. Naruto? Sasuke? How could it be? They? Naruto was slightly taken aback, turned his head upon hearing the voices, and saw the grown-up Naruto and Sasuke. It should be them, such powerful forces. I feel like I'm not their opponent. I wonder how brother and sister-in-law dealt with her? Sasuke furrowed his brows, looking at the distant Kagaya Tsutsuki, his eyes flashing with shock. Look, sister has found us. And brother-in-law, this Six Paths mode is quite handsome, isn't it? It's my first time seeing brother-in-law activate Six Paths mode. No wonder sister chose you. Naruto pointed at Itachi Uchiha and chuckled. Of course my brother is handsome. I'm even more handsome than you. Sasuke pouted, responding to Naruto. You think you're more handsome than me? How could that be? I'm definitely more handsome than you. Naruto pointed at Sasuke, grumbling. What's this? Six Paths Itachi was a bit surprised, suddenly sensing two familiar chakras. Turning around, he saw the grown-up Naruto and Sasuke, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Naruto? Sasuke? How did you grow up? Wolfing Naruko appeared beside Naruto and Sasuke, somewhat astonished. Sister, I came here using the turtle. That turtle can take people through time, and you told me about it. Naruto smiled foolishly. Chapter 235, Time-Space Artifact. Plow Sasuke and I secretly took the turtle. Wanted to see this unprecedented battle, and then we came here. Are you fighting against this Kagaya-Tsutsuki? Such powerful strength, it makes my blood boil. Naruto chuckled as he looked at bluffing Naruko, realizing they had secretly taken the plow to come to this world. The plow of the Tsutsuki clan? I see. What do you want to do here? Do you want to join the fight? Your strength has indeed improved a lot. But defeating Kagaya without the help of others is still very difficult. Do you want to give it a try? Bluffing Naruko smiled lightly, looking at Sasuke and Naruto. They hadn't been granted the ultimate power of Yin release and Yang release by the Six Paths, but both had the ultimate powers within them, greatly enhancing their strength. They were equivalent to coming from the future. Both the future and the past exist, just in different planes. Everything they had experienced would always exist. This was different from parallel worlds. It was actually the same world, but at different times. Their future selves passed the ultimate powers of Yin release and Yang release to Naruto and Sasuke, significantly boosting their strength. They could both activate Six Paths mode, making them much stronger than in the original story. Sister, let us give it a try. We really want to see what kind of power Kagaya-Tsutsuki possesses. Sasuke shouted to bluffing Naruko. Sister? Bluffing Naruko looked at Sasuke in surprise, completely bewildered. When did she become his sister-in-law? Could it be that the future Naruko would marry Itachi? She had the memories of the original bluffing Naruko, and at that time she hadn't awakened her memories, so she only knew she was a girl. Later, she became a true woman, and there were no memories of her originally being a man. If the future Naruko did marry Itachi, it wasn't impossible. Then bluffing Naruko thought that her split self, the future Naruko, might end up marrying Itachi Uchiha. Although it felt strange, her Six Paths clones all had their own consciousness and independent thoughts. She could control them, but couldn't control their thoughts. Then you should give it a try. Bluffing Naruko nodded, giving Sasuke a light smile. Sasuke? Naruto? You guys? At that moment, Itachi Uchiha flew over, looking at them in surprise. Brother-in-law. Sasuke and Naruto called out to Itachi. Brother-in-law? Me? Itachi was slightly taken aback, looking at Sasuke and Naruto, and then at bluffing Naruko, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. What are you looking at me for? Get to work. Bluffing Naruko shot Itachi a glance and disappeared from the spot. Brother, let Naruto and me go. We really want to see Kagaya-Tsutsuki's strength. Sasuke smiled at Itachi. That's right, brother-in-law. Let's give it a try. We're quite strong now, too. Hee. Naruto smiled at Itachi. All right, you two go first. Don't overestimate yourselves. Itachi nodded, smiling at Naruto and Sasuke. Okay. Hee. Naruto grinned and flew straight towards Kagaya-Tsutsuki. Wait for me, Naruto. Sasuke quickly followed, looking at Kagaya-Tsutsuki with a wary expression. In the future, will Naruko become my wife? Itachi thought, glancing at bluffing Naruko, the corner of his mouth lifting, his eyes shining with anticipation. Hey, Dad. Why do you look so disheveled? On the way over, Naruto saw bluffing Minato in a disheveled state and chuckled. You? Naruto? Bluffing Minato was a bit bewildered. When did his son grow up so much? What did he eat to grow so big overnight? Not talking to you now. I'm going to defeat Kagaya first. Haha. Naruto chuckled lightly and quickly flew toward Kagaya-Tsutsuki. This was the Naruto and Sasuke from the future, wanting to experience Kagaya-Tsutsuki's power. Bluffing Naruko arrived next to bluffing Minato and the others, smiling lightly. Future? People from the future can still travel back? Senju Tobirama was a bit surprised, not expecting people from the future could still return. That's interesting, hee. Orochimaru chuckled, licking his tongue, watching the few people in the sky with great interest. Little Naruto has grown up too? He seems way stronger than me now. Minato, how did you raise your son? Share the method? I want to try it with Tsunade when I go back. Jiraiya approached bluffing Minato, quietly asking. That. Bluffing Minato was also bewildered. He didn't even know how to explain it. Bang! Jiraiya. Tsunade's face flushed red as she punched Jiraiya in the stomach. Whoosh. I will definitely come back. Jiraiya flew into the sky, turning into a star. Tsunade saw Jiraiya fly away. A long-lost feeling surged in her heart, and she burst out laughing. Ha ha. Bluffing Minato awkwardly laughed to the side, realizing that his teacher Jiraiya really had no way to deal with it. He was simply looking for trouble. Maybe he just liked that kind of thrill. He could only awkwardly smile. Tsunade was still so formidable. It was terrifying. How could the perverted sage withstand having such a wife? It was too terrifying. Hearing Jiraiya scream, Naruto's body twitched, feeling it was unbelievable. He found it hard to imagine how Jiraiya could endure the iron fist of love. Fight seriously. Do you think everyone is as gentle as Hinata and Ino from your family? Sasuke furrowed his brows and said to Naruto, isn't Sakura from your family also very gentle? And isn't Kinomoto-chan also gentle with you? TCH. Naruto pouted and replied to Sasuke in front of him. Umph. Sasuke's face flushed, snorted coldly, and stared at Kagaya Otsutsuki in front of him, his eyes flashing with apprehension. Chapter 236 Awakening of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Swish, swish, swish. Kagaya Otsutsuki had just awakened, her consciousness not yet returned, and chakra surged wildly on its own. The long hair behind her surged towards Sasuke and Naruto, possessing self-protective awareness. Not good, such speed. Super big Rasen Shuriken. Naruto furrowed his brows tightly and directly condensed a super big Rasen Shuriken on his right hand, pressing it forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless white hairs were torn apart by Naruto's super big Rasen Shuriken, scattering like fragments in the air. Lightning Cutter. Zizizizi. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning Cutter appeared on Sasuke's right hand, and he directly rushed forward, quickly closing in on Kagaya Otsutsuki. Boom, boom, boom. Zizizizi. Swish, swish, swish. But soon, the chakra of the lightning cutter on Sasuke's right hand was exhausted. When he tried to condense it again, he was already trapped by the white hair. Damn, such speed. Sasuke was directly trapped by the white hair, letting out a cry of agony. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto was also trapped by the white hair along with Sasuke. Damn, my chakra is sealed. I can't move. Sasuke, what should we do? Naruto's brows were tightly knitted, feeling the chakra in his body sealed, unable to mobilize it, and a serious expression flashed in his eyes. Damn, her strength is truly formidable. We're not even in the same league. Moreover, the chakra within her is countless times more terrifying than the 9 tails inside you. Is this the legendary 10 tails? Such terrifying chakra. Sasuke furrowed his brows tightly, cursing inwardly, feeling the vast chakra within Kagaya, his eyes flashing with shock. He had heard of the 10 tails, but had never seen it. He had seen the 9 tails, which was already quite large. But seeing Kagaya Otsutsuki in front of him, her chakra was simply immeasurable, countless times larger than the 9 tails, not even in the same category. Naruto and Sasuke are in danger. We need to go help. Minato Namikaze saw his son in danger and felt a bit anxious, looking at Naruto Namikaze. Dad, don't worry. Naruto and Sasuke are fine. If there's a problem, I'll step in, don't worry. Let them have some fun. I can subdue Kagaya in one move. It's no big deal. Naruto Namikaze stepped onto a wooden recliner that appeared beneath his feet, lying back comfortably and swaying leisurely. One move? To subdue Kagaya? Cough, cough, cough. Minato looked at his daughter and shook his head, wondering what was going on. His son was stronger than him, and his daughter was even more powerful. All he could do was watch. With this level of battle, he felt somewhat useless. Their strength had already far surpassed him. Even if we go up, we can't interfere in their battle. Hashirama Senju shook his head and said helplessly, once upon a time, I was the god of ninjas, and now I'm so weak that I can't even participate in the fight. It's truly frustrating. The world is unpredictable and changes too quickly. You all just watch the show for a while. Don't worry. Naruto and Sasuke are very strong. They won't be defeated so easily. Naruto Namikaze chuckled lightly, took out a rice ball from the system space, stuffed it into his mouth, and started drinking a beverage, looking carefree as if he were lying at home watching TV instead of being on a battlefield. We are old, and the world will belong to the younger generation. Inoki shook his head, looking at the crowd in front of him with a sense of helplessness, realizing he had to admit he was getting older. Konoha was simply a cradle of geniuses. No, it was a cradle of monsters. Almost all strong individuals came from Konoha. I never expected there would come a day when we 5 Kage couldn't intervene. In such a battle, we can't intervene at all. It was already so hard to fight against Uchiha Madara, and now looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki, her strength is terrifying beyond description. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that they really didn't have the ability to intervene in this battle. Kisi. Since we can't intervene, let's just watch. The future shinobi world will only grow stronger, and we must continue to work hard to improve our strength. Otherwise, if we're surpassed by these little ones, then we 5 Kage would truly be embarrassed. Madarumi smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on the battle in the sky. The speed is too fast, even with its Tsuchikage's lightweight rock technique. My san can't keep up with this woman's speed. We can only watch, and maybe we can help a bit later. Raza nodded, looking at the crowd and smiling. Raza has changed quite a bit. It's time to send Gaara back. After that, the shinobi world will be peaceful, and there will be no need for battles. Letting him return to his family is a good thing. Minato Namikaze looked at Raza and chuckled inwardly. Tsunade, you were too heavy-handed just now. Luckily, my physique is strong. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have seen me. Just then, Jiraiya shamelessly ran back, coming to Tsunade's side and whispering, "Who told you to talk nonsense? If you keep saying random things, I'll hit you." Tsunade's face flushed, raising her fist towards Jiraiya. Ha ha, that's my honest thought. I also want to be with Tsunade. Jiraiya laughed heartily, scratching his head. Still talking? Tsunade's face turned red, raising her fist and threatening. I'm not talking anymore. Not talking anymore. Ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Tsunade's face was blushing, turning her head away, her heartbeat quickening. Who on earth is this person? Why does he have such powerful strength? This person's power seems even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. Did you feel the amount of chakra? Uchiha Madara has no comparability in front of her. I heard just now that it seems all the chakra from those companions was absorbed. No wonder she has such vast chakra. It turns out it's all ours. The ninjas of the Ninja Alliance, protected by Uchiha Fugaku, looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki, their eyes flashing with fear. Chapter 237 Pride of Uchiha Fugaku. They had never seen such a terrifying woman. This level of strength was simply unimaginable. Sasuke? The future Sasuke? My son Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, each one of them is a genius. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was fighting, a smirk on his lips and a proud glint in his eyes. The consciousness of Otsutsuki Kagaya returned. She opened her eyes and looked at Sasuke and Naruto in front of her. Hate and Yuhi? No, who are you? Ashura and Indra? Looking at Naruto and Sasuke before her, Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned deeply, directly activating her Byakugan, a flicker of pain flashing deep in her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Then Otsutsuki Kagaya directly threw Naruto and Sasuke away with great force. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto and Sasuke fell from the sky, crashing hard to the ground, watching Otsutsuki Kagaya high above with wary expressions. Just now, she clearly had the chance to kill us. Why didn't she act? Naruto frowned, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was approaching him, somewhat surprised. I don't know. I sensed a hint of pain in her eyes, and also a strange affection. What is going on? Sasuke frowned, realizing that they had not encountered the Sage of Six Paths and did not understand why Otsutsuki Kagaya would show them such an expression. Nagato, please don't be in danger. Konan looked at Nagato, who was rapidly losing his life force, her eyes filled with tears. She only had Nagato left. If he left this world, their trio would be left with just herself. Do you want to save him? At that moment, Uzumaki Naruko appeared before Konan. You? Konan looked at Uzumaki Naruko, who appeared before her, a hint of surprise in her eyes. You can save Nagato? Looking at Uzumaki Naruko, a glimmer of joy flashed in Konan's eyes. The Rinnegan could indeed resurrect the dead. Uzumaki Naruko wanting to save Nagato must be possible. Of course. But I have a condition. Uzumaki Naruko looked at Konan, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes filled with amusement. A condition? What condition? Konan looked at Uzumaki Naruko, feeling a bit anxious. After I revive him, I will alter his memories, allowing him to live a peaceful and happy life. Even your memories, I will alter. Then you will follow me from now on and cannot meet Nagato. How about that? Uzumaki Naruko looked at Konan, chuckling lightly. Can't meet Nagato? Alter memories? Konan was somewhat surprised, looking at Uzumaki Naruko before lowering her head to ponder. If Nagato dies, I won't be able to stay by his side either. Perhaps this Uzumaki Naruko is afraid of Nagato causing chaos? That's why she wants to alter our memories. In that case, as long as I can save Nagato, what is there that I cannot agree to? It seems I won't lose anything. Konan kept contemplating in her heart why Uzumaki Naruko would have such thoughts. After thinking it over, it should be that Uzumaki Naruko didn't want Nagato to start a war, which is why she wanted to alter their memories. Ultimately, Konan realized that as long as Nagato survived, that was the most important thing. Alright, I agree. As long as you revive Nagato, you can alter our memories as you wish. I will follow you from now on. But you must not harm Nagato. Konan looked at Uzumaki Naruko, her brows furrowed. Speaking coldly, no problem. Put on this forehead protector and change into a different set of clothes. Uzumaki Naruko chuckled lightly, her right hand glowing with the ultimate power of yang release, directly pressing it against Nagato's chest. Konan took the forehead protector, which was from the Ninja Alliance, and removed her Akatsuki clothing, revealing her fair skin, wearing only a black chipao underneath. Cough, cough, cough. Before long, Nagato's breath gradually stabilized. The life force that was draining stopped, and his vitality quickly recovered. Then Uzumaki Naruko directly altered Nagato's memories, deleting all his sad memories, including the death of his parents. She changed the time of his parents' death to the Fourth Great Ninja War, which was this battle. All memories related to Konan and others were also altered, and Nagato completely transformed into a brand new person. Nagato opened his eyes, looking at everything in front of him, somewhat confused. Nagato, you're awake? Konan saw that Nagato had woken up and was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face. Who are you? Nagato was puzzled, wondering who the woman in front of him was and why she was crying for him. But why does he have a feeling in his heart that stirs him? This left Nagato somewhat baffled. It's nothing, we are allies. Just now you were unconscious, so I'm happy to see you awake. Konan wiped her tears. Her eyes red and smiled lightly. Oh, is that so? Nagato was somewhat surprised, nodded, and looked around. All right, Konan, let us go. Uzumaki Naruko looked at Konan and chuckled lightly. Konan nodded, stood up. Whoosh! Uzumaki Naruko directly took Konan's hand and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruko returned to Konoha and altered Konan's memories as well. She would not go to great lengths to make someone fall in love with her. Soon, Konan's memories were altered, transforming her into Uzumaki Naruko's maid. This land is my nursery. Return your chakra to me. There is no need to continue fighting. Your existence is to provide chakra for me. Otsutsuki Kagaya said to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke before her. Who do you think you are? Our chakra is something we worked hard to gather ourselves. Hand it over to you? No way. Naruto frowned, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya, snorting coldly, then stood up and charged towards her. Naruto, be careful. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, seeing Naruto acting recklessly, extended his hand and shouted loudly. Do you want to fight? It is chakra that was originally stripped from me. Since that is the case, let me personally retrieve it. Lava World. Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Naruto charging towards her and said coldly. Chapter 238. Sasuke and Naruto versus Kagaya. Boom, boom, boom. Then everyone present realized they had changed places and were continuously falling down. Where's this place? Is it an illusion? No, this is real. The temperature of the lava cannot be wrong. Kakashi frowned, having just arrived in this world, not adapting and falling down. Susanoo, complete form. Then Kakashi activated his complete Susanoo, stabilizing his position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fourth Raikage and others were enveloped within, preventing them from falling into the lava and being obliterated. Where's this? Lava? Inoki frowned, floating high in the air, looking at the lava below, lost in thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several truth-seeking balls behind Six Paths Itachi transformed into discs, catching several people, while he and his Six Paths clones floated in the air. Where's this? Naruto suddenly lost his balance and fell from the high sky, looking somewhat surprised. You idiot, can't you fly? Uchiha Sasuke coldly said as he saw Naruto fall. Oh right, I forgot, huh? Naruto steadied himself and gave Uchiha Sasuke a silly grin. Idiot. Six Paths mode. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and activated his unique Six Paths mode. Boom, boom, boom. Sasuke's Six Paths mode was different from others, radiating a purple-black light all over his body. It was somewhat similar to Naruto's golden chakra, just a different color. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, a truth-seeking ball formed behind Sasuke, and a black sword made of Yin-Yang release appeared in his right hand. A huge black three-tomo Sharingan emerged on Sasuke's forehead, resembling the three-tomo Sharingan, while more tomo began to appear on his chest and back clothing. Six Paths chakra, huh? It seems you guys aren't using it purely. Hand it over to me. All the power should belong to me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke floating in the air with their activated Six Paths mode and snorted coldly. Then, her long hair transformed into thousands of threads, shooting directly towards Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke frowned, and the truth-seeking ball flew out to form a disc, blocking the incoming threads. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. Kagaya's threads seemed endless, continuously shooting forward, and a black hole appeared on her right side, with her hand reaching into it. Buzz! Then, a black hole appeared behind Sasuke, and a pale arm emerged from it. Sasuke, be careful. Sage art, Super large Rasen Shuriken. Naruto sensed the crisis, looked back, his pupils constricting, and a large Rasen Shuriken formed in his right hand, smashing towards the black hole behind him. Huh? Kagaya saw the threat posed by Naruto's attack, and immediately withdrew her hand. Everything belongs to me. Once again, I will reclaim all the chakra into my own body. 80 Gods Air Strike. Kagaya then quickly charged towards Naruto and Sasuke, chakra wildly surging, transforming into countless white fists attacking Naruto. Not good, Sasuke, get out of the way. Seeing Kagaya's attack, Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra surged wildly, directly clashing with her. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto felt Kagaya's terrifying power. Her chakra and the speed of her fists made him feel overwhelmed. Sasuke, I can't hold on much longer. Get ready. While clashing with Kagaya, Naruto whispered to Sasuke. Got it. Sasuke nodded, looking at Kagaya with a serious expression. This chakra output was reckless and extravagant. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. As the two clashed, the entire lava world erupted, with explosive sounds ringing out. What terrifying power! What terrifying chakra! Kakashi frowned, observing everything in front of him. Obito, is there a chance? Should we sneak attack from behind? Kakashi looked at Obito, his eyes filled with seriousness. No, Kagaya's speed is too fast. My Kimui can't keep up. Unless someone can restrain her. Uchiha Obito frowned, sensing Kagaya's terrifying speed. His Kamui was too slow to keep up. This isn't the Ten-Tails, which barely moves and is huge, hitting every target. Against Kagaya, whose speed surpasses everyone, I can't intervene at all. Damn it, I've been trying so hard, but in the end, I still can't help. Kakashi frowned, watching Sasuke and Naruto fighting, feeling angry that he couldn't assist. Obito, Kakashi, don't worry too much. I see Itachi and Naruto haven't made a move yet. There must be a deeper meaning to it, right? Otherwise, the four of us together could definitely handle Kagaya. Let's just watch for now. Noara Rin smiled at the two, assuring them not to worry as Itachi and Naruto hadn't made a move. Even so, Kakashi was concerned. What if Naruto and the others were defeated? What if Naruto and Itachi couldn't handle Kagaya? Kakashi frowned. The chakra amount of Kagaya before him was definitely the largest he had ever seen, even surpassing Naruto's. However, what Kakashi didn't know was that Naruto possessed infinite chakra, which could be drawn from endlessly. Although the Nine-Tails was said to have infinite chakra, it just recovered quickly. The same went for the Ten-Tails. It was merely larger in chakra amount and recovered faster. Naruto's chakra was truly infinite, never exhausting. As he used some, it would immediately replenish. While Naruto's chakra storage was fixed, the amount would never run out. Chapter 239. The Powerful Kagaya, Leisurely Naruto. Let's just wait and see. Our worries might be unnecessary. Look at Naruto. He seems completely unconcerned. Uchiha Obito frowned, watching Naruto's carefree demeanor, showing no reaction at all. Yeah, it's much more exciting than watching an anime. Ha ha ha. Keep fighting, continue, hit harder, don't hold back. This 80 Gods airstrike is quite good. It resembles the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams air palm, just a bit more powerful. After resolving the issue with Konan, Naruto returned, leisurely lying in the air, drinking a beverage, and eating snacks as if watching a grand performance. Boom! After clashing with Kagaya for several seconds, Naruto ultimately couldn't keep up with the speed and chakra and was directly sent flying by a punch. Sasuke now. Naruto shouted angrily at Sasuke. Whoosh! Susanoo. Fire release, Ashura's wrath. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, nodded, and activated Susanoo, then drew back an arrow to shoot at Kagaya. Truth-seeking ball. Heavenly hand. Whoosh! Following his arrow was the truth-seeking ball from Sasuke's back. The truth-seeking ball moved at incredible speed, quickly closing in on Kagaya. Heavenly hand. Then, the Rinnegan in Sasuke's left eye glowed with purple light, and he vanished from his original spot, replacing the truth-seeking ball he had shot. Slash! Appearing above Kagaya. Uchiha Sasuke transformed into a complete-body Susanoo, wielding dual swords, and slashed down at her. Whoosh! Meanwhile, the arrow Sasuke shot also struck directly at Kagaya's face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kagaya Otsutsuki was covered in chakra, not even raising her eyelids. She lifted her right hand and stretched her left hand forward. Boom, boom, boom. With such a simple motion, the arrow shot by Sasuke, Uchiha melted right in front of Kagaya. Even Sasuke's Susanoo began to gradually melt. I can't stop. Meanwhile, Naruto was still flipping in the air, unable to stop at all. Bang, bang, bang. Then, there was a violent explosion near Kagaya, and Sasuke screamed as he fell directly into the lava. Sasuke, damn it, stop. Seeing Sasuke being knocked away, Naruto was frantic and roared, but he couldn't stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang! Sasuke plunged directly into the lava, splashing countless lava like a tsunami. Sasuke? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, watching Sasuke fall directly into the lava, his pupils constricting. Cough, cough, cough. I almost died. Damn it. Sasuke slowly emerged from the lava, completely wrapped in the God Tree's fruit, with only his head exposed. If it weren't for the God Tree's fruit, he would have been melted by the lava just now. Sasuke, I can't stop. Naruto was still flipping in the air, and when he saw that Sasuke was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. Idiot. Sasuke cursed quietly and disappeared from the spot. Bang! Ouch! Finally stabilized. Sasuke, can you be gentler? My feet are about to break from how hard you're pulling. Naruto shouted as Sasuke held him steady. Idiot, fight seriously. Susanoo has no effect on her. We need to find another way. Sasuke's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Kagaya, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. I know. Her strength is formidable. How do my sister and brother-in-law deal with her? It's hard to imagine she easily neutralized our attacks. She's simply a freak. Naruto furrowed his brows, looking at Kagaya, a black rod appearing in his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a crack appeared behind Naruto and Sasuke, and the space opened like movable bricks, revealing a portal. Kagaya stepped out of the portal and reached out to grab Naruto and Sasuke. Not good. Can't move, can't move. But damn it, how could this happen? Naruto felt he couldn't move at all, shock flashing in his eyes as he looked at Kagaya, his body starting to tremble slightly. Damn it, how could this be? What kind of power is this? Why can't I move at all? Damn it, move, move. Sasuke roared, but he couldn't move at all. Even his chakra had stopped flowing. My children, return to your mother's embrace. Kagaya's eyes were filled with tears, which flowed down uncontrollably. No, chakra. Is it being sucked away? Naruto felt his chakra rapidly depleting, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. My chakra is also depleting, and it's happening quickly. Damn it. Sasuke also felt his chakra quickly draining. With every bit lost, he felt his body weakening. Hihi. Mother sees you too, as if she sees her own children. Look at my mother, such a loving face. She's crying for you, showing how deeply you've hurt her. Although it wasn't done by you two, you are the reincarnations of the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. One is Indra, and the other is Azura. Your father and uncle seal their own mother, who is your grandmother. Mother is a pitiful person. All the chakra in the world originally belonged to her. Yours is no exception. Black Zetsu possessed Sasuke and Naruto, laughing as he spoke. What father, what grandmother? My father is Minato Namikaze. Damn it, you must be Black Zetsu, right? I've heard about you. Naruto shouted as he saw his body covered by Black Zetsu. Ha ha ha, that's right. I didn't expect you to know me. This is a very old story. While you're in the gap of being absorbed of chakra, let me tell you about it. Originally, Mother ended the war. Then Black Zetsu began to introduce Naruto and Sasuke to Kagaya's past. Chapter 240. Another ability of Itachi Uchiha's Rinnegan. What? You mean, Sasuke and I are the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths sons? So, Kagaya is our grandmother? How is that possible? How can one person reincarnate so many times and control their reincarnation freely? This is impossible. Naruto felt it was unbelievable. To him, it was simply an impossible task. Is there really any credibility in saying such things? How could it be? Just as Naruto said, if this is true reincarnation, even without previous memories, isn't it saying that a person can achieve immortality? Just continuously reincarnating, dying, and then reincarnating again? Sasuke also felt it was unbelievable. This was simply impossible. How could one person's power control their own reincarnation? This is the power of the Otsutsuki clan. After the Otsutsuki clan dies, their chakra does not dissipate. They can reincarnate. Although they do not have the memories of their past lives after reincarnation, they can possess strong power and talent. If the powers of you two are combined, you can awaken the Rinnegan. Back then, Uchiha Madara was able to awaken the Rinnegan because I was there. As for how those few were able to awaken it, it surprised me greatly. You possess the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, so it's normal for you to awaken it. But the bloodline and chakra power within them are simply insufficient for them to awaken the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu sneered and explained loudly. Damn it, how did my brother and the others defeat them? Such power is simply unimaginable. This was the first time Sasuke had heard such a story. No one had told him before. He felt he was already very strong, but he never expected he still couldn't defeat Kagaya in front of him. I hate you, Hoshigaki. Hoshikage, why did you betray me? Why? You are mine. Give me back your power. Kagaya had turned into a tearful person, looking at Sasuke and Naruto in front of her. Damn it. Even if you want to protect your children also want to protect the people they care about. As a mother, shouldn't you be proud of this? Naruto gathered energy for most of the day and finally managed to summon a bit of usable power, transforming it into a chakra hand that directly pulled Kagaya out from his body, freeing him. Get lost. Then Naruto waved his right hand and directly tore off the black Zetsu from Sasuke. Sasuke, we need to find a way to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Later, we'll work together to use the planetary devastation technique. We will definitely be able to seal her. Naruto frowned, looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki in front of him, and quietly said to Uchiha Sasuke, it's even difficult to get close to her. How can we seal her? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, looking at Naruto in front of him, a bit confused. I have a technique, but I don't know if it will work. Hee. Naruto's mouth curled up and a glint flashed in his eyes. Technique? What technique? Uchiha Sasuke was slightly taken aback, surprised that there was a technique that could help them get close to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Hee. Come closer, I'll tell you. Naruto chuckled lightly and waved to Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned and moved closer. What? Is this thing feasible? Are you an idiot? After hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with disbelief. How do you know it won't work? Just watch me. Whoosh. Now's the time. Seduction technique, reverse harem jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Lady Kagaya. Naruto chuckled and flew forward, performing the seduction technique, but it was just a reverse harem, which meant all handsome men. Wow, Naruto is really a genius. I didn't know it would be so shocking. Naruko couldn't help but laugh when she saw Naruto make his move. Kagaya Otsutsuki was slightly taken aback, looking at the handsome men appearing one after another in front of her, her eyes flashing with surprise. Good opportunity. Sasuke, go. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Naruto's mouth curled up, and a Super Giant Rasengan appeared in his right hand, which he directly slammed towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. Good. Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. He didn't expect this move to actually work, so he immediately flew forward and unleashed Amaterasu on Kagaya Otsutsuki. Whoosh. Kagaya Otsutsuki frowned, dove into space, and appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke, throwing him into another dimension. Sasuke? Damn it, where did you take Sasuke? Naruto looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki in front of him, his eyes flashing with anger as he shouted. Mom, separating them is the best. As long as this is the case, they can't seal Mom. Black Zetsu, hiding in Kagaya Otsutsuki's sleeve, said with a smile. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, Kagaya Otsutsuki floated into the air, and the lava in the entire magma space began to boil. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with lava that shot up into the air. Everyone was standing on it, without exception. Uchiha Itachi's Rinnegan flashed with purple light, and everyone present became ethereal. Itachi, your ability is pretty good. Seems similar to your eternal Manjiki Sharingan, but can be used by everyone? Not bad. Not bad, this ability is okay. At least it can protect others. Naruko felt something unusual as she watched the lava pass through her body, slightly stunned. Then looked at Uchiha Itachi and chuckled. This ability is like an amplified version. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Naruko. Not bad, not bad. Naruko nodded and opened a bag of chips to eat. Can Naruto and Sasuke really do it? Their strength is completely on a different level from Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruko with some doubt and asked, it should be fine. If there are problems, we'll talk about it then. Anyway, it's just for them to have some fun and practice. It's nothing serious, they won't get hurt. Naruko chuckled lightly, seriously watching the battle. Chapter 241, Seed of the Beginning Tree, Pure Eyes of Reincarnation. Ding, mission triggered. Subdue Kagaya Otsutsuki. Let her let go of her hatred. Reward, 1 fruit of the divine tree, 1 seed of the beginning tree. At that moment, the voice of the system appeared in Naruko's mind. Fruit of the divine tree, seed of the beginning tree. I haven't eaten the fruit of the divine tree yet. If I eat one, my strength will definitely soar. But what is this seed of the beginning tree? Is it the mother tree of the divine tree? Naruko was slightly taken aback, not expecting that this time the mission would directly give her fruit of the divine tree. Not only did it give her the fruit of the divine tree, but also gave her the seed of the beginning tree. This is simply a super big gift package. Seed of the beginning tree, the mother tree of the divine tree, blooms every 1,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, produces 10 fruits at a time, and must be picked within a day after maturity. Otherwise, it will be absorbed back by the beginning tree and wait another 4,000 years to bear fruit. The fruit of the divine tree possesses power that surpasses that of the divine tree fruit, capable of awakening the legendary pure eyes of reincarnation. The pure eyes of reincarnation are a combination of the Rinnegan and the pure eyes, possessing powerful abilities beyond comprehension, and are the final evolution of the three eyes, the Nine-Tails Rinnegan, the Rebirth Eye, and the Pure Eyes. Note, it cannot be awakened just by consuming it. Everything depends on opportunity. Pure Eyes of Reincarnation? What is that? A combination of the Pure Eyes and the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan refers to controlling life and death. I'm not very clear on the abilities of the Pure Eyes. It seems at least one member of the Otsutsuki clan can awaken such a supreme eye. No wonder they have dominated the universe for countless ages. The beginning tree really makes me look forward to it. Naruko gasped. This beginning tree is truly terrifyingly strong. But as long as she completes the mission, she can get the seed of the beginning tree, and when the time comes after a few thousand years, won't she be able to have the fruit of the beginning tree? Not good. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So hot, so hot. Naruto saw the lava beneath his feet and felt a wave of heat, quickly dodging. Throughout the entire process of Naruto dodging the attacks, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not move at all, seemingly indifferent to Naruto's life or death. She did not care whether he could withstand it, as if Naruto was just an ant in her eyes, toying with him at will. Shadow Clone Technique. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto frowned, dodged the lava, flew into the air, and immediately created 4 shadow clones. Shuriken go. Then Naruto took out a giant shuriken from his back and suddenly threw it at Kaguya Otsutsuki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! A gray bone appeared in Kaguya Otsutsuki's right hand. She casually touched it, and the shuriken instantly turned to ruins. What a terrifying ability. Is this what my sister called the bone of annihilation? As long as it is touched once, it will turn to ashes? Luckily, I didn't use my body to turn into a shuriken just now, or I would have died by now. Indeed, a terrifying character. How did my sister manage to defeat this terrifying Kaguya Otsutsuki? Naruto saw the giant shuriken formed by a shadow clone turn to ash in an instant, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Although he had heard of the bone-wasting technique, he had never truly witnessed it. Seeing it this time was a real shock. He almost transformed into his true self, but fortunately, he didn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he died. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kaguya Otsutsuki's hair transformed into countless shurikens and shot directly at Naruto. Supersized Rasengan. Naruto furrowed his brows, and a Rasengan appeared in his right hand, positioned above his head, while his shadow clones quickly moved forward, each wielding a Rasengan and pressing toward Kaguya Otsutsuki. This is my world. Do you really think you could defeat me? Absolutely impossible. Whoosh! Kaguya Otsutsuki charged at Naruto, suddenly extending her right hand to grab him. Super strength. Block it for me. As Naruto's supersized Rasengan was exhausted, a massive chakra erupted from his right hand, and he punched towards Kaguya Otsutsuki. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Kaguya Otsutsuki and Naruto's attacks collided instantly, and Kaguya was sent flying by a burst of super strength. Naruto, I have gathered your chakra. This time, let's go all out. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's mind. Thank you, Kurama. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, the sky was filled with Naruto's shadow clones, at least 1,000 of them. Such shadow clones are not something just anyone can create. Kaguya Otsutsuki furrowed her brows and extended her right hand, unleashing countless chakra fists towards Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all of Naruto's shadow clones were smashed into smoke by Kaguya Otsutsuki, filling the air and obscuring her vision. Now's my chance. I'm right here. One Naruto charged out from the white mist, punching towards Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki smirked coldly, raising her right hand to block Naruto's attack. And I still have more. And more. Naruto unleashed a series of Rasengan. Bang, bang, bang. Countless Narutos charged towards Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki furrowed her brows, seeing so many Narutos, and the space above her head opened up, allowing her to slip into it. Damn it, she got away again? Chase after her. Naruto furrowed his brows and leaped, wanting to enter the special space with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Mom, this Naruto seems a bit off in the head. After this battle, he seems to create miracles every time. He's a typical wild card. We must be careful. The starting ball space absolutely cannot be discovered. It connects to several other spaces, and if Naruto enters, it could lead Sasuke to this location. At that time, they might use the power of Yin and Yang to seal Mom again. Black Zetsu didn't expect Naruto to be this formidable, as he didn't know much about Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them were still kids and hadn't grown up to be like they are now. But from this battle with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, it was clear that this Naruto didn't play by the rules and would use all sorts of tricks. It truly overturned his worldview that had been established for thousands of years. Chapter 240, Two Powerful MaskedMan. I can feel it. Their strength is not the strongest. The strongest is the Naruko from your memories. Her power shocks me. Not only her chakra, but also her aura. Even compared to the Otsutsuki clan, there's hardly any difference. Kagaya Otsutsuki furrowed her brows, a serious expression flashing in her eyes. The main branch of the Otsutsuki clan? Does that mean we are not a match for Naruko? Black Zetsu was somewhat surprised, not expecting that there were still enemies that even his mother couldn't handle. I created White Zetsu to combat the main branch of the Otsutsuki clan. Their strength is immense. Even I can't guarantee I can deal with them. That's why I've been desperately creating White Zetsu, hoping they can be of some use. If it weren't for the betrayal of Yumura and Yui, White Zetsu's strength would have been even greater. Kagaya Otsutsuki shook her head, a dull look flashing in her eyes. Mom, what should we do now? If we can't defeat Naruko, even if we kill Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, it won't matter, right? Black Zetsu was somewhat perplexed, not fully understanding the matters of the Otsutsuki main branch. If even Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't defeat Naruko, then what was the point of fighting? I'm not worried about losing. She doesn't seem to bear me any malice. I'm just concerned that she might be one of the Otsutsuki clan. That would mean I've been discovered. Kagaya Otsutsuki shook her head and said lightly, Are the Otsutsuki clan really that powerful? Can they instill this kind of fear in my mother? Black Zetsu was somewhat astonished. Could the Otsutsuki clan really be that terrifying? Anyone from the main branch of the Otsutsuki clan has at least my level of strength, and they're even more powerful beings. They consume the fruit of the divine tree, and their chakra is on a scale that the Ten Tails cannot compare to. Sigh. Kagaya Otsutsuki sighed deeply, recalling the strength of the Otsutsuki clan, a look of helplessness and anger flashing in her eyes. Mom, what should we do then? Black Zetsu furrowed his brows, not expecting such a situation, feeling it was incredible. Whoosh. No need to think too much. I'm not a member of the Otsutsuki clan. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. Just then, Naruto Namikaze appeared in front of Kagaya Otsutsuki without anyone noticing. You? How did you appear in my space? Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at Naruko, shock flashing in her eyes. Your space is nothing in front of me. I can come and go as I please. Isn't that right? Naruko smiled lightly as she approached Kagaya Otsutsuki. Who exactly are you? Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at Naruko, furrowing her brows and coldly asking, Who am I? I'm a lover of peace. As long as you don't harm the ninja world, I can help you deal with the Otsutsuki clan. What do you think? This deal is quite worthwhile, isn't it? Naruko looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki with a slight smile. Just you? Your abilities are strong, and your chakra is vast, but you have no idea how powerful the Otsutsuki clan is. Even if your chakra surged tenfold, you could never be a match for the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan has existed for billions of years, and their foundation is not as simple as you think. There are countless experts. Even I am just an ordinary strong person among them. Kagaya Otsutsuki shook her head and looked at Naruko, not holding much hope for her. Really? Maybe your strength is indeed not strong enough. But you should not impose your own limitations on me. Your Otsutsuki clan has chakra, but lacks the most important thing, which is practical combat experience. Naruto looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya in front of him and chuckled lightly, instantly disappearing from his original position. The next moment, Naruto appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya, so fast that even she did not sense any fluctuations, not even having time to react. Naruto's right hand had already grabbed Kagaya's Black Zetsu and pulled it directly out of her sleeve. How is this possible? Can't move? A look of shock flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes as it looked at Naruto, unable to believe what was happening. Otsutsuki Kagaya was somewhat surprised. She hadn't felt any spatial fluctuations at all. How could such a thing happen in her own dimension? Mom, Save me. After being unable to move, Black Zetsu's eyes flashed with fear, and it shouted loudly. Let him go, what do you want to do? Tsutsuki Kagaya frowned, her expression serious. You lack combat experience, and you're not even able to display 1/10 of your original strength. This is also the main reason why you were sealed by your two sons. With only chakra, you have spent your entire life crushing your opponents with it. This is why you will never understand the terror of combat techniques. I just want to tell you, in my hands, you're no different from an ant. The other members of the Tsutsuki clan will ultimately be the same. Didn't you want to see my strength? Isn't this me showing it to you? Naruto extended his right hand, lifted Tsutsuki Kagaya's delicate chin, smiled, and a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. How could this child's strength be so terrifying? My chakra is actually being suppressed. Unable to use my chakra? How is this possible? I am the progenitor of chakra in this world. How could I be suppressed by her? What a terrifying little brat. Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with shock. She never expected that one day she would be unable to use her chakra because someone else had suppressed it. How delightful. Naruto leaned in closer, sniffed Kagaya's face, and smiled. For some reason, Tsutsuki Kagaya emitted a special fragrance that was intoxicating and refreshing, making one feel at ease after smelling it. This feeling is something that can only be appreciated but not explained. This is the aura of the divine tree. After consuming the divine tree fruit, a special divine charm would radiate from the body. This aura can be sensed even from several planets away. Tsutsuki Kagaya's face flushed slightly as she said softly. Chapter 243. Altering Kagaya's memories? Strange. Why does this child always give me such a peculiar feeling? Looking at Naruto in front of her, Tsutsuki Kagaya's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, looking into her eyes made her feel like she was about to fall into them. Kagaya had never experienced such a thing before and felt quite surprised. So that's it. I haven't tried the divine tree fruit yet. No wonder it has such an aura. But honestly, it smells really good. Naruto reached out and hugged Tsutsuki Kagaya, taking a deep breath, and said lightly, You. Tsutsuki Kagaya was somewhat surprised. The Naruto in front of her looked like a girl. Yet, she didn't seem like a girl at all, and she was able to make Kagaya's heart tremble slightly. You are afraid that the Tsutsuki clan will come back for revenge. Are you afraid they will retaliate against you or against your two sons? Naruto gently asked while hugging Tsutsuki Kagaya. They betrayed me. I want to take back the chakra within them, but I just want to protect them. Yet they betrayed me, but I still want to protect them. They possess too much chakra and will become my obstacle. So I can only take back their chakra and then fight against the enemy. A look of sadness flashed in Tsutsuki Kagaya's eyes, her expression troubled. I can protect you. How about that? I can also protect your sons. But I want you to forget everything from the past. Would you be willing? Naruto looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya and chuckled, asking, Forget the past? Tsutsuki Kagaya turned to look at Naruto, somewhat surprised. That's right, forget everything after you came to the ninja world. Naruto smiled at Tsutsuki Kagaya. Forget? Is it that easy? Do you want to alter my will? Tsutsuki Kagaya shook her head as she looked at Naruto. As long as you are willing, I can alter your memories. After that, you won't harm the ninja world, and there won't be any sad things happening. As for the Tsutsuki clan, I will deal with them. As long as they dare to come, I can slay them one by one. Naruto chuckled softly, looking at Tsutsuki Kagaya with a confident gleam in her eyes. Your strength is very strong. Even I have no means to resist. Not all of the clan members have consumed the divine tree fruit. Because my power was divided between Kagaya and Yuin, the power was split into two parts. I occupy one part, while Yuin and Kagaya together occupy another part. Moreover, my true body is sealed on the moon. The current me is not my full strength. In the Tsutsuki clan, after consuming the divine tree fruit, they generally attain elder-level strength. Right now, you are at most equivalent to elder-level strength. But above the elders, there are clan elders, and above clan elders, there is the clan leader. The clan leader of the Tsutsuki clan has an unknown level of power. He has lived for millions of years, and his strength after consuming the first tree's fruit is not something we can compare to. So if you really want to deal with the Tsutsuki clan, there is still no hope. But the clan elders and clan leader generally won't leave the Tsutsuki planet. With you here, as long as there are not large groups of the Tsutsuki clan, you can indeed protect this world. Tsutsuki Kagaya nodded, briefly introducing the strength of the Tsutsuki clan. I will become even stronger. Naruto looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya and chuckled. Do you think I have a choice? Your strength surpasses mine, and I can only let you have your way. But I hope you can keep your promise and protect this world. I really don't want to harm them. Tsutsuki Kagaya looked at Naruto and shook her head. I know. Otherwise, you and T have pulled us all into the lava space. Next, I will alter your memories, and afterward, you can live happily in this world. Let me bear all the sins. Naruto looked at Tsutsuki Kagaya in front of her. The corners of her mouth lifted, and a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. Mom. Black Zetsu couldn't move at all. It had no ability to begin with, and now being restrained by Naruto, it couldn't move at all. Just a puddle of black water, shouting on the ground, but it was of no use. After that, Namikaze Minako directly invaded Kagaya Otsutsuki's mind and deleted a series of tragedies that occurred after her arrival on Earth. After erasing all the tragic memories in Kagaya Otsutsuki's mind, Namikaze Minako began to alter her own memories within it. The general content was that after Kagaya Otsutsuki landed on Earth, she encountered Namikaze Minako's previous life, where they were two people in love and had 3 children together. The family lived happily together, but later, as Namikaze Minako's lifespan came to an end, her chakra reincarnated, becoming the current Namikaze Minako. Kagaya Otsutsuki searched for Namikaze Minako for over 1,000 years and finally found her former lover. Although Namikaze Minako had transformed into a woman, Kagaya Otsutsuki's love for her remained unchanged, etc. Ahem. Although it's a bit glitch, it can barely be used. After altering the memories, Namikaze Minako lightly coughed a few times and smiled awkwardly. And then there's Kurizetsu. Next, it's your turn. Whoosh. Namikaze Minako then took out a man's body from the space. It was a clone of a bandit she had previously used for research, preparing to let Kurizetsu enter it and become a real person. In the world of Naruto, Namikaze Minako believed there were no true villains. Kurizetsu had survived for over 1,000 years just to resurrect his mother. One must say, he is indeed a great filial son. Naruto could be reimagined as Kurizetsu, saving his mother instead. What do you want to do? You. Kurizetsu looked at Namikaze Minako slowly, approaching him, fear flashing in his eyes. Of course, it's to alter your will. Namikaze Minako deleted all of Kurizetsu's memories, directly transforming him into Kagaya Otsutsuki's son, and then fell into a deep sleep, thus lacking other related memories. The memories he retained were similar to Kagaya Otsutsuki's, only those of the family. Furthermore, within those memories, Kurizetsu possessed a special ability to project his body outside of his physical form, allowing him to merge with anything. Mission accomplished. After completing everything, Namikaze Minako directly merged Kurizetsu into the bandit's clone body. Chapter 244. Planting the Seed of the Divine Tree. Don't look down on a bandit. He is quite handsome. Looking at Kurizetsu in front of him, Namikaze Minako smiled, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki opened her eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face. Husband? Seeing Namikaze Minako in front of her, Kagaya Otsutsuki showed joy and quickly ran forward, directly leaping into her arms. You're awake? From now on, call me Minako in front of others. Namikaze Minako looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki and chuckled lightly, a hint of glee flashing in his eyes. One must admit, the Naruto world is truly beautiful. Ha. Looking at the adorable Kagaya Otsutsuki, Namikaze Minako couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Minako. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at Namikaze Minako with a charming smile, then retracted the strange horn on her head and closed her Rinnegan. This was originally Kagaya Otsutsuki's special mode, which she could freely turn on or off. As long as she didn't activate the mode, the horn wouldn't grow. It could be permanently activated, but could also be freely turned off. However, she felt insecure and kept this special mode activated just in case. The world made her feel a lack of security, which is why she maintained this state. Mommy? What is this? Daddy? Kurizetsu also woke up, looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki and Namikaze Minako with surprise. Good son, very good. Seeing Kurizetsu, call him Daddy. Namikaze Minako smiled, almost unable to contain his laughter. I will take you away first. Once everything here is settled, I will come back to accompany you. Namikaze Minako then smiled at Kagaya Otsutsuki and said lightly, Where is Daddy taking us? Kurizetsu asked curiously, looking at Namikaze Minako. Let us go to the alternate space first. Come on. With a wave of his right hand, a spatial passage appeared before them. Let us go. Looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki in his arms, Namikaze Minako smiled. Kagaya Otsutsuki was exceptionally obedient, smiling at Namikaze Minako, and the 3 stepped into it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received one fruit of the divine tree and one seed of the origin tree, which have all been stored in the system space. Please claim them yourself. As Namikaze Minako brought Kaguya Otsutsuki out of the spatial ball, the system directly notified him of the completed task and placed the rewards in the system space. Namikaze Minako could enter any space and casually selected one. This world was similar to the original ninja world, filled with flowers, trees, land, oceans, deserts, etc. The purpose of coming here was to plant the seed of the origin tree. It's so beautiful here. Kaguya Otsutsuki was originally a little girl, and her inherently kind nature had changed due to the malice of humanity. Now, after Namikaze Minako altered her memories, she returned to her innocent and kind self. Seeing the colorful sea of flowers in front of her, Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran forward to pick a small red flower. Wood release, wood pillar house. Boom, boom, boom. Namikaze Minako kicked off with his right foot, and a huge wooden villa appeared in front of him, covering several acres, quite massive. Kaguya, you and Korezetsu will live here for now. I will be back soon. Additionally, this seed of the origin tree should be planted here. Once planted in 4,000 years, we will become stronger. By then, you won't have to fear them anymore. Namikaze Minako walked forward, looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, smiled, and took out the seed of the origin tree. What is this? The seed of the origin tree? Husband? How? How is this possible? Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at the seed of the origin tree in Namikaze Minako's hand, her eyes filled with shock. Yes. Come, let us plant it ourselves. Namikaze Minako chuckled. Squatting down with Kaguya Otsutsuki, dug a small hole in grass, and dropped the seed of the origin tree into it. Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes were filled with anticipation. She had always been worried that the Otsutsuki clan would come to hunt them down. Now, seeing the seed of the origin tree, she felt much more at ease. With the fruit of the origin tree, they would gain stronger power, and they would no longer have to fear the Otsutsuki clan. Boom, boom, boom. After the seed of the origin tree was planted, it absorbed the nutrients from the ground, and endless natural energy was absorbed, causing its body to grow wildly, transforming into a towering tree that pierced the clouds, stretching as far as the eye could see. It's truly many times larger than the divine tree. No wonder it's called the seed of the origin tree. After absorbing natural energy, it can also spray out endless chakra. This is different from the divine tree, which only absorbs the nutrients of natural energy. The origin tree, after absorbing the natural energy of the heavens and earth, transforms it through its own process, releasing chakra in a surge. After the chakra combines with natural energy, it transforms into senjutsu chakra that nourishes the land. Namikaze Minako looked at the divine tree before him, his eyes filled with shock. The chakra and natural energy released by the origin tree combined to form a new type of energy, much like senjutsu chakra. No wonder the Otsutsuki clan cannot absorb senjutsu chakra. Chakra and natural energy coexist and also counteract each other. When the Otsutsuki clan is filled with chakra, they cannot absorb natural energy because their bodies can only contain chakra. If the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan was the first to eat the fruit of the god tree, then all subsequent descendants would inherit chakra. They revere chakra and look down on other forms of energy, and they are unable to sense the existence of senjutsu chakra. This leads the Otsutsuki clan to crazily plant god trees in other worlds, just to obtain more god tree fruits and the chakra within them. Naruto Uzumaki feels countless chakras and natural energies merging to form senjutsu chakra. Here, there is no need to gather senjutsu chakra. It is simply available for immediate use, which shocks Naruto. No wonder the Otsutsuki clan is so powerful. The god tree truly lives up to its reputation. Looking at the towering tree before him, Naruto's mouth curves into a smile, and a gleam of joy flashes in his eyes. Husband, this is indeed the god tree. Soon we will have endless power and no longer need to live in fear. Kaguya Otsutsuki gazes at the towering tree, her eyes filled with surprise as she tightly hugs Naruto, her heart filled with joy. Chapter 245, Sealing the Gaiam, I will protect you well from now on. Naruto chuckles lightly at the innocent Kaguya Otsutsuki, thinking such a woman is truly a pity. However, he believes that he will bring her happiness in the future. Yes, I have always believed. Kaguya smiles at Naruto. You all stay here. I'll be back soon. Naruto lightly laughs and says to Kaguya, Okay. Kaguya nods. Whoosh. Then Naruto disappears from a spot. When he reappears, Naruto has returned to the origin sphere space. Wood clone. Transformation technique. Naruto immediately creates the wood clone and transforms it into Kagaya Otsutsuki's appearance. Next, let's quickly finish the battle. Looking at his wood clone, Naruto chuckles lightly. The Kagaya Otsutsuki nods and immediately dives into the space, returning to the lava space. Where did she go? Damn it, I can't get through? I can still sense Sasuke's chakra, but I don't know where he is? Damn! Naruto looks at the disappearing Kagaya Otsutsuki, his expression turning serious. However, he can clearly sense Uchiha Sasuke's chakra, but cannot see him. Pause! At this moment, a black hole appears, and Kagaya Otsutsuki appears. Back again? Naruto looks at Kagaya Otsutsuki, surprise flashing in his eyes. Alright, Naruto, the battle is almost over. No more waiting. There are many people outside who need rescue. We played enough. Naruto appears beside him, chuckling lightly. Sister? Naruto's face lights up with joy upon seeing Naruto. It's time to end this. Whoosh! Naruto smiles at him and waves his right hand, creating a black hole, revealing Uchiha Sasuke inside. Sasuke, come back quickly. Upon seeing Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto shouts loudly. At this moment, Sasuke, in a desert, suddenly hears Naruto's voice, turns around, and sees a space portal, immediately rushing over. Naruto, sister-in-law. Uchiha Sasuke dives into the space portal, calling out to Naruto and Naruto. It's time to end this. You two step back. Naruto chuckles lightly, looking at the two with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto exchange glances and immediately fly backward. 6 paths, superplanetary devastation. Naruto's brows furrow as an enormous power is exerted on Kagaya Otsutsuki. No, Kagaya Otsutsuki roars. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the space where everyone is located collapses, and they fall into the origin sphere space, where the ground splits apart and turns into countless rubble rushing toward Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya Otsutsuki continuously screams in agony as she is lifted high into the sky. Wow, so big, bigger than the moon? Is this the power of my sister? Naruto gazes at the ever-growing sphere before him, shock flashing in his eyes. Even if Naruto and I combined our powers, we couldn't achieve such size. The ground of this space has completely cracked, turning into this massive seal. Such powerful strength. No wonder my brother chose such a woman. Uchiha Sasuke stares at the gigantic moon, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself. Naruto, I didn't expect your move to be so quick, but it seems that this Kagaya Otsutsuki is a bit different. Uchiha Itachi arrives beside Uchiha Sasuke and the others, chuckling lightly. Really? Maybe. As long as we seal her, it's fine. You take them back. I'll head back first. I need to see if everyone trapped by the God Tree has been rescued. Naruto chuckles lightly, sensing that Uchiha Itachi has noticed something but doesn't explain, disappearing from spot. Uchiha Itachi nods, gazing thoughtfully at the giant sphere in the sky. Let's go too. 4th Hokage, please come this way. I'll take you out. Uchiha Itachi looks at everyone with a light smile. All right. Okay, brother. Finally, it's over. We won this battle, and without them, we might not have survived. Indeed, I didn't expect such powerful beings to exist in this world. We need to keep working hard. Let's go. Don't think too much. The 5 Kage and everyone present chuckle lightly and immediately walk toward Uchiha Itachi. In that case, let's end this. Naruto smirks and returns to the ninja world, appearing beneath the God Tree, placing his right hand on it and directly absorbing the God Tree into his body. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the blood moon in the sky disappears, returning to normal, and the God Tree is quickly absorbed by Naruto, causing everyone trapped by the God Tree to fall to the ground and revive. Everything will come to an end. How many years will it take for the Otsutsuki to come again? As for Ishiki, we will deal with him when he shows up. Finally, we can enjoy a few days of peace. Naruto gazes at all those who have been freed, a smile appearing on his face. Is the battle over? It seems I won't be needed anymore. Ashura and Indra's reincarnations are still young, and such things have already happened. Thankfully, it was more of a scare than danger. Somewhere in the ninja world, the Sage of 6 Paths sat cross-legged in the void, watching the blood moon disappear as everyone was revived. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Old man Sage of 6 Paths, why are you still alive? Naruko appeared before him, looking somewhat puzzled. Oh, this little kid, your strength is surprisingly strong. The Sage of 6 Paths was somewhat astonished as he saw Naruko before him, his eyes flashing with shock. I see. Transforming into the 6 Paths? It seems the Pure Land was created by you, old man. You managed to bring all souls into the Pure Land. You are quite kind, aren't you? Naruko noticed a strange aura of death emanating from the Sage of Six Paths and nodded. Chapter 246. Meeting Uchiha Izumi. Little kid, your strength is indeed impressive. Just now, your mother was sealed by you, right? This aura, it must be her. After I died, I was uneasy about this world. So I used chakra to condense my body and forge the Pure Land, wanting to give a resting place for those who have passed away. Thank you for saving this world, the Sage of Six Paths said with a light smile as he looked at Naruko. No need to thank me. You should go back. The war in the ninja world is over, and it should soon enter a peaceful era. The rare peace is finally coming. Naruko said with a smile, nodding at the Sage of Six Paths. Good son, return to your Pure Land. Ha ha ha. Naruko thought to himself, smiling as he looked at the Sage of Six Paths. It's about time. I'll be going back too. Naruko, I hope you can continue to protect this world, just like you protect your family, the Sage of Six Paths said with a gentle smile, nodding. After saying that, he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared between heaven and earth. Finally, it's over. This world is really troublesome. Naruko watched as the Sage of Six Paths left, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Bang! At that moment, a figure appeared nearby, none other than Uchiha Izumi. Where's Itachi? The first thought that came to Uchiha Izumi as she awakened was about Uchiha Itachi, her eyes anxiously scanning the surroundings. Originally, during the infinite Tsukuyami, she had married Uchiha Itachi, and the two had conceived 2 children. Now that the dream was over, she felt a twinge of reluctance as she looked around, not seeing Uchiha Itachi's figure. Izumi? Naruko was slightly taken aback upon seeing Uchiha Izumi. Izumi is the one who loves Itachi the most in this world. I wonder how sister.Naruko feels inside. I'll ask first. If she doesn't like him, I could let Itachi be with Izumi. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, Naruko shook his head and murmured to himself. Whoosh! The next second, Naruko appeared beside sister.Naruko. Your real body, sister.Naruko exclaimed as she saw Naruko appear. Dao, how do you feel about Uchiha Itachi? Do you like him? Naruko asked sister.Naruko. Like? What are you joking about? I like handsome guys. But Itachi is my little brother. I only have care for him. Just like Naruto, he's the kind of brother. I don't even know who I like. But I know you like women. I seem to have been influenced by your thoughts a bit. Although I don't know what you're thinking. I really don't like men right now. Liking both men and women is about the same, a bit balanced. Am I becoming a pervert? Liking both men and women? Naruko frowned, tilting her head, and said lightly. After speaking, she looked at Naruko and retorted. What do you mean? When did I do anything to you? Liking is liking. Not liking is not liking. What do you mean I influenced you? What's wrong with liking women? Since you don't like Itachi, I'll just give him to someone else. You said it yourself. Do you like him or not? If you don't like him, then I'll just hand him over. Naruko frowned and gave sister.Naruko a head pat, speaking coldly. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? I don't like him. Is that enough? But your real body, can you let me have one? Either Hong or Xian will be fine. No problem at all. What about Akkad? Do you want to consider it? sister.Naruko smiled at Naruko, her eyes flashing with a glint. Want? No way. But that Samui isn't bad. I can give her to you. How about that? It's not unfair to you, right? Naruko curled his lips, watching sister.Naruko try and take his favorite, which was impossible. However, Samui wasn't bad either. He had no feelings for her, so it was fine to give her to sister.Naruko. After all, he could accept the feeling from sister.Naruko too. Cough, cough, cough. Samui? She's okay. This figure is nice. I like it. Then it's settled. Ha ha ha. I'm leaving first. You can play slowly. sister.Naruko's eyes lit up. Samui was indeed impressive and could compare with Tsunade. She chuckled and directly disappeared from spot. This girl, doesn't she like Itachi? Then why does Naruto call Itachi brother-in-law? Sasuke calls me sister-in-law. It's really strange. Naruko was somewhat astonished. Among his clones, there was only this one woman with such thoughts. The others all had the same thoughts as him and would never like Uchiha Itachi. So why were Naruto and Sasuke referring to him like that? This puzzled Naruko, and for a moment, he didn't know why. Could it be? I should verify it. After that, Naruko seemed to think of something, his eyes brightened, and then he disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! Naruko? Why are you here? Are you with Itachi? Uchiha Izumi was slightly taken aback, looking at Naruko with some confusion, and quickly asked, Not with me. What's wrong? Are you looking for him? Naruko replied to Uchiha Izumi. No, I see everyone seems to be all right. Is everyone safe now? Uchiha Izumi's face flushed, and she quickly shook her head. Yes, everyone is safe now. The enemy has been dealt with. Naruko nodded, not knowing how to start for a moment. Really? Then I should congratulate you all. By the way, Naruko, do you like Itachi? He has always liked you. Will you be with him? Uchiha Izumi looked at Naruko, somewhat nervous, her hands tightly clasped. Itachi likes me? What a joke. I don't like him. Naruko was slightly taken aback, looking at Uchiha Izumi before him. To his surprise, Uchiha Izumi spoke up before he could even ask. Don't like? Don't you know that Itachi has always liked you? Uchiha Izumi saw Naruto say that she didn't like Uchiha Itachi, and her heart was filled with joy, quickly asking. Chapter 247. Uchiha Izumi becomes Naruto? Like me? No way. I don't like men. Hee. Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and smiled. Don't like men? What does that mean? Uchiha Izumi was a bit surprised, looking at Naruto and murmuring to herself. I didn't expect Itachi would actually like me. I thought it was Tendo Naruto who liked Itachi, but turns out Itachi likes me? Is this a melodrama? Got it. Naruto furrowed her brows, also surprised to learn that Uchiha Itachi actually liked her. Then she thought of something, and her mouth curved into a smile. Izumi, I know you like Itachi. I have a way that can let you marry Itachi. It's just about whether you're willing or not. Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and chuckled lightly. What method? After hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Izumi's face turned red. Although she felt a bit shy, she was exceptionally excited. Just say you become me. You will appear as me in the future, and treat my family as your own family. By becoming the real Naruto, you can marry Uchiha Itachi. Of course, you can first try telling Uchiha Itachi your real identity, and whether he will be with you depends on your own fate. I will leave this world and won't disturb you. He won't see me anymore. Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and smiled. Become your likeness? Transformation technique? No way. Itachi will notice immediately. Uchiha Izumi felt a bit disappointed. She thought Naruto had a good method. Turns out it was such a terrible and clumsy plan. No, the transformation I mentioned is not an ordinary transformation technique. You will transform first, and then I will cast an illusion on you. This illusion, even Itachi won't be able to see through. Naruto chuckled lightly. Is it real? Transformation technique. Uchiha Izumi looked at Naruto, feeling very shocked, and then used the transformation technique to become Naruto. Of course, from now on, you will be Naruto, living in Konoha in my place. How about that? Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and smiled, then activated her Rinnegan, and a purple light flashed across it, directly casting an illusion on her outer appearance. As long as the opponent's strength does not exceed hers, they will absolutely not be able to tell that she is not Naruto. Why? Don't you want to go home? If I become you, what will you do? Uchiha Izumi was slightly taken aback, looking at Naruto and asking, I want to leave this world. This world is full of memories for me, so I want to do something for my family before I leave. In the future, you will be me integrating into my family. Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and spoke softly. You want to leave? Why? Uchiha Izumi felt a stir in her heart. For her, as long as she could marry Uchiha Itachi, she was willing to do anything. My strength has already surpassed this world. If I don't leave, I will be crushed by the rules of this world. So I have to leave this world. But I don't want my family to be sad, so I found you. Izumi, my time is running out. Are you willing? Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and chuckled lightly. Chapter 248. Uchiha Itachi talks about marriage? I. Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed with struggle. I am willing. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Izumi finally made up her mind. Uchiha Izumi decided to become the new Naruto. Good. I hope you will treat my parents and younger brother well in the future. Naruto nodded. Whoosh. Then Naruto directly extracted Uchiha Izumi's soul from her body and merged it into her clone. Next, I will let you watch some clips of me and Itachi together, as well as my interactions with my family. Remember them well. As for my family, I believe you'll do better than I did. Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi, who was slowly opening her eyes and chuckled lightly. Thank you, Naruto. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Uchiha Izumi looked at her own body, realizing she had completely become Naruto, feeling very moved. This is nothing. Pay attention. Naruto shook her head, directly casting an illusion on Uchiha Izumi, showing her how she interacted with her family and Uchiha Itachi. Time seemed long, but in Naruto's illusion, only a second had passed. From now on, you'll be Naruto, no longer Uchiha Izumi. Do you understand? Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and smiled. Yes, I understand. Thank you. I will treat them well. Uchiha Izumi nodded, looking at Naruto, stood up, and bowed to her. Goodbye. I hope you all are happy. Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and chuckled lightly. Whoosh! Then Naruto directly disappeared from the spot. Thank you, Naruto. I will. From now on, I am no longer Uchiha Izumi. I am Naruto. Uchiha Izumi looked at the place where Naruto disappeared, murmuring to herself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a certain space, Naruto directly summoned all her Six Paths clones. Don't run around anymore. You can go check out other worlds in the universe. The ninja world has been peaceful, and the war has ended. Take away the people you want to take. As for the others, you don't need to take them. Naruto looked at her Six Paths clones and chuckled lightly. Yes, my lord. The Six Paths clones quickly nodded. Go. Naruto nodded and waved her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then all 7 of Naruto's clones disappeared. Unknowingly, the time arrived in the 64th year of Konoha. The ninja world had been peaceful for many years, and the economy and technology of the ninja world had developed increasingly. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was already 40 years old, still in his prime, and had not retired. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock was heard in the Hokage's office. Come in. Minato Namikaze was still handling documents and called out casually. 4th Hokage. Walking in was Uchiha Fugaku, seeing Minato Namikaze with a big smile. Brother Fugaku, what brings you here? Minato Namikaze raised his head to look at Uchiha Fugaku, smiling as he set down the documents in his hand. Ha! Actually, I'm here to propose. You also know that Itachi likes Naruto. Naruto and Itachi are a good match. Itachi is now 22 years old, and Naruto is 21. It's about time for them to get married. So I came here to propose. You want team mine, will you? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him and smiled. Chapter 249. Everyone is happy, the grand finale. Ha ha ha. How could that be? Itachi is a child I watched grow up. Both his character and strength are top-notch. After observing over the years, I know a few things about the two of them. I don't oppose this matter. However, it depends on the children's own wishes. If they agree, I have no objections. Minato Namikaze was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily. Yes, I think so too. After all, they are about the right age. It's time for them to get married. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. And Minato Namikaze's words meant that the marriage between the two families was set. Someone, go notify Itachi and Naruko to come over. Then, Minato Namikaze shouted into the void. Yes. Whoosh. An Umbu immediately left to find Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruko. Whoosh. Lord Itachi, the 4th Hokage is looking for you. An Umbu arrived at the Umbu headquarters, kneeling on one knee in front of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had now become the head of the Umbu, while Uchiha Izumi was just a deputy. Got it. Uchiha Itachi nodded, put down the documents in his hand, and disappeared from spot. Uchiha Izumi also left the Umbu. Itachi? Naruko? Dad is looking for you? The 4th Hokage is looking for you? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi appeared at the office door, somewhat surprised. Then both of their faces turned red. Let us go in together. Okay. Then Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi entered the office together. Uchiha Izumi had long been accustomed to Uzumaki Naruko's identity and wouldn't reveal any flaws. Moreover, Uchiha Izumi had fully transformed herself into Uzumaki Naruko. She was no longer the old Uchiha Izumi. Dad, uncle, 4th Hokage, father. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi entered the office and quickly called out upon seeing the two. You're here? Come, have a seat. Minato Namikaze smiled as he saw Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruko walk in. I called you here today to discuss something. You're both of a considerable age now. Just now, Brother Fugaku also discussed this with me. Do you two like each other? I'm preparing for your marriage. Do you have any opinions? Minato Namikaze smiled at Uchiha Itachi and the others in front of him. Uchiha Izumi's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head, unsure of what to say. 4th Hokage, I have no objections. Uchiha Itachi said calmly while feeling ecstatic inside as he looked at Minato Namikaze. Although his words were plain, he was extremely excited inside. Naruko, what about you? Minato Namikaze glanced at Uzumaki Naruko and smiled slightly. I. Just let Dad decide. You can decide. Whoosh. Uchiha Izumi's face flushed, and after finishing her sentence, she directly disappeared from spot. Ha ha ha. Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Itachi, congratulations. I hope you could treat Naruko well afterward. Don't make her sad. She is my only precious daughter. Minato Namikaze smiled at Uchiha Itachi. I will, father. Uchiha Itachi immediately changed how he addressed Minato Namikaze upon seeing him, which showed his excitement. Ha! Brother Fugaku, let us agree on the wedding date. Minato Namikaze smiled at Uchiha Fugaku and prepared to calculate the wedding date. As for Uchiha Itachi, Kushina Uzumaki also liked him very much and had been mumbling about proposing in front of him long ago. If it weren't for Minato Namikaze stopping her, she would have already gone to the Uchiha clan to propose. Later, Minato Namikaze said, "How could the girl go propose herself? That's why Kushina Uzumaki didn't boldly go to propose. All right, since that is the case, let's have a family dinner tonight. Then we could discuss it." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, looking at Minato Namikaze. "Okay, let us have dinner together tonight." Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile. "Have you heard? Did you hear? Lady Naruko is getting married." "What? Lady Naruko is getting married? To whom? Who dares to snatch my goddess?" "Sho, are you looking for death? Lady Naruko is going to marry Lord Itachi, my goddess." In a few days, the entire ninja world was abuzz with discussions about the two heroes who saved the world, Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruko, getting married. This was big news. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and everyone knew. Izumi, Itachi, wish you happiness. And Jiraiya, your lifelong regret has finally been compensated. I hope you can be happy in the future. That's just how life is. Although the regret has been compensated, it seems like this storyline isn't very exciting anymore. But I just like happy endings. Uzumaki Naruko looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya in front of her, as well as the two new couples, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi, with a smile on her face, murmuring to herself, "Bang, bang, bang. Today is a festive day. The whole Konoha is celebrating because Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi are getting married. Of course, there is another couple also getting married today, witnessed by the upper echelons of Konoha and other ninja villages. These two are, of course, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had agreed on the battlefield that they would marry after surviving. In the end, Tsunade fulfilled her promise and successfully married Jiraiya. Kagaya, I will take your body back now. You will spit out the original body of Uchiha Madara." Uzumaki Naruko smiled at Kagaya Otsutsuki in front of her. Kagaya Otsutsuki smiled sweetly and directly spat out Uchiha Madara's body from within her. Bang! Uchiha Madara fell to the ground, barely alive. "Uchiha Madara, do you regret this?" Uzumaki Naruko looked at Uchiha Madara and chuckled. "Ha ha, regret? No, I do not regret it. I just lament that I'm still lacking in strength. I didn't expect to be deceived by Kagaya. I didn't expect all of this to be a trap he set for me. If my strength were a bit stronger, how could he succeed? In the end, it's still my lack of strength." Uchiha Madara looked up at the sky, an unwilling expression flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps your strength is indeed insufficient. Now the ninja world has achieved peace. A true peace, the peace you long for. Do you wish to return to guard this hard-won peace?" Uzumaki Naruko looked at Uchiha Madara in front of her and chuckled softly. "I can't do it anymore. Guarding? What is there to guard?" Uchiha Madara chuckled self-deprecatingly, looking at Uzumaki Naruko in front of him, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Reviving you isn't an easy task, is it? Uchiha Madara, I can revive you, but you must promise me to protect the ninja world. Will you be willing to be the guardian of the ninja world?" Wave Wind Naruko looked at Uchiha Madara and chuckled softly. Reviving a person is easy for her. The Rinnegan's ability to revive requires consumption of ocular power and life force. But she lacks neither and will not consume her life force at all. "Revive me? Protect the ninja world? Do you really want to believe me?" Uchiha Madara looked at Wave Wind Naruko, his eyes flashing with doubt. "Of course, your strength is still too weak in my eyes. So you should train well. Perhaps you can reach my level. You won't be guarding the ninja world alone. There will be another person you know. Come out." Wave Wind Naruko chuckled lightly, waving her right hand, and a spatial tunnel appeared before them. Madara. Senju Hashirama was also revived by Wave Wind Naruko to help guard the ninja world. After all, he didn't want to handle everything alone. It would be great to have someone to share the burden of protecting the ninja world, right? "Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama, his eyes showing shock. "Shall we protect the ninja world together? Are you willing?" Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, chuckled lightly, and extended his right hand. "Huh, Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama. His eyes moved, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Okay, in the end, Uchiha Madara agreed. What they wanted was peace for the ninja world, though the two had taken different paths. Now that the ninja world was at peace, Uchiha Madara also wanted to see if the world would become turbulent again. He wished to protect the ninja world. That was his lifelong wish. "I have also been cultivating your family members and bodies. When the time comes, they will be revived for you. In the future, your families will live in this world, free from war forever." and you will go forth to guard the ninja world and protect your wishes. Wave Wind Naruko had obtained the DNA of all Uchiha Madara's brothers and was cultivating new bodies. The same was true for Senju Hashirama. His brothers and wife were also being cultivated, and once they were ready, they could be revived. 6 paths, Rinne rebirth technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, Wave Wind Naruko directly used the Rinne rebirth technique to revive Uchiha Madara. After reviving Uchiha Madara, Wave Wind Naruko went directly to outer space, lifted the seal, and controlled Kaguya Otsutsuki. After destroying the moon, she replaced the original moon in the Shinju space. After unsealing, Kaguya Otsutsuki's strength fully recovered, reaching the same level as Wave Wind Naruko, but her combat power was somewhat lacking. After sending the revived Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back to the ninja world, she ensured that the two could not appear in front of people. Even if they did, they could not appear in their true forms and needed to transform first. After that, Wave Wind Naruko left the ninja world and returned to live in her Shinju space. Later, Naruto married Hinata, and Ino married Sai. Uchiha Sasuke married Sakura and Karui. Years later, Hinata gave birth to Boruto and Himawari, while Ino gave birth to Inogen. Karui had a daughter named Uchiha Rin, and Sakura had a daughter named Uchiha Sarada. Wave Wind Naruko split the Shinju fruit into 5 parts and directly gave them to the 5 little ones, granting them powerful strength and awakening special ocular techniques. However, their powers were sealed by Wave Wind Naruko, and they would leak out a bit each day, allowing them to control and absorb it for better mastery of their abilities. Kyuganiji married Ten, and the two opened a ninja tool shop. The other 12 small strong also found their loved ones, and Gaara returned to Sunagakure. The ninja world gradually became stable, peaceful, and harmonious, with everyone living carefree lives. Afterward, the Otsutsuki clan entered the ninja world several times, but were ultimately all killed by Uchiha Itachi. Wave Wind Naruko consumed the Shinju fruit, becoming a being at the level of the Otsutsuki clan leader, and there was no more war in the ninja world, achieving lasting peace. Introduction. Accidentally crossed over and became Naruto's sister. Naruko, Dad, I had a dream last night, and I saw something very scary. Wave Wind Minato, little Naruko, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Don't worry, Mom and Dad are here and will protect you. Naruko, Dad, I dreamed that you and Mom would die tomorrow. Wave Wind Minato, don't worry, Dad is very strong. At the age of 4, during the Nine Tails disturbance, she suddenly awakened her memories.